Who do you think stands before you? Shang-Chi, the greatest scientist in the history of the Dragon Nation, the dream lover of every girl over the age of 14 across the entire blue planet. Each creation he has forged is a testament to the unparalleled brilliance of human intellect from his era. Through sheer willpower, he has propelled the military-industrial capabilities of the Dragon Nation forward by over a century. Wanqing, husband is amazing. Husband, come closer. Dragon Nation, if there were no Song Shun, the heavens would remain eternally dark. Eagle Sauce, please, let's seal off Shang-Chi's existence. We are still researching controllable nuclear fusion. The Dragon Nation has even deployed antimatter electromagnetic cannons. This fellow must have some kind of cheat. Chapter 1 begins with a shocking revelation of a romance by the Queen of Heaven. The male lead is, astonishingly, an ordinary person. Miss Wanqing, may I inquire about your thoughts on the rumors regarding you and Zhang Xing that have been circulating? It is said that you and Zhang Xing developed feelings for each other while acting. Is there any truth to this? In the Dragon Nation, in a magical metropolis, before hundreds of cameras, a female reporter posed a particularly sharp question. On stage, the manager was about to deny it when Lin Wanqing raised her hand to stop him. I can responsibly assure everyone that there is no relationship between Zhang Xing and myself, as you might imagine. Furthermore, I already have a boyfriend and plan to marry by the end of the year. On stage, Lin Wanqing, adorned with exquisite makeup, wore a vibrant smile that hinted at her happiness. What? How is this possible? Why we received no prior information? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The media personnel, armed with cameras and microphones, erupted in chaos. Lin Wanqing, a newly emerged top-tier female star in the Dragon Nation, the dream girl of countless men, she is hailed as one of the most commercially valuable actresses in the nation. Has she truly revealed a romance? Who is this mysterious partner? In an instant, every reporter present seemed to detect the scent of a scandal, and questions erupted one after another from their lips. Miss Wanqing, can we interpret this as you having ended your single status and progressing towards marriage with your boyfriend? Ms. Wanqing, who is your boyfriend? Is it convenient for you to disclose? Is he from the industry? Miss Lin Wanqing. Countless microphones were thrust almost into Lin Wanqing's face, prompting her manager and bodyguards to rush forward to disperse the reporters. Yet, they were halted by Lin Wanqing's firm gaze. She slowly nodded, confirming the reporter's suspicions. My boyfriend's name is Shang-Chi. He is not from the industry, and I cannot disclose further details. With that, Lin Wanqing departed the scene, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Shortly thereafter, within an hour, a flurry of news notifications erupted on the phones of the Dragon Nation citizens. Breaking. The top-tier queen at the peak of her career is engaged to an outsider boyfriend and announces a wedding by year's end. Stunning revelation. Lin Wanqing and her outsider boyfriend display undeniable affection in public. Another top-tier star in the entertainment industry reveals a romance. Upon the news breaking, despair swept across the land of the Dragon Nation. Countless young men, who fancied themselves as Lin Wanqing's rightful partners, were left heartbroken. Damn it, this Shang-Chi, truly despicable. I'm so jealous I could grind my teeth to dust. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My aloof goddess, how could she possibly date a mere mortal? It must be fake news. Everyone disperse. Just moments ago, Wanqing told me while feeding me grapes that this is false. Kill Songdog. Steal Wanqing. Kill Songdog. Steal Wanqing. The trending topic, Queen Lin Wanqing officially announces romance, surged to the top of the trending list within mere minutes. Coinciding with this, the query, who is Shang-Chi, skyrocketed into the top 5 trending topics at an astonishing pace. Within less than an hour, comments on the pinned post soared past 100,000. Opening 1, under the post, Kill Songdog. Steal Wanqing. Over 10,000 copies of the same message were found, showcasing the collective outrage. The power of the netizens is boundless. In less than an hour, diligent users unearthed information on Shang-Chi. There are not many people named Shang-Chi in the entire Dragon Nation, and with his connection to Lin Wanqing, the search radius narrowed further. Soon, all eyes were fixated on a young man named Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi, a citizen of the Dragon Nation, 24 years of age, currently a secondary researcher at the 3rd Institute of Aerospace Research in Shijing, has been employed since. Staring at the unremarkable resume before him, the very next moment, the same netizens who had been clamoring to kill Songdog and steal Wanqing found themselves momentarily at a loss. After all that digging, they had merely unearthed such a mundane personal profile. This is rather too ordinary. A premier female star, the dream girl of countless men in the Dragon Nation, would actually lower herself to be with an utterly average man. One international joke. At this moment, Lin Wanqing's diehard fans had completely lost their reason. Oh, I feel heartbroken for my fairy. She is so young, yet her eyes are blind. No more talk. A blood oath from one, kill Song Dog, steal Wanqing. A blood oath from two. The hatred of a wife-stealer cannot coexist. Friends, I'm currently in Xijing, and just check the map. The Third Institute is quite close to me. Online, once Song Qi's information surfaced, it immediately ignited fervent discussions among netizens. The vast majority still believed that Song Qi was unworthy of Lin Wanqing. Consequently, various criticisms of Song Qi began to escalate. Numerous fervent fans declared intentions to confront Song Qi at the Third Institute, even offering an exorbitant bounty of 10,000 for a punch. At this moment, in the northwest of the Dragon Nation, in a covert research facility in the suburbs of Xijing, hailed as the foremost military-industrial city of the Dragon Nation, a young man, around 6 feet tall, handsome and charming, resembling a modern-day Pan and akin to a reader, was casually lounging with his legs crossed, browsing through social media, his brow furrowed in concentration. This man was indeed Song Qi. Many have remarked that with Song Qi's looks, he would undoubtedly be a top male star in the entertainment industry. Numerous talent scouts have previously sought to discover Song Qi, yet he has steadfastly rebuffed each and every one. For Song Qi, the allure of stardom pales in comparison to the significance of forging swords for his nation. As he peruses the online discussions about himself, he finds himself at a loss for an appropriate expression, resorting only to a wry smile in response. Had I known, I would have let that girl, Yanqing, linger a bit longer. What audacity to dare expose a romantic relationship. Isn't this deliberately adding to my troubles? In the face of the vitriolic insults from netizens, Song Qi merely shook his head in silence, choosing to turn his thoughts away from such matters. Song Gong, congratulations. I've heard all about your affairs, my brother. Impressive. What's it like dating a big star? In the workshop, Zhou Yonghui leered at Song Qi, his eyebrows dancing with mischief. Song Qi was utterly disinterested in engaging with his fellow and bluntly inquired, "Spit it out. What do you want from me? Surely you didn't come all this way just to discuss this." "How could that be?" Zhou Yonghui pounded his chest and continued. "In a couple of days, isn't our military district going to test the combat performance of the J-20? The military district is financially constrained, and they can muster only a handful of J-10s, so they have to resort to this patched-up old J-8 for the demonstration. Look, it's the very one standing before you," Zhou Yonghui stated earnestly, pointing at the antiquated, patched aircraft behind him. Chapter 2. A casual modification. The term Eighth Master is an affectionate nickname bestowed upon the J-8 fighter by the industrious personnel of Longguo's military aviation sector. This moniker is a testament to the aircraft's lengthy service and its steadfast companionship with the Longguo Air Force through numerous trials and tribulations. Owing to its aging features and various outdated specifications, the J-8 has come to be referred to as Eighth Master. Gazing at the dilapidated state of the Eighth Master before him, Song Qi furrowed his brow, pondering whether it could still soar into the skies. Song Gong. This J-8 merely appears worn. The engine and other components are still functioning normally. A simple refurbishment, a fresh coat of paint, and it will look quite impressive. Impressive, you say? Song Qi scratched his head as he surveyed the battle-worn J-8, contemplating the considerable challenge ahead. Beside him, Zhou Yonghui, eager to please, quickly chimed in, "Indeed. That is precisely why we need your expertise, Song Gong. I must attend to matters at the military district. I will return in a week to transport it." With that, Zhou Yonghui departed without further delay, leaving Song Qi to reflect on the shabby aircraft. Zhou Yonghui truly had little regard for others. He delegated every task to Song Qi without considering whether it was feasible. Stepping closer, Song Qi gently caressed the J-8. Suddenly, a dispassionate mechanical voice resonated within his mind. "Beep. Super modification system binding in progress. Beep. Detecting J-8 fighter, integrity 75. Beep. Commencing modification calculations. 1. Advanced radar system modification plan. 2. Hybrid air power energy modification plan. 3. Streamlined aerodynamic shape modification plan." As the modification options materialized before him, Song Qi swallowed hard. What was happening? Did I also possess a system? Was this unexpected stroke of fortune truly upon me? Without hesitation, Song Qi resolved to act, diving into the proposed modification plans with fervor. The numerous requirements outlined by the system would be incomprehensible to an ordinary individual. Yet who was Song Qi? A prodigy emerging from the youth class of the University of Science and Technology of China. He took a few moments to organize his thoughts and swiftly grasped the underlying principles of the modification plans. Next came the need for materials. Song Qi promptly contacted the materials department, and within the hour, an array of advanced materials was delivered to the workshop, laid out before him. The aircraft's exterior posed a bit of a challenge, but a custom solution should suffice. just as Song Chi prepared to unleash his skills. A WeChat notification chimed on his phone. It was a message from Lin Wanqing. Wanqing doesn't eat celery. Moshi Moshi, are you there, darling? I've landed a role and will be filming in Hengdian for the next little while. Don't miss me too much. Quick delivery from Xiao Song. Leaving so soon? Today? Song Chi squinted at the screen, feeling certain that she was attempting to sneak away to avoid his wrath for her previous actions. Go ahead and run. Using work as an excuse makes it difficult for me to persuade you to stay. Wanqing doesn't eat celery. No choice. The schedule is urgent. Quick delivery from Xiao Song. Stay safe. Contact me if anything comes up. On the other end, Lin Wanqing, upon receiving his response, replied affirmatively before locking her phone screen. As long as I can escape quickly, Song Chi won T catch me. By the time I return from filming, the deed will be done. The entire Longguo will know Song Chi is my boyfriend, and there will be no denying it. Ah, Lin Wanqing, when it comes to intelligence, you truly shine. She chuckled, nearly leaving her agent speechless. Meanwhile, Song Chi turned off his phone, dismissing thoughts of Lin Wanqing and immersing himself fully in his ambitious modification project. In the Northwest Military District, Zhou Yonghui stood before an office door, quickly adjusting his attire. Once satisfied with his appearance, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside the office, a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in crisp military uniform, was diligently reviewing documents, adorned with 2 bars and 4 stars. He held the rank of colonel. Upon noticing Zhou Yonghui's entrance, he promptly inquired, Yonghui, have all the arrangements been made? Report, sir. Everything is in order. For this aerial exercise, we plan to deploy 9J, 11BS, and 1J-8 to collectively engage the J-20. The J-20 will face 10 opponents, and we aim to extract its full combat potential. Upon hearing this, Deng Zhangguo allowed a rare smile to grace his lips. However, he cautioned, we must not become complacent. Many esteemed academicians will be observing this exercise, seeking to glean insights and experiences. We cannot afford any missteps. Understood. Zhou Yonghui immediately stood at attention and saluted. Though he spoke earnestly, Deng Zhangguo was acutely aware that this was merely a routine military exercise. The outcome was already apparent to him. The J-20 would undoubtedly demonstrate its prowess, effortlessly engaging and neutralizing enemy aircraft without sustaining a scratch, achieving a resounding victory. It is noteworthy that the J-20 is a bona fide 5th-generation fighter. While it may struggle against the Free Nation's F-22 Raptor, it would face no challenge against the 4th-generation J-11B. The disparity between generations of fighter aircraft is akin to an impassable chasm. Even if they deployed 10, 20, or 30 J-11BS, they would prove no match for the J-20. As for the J-8, it was a different realm altogether. A 2nd-generation fighter could never hope to compete with a 5th-generation counterpart. If the J-20 were to be downed by the 8th master, Deng Zhangguo would willingly forfeit his own head for Zhou Yonghui to kick around. For Deng Zhangguo, the primary focus of that day would be how to receive the esteemed academicians visiting from the capital. In contemporary Longguo, the resources an academician can mobilize far exceed those of a colonel like Deng Zhangguo. The so-called aerial exercise was merely a backdrop. Over the years, all pertinent combat data regarding the J-20 have been thoroughly collected. This military exercise served merely as an opportunity for these academicians to network and exchange research findings. A week passed quietly, as fleeting as a galloping horse. During those 7 days, Song Chi resided in the workshop, wholly devoted to the task at hand, oblivious to the world beyond his immediate surroundings, singularly focused on crafting the ultimate machine. As he surveyed his creation, a profound sense of satisfaction welled within him. The striking design, the remarkable hybrid air-power energy system, and the sleek contours were breathtaking. Indeed, more stunning than even Lin Wanqing. Very well. I shall have the transport department deliver this to Zhou Yonghui, along with an instruction manual to prevent any confusion. Only when he watched the aircraft being towed away did Song Chi finally release the tension that had gripped his heart. Throughout the week, he had scarcely slept, exhausting himself over the fighter jet, managing only 2 to 3 hours of rest each night. Fortunately, his youth afforded him resilience. Otherwise, he might have met an untimely fate. Chapter 3. This aircraft will surely not fly. At Shijing Airport, a civil airliner descended gracefully onto the runway. The entire airport immediately shifted into a heightened state of alert. For aboard this aircraft were none other than the titans of Longguo's scientific community, individuals whose significance rivaled that of national treasures. Dozens of armed soldiers stood vigilant, attuned to the slightest rustle in the air. Armored vehicles were positioned in readiness. As the passenger aircraft's doors slowly opened, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. An elderly gentleman with hair as white as snow, yet still brimming with vitality, emerged from the cabin door and waved down below. A radiant smile instantly spread across Deng Zhangwo's face as he approached. Old Zhao, old Liu, please take your time. Colonel Deng, what is all this fuss for? Zhao Kaqin chuckled, his demeanor cheerful. Indeed, neither Zhao nor I hold any positions of authority in a military district. There is no need for such grandiosity, Liu Dingbian remarked. Appearing somewhat portly and prosperous, resembling an ordinary affluent gentleman. Yet this seemingly unremarkable wealthy man was, in fact, the founding father of aerodynamics in Longguo, a paragon of excellence within the scientific community. As for Zhao Kaqin, he was lauded as the master among masters, an academician of academicians, bearing the prestigious title of the father of the fifth-generation fighter aircraft. To speak plainly, the two individuals before us undeniably deserve the title of unparalleled national treasures. Among the academicians present, the difference in stature was palpable, casting a shadow over the rest. Colonel Deng, how are preparations for the aerial exercise progressing? Zhao Kaqin inquired. The data we gather from this exercise is likely to be applied in the next generation of fighter jets. So it is imperative that we unlock the full potential of the J-20. Deng Zhangwo, with a reassuring pat on Zhao's shoulder, replied, Rest assured, old Zhao, we have deployed 10 fourth-generation aircraft, which will undoubtedly unleash the potential of the J-20. Zhao nodded in satisfaction, and as if struck by a thought, continued. What about that young fellow named Song Qi from your research institute? How is he faring? Back in the day, he was quite the spirited youth. I transferred him from Tianjin to your institute to temper his enthusiasm. He is a gem in need of careful polishing. Fear not, old Zhao. Engineer Song has been performing splendidly here. I believe he is more than capable of returning to Tianjin and being entrusted with significant responsibilities. Deng Zhangwo affirmed, noting Song Qi's remarkable contributions at the Western Capital Institute, where he had resolved long-standing challenges and emerged as a pillar of support. However, Deng Zhangwo was not naive. He understood the importance of ensuring that a talent like Song Qi was not lost in an institution like the Western Capital Institute. The premier aerospace research institute, Tianjin, was where Song Qi truly belonged. Meanwhile, Zhao pondered Deng's words, a thoughtful expression gracing his features. All right, everyone, I will escort you back to the hotel for some rest. Tomorrow at 10, the aerial exercise will commence, Deng Zhangwo announced. Thus, the group departed the airport under military escort, heading towards their hotel. The following morning, while Song Qi remained in the comfort of his slumber, the aerial exercise had already commenced with great fanfare in the Northwest Military District. Zhao and Liu led the procession, binoculars in hand, gazing at the azure sky. Their intent was not merely to observe data, but to catch a glimpse of the very fighter jets they had designed soaring overhead. The data from this exercise will be transmitted to the computers via radar. All departments, please ensure the fighters take off in an orderly fashion. Deng Zhangwo commanded through his radio. Before long, the thunderous roar of jet engines resonated overhead as the aircraft glided through the sky like majestic birds. Ha! The J-20 is indeed the fastest. It outpaces the J-11B. After all, it was a fifth-generation aircraft. If its speed were to lag behind a fourth-generation fighter, it would be a source of mockery. Nonetheless, the transformation of the J-20 into a carrier-based aircraft presented numerous challenges. As the scholars engaged in lively discussion, Deng Zhangwo's pager buzzed. Report, sir. Pilot 1002 is unable to take off. I've never seen this J-8 before and have no idea how to operate it. Deng Zhangwo was taken aback. If you can't fly the J-20, I understand. After all, it's a fifth-generation aircraft that few in the Air Force can pilot. But you can't operate the J-8? How embarrassing for a pilot. How did you even become one? Having served in the Air Force for decades. The J-8 was a familiar aircraft for most pilots. How could someone be unable to fly it? Pilot 1002, please do not jest. Take off immediately. Sir, I'm not joking. This J-8 is genuinely different. The cockpit even has a manual, and I can't understand a single word. The voice of the pilot on the other end was filled with frustration. Deng Zhangwo silently turned his gaze towards Zhou Yonghui, recalling that he had assigned the task of modifying the J-8 to him. What on earth are you up to? Zhou Yonghui, taken aback, quickly replied, Sir, I'll go check it out. All right, old Zhao, let's accompany him and see what this J-8 is that the pilot can't even operate, Zhao suggested with a smile. His words sparked a wave of laughter among the crowd. Following Zhou Yonghui's lead, they arrived at the J-8's launch point. Upon seeing the aircraft, All the assembled academicians and experts were momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. The sleek fuselage, the flawless aerodynamic design, and the shimmering silver exterior exuded an aura of advanced technology. It was breathtakingly beautiful. This aerodynamic design resembles that of the F-22, doesn't it? And the shape of the fuselage is simply perfect, akin to a work of art. Is this truly the J-8? Colonel Deng, this is definitely not a J-8. I have studied aircraft for many years. There is no way I wouldn't recognize the J-8. This must be a model of a concept aircraft, and a rather advanced one at that. As Zhao approached the J-8 and caressed its surface, he remarked, "This aircraft surely cannot fly." Deng Jiangwo and Zhou Yonghui were left bewildered, especially Zhou, who was plagued by questions. Wait, I distinctly remember giving Song Chi a J-8. I only asked him to make it look more appealing. What has he transformed it into? How did it turn into a concept aircraft? Shaking his head in disbelief, Zhou hurriedly countered, "Old Zhao, I personally delivered the aircraft for modification. The engines are all functional. It can definitely fly. If you don't believe me, I'll show you." With that, Zhou Yonghui ushered the pilot out of the cockpit and took his place. Faced with the high-tech control panel before him, Zhou was momentarily at a loss for words. Wow, it looks even more advanced than the J-20. Calm down, Zhou Yonghui. You must not embarrass yourself in front of old Zhao and old Liu. Show them the prowess of a top pilot. Indeed, Zhou was a top-notch pilot and could even operate the J-20, yet he found himself at a loss before this J-8. Suddenly, Zhou noticed a red button within reach. Wait a moment. Could this be the aircraft's ignition button? With a sense of trepidation, he pressed the button. In the next instant, four engines blazed to life, emitting a brilliant blue glow. A surge of thrust propelled Zhou Yonghui into the air. "Report, sir. I am airborne." The four jets of blue flame erupted from the aircraft's underside, scorching the air and distorting it with heat. The searing gusts nearly toppled those around. To everyone's astonishment, the fighter jet ascended effortlessly, resembling a helicopter taking flight without aid. As they witnessed this phenomenon, the academicians were overwhelmed by a profound astonishment that knew no bounds. How is this possible? This is a fighter jet. It can actually take off and land vertically. Even the F-22 Raptors of the Free Nation cannot achieve such feats. With this vertical takeoff and landing technology, the J-20 could be effortlessly transformed into a carrier-based aircraft. Not to mention, this takeoff technology undoubtedly surpasses the J-20 by leaps and bounds. If we could procure this fighter jet and allow our Tianjin Research Institute to conduct thorough studies, we would undoubtedly be able to overcome a multitude of technological bottlenecks. The most terrifying aspect is the engine. Its power is simply astounding. Can we possibly find such a formidable engine domestically? One must realize that vertical takeoff and landing of fighter jets is an exceedingly arduous challenge, not just within the Dragon Nation, but globally. Despite the advanced technological prowess of the Free Nation, their research on vertical takeoff and landing for fighter jets remains confined to PowerPoint presentations, with practical results still decades away. Unlike helicopters and large transport aircraft, which utilize rapidly rotating propellers to create upward lift, fighter jets depend on their engines and inherent structural designs for vertical takeoff. The disparity in difficulty is akin to comparing the heavens to the earth. If we were to assign a difficulty coefficient of 1 to helicopter vertical takeoff, then the technology for fighter jets would undoubtedly warrant a staggering coefficient of 10,000. Once a fighter jet masters this technology, the enhancement of its performance would be nothing short of extraordinary. At this moment, old Zhao's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at the slowly ascending J-8 modification, his murky gaze brimming with the exhilaration of discovery. If we could bring this fighter jet down for research, it would undoubtedly elevate the Dragon Nation's fighter jet development by a decade. Colonel Deng, quickly, assist me in connecting to the fighter jet's communication system. Deng Jiangwo, appearing somewhat dazed, hurriedly nodded. In the next instant, the radio communication channel erupted with Zhou Yonghui's panicked cries, reminiscent of a distressed animal. "Wait, I can't even fly this plane? How to take off? Oh no, help, someone save me." Zhou Yonghui. Old Zhao's voice boomed. "This is Zhao Kachin. Please remain calm. Now, take control of the aircraft and land immediately. I repeat, please land at once." Listening to old Zhao's voice through the radio channel, Zhou Yonghui glanced bewilderedly at the multitude of buttons before him. What the hell is the landing button? Why isn't it labeled? Right, the instruction manual. I have the instruction manual. Clutching at this lifeline, Zhou Yonghui fished out the manual provided by Song Chi. But to his dismay, the manual was entirely in Chinese, and he couldn't understand a single character. What is happening? This is a disaster. Controlling a fighter jet he had never flown before was akin to playing with fire. Memories flashed before Zhou Yonghui like a slideshow, filling him with regret. Could it be that I, a celebrated ace pilot, am destined to perish in such a manner? In a fit of rage, Zhou Yonghui slammed his right fist onto the control panel, venting his frustration. By sheer chance, his fist struck a red button. Suddenly, the previously quiet cockpit erupted with a series of emotionless mechanical announcements from a female voice. Ding. Zero model automatic cruise system activated. Ding. System conducting self-diagnosis on Zero model's current status. Longguo engine functioning normally. Total engine thrust, 1,300 kilonewtons. Integrated radar system, self-diagnosis normal. Detecting 9 unidentified aerial targets at high altitude. Air-to-air missile system, self-diagnosis normal. Equipped with GK-8 missiles. Countdown to official takeoff, 60 seconds. 59. At this moment, not only Zhou Yonghui and Deng Zhangwo, but even old Zhao, old Liu, and the assembled academicians were left utterly baffled. What in the world? A fighter jet has an automatic cruise system? Do you think it's a drone? It can autonomously cruise in the sky. The missions assigned to fighter jets are already complex and dynamic. There is no operational system on Blue Star capable of equipping a fighter jet with an autopilot system. As for the Longguo engine, that was even more far-fetched. It was utterly absurd. One must note that even the most advanced F-22 of the Free Nation utilizes twin turbofan engine technology, with an engine thrust of only 300 kilonewtons. Even so, the power system of the F-22 is sufficient to leave other fighter jets in the dust. This so-called Longguo engine boasts an initial thrust of 1,300 kilonewtons. Who are they trying to fool? This is sheer nonsense. Old Zhao, fuming with indignation, was increasingly convinced that the aircraft before him was a cruel joke. Who was responsible for modifying this F-8 without any scientific integrity? Did they think it amusing to toy with us old-timers? None of the reported specifications are feasible. Who is behind this? Beside him, Deng Zhangwo, unable to contain his growing frustration, quietly remarked, "Old Zhao, it was modified by Song Qi." Song Qi, a fire ignited in old Zhao's eyes. That scoundrel again. I thought he had finally settled down, only to realize he remains as unruly as ever. If this kid can join our Tianjin Research Institute, I, Zhao Kachin, swear I will share his surname. If this model can achieve the performances it claims, I shall resign from the Academy of Sciences and let Song Qi take my place as an academician. Where's Song Qi? Bring him to me. All right. Deng Jingwo wiped the sweat from his brow, nodding fervently. He exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby colleague, who promptly took the hint and discreetly departed. Ding. Longguo engine adjusted to optimal state. Current power, 1,500 kilonewtons. Countdown to takeoff, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Takeoff. In the next instant, an unparalleled sensation of thrust surged through Zhou Yonghui's entire being. The thunderous roar of the engines reverberated far and wide. Zhou Yonghui distinctly observed the surroundings rapidly receding before him, while the clouds above approached with alarming speed. Holy cow! Report to command. I'm in the air. This is unbelievably exhilarating. Chapter 5, J20, Success after 10 minutes. Initially, old Zhao harbored skepticism and disdain toward the J8 modification. However, as he witnessed the fighter jet soaring towards the clouds, he realized that his earlier remarks had been somewhat overzealous. Below the aircraft, four engines emitted a blue glow as they shot skyward. In an instant, the fighter jet vanished without a trace. Its speed was astonishing. This takeoff velocity likely surpassed that of the J-20. And this was vertical takeoff, if given a runway. Its speed would undoubtedly exceed that of the J-20 by a factor of 2. Watching the fighter jet ascend into the sky, old Zhao found himself swallowing hard. The bravado of his earlier proclamations still echoed in the ears of those present, and the next moment, he was thoroughly embarrassed. Even with old Zhao's composure, he felt somewhat compromised at this moment. The radio communication channel was filled with Zhou Yonghui's terrified and horrified screams. Report to command. The aircraft speed is incredibly fast. It is rapidly ascending. The instrument panel indicates a target altitude of 24,000 meters. This is thrilling, Zhou Yonghui exclaimed, utterly lost in the exhilaration of flying such an exhilarating fighter jet for the first time. Under the influence of adrenaline from the high-speed flight, he had completely lost his sense of reality. All around him, old Zhao, old Liu, and the assembled academicians were left speechless upon hearing Zhou Yonghui's report. Wait, what? Did I hear correctly? Expected climbing altitude, 24,000 meters? Is this truly the altitude a fighter jet should ascend to? It is worth noting that even the J-20, a fifth-generation fighter, can only reach a maximum altitude of approximately 20,000 meters. The legendary F-22 Raptor, dubbed the first fighter jet of Blue Star, has a ceiling of merely 22,000 meters, and it frequently makes headlines due to accidents caused by flying too high. Yet here we are, aiming for 24,000 meters? Are we jesting? Typically, only the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft from a free nation can attain such heights. But that aircraft is designed for reconnaissance, merely tasked with capturing images and the like. What business does a fighter jet have in competing for altitude with it? This seems rather out of character. At this moment, Zhou Yonghui's heart raced within his chest, nearly leaping into his throat. I am merely an ace pilot, not an ace astronaut. This is no ordinary flight. Even a rocket would struggle to ascend at such a pace. I only ask that Song-Chi apply a fresh coat of paint and a wax finish. What on earth has this boy modified? The plane is soaring ahead while my spirit lags behind, exhilarated yet terrified. One must acknowledge that Zhou Yonghui possesses remarkable psychological resilience. Were it an ordinary person, they would likely have soiled themselves by now. After all, he is a pilot by training, having earned his major rank through sheer flying skill. He has capability, albeit somewhat unreliable. Approximately 5 minutes later, a sleek, entirely silver-gray fighter jet made its appearance at an astonishing altitude of 24,000 meters above Blue Star. At this elevation, all weather phenomena dissipated, leaving the sky a pristine blue, eerily tranquil. Zhou Yonghui, how are things on your end? Crackled the anxious voice of Zhao Lao over the radio communications channel. Zhou Yonghui swallowed hard. Reporting in, sir. I have reached an altitude of 24,000 meters. Yet I still have not gained control of the aircraft. Currently, it is cruising at a speed of 7,000 kilometers per hour. Wait, what? Zhao Lao et Go Lim. His mind swirling with confusion. Which fighter jet cruises at 6 Mach? Zhou Yonghui, are you insane, or am I? 6 Mach equates to 6 times the speed of sound. Approximately 2 kilometers per second. This implies that flying this fighter jet from Beijing to Shanghai would take merely a few minutes. What manner of beast is this? Not only Zhao Lao, but also the group of researchers behind him stood frozen in disbelief upon receiving this information. This is something even fiction would hesitate to depict. Ding. Radar system detects one fighter jet at an altitude of 18,000 meters. Ding. Radar system detects 3 fighter jets at an altitude of 16,000 meters. A series of alerts echoed through the radio channel. At this moment, Zhao Lao and his colleagues fell into an eerie silence. The reason was simple. The fighter jets detected by the radar were the remaining 10 aircraft participating in the military exercise. Not one more, not one less. More alarmingly, the other jets had not detected the presence of Zhou Yonghui's aircraft at all. Since entering the cloud layer, this J-8 seemed to have vanished into thin air. Not only the fighter jet's radar, but even the ground-based scanning radar from the Northwest Military Region failed to locate its trace. This indicated that the stealth capabilities of the aircraft far exceeded anyone's expectations. Good grief, what are we even doing? Even Zhao Lao couldn't help but curse at this moment. This is utterly unfair. After painstakingly researching and investing countless resources into the J-20, it now seemed a mere joke in the face of this fighter jet. This is merely a modified J-8, just a second-generation aircraft. Yet, in terms of engine performance, speed, radar, and stealth capabilities, it utterly obliterated the J-20, a fifth-generation fighter, leaving not a remnant behind. An unprecedented sense of defeat washed over Zhao Lao. Furthermore, the realization that this fighter jet was modified by that rascal Song-Chi filled him with a poignant sense of the relentless passage of time. Each moment a reminder of aging. Reporting in, sir. Zhou Yonghui's voice crackled through the radio once more. The fighter jet I am piloting seems to be heading towards our own aircraft. Let go. Zhao Lao frowned, continuing, I refuse to believe that 10 fighter jets, 1 fifth generation and 9 fourth generation, cannot withstand it for 10 minutes. The munitions used in this air exercise are merely practice rounds. Even if the aircraft is hit, it will not result in any significant damage or casualties. Therefore, we might as well allow the exercise to continue. However, Zhao Lao was also aware that from this moment onward, the focus of the military exercise had shifted from the J-20 to the modified J-8 created by Song-Chi. As long as the J-20 he designed could endure for 10 minutes against the J-8, it would be deemed a success. Beside him, Deng Zhangwo witnessed the change in Zhao Lao's demeanor, particularly upon hearing the 10-minute remark. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at, Colonel Deng?" Zhao Lao's stern voice rang out. "I wasn't laughing at anything. I just thought of something amusing." Chapter 6, 1 minute and 30 seconds, a crushing victory. At an altitude of 18,000 meters, this was the ordinary cruising height of the J-20. Yet for fourth-generation fighters like the J-11B, it represented their absolute maximum. At this moment, J-20 pilot Li Xiaolu leisurely sat in the cockpit, gazing at the scenery on the horizon. Participating in such aerial confrontations was not a novel experience for him. However, each time, the outcome concluded with a resounding victory for the J-20. The advantages of fifth-generation aircraft over fourth-generation ones cannot simply be neutralized by numbers. For the J-20, facing not just 10 fourth-generation fighters, but even 20 would pose no challenge. Air combat involving fighter jets is exceedingly intricate, ultimately revolving around 3 key aspects: altitude and speed, radar systems, and stealth capabilities. The higher the altitude and the faster the speed of a fighter jet, the more advantageous it becomes in high-altitude confrontations. It can choose to engage or evade at will. Generally, to intercept a fighter jet, at least an aerial formation needs to be deployed, providing a slim chance of success. As for radar systems, they serve as the eyes of the fighter jet, while stealth capabilities act as the means to obscure the enemy's line of sight. As the most advanced fifth-generation fighter jet domestically, the J-20 boasts radar systems and stealth capabilities that rank among the finest in all of Blue Star. Li Xiaolu was determined to secure victory in this aerial confrontation. "Let us finish the battle in 20 minutes. We can't keep the superior waiting." In the next moment, the J-20 dove toward the sky in an unusual manner. Before long, 9 red dots silently appeared on the J-20's radar display. Wait, 9 red dots? There should be 10 in the plan, right? Could it be that the 8th aircraft encountered some mishap and failed to take off? Li Xiaolu scratched his head in confusion, not dwelling on it further as he accelerated the J-20 toward the nearest red dot. However, in the next instant, an odd occurrence unfolded again. Li Xiaolu was astonished to find that the closest red dot vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye, as if it had evaporated into thin air. Huh? What is happening? I haven't even engaged yet. How did it go down? The disappearance of the red dot on the radar indicated that the fighter jet had been hit by a missile, leading it to shut down its radar and descend. Yet, I clearly hadn't fired a shot. Could it be that they had turned on each other? This isn't how the plan was supposed to unfold. In the moment of Li Xiaolu's bewilderment, the second and third red dots extinguished almost simultaneously. What on earth is happening? Li Xiaolu glanced around, an unsettling feeling creeping over him as he sensed the presence of specters high up in the sky, thousands of meters above ground. Could these breaths be playing tricks on me? Is it possible that the J-20's radar is malfunctioning? Yet, Li Xiaolu distinctly recalled his superior stating that even if he were to be compromised, the J-20 would remain unharmed. Then, as if a line of dominoes had been toppled, the remaining 6 red dots vanished with an indescribable swiftness. The radar display was left with only Li Xiaolu's aircraft. Good grief, this is haunting. Without a second thought, Li Xiaolu maneuvered the aircraft and turned tail, heading toward the Air Force Base. There was no way he would dare linger in the air for even a moment longer. Meanwhile, in the J-8 modified cockpit, Zhou Yonghui watched the unfolding scene, his astonishment reaching an unprecedented peak. "No way. I did not even engage the controls. And yet your automatic defense system has just taken out 9 fourth-generation fighters? They didn't even attack you. What kind of defense is this?" However, the system on board the J-8 modified was destined to be impervious to Zhou Yonghui's protests. Upon detecting a fifth-generation fighter fleeing southeast at a speed of 15 Mach, it deemed the threat considerable and initiated elimination protocols. The electronic jamming and radar silence systems were activated. At this point, Zhou Yonghui could only shake his head in disbelief. How can a fighter jet retain any semblance of dignity? It annihilated 9 fourth-generation fighters in 30 seconds, scaring the J-20 into retreat. Yet it still considers them a high threat. Aren't you the one posing the greatest threat? Over the radio communication channels, as Zhou Yonghui bickered with the fighter jet's voice system, those present wore grave expressions. 30 seconds, 9 fourth-generation fighters. What does this signify? It implies that, in the presence of this fighter jet, the numbers of fourth-generation aircraft have become utterly irrelevant. In an era where the Air Force of Long Country is predominantly equipped with fourth-generation aircraft, this J-8 modified, engineered by Wanqing, possesses the capability to traverse the skies of Long Country with impunity. Now, all that Zhao Lao and the others could do was hope that the J-20 could withstand for a little longer, preserving some semblance of dignity for the Air Force of Long Country. 1 minute later, as the radar system displayed the complete disappearance of the J-20 signal. This aerial exercise came to an end in a most bizarre manner. From the initiation of combat to its conclusion, only 90 seconds had elapsed. Yet for Zhao Lao, Lu Lao, and the assembly of academicians, this brief span of 90 seconds would take a lifetime to reconcile. Earlier, Zhao Lao had boasted about enduring for 10 minutes. But now that proclamation sounded almost ludicrous. On the runway, fighter jets landed one after another, all of which had utilized dummy ammunition during the exercise, ensuring that even if hit by missiles, no actual damage would occur. Nevertheless, every pilot emerged with grim faces, as if they had suffered an unimaginable disgrace. As soon as he disembarked, J-20 pilot Li Xiaolu removed his helmet and began to curse vehemently. Good grief! I encountered ghosts up there? The J-20's radar suddenly erupted with hundreds of red dots, startling me, and the next moment, an astonishingly sleek fighter jet emerged and blasted me. Could this possibly be our latest sixth-generation aircraft? It's utterly incredible. At this moment, a chorus of lamenting gazes from the J-11B pilots fell upon him. You're lucky. At least you got to see what that aircraft looked like. I didn't even comprehend what was happening before I was shot down. Exactly. It felt like encountering a ghost. Haha. Xiaoli, look at you, usually so proud of flying a J-20, and now you've had your day of reckoning. Finally, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, a fighter jet, entirely silver gray and exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty, descended gracefully. Zhao Lao, Liu Lao, and a throng of esteemed academicians rushed towards the aircraft as if besotted. The moment the cockpit door opened, Zhou Yonghui caught sight of Zhao Lao's aged face squeezing in. Zhou Yonghui was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. At such an advanced age, Zhao Lao still shows such concern for his safety. Zhou Yonghui, you ought to serve Long Country diligently. Are you even human? Zhao Lao, me fine. No need to worry. Who cares if you're fine? Zhao Lao didn't even glance at Zhou Yonghui, forcefully yanking him from the cockpit and tossing him to the ground. Get away. Don't occupy the latrine without doing your business. The next moment, a cadre of highly esteemed professors from Long Country surrounded the J-8 modified as if it were a rare treasure. Zhou Yonghui stood there, dazed and immobile. Chapter 7 has come to a close. It seems I will be toiling at a sewing machine for a lifetime. Clang, clang, clang. It's hard. So hard. Good grief. For engines with a vertical design, who on earth conceived this genius idea? This aerodynamic structure appears even more advanced than the F-22 Raptor. What a prodigy. The designer of this fighter jet must be a true genius. At the Air Force Base runway in the Northwest Military District, a group of renowned academicians from Huaxia surrounded a fighter jet brimming with technological sophistication, marveling at its features. Every aspect of this aircraft's technology surpassed their wildest imaginings. Many innovations were on display even before a presentation was prepared for them. Zhou Yonghui stood awkwardly to the side, unsure whether to stay or leave. Should someone be comforting the shaken victim first? Why is everyone crowding around the aircraft? In the midst of the crowd, Liu Lao tapped the fighter jet's exterior with his finger, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. The outer shell of this jet is undoubtedly composed of a new material, displaying an extraordinary hardness while also exhibiting remarkable flexibility. The most astonishing aspect is its incredibly low radar reflectivity. This means that this aircraft's stealth capabilities are certainly several tiers above those of the J-20. The precise composition will need to be analyzed in the laboratory for confirmation. However, I can assure you that, with the current technology of Long Country, it is absolutely impossible to produce such an alloy. If we could obtain the method of fabricating this alloy, our military industry could advance by at least 30 years. Zhao Lao had already immersed himself in the cockpit of the fighter jet. After a long while, he poked his head out. My goodness, truly, the younger generation is formidable. The radar detection range of this fighter jet is 10 times that of the J-20. It is equipped with an electronic jamming system and can even initiate electronic warfare. Coupled with that monstrous engine, no wonder the J-20 appears as nothing more than scrap metal in its presence. Liu Lao nodded in agreement. Not only the J-20, but even the F-22 Raptor, hailed as the strongest in Blue Star, would likely find itself utterly outclassed. It is truly unfathomable that such an extraordinarily advanced fighter jet was independently developed by a recently graduated researcher. They had spent a whole decade developing the J-20, expending countless resources and pouring Zhao Lao's lifetime of effort into its success. Who would have thought that today, Song Qi would obliterate it into oblivion? Indeed, comparisons breed contempt. Sigh, old Zhao, Lu Lao seemed to recall something and suddenly inquired. Which of the sixth-generation aircraft currently under development at your research institute is superior when compared to this one? Zhao Lao fell into a brief contemplation at Lu Lao's question, then shook his head in resignation. There's no comparison. This aircraft has a conventional cruising speed of 6 Mach, while our sixth-generation aircraft has a maximum speed of only 35 Mach. Moreover, this aircraft boasts vertical takeoff and landing capabilities, with a radar range significantly superior to that of the sixth-generation fighters. The most critical issue lies with our nation's aerospace engines, which have historically lacked formidable strength. Even with our relentless pursuit over the years, their performance is likely only a quarter of that of the Longguo engine. I speculate that, even upon the development of our sixth-generation fighter, it would not stand a chance against this particular aircraft, at most enduring for a mere 5 minutes. In the arena, an utter silence ensued. Oh my! After a long pause, Zhou Yonghui's exclamation broke the stillness. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. The J-8 in question was under Zhou Yonghui's supervision for refurbishment for Songqi. Thus, any issues arising from its current state fell squarely on his shoulders. Zhou Yonghui, what commands did you issue to Song that compelled him to modify the aircraft in such a manner? Deng Jiangwo demanded, his eyes wide with astonishment. No, this is not what I intended. Zhou Yonghui protested, feeling unjustly accused, as he had merely instructed Songqi to perform a slight refurbishment. Who could have foreseen that this would lead to such a transformation of a J-8? I only wanted it to be airworthy. How did it turn into a J-20? Can it truly rival a sixth-generation fighter? Is this your interpretation of a simple modification? Zhou Yonghui lamented, desperate and on the verge of tears. Zhou Yonghui. Deng Jiangwo's face darkened considerably. Speak the truth. Zhou Yonghui, in a state of panic, was drenched in sweat. I only asked him to make it look more impressive. Not to this extent. Just then, Songqi was approaching. Chief, if there are any inquiries, direct them to him. Confronted by the imposing presence of Elder Zhao and Deng Jiangwo, Zhou Yonghui, a mere junior officer, dared not utter a word, relegated to trembling in the corner. As they realized they could glean no further information from Zhou Yonghui, Zhao and Deng opted to await Songqi's arrival with patience. At the employee dormitory of the 3rd Institute of Aerospace Research in Shijing, a series of urgent knocks echoed. Songqi, struggling to awaken, rubbed his bleary eyes and opened the door. A week of sleepless nights had drained him completely. The next moment, 2 soldiers, armed and standing at attention, appeared before him. Are you Engineer Song? Our superior requests your presence. Please come with us. Wait. I haven't committed any crimes. Songqi exclaimed, startled. My family has always been impoverished and dedicated. I cannot possibly be a spy. There must be some misunderstanding. Just days prior, a spy had been apprehended at the institute, rumored to have met a grim fate, which had thoroughly frightened Songqi. Now, with soldiers at his doorstep, anxiety gripped him. Had we come to the wrong person? One soldier scratched his head, puzzled. Are you Songqi, the engineer? After a moment's hesitation, Songqi nodded. Did you not recently modify a J-8? Songqi nodded again. Then it's you. That J-8 encountered some issues, and all the superiors are awaiting your explanation. Upon hearing this, Songqi's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. This cannot be happening. Surely the J-8 hasn't crashed, he thought, envisioning a series of dire scenarios. The J-8 had crashed, the pilot had perished, and he would be summoned to a military tribunal, condemned to a lifetime of servitude. Everything seemed lost. Like a defeated dog, Songqi was escorted by the 2 soldiers towards the Air Force Base. Chapter 8. Silence does not indicate consent, Chief. It was all Zhou Yonghui's doing. The J-8 has crashed. It is not my fault. Upon arriving at the Air Force Base's runway, Songqi immediately slid to his knees before Deng Jiangwo, hastily absolving himself of any responsibility. Those present had initially anticipated a proud young man, but the scene left them at a loss for words. Songqi, when did I ever instruct you? Zhou Yonghui exclaimed, taken aback by Songqi's actions. I merely asked you to oversee the modifications. How could you have transformed it in such a way? Look, Chief, it was Zhou Yonghui who directed the alterations. He must bear full responsibility for this incident. Songqi quickly shifted the blame, taking advantage of the moment. As he glanced behind him, he noticed that the modified J-8 had not crashed. It remained intact on the ground, surrounded by a group of peculiar elderly gentlemen. Could they be here to hold him accountable for the aircraft's inability to take flight? Songqi felt a pang of relief. Enough. This is not the time for bickering. Elder Zhao scrutinized Songqi with keen interest, as if seeking to uncover some brilliance within him. Apart from being handsome, he seems to possess little else. Song-Chi, did you personally oversee the modifications of this aircraft? Elder Zhao's authoritative voice rang out. As the most senior figure present, his words commanded immediate silence. Gazing at the kindly old man before him, Song-Chi suddenly comprehended that this elder was the focal point of today's aerospace military exercise. If he could impress him, perhaps he could avoid a grim fate. Yes, Chief, Song-Chi managed to nod, his voice trembling. It was an oversight on my part that led to this mistake. My family has always struggled. My father instilled in me the values of responsibility from a young age. Everyone depends on me for support, and if I face imprisonment, my entire family could starve. Tears welled up in Song-Chi's eyes as he conveyed his plight. His heartfelt performance struck a chord with Elder Zhao and Elder Lu. Invoking their sympathy, having risen from humble beginnings themselves, they understood the arduous journey to success. Observing Song-Chi, the expressions of those present softened considerably. Zhou Yonghui, however, sensed something amiss as he watched Song-Chi's emotional display, but could not pinpoint the discrepancy. Do not worry, young Song. We are not here to accuse you. We merely wish to learn more about your remarkable modifications to this aircraft. You will not face imprisonment. Elder Lu reassured him, gently patting Song-Chi on the shoulder. Why didn't you say so earlier? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Song-Chi's countenance transformed completely upon realizing they were not there to condemn him. As he relaxed, the researchers surrounding him broke into warm smiles, pleased to encounter such an earnest and talented young man, the creator of a super fighter jet for the nation. Young Song, your modifications to this fighter jet are quite impressive. It must have cost a considerable sum, Elder Zhao remarked with a smile, though his words were laced with an intent to probe. A cunning old fox like Zhao, with a keen instinct for inquiry, knew precisely how to elicit unguarded responses from Song-Chi. The expenses? Well, it shouldn't be too exorbitant. Approximately 5 million? 5 million. Elder Zhao's smile faltered. Young Song, do not attempt to deceive this old man. While our nation's Air Force may have a limited budget, we are generous in research funding. Rest assured, you need not worry about overspending. At this moment, old Zhao still believed that Song-Chi harbored some suspicion towards him and casually fabricated a number to placate himself. It is worth noting that the funding allocated for the J-20 research at the Tianjin Research Institute is calculated in the hundreds of billions of dollars. The new type of fighter jet modified by Song-Chi is far more advanced than the J-20. Spending a few hundred million or even tens of billions is entirely reasonable. As for 5 million, let's not kid ourselves. That might barely cover the cost of refurbishment, insufficient even to purchase a single apartment in the imperial capital. Report, Chief. Indeed, it cost only 5 million. Song-Chi scratched his head, earnestly explaining, the alloy on the aircraft's exterior was custom-made in collaboration with a military factory. I provided a proportion, and they produced it in a couple of days. As for the radar, information interference, and automated systems, I could install those myself without incurring significant expenses. The primary expenditure was on the aerospace engine of the aircraft. The J-8 engine was frankly unsightly. I made a few modifications, which cost a little over 2 million, and finally got it sorted out. All things considered, 5 million was a bit much. At this moment, old Zhao, old Lu, a host of academicians, and even the layman Dang Jiangwo and Zhou Yonghui were utterly bewildered. Such an advanced fighter jet? 5 million? Did it truly come to fruition? Is this even humanly possible? Reflecting on the hundreds of billions spent on the J-20, old Zhao felt utterly deflated. Isn't that so? Old Lu still found it hard to believe and instinctively inquired. Is this alloy genuinely produced by our dragon country? The cost of developing such an alloy must be in the billions at the very least. Billions? Song-Chi's face lit up with incredulity. Do you truly believe I am a wealthy heir? If you don't believe me, go check the records at the Shijing Iron and Steel Factory. I still have the order forms. Spending billions on an alloy would simply be throwing money away. Old Lu replied. If that were the case, then the entirety of the dragon country would hardly be free of foolish expenditures. A wave of mixed emotions washed over the group of academicians, leaving them quite uncomfortable. It was the first time old Zhao experienced a feeling of being intellectually crushed, his emotions tumultuous. Xiao Song, this new fighter jet has consumed countless efforts and sleepless nights of yours. I, Zhao Kachin, on behalf of all research personnel in the dragon country, express my highest respect for you. Old Zhao, uncertain of how to commend Song-Chi for his contributions to aerospace, could only convey his admiration in this manner. Upon hearing this, Song-Chi, scratching his head in confusion, replied, Oh no, old Zhao, that's not necessary. I only modified the jet for 7 days. It really didn't take much effort. Everyone present was left speechless. At this moment, Old Zhao was so exasperated he felt he could hardly speak to Song Qi. He reminisced about the years he had spent, over a decade, dedicated to tackling challenges, and sighed, "Forget it, don't dwell on it. This is infuriating. I have poured my entire life's work into this, and this kid managed to accomplish it in a week, utterly outshining me. I really want to strangle this brat." Seeing that no one was speaking, Song Qi thought he had misspoken and couldn't help but mutter softly, "What's so unusual about this? I thought everyone could do this." An even more peculiar silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, old Zhao's voice finally emerged slowly. "Xiao Song, if you can't speak properly, it would be best to say less." "Yes, no one thinks of you as mute." Old Lu immediately chimed in. Chapter 9. You are the worst group of academicians I have ever mentored. Xiao Song, what are the specific properties of the alloy used for this fighter jet's exterior? "I don't have a metal analysis instrument on hand," he continued, "but this alloy can even shield electromagnetic signals. That's exceedingly impressive. It might even surpass the coating used on the F-22. Beside him, Old Lu reached out, gently caressing the jet's exterior while quietly inquiring. Old Lu, being a top expert in the field of aerospace materials, had previously received the Dragon Country Science Progress Medal for his outstanding contributions to aerospace materials. Yet even this titan of aerospace materials was utterly envious of the alloy created by Song Qi. It is well known that the F-22 Raptor of the Free Nation is said to be more expensive than its weight in gold, largely due to its highly advanced stealth materials. This made its production costs exorbitantly high. However, the alloy presented by Song Qi, in terms of stealth capability, could undoubtedly outshine the F-22 by a considerable margin. Should the secrets behind this material be unveiled, it would undoubtedly propel the aerospace material science in the Dragon Country forward by decades. Upon hearing Old Lu's question, Song Qi did not hold back. He candidly replied, "This alloy has a Mohs hardness value of about 14 hm, an impact strength of level 13, and a metal yield limit of 2500 MPa. Additionally, it employs a honeycomb hole design perfectly capable of absorbing electromagnetic signals." In that instant, the room fell into an eerie silence. The only sounds were the nervous swallowing of a group of researchers. Seeing the somber expressions on everyone's faces, Zhou Yonghui couldn't help but mutter, "Why is it all in the teens? The metal yield limit is the only impressive one." "Shut up." Old Lu nearly lost his temper, almost slapping Zhou Yonghui. After a long while, he finally managed to calm himself. "You don't understand what you're talking about. These three values represent the most crucial properties of metals. You must realize that the maximum hardness and impact strength in human society currently only reach level 10. This means that the metal manufactured by Song Qi, in both hardness and toughness, can outclass every material on this planet. This material could even withstand a nuclear blast." Old Lu roared like an enraged lion. "Oh wow." Zhou Yonghui finally grasped the magnitude of this material's capabilities. "All right, brother, I admit, my voice may have been a bit too loud earlier." Seeing Old Lu's reaction, Song Qi felt a bit embarrassed and waved his hand, humbly saying, "Oh, Old Lu, it's not as remarkable as you say. The main issue is that the cost is too high. I can hardly afford it." "Costly?" Old Lu nodded silently. "High costs are expected. The F-22 of the Free Nation, with its thin layer of coating, costs several tens of millions of dollars. A material like Song Qi's could easily fetch tens of thousands of dollars per gram, making it a trivial expense. Xiao Song, as researchers, we must be willing to invest. Speak boldly about your expenses. Your Uncle Lu will reimburse you." "Really?" Song Qi perked up, his eyes filled with delight. "This metal is exceedingly expensive. A ton would cost at least $100,000. "Yes, $100,000. That's still relatively cheap." Old Lu nodded subtly. "Wait, a ton? What unit is that? Do you think we're selling sand? Charged by the ton? Why not?" Song Qi blinked his innocent eyes and continued. "The main reason is that the outer coating is designed with a honeycomb structure. If we remove that design, the cost should be controllable at around $70,000. Old Lu was taken aback, looking at Song Qi's clear yet slightly foolish eyes, feeling as if the boy were mocking him. Yet, he found himself unable to provide any evidence. Oh, how frustrating. After some time to gather his thoughts, Old Lu finally got a grip on his feelings. What exactly does this honeycomb design mean? The honeycomb design entails creating hollow honeycomb shapes on the metal surface using micron technology, utilizing the principles of electromagnetic wave refraction. For the next 10 minutes, various design concepts, previously unheard of by Old Lu, flowed from Song Qi's lips like a machine gun. Old Lu interrupted Song Qi several times, but ultimately remained bewildered by the technicalities of Song Qi's explanations. What on earth is he talking about? I have dedicated my entire life to research, yet here I stand before Song Qi, feeling as lost as a blind man. The old Lu was on the verge of collapse. Observing Lu's bewildered expression, Song-Chi sighed quietly, akin to a teacher witnessing the struggles of a student. Can you truly not grasp such a simple principle? If you cannot comprehend this, how will you ever understand the subsequent design concepts? Oh, never mind. I shall compile the specific principles and ideas and send them to you shortly. Upon hearing this, Lu's face lit up with joy, but it was fleeting, as the smile quickly froze on his face. An academician, and yet unable to understand such basics, Lu felt as if a steel dagger had been plunged into his heart. It was unbearably painful. What left Lu speechless was that this young lad, Song-Chi, appeared to possess the ability to say such things with conviction. Here he was, a distinguished recipient of the highest honors in the Dragon Kingdom, reduced to a mere student unworthy of respect. Nevertheless, the thought of acquiring this alloy technology alleviated Lu's discontent somewhat, as long as he could obtain the technology. Enduring a few jibes from younger peers was a small price to pay. After all, Old Li and Old Han would give anything for this opportunity. For the next few hours, the assembly of academicians surrounded Song-Chi, akin to elementary students seeking guidance from a teacher, each eager to pose their questions. With each response from Song-Chi, they fervently scribbled notes. Despite the diverse inquiries, Song-Chi remained patient, addressing each one in turn. However, it seemed that this cohort of academicians struggled with comprehension. No matter how Song-Chi elucidated the concepts, they remained perplexed, and, at times, he felt exasperated enough to bluntly declare, "You are undoubtedly the most inept group of academicians I have ever encountered." Yet, several senior academicians continued to meticulously jot down his words, leaving Song-Chi utterly speechless. Little did he realize that his offhand remarks today would, in the future, become prophetic. At this moment, Deng Jiangwo and Zhou Yonghui exchanged incredulous glances, unsure of how to respond to the absurdity before them. A group of academicians, so earnestly seeking advice from a newly appointed researcher, dared not retort even when scolded. Was this a reality? Was Song-Chi truly that formidable? The two men sensed the emergence of a future research giant of the Dragon Kingdom, right before their eyes, and they were mere witnesses to this ascent. 2 hours later, when Song-Chi placed a hefty stack of documents into the hands of old Zhao, the latter trembled with excitement. For researchers like Zhao and Lu, the pinnacle of their aspirations was to ensure that the efforts of their generation would elevate the Dragon Kingdom's fighter jets to surpass those of the free nations, establishing their dominance on Blue Planet. Now, the blueprints and comprehensive data for the world's most formidable fighter jet lay within his grasp. How could Zhao possibly contain his exhilaration? He solemnly stowed the documents in his briefcase, then turned his gaze to Song-Chi, his eyes fixed with the intensity of a beast that had not eaten for 3 days, spotting its prey. Not only Zhao, but the entire assembly of academicians looked upon Song-Chi with fervor. With a talent like Song-Chi in their midst, the rise of the Dragon Kingdom's military industry was imminent. "Why do you both gaze at me like that? I'm not your wife," Song-Chi exclaimed, feeling unnerved by Zhao's intense scrutiny. Upon hearing this, Zhao burst into laughter. "Ha ha, little Song, you're far more pleasing to the eye than my wife. I find you agreeable in every way." A large question mark seemed to hover above Song-Chi's head. Old Zhao appeared rather unorthodox. "Little Song," Zhao continued, noticing Song-Chi's peculiar expression, "would you be interested in joining our Tianjin Research Institute? I assure you, the moment you arrive, I will appoint you as the chief researcher, and you can write your own salary." He added with a smirk, "If you're not satisfied, I happen to have a granddaughter who is quite—" Hey, old Zhao, cease this at once." Old Lu interjected, sensing the situation had taken a turn. "What are you doing, trying to poach someone? You said if Little Song returned to Tianjin, you would take his surname. Besides, do you really think a young talent like Little Song would be interested in your granddaughter, who is as thin as a bamboo pole? Honestly, Little Song, come here, come to Uncle Lu. I have a granddaughter who resembles Lin Wanqing." Lu continued, "And let us be clear, the Dragon Kingdom is not solely represented by Tianjin. My Dragon Scale Materials Research Institute is equally outstanding. Listen, I will take charge. If you come to my Dragon Scale Institute, you will immediately assume the position of Deputy Director. I will strive to get you into the Academy of Sciences in 3 years, and aim for your retirement in 5. What do you say?" Lu was resolute. He would not allow someone as promising as Song-Chi to be snatched away by Zhao, though Zhao held a slightly higher status in the Dragon Kingdom. When faced with a prodigy like Song-Chi, Lu cast aside all reservations and boldly pursued him. "Old Lu, have some dignity. Little Song is a fighter jet designer, while your Dragon Scale Institute focuses on materials, 2 entirely different realms. How dare you try to steal him?" Zhao retorted, his beard bristling with indignation. If not for his age, he would have gladly exchanged blows with Lu. What if I'm shameless? Who says little Song doesn't want to join us at Dragon Scale? Who dictates that he must spend his life designing fighter jets? Lu shot back without hesitation. Your granddaughter is hardly a match for little Song. Weighing in like a tiger tank. Perhaps little Song has a particular taste. Little Song, Zhao quickly interjected, gripping Song Qi's hand tightly. Don't listen to this old fool. Come to Tianjin, and I will retire this year. Old Lu, unwilling to concede, seized Song Qi's other hand, pulling him toward himself. Little Song, you're still young. Don't let this old man deceive you. Join my Dragon Scale Institute, where all the researchers are young women, and they wear tights in the lab. Thus, the two titans of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific community tugged at Song Qi, each unwilling to yield an inch, as if they were merely two elderly men haggling in a marketplace. Witnessing the spectacle, Deng Zhangwo and Zhou Yonghui were utterly astonished. They knew that both Tianjin and Dragon Scale were among the most prestigious research institutes in the Dragon Kingdom. Tianjin was renowned for its fighter jet development, while Dragon Scale was the undisputed leader in military material science. Both institutes were revered as sanctuaries for researchers. Every researcher within their ranks could be deemed a national hero. Rumor had it that being accepted into either institute was tantamount to becoming a half-academician. Yet here were the most authoritative directors of these esteemed institutions, vying for a relatively inexperienced researcher who had only recently graduated. What an absurdity! At this moment, Song Qi was not in the mood to savor this delightful dilemma. He felt as though he might be torn in half by these two old men. Old Zhao, old Lu, please let go. I can barely breathe. Upon hearing this, Zhao and Lu finally relinquished their grip, though their eyes remained locked in wary contention. Little Song, have you made up your mind? Which research institute will you join? In unison, the two scientific giants asked, their voices harmonizing in anticipation. Song Qi rubbed his sore arms and scratched his head, only to announce a decision that left everyone astonished. Old Zhao, old Lu, I'm not going anywhere. I have decided to stay at the Third Institute. As these words left his lips, all present fell into a stupor. What was happening? Had Song Qi lost his mind? Why would he forsake the prestigious Tianjin and Longlin to remain in a desolate place like the Third Institute? Old Zhao paused for a moment before speaking. Have you truly thought this through? The research environment at the Third Institute pales in comparison to that of Tianjin. Indeed, come to Longlin. The conditions here are utterly inadequate. Your talent should not languish in such a place. Seeing both esteemed figures express their concerns, the head of the Third Institute, Deng Zhangwo, dared not voice any objections. After all, who was he to stand against two towering figures? Both of you. I'm not acting on impulse. The more relaxed atmosphere at the Third Institute is far more conducive to inspiring my creativity. If I were to go to Tianjin or Longlin, it would take me at least half a year just to adapt to the new environment. During that time, how much could I contribute to our nation? Song Qi explained with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, old Zhao and old Lu fell into deep contemplation. After what felt like an eternity, they both sighed in unison. This was Song Qi's decision, and they had little to say in opposition. After all, it was he who had developed groundbreaking new fighter jets at the Third Institute. To think that a mere change of environment could render him ordinary would be a tremendous loss. Very well, your uncle Zhao supports your decision, but remember, the doors of Tianjin will always remain open for you, old Zhao declared with sudden gravity, and Longlin will forever welcome you. Old Lu promptly echoed. Chapter 11 is this Song Qi's dossier? An hour later, Song Qi, feeling exhausted, requested to return home for some rest. Such an impudent display would typically lead old Zhao and old Lu to deem any other young individual as lacking in manners. Yet in the case of Song Qi, the two elders only found the youth's carefree spirit reminiscent of their own youthful exuberance. Once Song Qi departed, old Zhao retrieved the comprehensive dossier on the new fighter jet that Song Qi had provided, a grin spreading across his face like a blooming chrysanthemum. Old Zhao, with this, Tianjin will undoubtedly reap great rewards by fortuitously acquiring a fighter jet that surpasses even the 6th generation. If we manage to produce it, I dare say next year's highest scientific award will surely be yours. Old Lu remarked, his tone tinged with envy as he observed old Zhao's elation. Why am I not so fortunate? Old Zhao shot old Lu a sidelong glance, chiding him playfully, you old rascal, just revel in your own luck. Song Qi's mere exterior metallic materials for the aircraft are enough for your research institute to study for years. At this, the gathered academicians burst into hearty laughter, clearly in high spirits. To speak candidly, The fact that Song-Chi entrusted them with such confidential information took everyone by surprise. With this data, they could advance reverse engineering to elevate the aerospace technology of the Dragon Nation by a staggering 30 years. Moreover, the dossier included design blueprints for the new fighter jet. This meant that even if they did not fully comprehend many of the technologies now, they could still build the new fighter jet solely based on the blueprints. This was an unimaginable enhancement for the combat capabilities of the Dragon Nation's Air Force. For Old Zhao and Old Lu, the most scarce resource was in fact time. Given a few more years, they would undoubtedly witness the Dragon Nation's military industry take flight. With this thought, Old Zhao felt rejuvenated, brimming with boundless ambition. Our new fighter jet production line must be expedited. To guard a treasure trove without excavating it is tantamount to committing a crime. Colonel Deng, quickly, transport this aircraft to the Tianjin experimental facility in the capital. We have no time to waste. Yes, Colonel Deng had never seen Old Zhao so fervent, promptly saluting with utmost seriousness. Look at Old Zhao, buried in obligations, yet still as impatient as a young lad. Such haste could jeopardize research. Old Lu couldn't resist teasing. Old Zhao's expression darkened at once, retorting coldly, very well. Since Academician Lu is not in a rush, we shall keep this prototype for another year or so for research. After all, it seems you do not appreciate this level of technology. Wait, my apologies, Old Zhao. I was merely jesting. Please ensure that the metal shell of the fighter jet is sent to Longlin at the earliest opportunity. Forgive my raised voice, he said hurriedly. In an instant, everyone erupted into laughter, the atmosphere brimming with joy. Suddenly, Colonel Deng seemed to recall something, interrupting the buoyant atmosphere. Old Zhao, Old Lu. Here is the complete dossier on Song-Chi. I refrained from presenting it while he was here. Now, do you wish to take a look? As they glanced at the dossier wrapped in craft paper, Old Zhao and Old Lu exchanged a knowing look, realizing they had not even reviewed Song-Chi's background. According to protocol, they were required to ascertain that Song-Chi was not a spy before meeting him. However, in their eagerness, they had completely overlooked this matter. But could Song-Chi truly be a spy? The very notion seemed absurd. Spies typically sought to steal military secrets, not assist in transforming new fighter jets. If spies were indeed this capable, Old Zhao and Old Lu would gladly welcome 100, no 1,000 of them. Let's take a look. It will be beneficial to learn more about our nation's future prodigy, Old Zhao said with a smile, then took the craft paper envelope and began to peruse it. In the next moment, a large question mark floated above Old Zhao's head. Colonel Deng, are you certain this document is accurate? Colonel Deng wiped his brow, explaining, no mistake here. This is indeed Song-Chi's dossier. Wait, this lad is the only son of the chairman of Wui Heavy Industries? Goodness. Wui Heavy Industries ranks among the top 10 enterprises in the Dragon Nation, boasting assets exceeding $1 trillion. Half of Shijing belongs to his family. This Song-Chi is, in fact, a top-tier rich second generation. Suddenly, the image of Song-Chi tearfully recounting his tragic family history flashed before everyone's eyes, creating a dissonance that was hard to reconcile. How can you call that a humble background? Spare me the sob story. This Song-Chi is nothing short of an emotional con artist, preying on the affections of the elderly. At that moment, Old Zhao felt an overwhelming absurdity wash over him. Beside him, Old Lu, noticing Old Zhao's bewilderment, swiftly snatched the dossier from his hands. Upon reading the section detailing Song-Chi's romantic history, 3 conspicuous characters leapt out. Lin Wanqing. What the? I was just saying how much her granddaughter resembles Lin Wanqing. This brat actually has Lin Wanqing as his girlfriend. And not only that, but she pursued him for 2 years. Is there any justice in the world? Is there any law? At that moment, even Old Zhao and Old Lu began to feel a twinge of imbalance. Why was it that Song-Chi, possessing a face that could captivate countless young women, was also blessed with wealth and genius in research? To top it off, he was dating Lin Wanqing. Did Nuwa consider the feelings of ordinary people when she crafted him? Should I take charge if you are incapable of managing it? Oh, how infuriating. Sigh. Lu Lao quietly set down the documents, releasing a long exhale. Had he known, he would have refrained from reading. The more he read, the more irate he became. Beside him, Zhao Lao nodded in agreement. Although both were renowned scientists of the Dragon Nation, lacking for nothing in financial means, they understood the profound implications behind the 4 characters of Wui Heavy Industries. A genius like Song-Chi was destined to soar to great heights, while they, as 2 old fossils, would inevitably serve as mere embellishments to his brilliance. Yet, Both knew that being a compliment to Song Chi was not a source of sorrow. Rather, it was likely to be the most radiant moment of their lives. Old Zhao, since young Song is unwilling to join our research institute, do give General Wang a call. Such a talent must not be neglected. Chapter 12. Surely this ISNTA sci-fi film? Northwest Military District, Air Force Command Office. A loud telephone ring echoed through the room. Wang Jinlong, the commander of the Air Force, answered the call. Hello, this is Wang Jinlong. His voice was exceptionally steady, instilling a sense of reliability. Young Wang, it's me. Old Zhao Kachin, came the voice from the other end. Oh, Zhao Lao, what instructions do you have? Wang Jinlong, adorned with 2 gold stars on his military uniform, held considerable authority within the Northwest Military District. Yet, in the presence of Zhao Kachin, an elder who had made remarkable contributions to the scientific endeavors of the Dragon Nation, he felt profound respect. Thus, he did not find it inappropriate when Zhao Lao referred to him as Young Wang. Youth Wang, I'm calling to congratulate you. Your Northwest Military District has truly stumbled upon a treasure. I never anticipated that our Tianjin Research Institute's years of effort on the 6th-generation fighter would be utterly obliterated by a mere junior researcher in your military district. Zhao Lao spoke rapidly, leaving Wang Jinlong utterly bewildered. What on earth had transpired? How could the commander of the Air Force be so uninformed? Zhao Lao, please slow down. I am struggling to comprehend your meaning. What does the 6th-generation fighter have to do with our Northwest Military District? The more I listen, the more perplexed I become. Zhao Lao's voice returned. Of course, it is related. This 6th-generation fighter was concocted by a young chap named Song Chi from your district's 3rd Research Institute. It was astonishingly powerful. In just 90 seconds, it dismantled 9J-11BS and 1J-20. What? Wang Jinlong slammed his hand on the desk, so excited that he stood up. But then, a sense of doubt crept in. How could such an advanced fighter be solely developed by a minor research institute? Wang Jinlong's mind shifted, suspecting Zhao Lao might be jesting with him. Zhao Lao, please do not tease me. I know the capabilities of my subordinate research institutes. If such talent existed, I, as the Air Force commander, would gladly let him take my position. Ha ha ha. Zhao Lao laughed heartily. Well then, you should retire early and let young Song take your place. With his talent, he could certainly manage a role, don't you think, old Lu? To Wang Jinlong's surprise, Lu Lao's voice chimed in. Young Wang, you must absolutely ensure that young Song is well taken care of. He is a treasure of our Dragon Nation. Even if we 2 old fossils were to perish, he must not come to harm. Do you understand? Huh? Wang Jinlong stood bewildered as the 2 scientific giants exchanged banter. If it were only one person, he might suspect Zhao Lao was mocking him, but with Lu Lao joining in, it seemed improbable that both eminent figures of the Dragon Nation's scientific community would conspire to amuse themselves at his expense. Zhao Lao, Lu Lao, what on earth is happening? Could it be that Song Chi has truly developed the 6th-generation fighter? Until this moment, Wang Jinlong remained skeptical. Come now, young Wang, why would we deceive you? I will send a video to your email. You will understand once you see it. After saying this, Zhao Lao hung up the phone. As the busy signal buzzed in Wang Jinlong's ear, he felt dazed. What was happening? The sudden influx of happiness? A subordinate researcher had quietly developed a 6th-generation fighter? This seemed too fantastical. Ding! The sound of a computer notification rang out. Wang Jinlong hurriedly opened his email, revealing a video sent by Zhao Lao. As he clicked on it, an aircraft with an extraordinarily striking design, entirely silver gray, with 4 engines cleverly concealed in its belly, filled his screen. The futuristic aesthetic of the fighter captivated him, and he found himself unable to tear his gaze away. As the video progressed, scenes from the morning's events at the Air Force Base unfolded. When Wang Jinlong witnessed the fighter's vertical takeoff, his fists clenched instinctively. As the commander of the Air Force, he was acutely aware of the prestige associated with vertical takeoff and landing capabilities. When the footage showed the fighter ascending at an astonishing speed, he slammed his fist onto the desk, his expression filled with excitement, as if he were witnessing the event live. However, as the video continued, one astonishing revelation after another shattered Wang Jinlong's understanding. A cruising altitude of 24,000 meters, a free cruise speed of 6 Mach, defeating 10 opponents in a mere 90 seconds. He was left dumbfounded. Good heavens, this surely cannot be a science fiction film. This remarkably advanced fighter was truly created by a mere junior researcher under my command? This is not just a fighter jet. It is my military merit badge. Song Chi is not merely a researcher. He is my rebirth, my living ancestor. Guards, quickly, prepare a vehicle to the Air Force airport, and ensure it is swift. Wang Jinlong donned his coat and dashed outside, a line of guards hurrying after him. Half an hour later, a verdant military SUV screeched to a halt on the Air Force Base runway. Where is Song-Chi? Where is he? Even before stepping out of the vehicle, Wang Jinlong's deep voice boomed from within. Deng Zhangwo, upon seeing the high-ranking commander arrive, hurried forward to meet him. Deng Zhangwo, what are you blocking my way for? I am searching for the great contributor of our Northwest Military District. Step aside. Report, Commander. Deng Zhangwo saluted respectfully and stated, Song-Chi, having exhausted himself, has already returned to rest. Exhausted? Resting? Wang Jinlong's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. Deng Zhangwo, what on earth are you doing? How could you not take proper care of a prodigious talent like young Song? And now he is this fatigued. If anything were to happen to him, I will hold you accountable. At that moment, facing Wang Jinlong's reprimand, Deng Zhangwo felt on the verge of tears. What kind of situation was this? He hadn't forced Song-Chi to tire himself out. The lad had simply gone off to sleep. But in the presence of Wang Jinlong, Deng Zhangwo dared not retort, merely nodding silently. Beside them, Zhao Lao and Lu Lao watched the scene unfold, bursting into hearty laughter. Commander Wang, we cannot pry Song-Chi away from you. He must remain in the Northwest Military District. You must nurture him well. We cannot let this talent go to waste. Zhao Lao said with a grin. Rest assured. Zhao Lao. Wang Jinlong quickly patted his chest in assurance. As long as Song-Chi is with us in the Northwest Military District, he will receive the utmost priority in resources available to the military district. Deng Zhangwo, immediately elevate Song-Chi's confidentiality and security levels to the highest tier. Every request from Song-Chi must be met with utmost diligence. If he exhibits even the slightest anomaly, report to me without delay. Do you understand? Understood. Deng Zhangwo replied promptly. It was evident that Wang Jinlong's declaration reflected a deep-seated regard for Song-Chi. With Wang Jinlong's protection, Song-Chi would not only avoid being marginalized in the Northwest Military District, but would likely command a certain prominence. Contemplating this, the two elders finally allowed a glimmer of satisfaction to grace their faces. Is this the new fighter jet? Wang Jinlong's gaze briefly fell upon the state-of-the-art aircraft behind the crowd, and in that fleeting moment, he found himself utterly captivated. Magnificent. Is simply breathtaking. Chapter 13. The genealogy begins with you. Days later, within the confines of the Third Research Institute, Deng Zhangwo pondered over Song-Chi's dossier, grappling with a conundrum. How should he assign Song-Chi's tasks? After several days of contemplation, Deng Zhangwo had yet to devise a satisfactory solution. In his estimation, a talent of Song-Chi's caliber ought to be engaged with the Tianjin, rather than languishing at the Third Institute. This establishment, while respectable within the Northwest Military District, paled in comparison to the leading research institutions across Longguo. The projects typically undertaken here revolved around outdated helicopters, maintenance of early warning aircraft, and refurbishing fighter jets, none of which could provide an appropriate role for Song-Chi. Moreover, Wang Jinlong's parting admonition weighed heavily on him. Under no circumstances should Song-Chi be overworked. He had insisted that Deng Zhangwo must find a way to retain Song-Chi within the Northwest Military District, ensuring he was not poached by other military regions. This predicament left Deng Zhangwo in quite a bind. After several days of ruminating, a flicker of inspiration finally ignited in Deng Zhangwo's mind. Knock, knock, knock. A voice echoed from outside the office door. Before Deng Zhangwo could respond, Song-Chi boldly entered, plopping down onto the sofa. Director, did you need something? Yes. Deng Zhangwo nodded and continued. During your recent demonstration of our modification skills in front of Elder Zhao and Elder Lu, I realized that such a remarkable talent should not go to waste. Recently, the Institute has received a nearly decommissioned armed helicopter. Although the organization deems it unsuitable for the current military environment, it is far from being scrapped. Hence, I hope you can take on this task. In Longguo, military equipment has a designated service life, and all gear undergoes regular inspections. Equipment that is outdated and cannot adapt to modern military standards is withdrawn from active service. Some of it is exported overseas and becomes favored by foreign interests, while a significant portion is relegated to storage. Many of these items still hold substantial value and are often refurbished for local use, thus serving their final purpose. The third factory primarily undertakes such endeavors. Upon hearing about the task, Song-Chi's excitement was palpable, his hands rubbing together in eager anticipation. He had been feeling rather idle lately. For some reason, he sensed that the personnel at the Third Institute had been regarding him with peculiar expressions, particularly Zhou Yonghui, whose excessive friendliness had even caused Song-Chi to question his colleague's sexual orientation. Rest assured, Chief, I guarantee the completion of the task, Song Chi declared, thumping his chest confidently. Hold on, don't be too quick to agree. I haven't detailed the specifics yet. Deng Jiangwo took a sip of tea and continued. This modification is intended for the Shijing Fire Department to create a helicopter for mountain fire rescue. It need not be equipped with any weaponry. It simply requires durability and reliability. Song Chi nodded enthusiastically. Sound great. I am well versed in this. Intrigued, Deng Jiangwo inquired. Have you modified aircraft before? Or worked with a fire brigade? Neither. Song Chi replied earnestly. While I may not be familiar with firefighting, I am quite adept at starting fires. When I was a child visiting my grandfather's grave, I accidentally set the mound ablaze, much to my father's dismay. A large question mark floated above Deng Jiangwo's head. Is there a logical connection between those two things? And you burned your grandfather's grave? What were you so pleased about? Do you wish to infuriate your father? Deng Jiangwo shook his head in disbelief. The thought process of a genius certainly diverges from that of ordinary folk. Chief, are there any specific requirements for this modified rescue helicopter? Specific requirements? Deng Jiangwo scratched his head. First and foremost, it must have a substantial water capacity. Secondly, energy efficiency should be optimized, as the helicopter will need to make multiple trips for water retrieval, which can be quite fuel-intensive. Lastly, it must be rugged and durable, capable of handling various hazardous fire situations. As for the rest, you can modify as you see fit, but don't go too far off the mark. Understood? Understood. Song Chi affirmed, his expression radiating confidence. Observing Song Chi's eyes, Deng Jiangwo felt an unexplainable sense of unease. The last time he had tasked him with refurbishing 8J8, this young man had produced a sixth-generation fighter. Who knew what unforeseen surprises Song Chi might conjure up this time? However, Deng Jiangwo reassured himself, after all, it was merely a firefighting helicopter. Even if Song Chi possessed extraordinary talents, how much mischief could he really create? With that thought, Deng Jiangwo's anxieties finally subsided. By the way, Xiao Song, Deng Jiangwo suddenly recalled something, retrieving an exquisitely crafted small box from his drawer. Upon opening the box, it revealed a finely crafted military medal alongside a shoulder insignia adorned with 2 stripes and a star. Comrade Song Chi, in recognition of your outstanding contributions to the development of Longguo's fighter jets, the organization has decided to award you a first-class merit medal and the rank of major. With that, Deng Jiangwo solemnly presented the medal and insignia to Song Chi. As Song Chi gazed at the medal resting on his chest, he blinked in astonishment. Even someone as irreverent as he could feel the weight of the honor. A first-class merit, a personal one, no less. Most importantly, he had earned it while standing on his own 2 feet. This living first-class merit must be the pinnacle of glory that every soldier in Longguo dreams of. If he were to return home, his name would undoubtedly be placed ahead of his father's in the family genealogy. Ha ha ha, what are you grinning about? Deng Jiangwo shot a mock glare at Song Chi, though his eyes betrayed no hint of reproach, only affection. Song Chi was undoubtedly his most capable general, and any favoritism shown was well-deserved. I wasn't smiling. Chief, do you think I could use this first-class merit to place my name ahead of my father's in the genealogy? You. Deng Jiangwo affectionately chided. Not only could you place your name ahead, but with this first-class merit, you could even start the genealogy with your name. Wow, how impressive. Without hesitation, Song Chi pulled out his phone and began typing rapidly on WeChat. What sort of aircraft are you scheming now? Deng Jiangwo chuckled ingest. I'm asking my father if I can have my name listed alongside my grandfather's in the genealogy, now that I've earned a first-class merit while alive. What do you think he'll say? What will he say? Deng Jiangwo, intrigued, pressed for an answer. He said, as long as I can earn a first-class merit, he would be willing to recognize me as his father. Ha ha, then let us do it. Your father is coming. In the next moment, Song Chi swiftly snapped a photo of the merit medal and sent it off. However, what awaited him was an eerie silence. Huh, why isn't he replying? As soon as Song Chi sent another message, a startling exclamation mark quietly appeared on the screen. Time appeared to freeze in that very moment. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped from Deng Jiangwo as he finally managed to restrain himself. Chapter 14. Forcing Lin Wanqing to shoot a kiss scene? Little Song, do you have any difficulties at work? Feel free to share them with me. I'll do my utmost to assist you. Deng Jiangwo suppressed his laughter, took a sip of tea, and spoke slowly. Although Song Chi's behavior was eccentric, he was undeniably a genius, and Deng Jiangwo's indulgence towards him was evident. Difficulties at work? Song Chi scratched his head, contemplating for a moment before finally mustering the courage to speak, albeit somewhat bashfully. Chief, I see that engineers often have assistants who help them with tasks, like wearing silk and giving massages. When will I get one too? The girl in the office across from mine, the one who's about 7 meters tall and wears frameless glasses while donning silk, seems quite splendid. Without an assistant, I find it challenging to carry out much of my work. Are you certain you desire an assistant? Deng Jiangwo raised an eyebrow. You should keep your drool in check. I can clearly hear the scheming in your mind from afar. He shot a speechless glare at Song Qi, but chose not to expose his frivolous intentions. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, most engineers in the research institute had assistants to facilitate their work. Given Song Qi's contributions and talents for Longguo, it seemed unreasonable not to provide him with one. But what kind of assistant should be assigned to this mischievous Song Qi if he were to receive a female assistant? One could only imagine the antics that would ensue. No, that simply wouldn't he do. A suitable candidate must be chosen. In a moment of clarity, a figure unexpectedly surfaced in Deng Jiangwo's mind. Oh, how could I have forgotten about her? His expression brightened as he solidified his decision. Ahem, little Song. I've thought it over, and indeed, I should arrange an assistant for you. How about this? You return to work for now, and in a couple of days, I will have your assistant report to you. How does that sound? Is she tall? Song Qi blinked eagerly. Deng Jiangwo pondered briefly before affirmatively replying, yes. Taller than I am. It's rare to find anyone in our institute with longer legs. Wow. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Song Qi leaped up, exuberantly grasping Deng Jiangwo's hand and gesticulating animatedly, resembling a jubilant monkey. Ding dong. Just then, a WeChat notification chimed from Song Qi's phone. He picked up the device to find a message from Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing doesn't eat celery. Darling, are you there? I have something I would like to discuss with you. Do you have time? Regaining his composure, Song Qi quickly replied, I'm here. What is the matter? Lin Wanqing doesn't eat celery. I just had a huge argument with the director. I might lose my job now. Observing Song Qi engrossed in his messaging, Deng Jiangwo refrained from interrupting and instead settled back into his chair, patiently waiting. Little Song expressed delivery. What happened? Why did you argue with the director? In the entertainment industry, the most influential figures are not necessarily the big-name stars, but rather the directors and producers. Even a star of Lin Wanqing's caliber often has to tread carefully around powerful directors. A slight misstep could lead to her being blacklisted. After all, there are countless beautiful women in the world. Why would they choose to support someone who isn't obedient? Lin Wanqing doesn't eat celery. Exactly. That director Li Gang wanted me to shoot a kiss scene with a male star, and I refused. He flew into a rage on set, accusing me of lacking professionalism and even threatened to blacklist me. Upon reading this, Song Qi finally grasped the situation, his fists clenching in anger. Forcing his woman to shoot a kiss scene and threatening to blacklist Lin Wanqing? This Li Gang was quite audacious. Little Song expressed delivery. This Li Gang, he needs to be taught a lesson, doesn't he? Lin Wanqing doesn't eat celery. Forget it, forget it. Don't get angry, Song Qi. It's not worth it. I can simply not participate in the film. This is unacceptable. You've worked so hard to seize this opportunity. Transitioning from a television star to a film star is a lifelong dream for many actresses. How can you simply give up? I'm calling my husband right now. On the other end, although Lin Wanqing's eyes brimmed with unshed tears of grievance, she still shook her head quietly. Forget it, my dear. You've finally distanced yourself from wooey heavy industry and are living the life you desire. Don't let me drag you back into the fray. Gazing at the information on his phone, Song Qi switched off the screen, his eyes flickering with a fiery rage. Throughout his life, he had only ever bullied others. No one had ever dared to bully him. Even the renowned Wang Xikong would address him as brother upon meeting. Yet today, he was humiliated by a worthless director in the entertainment industry. Clenching his fists tightly, it was evident to all that he was seething with anger. Little Song? What's wrong? Deng Jiangwo's concerned voice broke through. Typically, Song Qi was always playful and carefree. It was the first time Deng Jiangwo had witnessed him in such a furious state. It's nothing. Song Qi waved his hand dismissively and recounted the events involving Lin Wanqing to Deng Jiangwo. He then added, Chief, you don't need to worry about this. I will handle it myself. Whoever dares to touch my woman, I wish to see just how capable this Li Gang truly is. With that, Song Qi strode out of the office, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Deng Jiangwo watched his furious departure, his eyes narrowing as a complex expression crossed his face. He had been troubled about how to win over Song Qi, and now this Li Gang had unwittingly provided the perfect opportunity. In Longguo, while big stars and directors in the entertainment industry may seem to ordinary people as exalted beings, to military officials, they are merely a group of mediocre performers. Anyone who dares to touch the woman of a national hero should not expect leniency. Not just Li Gang, but the entire entertainment industry would face repercussions. Half an hour later, Deng Zhangwo made a direct call to Air Force Commander Wang Zhenlong's office. Upon learning the situation, Wang Zhenlong was furious. How dare a mere director pressure the woman of a national hero to shoot a kiss scene? This is tantamount to tearing the military's face off and trampling it into the ground. Ordinarily, these performers would create chaos in public opinion without crossing the military's bottom line. But now, they had the audacity to target the woman of a national hero. This Li Gang must have been emboldened by a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. If I don't strip this beast of its skin, I shall not bear the surname Wang. Wang Zhenlong's voice thundered within the office, nearly shaking the very walls. Chapter 15. I shall repay this with the talent of a national hero. That night, the trending topic, Li Gang caught soliciting prostitution, rapidly ascended to the top of the trending list on Weibo. As the news broke, a wave of unimaginable uproar swept across the entire Longguo internet. Li Gang was a well-known director within the industry, and his standing in the entertainment world was simply unfathomable. Such a titan of the entertainment industry, whose mere stamp of a foot could send tremors throughout the entire realm, has found himself subjected to administrative detention due to solicitation. The vast community of netizens in the Dragon Kingdom certainly detects an undercurrent of conspiracy. It is perplexing to fathom that a director of Li Gang's stature would lack for women. After all, his wife is exceedingly beautiful. Why then would he resort to such actions? It seems true what they say. Men are indeed a disreputable lot. This news appears increasingly bizarre. Could it be that Li Gang has offended some formidable figure? I dare say this marks the government's intention to cleanse the entertainment industry. A cesspool of vice that undoubtedly requires regulation. I heard that just a few days ago, Li Gang had a disagreement with Lin Wanqing on set. Could this be the catalyst? The astute netizens have unearthed the incident where Li Gang allegedly coerced Lin Wanqing into performing a kissing scene, leading to their eventual fallout. In no time, countless individuals began to link these two events. My heavens, what manner of person is Lin Wanqing to have brought down Li Gang? It all seems fantastical. Might it be possible that her boyfriend, Song Qi, had a hand in this? Wake up, my dear. Song Qi is merely a lowly researcher. What power could he possibly wield? Do you think he possesses the prowess of Titan? Even if he did, I doubt it would suffice. Ha ha ha. Song Qi. He is nothing more than a mediocre pawn, unworthy of even carrying Li Gang's shoes, let alone toppling him. The gossip is utterly credible. It is said that the military intervened and apprehended Li Gang. Goodness, Li Gang has apparently crossed paths with military personnel. He truly deserves his fate. In an instant, the Chinese internet buzzed with activity, and many began to cast suspicious glances at Song Qi. Yet, upon reflecting on Song Qi's unremarkable identity, that notion was swiftly dismissed. Song Qi, what merit does he possess to bring down Li Gang? However, nearly all netizens believe that Li Gang's downfall must be orchestrated by a powerful figure. As for the identity of this figure, that remains a mystery to them. At this moment, Lin Wanqing stared blankly at her phone, her eyes reflecting a profound bewilderment. Huh? Li Gang has been arrested? What on earth? Just this morning, I was discussing this matter with Song Qi, and by evening, Li Gang has been taken into custody? Did Song Qi orchestrate this? But the speed is astonishing. Even if Song Qi sought assistance from an elder, it shouldn't have been this swift. Is the efficiency of Wui heavy industries truly that high? After all, this is Li Gang. He has reigned supreme in the entertainment industry for decades. Surely, those who harbor disdain for him could line the streets from the imperial capital to the magical metropolis. Every moment, there are individuals eagerly awaiting his downfall. And yet, he has stood firm in the Dragon Kingdom for so long. To think he could be toppled simply by a casual report? This is utterly surreal. It must be my husband who intervened. I must express my heartfelt gratitude. Without hesitation, Lin Wanqing opened her chat with Song Qi. Thank you, husband. A few minutes later, Song Qi replied, what are you thanking me for? I didn't do anything. I haven't even acted yet, and Li Gang is already down. Humph. Lin Wanqing smirked, muttering to herself, disingenuous husband, so bold, yet unwilling to take responsibility. Humph. He clearly helped me resolve this, yet pretends to know nothing. How childish. As Lin Wanqing thought of Song Qi's handsome visage, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she delightedly rolled around on her bed. Oh my, how joyous. I must post on Weibo to celebrate. With that, Lin Wanqing picked up her phone, opened Weibo, and typed with deliberate care. On the 10th day, away from my husband. I miss him. Click send. In the next moment, Lin Wanqing, giddy as a child, rolled around on the big bed, completely unaware that beneath her post, numerous devoted fans were lamenting in despair. At this moment, In Shijing, Song-Chi stared blankly at the trending Weibo topics, engulfed in a strange silence. What on earth is happening? Could it be that my father has intervened? Yet, even Wui Heavy Industries cannot wield such immense power. Who could it be that is assisting me in this way? Just as Song-Chi was lost in thought, his phone rang. It was a call from Deng Jiangwo. Upon answering, he said, "Hello, little Song. Are you satisfied with this handling?" What? Song-Chi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by the military? If indeed the military intervened, such an outcome would be feasible. However, for the sake of a mere researcher, would it warrant such a ruckus? Sir, could it be that you are behind Li Gang's predicament? Not me. It was our Commander Wang from the military district. He directly led a team to apprehend Li Gang. That old fellow was so frightened, he nearly soiled himself. Ha ha ha. Little Song, Commander Wang asked me to inquire if you're satisfied with this handling. If you are not, he'll have Li Gang kneel and apologize to you. Just a mere actor. How dare he insult our national treasure? He truly overstepped. Deng Jiangwo's tone was imbued with a previously unseen bitterness, evidently indicating that Li Gang's transgressions against Song-Chi's woman had breached the limits of tolerance for both Deng Jiangwo and the military as a whole. An actor, forever a lower-tier individual. If they dare to insult a researcher, they truly deserve their fate. Upon hearing Deng Jiangwo's words, warmth surged within Song-Chi's heart. Sir, you flatter me. I am hardly national treasure. I am but a humble researcher, Song-Chi replied modestly. No need for such humility. Deng Jiangwo continued. The contributions you have made for our Dragon Kingdom surpass those of 100 or 1,000 Li Gangs. Focus on your work and research. Whatever the issue, our military district will support you. Little Song, remember this. The Dragon Kingdom will always be your staunchest ally. After hearing these words, Song-Chi felt a buzzing in his mind, a sense of unparalleled mission swelling within him. They regard me as a national asset. I shall repay the nation with my talents. Understood, sir. As the Dragon Kingdom rises, I shall contribute my utmost. Chapter 16. Are you certain we're not going to cultivate mushroom eggs? A few days passed in silence. After Li Gang's incarceration, Zhang Lei, the producer of the drama series Happy Life, swiftly dismissed Li Gang and replaced him with a middle-aged director. As the producer, Zhang Lei was privy to more of the inside story regarding Li Gang's arrest. Li Gang had been apprehended by military personnel, sealing his fate. Even if he were to be released in the future, the powerful figures behind him would likely shun him, having witnessed him fall at the hands of military leaders. At this point, Zhang Lei could not afford to maintain any association with Li Gang. The multi-billion-dollar production at hand would also suffer collateral damage alongside Li Gang. The newly appointed director, upon inquiring within the crew, quickly learned of Li Gang's predicament. At this juncture, even a fool would recognize that Lin Wanqing's backing was not something he could provoke. Thus, he chose to play it safe, treating Lin Wanqing with utmost deference. Forget about kissing scenes. Even any physical contact with other male stars was meticulously edited out. Please, Li Gang is now incarcerated. What right does a middle-aged director like me have to meddle with a figure of her stature? Even with 10 times the courage, I would not dare. However, this arrangement suited Lin Wanqing just fine. She enjoyed her newfound freedom, working a regular 8-hour day, without the need to appease the director's whims. The shooting schedule had become a routine for Song-Chi and Lin Wanqing, who often found herself in fits of laughter at his antics. The manager shook his head helplessly, pondering the dangers of the young girl, deeply ensnared in the throes of infatuation. Meanwhile, within the confines of the research facility, Song-Chi stood before his newly assigned assistant, provided by Deng Jiangwo, utterly taken aback. Oh dear, little Song, you really can't seem to be without me, can you? Zhou Yonghui said, a hint of bashfulness creeping into his demeanor, clearly touched by Song-Chi's brotherly affection. Wait a minute, hold on, Song-Chi exclaimed, pressing his temples in confusion. When did I ever request you to be my assistant? I distinctly told Deng Jiangwo that I wanted a long-legged assistant. What on earth are you doing here? Don't I have long legs? Zhou Yonghui countered, bewildering Song-Chi momentarily. Indeed, standing at a height of 188 meters, Zhou Yonghui's legs were indeed long, earning him the title of the tallest among his peers. In a certain sense, Deng Jiangwo had satisfied Song-Chi's request. Not in the way I meant. Who wears thermal pants when they're a long leg? Song-Chi retorted, his irritation growing as he glanced at Zhou Yonghui's face. He felt an urge to deliver a couple of playful punches, but Zhou Yonghui's towering stature deterred him. Forget about the thermal pants. Just tell me if they're long or not. Faced with Song-Chi's inquiry, Zhou Yonghui decided to abandon all pretense and shrugged in resignation. This only served to exacerbate Song-Chi's frustration. All right, let us get to work. Song-Chi conceded, waving his hand as if surrendering to fate. Soon enough, they found themselves outside the workshop, where an old, rust-streaked helicopter, marred by numerous dents, was revealed as the roll-up door was opened. This was the first-generation armed helicopter of Longguo, having served for 28 years before being retired this year, with an empty weight of 575 tons and a maximum takeoff weight of 30 tons. The helicopter's engine seems to be functioning normally, though there is a slight noise during takeoff. And the propeller is operational, Zhou Yonghui remarked, perusing a document. As an assistant, it was his duty to gather all necessary data regarding the modification samples for Song-Chi. Without uttering a word, Song-Chi reached out to caress the helicopter surface. Ding! Detected first-generation armed helicopter of Longguo, completeness 65. Ding! Calculating modification plans. 1. Hydrogen fusion power system modification plan. 2. Fully liquid metal energy absorbing shell modification plan. 3. Air energy liquefaction water production system modification plan. Estimated modification duration 13 days. Confirm modification to a fully liquid metal air energy replacement hydrogen fusion armed rescue helicopter. Song-Chi was momentarily stunned. Yes, yes, yes. Of course, he exclaimed, counting aloud. 20, 21, 22, 23. Goodness, just the name alone has 23 characters. Having grown up watching anime, Song-Chi understood a fundamental truth. The longer the name, the greater the power of the equipment. 23 characters? Wouldn't that make it incredibly formidable? Nodding with satisfaction, he felt a surge of information flood into his consciousness as the system transmitted all the details of the modification plan. In his mind's eye, a technologically advanced armed helicopter began to take shape. Shutting down the system, Song-Chi hastily sketched a rough design of the helicopter and promptly began drafting the design proposal. Meanwhile, Zhou Yonghui, still engrossed in detailing the helicopter's other capabilities, was left speechless. Wait, I haven't even finished introducing it, and you've already designed a sketch? Is the design process really that seamless? So, I'm just a decoration then? Unperturbed, Zhou Yonghui leaned in for a closer look. No, my head feels itchy. I need to think. Song-Chi shot Zhou Yonghui an exasperated glance and casually handed him a note. Stop fooling around. Purchase everything on this list. Upon glancing at the note, Zhou Yonghui's eyes widened dramatically. High-strength chromium-nickel alloy, high-purity heavy water, zirconium. Wait, brother, we're modifying a helicopter, not constructing a nuclear bomb. The materials you require are strictly regulated. Where am I supposed to find them? Less talking, more doing. Song-Chi smirked, tossing Zhou Yonghui a postcard. This is the contact for the Tianjin Research Institute. If you can't procure any materials, just reach out to them. Dumbfounded, Zhou Yonghui nodded, casting a glance at the dilapidated helicopter and then at the ambitious, driven Song-Chi. He suddenly sensed that things were evolving in ways he had not anticipated. What are you standing around for? Hurry up, came Song-Chi's urging voice. Okay, right away. Zhou Yonghui finally snapped back to reality and began to busy himself. Chapter 17. Inform Song-Chi to spend freely. In the capital of Longguo, at the Tianjin laboratory, old Zhao leaned over a set of engine blueprints, his expression oscillating between tension and relief. Ever since Song-Chi had handed him the designs, old Zhao wasted no time and convened a technical meeting upon returning to the Tianjin Institute. He printed numerous copies of the blueprints and distributed them among the researchers. Every researcher at Tianjin was a leader in the field of fighter jet technology, yet upon seeing the designs, they were instantly rendered speechless. The fighter jet depicted in the blueprints seemed to be a creation from future world, far exceeding anyone's imagination. Consequently, the entire Tianjin Institute was engulfed in an unparalleled fervor. Even old Zhao, half buried in the sands of time, devoted himself obsessively to the blueprints, practically living in his office. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking echoed from outside the office. Guomin, old Zhao called, lifting his reading glasses to peer at the door. Old Zhao, we received a procurement request from the Third Institute in Shijing, placed by someone named Zhou Yonghui. The procurement list includes many items classified as lethal materials. We were about to refuse, but the individual insisted it was needed by Song-Chi and asked us to inform you. Song-Chi. Upon hearing that name, old Zhao's eyes widened. Quickly, show me the procurement list. After receiving the list, old Zhao donned his reading glasses again. Upon reading the contents, he was left in a state of disbelief. Wait, you didn't grab the wrong list, did you? Are you certain this isn't from the Mushroom Bomb Research Institute? The assistant shook his head silently. Old Zhao, this is indeed the procurement list from the Third Institute. A massive question mark floated above old Zhao's head. What on earth is Song-Chi up to now? High-purity heavy water? That material is used for making hydrogen bombs and high-strength chromium-nickel alloy. Do you have any idea how hard it is to procure that? The National Aeronautics and Space Administration barely get a few tons a year. And you want a ton right off the bat? Most alarmingly, this zirconium. It's primarily used for manufacturing bulletproof armor. And it's also a crucial component in nuclear reactor structures. Not to mention the price. Within Longguo, these three materials are virtually unattainable, even if you have money. Even at the highly classified Tianjin Institute, the annual quota for these three items is minuscule. The quantities on Songqi's procurement list are quite substantial. In one fell swoop, the entire half-year supply of materials from the Sky Sword Research Institute was whisked away. Observing the struggle on Old Zhao's face, the assistant tentatively suggested, "Old Zhao, shall I reject this procurement request?" Upon hearing this, Old Zhao hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, "No, send the materials over at once. We cannot delay young Song's time." Despite his deep concern, Old Zhao, as a titan of research, possessed the necessary resolve. The materials, if left at his Sky Sword Research Institute, would likely yield little innovation. However, should they be entrusted to Songqi, that young man might very well engineer a new model of aircraft, which would truly be a lucrative endeavor. Yet, the assistant displayed considerable hesitation. "Old Zhao, if we send these materials over, what will become of our institute? Even if our institute faces ruin or starvation, we must not shortchange young Song. Do you understand?" Old Zhao continued, as if a sudden thought struck him. "Moreover, allocate an additional 50 million in funding to the third institute. Inform them to spend it freely. Do you comprehend?" The assistant's heart skipped a beat at these words. Quickly realizing that Songqi from the third institute was indeed an extraordinary individual. A young man who had garnered such high praise from Old Zhao was undoubtedly rare in the entirety of Longguo. Understood. The assistant nodded, eager to depart. However, just as he reached the door, he was halted by Old Zhao's voice. "Wait." The assistant turned back, inquiring, "Old Zhao, is there anything else? How is the assembly of the 6th-generation fighter jet production line progressing? Have the detailed construction blueprints been issued? And how long until we can commence mass production?" Old Zhao had consistently kept this matter at the forefront of his mind. However, due to his advanced age, he could no longer traverse widely and had to delegate such critical tasks to his subordinates. Nevertheless, as the foremost manufacturing nation on Blue Star, Old Zhao retained great confidence in the speed of the production line's development. Report to Old Zhao. The production line for the 6th-generation fighter jet has been preliminarily planned, and the necessary downstream manufacturers for supporting equipment have also been shortlisted. A dedicated fighter jet production line has been established at the Liaoyang aircraft manufacturing plant. It is anticipated that the first new model fighter jet will be produced within 3 months. Following successful testing, full-scale production will commence, with expectations to integrate it into the Longguo Air Force within 2 years. 3 months? A rare glimmer of excitement illuminated Old Zhao's face, a display of emotion that had not even surfaced during the successful test flight of the J-20. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Old Zhao exclaimed thrice, his spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. This day had been long awaited by him. Throughout his decades-long journey in research, Old Zhao had harbored a deep-seated aspiration. Why should Longguo's fighter jets be subjugated by the Free Nation or even be outmatched by the Northern Bear? For decades, Old Zhao had diligently forged weapons for the nation. The J-11B, J-20, and numerous other fighter jets had emerged from his hands. Under his generation, Longguo's fighter jet technology had surged forward, evolving from 3rd generation to 4th generation, culminating in the 5th generation J-20. In a mere 2 decades, Longguo had accomplished the remarkable leap from 3rd to 5th generation fighter jets. Yet, despite this achievement, the F-22 Raptor and F-35 from the Free Nation loomed like colossal mountains, pressing heavily upon the hearts of Longguo's researchers, suffocating them with their weight. However, in 3 months, with the advent of the 6th-generation fighter jet, all of this would be shattered. Longguo would finally emerge as the possessor of the most formidable fighter jets on Blue Star. They would decisively trample the Free Nation and the Northern Bear underfoot. Longguo's military enthusiasts would no longer have to drool over photographs of foreign aircraft, dreaming of how many of their own could take down an F-22. The Longguo Air Force would finally be liberated from dependency, no longer constrained by others. All of this transformation, all of these breakthroughs, stemmed from Songqi. It would soon be time for the Free Nation and its sycophants to witness what a true fighter jet truly was. Chapter 18. Handcrafted helicopter? What sort of monstrous creation is this? A few days later, as Zhou Yonghui hummed a cheerful tune, leisurely opening the door to the modification workshop. He was instantly taken aback by the scene before him, his hair standing on end. What the hell? Song-Chi, where's my massive helicopter? Gazing at the disarray, with helicopter parts strewn everywhere, Zhou Yonghui was utterly bewildered. Surely I Haven-T walked into the wrong workshop? No, this is indeed my workshop. But where is my helicopter? Inside the workshop, the familiar voice of Song-Chi rang out. Hey, where's that number 8 screw? This engine is a real pain to disassemble. Forget it. I'll just grab the cutting machine. Zhou Yonghui was left speechless. He never anticipated that, after merely taking a 2-day break over the weekend, Song-Chi would have dismantled the helicopter entirely. This was a disaster waiting to happen. It's important to note that a helicopter is not like a television or refrigerator, where one can easily reassemble it after disassembly. Such a complex machine, once taken apart, is essentially rendered scrap. Not to mention the extreme difficulty in assembling a helicopter. Many of its critical components, upon detecting external disassembly, would activate a self-destruct protocol. This meant that once a helicopter was disassembled, it was doomed. It had nothing to do with the skill of disassembly. Song-Chi, what on earth are you doing? You've dismantled this helicopter. What do you intend to use for the modifications? Song-Chi looked up, spotting Zhou Yonghui at the door, and completely disregarded what Zhou Yonghui had said, hastily beckoning him over. Old Zhou, get over here. This engine is ridiculously heavy. I can barely hold it. Zhou Yonghui, seeing the situation, dared not hesitate and rushed over to assist Song-Chi, finally managing to lower the helicopter engine. Observing Song-Chi, covered in black grease and panting heavily, Zhou Yonghui's frustration intensified. Song-Chi, what kind of nonsense are you pulling? You've disassembled the plane. What do you have left for modifications? The engine of this armed helicopter will self-destruct the moment you take it apart. It's all ruined. Do you have any idea about the magnitude of this loss? Zhou Yonghui's voice was filled with exasperation. Song-Chi blinked in confusion, and after a moment, he smacked his forehead as realization dawned upon him. So that's what happened. The engine was emitting black smoke because it was self-destructing. Meanwhile, Zhou Yonghui gazed at the scattered remnants of the helicopter and Song-Chi's handsome face, feeling an overwhelming urge to deliver a couple of punches. Ultimately, however, Zhou Yonghui restrained himself, refraining from embarking on a path of criminality. What now? Zhou Yonghui lamented, squatting down with a despondent expression. Should I directly explain the situation to Old Deng? By the way, the items you requested have already been delivered. Now that the helicopter is destroyed, everything is over. Over? Song-Chi seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, scratching his head. What do you mean it's over? Who told you that this helicopter is ruined? I needed to dismantle it like this to proceed to the next step. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yonghui's eyes ignited with a flicker of hope. But as he glanced at the engine billowing black smoke on the ground, he quickly extinguished that flicker. The engine, the ignition system, and even the rotor blades were all damaged. There was no way to reassemble anything. Are you trying to fool me here? Generally speaking, the damage to an aircraft engine is akin to a sudden cardiac arrest in a human. Attempting to revive, it is akin to wresting a soul back from the clutches of the underworld. Moreover, Song-Chi had dismantled the helicopter into minute fragments. The prospect of reassembling it seemed insurmountable. Unless, of course, Song-Chi replaced all the critical components of the original helicopter, only then could it be resurrected. However, such an endeavor would likely cost more than constructing an entirely new helicopter. Who says I intend to reassemble it? Song-Chi patted Zhou Yonghui on the shoulder, a surge of unwavering confidence emanating from him. At that moment, Zhou Yonghui perceived Song-Chi as if enveloped in a halo of divine light. So tall and handsome. Rubbish. Even if it were reassembled, it would merely be refuse. I disassembled it merely to ascertain if there were any usable parts remaining. All right, enough moping around. Let us get to work. With that, Song-Chi tossed a wrench to Zhou Yonghui and turned to immerse himself in the fervent endeavor of modification. Time flew by. A week passed. Zhou Yonghui's sentiments towards Song-Chi transformed from initial skepticism to utter astonishment, and finally to a heartfelt admiration, as if to say, "You're like a father to me." In just 7 days, Zhou Yonghui felt as if he were in a dream. Watching Song-Chi deftly manipulate the aerospace engine and spot weld the helicopter's rotor blades. In an astonishing feat, he handcrafted a helicopter that exuded undeniable charisma. Could it be that Song-Chi was truly human? Is there any semblance of justice in the world? It is worth noting that even a team of 1,000 might take 5 years to build a completely new helicopter, and that is a conservative estimate. Yet, Song-Chi managed this with just 2 individuals, one of whom was merely a pretty boy who could only hand him tools. In a mere 7 days, they had crafted a helicopter. Regardless of whether this helicopter could take flight, Song-Chi's extraordinary skill had already eclipsed 90% of the audience in the comment section. Meanwhile, Song-Chi regarded the imposing dark behemoth sprawled in the workshop with a nod of satisfaction. This helicopter, cloaked in a sleek black exterior, radiated an aura of futuristic technology, exuding an air of undeniable flair. Its size was a staggering 3 times that of a conventional helicopter, with an interior spacious enough to accommodate dozens of passengers. Resembling a miniature aircraft, the 2 cannon-like nozzles at the front were not weapon systems, but rather mundane water cannons. As for its specific performance capabilities, those would only be revealed during the on-site debugging. The fully liquid metal, air replacement, hydrogen fusion-equipped, armed rescue helicopter had finally been completed. At this moment, the sun had dipped low in the western sky, casting a captivating glow. Song-Chi, the grand achievement has been accomplished. Shall we go celebrate? Zhou Yonghui leaned in, a quirky smile adorning his face. Celebrate? What do you mean by celebrate? Shall we head to the internet cafe for some gaming? Song-Chi scratched his head, filled with confusion. TSK. Gaming? Is that all you can think of? Can't you be a bit more ambitious? Zhou Yonghui elbowed Song-Chi's arm, as 2 grown men. If we were to celebrate, we should certainly go to a place befitting men. To a place befitting men? Yes, a place befitting men. Hee hee hee. Chapter 19. I have never earned such comfortable money. In Shijing, Jixiang village, under the cloak of night, a car came to a steady halt beneath a neon sign. All right, Song-Chi, we've arrived. Let us get out. With 2 resounding thuds of the car doors, Song-Chi lifted his gaze to the shimmering neon sign, lost in bewilderment. Water Curtain Lanting Foot Bath Club? Song-Chi's eyes widened in surprise. Aren't we going to the internet cafe for gaming? What are we doing here? Although Song-Chi was a wealthy second-generation heir, he had been tightly controlled at home since childhood and had never been exposed to such places, leaving him feeling particularly disoriented. On the other hand, Zhou Yonghui appeared utterly at ease, his face crinkled in a warm smile, as if he had returned home. What is more enjoyable than gaming at an internet cafe? Don't you understand the allure of Jixiang Village, young man? Come on, follow me. I'll introduce you to the ladies of Jixiang Village. Zhou Yonghui's peculiar dialect of Shijing was utterly amusing. With that, he tugged at Song-Chi's arm, leading him into the water curtain landing. Welcome home, esteemed guests. Upon entering, a line of elegantly dressed young ladies in short skirts bowed deeply, revealing their alluring figures. Zhou Yonghui's eyes nearly fell out of his head as he became increasingly entranced. Yet, being a seasoned patron, he quickly regained his composure. Soon, they were ushered into a dimly lit room adorned with classical decor, filled with flowers, paintings, and calligraphy, though the lighting was somewhat inadequate. Song-Chi couldn't help but wonder what might happen if the lady assigned to wash his feet were to get a bit too hands-on. Esteemed guests, a woman in her 30s, still exuding charm, entered the room. Welcome home. The water curtain lanting has awaited your arrival. We have packages at 588, 988, and 1688. No need for that. Zhou Yonghui waved his hand grandly. The most expensive one. My buddy and I only indulge in the finest. Please send over your top-tier technicians. Numbers 66 and 88. We are not short on cash. Seeing Zhou Yonghui's extravagant demeanor, Song-Chi couldn't help but feel a newfound respect. Setting aside everything else, Zhou Yonghui certainly exuded an impressive aura. The woman paused momentarily, then nodded eagerly. Of course, sir. Your golden tier technicians will be here shortly. Please wait a moment. With that, she exited, closing the door behind her, her high heels clicking away. Zhou Yonghui, as if at home, comfortably cradled his head in his arms and remarked blissfully, "Little Song, do you know what moment men anticipate the most?" Song-Chi gazed at the ceiling, his mind swirling in confusion. I don't know. He had never encountered such scenarios. From a young age, Song-Chi had been subjected to stringent upbringing, with every step meticulously planned by his father. And it was only in recent years that he had begun to break free from those constraints. Over the years, he had hardly even dated, let alone spent time in such establishments. Zhou Yonghui lounged on the sofa, cradling his head, speaking with unparalleled contentment. The moment that captivates a man's anticipation is the rhythmic sound of the technician's high heels echoing down the corridor. It is akin to that peculiar cat of Shui Ringgui, existing in a state of quantum superposition. Until that door is opened, one can never fathom the enchanting lady awaiting outside. This exhilarating sensation is intoxicating. At that very moment, in a dimly lit corridor, a melodious cadence of high heels resounded, reminiscent of a delicate piano melody. They are coming. Zhou Yonghui rubbed his hands together in excitement. He had ordered the most expensive package, with the finest lady. The quality and service would undoubtedly be exceptional. Just then his phone rang. It was a call from Deng Zhangwo, and with reluctance, Zhou answered. A cacophony of shouts erupted from the other end. Zhou Yonghui, where the hell have you gone? The fire at Suwa Mountain is raging. It's about to reach our sector. You better hurry back to put it out. Boss, I have an urgent matter here. I can't leave. Zhou had barely responded when the door to the private room was gently pushed open. Two soft voices resonated throughout the space. Gold metal technician Schwer at your service. Gold metal technician Yaya at your service. Outside, two stunning ladies entered, each carrying a wooden basket. At that moment, Zhou Yonghui stood frozen, phone in hand. This is a disaster. The room fell into an eerie silence. After a long pause, Deng Zhangwo's voice came through, dripping with fury. Zhou Yonghui, is this the urgent matter you told me about? I swear I'll flay you alive if you don't show up in an hour. I'll have you sweeping the streets. The line then went dead. Zhou felt as if his spine had been ripped away, and he slumped in despair. Beside him, Song Qi struggled to suppress his laughter, finding an inexplicable joy in his friend's predicament. Is that you, Brother Zhou? Gold metal technician Xue recognized Zhou instantly. Zhou turned to face Schwer, who seemed vaguely familiar. It's me. My previous alias was M.O.R. Brother Zhou, have you forgotten me? Last time at Shui Hanqing. You spent 2,000 for a full package, but we never even got started. I've never earned such easy money before. Enough. Zhou's scalp tingled as he contemplated covering Schwer's mouth. Yet, the next words tumbled out her lips. If it's Brother Zhou, I believe 2 minutes for a full package would be more than sufficient. Song Qi and gold metal technician Ye could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. Zhou's face flushed crimson as he protested. A quick draw doesn't equate to a limp one. Can the prowess of a sharpshooter be deemed inadequate? He then stumbled over incomprehensible phrases, invoking laughter from everyone present, filling the establishment with a jovial atmosphere. Chapter 20. Commander, I am not joking. Shijing lies near the Qinling Mountains, while Suihua Mountain is a general term for an area close to Shijing within the Qinling Range. Situated on the outskirts of Shijing, should the wildfire spiral out of control, the consequences would be catastrophic. Even more perilous is the proximity of Suihua Mountain to the ammunition storage base of the Northwest Military Region's Air Force, a mere dozen kilometers away. If the flames reached the ammunition depot, half of Shijing would surely suffer. At this moment, Air Force Commander Wang Zhenlong had arrived on the scene. Report, sir. The fire has spread from Suihua Mountain. The summer heat and dryness have caused it to escalate rapidly. Our regiment is making every effort to provide assistance. Yet extinguishing the blaze remains a formidable challenge. Report, sir. The wildfire has breached the containment line on the western front. We are currently excavating fire breaks in an attempt to restrict the flames to the Suihua Mountain region. Commander, the Shijing Fire Department has been deployed, but their resources are severely limited, making it unlikely they can contain the fire in a timely manner. The radio crackled with urgent voices, and Wang Zhenlong, peering through binoculars at the distant inferno, felt a surge of anxiety. To outsiders, this appeared to be an ordinary forest fire. Yet, only Wang understood the gravity of the situation. He had stationed heavy troops in the Suihua Mountain area, comprising the Air Force's most prized assets. Should the fire truly spread, it would result in an unimaginably costly conflagration. Immediately dispatch reinforcements from the military district. Mobilize all armed helicopters to assist the various units in extinguishing the fire. We cannot allow this blaze to continue spreading. Wang Zhenlong commanded, rising to study the map beside him. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Suihua Mountain is alarmingly close to the third sector. If it were to suffer damage, the repercussions would be dire. Deng Zhangwo, what are the damages to your third sector? My precious Song Qi is safe, right? Wang Zhenlong dialed the phone, inquiring directly. On the other end, Deng Zhangwo was panting heavily as he hurriedly replied, Report, sir. The third sector is making every effort to evacuate. We have relocated nearly all movable instruments and equipment. As for Song Qi, he left work early today. Our unit is steadily withdrawing without any casualties. Please advise, sir. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenlong felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as Song Qi was safe, everything would be fine. Your unit should proceed toward the command center. Wang Zhenlong instructed before hanging up, turning his attention to coordinating the firefighting efforts. Half an hour later, an impressive fleet of 24 armed helicopters soared from the reservoir in the northern suburbs of Shijing, brimming with water as they headed toward the inferno engulfing Suihua Mountain. The tank battalion was also deployed, unleashing rounds of howitzers that thundered like rolling thunder at the most ferocious points of the blaze. The entire Shijing Fire Department was roused by the advancing wildfire, with over 30 fire trucks streaming towards Sawa Mountain. However, despite these efforts, the raging flames proved overwhelming, rendering their strength utterly insufficient. The summer heat in the Qinling Mountains was already dry and sweltering. Even the smallest spark could ignite a conflagration. The fire, exacerbated by the climate, rampaged like a frenzied wild stallion, spreading relentlessly in all directions. The fire breaks constructed by the firefighters and the People's Liberation Army were rendered ineffective, consumed entirely by the flames. Report, sir. The fire is too fierce, spreading with the northwesterly winds across an area of approximately 30 square kilometers, and continues to expand rapidly. It is advancing swiftly toward Luoshan. The fire breaks have completely failed, and our regiment is unable to extinguish the flames. We are now redirecting toward Luoshan. Listening to the frantic messages over the intercom, Wang Zhenlong felt an acute sense of urgency. The situation was indeed deteriorating towards the worst possible outcome. Luoshan is their Air Force's secret base. 2 aviation squadrons were stationed there, with a total of 17 J-20 aircraft and an array of weapons and munitions. Any mishap would result in catastrophic consequences, even if the aircraft remained unharmed. The potential for military secrets to be compromised during transport would be enough to land Wang Zhenlong in hot water. Quick, move toward Luoshan. Faced with such a crisis, Wang Zhenlong had no choice but to take command personally, heading to the most perilous location. Should the fire spiral out of control, he would be prepared to facilitate the orderly departure of the aircraft, thereby minimizing the on-site losses. This is the resolve of Wang Zhenlong, the commander of an army. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Luoshan region, over 50 personnel from the Shijing Fire Brigade's first team were frantically excavating a firebreak, consumed by an overwhelming sense of urgency. Just moments ago, headquarters had issued a stringent order. It was imperative to establish the firebreak before the wildfire spread further, diverting its course to protect the Luoshan area from any threat whatsoever. However, this command plunged the entire first team into an unprecedented peril. The northwestern winds tonight were fierce and relentless. The rate at which the wildfire spread far exceeded the predictions of the Fire Bureau. In fact, it had arrived at the first team's position a full half-hour earlier than anticipated. The flames raced up the mountainside, engulfing the 50-odd personnel as if it were a mere game. Report to headquarters. The first team is encircled by the wildfire. Repeat. The first team is encircled by the wildfire. The fire is now only 2 kilometers away from our position. The voice crackling through the radio left the firefighters momentarily stunned. Retreat. Withdraw immediately. Abandon the firebreak. Evacuate quickly. 2 kilometers was but a matter of minutes for a wildfire advancing at such speed. A moment's inattention could spell disaster for the entire team. After a pause, voices began to filter through the radio once more. But the words of the team leader bewildered the firefighters. What the hell? Is that our armed helicopter? It's incredibly impressive. The firefighters were momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that reinforcements from the military must be on their way, prompting them to shout, "Yes, get on the helicopter. Hurry up. If you wait any longer, we'll all be done for." Wildfire. A voice on the other end of the radio sounded perplexed. What wildfire? Commander, that helicopter just released a water cannon that shot several kilometers away. The volume of water surpasses that of 100 fire trucks combined. The wildfire was extinguished. The instructor wore a face of utter confusion, completely at a loss for what had transpired. Stop joking. What helicopter can shoot water cannons? Do you think this is a movie? Even if it could, which helicopter could extinguish a wildfire spanning several kilometers with one shot? Enough of this. Commander, I'm not joking. Chapter 21. The helicopter at the center of the wildfire. Meanwhile, high above, an armed helicopter sped toward Luoshan. Inside, Wang Zhenlong bore a grave expression, clutching a map, yet mentally prepared for the worst. As the commander of the army, he felt a profound sense of responsibility for the catastrophic wildfire that had inflicted such severe damage on the nation. Wang Zhenlong possessed the pride of soldier. He would never shirk responsibility by placing blame on his subordinates. At this moment, he was resolved to shoulder the burden of accountability. Report, sir. It seems the wildfire has been extinguished. Suddenly, a hesitant voice from his assistant broke through. Wang Zhenlong's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly peered through the helicopter's window. Below, astonishingly, there was not a trace of the wildfire to be found. The ground was littered with charred tree trunks and desolate earth, and an inexplicable mist lingered in the air, creating an eerie atmosphere. Wait a moment. The wildfire? It's really extinguished? What in the world is going on? Wang Zhenlong struggled to believe his eyes, rubbing them vigorously, yet the scene before him remained unchanged. The rampant wildfire had bizarrely vanished. Is this some sort of haunting? It was known that satellite imagery had indicated just 5 minutes ago that the wildfire covered at least 35 square kilometers. Even a torrential downpour could not extinguish such a ferocious fire in mere minutes. Moreover, the weather showed no signs of rain. Could it be that the satellite malfunctioned? But the raging flames had been glaringly evident to Wang Zhenlong moments ago. At this moment, a significant question mark loomed over Wang Zhenlong's mind. Shortly thereafter, a series of voices began to echo over his radio. "Report, sir. My unit has arrived in the Luoshan area, and the wildfire has inexplicably been contained. We are unaware of the circumstances. All units have successfully reached Luoshan. Report, sir. Satellite information indicates that the wildfire was extinguished within 5 minutes. Within this brief time frame, humidity levels across the entire Xijing area have noticeably decreased, while humidity in the wildfire zone has increased exponentially. We suspect the use of specialized weaponry. Report, sir. We found a pure black armed helicopter at the summit of Luoshan, which does not belong to our active military equipment." A barrage of information left Wang Zhenlong feeling overwhelmed. The humidity, the temperature, the mysterious black helicopter. Everything seemed to have spiraled beyond his control in a matter of minutes. The relief he had felt moments ago was replaced by a renewed sense of apprehension. "Pilot, how long until we arrive?" "Report, sir. 5 minutes." 5 minutes later, as Wang Zhenlong's helicopter descended, the ground personnel, comprising various ranks, gathered around as if they had found their anchor. Wang Zhenlong rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on him. "What is the current status of each unit?" "Report, sir. There were no casualties in this fire. Specific property damage is still being assessed." The fact that there were no casualties in such a significant wildfire was a stroke of fortune. Concerns about property loss seemed trivial in comparison. However, the only lingering question for Wang Zhenlong was how the wildfire had been extinguished. Earlier, he had dispatched dozens of armed helicopters to repeatedly draw water and combat the flames, even deploying tanks to bombard the fire's epicenter with freezing grenades. Yet the results had been far from satisfactory. What had transpired in those brief 5 minutes to extinguish the wildfire? Despite being a staunch materialist, Wang Zhenlong felt a chill creeping up his spine. "Report, sir." At that moment, a soldier who had ventured into the forest for reconnaissance rushed out from the charred woods. Breathless, "Report, sir. We discovered a suspicious helicopter in the forest ahead. It is not one of our active military helicopters, and we suspect it may belong to enemy spies. The aircraft is intact, but we cannot open it." A suspicious helicopter? Why would it be located at the epicenter of the wildfire? It was known that the temperature at the center of the blaze could exceed 2,000 degrees. Even a tank could not withstand it, let alone a helicopter. And how could the helicopter possibly remain unscathed? Was it some sort of alien technology? Lead me to it. With a mind filled with questions, Wang Zhenlong and his team made their way to the location indicated by the soldier. As they traversed the scorched earth, the landscape gradually opened up before them. There, amid the devastation, stood a pitch-black helicopter, exuding a sense of advanced technology as if it had traversed through time from the future. Even for someone as seasoned as Wang Zhenlong, the first reaction upon seeing this helicopter was simply one word: impressive. What perplexes everyone even more is that this helicopter, with a size nearly double that of the newly developed WZ-10 from the Dragon Kingdom, raises an overwhelming question. How on earth does it manage to take off? Is there a helicopter boasting such a powerful engine? And why did it crash headfirst into the mountainside, with half of the aircraft buried in the earth, leaving the scene a ghastly sight? The small hillock struck by the helicopter was nearly sheared away. Under normal circumstances, if any helicopter were to collide with the mountainside in such a manner, it would have likely exploded into oblivion. Yet, this particular aircraft not only remained intact, but bore no visible signs of collision whatsoever. No matter how one looks at it, this helicopter exudes an air of strangeness. Meanwhile, the last of the crowd, Deng Zhangwo, gazed at the helicopter before him, finding it oddly familiar. He felt as if he had seen it somewhere before, yet he could not quite place it. Individuals inside the helicopter, listen. You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and open the hatch, or face the consequences of our necessary coercive measures. In the distance, a soldier pulled out a loudspeaker and shouted. The soldiers around him rallied, encircling the stranded helicopter. Meanwhile, every tank in sight aimed its cannon at the helicopter ensconced in the mountainside. Should it make any sudden movements, dozens of tanks would unleash a barrage to obliterate it. At that moment, the hearts of everyone present were lodged in their throats. Inside the helicopter, silence persisted. The gathered crowd held their breath, their tension reaching a crescendo. We shall reiterate. Those inside, cease your futile resistance. Lay down your weapons, and we will do our utmost to ensure your safety. The loudspeaker blared once more. Finally, a clattering sound emerged from the helicopter's door, followed by a resounding crash as it swung open. Zhou Yonghui, are you out of your mind? Didn't you claim you could pilot a helicopter? You nearly got me killed, exclaimed one man inside. I am an ace pilot. I have flown every type of aircraft imaginable. It's obviously this peculiar helicopter that is too difficult to maneuver. Otherwise, how could we have possibly crashed? The hundreds of onlookers listened, exchanging baffled glances at the heated exchange between the two men in the cockpit. To everyone's astonishment, there were indeed people inside the helicopter who had plummeted from the sky due to their inability to pilot it. How utterly surreal. Moments later, Song Qi and Zhou Yonghui cautiously poked their heads out of the helicopter. In the blink of an eye, their heads were met with the ominous muzzles of firearms. Raise your hands. No resistance allowed, even though they were commanded. Song Qi had not yet had the chance to protest before several soldiers pinned him to the ground. Zhou Yonghui, attempting to speak, found himself similarly subdued. His mouth filled with dirt as he was forced down. Report to the commander. 2 suspicious individuals have been apprehended from the helicopter. Please advise. They were promptly brought before Wang Zhenlong. Surviving such a fiery ordeal, these 2 clearly possessed some skills. Wang Zhenlong scrutinized them, his eyes narrowing. The 2 men appeared familiar, as if he had seen them before, yet they were clad not in military garb but in soft, silk pajamas, with the collar embroidered with the words, Shui Mulan Ting Foot Massage and Health Center. Why on earth would such individuals emerge from an advanced armed helicopter? Surely, something was amiss. Suddenly, an enraged roar erupted from the back of the crowd. Zhou Yonghui, Song Qi, what are you 2 doing here? And in those clothes? What on earth are you attempting? The last figure in the crowd, Deng Zhangwo, immediately recognized them upon seeing their faces. Commander, Zhou Yonghui, upon spotting Deng Zhangwo, turned pale and promptly saluted. You order me to return to the team within an hour. Here I am. You. Deng Zhangwo was nearly apoplectic, utterly baffled by Zhou Yonghui's thought process. It was as if he were a malfunctioning toilet. If not flushed, it would be filled with filth. Showing up in a foot massage center's attire here was utterly embarrassing. In a private setting, it might have gone unnoticed, but doing so in front of Commander Wang and high-ranking officials from across the military district was a different story. The reputation of their unit was now thoroughly tarnished. You are Song Qi? Wang Zhenlong's gaze was fixed on the strikingly handsome man beside Zhou Yonghui. Although he had heard of Song Qi's name, he had never met him before. This was indeed their first encounter, and he was taken aback to find Song Qi even more handsome than in the photographs. Commander, I am Song Qi. He glanced at the 2 stars on Wang Zhenlong's shoulder and, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately offered a proper salute. With 2 stars, even Song Qi's father would respectfully greet him as commander. How could he dare to be disrespectful? This helicopter, was it you who modified it? Wang Zhenlong inquired softly, gesturing toward the helicopter behind Song Qi. Song Qi nodded silently in affirmation. Excellent. Truly, heroes arise from the youth. Wang Zhenlong exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Our Air Force is in dire need of talents like you. The other military leaders present were equally astonished, their gazes filled with admiration for Song Qi, now revealed as the mastermind behind the helicopter's modification. Wang Zhenlong's gaze fell upon Song Qi's silk pajamas, and his brow furrowed. Deng Zhangwo's heart sank at the sight. Wang Zhenlong was notorious for his strictness regarding military decorum, and had frequently emphasized the importance of proper conduct. Now, with Song Qi appearing in a bathhouse uniform before him, the situation was bound to escalate. Whether Zhou Yonghui lived or died was of no concern to him, but Song Qi was a prized asset of their unit, and he had to be protected. Commander, young Song is still in an age where he might make some mistakes typical of young men. I will ensure he is properly disciplined. Wang Zhenlong waved his hand, uttering words that left everyone present in utter disbelief. You just said that all men make mistakes. It is entirely normal for our young Song to err once in a while. Young Deng, we have entered a new era. Our thinking must keep pace with the times. We cannot dismiss young Song's significant contributions over minor indiscretions. I believe Comrade Song Qi has performed admirably. If you dare to hold him accountable, I will be the first to hold you accountable. Deng Zhangwo and Zhou Yonghui exchanged incredulous glances. Wang Zhenlong's attitude towards Song Qi transcended mere favoritism. Even with his own son, he would not dare to show such blatant partiality. What kind of logic is this? Song Qi has violated discipline, and I am to be blamed for not being open-minded? Suddenly, Wang Jinlong glanced at the helicopter once more, his expression darkening. However, young Song, I still believe you have committed an error today. Song Qi adopted a penitent demeanor, lowering his head. Zhou Yonghui observed this and felt a sense of satisfaction. Ah, it seems you are in for a scolding too. The admonishment I received is not unique to me alone. However, in the next instant, Wang Jinlong's words rendered Zhou Yonghui utterly speechless. Xiao Song, why must you personally engage in the experimentation of this novel helicopter? What is your status? If you were to sustain an injury, it would constitute a tremendous loss for our military district. He gestured towards Zhou Yonghui, who was merely an onlooker, and continued. For any task at hand, let him take the lead. Such perilous endeavors should not be undertaken by you again. The assembled crowd collectively gasped. Zhou Yonghui stood there, equally astonished. It's nothing, Chief. I am merely gathering first-hand data. What data necessitates your personal collection? Wang Jinlong's expression darkened. Xiao Song, you are commendable in every regard, but your dedication is excessive. Following this incident, I shall certainly encourage our military district to learn from your example. Chapter 23 merely pertains to an initial generation armed helicopter. Come, Comrade Xiao Song, do enlighten us about this new helicopter. Wang Jinlong said with a beaming smile as he linked arms with Song Qi. At this proclamation, every individual present was jolted, their gazes converging upon Song Qi. Under such scrutiny, Song Qi felt a twinge of shyness. Report, Chief. This is merely a modified version of the initial generation armed helicopter. Song Qi scratched his head, speaking with a straightforward demeanor. In that moment, a multitude of question marks appeared above the heads of the audience. The helicopter before them, aside from its nomenclature, bore no resemblance to the initial generation armed helicopters of the Dragon Nation. In terms of size and appearance, it was worlds apart. How could this be deemed a modification of the initial generation armed helicopter? Wang Jinlong waved his hand, chuckling. Xiao Song, do not be overly modest. We are not blind. Even if you claim this contraption to be Aba Tianhu, we might believe you, but it could never be the initial generation armed helicopter of the Dragon Nation. The officers present, all high-ranking officials of the Northwest Military Region's Air Force, had encountered more helicopters than they had intimate encounters. How could they possibly mistake the initial generation armed helicopter? Its meager size and maximum load capacity would barely suffice for this helicopter to carry its shoes. Chief, this helicopter's full name is the All-Liquid Metal Air Energy Replacement Hydrogen Fusion Armed Rescue Helicopter. It is indeed a modified version of an abandoned initial generation armed helicopter. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Colonel Deng. He tasked me with this assignment. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Deng Jiangwo. He awkwardly wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. Report, Chief. I did indeed provide Song Qi with an abandoned helicopter. However, I had no inkling he would transform it into this. I instructed you to modify it, not to completely reinvent it and upgrade it. You have gone too far. While everyone was left agape, Song Qi's voice resonated once more. This helicopter has a total length of 45 meters, a height of 89 meters, and a cargo hold with a volume of 200 cubic meters. Its internal and external payload can reach 50 tons. The maximum flight speed can attain 1,000 kilometers per hour, with a maximum range of 5,000 kilometers. As these figures spilled from Song Qi's lips, the audience stood frozen in astonishment. After a long pause, Wang Jinlong finally snapped out of his stupor. Wait, Xiao Song, are these figures genuine? It is worth noting that even the Mi-26 of the Northern Bear Nation has a maximum load of only 40 tons, and its specifications are vastly inferior to those of your helicopter. After all, it is the largest helicopter in the world. You are claiming a maximum load of 100 tons and a volume of 200 cubic meters. Surely that is a stretch. Beside him, Deng Jiangwo hastily nodded in agreement. The most outrageous claim is your maximum flight speed, which is nearly 1 Mach, a helicopter flying faster than an early warning aircraft. Despite the skepticism swirling within them, the unwavering confidence radiating from Song Qi led Wang Jinlong to inexplicably trust his words to some degree. Chief, these figures are not fabricated. They're the results I just measured alongside Zhou Yonghui. Although the sample size is modest, the overall reliability is commendable. If the chiefs do not believe me, I can have Zhou Yonghui take you for another test flight. Wang Jinlong and Deng Jiangwo exchanged glances and silently nodded. That is a splendid idea. Zhou Yonghui, however, was less enthusiastic. Chief, I just fell from the sky. How can you ask me to fly again? Zhou Yonghui. Deng Jiangwo's tone grew serious. If I say you will fly, then you'll fly. What nonsense is this? If you continue to prattle, I shall make you regret it. Bringing Xiao Song to such a place, it would be a stroke of luck if I did not strip you of your skin. And yet you still have the audacity to negotiate. Zhou Yonghui was taken aback. He could never have imagined that the usually amiable commander would speak to him in such a manner. Xiao Zhou, Wang Jinlong continued earnestly. You're doing this for our military district. You are the only one here who has flown this helicopter. Do you expect me to climb into the cockpit at my age? Zhou Yonghui looked at the aged Wang Jinlong, and a flicker of resolve ignited within him. All right, Chief. For you, I shall risk it all. With that, Zhou Yonghui resolutely returned to the helicopter's cabin. Before long, the helicopter's wings began to spin furiously, creating such immense wind pressure that it nearly swept the onlookers off their feet. Through the radio channel, Song Chi's voice rang out. Zhou Yonghui, maintain stability. We are commencing load testing. Thus, a colossal machine, measuring 50 meters in length, hovered in midair. Its extraordinary aerial hovering ability astonished even Wang Jinlong, a seasoned commander accustomed to tumultuous conditions. Several specialized ropes were lowered. Under Song Chi's direction, a fully loaded 99A tank, weighing a staggering 60 tons, was securely bound beneath the helicopter. This scene left Deng Zhangwo dumbfounded. He hurriedly approached and tugged at Song Chi's sleeve, signaling him to rein in the scale of the demonstration. After all, if a helicopter could transport a 60-ton tank, its strategic value would be nothing short of terrifying. Ignoring Deng Zhangwo's caution, Song Chi spoke into the intercom with a solemn tone. Liftoff. In that moment, a deep blue behemoth with a few soft sounds began to ascend slowly before the astonished gazes of the crowd. The shock this spectacle invoked in Wang Jinlong was akin to a meteor colliding with Earth. What on earth do you call this? Is it even possible to be more absurd? As the 99A was hoisted into the air, the most astonishing aspect was that the helicopter remained utterly stable, devoid of even the slightest tremor. Clearly, the weight of 60 tons was far from this helicopter's limit. What manner of monstrosity is this? Let alone the Dragon Nation's WZ-10, even the most advanced helicopters in the world would bow before such a contraption. With this demonstration, all doubts cast by Wang Jinlong, Deng Zhangwo, and the esteemed officials of the Northwest Military Region regarding Song Chi's earlier claims evaporated instantaneously. How could one continue to harbor doubts? The reality lay vividly before them. When one doubts another's capabilities, and they provide undeniable proof, what grounds remain for skepticism? Wang Jinlong glanced at the 99A suspended in the air, and the smile on his face nearly broadened beyond bounds. He gently patted Song Chi's shoulder and softly stated, "All right, Xiao Song, lower the tank now." "How can we do that? We have yet to test the flight speed." Song Chi raised an eyebrow and immediately directed into the communicator. "Zhou Yonghui, initiate full-speed flight." In the next instant, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, a helicopter, in astonishing display of speed, soared through the sky, towing a heavy tank. The velocity was breathtaking, surely reaching the 1,000 kilometers per hour that Song Chi had mentioned. By all that is holy, is your claimed 1,000 kilometers per hour the maximum speed under full load? If it were to fly empty, would it not break the sound barrier? Good heavens! This world has become utterly mad. Can helicopters truly breach the sound barrier? The atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Save for Song Chi. All stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 24, Launch. The Great Jade Water Dragon Shell. Under Zhou Yonghui's deft control, the helicopter, carrying a Type 99A tank, circled the surrounding mountains before finally descending steadily to the ground. Several soldiers hurried to untie the specialized ropes from the tank and meticulously inspected it for any damage, only relaxing once they confirmed it was unscathed. At that moment, the scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. No one had anticipated that the helicopter modified by Song Chi could possess such formidable capabilities. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Deng Zhangwo turned to Song Chi and inquired, "Hey, wait a minute. Xiao Song, your helicopter isn't equipped with a bucket? How on earth are you planning to extinguish the wildfire?" Deng Zhangwo's question immediately captured everyone's attention. Indeed, in the collective consciousness, helicopters extinguish fires by using buckets to scoop water from reservoirs before dousing the flames. While this helicopter's performance was impressive, how could it possibly extinguish a fire without a bucket? And even if it had one, it could only carry about 100 tons of water at most. While that may seem substantial, it is utterly laughable to think it could quell a wildfire sprawling over dozens of kilometers. Seeing the confusion, Song Chi scratched his head. "Wasn't that your request, Commander?" "My request." Deng Zhangwo was taken aback. "What did I ever say that? Don't spout nonsense." blinking in bewilderment. Song-Chi explained. Wasn't it you who said that the new helicopter was to be used for firefighting? That it didn't need to carry a weapon system? Yes. I did say that. Deng Jiangwo admitted. But isn't that what you meant? I assumed that your arrangement had profound significance. Yet I couldn't grasp it. I pondered for 2 whole days before finally understanding your intention. You meant to convert the weapon system into a firefighting system. Only then could we fulfill our mission more effectively. Without hesitation, I upgraded the weapon system to 2 water cannons, with a tremendous output and an impressive range. Produce. There are several modes to accommodate various complex situations. Moreover, a helicopter devoid of a weapon system is far safer and entirely non-aggressive. Deng Jiangwo stroked his chin. Lost in thought. Is that what I meant? How come I didn't think of that at the time? So, that was my intent. However, I find it hard to believe that this lad's invention is truly non-aggressive. Even Deng Jiangwo, who was skeptical, couldn't easily accept that Song-Chi's creation lacked offensive capability. Meanwhile, Wang Jinlong cast a satisfied glance at Deng Jiangwo, signaling approval. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Deng Jiangwo nodded in acknowledgement. However, another perplexing question soon surfaced in his mind. Even if they had 2 water cannons, it was impossible to extinguish a wildfire in mere minutes. A water cannon is just a water cannon. No matter how great the output, how substantial could it truly be? The range of a typical large fire truck is merely 60 to 70 meters, while Song-Chi's helicopter would naturally have a slightly greater range. It could reach a maximum of only 5 to 600 meters. Even with a significant output, the helicopter's maximum load was only 100 tons. It was essential to note that the wildfire spanned over 30 square kilometers. To extinguish such a fire with just 100 tons of water was sheer folly. Yet, inexplicably, as Deng Jiangwo gazed upon Song-Chi's handsome visage, he felt that if all this were to unfold around Song-Chi, it somehow seemed plausible. This lad appears to be an enigma beyond reason. After a moment's contemplation, Deng Jiangwo finally spoke. Xiaosong, could you conveniently demonstrate the water cannon of your aircraft for us? Of course, that's no problem at all. Song-Chi replied eagerly, ready to showcase his great jade water dragon shell and infinite water tornado. Little did he expect that Deng Jiangwo would request to see it while he was still in a drowsy state. Truly, he was my direct superior, perfectly in sync with my thoughts. He then grabbed the walkie-talkie. Yonghui, fire the great jade water dragon shell. The great jade water dragon shell? Wang Jinlong raised an eyebrow. Feeling the name was rather peculiar. On the helicopter, Zhou Yonghui promptly acknowledged Song-Chi's command and pressed a red button before him. In the next instant, 2 uniquely shaped cannons at the helicopter's base began to rise at an unusual angle. An otherworldly humming erupted from the cannons, reminiscent of a high-frequency mosquito's wings. As anticipation built, a thunderous sound echoed, and a massive water column, nearly a meter in diameter, shot forth from the cannon. The sonic boom resonated, and the speed of the water cannon's discharge exceeded the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, the great jade water dragon shell was propelled thousands of meters away. It obliterated 4 or 5 small hills before finally crashing into the peak of Suwa Mountain, dissipating entirely upon impact. Witnessing the spectacle, everyone stood in stunned silence. Wang Jinlong and Deng Jiangwo stared blankly at Song-Chi. Is this what you call non-aggressive? Is this what you mean by having removed the weapon system? Can you possibly be more absurd? Song-Chi, if this is non-aggressive, then those 5 hills must have collapsed from a gust of wind. If this is without a weapon system, then I grant you permission to arm it with 1 shot. Would you not bring down a satellite? The range must have been at least 3 kilometers, and it was merely a single cannon firing. If both were to unleash their power simultaneously, the peak of Suwa Mountain would likely have crumbled. One could only say that the absurdity had reached unparalleled heights. As the collective gaze of the crowd fell upon Song-Chi, who was merely an inexperienced researcher, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. He could only scratch his head and quietly add, "So, gentlemen, would you like another shot? After all, there is plenty of water to go around." "Please no." Wang Jinlong hurriedly intervened, covering Song-Chi's mouth to prevent him from issuing another command. "That's enough, Xiaosong. We've seen more than enough. Please, contain your extraordinary abilities." With the high-ranking commander's intervention, Song-Chi naturally ceased his actions. Wang Jinlong breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the lad had finally halted. Had he launched another round, Suihua Mountain would have likely been washed away. If such a story were to make the news tomorrow, it would be a scandal indeed. The entire Suihua Mountain region might even need to be renamed. Chapter 25, Suihua Mountain has collapsed. As they gazed at the astonishing scene before them, Everyone present struggled to swallow their disbelief. Initially, Deng Jiangwo thought it was merely a single water cannon. How exaggerated can one be? It was only upon witnessing Song Qi's demonstration that Deng Jiangwo realized the limitations of his own imagination. Possessing such a water gun seemed to render the task of extinguishing a wildfire in a short span of time quite effortless. Just when everyone believed they had uncovered the reason behind the helicopter's capability to combat the flames, Song Qi's words plunged the audience into a deeper state of confusion. Esteemed colleagues, these two grand jade water cannons can indeed quell localized wildfires. However, to truly extinguish the inferno, we must rely on the helicopter's secret weapon, the Wanqing water tornado. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinlong's ears perked up. A secret weapon indeed? What on earth? If your conventional weapon nearly obliterated Suwa Mountain, what destruction would your secret weapon unleash? Just as Wang Jinlong contemplated interjecting, Song Qi continued, the Wanqing water tornado possesses no destructive capabilities. It is purely a new model I devised for firefighting. Rest assured. With this reassurance, Wang Jinlong swallowed the words he had intended to voice. After a moment's reflection, he realized that as a dignified Air Force commander, it would not bode well if he shied away from allowing his subordinates to test the weapon. He paused, finally nodding in agreement. Very well, Xiao Song. Please proceed with the experiment. Seeing the high-ranking official's approval, Song Qi immediately became animated, raising the communicator in his hand. Yonghui, launch the Wanqing water tornado. Following the command, Zhou Yonghui wasted no time. The helicopter's cannon swiftly rotated, ultimately aiming toward the cloudless sky. What was he doing? Observing this spectacle, Wang Jinlong and Deng Jiangwo were utterly bewildered. Instead of targeting the wildfire, why direct the cannon towards the heavens? Is this a celebratory salute? Could it be that Song Qi is attempting to induce artificial rain? Yet, that seemed implausible. Though contemporary artificial rain technology has matured significantly, the prerequisites remain stringent. The humidity of the air, the thickness of the clouds, their altitude, and even wind direction are all critical factors. And now, the sky was devoid of clouds, with not a single one in sight. What rain could possibly fall? Amidst the fog of confusion, a sound akin to buzzing emanated from within the cannon. The dark cannon mouth quickly frosted over. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated. Two azure projectiles ascended into the sky at an indescribable velocity, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Time elapsed, and 2 minutes quietly slipped by. The crowd soon began to stir. Is this artificial rain? How could it rain without clouds? Surely, Song Qi must have lost his mind. Inducing rain under such weather conditions seemed akin to performing sorcery. Should we wait and see? As whispers filled the air, the previously clear sky underwent a dramatic transformation. A bizarre phenomenon resembling a tornado suddenly materialized before all eyes. Moments ago, the night sky sparkled with stars. Now it was shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Rain was imminent. Song Qi expertly opened an umbrella and approached Commander Wang. Sir, rain is about to fall. You mustn't catch a chill. Not at all. Wang Jinlong waved dismissively. What does it matter if a big man like me gets a little wet? The next moment, the heavens unleashed a deluge, cascading down like a waterfall. The intensity of the rain was as if someone were pouring water from above. Even with Song Qi's preparations, he nearly struggled to hold up the umbrella. In the blink of an eye, the commanders who had previously mocked Song Qi found themselves drenched to the skin. None could have anticipated the rain would arrive so swiftly and ferociously. Such torrential downpours in Xijing would surely lead to a catastrophic public transport paralysis due to its inadequate drainage system. Fortunately, the downpour was as rapid as it was fierce. Mere minutes later, the rain vanished without a trace. The stars reappeared in the night sky, and the moon shone brighter than ever, as if nothing had ever transpired. Yet, the officers, still dripping with rainwater, bore witness to the terror of that torrential storm. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. No one dared to question Song Qi's words any longer. Now, even if Song Qi declared that the helicopter could ascend to the moon, they would believe him without hesitation. The mere act of rain falling from a cloudless sky shattered all their preconceived notions. Wang Jinlong stood agape, his jaw slack, utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. He had always held a degree of faith in Song Qi's capabilities to summon rain, yet he could never have imagined it would be of such magnitude. Report, sir. A sudden torrential downpour has occurred 10 kilometers southwest of Suwa Mountain. Cause unknown. Under investigation. Report, sir. A torrential downpour has been observed at the southeastern foot of Luoshan. Cause unknown. Report, sir. Satellite imagery indicates a rapid increase in humidity around Suihua Mountain, yet no cloud formation has been detected. A flurry of reports echoed from Wang Jinlong's communicator. The assembled crowd was now utterly stupefied. Song Qi had delivered so many shocks that night that they had grown somewhat numb. A torrential downpour had simultaneously drenched an area spanning 30 to 50 square kilometers around Suihua Mountain. If this wasn't a grand spectacle orchestrated by Song Qi, who would dare believe it? But how had this been accomplished? The humidity around Suihua Mountain surged instantaneously. Could it be that the projectiles Song Qi launched had the power to manipulate the moisture in the air? How could that be possible? Even the most advanced climate science today cannot control humidity over such vast expanses. Most perplexing of all, there were no clouds in the sky. What then had caused that rain to fall? Was this some form of haunting? As the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, a deafening roar erupted from behind Suihua Mountain. Boom! Followed by a cloud of dust rising into the sky. Suihua Mountain had collapsed due to the initial impact of the water cannon, coupled with the subsequent torrential rain. The battered Suihua Mountain could no longer withstand the strain, and before all eyes, it crumbled with a resounding crash. Wang Jinlong, witnessing this scene, despairingly covered his eyes. What a calamity! This was bound to create trouble. Chapter 26. The Most Conventional Energy System. Xiaosong, please enlighten us about what just transpired. Your artificial rain seems quite different from what I recall. Dismissing thoughts of Suihua Mountain's collapse, Wang Jinlong shifted his gaze back to Song Qi. In that moment, all eyes were upon him. Song Qi bashfully scratched his head. This isn't artificial rain at all. With no clouds overhead, how could it possibly be artificial rain? This is my newly developed ultra-low temperature condensation rain technology. By utilizing the helicopter to launch 2 ultra-low pressure, low temperature condensation shells into the sky, the moment the shells explode, a low-pressure environment is created, drawing in cold air and moisture from a 100-kilometer radius. The water vapor ultimately condenses into raindrops that fall to the ground. It is entirely different from artificial rain. Upon hearing Song Qi's explanation, both Wang Jinlong and Deng Zhangwo displayed expressions of sudden realization. Yet just as swiftly, Wang Jinlong's mind raced with a startling revelation. In other words, this so-called universal water tornado genuinely possesses the ability to alter weather? If that is indeed the case, the strategic value of this helicopter, modified by Song Qi, is likely far greater than one could ever imagine. Even in modern warfare, weather remains an uncontrollable factor on the battlefield. Should we truly gain mastery over weather control, the advantages on the front lines would be immeasurable. For instance, during a rapid military advance, if our forces are met with clear skies while the enemy is engulfed in torrential rain, the disparity in our rates of progress would be monumental. Contemplating this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wang Jinlong's eyes, his gaze towards the helicopter in the sky growing increasingly fervent. Song, does your new helicopter have any flaws? Particularly regarding its weather-altering capabilities. Are there any side effects? Wang Jinlong continued to inquire. The officers present, all influential leaders within the Northwest Military District, immediately recognized the terrifying potential concealed within this helicopter. Dozens of ears perked up in anticipation. Flaws? I can only say that it lacks an armament system, which makes it somewhat less secure, replied an officer. Wang Jinlong interjected. Please, open your eyes and take a good look. The power of your water cannon surpasses even my tank. It could wash away the very Suihua Mountain. Is this what you call lacking an armament system? The most absurd part is, when we arrived, you all literally fell from the sky, and that was fine. This is what you deem not very safe. If this helicopter is unsafe, then is there any helicopter in the world that is secure? Wang Jinlong rubbed his temples, feeling exhausted from conversing with such an eccentric individual as Song Qi. And what about the functions you demonstrated earlier? Are there any drawbacks? Are you referring to the universal water tornado? Song Qi pondered, stroking his chin. There are indeed some drawbacks. For example, after launching, the vapor in the area will condense into rain, which may lead to a drought lasting over 10 days. I fired 2 rounds. Thus, Xi Jing may face a drought lasting more than a month. As for other issues, I believe there are no significant drawbacks. Song Qi explained candidly. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinlong fell into contemplation. He considered that Xi Jing often experiences long-term droughts. This minor flaw hardly qualifies as a drawback in the Northwest Military District. Most importantly, Wang Jinlong envisioned an entirely new mode of warfare emerging from Song Qi's modified helicopter, climate warfare. This concept had existed for quite some time, and the Dragon Nation had invested considerable effort into its research. However, in reality, this mode of warfare had not yielded any groundbreaking results due to the laws of nature. Even with humanity's advancements, the ability to alter climatic conditions remains limited and largely ineffective on modern battlefields. Yet now, Song Qi's newly modified helicopter provided Wang Xinlong with a fresh perspective. In future conflicts, he could directly unleash 10 universal water tornadoes upon the enemy's military base, flooding their forces. Following that, he could swiftly retreat using the helicopter, which operates at speeds comparable to early warning aircraft. It was an extraordinary battlefield asset, leaving the enemy utterly helpless. With this thought, Wang Xinlong's eyes gleamed with anticipation for future scenarios. Song Qi, well done. You are truly a great contributor to our Northwest Military District, Wang Xinlong exclaimed, excitedly patting Song Qi on the shoulder. Instantly, everyone present erupted in joyous laughter, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. The only one with a furrowed brow and a look of confusion was an elderly scientist named Meng Yuanshan, a distinguished figure within the Northwest Military District. Even Wang Xinlong addressed him respectfully as Elder Meng. Elder Meng cast a glance at the helicopter, then at Song Qi. After much internal struggle, he finally voiced his lingering question. Wait a moment, young Song, I have a question that I hope you can clarify for me. As an old man, I find it hard to turn my mind around, and if I can't comprehend this, I fear I won't sleep a wink tonight. Beside them, the cheerful Wang Xinlong nodded at Song Qi, encouraging him to respond directly. Song Qi politely acknowledged, Elder Meng, please feel free to ask. I assure you, I will answer anything you wish to know. Elder Meng pointed at the helicopter and expressed his curiosity. What type of engine powers your helicopter? Could it possibly be a fighter jet engine? Why is its performance so extraordinary? Elder Meng, a veteran in the field of military industrialization, immediately recognized that the engine of this new helicopter was anything but ordinary. For any aircraft, the engine can be deemed its very heart. The multitude of functions showcased by Song Qi would require an astronomical amount of energy. It could not possibly be equipped with the engine from the first-generation armed helicopters of the Dragon Nation. Even the most advanced WZ-10 engine would struggle to support such performance, like a child pushing a cart far beyond its means. In response to Elder Meng's inquiry, Song Qi smiled slightly. A fighter jet engine? Most certainly not. What use would that be? It's fuel-consuming and exorbitantly expensive. A large question mark slowly floated above Elder Meng's head. If not fuel, then what do you use? Are you joking, using water? Elder Meng steadied himself and pressed on with his questioning. Then what energy source do you utilize? Song Qi smirked and explained, the energy source is quite straightforward. As you know, the air contains water vapor. I harness the immense energy generated from the high-temperature fission of external water molecules to power the entire helicopter. The cooled water returns to its liquid state, which can then be utilized as firefighting water. This energy system, combined with my helicopter, is simply magnificent. It can fly just by boiling water. What do you think? In an instant, a flurry of question marks filled the room. Not only Elder Meng, but even Deng Jiangwo and Wang Xinlong were left utterly astonished. Young Song, your water molecule fission sounds akin to nuclear fission. Oh, upon seeing their reactions, Song Qi quickly moved to cover Elder Meng's mouth. Elder Meng, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. There is absolutely no relation between the two. My energy system is as conventional as it can be. You cannot slander a good person. Chapter 27. The Revelation of the New Helicopter. In the Dragon Nation, all military research personnel are acutely aware of one critical fact. Nuclear energy is an absolute taboo. Engaging in nuclear research without state approval could lead to consequences far more dreadful than one could imagine. If any disturbances arise from nuclear research, one would undoubtedly find themselves in military court. It was evident that Song Qi's engine had not been reported to the state. If this matter were to leak, even with Wang Xinlong's intent to protect him, it would likely become a complicated situation. Elder Meng, initially poised to continue his inquiries, was silenced by a stern look from Wang Xinlong, and the words that were on the tip of his tongue were ultimately swallowed back down. Eventually, with a wave of Wang Xinlong's hand, Song Qi's modified helicopter was piloted back to the Air Force Base by Zhou Yonghui. Wang Xinlong also returned with the troops. Overall, the incident of the Tsoa mountain fire turned out to be a false alarm. The fire was extinguished without any casualties, and the only troublesome aspect was the collapse of a section of the mountain. However, sending troops to conduct repairs and minimize the risk of further collapses would not pose a significant issue. In Wang Xinlong's heart, the most delightful outcome of this fire incident was undoubtedly the encounter with Song Qi. Were it not for Song Qi, he might still be commanding the troops in the midst of retreat while battling the raging inferno. To speak candidly, The newly developed helicopters by Songqi have undoubtedly mitigated losses amounting to billions, if not tens of billions, for the Air Force of the Northwest Military Region. His contributions cannot be overstated. Returning to his office, Wang Jinlong settled into his chair, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. This Songqi truly possesses remarkable ingenuity. He caught me off guard, especially regarding that final fission power system. Can such a thing even be disclosed? Deng Zhangwo blinked and quickly chimed in. What the chief says is absolutely correct. However, to be frank, the helicopter that Songqi has developed is indeed impressive. Of course, Wang Jinlong shot him a stern glare. His demeanor gravely serious as he remarked, "It's not just impressive. Who else across the entire Blue Star could produce a helicopter of such caliber? I suspect that little Song is one of a kind." Wang Jinlong then stroked his chin, adopting a contemplative expression. Nonetheless, it would be a bit of a loss to simply hand this helicopter over to the Shijing Fire Department. What would a fire department do with such an advanced helicopter? I consider documenting all the technical data for this helicopter and having Songqi summarize the key technical points to see if we can facilitate its mass production. Beside him, Deng Zhangwo promptly nodded in agreement. Chief, I will have the researchers from the Third Institute study it thoroughly tomorrow, striving to establish the production line as soon as possible. You can rest assured that this matter is in our capable hands. With Deng Zhangwo's assurance, Wang Jinlong finally nodded in satisfaction. Deng Zhangwo was not one to dither, promptly excusing himself to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, a video began to circulate wildly online. Initially shared among a select few, it was soon disseminated on Weibo. Within a mere half hour, it exploded onto the hot search list. By the early hours of the morning, a trending topic entitled Dragon Nation's helicopter finally stands up surged to the top of the charts with breathtaking speed, and its momentum continued to swell. The second trending topic barely registered compared to this phenomenon. In the video, a sleek black helicopter was astonishingly seen soaring through the air, towing a 60-ton 99A tank at remarkable speed. Even more astonishingly, the tank showed no signs of instability whatsoever. Following this, the helicopter showcased its prowess by unleashing a water cannon that obliterated 5 small hills, scattering Sohua Mountain to smithereens. Subsequently, the helicopter launched 2 projectiles into the sky, and soon, a torrential downpour ensued. The video concluded at this juncture, yet all who witnessed it were electrified. Within mere minutes, the view count soared past 10 million. What is more alarming was that it was only 2 a.m. Had this video been released during the day, its viewership would have undoubtedly skyrocketed, potentially overwhelming Weibo itself. Whoa, is this helicopter from the Dragon Nation? Does the Dragon Nation actually possess such an incredible helicopter? Hey, Va Ignorance Bureau, get to work. Wow, is that water cannon a newly developed weapon? One shot and it flattens hills. How utterly impressive. Is this real? Can a helicopter even alter the weather? The strategic implications are colossal. Free Nation, tremble in fear. The Dragon Nation is rising. The Dragon Nation is formidable. In this life, I have no regrets entering Huaxia. I came as a seed of the flower family. Such are the enthusiastic remarks flooding the comment section. It was evident how fervently Dragon Nation's netizens anticipated this new helicopter. Historically, the Dragon Nation's Air Force had never been considered strong on a global scale, or even within Asia. Only in the past decade had it begun to take flight, narrowing the gap with the Free Nation and reaching a point of parity with the Northern Bear Nation. Over 20 years ago, during the Straits crisis, the Dragon Nation's fighter jets were even inferior to those across the Strait. Thus, the enthusiasm of Dragon Nation's netizens for new aircraft had always been exceptionally fervent. Moreover, this newly unveiled helicopter was nothing short of monstrous in performance. It was only natural for all netizens to be exhilarated. Soon enough, this video was shared by enthusiastic Dragon Nation netizens on foreign platforms, creating a tidal wave of discussion. Dragon Nation is incredible. Such a combat helicopter. Even the Free Nation could not manufacture something like this. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As a new citizen of the Free Nation who escaped from the Dragon Nation, they can barely afford meals. How could they possess such advanced aircraft? I can tell it's fake at first glance. It's far too unrealistic. Many aspects simply defy scientific reasoning. Have the people of the Dragon Nation gone mad over aircraft? Yet, the video doesn't appear to be fake. There are no signs of post-production. Foreign netizens were also buzzing with speculation. However, compared to the fervor within the Dragon Nation, the dissenting voices were significantly more prominent. Many were unwilling to believe, or even dare to doubt, that such an advanced helicopter could be produced by the Dragon Nation. Numerous defectors from the Free Nation were fervently attacking their former homeland, like rabid dogs, seemingly in a frenzied bid to demonstrate loyalty to their new masters by savaging their motherland. Meanwhile, the architect of this entire affair, Song Chi, had long since drifted into slumber, entirely unaware of the tumult unfolding outside. Chapter 28. The bureau chief takes action. The following morning in the imperial capital, a grand press conference was underway. Zhang Xiaozhong sat upright on the stage, addressing a barrage of questions from journalists. Once an expert in military armaments for the Dragon Nation, he had held high-ranking positions but had since retired from military service. Nevertheless, he remained a highly respected authority in military science. Some netizens even speculated that Zhang Xiaozhong was the head of a mysterious department in the Dragon Nation, affectionately referring to him as the bureau chief. As he faced the reporters' probing inquiries, the bureau chief maintained a composed demeanor. It was evident that today's press conference revolved around the video that had gone viral online the previous night. Professor Zhang. A video surfaced online last night regarding our armed helicopter, filmed in the Xijing region of the Dragon Nation. It is said to showcase our new generation of armed helicopters undergoing live-fire testing. What are your thoughts on this? For fans of the Dragon Nation's military, aircraft and tanks have always been the focal point of interest, despite the Wuji 10 having only officially been in service for a decade. Military enthusiasts had been eagerly awaiting the advent of a new helicopter. The Wuji 10 had swiftly transformed from a sweet little thing into a formidable powerhouse at the mere announcement of a new helicopter. In response to the journalist's inquiry, Zhang Xiaozhong smiled, cleared his throat, and spoke slowly. I have viewed the widely circulated video as well. However, I believe the authenticity and reliability of that video remain in question. The latest information I have indicates that the Wuji 10 is still the most advanced armed helicopter currently in active service for the Dragon Nation. The new armed helicopter is merely an upgraded version of the Wuji 10 and is not nearly as exaggerated as depicted in the video. Here we go again. The bureau chief is at it. It is well known that Zhang Xiaozhong, as the bureau chief, has a reputation for accuracy that is almost uncanny when it comes to predicting foreign military equipment. When he predicts that a particular aircraft will crash, it invariably does. Yet, when it comes to our military equipment, his assessments can be alarmingly inaccurate. He claims that the fourth-generation fighter is just a modified J-10, and that the J-20 is simply a variant of the J-10. He even proposed a theory regarding seaweed-based anti-submarine tactics that left military enthusiasts thoroughly impressed. However, the military enthusiasts of today are no longer the naive youngsters of a decade ago. The words of the bureau chief are met with skepticism. They don expressions that convey disbelief, as if to say, really? I find that hard to believe. This renders Zhang Xiaozhong somewhat embarrassed as he awkwardly touches his nose. Nowadays, netizens are increasingly difficult to deceive. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaozhong has not gleaned a single piece of information regarding the test flights of the new helicopter. Although he has retired from military service, he still possesses numerous channels for information. From what he understands, the development of a new helicopter is taking place in the Northern Military District under the auspices of the Liaoyang Aircraft Factory. Yet, he has heard no news of any test flights. Furthermore, even if there have been test flights, Liaoyang is a considerable distance from Xijing. How could they possibly conduct tests there? That video must be a mere fabrication. However, another journalist stood up and spoke. Professor Zhang. According to our expert analysis, we found no traces of manipulation in that video, and indeed, a significant landslide occurred near Tsua Mountain, which is now under military control. Could all of this be mere coincidence? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaozhong furrowed his brows. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "My dear journalist, I hope you understand one crucial fact. Military equipment is a systematic science, not a metaphysical concept. The helicopter depicted in that video, do you not find it utterly absurd? It is purportedly lifting a Type 99A heavy tank, which weighs 60 tons. The heaviest operational helicopter, the Mi-26, has a maximum lift capacity of only 40 tons. Moreover, its flying speed is estimated to be around 800 or 900 kilometers per hour, which is faster than an early warning aircraft. How can that possibly be classified as a helicopter? As for the water cannon fired later, this type of technology is unheard of in Longguo, or even in the entirety of Blue Star. I must ask, where would such a vast quantity of water be stored on a helicopter? What kind of engine would be required to drive such a high-powered water cannon? And that final weather-altering projectile is even more ludicrous. There isn't a cloud in the sky, so how could it possibly rain? I understand the desire for our military equipment to be ever more formidable, but there must be limits. It will be prudent for everyone to refrain from indulging in such absurd videos. I can assure you, the helicopter in that video exists solely within the confines of that video. Such an advanced helicopter, not even Longguo, nor the entire Blue Star, possesses the capability to construct. As for the landslide, I am inclined to believe it is merely a coincidence. Zhang Xiaozhong's assertions left the journalist speechless. Anyone with even a modicum of military knowledge would recognize the absurdity of the helicopter in that video. Although Zhang Xiaozhong has retired from the military, he still bears the responsibility of dispelling rumors. After all, public opinion can easily be led astray. Many citizens of Longguo do not delve into the authenticity of the video, relying solely on their subjective conjectures. He certainly understands the populace's aspiration for the nation to grow stronger. However, one must not be overly far-fetched. Although the country no longer requires him to engage in such persuasion, Zhang Xiaozhong is utterly convinced that this so-called new helicopter is nothing more than a rumor. Witnessing Zhang Xiaozhong's unwavering conviction, the journalist present nodded in agreement, evidently accepting his conclusion. Ultimately, the press conference concluded successfully. The various reporters gathered their equipment and exited the venue in an orderly fashion. The press release was already being hastily prepared. Many quick-footed news outlets had even published the content of the press conference. After the event, Zhang Xiaozhong wore a look of melancholy. It seems that our military propaganda bureau's efforts are still insufficient. How can there be so many who believe that Longguo's military equipment is formidable? The public's understanding of military technology remains quite low. It must be that the little rascals in the bureau have slackened in their duties since my retirement. Leading to such a situation, their wages must be docked. Zhang Xiaozhong thought with indignation. In a moment of nostalgia, he seemed to recall the days when he led the War Ignorance Bureau across the internet. At that very moment, in his office, Wang Jinlong caught sight of Zhang Xiaozhong's debunking video. He instantly leapt with excitement. Bureau Chief, well done. Indeed, they're only incorrect names, not incorrect nicknames. The director of the War Ignorance Bureau truly lives up to the title. With this, the burden on his shoulders lightened considerably. At least he no longer had to expend effort thinking about how to shift the topic. Chapter 29. Competing eagerly. Meanwhile, outside the office of the Tianjin Research Institute's director, a hurried knocking echoed. Guoming, Zhao Kachin's robust voice resounded. Secretary Xiao Zhang rushed in. Director Zhao, recently, a video has gone viral online regarding the new helicopter. Would you like to take a look? It is said to be quite advanced. Director Zhao lifted his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Xiao Zhang, our research institute focuses on fighter jets. Why leave the helicopters to the Liaoyang aircraft factory? The technology on helicopters, no matter how advanced, has no application in fighter jets. Although Director Zhao's words hold merit, the study of fighter jets and helicopters are indeed worlds apart. Secretary Xiao Zhang, momentarily taken aback, was about to retreat when he seemed to recall something and continued. Director Zhao, this helicopter is reportedly a modification by Song Qi, a researcher from the Third Institute, whom you particularly attended to last time. I lack further details, but it is said that the Northwest Military District has sealed all information. The moment the name Song Qi was uttered, Director Zhao's murky eyes instantly brightened. Why did you not say so earlier? Quickly, bring the video here. From now on, anything that appears peculiar from the Third Institute must be delivered to my office immediately. Understood? Xiao Zhang had not anticipated such a drastic shift in Director Zhao's response and stood momentarily stunned before presenting the tablet to him. The video commenced. Director Zhao watched with the seriousness of schoolboy. Although he had prepared himself mentally, upon witnessing the terrifying capabilities and nearly unfathomable strategic value of the helicopter, he could not help but exclaim, "What on earth? Is this really a helicopter? An enormous cargo capacity, extraordinary lift, and even the ability to alter weather. It's simply a game-changer in modern warfare." Director Zhao sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement. Had this video not been filmed outside the Third Institute in Xijing, he would have been convinced it was fabricated. However, once connected to Song Qi, everything once deemed impossible suddenly appeared logical. Director Zhao's face flushed crimson with urgency as he prepared to stride out of the office. "Director, where are you going? It's cold outside. Make sure to dress warmly." Secretary Zhou had not anticipated that merely mentioning Song Qi's name would prompt Director Zhao, with his stubborn temperament, to change his mind and rush out after watching the video. Zhou's secretary found herself increasingly curious about this Song Qi. Who could evoke such a reaction from a seasoned figure like Director Zhao, a stalwart of Longguo's technology? "Xiao Zhou, quickly buy me a plane ticket. Fly to Xijing. The sooner, the better. We must not allow that old fellow Lu Dingbian to get there first." "What? Secretary Zhou was utterly perplexed, entirely unable to comprehend the meaning behind old Zhao's words. The Lu Dingbian mentioned by old Zhao was a prominent figure in the realm of scientific research within the Dragon Nation. How could he possibly be in contention with old Zhao over something? Old Zhao. The authenticity of the video was still uncertain. The information from the Northwest Military District had been completely sealed off, leaving me without any means to verify it. What if this video were merely a prank concocted by internet users? A prank? Old Zhao paused for a moment, deep in thought, and then shook his head vehemently. It cannot possibly be a prank. The last time Xiao Song requested materials from us, I vaguely caught a glimpse of something in that video. This helicopter must have been constructed by Xiao Song. We must set off at once. Perhaps we can still partake in the spoils. If we allow old Lu to get there first, or if the Northwest Military District seizes it, we would suffer a tremendous loss. At that moment, the usually composed old Zhao appeared as anxious as a child, stamping his feet in agitation. However, old Zhao, did you not say that the helicopter's development was entrusted to the Liaoyang airfield? Came a voice of Xiao Zhang. Entrusted? Old Zhao hesitated. I believe our Tianjin Research Institute, as the foremost aerospace research institution in the Dragon Nation, should assist our brother units in alleviating their research burdens. It is our duty. You just claimed that the helicopter's technology could not be applied to fighter jets. Nonsense. I say it could be done. Hurry and buy tickets. Stop dawdling. Old Zhao, in a fit of indignation, shot a fierce glare at Xiao Zhang. His demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of a reckless youth. Xiao Zhang chuckled and exited the room, commencing arrangements for everything. Meanwhile, at the Longlin Research Institute in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, a scene almost identical to this was unfolding. Upon witnessing the video, old Lu immediately realized it was undoubtedly the handiwork of Song Qi. He promptly instructed his assistant to secure tickets for travel to Shijing. It should be noted that the mere modification of the fighter jet's exterior metallic materials by Song Qi had propelled the Longlin Research Institute's expertise in aerospace materials science forward by at least a decade. Moreover, this achievement was attained without fully deciphering the materials principles. If given a few more months to completely analyze the materials, old Lu would usher in an unimaginable technological revolution in the entire field of materials science within the Dragon Nation. This revolution would extend far beyond fighter jets. Even the aviation sector and lunar exploration programs would experience unprecedented breakthroughs. The benefits would also permeate civilian life, impacting healthcare, sanitation, and even housing and automobiles. If this metallic material were to gain widespread adoption, the ensuing profits and advantages would undoubtedly be calculated in the hundreds of billions. And all of this would be attributed to Song Qi. At this moment, as Song Qi unveiled yet another new product, how could old Lu not be filled with exhilaration? Thus, old Zhao and old Lu, two titans of the Dragon Nation's scientific community, hastened towards the Third Research Institute in Shijing with unprecedented speed. At noon, two commercial aircraft took off one after the other from the Daqing International Airport in the imperial capital and the Hongqiao Airport in Magic City. On board, the two elders repeatedly watched the helicopter video, each making conjectures about its performance, maximum payload, and power systems based on their respective areas of expertise. Yet, with each deeper contemplation, they found their minds increasingly blank, a torrent of questions flooding their thoughts. At that moment, they wished fervently to arrive in Shijing with the aircraft, eager to witness firsthand the appearance of this brand new helicopter. Chapter 30, Old Zhao. Is the helicopter truly this advanced? That afternoon, outside the Third Military Research Institute in Shijing, two sleek military SUVs arrived almost simultaneously. Old Zhao and old Lu alighted from their vehicles, and upon spotting each other, turned away like petulant children. Their visit to Shijing was urgent, leaving no time to notify the Northwest Military District, and consequently, no one was there to welcome them. It was only upon nearing the Third Institute that they informed Deng Zhangwo. However, old Zhao and old Lu had not anticipated that they would arrive simultaneously. Oh, old Zhao, I recall your Tianjin Research Institute specializes in fighter jets, right? This time, Xiao Song has produced a helicopter, which falls outside your purview. Are you really planning to meddle in this? Came the sardonic voice of old Lu. Oof. Is your Longlin not also engaged in material research? Why do you come buzzing around like a fly drawn to a scent? Old Zhao retorted, unyielding. In the Dragon Nation, few would dare to speak to old Zhao and old Lu in such a manner, aside from the two themselves. Their assistants, witnessing the two titans of the scientific community bickering publicly, stifled their laughter, their curiosity about this so-called Song Qi intensifying. Who exactly was this Song Qi that could evoke such fervor in old Zhao and old Lu, even to the point of sparking a rivalry? Just as everyone was left bewildered, Deng Zhangguo emerged from the Third Institute. Upon seeing the two elders, he hurriedly approached. Old Zhao, old Lu, what brings you both here? And without even a guard, no less. This is far too dangerous. Old Zhao waved his hand dismissively upon seeing Deng Zhangguo. We are not a crown camel. What danger could there possibly be? Colonel Deng. Where is Xiao Song? Is he in the Institute? I have seen his new helicopter prototype, and it is truly magnificent. Take me to see it. Beside him, old Lu could no longer contain his excitement, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Upon hearing that the two elders had come specifically for the new helicopter and Song Qi, Deng Zhangguo's expression shifted to one of perplexity. Wang Zhenlong had long since issued orders to seal off the information and had sternly instructed Deng Zhangguo to refrain from leaking any intel. Yet it seemed as though the entire world was aware of the situation, all flocking to the Third Institute. Observing the determined expressions on old Zhao and old Lu's faces, Deng Zhangguo understood they were certain that Song Qi had indeed developed a new helicopter, prompting their visit. Continuing to conceal this information seemed futile. With his mind racing, Deng Zhangguo quickly made a decision. A smile crept onto his face. Old Zhao, old Lu, Xiao Song is currently with a new helicopter. I will take you both there at once. With that, the two elders followed Deng Zhangguo into the depths of the Third Institute. Although the previous day's wildfire had been fierce, its location was not far from the Third Institute. The wind had blown towards the northwest, and since the Institute was situated south of Sohua Mountain, it had not suffered significant damage. Following Deng Zhangguo's lead, the two elders gradually approached the production workshop. From a distance, old Zhao could hear the furious shouts of Wang Zhenlong emanating from within. Li Xiangwu. How many times must I say it? This helicopter is not going to your fire brigade. Do you really need such a strategic weapon just to put out a fire? Do you have any idea what this weapon means for a Northwest military district? Within the workshop, a resounding voice retorted defiantly. Why would we need it? This helicopter was originally ordered by our fire administration. Is it not reasonable for it to be delivered to us now? It's just a helicopter. Look at your petty demeanor. Are you even a commander of the Air Force? Do you have no sense of contractual obligation? I curse your sense of obligation. No, Li Xianghua, I tell you. If you want a helicopter, there is none. I value my life. Old Zhao and old Lu stepped into the workshop. Witnessing the Air Force Commander Wang Zhenlong engaged in a heated argument with a middle-aged man clad in police uniform. Meanwhile, Song Qi and Zhou Yonghui leisurely settled onto a small stool, casually cracking sunflower seeds as they observed the two titans before them engage in a verbal duel. Wang Zhenlong, the commander of the Air Force in the Northwest Military Region, stood at a higher rank than Li Xianghua, the director of the West Capital Fire Department. However, the crux of the matter was that Wang Zhenlong was in the wrong. It was evident that the helicopter had been reserved by the fire department, only to be flamboyantly commandeered. Anyone in their position would find it difficult to swallow such an affront. Thus, the heated exchange ensued. Upon the entrance of the esteemed Zhao and Lu, the expressions of Wang Zhenlong, Li Xianghua, and Zhou Yonghui shifted dramatically. Only Song Qi remained unfazed, continuing to munch on his sunflower seeds. The moment the two elders laid eyes on the new helicopter, their eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had encountered a rare and precious treasure, rushing toward the aircraft with an almost reverent fervor. Magnificent! Absolutely magnificent! They exclaimed. The aerodynamic structure, the streamlined design. Who would have thought a helicopter could be crafted with such advanced technology? Zhao, gently caressing the helicopter's fuselage, murmured in awe. Although his research primarily focused on fighter jets, it did not imply ignorance regarding helicopters. On the contrary, individuals of Zhao's caliber were universally polymathic. His extensive knowledge in the helicopter domain was profound, and had it not been for the nation's fighter jet program demanding his expertise, he might have shifted his focus to helicopters. At that moment, in Zhao's eyes, the helicopter before him was nothing short of a perfect masterpiece. Even without taking flight, he possessed an unwavering conviction that this helicopter represented the pinnacle of advancement in the entire Dragon Country, and indeed across the Blue Planet. Beside him, Lu, a specialist in aerospace materials, merely tapped the metallic surface of the aircraft, and his pupils dilated as if struck by an earthquake. Amateurs observed the spectacle. Experts discerned the intricacies. Lu, an authority in materials, immediately recognized that the helicopter's construction utilized a novel material, one of extraordinarily superior properties. His excitement surged. Xiao Li, quickly, fetch the metal detector. Secretary Xiao Li sprang into action, retrieving a circular detector from the vehicle within moments. Lu took the metal detector and pressed it against the helicopter's fuselage. The subsequent display of data rendered everyone speechless. The three critical metrics challenged the very foundations of human understanding of physics. Gulp. Lu struggled to swallow. Incredible. The analysis of the unknown metal revealed. 1. Mohs hardness value, 12 hm. 2. Impact resistance, level 11. 3. Metal yield strength, 7,000 MPa. As the attendees absorbed the astonishing figures, their mouths gaped, and an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Lu, bewildered, glanced at the metal tester, suspecting malfunction, and repeated the measurement multiple times, each yielding the same astonishing results, leaving him rooted in disbelief. This was utterly extraordinary. Wang Jinlong and Li Xianghua, both leaders, were not entirely ignorant of data. They merely lacked comprehension. However, upon witnessing the abrupt and unsettling silence, they instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation. It was Zhou Yonghui who shattered the stillness. Song-Chi, what is going on? Didn't you boast about this metal being even more impressive than the last? Why is the hardness and impact resistance inferior to the previous one? Only that yield strength is marginally better. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned increasingly peculiar. Lu directed a look of incredulity at Zhou. Zhou, you ought to read more. It will serve you well. This is not merely a slight improvement. The 7,000 MPa metal yield strength means that if this helicopter falls from several thousand meters, it would emerge unscathed. Do you understand? The metal yield strength indicates the maximum pressure at which a metal deforms and sustains damage. In today's world, aside from a new alloy developed by Shaosong, the highest yield strength belongs to chromium metal, which is merely 700 MPa. 7,000 MPa is nothing short of divine. Lu's eyes sparkled with fervor. Although the materials used in Song-Chi's helicopter were somewhat inferior in hardness and impact resistance compared to the previous invention, this was merely relative. The Mohs hardness of 12 hm was sufficient to outclass any material worldwide, coupled with the terrifying metal yield strength value. It was indisputable that the new material developed by Song-Chi could lead the entire blue planet by 50 years. Once this material is applied broadly, the potential applications are beyond imagination. If utilized in automobiles, a vehicle could collide with a train and emerge unscathed. In aerospace, it would be invincible. Even if plummeting from thousands of meters, it could guarantee the safety of the spacecraft. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lu was utterly exhilarated. He rushed forward, gripping Song-Chi's sunflower seed-cracking hand tightly. Shaosong, this helicopter must be delivered to my Dragon-Scale Research Institute first. This metal material is invaluable. The economic benefits it could yield will be even more staggering than the last. I estimate it could generate trillions. Witnessing Lu's unabashed attempt to monopolize, Zhao silently cursed his lack of decorum and hurriedly joined the fray. Once again, the scene echoed a previous encounter. Old Lu, have some dignity. Every time Shaosong invents something, you rush to claim it. What we at the Tianjin Institute are researching is equally significant. Shaosong, listen to me, Zhao interjected, also grasping Song-Chi's hand earnestly. You must entrust this helicopter to me. I promise to establish a production line at lightning speed. By year end, I will ensure this new helicopter makes its maiden flight. What do you say? Zhao's voice carried a persuasive resonance. Who among armaments designers could resist the allure of establishing a production line for their creation? In a dragon country, only a select few possess the audacity to make such a promise, and Zhao Curson was among them. Zhao Curson, are you forcing my hand? Lu retorted. The last fighter jet was handed to you first. You claim expertise, but a helicopter is not within your purview. Using such underhanded tactics to entice Shaosong is simply disgraceful. Lu clung desperately to Song-Chi's wrist, as if fearing he might lose him. Shaosong, it's all right. Is it merely about establishing a production line? Your uncle Lu, can write directly to the State Council. What Zhao Curson can do, I can do too. Lu, once perceived as a perpetually cheerful affluent gentleman, transformed into a protective lion, shielding Song-Chi vehemently. Observing the two titans of Dragon Country's research community at odds, Wang Jinlong awkwardly rubbed his nose, contemplating stepping in as a mediator. Zhao Lu, please, sell me a favor. Let us refrain from arguing for the moment and sit down to discuss this matter properly. After all, Master Song has yet to voice his thoughts. Standing nearby, Li Xianghua, who had been fervently arguing with Wang Jinlong just moments ago, recognized the escalating contention between the two venerable figures and realized his presence was no longer warranted. He promptly interjected, indeed, This helicopter is, after all, the product of Master Song. Seeking his opinion would be prudent. Upon hearing this, the two elders seemed to find merit in his words and turned their attention towards Song Qi, awaiting his decision. After a brief pause for contemplation, Song Qi finally spoke with deliberation. I believe the new helicopter should be entrusted to the Longlin Research Institute led by Old Liu. It is evident that there exists a considerable disparity between fighter jets and helicopters. However, I am of the opinion that if the materials for this aircraft could be disseminated, it would greatly benefit the development of our nation. Nevertheless, Old Zhao need not feel disheartened. Shortly, I shall provide you with a complete data set, design blueprints, and conceptual framework for the new helicopter, ensuring that your journey here is not in vain. After all, you have extended such substantial support to our institute. The two elders ceased their quarrel, recognizing that forging weapons for the nation is our collective mission. There is no distinction between us. Upon hearing Song Qi's eloquent words, both Old Zhao and Old Liu were momentarily taken aback, their heads bowed in a mixture of humility and reflection. Indeed, having lived much of their lives, they found themselves outshone by a younger generation. When it comes to serving the nation, distinctions dissolve in the face of shared aspirations for the prosperity and strength of our homeland. Nearby, Wang Jinlong, upon hearing Song Qi's remarks, couldn't help but regard him with newfound admiration. To forge weapons for the nation, what a profound sentiment. Such eloquence, such a grand vision. Even he, a commander of the military district, could not articulate such impassioned words. Song Qi, it seemed, was not only adept in research, but also a master of emotional mobilization. Chapter 32. The fanatical admirers of Lin Wanqing arrive. An hour later, Song Qi handed a thick stack of documents to Old Zhao, whose face lit up with joy, akin to that of a child receiving a treasured gift. With the design blueprints and experimental data in hand, even in the absence of a prototype, the new helicopter could indeed be constructed, albeit at a slightly slower pace. This delay was a small price for Old Zhao to pay. Naturally, the new helicopter design was now firmly in Old Liu's grasp. The development of new materials cannot be accomplished solely through data and configuration ratios. Actual physical interaction would undoubtedly enhance the efficiency of research exponentially. This was precisely why Song Qi insisted on assigning the new helicopter to Old Liu. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, Song Qi possessed clarity and discernment regarding the priorities at hand. As for Wang Jinlong and Li Xianhua, caught in the crossfire of the two formidable elders, they were destined to walk away empty-handed. Ultimately, under Old Zhao's mediation, the matter concluded with Wang Jinlong compensating Li Xianhua with 10 old model helicopters. However, the military district commander did not leave entirely empty-handed. Old Zhao and Old Liu assured him that once research progressed and new scientific achievements were secured, or the first batches of fighter jets and helicopters rolled off the production line, they would prioritize supply to the Northwest Military District. With this promise, Wang Jinlong could not contain his joy. Years ago, during the distribution of the J-20S, his Northwest Military District had received the least. Compared to the other 4 major military districts, the number of J-20S in the Northwest was even dwarfed by a fraction of what the Northern Military District received. This time, in the allocation of new fighter jets and helicopters, he was determined to reclaim what his district had lost. After the negotiations, smiles adorned the faces of all 4 men, and no one raised objections to the proposed plan. Just as Old Zhao, clutching the blueprints, was about to consult Song Qi regarding a structural question, an uproar erupted from outside. Amid the commotion, Song Qi thought he heard his name being called, along with something akin to "Kill Song Dog, seize Wanqing." A multitude of question marks seemed to hover above their heads. What on earth was happening? Who wished him harm? Blinking in bewilderment, Song Qi was soon interrupted by the hurried entrance of security personnel. "Gentlemen, apologies. A group claiming to be fans of Lin Wanqing has arrived, threatening to kill Song Dog and seize Wanqing. Their emotions are running high, and we almost could not contain them." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present darkened instantly, especially Wang Jinlong, whose face was stormy enough to rain. It was crucial to note that Song Qi's information had long been classified as the highest secret of the Northwest Military District. Aside from a select few high-ranking officials, no one was entitled to access Song Qi's details, let alone be aware of his involvement with the Institute. The fact that outsiders were now targeting Song Qi indicated a catastrophic breach of security. Wang Jinlong shot a furious glare at Deng Zhangwo in the corner, his eyes ablaze with ire. Deng Zhangwo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, not daring to meet Wang, Zhenlong's gaze. "Gentlemen, I will handle this," came Deng Zhangwo's voice, tinged with uncertainty. As the head of the institute, he could not escape responsibility for this incident. "Director," Song Qi paused before saying, "I will accompany you. After all, they are here for me. It would be wise to see what is happening." With a warm smile gracing his features, Song Qi appeared unfazed by the external uproar. Deng Zhangwo, unsure of how to respond, could only nod silently in agreement. Thus, the group followed Song Qi's lead to the entrance of the institute. Outside, a throng of individuals stood in an unruly mass, wielding a massive banner overhead that boldly proclaimed, "Kill Song Dog, seize Wanqing." Several station soldiers struggled to maintain order amidst the chaos. Upon catching sight of Song Qi, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of raucous shouts. "Song Qi, you dare to show your face? Have you eaten? Or do you prefer a punch from your father? You are truly despicable. Wanqing is beyond your reach. She even posted on Weibo expressing her longing for you. How utterly disgraceful. Break up with Wanqing. Otherwise, we will break your legs." As the barrage of insults rained down, Song Qi's earlier speculations were confirmed. These individuals were indeed Lin Wanqing's zealous fans, gathered to confront him. It was clear that the burden of being the boyfriend of a national idol was not to be taken lightly. Beside him, Zhou Yonghui could not suppress a laugh at the absurd scene. Yet, under the piercing gazes of Wang Zhenlong and Deng Zhangwo, his amusement quickly faded. The situation was far from manageable. Deng Zhangwo surveyed the unfolding chaos, his face etched with worry. Given the fervor of the crowd, persuading them to disperse seemed impossible. However, if they resorted to forceful removal, any misstep could lead to a tumultuous uproar, which would only complicate matters further. Just as Deng Zhangwo felt cornered, Song Qi slowly stepped forward. "I'm Song Qi, Lin Wanqing's boyfriend." At this declaration, the crowd outside erupted into pandemonium. Some female fans, upon beholding Song Qi's handsome visage, felt their animosity wane considerably. Conversely, the male fans, witnessing his extraordinary handsomeness, were incensed. Moments later, a voice emerged from the throng. It belonged to Li Hai, a fervent admirer of Lin Wanqing and a self-proclaimed leader among the fans. Today's confrontation with Song Qi was orchestrated by him. "Song Qi, break up with our goddess Wanqing. Otherwise, our fans will undoubtedly make you pay the price. As long as you do not break up for a single day, we will block you at the entrance of the 3 schools for an entire day. If you do not break up for a year, we will block you for a year. Yes, you must break up." A chorus of agreement echoed. Nearby, Deng Zhangwo observed the scene and gently nudged Song Qi's arm. Whispering, "Xiao Song, shall I call the guards?" Song Qi silently shook his head. Even if the guards were summoned to drive away Li Hai today, tomorrow another Zhang Hai or Wang Hai would appear. It would merely be a superficial remedy to completely rid himself of these so-called fans. He needed to win their hearts and have them willingly leave. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qi slowly spoke. "Allow me to break up with Lin Wanqing. That is acceptable. However, you must provide me with a reason." Chapter 33. This body has already pledged to the nation. It cannot be pledged to you again. A reason? Zhang Nui blinked in confusion. He had envisioned scenarios of Song Qi cowering within the 3 schools, afraid to show his face, or perhaps lashing out at him in anger. Yet, he never anticipated that Song Qi would respond with such calmness and even pose a question in return. Wasn't the reason quite simple? "Zanhai Asa, our goddess Wanqing, is a celestial being. You should take a moment to reflect and see if you are worthy of her. Were you really? My brother. If I had your face, I'd also be a pretty boy. But please don't touch my Wanqing. Understood?" Zhang Hai's arrogant voice rang out. Hearing such brazen remarks, Zhao Lao, Lu Lao, and Commander Wang felt an uncontrollable urge to laugh. Who exactly was this person? Song Qi was a man of great stature, a genius whom even Zhao Lao and Lu Lao deeply admired. The 2 elders nearly came to blows over him. Yet now, he was being insulted as a pretty boy by a brainless fan, and they were claiming Song Qi was unworthy of a popular female star? What a ridiculous joke. To be honest, had Song Qi not been in a relationship with Lin Wanqing, Zhao Lao and Lu Lao would likely have already considered marrying their granddaughters to him. In their eyes, it was Lin Wanqing who had climbed high by dating Song Qi. Meanwhile, Song Qi, upon hearing Li Hai's words, refrained from mocking him. Instead, he adopted a serious expression. "Pray tell, what kind of person is worthy of Lin Wanqing? Is it those young stars in the entertainment industry who would go to the hospital at the slightest injury? Or directors who know only the rules of the game, never producing a good work in their lifetimes? Or perhaps individuals like you, who only know how to obsess over stars, contributing nothing to country or family? Setting aside the fact that Lin Wanqing's choice of boyfriend is her own freedom, unrelated to you so-called fans, I do not believe there is anything about me, Song-chi, that makes me unworthy of Lin Wanqing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai's expression turned exceedingly grim. The gazes of those present shifted towards Song-chi, as if they were looking at a self-deceiving fool. Ha ha ha. Wanqing must have been attracted to his sense of humor. This guy is merely a researcher earning a meager salary. While Lin Wanqing's appearance fee could sustain him for an entire year, laughter erupted around him, yet Song-chi remained as steadfast as a boulder. After a long pause, Song-chi continued, "Is it laughable?" The fans were momentarily taken aback, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. "I find it laughable, indeed, but it is you. Though my power may be limited, I still strive to contribute to the Dragon Nation. I remain willing to devote everything for the land beneath my feet. And what about you? With no accomplishments to your name, you stand here wagging your tongues and barking. If you are truly men, what have you done for this country? For this nation? Chasing stars? Pursuing popular celebrities? Can that bring a future to our nation? I, Song-chi, am not from a prominent family. But behind me stands the entirety of the Dragon Nation. Does that not make me worthy of Lin Wanqing?" Song-chi's words resonated like a grand bell in the ears of all present. At that moment, even Commander Wang Jinlong felt a pang in his heart. A myriad of indescribable emotions surged within him, urging him to reflect on what he had contributed to his family and to the Dragon Nation. The fans fell silent. Zhang Hai looked at Song-chi's figure, inexplicably feeling guilty. As everyone bowed their heads, Song-chi seized the moment to declare, "I will reevaluate my relationship with Lin Wanqing. If this relationship affects my work and my service to the nation, I will unhesitatingly choose to relinquish it. For in my heart, the interests of a nation will always take precedence. The interests of a Dragon Nation will always come above all else. Romantic attachments must yield to the greater good of the country. That is my stance. You may relay this to Lin Wanqing. This body has pledged itself to the nation. It cannot be pledged to you again." With that, Song-chi abruptly waved his hand and departed without looking back. The fans watched his resolute figure fade away, suddenly feeling as if their hearts had been grasped by something. Even upon hearing Song-chi's intention to break up with Lin Wanqing, these loyal fans found it impossible to feel joy, especially Zhang Hai, the instigator of the situation, who now squatted on the ground, filled with regret. He wanted nothing more than to slap himself several times. "Zhang Hai, what Zhang Hai? You truly are a disgrace. Song-chi, such a pure-hearted researcher. And yet you chose to wound his innocent heart with baseless conjectures and cold words. Zhang Hai, are you even human?" Unceremoniously, the image of Song-chi turning away with a sorrowful air became an eternal portrait etched deeply in Zhang Hai's heart. From that day onward, every time he recalled the incident, he felt compelled to slap himself in shame. Gradually, as Song-chi left, the fans outside also began to disperse. This time, no one mentioned harming Song-chi or stealing Wanqing from him. On the other side, Song-chi and his companions returned to the workshop. Wan Zhenlong, Liu Lao, and Zhao Lao exchanged peculiar glances, their faces reflecting unmasked admiration. Initially, they had thought Song-chi was merely a genius devoted to research. Who would have imagined that beneath his reserved exterior lay a fervent patriotism? This body has pledged itself to the nation. It cannot be pledged to you again. What a beautiful sentiment. Young people with such awareness as Song-chi are indeed rare gems. Coupled with his formidable research capabilities, Song-chi's allure had reached new heights in the eyes of the three men. What impressed Wang Jinlong the most was Song-chi's ability to articulate and incite emotions. With just a few words, he had rendered the aggressive fans ashamed of themselves, instantly defusing a tense situation. Such eloquence, even Wang Jinlong could scarcely match. This lad, even if he were to abandon research to pursue diplomacy, would likely excel at it. Wang Jinlong mused silently. However, it was clear that there were significant flaws in Song-chi's security arrangements that needed to be addressed. Chapter 34. Bathing? Let's video chat. Once Zhao Lao and Liu Lao acquired what they desired, they wasted no time and hurried back to the capital. Old Zhao has begun to contemplate the establishment of a production line to expedite the emergence of the new helicopter. Meanwhile, Old Liu eagerly retrieved a sample of alloy from Song-chi, rushing back to the Longlin Research Institute to analyze its composition. Concurrently, a video started to circulate wildly online. In the footage, Song-chi stands undaunted, fiercely rebutting the fans of Lin Wanqing, captured with striking clarity. The term Song-chi ascended the trending topics on Weibo once again. Klimbingat a visibly rapid pace. Prior to viewing the video, netizens approached it with a mindset of amusement, eager to witness Song Chi's potential embarrassment. However, upon finishing the video, nearly all viewers found themselves profoundly moved by Song Chi's words, sinking into deep contemplation. Indeed, Song Chi is the one genuinely contributing to this nation, while the keyboard warriors online possess no right to disparage him. Yes, even if Song Chi is merely a humble researcher, his earnest patriotism far surpasses that of those so-called idols in the entertainment industry. I have heard that some of these idols secretly pay their respects at the Yasukuni shrine. Such individuals are, in comparison to Song Chi, utterly lacking. Online, discussions among netizens surged. Song Chi's reputation underwent a complete turnaround following the video's release. Hardly anyone continued to assert that he was unworthy of Lin Wanqing. Instead, an increasing number of fans extended their blessings to the couple. These so-called fans truly overstepped, disturbing the work of researchers. It is utterly disgraceful. Indeed, I believe the status of scientists in the Dragon Kingdom is still too low. A performer like Lin Wanqing cannot possibly be compared to a researcher like Song Chi. Truly, this life is pledged to the nation and cannot be promised to you. This line nearly brought me to tears. To attack the purest of researchers with the filth of this world, these fans truly deserve condemnation. The waves of public opinion rolled in one after another. Fan leader Zhang Hai, upon reading the comments online, recalled the desolate figure of Song Chi turning away. He slapped himself twice in frustration. Meanwhile, far away in Hungyan, Lin Wanqing, through Weibo, finally realized what had transpired. She watched the video repeatedly. Each time she saw Song Chi's retreating silhouette, a sense of blockage filled her heart, causing her immense discomfort. Her own fans had gone to the Third Institute to attack Song Chi. This is disastrous. Surely her boyfriend would not be angry. Were his words truly sincere? Lin Wanqing felt tears welling up in her eyes. Hastily, she grabbed her phone and sent a message to Song Chi. Wanqing doesn't eat celery. Hubby, I'm so sorry. I had no idea the fans would go this crazy. Please don't be angry, okay? I realize my mistake. You would really abandon me, would you? After a long while, there was no reply from the other end. Lin Wanqing was utterly panicked. Song Chi was her boyfriend whom she had pursued for over a year, and during their time together, she had contemplated retiring from acting to marry him multiple times. If she were to break up with Song Chi because of her fans, she wouldn't know where to cry. Just as Lin Wanqing was about to call Song Chi to clarify, a notification ping from WeChat finally sounded. Little Song Takeout Express. What are you talking about? You don't actually believe I was serious about those brainless fans, do you? A bunch of fools. Upon receiving Song Chi's reply, Lin Wanqing let out a sigh of relief. Her response was good. He wasn't angry. Lying on her bed, she patted her rapidly rising chest, thinking to herself. It makes sense. After such a long time together, Lin Wanqing was quite familiar with Song Chi's temperament. Song Chi was exceptionally resolute. Once he made a decision, he would never waver. Years ago, due to his unwavering commitment to the ideal of serving the country, Song Chi had even quarreled with his father, relinquishing his inheritance of billions from Wui Heavy Industry to enter the Third Institute in Xijing, becoming an ordinary researcher. It would be utterly absurd for someone like Song Chi to abandon his principles for a few fans. With this thought, Lin Wanqing excitedly rolled around on her bed. Wanqing doesn't eat celery. Thank you, hubby. You're the best. Hubby, my scenes in this drama are wrapping up soon, and when I return to Xijing, I promise to reward you. What do you think? A reward? Upon hearing this, Song Chi became quite intrigued, as various impure thoughts began to loop through his mind. Little Song Takeout Express, a reward? Is it the kind of reward I'm thinking of? I've stocked up on plenty of ammunition, just waiting for your return. Lin Wanqing glanced at her phone screen, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson, wrapping herself in the blanket and sneakily reading Song Chi's message again. Wanqing doesn't eat celery. What are you thinking? The reward I meant is to take you out for a lavish meal, to go shopping. Why is your mind always filled with such lewd thoughts? Aren't you ashamed? Song Chi, holding his phone, had a large question mark slowly floating above his head. Why must I eat vegetarian when I want meat? How can that be fair? Frustrated, Song Chi simply sent a pouting dog emoji in response. Upon seeing the emoji, Lin Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. Wanqing doesn't eat celery. Fine. We'll save the steamy stuff for when I return. I'm off to take a shower now. Little Song Takeout Express. Shower? No, that is too dangerous. Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively questioning, what is dangerous about showering? Little Song Takeout Express. I am a scientist. You must trust me. According to research from a university abroad, the risk of girls drowning or suffocating while bathing alone is 200 higher than when bathing with their boyfriends. even if the boyfriend isn't present. To ensure the girl's safety while bathing, it's necessary for the boyfriend to supervise via video. That's the only way to guarantee your safety. Understand? Come on. Let us video call. Lin Wanqing's mind was filled with a series of question marks. What kind of scientific research is this? It sounds utterly unreliable. The next moment, Song Chi's video call came through. Without hesitation, Lin Wanqing hung up. After several rounds of back and forth, Song Chi reluctantly chose to give up. Looking at the chat history, Lin Wanqing could almost envision Song Chi on the other end, anxiously pulling at his hair. With this thought, a sly smile crept onto Lin Wanqing's lips. Hee. Chapter 35. The Unmatched National Hero. That evening, with a post from military blogger named Director of the War Terror Bureau, the previously quelled public opinion was once again stirred into a frenzy. This blogger, having watched the video several times, felt that the individuals behind Song Chi seemed quite familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. To his astonishment, a quick online search left him dumbfounded. Old Zhao Kachin, a recipient of the State Council's Special Allowance, an academician of the Academy of Sciences, and the winner of the 2018 Most Powerful Science and Technology Award, the father of the Dragon Kingdom's 4th and 5th generation aircraft. Furthermore, he is the helm of the Tianjin Research Institute. Old Lu Dingbian, also a recipient of the State Council's Special Allowance, an academician of the Academy of Sciences, a foundational figure in the field of materials science in the Dragon Kingdom. Even on the international stage, he is a renowned authority, having even been nominated for a Nobel Prize. The two stood on either side of Song Chi, and behind them stood Wang Jinlong, the commander of the Air Force of the Northwest Military Region, and Li Xianghua, the director of the Shijing Fire Department. All four are titans in their own right. Wang Jinlong, a dignified lieutenant general, found himself in a position where even he could not approach Song Chi among the esteemed figures present. Song Chi firmly occupied the central position. The eyes of Zhao Lao and Lu Lao were filled with an unmistakable affection and regard for Song Chi. Upon the release of this post, the entirety of the Chinese internet erupted in fervor. What the heck? Is this for real? Who exactly is this Song Chi? Standing at the center between Zhao Lao and Lu Lao, in Longguo, aside from Qian Lao, who could possibly rival these two luminaries in terms of achievements? Were those who previously claimed that Song Chi was unworthy of Lin Wanqing? Step forward and speak. Little black sheep, come and bark. The truth is out. Lin Wanqing's boyfriend turns out to be a paragon of excellence. Indeed, a celestial being is worthy of her stature. Her discerning eye is truly impeccable. It seems that Lin Wanqing has indeed reached beyond her grasp. I heard that just a few days ago, our Longguo's fighter jets made a significant breakthrough, and it was a young researcher who was behind it. Could it be Song Chi? If that is the case, then that is simply astonishing. The mystery is solved. The vast online community has finally unraveled the truth. Song Chi is indeed remarkable. No wonder Lin Wanqing, even at the risk of her own stardom, chose to publicly disclose her relationship with Song Chi. Such a genius possesses an utterly limitless future. If I were Lin Wanqing, I would have likely withdrawn from the entertainment industry long ago to become engaged to a talent like Song Chi. Many netizens directly expressed their previous loud voices, wishing to kneel before Song Chi to apologize. Of course, the internet is rife with all sorts of oddities. There are many contrarians who cast doubt on this post. What if this Song Chi was merely accompanying the superior on a work inspection? Such situations are not uncommon. Moreover, even if this Song Chi truly is exceptional, he could hardly earn more than our Lin Wanqing, right? A grown man earning less than a woman. How embarrassing would that be to admit? Faced with these delusional individuals online, Longguo's netizens did not hold back, striking back with force. I've always said that the remuneration of entertainment industry stars should be cut. Where does this barking come from? Comparing entertainers to scientists is something only the most deluded fans would dare to do. Reading through the comments, Zhou Yongwei found himself laughing so hard his office that his stomach hurt. Meanwhile, Song Chi wore a troubled expression, clearly not reveling in the public's excitement, but rather feeling somewhat out of place. Song Chi is a genuine person, unconcerned with the hollow title of a paragon of excellence. He felt that the current online adulation was somewhat excessive. What merit or capability did he possess to be compared with the likes of Qian Lao and Deng Lao, the true pioneers? He had merely modified a couple of aircraft, while they had steadfastly supported Longguo through its most challenging times. It was their sacrifices that forged the Longguo of today. Song Chi introspectively acknowledged that he still fell far short in comparison to such great figures. Meanwhile, in the office of the commander of the Northwest Military District, Wang Jinlong's expression darkened as he perused the post. In the corner, Deng Jiangguo remained silent, resembling a child who had erred. What happened to the promise of keeping Song Qi's information confidential? What happened to the highest level of secrecy? How did it come to pass that the entirety of Longguo seemed to be aware of Song Qi's existence? What kind of secrecy is this? In the past few days, Wang Jinlong had been overwhelmed with matters, including the need to dispatch soldiers to repair the collapsed Suohua Mountain. Just as he managed to wrap up the issues concerning Suohua Mountain, news about Song Qi erupted anew. The entire internet was now aware of Song Qi's existence. Many fervent female netizens even clamored to have children with Song Qi. This made the Northwest Military District's confidentiality measures appear laughable. Sometimes, excessive fame may not be a good thing. Top scientists like Zhao Lao and Lu Lao rarely made public appearances. As researchers, they often preferred to remain anonymous. The reasoning is simple. The researchers of a nation are always the primary targets for enemy nations to eliminate. For instance, scientists from the Crown Camel family were indiscriminately targeted by the Free Nation for this very reason. Although Longguo's strength far exceeds that of the Free Nation, one must still remain vigilant. If anything were to happen to Song Qi, Wang Jinlong would be deemed a sinner in the eyes of all Longguo. Deng Jiangguo. Wang Jinlong suddenly spoke up. The Third Institute is no longer safe. Do you have any effective strategies? The safety of Song Qi must be our utmost priority. Reporting, Commander. Deng Jiangguo saluted and voiced his thoughts. I believe the primary reason for the significant leak of Comrade Song Qi's information is his relationship with Lin Wanqing. His visibility is simply too high, and traditional confidentiality measures are unable to ensure Song Qi's absolute safety. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinlong furrowed his brow. Indeed, I understand what you are saying, but how do we resolve this? Are we to tell Song Qi that he must break up with Lin Wanqing, or else we cannot guarantee his safety? What kind of proposition is that? It would utterly disgrace the Northwest Military District. Wang Jinlong shook his head and softly suggested, what if we relocate Song Qi to the Second Institute or the Fifth Institute? Those locations are rather remote. Commander, I actually have a better solution, though it comes at a steep price. Wang Jinlong's interest peaked immediately. As long as they could ensure Song Qi's placement and shield him from external disturbances, he was willing to consider any cost. Speak. Deng Jiangguo paused briefly before revealing his inner thoughts. We could establish a new military research institute, conduct a thorough vetting of all personnel, and allow only Song Qi to conduct research there, implementing military-style regulations to prohibit outsiders from entering. Establishing a research institute solely for one individual? That seems rather extreme. It is known that setting up a research institute requires an investment of at least several billion. While the Air Force may have funds, such expenditures are not trivial. However, Wang Jinlong did not find any fault with this proposal. Rather, his eyes brightened. When he considered Song Qi's formidable output, he felt that this investment of several billion was not only justified, but essential. All right, you finally had a moment of brilliance. Let us proceed, as you suggested. Yet, everything must remain strictly confidential. Understood? Also, ensure that Song Qi's treatment is elevated. We absolutely cannot afford to slight such a paragon of excellence. Chapter 36. The 11th Aircraft Research Institute. Commander, you were looking for me? The office doors swung open with a kick, and Song Qi strode directly to Deng Jiangguo's side, startling him. After a long moment, Deng Jiangguo finally spoke with some displeasure. Xiao Song, next time you enter, please knock first. You've been working for a few years now. Why is your conduct still so unruly? Go out, knock, and then come back in. Song Qi scratched his head and, with no choice, returned to the door and pretended to knock twice. Deng Jiangguo hurriedly closed the inappropriate websites on his computer. Only then did he call out, come in. Although Deng Jiangguo appeared meek in front of Wang Jinlong, Lu Lao, and Zhao Lao, he still held a commanding presence in front of his subordinates. If Song Qi were to discover him indulging in inappropriate material during work hours, it would be quite the scandal. Xiao Song, have you compiled the detailed information for the new helicopter? Zhao Lao has been pressing for it. Previously, what Song Qi had provided to Zhao Lao were merely the design blueprints and principle for the new helicopter. However, many cutting-edge technologies cannot possibly be encapsulated in a mere stack of documents. Thus, old Zhao straightforwardly documented the insurmountable challenges and sent them to Song Qi, enabling him to provide targeted explanations. Consequently, the speed at which the Tianjin Research Institute could tackle these issues would significantly accelerate. Song Qi retrieved a thin list from his bag and chuckled. Old Zhao, your questions are simply overwhelming. It's as if you've never encountered a helicopter before. You're asking even the most basic queries. You sound like a primary school student. Despite my efforts to simplify, I've still compiled nearly half a card's worth. It's utterly unmanageable. Here is the list of related questions. For a detailed explanation, you might as well send someone to my home to collect it. Deng Zhangguo mused to himself that in Longguo, perhaps only Song Qi would dare to directly liken old Zhao to a primary school student. However, on further reflection, he realized that this young man indeed had the grounds to make such a remark. Yet, the use of a vehicle as a unit of measurement for documents seemed rather exaggerated. Was this truly the value of cutting-edge technology? Unbeknownst to Deng Zhangguo, Song Qi had indeed streamlined the content as much as possible. Were he to provide a detailed explanation of every single question, it would likely require 3 to 5 trucks to transport all that information. All right then, I shall send someone to haul away the materials this afternoon. With so much documentation, since at ISNT for the Third Institute, let those researchers at Tianjin worry about it. On second thought, Deng Zhangguo felt a sense of satisfaction, grateful that old Zhao had taken on the task of establishing the helicopter production line. Otherwise, relying solely on the research capabilities of the Third Institute, it would likely take them a decade or more just to comprehend the blueprints, let alone initiate the production line. Deng Zhangguo paused, as he had summoned Song Qi for a matter of greater significance today. He opened the drawer of his office and produced a small box. Inside, a shoulder insignia embossed with 2 stripes and 2 stars lay perfectly centered. A Lieutenant Colonel's insignia, in recognition of Comrade Song Qi's exceptional contributions to aircraft research. The organization has decided to confer upon him the rank of Lieutenant Colonel and appoint him as the director of the 11th Aircraft Research Institute of the Northwest Military District. Gazing at the scene before him, Song Qi blinked in bewilderment. Wait, what? I just got promoted to Major last month. Now I'm being elevated to Lieutenant Colonel? Is this promotion speed akin to riding a rocket? This is utterly absurd. Furthermore, what exactly is this 11th Aircraft Research Institute of the Northwest Military District? After all these years in the Northwest Military District, this is the first I'm hearing of it. Moreover, appointing a lieutenant colonel as the director of a research institute seems rather peculiar. In Longguo, military district research institutes are typically headed by high-ranking military officials. Generally, the leaders of military district research institutes hold the rank of colonel or higher, with a few even being major generals. At the very least, one would expect a full colonel. It is virtually unheard of for a lieutenant colonel like Song Qi to be appointed as the director of a research institute. Seeing Song Qi in a daze, Deng Zhangguo continued with a beaming smile. What's wrong, Lieutenant Colonel Song? Are you dissatisfied with the organization's arrangement? This is Commander Wang's directive. He believes that having a talent like you confined to the Third Institute is a significant underutilization. We must establish a dedicated research institute for you to better realize your potential. Commander Wang also asked me to convey that you have complete freedom to experiment and innovate at this institute. Do not feel pressured. If you require anything, just speak up. The military district will spare no effort to meet your needs. An annual budget of 2 billion will be allocated to you. Upon hearing this, Song Qi was overwhelmed with emotion. What does it mean to be recognized and valued? This is precisely what it means. A military district research institute demands an investment of at least several billion, with an additional annual allocation of 2 billion. Altogether, this could accumulate to an investment exceeding 100 billion to construct a research institute solely for oneself. Such audacity is something even Wooey heavy industry could scarcely muster. Rest assured, Commander, I will not disappoint the organization's expectations. Deng Zhangguo nodded in satisfaction. Little Song, the 11th Institute is still under construction. But given our nation's infrastructural capabilities, it should be fully completed in about half a month. The workshops and laboratories are nearly assembled. During this half month, you should oversee the construction site at the 11th Institute. Should you wish to conduct any experiments, feel free. The military district will impose no restrictions on your research. From now on, Commander Wang will be fully responsible for your relevant work. I will no longer be your superior. Deng Zhangguo spoke earnestly, his tone revealing a hint of reluctance. The news of Song Qi's prominence in the Third Institute had already leaked, to avoid interfering with his future research. The Northwest Military District had no choice but to take this course of action. From the moment Song Qi began to shine, Deng Zhangguo had sensed this day would eventually arrive. How could the small pond of the Third Institute possibly accommodate a towering figure like Song Qi? Yet, after years of camaraderie, it would be a lie to say Deng Zhangguo had no feelings for Song Qi. However, all good things must come to an end. He patted Song Qi's shoulder heavily, his murky gaze filled with a complex array of emotions. Little Song, once you arrive at the 11th Institute, make sure to give it your all. You are from the 3rd Institute, and it will always be your home. Deng Zhangwo said with heartfelt sincerity. Looking into Deng Zhangwo's eyes, Song Qi nodded resolutely. Yes, Commander. I will double my efforts. I will certainly return to the 3rd Institute often. Chapter 37. I have a Boeing 747. What? You've been promoted to Lieutenant Colonel? The military district's leader even established a research institute for you and appointed you as its director? I'm in my 30s, and I'm still just a major. Song Qi, you truly deserve to be cursed. My back teeth are practically grinding to dust. How is this fair? Upon returning to the research and development workshop, Song Qi shared his news with Zhou Yonghui. Zhou Yonghui's composure shattered instantly. Among men, there is nothing more detestable than seeing a brother struggle. The most loathsome of all is witnessing a brother thrive far beyond oneself. Zhou Yonghui likely never imagined that just a month prior, Song Qi, a mere researcher without any title, would leap several ranks in a mere month and even become his direct superior. Who could endure such a thing? Song Qi coughed a couple of times, suppressing his laughter. Little Zhou, what else with that tone? You shouldn't speak to a superior like that. From now on, I'm your direct leader, so mind your manners when you talk to me. Be careful, or I might just have you scrubbing toilets. Song Qi plopped down into the executive chair, propping his legs up casually. Come on, little Zhou, pour a glass of water for the commander. The next moment, Song Qi gently pushed the cup toward Zhou Yonghui. Zhou Yonghui clenched his fists. So you're fat, and now you're telling me to pour your water? Huh? Without a word, Zhou Yonghui lunged at Song Qi, his arms wrapping around Song Qi's neck. The Noxian guillotine was ready. My brother, even if you become the Minister of National Defense, you have no right to act all high and mighty in front of me. Little Zhou, you want to pour water? Huh? I'll strangle you. In this world, there are always a few friends who care not for your wealth or poverty, your power or your solitude. In their hearts, feelings remain pure, unchanged by the passage of time. Song Qi was nearly choking as Zhou Yonghui's grip tightened, begging for mercy. Brother Zhou, I was wrong. Just then. Suddenly, a WeChat notification chimed on Song Qi's phone. Zhou Yonghui, ever perceptive, immediately released his grip. Picking up the device, he noticed a message from a contact labeled Old Monster. Song Qi blinked in surprise. Old Monster? Isn't that the nickname I assigned for my father? When did he lift me from his blacklist? The last time, when Song Qi boasted about his military achievements, it had resulted in quite the debacle. Without hesitation, his father, Song Shanhai, had promptly added him to his blacklist, ignoring him for a full month. Old Monster, Xiao Qi, how have you been in the military lately? Have you made any notable accomplishments? In truth, the relationship between Song Qi and Song Shanhai was not as strained as one might assume. The father and son exchanged messages fairly often. However, Song Qi had always been reluctant to shoulder the responsibilities of inheriting the vast fortune of Wui Heavy Industries. Although Song Shanhai had attempted to persuade him on several occasions, he had ultimately been unable to sway Song Qi, allowing him to pursue his own path. After all, Song Qi had chosen the military, a far cry from the chaotic entertainment industry, which gave his father a certain degree of comfort. He merely awaited the day when Song Qi would encounter challenges in the military and return home to claim his inheritance. Xiao Song delivery fast. I suppose there are some. Without further delay, Song Qi snapped a picture of his military insignia and an official transfer letter, sending them forth. The response was met with an eerie silence. I didn't intend for this, father. You have no idea. The military leaders, especially Commander Wang, have been praising me as an extraordinary talent. It's quite embarrassing, really. He keeps insisting that I have made significant contributions to Dragon Country. Between promotions and first-class merit medals, just yesterday, they even established a research institute for me, appointing me as its director. Sometimes, being too exceptional can indeed be a burden. At the pinnacle of a skyscraper in the heart of Zhaijing, Song Shanhai, dressed in casual attire, sat in his executive chair, staring at his phone with a perplexed expression. What is this? I told you to face challenges in the military, and yet you've become a major and received first-class honors? The most absurd part is that the military leaders have gone so far as to create a research institute for you. This ISNT just valuing you. They're practically venerating you like a deity. However, a frown crossed Song Shanhai's brow as he suddenly recognized a troubling implication. If Song Qi truly achieved something substantial in the military, who would he entrust his billion-dollar fortune and Wui Heavy Industries to? At this rate of development, this lad might even become a general. An inexplicable sense of urgency gripped Song Shanhai. Nevertheless, having navigated the tumultuous waters of the business world for many years, he was not one to be easily flustered. A quick mental pivot led him to devise a solution. Old monster, Commander Wang values you highly, doesn't he? Your research capabilities must be quite impressive. Xiao Song delivery fast. You could say that. Even academicians come to attend my lectures. Everything I design is snatched up by them. A subtle smile crept across Song Shanhai's face. Flattering him has surely inflated his ego. Academicians attending your lectures, indeed. In his eyes, Song Qi remained merely a child who had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. He yearned to achieve something noteworthy to earn recognition. Ultimately, he was still immature. Perhaps it would be beneficial for Song Qi to face a few hardships. It would serve him well in managing Wui heavy industries in the future. Old monster, here's the deal. Your father's airline has a Boeing 747 that has encountered some issues. Help me fix it. Financial matters can be arranged, as long as it gets repaired. From this point onward, I shall no longer interfere in your affairs. I want to even mention the inheritance again. What do you say? On the other end, Song Qi stared at his phone screen, his heart skipping a beat. This was the first time his father had ever made such a proposition. Logic dictated that the Boeing 747 was likely in far worse shape than anticipated. Yet, Song Qi quickly reassured himself. With the system safeguarding him, what was there to fear? After all, it was merely a matter of modifying a commercial aircraft, wasn't it? A simple sprinkling of water would suffice, wouldn't it? With this thought, confidence surged within him. Xiao Song delivery fast. It's a deal. Old monster. It's a deal. Chapter 38. Isn't it customary for everyone to have their own private jet? In Shijing, at the Wui building, Song Shanhai slowly rose from his seat and gazed out the window. The entire vista of Shijing unfolded before him. At that moment, his mood was inexplicably buoyant, even prompting him to hum a cheerful tune. As long as Song Qi agreed to his request, half of Song Shanhai's plan would be deemed a success. He gently tapped his office desk. Outside, a well-dressed man in his 50s promptly entered. Chairman, you summon me? Indeed. Song Shanhai nodded and continued. What is the status of the Boeing 747 that caught fire during the last Wui Airlines incident? How severe is the damage? Wui Heavy Industries is undeniably a colossal entity in Dragon Country's business realm, with operations spanning heavy industry, machinery manufacturing, aviation, and drones, frequently ranking among the world's top 500 companies. It was thus surprising for Zhang Guanlin to see the chairman personally inquire about such a seemingly trivial matter as an aircraft fire. Chairman, the investigation results indicate that the Boeing 747 fire was caused by an abnormal engine rotation. Currently, the engine is completely destroyed. One wing of the fuselage is also fully damaged, and the GPS and communication systems have suffered an 80 damage rate. Boeing is quoted a repair cost of $1 billion, with no guarantee of success. After discussions, it has been decided that this aircraft is beyond repair and will be decommissioned. Zhang Guanlin reported solemnly, while Song Shanhai's eyes gleamed brighter. Excellent. It burns splendidly. Song Shanhai exclaimed, clapping in delight. A large question mark slowly appeared above Zhang Guanlin's head. What on earth is happening? Chairman? Has he lost his mind? A Boeing 747 is worth $500 million. It's in this state, and he is celebrating? As Zhang Guanlin remained in confusion, Song Shanhai's voice rang out again. Immediately, bring that aircraft out of storage and send it to Xiao Qi. This time, we must thoroughly crush this lad's ambitions. For Song Shanhai, the more damage the plane, the better. After all, the very fact that Boeing provided such a quote indicated they themselves could not repair it. Hence, no matter how talented Song Qi might be, success would be improbable. Moreover, with the engine, fuselage, and GPS navigation system utterly destroyed, Song Qi would need to entirely redesign and reconstruct these components to achieve restoration. Just the aircraft engine alone, Dragon Country likely lacked the capability to produce. The technology for large aircraft engines was primarily held by Boeing and Airbus, both of which maintained strict confidentiality over their proprietary techniques. This meant that the probability of Song Qi successfully repairing the aircraft was infinitesimally close to zero. Contemplating this, the smile on Song Shanhai's face grew ever broader. In a fleeting moment, he could almost envision Song Qi's face, etched with despair, ultimately succumbing to despondency and returning home to inherit a colossal fortune of hundreds of billions. Chairman? Chairman? Zhang Guanlin waved his hand in front of Song Shanhai, and upon witnessing Song Shanhai regain his composure, Zhang Guanlin let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he seemed not to have lost his sanity. Chairman, this aircraft is utterly destroyed. If you hand it over to the young master, he is not a miracle worker. He certainly cannot repair it. What if? Cannot be repaired? Precisely. That is the very point. Song Shanhai waved his hand dismissively, interrupting Zhang Guanlin. All right, old Zhang. Proceed as I have instructed. I have my own considerations. Furthermore, allocate an additional 400 million for the repair funds to prevent him from accusing me of being stingy. Understand? One must concede that this allocation of 400 million for repairs was perfectly timed. Song Qi lacked the means to procure a new aircraft, and Song Shanhai would not allow any grounds for Song Qi to criticize him, thus safeguarding against any potential defaults from Song Qi later on. Observing the chairman's firm stance, Zhang Guanlin felt it prudent to refrain from further objections, merely nodding in acquiescence before retreating to arrange everything. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands clasped behind his back, Song Shanhai maintained a demeanor of complete control, a smile gracing his face. Yet, he could not have anticipated that his actions today were somewhat hasty. If time could be reversed, the future Song Shanhai would undoubtedly traverse back to this moment and administer a couple of sharp slaps to himself, having dedicated several decades to Wui heavy industries. Zhang Guanlin's competence was beyond reproach. By the afternoon, he had successfully communicated with Song Qi. Before nightfall, a massive aircraft, shrouded in black fabric yet vaguely resembling a plane, was transported to the 11th Institute. Accompanying the aircraft was a large container. The contents of the container were unclear to Song Qi. With the 11th Institute still under construction and the military district not having assigned any tasks, the vast space was rather desolate. Fortunately, with Zhou Yonghui by his side, Song Qi did not feel entirely like a solitary commander. Nevertheless, under Wang Xinlong's instructions, the research workshop and laboratory were promptly established, ensuring that Song Qi's work would not be hindered. After delivering the aircraft, Zhang Guanlin exchanged pleasantries with Song Qi before departing with the personnel from Wui Heavy Industries. As evening descended upon the 11th Institute, only Zhou Yonghui and Song Qi remained, gazing at the large aircraft concealed beneath the black fabric, swallowing hard. Wow, Song Qi, you are truly remarkable. Is this colossal aircraft yours? I've heard that a Boeing 747 costs no less than 500 million, and yet you claim you're not a rich second generation? Zhou Yonghui exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Although he had encountered numerous fighter jets in his time, they were all state-owned. This aircraft, however, belonged to Song Qi's company. It was an entirely different realm. Observing Zhou Yonghui's animated demeanor, Song Qi frowned slightly. Can this be considered being a rich second generation? Aren't private jets commonplace in Long Country? I see comments on Douyin suggesting that anyone without a private jet is considered impoverished. Zhou Yonghui retorted, exasperated by Song Qi's nonchalant attitude. The thought of his friend potentially inheriting a vast fortune and living a carefree life, while he himself had toiled for years, handing over his entire salary and bonuses to a struggling girl, made Zhou Yonghui's teeth grind in frustration. Chapter 39. The Hybrid Power-Armed Shipping Integration Machine. But why does this aircraft appear so oddly shaped? It's covered with a layer of black cloth, exuding an air of mystery. Zhou Yonghui pondered as he approached the massive aircraft. Suddenly, with a flourish, the black cloth was lifted. Both Song Qi and Zhou Yonghui stood frozen in shock at the sight before them. Wait, Song Qi, how does your Boeing 747 look so different from the pictures? The design is rather unique, and it's only half intact. Could this be a signature of Wui Aviation? Zhou Yonghui scratched his head, critiquing the situation. Song Qi had not anticipated that his father would send such an aircraft. The Boeing 747 before them was charred black, with half of its fuselage completely gone, leaving only a skeletal frame struggling to hold its form, the semblance of an aircraft barely discernible. Clearly, this was an accident aircraft. To have escaped immediate destruction was already a stroke of luck. Yet, he was expected to repair it? Wasn't he this setting him up for failure? Zhou Yonghui approached the adjacent container. Song Qi, what do you believe is inside this container? Should I take a look? Song Qi hesitated, suddenly sensing something amiss. But it was too late to stop him. In the next moment, a loud crash echoed as the container was opened, spilling its contents everywhere. Had Zhou Yonghui not reacted swiftly, he might have been buried beneath the debris. What on earth? Song Qi, these charred items, could they be the original components of the aircraft? Before their eyes lay an entire container filled with charred wreckage. The personnel from Wui Heavy Industries had gathered everything, regardless of its utility, and sent it to Song Qi. Yet, given its condition, what could possibly be salvaged? This was nothing but scrap metal. Song Shanhai, you truly are something else. As Song Qi gazed at the utterly wrecked Boeing 747, he fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Zhou Yonghui squatted down silently, lighting a cigarette with a frown. Song Qi, this modification is going to be quite difficult don't you think? This thing is essentially a write-off. How can we repair it? I just glanced at the engine, and it's beyond repair. All the systems on the aircraft are completely destroyed. Even if we sent it to Boeing, I doubt they could fix it. What if we just give up? Give up? Song-Chi shook his head vigorously. Absolutely not. This aircraft must be repaired. He refrained from voicing the additional sentiment. If this aircraft remained unrepaired, his future would be relegated to merely clutching a bank card filled with cold numbers, devoid of any meaning. But given the current state of the aircraft, how could it possibly be repaired? This was a large aircraft. Presently, only Boeing from the Free Country and Airbus from the European Union possessed the technology for such aircraft. Moreover, both companies guarded their secrets jealously, never to be divulged. With the current situation, what could we use to repair it? It was utterly impossible. Zhou Yonghui raised his hands in resignation. What he stated was the stark truth. At present, there seemed to be no chance of restoring the aircraft. Although Song-Chi had displayed extraordinary talent in the development and design of fighter jets and helicopters, large aircraft were an entirely different concept. One prioritizes safety and range, while the other emphasizes speed and altitude. There was simply no basis for comparison. If we can't repair it, why don't we modify it instead? Song-Chi blinked, posing the question. Zhou Yonghui was momentarily taken aback, a large question mark floating above his head. Wait, you can't even repair it. How do you expect to modify it? What makes you think the difficulty of modification would be less than that of repair? Song-Chi paid no heed to Zhou Yonghui's protests. Instead, he extended his hand and gently caressed the sleek, ebony Boeing 747 before him. Ding! A Boeing 747 series large passenger aircraft detected. Integrity 10. Ding! The aircraft's engines are completely damaged. Ding! The GPS positioning system integrity is at 15. Ding! Calculating modification plans. 1. Hybrid hydrogen diesel propulsion system modification plan. 2. High-density chromium alloy exoskeleton modification plan. 3. Beidou Trinity positioning system retrofit plan. 4. Weapon system modification plan. Estimated modification time, 28 days. Modification plan is being finalized. Shall we proceed with the transformation into a hydrogen-powered armed transport aircraft? The possibility of modification is indeed within reach. The system is nothing short of miraculous. At this moment, even the typically composed Song-Chi could not suppress his excitement. Observing the wretched state of the aircraft, he had initially assumed that the system would be equally powerless. Who would have thought that the system would actually present a modification plan? Truly, the system proves to be an exceptional ally. 13 characters in total, 10 fewer than the previous helicopter modification. Yet, as the saying goes, brevity is the soul of wit. The fewer the words, the greater the performance. Our ancestors do not deceive. Song-Chi eagerly pressed the confirm button. In the next instant, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into Song-Chi's mind. This information did not merely flit through his consciousness, but was indelibly imprinted in his memory, becoming a part of his knowledge. As Song-Chi slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of confidence shone within them. Hey, Song-Chi, are you all right? Zhou Yonghui frantically waved his hands in front of Song-Chi. Upon witnessing Song-Chi suddenly close his eyes, he feared that Song-Chi had lost his wits. Mifine. Song-Chi waved his hand dismissively, suddenly locking eyes with Zhou Yonghui. Old Zhou, I've figured out how to modify it. This aircraft renovation is a private project assigned to me by Wui Heavy Industries, with a lengthy timeline and a total maintenance budget of 400 million. Here, that's the plan. Let us work together as brothers, and we'll split the pure profit evenly. What do you think? I estimate the modification will cost a maximum of 300 million. Wait, this surprise has come too suddenly. Zhou Yonghui struggled to process the information. He quickly halted Song-Chi, rubbing his temples in confusion. So, that means I can earn 50 million from this deal? At this thought, Zhou Yonghui's eyes seemed to blaze with fervor. The way he looked at Song-Chi had transformed into sheer madness. Let us do it. We must do it. Am I even human if I don't? Song-Chi, brother Song, ancestor, as long as we succeed in the modification, you can treat me as your son or servant. I want to mind. Please, don't be polite with me. Chapter 40, A Lion's Demand. Witnessing Zhou Yonghui, who had just moments ago been lamenting and convinced that success was unattainable, suddenly rejuvenated like a being infused with vitality, Song-Chi blinked in bewilderment. Your change of heart is swifter than the turning of a page. It's rather lacking in integrity, don't you think? Song-Chi chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to waste further time and instead immersing himself in the monumental task of modification. In a short while, he completed a design draft in one go. Subsequently, Song Qi patiently began explaining various design principles to Zhou Yonghui. After listening for quite some time, Zhou Yonghui simply stared at Song Qi with wide eyes, failing to comprehend a single word. Hey, wait, Song Qi, you're speaking Chinese, yet I can't understand a word. Why don't you leave the brainy stuff to me? All right then, you'll handle material procurement. After saying this, Song Qi directly handed a list to Zhou Yonghui. Upon receiving the paper, Zhou Yonghui glanced at it and was instantly rendered speechless. KD-20 air-to-ground cruise missiles, 50 units, cadmium-nickel alloy, liquid metal protective layer, and more. The list contained a staggering array of over 150 items. Many materials were ones Zhou Yonghui had never even heard of. Song Qi had also written down the anticipated purchase prices beside each material. The most outrageous part? Why would a civilian passenger aircraft need to be outfitted with air-to-ground cruise missiles? You're a passenger plane, not a bomber. 50 missile. Do you understand the implications? The current largest payload bomber in Blue Star, when fully loaded, can barely manage 40 tons. You want a passenger aircraft to carry 50 air-to-ground missiles? That has at least 60 tons of weight. Can still be called a passenger aircraft? Even strategic bombers don't possess such ferocity. Zhou Yonghui swallowed hard and slowly replied, Song Qi, you must have made a mistake with that KD-20 air-to-ground missile, right? Surely, you wrote it wrong, didn't you? Written incorrectly? Song Qi looked up, took the list, and glanced at it. No mistakes. Why would I write it wrong? Aren't we aiming to repair a civilian passenger aircraft? What else with the missiles? It's a passenger plane. Equipping it with a weapon system is quite normal. In these chaotic times, if we lack even a modicum of defensive capability, what will happen if our passenger aircraft gets shot down? Song Qi blinked innocently, earnestly explaining. Hearing this reasoning, Zhou Yonghui was left speechless. Who would randomly shoot down a passenger aircraft? All right then, Song Qi gently patted Zhou Yonghui on the shoulder, saying, quickly go procure those materials. If there are some items we can't obtain due to our authority at the 11th Institute, let Lao Zhao and Lao Lu help us out. Also, keep an eye out for the 2 or 3 materials we need to purchase from Boeing. With that, Song Qi turned away, diving back into his busy work. Understanding Song Qi's determination, Zhou Yonghui refrained from further protest. After all, he was utterly clueless about the design aspects. Overthinking would only lead to unnecessary worry. It was far better to let things be and enjoy a carefree existence. The following dawn, the procurement list from the 11th Institute was delivered to old Zhao's desk. At first glance, old Zhao failed to grasp the significance of the 11th Institute. It wasn't until Assistant Xiao Zhang mentioned that Song Qi was the director of the 11th Institute that old Zhao suddenly came to his senses. Old Zhao held complete faith in Song Qi. Upon realizing it was a request from Song Qi, old Zhao immediately signed his approval without a second thought. Simultaneously, at the Longlin Research Institute in Magic City, Lu Dingbian, also known as Old Lu, received the procurement request from the 11th Institute. This time, Song Qi was not producing a helicopter, but rather a magnificent aircraft hailed as the epitome of modern civil industrial achievement. The complexity of the aircraft as structure, the stringent requirements for materials, and the sheer variety of required components far exceeded those of a helicopter. Many of the specialized materials needed could only be found in laboratories. Furthermore, the quantities required were immense. After a moment of contemplation, Old Lu ultimately gritted his teeth and agreed. From the current perspective, for both Old Lu and Old Zhao, investing in Song Qi was tantamount to a business deal with a 1,000-fold return. The consecutive surprises had left both elders thoroughly convinced by Song Qi. To put it bluntly, even if Song Qi desired the stars from the heavens, they would spare no effort to procure them for him. In Shijing, at the 11th Institute of Aeronautics, Song Qi, there has been a problem. Song Qi, who was polishing the sleek fuselage with a grinder, noticed Zhou Yonghui rushing in with urgency. What problem? Song Qi set down the grinder and turned to Zhou Yonghui. Could it be that old Zhao and old Lu had disapproved of our procurement list? Or was it that the military district had refused our request for missile allocation? Song Qi blinked in confusion. Neither. Zhou Yonghui paused for a moment, taking a breath before continuing. It is from Boeing. Their asking price exceeds your estimation by a staggering 1,000 times. Among the materials you require, 2 or 3 items are simply unavailable within the Dragon Country and must be procured from Boeing. Yet, they are asking for an exorbitant sum. That so-called thermal insulation coating for the aircraft is priced at an astonishing $500,000 per square meter. And that special steel, each ton demands a hefty price of $100,000. Just for these 2 items, we would need to spend $10 million. $10 million? Even Song Chi's expression darkened immediately. It was not that he could not afford such an amount. Rather, he detested the feeling of being treated like a mere pig for slaughter. Yet, such occurrences transpire across the globe with alarming frequency. Boeing and Airbus, leveraging their technological superiority, have always set sky-high prices. One cannot fathom how much they have siphoned from enterprises in the Dragon Country, but they possess advanced technology. There is simply no alternative but to purchase from them. When a large aircraft malfunctions, the only companies capable of repairs worldwide are these two. Even if Boeing prices their products outrageously, Dragon Country enterprises must reluctantly swallow the bitter pill. There is no recourse. This is the power of technological hegemony. The global harvest occurs with astonishing ease. Song Chi furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He had not anticipated that matters would become ensnared at such a juncture. These two items could be considered the most trivial components of a large aircraft. Yet, unexpectedly, these two critical technologies have caused such an uproar. The special steel was not a concern. Song Chi could easily substitute it with other alloys. However, the aircraft's thermal insulation coating had an exceedingly complex composition, necessitating repeated adjustments for successful implementation. Even if Song Chi were aware of the specific configuration, developing it would be impossible without several months of dedicated effort. Wasting months on such a task was something Song Chi could not abide. He must take action with Boeing. An idea struck Song Chi suddenly, and he turned to Zhou Yonghui beside him. Old Zhou, retrieve Boeing's financial reports from the past few years. Quickly. Financial reports? Zhou Yonghui was momentarily taken aback. We manufacture airplanes, not study finance. What do we need that for? Besides, Boeing is such a large company. Their financial reports are notoriously complex. Will you even understand them? Just get it done. Song Chi shot Zhou Yonghui an exasperated glare. Observing Zhou Yonghui's dazed expression, he felt compelled to elaborate. Do you think Boeing manufactures all their products in-house? They have upstream suppliers as well. We simply need to ascertain who produces that thermal coating and target them directly. It would certainly yield better results. Oh, Zhou Yonghui nodded, his understanding gradually dawning. At that moment, he finally grasped Song Chi's line of reasoning. Normally, Zhou Yonghui prided himself on his intelligence. Why was it that whenever he stood before Song Chi, he felt as if he had left his brain behind, constantly overshadowed by Song Chi's intellect? Under Song Chi's urging, Zhou Yonghui set to work. An hour later, he returned, cradling a stack of documents that stood half a person high, placing them before Song Chi. Song Chi, here are the financial statements from Boeing for the last 5 quarters. See if you can find any clues? 5 quarters, which equates to 15 months. Within that time frame, Boeing would have manufactured several large aircraft, necessitating at least one procurement of thermal coatings. The only challenge now lay in identifying the transaction record among the myriad reports to ascertain the manufacturer of the thermal coating. This was indeed a monumental task. Without hesitation, Song Chi opened the reports and began cross-referencing them methodically. Time passed unnoticed. 3 hours slipped by in silence. With a sudden clap, Song Chi shut the financial report, his expression a curious blend of joy and confusion. What is it, Song Chi? Have you discovered any leads? Zhou Yonghui's voice rang out. Slowly, Song Chi nodded. I have found a lead, and I have identified the upstream company. What is it? Zhou Yonghui inquired, his anticipation palpable. The manufacturer of the thermal coating for Boeing is a company from the Dragon Country. A barrage of question marks floated above Zhou Yonghui's head. Wait, what? Song Chi, are you certain? Are you suggesting that the technology the free country uses to choke our Dragon Country's throat is actually produced by a Dragon Country enterprise? This is absurd. With a resigned shrug, Song Chi continued. It can only be said that Boeing has concealed this quite cleverly, employing 2 false identities to negotiate, ultimately securing the coating from a company named Shanghai Coatings at a price of merely $1,000 per ton. $1,000? Perdón? Zhou Yonghui was left speechless. It is worth noting that Boeing had quoted him a price of $500,000 per square meter. How many square meters could 1 ton of coating cover? Boeing truly is a master of business. They procure materials from a Dragon Country company and then sell them back to us at prices inflated by thousands, even tens of thousands of times. How could Boeing feel justified in accepting such profits? In the face of this revelation, Song Chi found himself at a loss for words. First, let's contact Shanghai Coatings and report this matter to the military district. Our Dragon Country can no longer afford to waste such exorbitant sums. Indeed, this is merely a glimpse into the aircraft manufacturing industry. Similar situations undoubtedly abound in other high-tech sectors. As the largest manufacturing powerhouse on Blue Star, The Dragon Country boasts the most comprehensive industrial chain in the world. In contrast, the Free Country and the European Union find their own manufacturing sectors in a state of disarray. Consequently, many high-tech companies have taken to leveraging the production capabilities of the Dragon Country, effectively utilizing our factories as their own subcontractors, producing goods that are then sold back to us at inflated prices. Such absurdities ought to be curtailed. That evening, at the Air Force Base of a Northwest Military District, within the command office. Now, as the director of the 11th Institute, Song-Chi fell under the direct purview of Wang Jinlong. Thus, his report could be placed directly on the desk of the commander's office. Wang Jinlong naturally held Song-Chi in high regard. He promptly picked up the report and scrutinized it meticulously. However, upon completing his review of Song-Chi's submission, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Is it truly possible that many of the chokehold products in the Dragon Country are actually manufactured domestically? If so, how much unnecessary expenditure has the Dragon Country incurred? These foreign companies are indeed unscrupulous. Wang Jinlong quickly regained his composure, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he sealed Song-Chi's report and lightly tapped the desk. An officer hurriedly entered. "Sir, please deliver this report directly to the Military Commission. It is imperative that the comrades at the Military Commission pay close attention." "Yes." The officer saluted respectfully. Just as he was about to leave, Wang Jinlong waved him back. "Xiao Huang, wait a moment. What has Song-Chi been busy with recently?" As the commander of the Air Force, Wang Jinlong was inundated with daily responsibilities, naturally lacking the time to monitor the progress of the 11th Institute. Xiao Huang pondered for a moment before responding candidly. "Report, sir." Director Song, unbeknownst to many, managed to acquire a derelict Boeing 747 and boldly proclaimed his intention to restore it to its former glory. However, the aircraft was utterly beyond repair, and I surmised that the probability of a successful restoration was infinitesimally close to zero. A Boeing 747, a passenger aircraft, undergoing repairs? What on earth was Song-Chi up to? How could a military research institute divert its focus to civil aviation? These are distinctly disparate domains. Furthermore, Director Song had also requisitioned 50 KD-20 missiles from our military district. Missile? Wang Jinlong's mind was awash with confusion. What could he possibly need missiles for in relation to a passenger plane? What kind of absurdity was this? What type of warhead did the missiles possess? Conventional warheads. Little Huang hastily interjected, clarifying that he lacked the authority to mobilize mushroom warheads. That is indeed a relief. Wang Jinlong exhaled deeply, reassured that as long as it wasn't a mushroom warhead, he could rest easy. He waved his hand, signaling Little Huang to take his leave. His intent was merely to ascertain what Song-Chi was up to, with no intention of interfering in his work. After all, a creative genius like Song-Chi must not be stifled by constraints. To do so would risk extinguishing his spark and plunging him into stagnation, which would be a regrettable loss. Moreover, this modification pertains solely to a passenger aircraft, just a civilian plane. How outrageous could it possibly be? Let Song-Chi pursue his endeavors. Chapter 42. Breakthroughs in the Dragon Kingdom's large aircraft manufacturing technology. As the month drew to a close, it was now late October, and the temperatures in Xijing had noticeably dropped, ushering in a brisk chill. At the Northwest Military District's Air Force Flight Base, a Boeing 737 gently descended onto the tarmac. Wang Jinlong, accompanied by a cadre of soldiers, had been waiting in anticipation. The aircraft's cabin door slowly opened, revealing a dozen impeccably dressed men, exuding an air of authority. Amongst them, an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, with a kind visage and appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, stood out prominently. "Elder Deng, please, take your time. We extend a warm welcome to you as you visit the Northwest Military District to provide guidance." Wang Jinlong assisted Elder Deng down, demonstrating an exceptional level of enthusiasm. Elder Deng is the influential figure in the Ministry of Commerce of the Dragon Kingdom, holding a rank above Wang Jinlong. More importantly, in an era where the fusion of military and civilian technology is paramount, the Ministry of Commerce can be seen as the military district's financial backbone. Today, Elder Deng was here to negotiate a significant contract with the Northwest Military District. The Dragon Kingdom's independently developed large aircraft had finally achieved success at the Xijing First Research Institute. If the performance of this aircraft could rival that of Airbus or even Boeing, it would indeed be a momentous occasion. The Ministry of Commerce was poised to facilitate collaboration between major domestic airlines and the Northwest Military District. Behind Elder Deng, a group of well-dressed men represented various airlines of the Dragon Kingdom. With wealth comes influence. To secure funding for the upcoming year, Wang Jinlong, the Air Force commander, found himself scurrying about like an errand boy. Elder Deng, esteemed representatives, the development of this large aircraft has been entirely autonomous, undertaken by our Shijing First Institute over the span of 5 years, with countless researchers pouring their heart and soul into this endeavor. I have been involved throughout the process, and I can assure you, we have finally achieved success. There is no doubt about it, Wang Jinlong declared, his confidence unwavering. Indeed, he had every reason to make such claims. Although the latest large aircraft still exhibited some discrepancies when compared to Boeing's 747 series, it surpassed Airbus's offerings by a considerable margin. Most significantly, this aircraft's development marked a monumental breakthrough for the Dragon Kingdom's civil aerospace manufacturing industry, filling the void in our capabilities to produce large aircraft. Morale was soaring. Oberi! Elder Deng applauded enthusiastically. Just recently, I heard that our new generation of fighter jets and helicopters is also making headway. The Northwest Military District has made substantial contributions. Now, you have achieved such remarkable advancements in the realm of civil aviation. Shijing truly deserves its reputation as the foremost military-industrial city in the Dragon Kingdom. Listening to Elder Deng's praises, Wang Jinlong couldn't help but grumble inwardly. What do you mean substantial contributions? Whether it's the fighter jets or the helicopters, they were all developed by the Northwest Military District. However, to voice such sentiments in front of Elder Deng would risk accusations of stealing credit, not to mention potentially exposing Song Qi's presence. After some contemplation, Wang Jinlong ultimately chose to remain silent. After a round of pleasantries, the flight area was cleared, and preparations for the test flight were fully completed. Anticipation hung in the air as a sleek, silver aircraft adorned with the Dragon Kingdom's flag came into view. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of refinement, stepped forward to commence his explanation. He was none other than the chief engineer overseeing this large aircraft project, Xiong Xingyu. Ladies and gentlemen, before you stands the new passenger aircraft developed by the Shijing First Spacecraft Research Institute over a span of 5 years. The crowd gazed in awe. This aircraft bore closer resemblance to Airbus's A380, yet appeared even more colossal. Its fuselage boasted more refined lines compared to the A380, suggesting that it could potentially accommodate more passengers than the typical Airbus model. Moreover, its streamlined design promised a significant reduction in fuel consumption, an enticing prospect for airlines. The representatives from various airlines suddenly found their eyes gleaming with excitement. In the next moment, the large aircraft slowly approached the representatives, revealing an array of intricate details. Observing their satisfied expressions, Xiong Xingyu continued to present eagerly. In terms of the power system, we have eschewed the technical assistance from Beixiong and achieved groundbreaking advancements in aerospace engine research. This aircraft is powered by the Dragon Kingdom's wholly independently developed CT-200 model aircraft engine, boasting a maximum thrust of PW3508. While this engine still lags behind the technologies of the Free Nations Boeing, it surpasses Airbus's A380 by a substantial margin, fully capable of operating in various complex aviation environments. Upon hearing this, not only the airline representatives, but even Elder Deng was taken aback. Wasn't it said that the Dragon Kingdom's aircraft engine industry was exceedingly weak? This new engine had truly made a significant leap forward, narrowing the gap with the European Union and the Free Nations. Meanwhile, Wang Jinlong silently nodded in agreement. The driving force behind all this was none other than Song Qi. The design inspiration for this aircraft engine stemmed from the fighter jets developed by Song Qi himself. Otherwise, the mere advancement of this aviation engine technology could have delayed the Dragon Kingdom for another 5 years. This is the awe-inspiring influence that a genius can wield. His impact extends beyond individual achievements, resonating throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom's research community, propelling its military industry to unprecedented heights. This, indeed, is the essence of genius. After a moment of reflection, Xiong Xingyu added, "This aircraft has a passenger capacity of 408, a typical cruising speed of 0.75 Mach, and a maximum cruising speed of 0.87 Mach, with a maximum range of 12,500 kilometers. All data indicates that this aircraft's performance exceeds that of the standard Airbus models. In comparison to Boeing's large aircraft and the Airbus A380, our aircraft may have slight discrepancies. Yet the overall gap is not substantial. The most critical factor is that the price for this aircraft is set at 100 million yuan, only a fifth of Boeing's price. This is undoubtedly the most cost-effective large aircraft available to everyone. Without comparison, upon hearing this, nearly everyone's ears perked up. The price of 100 million is truly competitive. For airlines, such a price often signifies a potential exponential increase in profits. Moreover, the cost of air travel for the citizens of the Dragon Nation will also see a significant reduction. This is undoubtedly a tremendous boon for both the nation and its people. The representatives from various aerospace companies were already feeling a surge of excitement. Observing the scene before him, Wang Xinlong finally allowed a rare smile to grace his face. Chapter 43. What flew past? Phew! Finally, the task is accomplished. Song Qi tightened the last screw, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and admired the exquisite masterpiece he had painstakingly crafted over the course of a month. He nodded in satisfaction. Beside him, Zhou Yonghui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he erupted into cheers. 50 million. I'm about to get rich. After a month of hard work. Tonight, I'm heading to KTV to treat myself to 10 lovely ladies. I want to go home until my fingers are sore. In a corner, Song Qi cast a disdainful glance in his direction. But upon reflection, with Zhou Yonghui's rapid-fire approach, it was no wonder he would only manage to achieve that. In a real contest, he would be utterly helpless. Besides drooling over the ladies, what other skills did he possess? Song Qi, what does that look in your eyes mean? Zhou Yonghui, feeling sensitive, seemed hurt and lunged at Song Qi, but he adeptly dodged. All right, old Zhou, enough of the antics. Let us take the big plane out for a test. Then we can call it a day and head home. Zhou Yonghui shot a disgruntled glance at Song Qi. Why don't you drive it yourself? Every time, it's me who gets to test it, and it never ends well. The last 2 times I drove, one time I shot up over 20,000 meters, flying alongside the sun. The other time, I crashed the helicopter straight to the ground, nearly becoming the next Kobe. Who want to take the 3rd test drive after that? Get up there quickly. Song Qi shot back at Zhou Yonghui. Do I look like someone who knows how to fly a plane? 50 million. Old Zhou, you better think this through. 50 million. At the mere mention of 50 million, the fear in Zhou Yonghui's eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented determination. Fine, I'll do it. With that, Zhou Yonghui slowly approached the successfully modified large aircraft. Before him stood a passenger aircraft, a modified Boeing 747, yet it bore no resemblance to the original Boeing 747. The fuselage alone was more than double the size of a Boeing 747. Its wingspan exceeded 100 meters, and the interior space was immensely vast, accommodating 1,000 seats with ease. This colossal machine nearly occupied half of the production workshop. Were it not for Wang Xinlong's wealth, allowing him to construct an experimental workshop 3 to 4 times larger than a standard one, Song Qi would truly be a loss as to how to maneuver the aircraft out. In no time, outside the 11th Institute, the facilities had been largely completed after a month of development. However, the personnel were not yet fully organized. Only a few scattered soldiers stood guard, ensuring the safety of the 11th Institute. Frankly speaking, even now, Song Qi remained little different from a solitary commander, nestled amidst the vast Qinling Mountains. The 11th Institute was indeed an excellent experimental site, rarely trodden by human feet. As the large aircraft made its appearance, it instantly drew the attention of the soldiers on guard. My goodness, this plane is enormous. Whoa, isn't that a civil aviation passenger aircraft? What is it doing in a military research institute? That color, that coating, it gives off an air of unapproachability. Could this be the large aircraft developed by our research institute? How is that possible? I remember our institute currently only has the director and engineer Zhou as staff. How could 2 people possibly create such a behemoth in a month? Facing the soldiers' astonishment, Song Qi offered little more than a knowing smile and a nod. It is important to note that the 11th Institute is the most highly classified research institution in the Northwest military region, surpassing even the 1st Institute by several levels. The soldiers assigned to guard here had undergone rigorous political scrutiny, ensuring their lineage was thoroughly vetted for any potential issues. Thus, there is no need to worry about risks such as espionage or leaks. At this moment, Zhou Yonghui had already settled into the cockpit of a large aircraft. Gazing at the myriad buttons before him, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. Despite having followed Song Qi in the aircraft construction, he was utterly oblivious to how it had been modified. He didn't even know how to start it. The manual. Where's the manual? Zhou Yonghui grabbed the manual and perused it for a minute before silently putting it down. As expected, I can't make heads or tails of it. Could we possibly add pinyin for the obscure characters next time? This manual might be comprehensible to a high school student, but I am a university graduate, and it's been nearly a decade since then. Isn't this a bit of a stretch? Zhou Yonghui despaired as he closed the manual. Just then, a boisterous voice crackled through the radio in the cockpit. Do you see 2 red buttons in front of you? The The one on the left is the ignition button. Press that, and the aircraft will start. The right one. Let me think. Wait. I think I got it mixed up. The right one is the ignition button. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhou Yonghui's anxious voice erupted over the radio. Can you be any more unreliable? I've already pressed it. And you come here telling me you made a mistake? Song Qi blinked in confusion. What is the button on the left? After a brief silence, Song Qi responded. The missile launch button. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden commotion erupted from the top of the aircraft as the hatch opened automatically. A 5-meter-long launcher protruded, aimed skyward, poised for action. With a whoosh, a fiery serpent shot into the sky, ascending at an indescribable speed. Observing the scene before him, Song Qi was momentarily stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? Zhou Yonghui, how could you be so quick on the draw? Couldn't you wait for me to finish my sentence? On the other end of the radio, Zhou Yonghui's furious voice responded. You were the one who made the mistake first. How can you blame me? You think I don't know my left from my right? How can I know you messed that up? What do we do now? Are we just waiting to team up and step on a sewing machine? At this juncture, both fell into a mutual silence. A few seconds later, Zhou Yonghui broke the quietude. Hey, the weather is quite nice today. Song Qi, did you just see something fly by? Song Qi immediately understood. What are you talking about? Old Zhou, you must have misseen. I didn't see anything. You must be seeing things. Chapter 44. Sitting in the military, calamity descends from the heavens. Not long after, in outer space beyond the Dragon Nation, aboard the Tiangong space station, astronaut Du Xiaojun gazed at Earth, her eyes sparkling with amazement. She is the sole female astronaut on this mission and is embarking on her inaugural experience aboard the space station, rendering her particularly inquisitive about the vast expanse of outer space. Brother Yang, where exactly are we now? She inquired, addressing the astronaut known as Yang Wei, the commander of the Tiangong space station. After glancing at the satellite positioning, Yang Wei replied, we should currently be positioned directly above the Dragon Kingdom, near Xijing. Take a closer look. Do you see that slender emerald line? That must be the Qinling Mountains. Is that so? Du Xiaozhan exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed out at the azure earth. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Yanggu, why do I feel like something is hurtling towards us? Is it a meteorite? Or perhaps space debris? Yang Wei was equally alarmed. Upon focusing intently, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. It's a missile. A supersonic missile. No less. Despite the seemingly robust appearance of the space station, in the vastness of outer space, it is exceedingly fragile. Not only could a missile inflict catastrophic damage, but even space debris poses a significant threat to the station. Should the Tiangong space station be struck by a missile, it would undoubtedly disintegrate into a silent bouquet of fireworks in the cosmos, rendering the nation's investment of hundreds of billions utterly wasted. Fortunately, the supersonic missile narrowly missed the space station, passing by an alarming proximity before soaring into the distance. Inside the station, Yang Wei and Du Xiaojun were so tense that they nearly forgot to breathe. After a prolonged silence, they finally exhaled deeply. Such an incident was undeniably perilous. Was that missile an enemy attack? How could it have been so precisely aimed at us? But if it were an attack, why would it have been launched for Xijing? That doesn't add up. Quickly, contact the ground command center. Inform them that we have encountered a supersonic missile attack originating from Xijing in the Dragon Kingdom. Yang Wei commandait, feigning composure. It was impossible not to panic in such a situation. Yet as an experienced astronaut, he managed to maintain a relatively stable demeanor. Before long, the news reached the ground command center, leaving everyone there in a state of shock. Impossible, they exclaimed. There were no supersonic missile launch operations scheduled within the Dragon Kingdom today, nor had any launches been reported from the Xijing area. Could there have been a monitoring error? However, mere seconds later, Yang Wei transmitted the footage of the missile narrowly brushing past the space station back to the ground command center. Here is the high-definition image of the missile, traveling at a staggering speed of Mach 15 as it narrowly missed our space station. At that moment, the entire ground command center was thrown into chaos. Zhang Zhibiao, the chief officer of the Dragon Kingdom's Aerospace Command Center, clenched his fists upon reviewing the report. Damn it! What on earth are those people in Xijing doing? They launch a missile within our territory and fail to report it? After enjoying peace for so long, they are now making such elementary mistakes. The repercussions of this incident were far graver than anticipated. Such disorganization and lack of discipline occurring on the soil of the Dragon Kingdom was utterly unfathomable. The Tiangong space station had been fortunate. Had the missile speed been just a fraction faster, it would have met its demise. The emergency response system was initiated, and the entire ground command center operated with the precision of a well-oiled machine. Call after call was frantically directed toward Shijing. Meanwhile, at the Northwest Military Region, within the Air Force Base, Wang Junlong, who was showing General Deng around a new large aircraft, suddenly received a phone call. "Hello, this is Wang Junlong. Wang Junlong." A furious voice erupted from the other end. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Have you never been to a military tribunal? Or what? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Wang Junlong immediately recognized the voice as that of his direct superior, General Luo Dingbang, the commander of the Northwest Military Region, who was raging like a lion. Wang Junlong was utterly perplexed, having no idea what was happening. He vaguely sensed that a major incident had occurred. A dark cloud of trouble was rapidly approaching him. "Sir, I am innocent. What exactly is happening? There's been no activity under my command. How can you even ask? The supersonic missile you launched nearly brought down the Tiangong space station. You almost pierced the heavens, and you still dare to ask what happened?" Wang Junlong was left in utter confusion. "Sir, there must be a misunderstanding. I have not been informed of any missile launches." On the other end, General Luo Dingbang was equally baffled. Wang Junlong had no idea who had launched the missile. Where had it come from? Had it appeared out of thin air? Could it be an enemy attack? General Luo quickly shook his head, dismissing that notion. The Northwest Military Region was located deep within the Dragon Kingdom. If an enemy could launch a missile from there to strike the Dragon Kingdom space station, that would be an extraordinary feat, Wang Junlong. Don't play games with me. The ground command center in the capital has confirmed that the missile was launched from our Shijing area. Moreover, the only faction capable of launching a supersonic missile in Shijing is your Air Force. If you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation, prepare to face a military tribunal." With that, General Luo slammed the phone down. Listening to the busy signal on the line, Wang Junlong felt a chill wash over him. What a turn of events. Observing Wang Junlong's distressed expression, General Deng gently inquired, "Commander Wang, are you all right?" Wang Junlong quickly waved his hand. "General Deng, there's no need to worry about me. Everyone, it seems there has been an unexpected incident in my military region. I may need to excuse myself. Please understand." Seeing Wang Junlong's demeanor, everyone began to sense the gravity of the situation and dared not to detain him. Wang Junlong departed the airport and hurriedly made his way to the Operations Command Center. "Quickly, contact the missile unit. Find out who had the audacity to launch a supersonic missile without reporting it. This is outrageous. If I don't get to the bottom of this, I, as the Air Force commander, will resign." He bellowed in exasperation at the command center. 30 minutes later, at Shijing's 11th Institute, Song Chi gazed upwards at a 45-degree angle, wearing a look of wistful contemplation. Meanwhile, a weak voice crackled over the radio. "It's been quite a while, and nothing has fallen. Should we be all right?" "That is hard to say," Song Chi replied, shaking his head. "The missile, modified by me, is equipped with 40 sub-warheads that will disperse at an altitude of 10,000 meters. It is also coated with stealth materials, so it should remain undetected. However, if it strikes something, that could spell disaster. After all, if it's hit at that height and doesn't descend, it might very well turn to ash." At this, both Zhou Yonghui and Song Chi fell silent. If nothing was detected, that would be fortunate, but should something indeed be shot down, even if they escaped gunfire, they would be condemned to a lifetime of sewing. Just then, Song Chi's phone rang. It was a call from Wang Junlong. A sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through him as his mind raced. Nevertheless, he answered the call. "Hello, Commander Wang, it's me, Xiao Song. What is going on?" Though the answer had begun to crystallize in his mind, Song Chi still opted to feign ignorance. On the other end of the line, Wang Junlong paused momentarily, his voice tinged with evident agitation. "Song Chi, are you once again dabbling in those peculiar matters?" "Not at all, Chief. Please do not wrongfully accuse an innocent person." Song Chi retorted, "I have been diligently stationed at Unit 11, without venturing anywhere. Are you truly not involved in the missile launch? That missile nearly obliterated the Tiangong space station. The military district commander is on the verge of madness." "Absolutely not," Song Chi asserted, shaking his head with conviction, almost convincing himself in the process. "I would stake the happiness of Zhou Yonghui's lower half as a guarantee. This incident has nothing to do with our Unit 11. On the other end, Wang Junlong fell into a contemplative silence. If it wasn't Song Chi, then who could it be? He had already inquired with all units under his command capable of launching missiles, and none had acknowledged involvement. Furthermore, the immense commotion from the hypersonic missile launch had gone completely unnoticed by him. After numerous fruitless investigations, he finally redirected his focus to Song Chi. To his astonishment, the missile had not been launched by Song Chi. Then from whence did it originate? Did it simply materialize from thin air? Had they inadvertently summoned a ghost? Wang Jinlong rubbed his temples in distress. Such occurrences within his jurisdiction would cause anyone considerable headache. Noticing that there were no breakthroughs from Song Qi's end. Just as Wang Jinlong was about to terminate the call, he seemingly recalled something and inquired, "Little Song, what have you been busy with lately? Recently?" Song Qi scratched his head, replying, "Not much, really. I just modified a Boeing 747 and am currently preparing for test flight." A Boeing 747? Isn't that a commercial airliner? Song Qi's tinkering with that hardly correlated with missiles. Moreover, Song Qi had sought air-to-ground missiles, while this time it was a hypersonic missile that had been launched. Although both are referred to as missiles, there exists an ocean of difference between the two. Hypersonic missiles, with their strategic significance and deterrent capabilities, are undeniably the crown jewels of the Dragon Kingdom. They are often equipped with mushroom warheads. This is the ultimate trump card of the Dragon Kingdom. In contrast, air-to-ground missiles are primarily utilized for bomber missions and pose no significant technical challenges. With this realization, Wang Jinlong promptly absolved Song Qi of suspicion. "Very well, little Song. If you uncover any clues regarding the whereabouts of that scoundrel who launched the missile, inform me at once, and I shall award you a first-class merit." Upon concluding, Wang Jinlong abruptly hung up the phone. A first-class merit? Song Qi scratched his head in confusion. Trading his life for a first-class merit? Did he take him for a fool? Nevertheless, Wang Jinlong's call enlightened Song Qi about one thing. His missile was indeed sufficiently advanced. At the very least, it appeared that the country had yet to pinpoint the missile's launch location. Otherwise, what awaited Song Qi would likely not have been Wang Jinlong's inquiry, but rather a pair of gleaming silver bracelets. Song Qi exhaled a sigh of relief and immediately relayed this information to Zhou Yonghui in the cockpit. "Really? No way. Song Qi, we are truly fortunate," Zhou Yonghui exclaimed, his excitement causing him to leap up, his right fist crashing onto the control panel. Coincidentally, it landed on the ignition button. Boom! The massive aircraft erupted with a roar as all 8 engines beneath it ignited simultaneously. The thunderous sound of the engines reverberated like the beating of drums, echoing for several kilometers around. The aircraft, glowing blue at its underside, ascended vertically. "Zhou Yonghui, what the hell? Can't you be more discreet? We're taking off now?" came Song Qi's furious voice over the radio. Zhou Yonghui stared at the unfolding scene, stunned. He had merely excitedly pounded the panel. How had the plane taken off? Moreover, who could have predicted that the aircraft would make such a commotion? While fighter jets are capable of vertical takeoff, how could a behemoth with a wingspan of over 100 meters manage the same? Where was the logic in that? "How do I stop this? I want off this plane," Zhou Yonghui shouted. "Look at the labels. I put instructions on every button," Song Qi retorted. At this, Zhou Yonghui jolted, hurriedly bending down to scrutinize the buttons on the control panel. Indeed, many keys bore a letter S, which presumably stood for stop, right? If memory serves me correctly, stop means to cease. That's the one. Zhou Yonghui decisively pressed it. The next moment, a mechanical voice echoed. "Speed cruise system activated. Dragonheart Engine 1, readiness at 80. Dragonheart Engine 2, readiness at 75. Zhou Yonghui was left dumbfounded. Over the radio, Song Qi's furious shouts echoed. "Zhou Yonghui, what on earth are you doing? S means speed. TT means stop. Did you even learn Pinyin? Who knew you would use Pinyin?" Zhou Yonghui exclaimed in exasperation. "That good-for-nothing operating system uses Pinyin." He fell on the verge of a breakdown. A wave of indescribable force pressed against his back, and Zhou Yonghui could distinctly feel himself being propelled forward. "Where's T?" After considerable effort, he finally located the stop button and pressed it. A few seconds later, the emotionless mechanical voice sounded once more. In acceleration mode, unable to enter stop status. Final sprint countdown. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 46. The missile unit perfectly completes its mission. The engines are fully prepared. The aircraft sound barrier membrane has fully opened, entering hypersonic cruise mode. Listening to the mechanical voice in his ears, Zhou Yonghui felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse, nearly crying out in despair. Why did such bizarre occurrences accompany each of his test flights? This was beyond outrageous. Over the radio, Song Qi's voice rang out. "Zhou Yonghui, hurry, buckle your seatbelt." Huh? Zhou Yonghui had yet to grasp what was happening when an overwhelming force surged through him. In the next moment, he found himself sinking into his seat as the scenery before him rushed backward at an indescribable speed. Damn it, I'm airborne again. This is too fast. Even Zhou Yonghui, once an ace pilot of the Air Force who had flown supersonic jets like the J-20, had never experienced such velocity. On the ground, Song Qi watched as the aircraft sped away into the distance. his mind racing with thoughts he could hardly articulate. In the Northwest Military District, at the Air Force Command Headquarters, Wang Jinlong was pulling his hair out in frustration over the identity of the hypersonic missile's launcher when his pager suddenly sprang to life. Report, Chief. The radar has detected an unidentified flying object moving at high speed within our airspace, reaching an astonishing velocity of 7 Mach. The object is circling above, highly likely to be the unconfirmed hypersonic missile launch. Please advise. A missile? Another one? And it appeared right above the Northwest Military District, essentially above his head. In an instant, a chill ran from Wang Jinlong's feet to the crown of his head. What did this imply? If there had only been one instance of a missile being launched in violation of orders, it could be deemed an accident. But a second occurrence? The missile misfire incident from the Northwest Military District was certainly not a result of operational blunders within his command. Instead, the enemy has already infiltrated the very heart of the Dragon Kingdom, and they are brazenly flaunting their power before the Air Force commander. Who is it? Who possesses such formidable capabilities? The Free Nation? Or the Northern Bear Nation? Damn it! Wang Jinlong's fist slammed down onto the table with tremendous force, sending tea splattering everywhere. The occurrence of such an event within his jurisdiction was an utter disgrace for Wang Jinlong, the Air Force commander. He immediately seized the radio transmitter, issuing commands with urgency. Activate the highest level of alert, sound the alarms, and direct the entire military to take refuge in the air defense bases to evade missile strikes. What is the ground missile unit doing? Why are they idle? Shoot that missile down immediately, or I will have your heads. Ground radar units, lock on. Hold your positions tightly. If that missile escapes today, I will bear his surname. One directive after another poured forth from Wang Jinlong. In an instant, the entire Northwest Military Region Air Force Base was thrown into disarray, alarms blaring as various units sprang into action like finely tuned machinery. At this moment, Wang Jinlong was consumed by rage. The enemy's missile was advancing menacingly, launched from within the Northwest Military Region itself. The target was undoubtedly significant. It could very well be the Tiangong space station in outer space. Should this missile successfully launch and the Tiangong space station be destroyed, Wang Jinlong would be deemed a complete traitor to the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Jinlong hurriedly tidied his office, preparing to board an armored vehicle to head to the underground command center to oversee the situation. Suddenly, he remembered that the leadership and representatives from various aerospace companies were still at the base. If anything were to happen to them, it would be a grave matter. In his anxiety over the missile situation, he had completely forgotten about this. Guard, to the Air Force Airport. Go to the Air Force Airport first. Bring the leaders into the air raid shelter. Yes, Commander. The driver responded loudly. Wang Jinlong jumped into the armored all-terrain vehicle, racing toward the runway of the Air Force Airport. Approximately 2 minutes later, amid the blaring alarms, the vehicle came to a steady stop before the leaders. Leaders, there is no time to explain. Get in the car. The enemy's missile is coming. It's too dangerous here. You must come with me to the underground command center. Wang Jinlong kicked open the car door, ready to usher the leaders inside. However, to his astonishment, the leaders remained frozen, occasionally muttering exclamations of disbelief. Were they paralyzed by fear? Wang Jinlong scratched his head in confusion. Commander Wang, the missile you mentioned could be that thing? One of the leaders, with aged hands, pointed skyward and spoke in a hushed tone. Huh? Wang Jinlong stiffly turned his head to follow the direction of the leader's finger. What met his gaze was not a missile at all, but rather an astonishingly colossal object. Could it be that what had just flown by at 7 Mach was not a missile, but this thing? What an international joke. How could such a massive entity achieve such speed? Even Newton's coffin couldn't contain this. The enigmatic flying object hovered in the sky, its exterior gleaming silver, resembling a civilian aircraft, yet the blue light emanating from its belly proclaimed the power of its propulsion system. Most astonishing of all, this aircraft was enormous. The Airbus A380, already a titan among passenger aircraft, paled in comparison, barely reaching half the size of this behemoth. As for the latest model of large aircraft, it was utterly dwarfed. Xiang Xingyu gazed at the aircraft with a pained expression, having mentally cursed 1,000 times. From a distance, the aircraft in the sky bore no semblance to a passenger plane. It was akin to a space carrier. The sheer futuristic technological aura sent shivers down one's spine, especially the oppressive sensation brought on by its gradual descent. Wait, why is it landing? Why here? As realization struck, everything clicked into place in Wang Jinlong's mind. The truth of the matter became astonishingly clear. Good heavens, it's Song-Chi. This thing was built by Song-Chi. Our Northwest Military Region has just gained a new trump card. Wang Jinlong clenched his fists in excitement. But in the next moment, a sudden whoosh echoed as a missile struck the aircraft in the sky with lightning speed. Immediately after, a second, then a third missile followed suit. 17 missiles in total crashed against the aircraft's fuselage. In an instant, smoke and dust billowed across the sky. Wang Jinlong stared at the heavens, his eyes wide with disbelief. Frozen in place, a voice crackled through the radio. "Report, Commander. The missile unit has successfully hit the target. Mission accomplished flawlessly. All 17 missiles struck true. Please advise." Advise? What is there to advise at this moment? Wang Jinlong felt as if his heart were bleeding. To witness such an advanced aircraft being destroyed before his very eyes was unbearable. He wished he could slap himself. It must be understood that missiles are regarded as crucial weapons by most nations precisely because of their immense destructive power. One missile alone can effectively cover a kill zone of over 100 meters. 17 missiles striking simultaneously could obliterate a small mountain, let alone a passenger aircraft. Most critically, the pilots aboard that massive aircraft likely had no chance of escape. At this juncture, Wang Jinlong felt utterly despondent. The events of this half-day had been too tumultuous, chaotic, and incomprehensible, so much so that as the Air Force commander, he had lost his capacity for sound judgment. In the absence of a thorough investigation, he had made a grave error in assessment. Just as Wang Jinlong was about to grab the radio to order his soldiers to collect the aircraft wreckage, a sudden gasp arose behind him. What the hell? Is this real? No way. Nothing happened? Could those missiles have been duds? Have modern aircraft developed to such an extent? The representatives from the aerospace companies gasped in astonishment. Wang Jinlong, bewildered, looked up. In the next moment, he was utterly stunned. Amidst the billowing smoke, a magnificent warplane soared upward at a speed so unfathomable it seemed to defy description, ascending straight into the clouds. Was this a scene from a science fiction film? A behemoth like this could not only fly fast, but could also ascend vertically. This maneuver was beyond what even fighter jets could achieve. What a contrast to the delicate maneuvers of falling leaves and cobra maneuvers. This spectacle was on an entirely different level. Have you ever seen a space carrier ascend vertically? Have you ever witnessed an engine emitting blue flames? At this moment, everyone stood frozen, at a loss for words. Wang Jinlong paused, swiftly grabbing the radio again. "Missile unit, were you using dummy missiles? How could their impact be so minimal? 17 missiles striking simultaneously, and yet the target remains unscathed. It must be noted that even the most formidable heavy tanks, known for their armor, would be rendered immobile by a single missile. Furthermore, the aircraft's design is exceedingly intricate, allowing for no margin of error. Do not even mention being hit by missiles. Even a collision with a bird could lead to catastrophic destruction. In Wang Jinlong's perspective, aside from the surface missile forces having made a blunder and attributing it to the use of dummy warheads, there seemed to be no other explanations. Moments later, a voice crackled through the pager. "Report, Chief. The missiles that were just launched all carried conventional warheads. There are no dummy rounds. Currently, radar has lost the target. Please give instructions." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinlong was left utterly dumbfounded. Not dummy rounds? All solid warheads? This meant that the aircraft had withstood 17 missiles and emerged unscathed. What kind of defensive capability is this? Even the Air Force, one of the supreme leader of the free nation, does not possess such prowess. What kind of monstrous creation has Song Qi conjured? Could it possibly be any more absurd? Even though Wang Jinlong was not a materials scientist, he could clearly perceive at this moment that the metal alloy shell employed by Song Qi exhibited a terrifying performance that far exceeded his imagination. At this juncture, Elder Deng and several representatives from various aviation companies stood with their mouths agape, utterly astonished by the unfolding events. The scenes of today had transcended their understanding of physics. They had long heard about the rapid advancements in research outcomes from the Northwest Military District, but they had never anticipated such a swift escalation. That recent object, judging by its appearance, seemed to resemble a commercial airliner. If that were indeed an airliner, the aircraft developed would be akin to a larger version of a toy. "Commander Wang, was that large aircraft just now the latest passenger plane developed by your military district? It's astonishing." A representative from Northern Airlines stepped forward, eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Our Northern Airlines is willing to offer $300 million for one. Your department must consider us first." By now, many representatives from various airlines had yet to comprehend what had transpired, still believing this all to be a script orchestrated by Wang Jinlong to promote the latest large aircraft. "Commander Wang, such trickery. Was all this necessary for promotion? With something so advanced, we would simply pay for it." A representative from Southern Airlines, a rotund, middle-aged man, eagerly clasped Wang Zhenlong's hand and fervently remarked, "Promotion?" Wang Zhenlong blinked in confusion. When did I promote anything? Yet, observing the fervent gazes of the representatives around him, he felt reluctant to say much more, merely coughing awkwardly. I, Southwest Airlines, offer $600 million. I, Imperial Capital Airlines, offer $800 million. I, Wui Airlines, offer $1 billion. The representatives from various airlines became frantic. Particularly, the financially robust Wui Airlines directly announced a staggering offer of $1 billion. Wang Zhenlong swallowed hard. What does this even mean? That is equivalent to 70 billion Dragon Kingdom dollars. The total prior investment in the 11 institutions would be recouped in one fell swoop, and there would be ample profit. In the Dragon Kingdom, there's always been a saying, Air Force princes, Navy commoners, Army beggars. With this, he would instantly ascend to the status of an emperor among air forces. Wang Zhenlong stifled the smile that threatened to break through his composure. He picked up the pager and announced, "Notify all departments. The alert is lifted." All units returned to their positions. After issuing the necessary instructions, Wang Zhenlong turned to the crowd and slowly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. This large aircraft was independently developed by a secret research institute under my command. I must consult the designer's authority before providing you with satisfactory answers." Secret Research Institute? Independent development? Shock filled the eyes of everyone as they exchanged glances. In other words, this formidable aircraft was merely the outcome of an independent study by a single research institute. What extraordinary research capability is this? One can easily surmise what a remarkable genius the chief engineer must be behind the scenes. Even without meeting him, everyone present, including Elder Deng, was filled with admiration for Song Qi. Indeed, Commander Wang is right. We have yet to inquire about the chief designer's opinion. Chapter 48, It Will Fly Back on Its Own. Commander Wang, the direction of that large aircraft seems somewhat off, suddenly exclaimed a representative from Imperial Capital Airlines. The direction is off? Wang Zhenlong raised the binoculars to gaze skyward. With the passage of time, the once massive aircraft appeared to shrink, ultimately transforming into an imperceptible speck against the horizon. Lowering the binoculars, Wang Zhenlong blinked in confusion. Why is it flying away? Perhaps it just went out for a spin. Once it tires from wandering, it will return on its own. Let us wait and see. Wang Zhenlong was equally perplexed by the situation, scratching his head as he offered his explanation. However, this wait extended for a full half-hour, during which not a trace of the large aircraft was seen in the sky. Instead of the aircraft, they awaited Song Qi's arrival. Song Qi swiftly leaped out of a military green jeep and, with a loud bang, slammed the door shut, appearing before the gathering. Gazing at the empty airport, he too was engulfed in confusion. Where's my plane? Where's that enormous aircraft? Logically, it should have arrived by now. Little Song, you finally made it. Wang Zhenlong immediately approached him, patting Song Qi on the shoulder. Commander, where's my plane? I designed an automatic cruise system for it, with the destination being right here. It should have already landed at the Air Force Base. Upon seeing Song Qi's expression, Wang Zhenlong felt somewhat embarrassed and scratched his head. The large aircraft you mentioned, is it a silver-white, extraordinarily large, and remarkably fast civilian airliner? Yes. I spent a month modifying it with Zhou Yonghui. Zhou Yonghui is still on the plane. Did you see it, Chief? Yes, I did see it, Wang Zhenlong continued. However, it seems that aircraft has flown away again. Flown away? Song Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? I programmed it to land at the Air Force Base. Where could it possibly go? Is there a threat at the Air Force Base? Song Qi blinked, looking at Wang Zhenlong with a bewildered expression. Wang Zhenlong's face grew solemn, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Behind him, Elder Deng and the representatives from various airlines, seeing how young Song Qi was, suddenly found their eyes brightening. In their initial expectations, the designer of such an advanced aircraft would at least be a middle-aged individual, but they never imagined him to be so young. Indeed, the youth is formidable. A representative from Wui Airlines scrutinized Song Qi closely, feeling as though he had seen him somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any issues. It was just that the aircraft was flying too fast, and I mistook it for a missile, so I launched a few surface-to-air missiles to intercept it. Not many, just 17. What? You fired missiles at it? Song Qi's eyes widened, filled with incredulity. No, Commander, what kind of aircraft are you dealing with? That large aircraft. And you could mistake it for a missile? And you fired 17 rounds? Chief, are you genuinely concerned that Zhou Yonghui might not survive? Wang Zhenlong awkwardly rubbed his nose. Well, didn't T get shot down? Little Song, where will this airplane fly to? It won't T crash, will it? Crash. Song Chi shook his head, no way. If the aircraft is subjected to a high level of danger during descent, the intelligent cruise system of the large airplane will take over control. It will automatically select a safe route and descend again. After a while, it will return to its preset destination and successfully land. Listening to Song Chi's explanation, Wang Jinlong finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't crash. If his panic-induced actions were to lead to the destruction of such an advanced aircraft, Wang Jinlong would be a criminal in Longguo. So, we just need to wait here, and the plane will return on its own? Old Deng tentatively inquired. Nearby, everyone perked up their ears. This intelligent cruise system is quite remarkable. Isn't it? If it becomes widespread, it might render civil aviation pilots unemployed. Song Chi cast a glance at Old Deng and silently nodded. Xiao Song, is it possible to contact Zhou Yonghui now? I worry about that clumsy fellow. If something happens to him, it won't matter, but if he damages the precious airplane or causes unnecessary trouble, that would be dire. If Zhou Yonghui were present and heard Wang Jinlong's words, he would probably burst into tears, exclaiming, "Is my life so worthless? You call me that clumsy fellow? And the plane, the precious airplane? This is a sheer insult." After a moment of contemplation, Song Chi replied, "It is possible. However, the airplane is moving too swiftly and is too far away for radio contact. Fortunately, I have installed a satellite communication system on that aircraft. I will activate the satellite's usage permissions now. Perhaps we can still make contact." To be honest, Wang Jinlong did not fully comprehend Song Chi's words. What satellite? What radio? He was utterly baffled, yet he caught the phrase "we can make contact." Wang Jinlong's expression shifted immediately. He hurriedly followed Song Chi's instructions. 5 minutes later, Wang Jinlong, wearing headphones, heard a series of faint white noise. The Beidou satellite finally established a connection with a supersonic flying airplane. In the next instant, a man's scream echoed with increasing clarity. Song Chi, I'm losing my mind. If I fly your plane again, I'm the biggest fool." Heaven knows what Zhou Yonghui experienced in that short half hour. As soon as the plane took off, it shot towards the Northwest Military District Air Force Base like a streak of lightning, nearly giving Zhou Yonghui a heart attack. Just when he thought he was about to land successfully, the next moment, a barrage of missiles descended upon him, with one headed straight for his face. Zhou Yonghui nearly soiled himself. His legs turned to jelly. He hadn't even grasped what was happening when the system alerted him about entering some automatic cruise mode. A new round of hell on Earth began once again. Zhou Yonghui couldn't fathom what sin he had committed to end up test driving the plane for Song Chi. Was he not akin to a birthday celebrant consuming arsenic, wishing for a longer life? Just as Zhou Yonghui was cursing Song Chi, a voice of authority echoed through his headset. "Zhou Yonghui, stay calm. I am Air Force Commander Wang Jinlong. Please report your current position immediately." Upon hearing Wang Jinlong's voice, Zhou Yonghui shivered, instantly regaining his composure. "Reporting, Commander. My current position is 54N 35E. Please give instructions." Chapter 49. I told you to be assertive, not to provoke. 54N 35E. Wang's en murmure ou Yonghui est coordinate. Suddenly, Commander Wang's body jolted in shock. Isn't that the coordinates of the capital of Beixiong country? Zhou Yonghui has already flown to the capital of Beixiong country? What kind of international joke is this? It's only been half an hour. How can a civilian airliner fly faster than a fighter jet? Wang Jinlong was utterly stunned. He had envisioned that no matter where the large airplane was in Longguo, the local military district would be notified, and radar would tightly lock onto the aircraft's position. Yet, he had never anticipated that Zhou Yonghui would fly the plane all the way to Beixiong country, and, as fate would have it, it was hovering directly over the capital. If this was not handled properly, it could undoubtedly trigger an unimaginable diplomatic earthquake. The consequences would be unfathomable. "Zhou Yonghui, I command you, return immediately." "Commander, I don't have control of this aircraft," Zhou Yonghui exclaimed, practically stomping his feet in panic. "This cursed plane has entered an automatic cruise system. It's the intelligent control system that's in charge. I have no control." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinlong fell silent. Now, all he could do was pray that Beixiong country would not discover the airplane as presence. Meanwhile, at the garrison of Beixiong country's capital, the Aerospace Command Center's air radar suddenly blared an alarm. "Report, Commander. The radar shows an unidentified flying object currently flying over our territory at a speed of 67 Mach. Please advise." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Commander Baganev of Beixiong country's air defense forces sprang up from his chair. "Is it a missile? Has the Free Nation launched a supersonic missile at us? Damn it." At such a speed, Baganev instinctively thought it was a missile from the Free Nation. Just as he was preparing to alert everyone, the pager crackled again. Report, Commander. It seems it's not a missile. The unidentified flying object is massive, far exceeding the size of any active aircraft, approximately the size of a football field. Judging by its shape, it resembles a civilian airliner. A series of question marks slowly floated above Baganev's head. What on earth? A civilian airplane? 67 Mach? The size of a football field? What kind of international joke is this? This is practically a space battleship. This cannot be possible. Could there be an issue with the radar? This exaggerated data caused Baganev to lose confidence, beginning to question the radar's accuracy. Such absurd figures would be hard for anyone to believe. Seconds later, the observer's voice came through again. Report, Commander. The radar is functioning correctly. There is indeed a giant airplane hovering at an altitude of 15,000 meters above us. Heading towards the Arctic Circle, the radar detection chart is being generated. Baganev was left dumbfounded. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He had been a soldier all his life and had never heard of such a thing. An airplane the size of a football field was speeding through his airspace at 67 Mach. Surely this wasn't a scene from a science fiction movie? Were aliens invading Earth? Regardless of how one looked at it, this news was not good for Baganev. The most terrifying aspect was that this aircraft was certainly not manufactured by Baishan country. How did it end up over the capital? This meant that this large aircraft brazenly entered the airspace of Baishan country, flying confidently over the capital without encountering any obstacles. Not even radar had detected it. If it weren't for the capital's stringent defenses, this aircraft could have easily flown overhead, and Baishan country would have remained oblivious. With this thought, Baganev felt a chill surge from his toes to the crown of his head. If this airplane were a strategic bomber carrying a nuclear warhead, the kingdom of Baishan, I fear, has already ceased to exist. Immediately notify the enemy pilots. Command them to vacate the airspace of Baishan without delay. Otherwise, we shall employ necessary measures to bring them down. In the office, Baganev slammed his fist on the table, bellowing in rage. Yes, sir. At this very moment, high above in the heavens, a sudden rustling sound crackled through the radio channel. Zhou Yonghui perked up his ears. Simultaneously, even those far away, such as Wang Zhenlong and Song Qi, felt their hearts clench. Had they been discovered by the people of Baishan? This could prove to be troublesome. After a prolonged silence, rapid-fire Russian words erupted from the radio. Zhou Yonghui blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend a single word. Fortunately, the aircraft was equipped with an automatic translation system. Attention! Aircraft in the sky. You are in Baishan airspace. Please cease your flight immediately and descend swiftly. Otherwise, we shall take necessary measures to intercept you. Repeat, please land immediately, or we shall take necessary measures to intercept you. Land? Zhou Yonghui, seated in the cockpit, was utterly flustered. How am I supposed to land? I didn't even intend to come here. His mind was in turmoil. Thankfully, Wang Zhenlong maintained the composure befitting an Air Force commander. Through the headset, his steady voice resonated. Yonghui, the Russian military is not to be trifled with. Adopt a firmer tone. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly take advantage of us. Also, it is best to communicate in free speech. Do not use the Dragon Kingdom language under any circumstances. Free speech? Firmness? Zhou Yonghui nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. As a top pilot of the Northwest Military District, not only was his flying skill exceptional, but he also spoke free speech reasonably well. He quickly grasped Wang Zhenlong's intent. Fuck you, mother. I'm not going anywhere. If you have the guts, shoot me down. Fuck this. At that moment, not only did the Baishan operator fall silent, but even Wang Zhenlong was taken aback. This Zhou Yonghui couldn't possibly be a fool. I told you to be firm, not to provoke them. You really seem to be courting death. It's Baishan we're dealing with. No one has ever spoken to the fighting nation like that before. Report to the commander. Mission accomplished flawlessly. Wait, what was that about beech trees they kept mentioning? What does that even mean? I can't understand anything. Chapter 50. The enemy dares to counterattack. Seconds later, missiles rained down towards Zhou Yonghui like a torrent. The Baishan country's beach anti-air missiles have long been notorious as the civil aviation killers. Whenever there are incidents involving the accidental targeting of passenger planes, they invariably relate back to the beach missiles. These missiles boast a maximum firing altitude of 25 kilometers, while Zhou Yonghui's aircraft was cruising at an altitude of 15 kilometers, perfectly within the beach's attack range. Zhou Yonghui felt tears welling up. How could this be happening? He had barely escaped being shot down by his own missiles in the Dragon Kingdom, and now he was being bombarded by Russian missiles? Where was the justice in that? Climb. Zhou Yonghui gritted his teeth. The intelligent cruise system seemed to heed his cries as an emotionless mechanical female voice announced, "Missile attack detected below. Danger level assessed as A, indicating high risk. Engaging missile interception and intelligent evasion protocols. Missile trajectory calculations in progress. Evasion route calculations in progress." In the next instant, the gargantuan aircraft abruptly shifted its body. A series of glimmering silver interceptors erupted from the belly of the plane, darting toward the incoming beach missiles like a swarm of lethal arrows. Simultaneously, the aircraft's engines roared to life, propelling the plane to an astonishing speed that surpassed 10 Mach. It was faster than the missiles themselves. At that moment, Zhou Yonghui held his breath, overwhelmed by the dizzying spectacle before him, which was exhilarating even for someone of his caliber. In the ground command center of Baishiong, Baganiev clenched his fists, his anxiety palpable. "Report, Commander. Baganiev's pager bust. 3 rounds of beach missiles have been fired. The enemy aircraft, equipped with an anti-missile system, remains unscathed. Currently, the enemy aircraft speed exceeds 10 Mach, fleeing due north." A massive question mark loomed over Baganiev's head. 3 rounds of beach missiles. Are we talking about 72 missiles? And we Haven team managed to shoot that behemoth down? What on earth is happening? Most absurdly, that aircraft showed no signs of damage and was flying even faster than before. The events that had just transpired were far beyond Baganiev's comprehension. A colossal aircraft, the size of a football field, had managed to evade a volley of 3 rounds of missiles through its anti-missile system and sheer maneuverability. This was humiliation. It was a blatant affront to our Baishiong nation. At this moment, Baganiev had completely lost his reason. He was convinced that this advanced aircraft, roaming freely in their airspace, was certainly not a mere lost passenger plane. What passenger aircraft could possibly be equipped with intercepting missiles and exhibit such ferocity? This had to be the latest special combat aircraft developed by Free Nation. Today's actions were intended solely to humiliate Baishiong. If this aircraft were to escape by Xing, we would not only face the risk of intelligence leaks, but also suffer disgrace on the international stage. We must stop it. It must not be allowed to leave Baishiong. What about the Su-57s? All aircraft take the skies. Missile units, prepare for a second volley of beach missiles. What about the Tor? Launch them. If we do not bring this road down today, I, as commander, will resign. One order after another poured out from the command center. The entire Baishiong garrison operated like a finely tuned machine, springing into action. Su-57s took to the skies in response to commands, while anti-air missiles were launched in a frenzied barrage. Zhou Yonghui, observing the radar filled with countless red dots, was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? I just came out for a joyride. Is all this enthusiasm necessary? 1, 2, 3, 8. I can't even count all these red dots. Is Baishiong trying to clear their inventory? Danger detected below, with numerous incoming missiles. Danger level assessed as S. The aircraft is at risk of damage. The enemy not only refuses to surrender, but dares to counterattack. Shall we retaliate? Absolutely not. You want to retaliate? Do you even know who is below you? That S. Baishiong, once a peer of the Free Nation as the 2 dominant powers of Blue Star. Even now, though fallen, in terms of military might, they undoubtedly rank within the top 3 of Blue Star. And you're contemplating retaliation? Are you an artificial intelligence or an artificial fool? Thankfully, Song Chi, that blockhead, finally had a moment of clarity, instructing the intelligence system to seek the pilot's consent before deploying any weapon systems. Otherwise, if conflict were to ensue, given the explosive temperament of the Russians, it could very well ignite the fuse for a third world war. No, not Italiastion. Dear sister, just heed your brother's advice. Let's make a swift exit. I'm still young. I truly don't want to meet my end here. Zhou Yonghui was on the verge of kneeling down to plead with this artificial intelligence. Opting for an emergency evasion protocol, the aircraft initiated its perilous maneuvers. Please fasten your seatbelts and don your flight masks. The engines roared into full throttle. Countdown 5, 4. Alas, Zhou Yonghui was bewildered. What emergency evasion protocol? You haven't even explained yet. Why are you counting down already? My goodness, this is terrifying. Tears welled in Zhou Yonghui's eyes. A towering man reduced to a cascade of despair. Each time the aircraft entered a countdown, it invariably heralded calamity. Regrettably, the intelligence system offered no elucidation to Zhou Yonghui. On the radar, the red dot drew ever closer to the massive airplane. Zhou Yonghui's heart raced, pounding in his throat. In the next instant, the airplane's nose tilted upward, taking on a vertical ascent toward the heavens. The engines emitted a heart-stopping roar, the tail flame shifting from blue to white. Gazing at the layers of white clouds above, Zhou Yonghui closed his eyes in despair. Suddenly, An indescribable force of acceleration surged through him. It felt as though an invisible hand was gripping his limbs, desperately pushing him deeper into his seat. Shang-Chi, damn it, when I return, I will make you pay for this. The clouds around him rushed past at an unfathomable speed. This acceleration, this visual impact, so astonishingly swift, so fiercely intense. A person flew ahead while his spirit lagged behind. Zhou Yonghui would never forget this moment. Chapter 51 must have been orchestrated by the free country. Moments later, confronted by a vast expanse of cerulean sky, Zhou Yonghui's gaze remained vacant, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. Ding! The aircraft had ascended to an altitude of 50,000 meters. The perilous situation had been averted. The automatic return system was activated. At this altitude, all meteorological conditions had vanished. Looking down, there were no clouds to obstruct the view. The colossal capital of the Northern Bear Kingdom appeared no larger than a fist. Yet, Zhou Yonghui's countenance showed no sign of change. The brief 40 seconds of exhilaration he had just experienced was a thrill 1,000 times more intense than a roller coaster ride. Now, even if one were to inform Zhou Yonghui that he had journeyed into outer space and become an astronaut, there would be no ripple of emotion within him. Meanwhile, on the other end, Wang Jinlong was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly slack with disbelief. His communication with Zhou Yonghui had not been severed. He had merely refrained from speaking. But upon hearing that Zhou Yonghui was piloting an aircraft at 50,000 meters, he was momentarily rendered speechless. 50,000 meters? What does that even mean? Even the most advanced reconnaissance aircraft of Blue Star, the free country's U-2, has a maximum operational altitude of around 25,000 meters. With such altitude alone, the U-2 was known to be the trump card of the free country, effortlessly traversing the skies of the Dragon Kingdom and even the Northern Bear Kingdom. After decades of service, the number of times it had been shot down was negligible. It was indeed a significant thorn in the sides of both the Dragon Kingdom and the Northern Bear Kingdom. Yet, even the U-2's 25,000 meters limit paled in comparison to the aircraft modified by Shang-Chi. A maximum flight altitude of 50,000 meters implies that no radar on Blue Star could detect this aircraft's presence. If this aircraft were a reconnaissance or even a bomber, it would undoubtedly become a terrifying weapon that would deprive enemies of sleep. However, what astounded Wang Jinlong the most was the aircraft's acceleration. It was truly terrifying. Ascending vertically, it covered a staggering 35 kilometers in mere seconds. It is known that the vertical climb rate of fighter jets differs vastly from their cruising speed. Take the J-20. For example, as a fifth-generation fighter, its horizontal flight speed can barely reach 3 Mach. Yet, during vertical ascent, it struggles to break the sound barrier. But the aircraft modified by Shang-Chi ascended vertically at an absurdly rapid pace. This indicated that despite its massive size, its aerial combat performance could very well surpass that of a fighter jet. Wang Jinlong's eyes gleamed with the realization of the terrifying scenarios that such an aircraft could unleash in modern warfare. Subsequently, he adjusted his equipment. Zhou Yonghui, please report your current status. Hearing the familiar voice in his earpiece, Zhou Yonghui finally snapped back to reality. Reporting, Commander. I am currently at 50,000 meters. An aircraft is still on automatic cruise. However, it has deviated from the original course and is heading toward the Dragon Kingdom. Good. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinlong's anxiety subsided. They were finally returning. If this continued, provoking the Northern Bear Kingdom could lead to a third world war, and that would be catastrophic. Just returning was a relief. As Wang Jinlong spoke, he nodded reassuringly to the others, signaling that the aircraft was on its way back. At that moment, Elder Deng and a host of airline representatives were visibly shaken. Having only caught a distant glimpse, they had yet to witness the true form of that enormous aircraft. The anticipation was palpable. Nearby, Shang-Chi, relieved by Wang Jinlong's words, exhaled deeply. Meanwhile, in the Northern Bear Kingdom's capital, at the command center of the Royal Guard, reports were being issued. Commander, the missile units have launched, but the enemy aircraft's ascent speed was too rapid. The missiles did not hit the target. Commander, the Su-57 Air Squadron took off but did not detect the target. They have successfully returned. Commander, the radar has lost track of the enemy aircraft. We are currently searching with all available resources. Commander Bagunev's expression darkened to an extreme as he listened to his subordinates' reports. Damn it! He slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes reddening like a frenzied beast. To allow that damned aircraft to escape was infuriating. The cunning fox of the free country. In his desperate attempt to shoot down the enemy aircraft, Bagunev had even deployed the Su-57 and the Tsiklin supersonic missiles. which were his last resort. Who would have thought that a mere ascent would dissolve all crises? Most infuriatingly, the radar could no longer track its position. This sensation was akin to a martial arts master expending immense energy to deliver a powerful punch, only to discover it had landed on cotton. The enemy had long vanished without a trace. This sense of defeat ignited a rare fury within the typically composed Bogdanev. This must be the free country's demonstration of power. Damn free country! Bogdanev narrowed his eyes, cursing the free country in his mind 1,000 times over. In his view, such an advanced aircraft could only be the product of the free country. No other nation on Blue Star had the capability to achieve this. The European alliance was but a disjointed entity. As for the Dragon Kingdom, despite its rapid development in recent years, it remained fundamentally too weak. Furthermore, the Dragon Kingdom had not yet fully mastered the technology for large aircraft, let alone construct a colossal behemoth akin to the spacecraft carrier that had just been witnessed. In a moment of clarity, all clues pointed to the free country. Bogdanev straightened up. Ivanka, Komin. Before long, a blonde, blue-eyed beauty rushed in, clutching a bundle of documents. Compile a report on today's events. Present it to His Majesty the King of the Northern Bear. The incident would be classified as a violation of United Nations conventions by the free country, who had audaciously infringed upon the airspace of the Northern Bear Kingdom. The free nation must pay the price. Very well. Ivanka nodded, diligently jotting down Bogdaniev's words on paper. Mere minutes later, an urgent top-secret document found its way to the desk of the Northern Bear King. Upon perusing its contents, the Northern Bear King was instantly engulfed in a furious rage. How outrageous! This pack of scoundrels from the free nation dares to disturb the peace under my very nose. Do they take me, the Northern Bear Kingdom, for a feeble cat? Though advanced in years, the Northern Bear King still exuded an imposing authority, slamming his fist on the desk with a thunderous bang, revealing the extent of his ire. Just moments ago, such a perilous situation had unfolded. That massive aircraft had not done anything at the time. But what if it had been carrying a mushroom egg? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. KGB, spare no effort in your investigation. Utilize the hidden lines within the free nation. We must uncover the origins of this new aircraft. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Issue a statement condemning the provocative actions of the free nation. They must face a blood price for their transgressions. Chapter 52. Is it unreasonable for the aircraft to be capable of self-defense? Half an hour later, in the Northwest Military District, within the airspace of the Dragon Nation, Zhou Yonghui gazed upon the familiar scenery before him, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. A sense of relief washed over him as he contemplated his narrow escape. The events of the journey had been so harrowing that even the recollection sent a chill through his heart. What on earth had he endured? First, he had withstood 17 missiles from the Dragon Nation, and then he had made a calm escape. Following that, he had audaciously flown into the heart of the Northern Bear Kingdom, launching a close-range assault on its elite royal guard. Most absurdly, he had emerged unscathed despite the immense pressure from the Northern Bear Kingdom. If these tales were shared, they would be as unbelievable as a calf blowing up a balloon. Surely, my efforts deserve recognition. Commander Wang must acknowledge my remarkable contributions. When I present this medal to my father, our family lineage will surely commence with me. Not long after, the colossal aircraft safely landed on the Air Force Base runway. The hatch slowly opened, and Zhou Yonghui, hands on hips and chest puffed out like a hero, appeared before the crowd. With his head held high, he seemed to proclaim, "The hero has returned. Bow down. Mia Moltzes." Yet, to his dismay, everyone appeared oblivious to his presence, gathering around the aircraft in awe. Wow! From above, this plane seemed large. But I had no idea it was this exaggerated. If this behemoth can ascend to the skies, its engines must be extraordinary. And this metallic exterior, it can withstand missiles. Truly miraculous. The sheer size of the aircraft suggested it could accommodate over 1,000 passengers, double that of the A380. Observing the throng of onlookers fixated on the plane, Zhou Yonghui blinked in confusion. Wait a minute. Am I not a hero? Look at me. He felt utterly foolish standing there unnoticed. A fleeting glance revealed Wang Zhenlong approaching. As I thought, the higher-ups have indeed noted my efforts. Zhou Yonghui proudly lifted his chest and raised his neck, resembling a victorious rooster awaiting accolades. What are you doing standing there? Move aside. I intend to show old Deng the interior of the aircraft. We'll deal with you later. Wang Zhenlong's words left Zhou Yonghui dumbfounded. What? Aren't you here to commend me? The tone suggested he might be in trouble instead. Oh heavens! In that moment, Zhou Yonghui felt more wronged than Dou Yi herself. Sir, I risked my life for the Dragon Nation, braving fire and water. I may not have achievements, but my efforts are undeniable. What is the meaning of this? I just returned from the lion's den of the Northern Bear Kingdom. Surely, I deserve a first-class merit. First-class merit? Wang Jinlong shot Zhou Yonghui a fierce glare. You dare ask for accolades? It would be a mercy not to execute you. Tell me, when I instructed you to be assertive, how did you respond? Uttering mother F at every turn? I asked for assertiveness, not provocation. Zhou Yonghui felt wronged and speechless. But, sir, I thought I had exceeded your expectations. Facing Zhou Yonghui, Wang Jinlong found himself at a loss for words. Get out of the way. Don't force me to discipline you in front of old Deng. Young Song informed me that your reckless button pressing caused this entire fiasco. And you still wish for military credit? You must be dreaming. In an instant, Zhou Yonghui felt as though he had been stripped of his spine, slumping dejectedly, losing all previous bravado. Subsequently, Wang Jinlong led old Deng and several representatives from the aviation company into the aircraft cabin. Upon entry, everyone stood in stunned silence. This was astonishingly large. Wang Jinlong, old Deng, and the others were seasoned individuals who had seen countless civilian aircraft. Yet they had never encountered one with such a vast interior. Currently, the aircraft lacks seating, but if converted into a passenger plane, it could easily accommodate 1,200 seats. If repurposed for military use, its value would be unfathomable. This transport could carry 2,000 to 3,000 individuals, equivalent to a regiment storming the battlefield. The strategic value was beyond measure. A heavy silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sound of swallowing. Young Song, Wang Jinlong's hands trembled with excitement. Is this the civil passenger aircraft you mentioned that is currently under development? You call this a civil aircraft? It hardly resembles one. How can it not be a passenger aircraft? Song Qi insisted earnestly. It can carry people and fly. What more qualifies it? Besides, it can accommodate over 1,000 individuals. Isn't that more impressive than other large aircraft? More than just impressive. Someone interjected. This aircraft stands alone even among all aircraft in the blue planet. But herein lies the crux of the matter, Wang Jinlong interjected. Young Song, this cannot be classified as a passenger aircraft. Which passenger aircraft can be equipped with missile interception systems and soar at 10 Mach? Absurdly, it withstands missiles without a scratch. If you told me this was an alien spacecraft, I would believe you. Sir, you're mistaken. Song Qi replied with utmost seriousness. The times are advancing. Should passenger aircraft not evolve? You witnessed Zhou Yonghui's ordeal. The aircraft was merely circling outside, yet it faced the risk of being shot down. Installing some defensive features is only reasonable. Listening to Song Qi's flawed reasoning, not only Wang Jinlong, but even old Deng fell silent. Have you considered that if you hadn't modified the aircraft into this bizarre form, no one would have targeted it? Furthermore, you call this a minor installation of defensive features? The Northern Bear Kingdom's entire might could not bring it down. If you had truly fortified it, wouldn't it be capable of single-handedly challenging the Northern Bear Kingdom? This is utterly ridiculous. Wang Jinlong gazed at the innocently bewildered Song Qi and sighed deeply. How exhausting it is to communicate with that young rascal, Song Qi. Why does everything, no matter how outrageous, seem utterly mundane in his hands? Could it be that I'm truly falling behind the times? Chapter 53 has certainly warranted a different approach. Wait, little Song. Wang Jinlong suddenly spoke as if struck by a revelation. Your aircraft as propulsion system. It wouldn't happen to be nuclear-powered, would it? Given Song Qi's history, Wang Jinlong quickly arrived at this conclusion. To be honest, the aircraft's exaggerated size, coupled with its terrifying agility, even capable of outmaneuvering fighter jets, indeed raised suspicions. The last time he had Song Qi modify a rescue helicopter, that rascal had installed a nuclear reactor on board. If it hadn't been for the intervention of Lu Lao and Zhao Lao, who used their esteemed positions in Longguo to suppress the matter, Song Qi would have likely faced dire consequences. If he were to stubbornly persist in using nuclear power this time, it would certainly give Wang Jinlong a monumental headache. Upon hearing this, Song Qi promptly thumped his chest and declared with righteous fervor, Commander, you know me well. I, Song Qi, am famously devoted to peace. Rest assured. At this, Wang Jinlong's expression softened, and he exhaled a breath of exasperation, just as he was about to commend Song Qi for his understanding of the bigger picture. Song Qi interjected, the things I develop, they are undoubtedly nuclear-powered. How else could one advocate for peace? A flurry of question marks seemed to float above Wang Jinlong's head, his face a picture of disbelief. Hey, wait, you call that a devotion to peace? No, that's not it. You meant in that sense, didn't you? Wang Jinlong's frustration was palpable as he shot a glare at Song Qi. Meanwhile, Elder Deng and several representatives from the aerospace company stood frozen in place, their expressions equally astonished. Wang Jinlong's gaze swept over them, and they quickly turned away. Whistling nonchalantly, "Commander Wang, what were you just saying? The wind here is quite strong. I couldn't hear you clearly. I'm on a call, my apologies." Everyone present was astute enough to understand the unspoken rule of ignoring what should not be overheard. Beside them, Wang Jinlong cast a helpless glare at Song Qi. His feelings towards the young man were a complex mix of love and exasperation. He admired Song Qi's prodigious scientific prowess, but loathed the chaos he seemed to attract. "Little Song, how many times must I tell you? Stay away from such dangerous things. Do you understand? This time, your Uncle Wang will cover for you. But if they're essay next time, you can expect to face a military tribunal." Wang Jinlong's words were laced with reproach, yet his tone bore an unmistakable affection. A talent like Song Qi, with his eccentricities, was to be expected. As long as he didn't commit any unforgivable blunders, all could be forgiven. Beside him, Song Qi scratched his head sheepishly, clearly embarrassed. "Excuse me, Engineer Song, could you tell me what this central device is for? It looks so familiar. And why is the center empty?" Elder Deng, hands clasped behind his back, circled a contraption resembling a rocket launch platform, marveling at it. "This looks a bit like a missile launch platform. Why would a civilian aircraft have such a thing?" A murmur of whispers ensued, and Song Qi's face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh no, I completely forgot about that. The aircraft also has a missile launch system. Never mind. As long as I adamantly deny that this is a missile launch system, the commander won't be able to pin anything on me." Song Qi resolved to maintain his stance and shot a look at Zhou Yonghui, signaling him not to say anything reckless. Zhou Yonghui, catching on to Song Qi's expression, quickly nodded in understanding and winked at him. Suddenly, an ominous feeling washed over Song Qi. Ahem, this device is rather extraordinary. Zhou Yonghui assumed Song Qi wanted to showcase his brilliance to gain the commander's favor and earn accolades. "This is a missile launch system. It has 40 sub-warheads that disperse automatically at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The exterior is coated with stealth materials, granting it exceptional stealth capabilities, able to evade most of Longguo's radar systems. Moreover, a single sub-warhead can cover a 5-kilometer radius, and one missile could obliterate Xijing instantly. The most crucial aspect is that it's a supersonic missile." Before Zhou Yonghui could finish, Song Qi leapt forward and covered his mouth. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze, a chilling aura permeating the air. Wang Jinlong bore down on Song Qi and Zhou Yonghui with an intensity akin to an Azura emerging from hell. His gaze fixed on them as if they were already dead. At last, I've caught the masterminds behind the missile incident targeting the space station. It's none other than Song Qi and Zhou Yonghui. Indeed, whenever something bizarre occurs in Xijing, these two are invariably at the heart of it. How could I have been so foolish as to believe Song Qi's nonsense? Feeling Wang Jinlong's icy demeanor, Zhou Yonghui finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Commander, please allow me to explain." "No, to clarify." Song Qi hurriedly interjected, attempting to salvage the situation. "Explain what?" Wang Jinlong raised an eyebrow. "Then pray tell, where is the missile that should have been in this position?" Song Qi fell silent. "Damn it, this treacherous teammate has led me to ruin." Beside them, Elder Deng and the others exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their intrigue, although they were unaware of the specifics. The palpable tension in the air indicated that this genius named Song Qi had once again stirred up trouble. Wang Jinlong, with a darkened countenance, approached Song Qi with a menacing gait, raising a fist as if to strike him. But then, reconsidering, he feared damaging Song Qi's brilliant mind. His fist halted midair, and instead, he lightly kicked Song Qi on the backside. "You little rascal, you truly infuriate me. All this time, it was you causing the chaos. You nearly tore a hole in the sky. Do you realize?" Wang Jinlong's gaze towards Song Qi was complex, akin to a parent witnessing their child's brilliance marred by persistent mischief. He wanted to hit him, but couldn't bring himself to be too harsh. Not striking him left a knot of frustration in his chest. Meanwhile, Zhou Yonghui, seeing Wang Jinlong's hand raised and then lowered gently, felt emboldened. It appeared the commander wouldn't be overly harsh. "Commander, silence." In the next moment, Wang Jinlong's fist collided with Zhou Yonghui's face, sending him flying backward, stars dancing in his vision. Still unsatisfied, Wang Jinlong rushed forward, delivering several hard kicks to Zhou Yonghui. "Hey wait, Commander, You didn't treat Song Qi this way. That's unfair. Zhou Yonghui lamented. Elder Deng, stifling laughter, could no longer contain himself upon hearing Zhou Yonghui's pig-like wails, bursting into laughter. Do you even hold a candle to Song Qi's intellect? I clearly treat him with a different standard. So what? Chapter 54. How shameful. A true fool. Commander, please stop. If you get too worked up and harm your health, what shall we do? It's not worth it. Let's be honest. That missile was launched into the sky and didn't cause significant damage. As he watched the battered Zhou Yonghui, Song Qi couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. After all, Zhou Yonghui was his dear brother. It was unjust that he bore the brunt of their shared misdeeds alone. A sense of guilt began to stir within Song Qi. How can you still have the audacity to speak? Wang Jinlong nearly lost his temper, his face reddening with indignation as he exclaimed, "What you did can hardly be called an accident. That missile passed perilously close to the Tiangong space station. Had it been just a fraction faster, the entire station would have been obliterated. If such a disaster were to occur, not even the heavens could save you." At that moment, Song Qi fully grasped the magnitude of the blunder he had committed. It was no wonder his stealth missile had been detected. It was no surprise that Commander Wang had been frantically searching for the launch site. Evidently, there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Embarrassed, Song Qi nervously rubbed his nose. Wang Jinlong regarded him with an expression that was a complex tapestry of emotions. He genuinely liked Song Qi more than he would a son, but this young man was becoming increasingly unable to distinguish the gravity of his actions. On their first attempt at modifying a Y-8 aircraft, Song Qi had inadvertently produced a 6th-generation fighter jet, nearly scaring the elders Zhao and Deng to death. During the second modification, he had equipped an armed helicopter with nuclear capabilities, resulting in the destruction of Tsuhua Mountain. And now this time, he had nearly brought down a space station and had the audacity to provoke the Northern Bear Nation, ultimately escaping unscathed. One could not help but marvel at Song Qi's remarkable talent for causing trouble. Even Wang Jinlong found himself at a loss for how to manage it. Indeed, Song Qi was a national asset, a double-edged sword that required careful honing to maximize its potential for the Dragon Kingdom. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Jinlong decided it was time to impart some hard lessons to this impetuous youth. Song Qi, I can help you shoulder the blame for this incident. But while you may escape the death penalty, you will face severe consequences. For the next 3 months, the 11th Institute is prohibited from engaging in any aircraft-related research. Any defiance will be met with strict disciplinary action from the military. Furthermore, both you and Comrade Zhou Yonghui will receive a serious warning. Do you understand? Wang Jinlong's gaze was fixed intensely on Song Qi, marking the first time he had ever spoken to him with such gravity. Yet deep down, Wang Jinlong understood that all of this was for Song Qi's benefit and for the good of the Dragon Kingdom. Song Qi's lips moved as if he wanted to defend himself, but upon seeing Wang Jinlong's stern expression, he ultimately refrained. He understood. Dejected, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Without the opportunity to modify aircraft, what else could he possibly work on? It felt as though he was being confined for 3 months. Having committed such a grave error, he felt it futile to argue further. All right, Shaosong, continue to introduce this magnificent aircraft to me and Elder Deng. You haven't installed any bizarre weapons on it, have you? Be honest. Song Qi thought for a moment. It seemed there was nothing too outrageous. Sir, this is merely a civil airliner. What need is there for an abundance of weaponry? At most, it has an air-to-air missile defense system, a ground missile deployment system, and a supersonic laser cannon, and what the hell? Wang Jinlong stared at Song Qi, bewildered by his innocent yet matter-of-fact demeanor. Is this what you call not installing any weapons? You just enumerated a weapon system that could last over a minute. Surely you realize this is a civil airliner. What you have here is a veritable airborne fortress. A missile would scarcely be able to breach it. Wang Jinlong sighed in resignation, rubbing his forehead. Just tell me, how formidable is its combat capability? Song Qi lifted his head, lost in thought. If we exclude the already launched ultra-ultimate Death God missile, its combat capability is somewhat lacking. Facing the Northern Bear Nation's garrison head-on would be unlikely. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinlong nodded silently. Of course, you cannot expect a single aircraft to challenge the elite air force of the Northern Bear Nation. However, the next statement from Song Qi left Wang Jinlong in stunned disbelief. But it could certainly hold its own against our Northwest Military District's air force. Wang Jinlong felt like a fool. So, let me get this straight. A single aircraft could contend with the entire air force of our Northwest Military District. And you say this with such confidence? Meanwhile, Elder Zhao and the others stared in shock, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an entire egg inside. Strangely, the preposterous claims that poured from Song Qi's lips seemed oddly plausible. If Song Qi's modified aircraft lacked combat power, it would indeed be a miracle. Wang Zhenlong paused, deciding not to dwell on the topic of combat capability any longer. Xiaosong, what can you tell me about this intelligent driving system of yours? He inquired. I have only seen such systems in automobiles. Moreover, the skies are fraught with complexities. The demands on a pilot are exceptionally high. Is your system truly mature enough? Wang Zhenlong, as the commander of the Northwest Military District's Air Force, possessed a keen eye for detail, easily identifying potential issues with the intelligent navigation system. The others present also perked up, clearly intrigued by the question. Song Qi, however, remained unfazed, projecting an air of confidence. Rest assured, Commander Wang, I have installed a supercomputer within this aircraft, its computational power rivaling that of Dragon Kingdom's most advanced supercomputers. Moreover, it occupies a minimal footprint, adding no significant weight to the aircraft. Its computational prowess is far superior to that of human operators, ensuring safety and reliability. I have also programmed 2 emergency landing points, one in the Northwest Military District and another in the Arctic Circle. In the event of an attack, the aircraft will return to the nearest emergency landing point. It's exceptionally user-friendly. With a pat on his chest, Song Qi strode confidently toward the cockpit. Hey, Sakura Ilamai, Master, I'm here. Please give me your commands. A sultry voice emanated from the cockpit. The name of this system was rather risque. Zhou Yonghui cast a peculiar glance at Song Qi, feeling as though he might unearth an entire apartment with his embarrassed toes. On the other hand, Wang Zhenlong and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. The prior ultra-ultimate Death God missile had already been sufficiently eccentric. Now, what was this Sakura Island my nonsense? How utterly shameless. Forget it. Let's not get bogged down in these details. Chapter 55. Complete autonomous RD across the entire industry chain. However, Engineer Xiaosong, with so many weapons aboard this passenger aircraft, our airline would have no means to purchase it. The representative from the Northern Airlines spoke up. With Song Qi's prior example, the newly developed large aircraft from the West Capital Institute had quickly lost its allure. The hearts of the airline representatives were captivated by Song Qi's modified aircraft. Yet the crux of the issue remained. As impressive as Song Qi's creation was, it bore little resemblance to a civil airliner. This colossal weapon capable of challenging an entire military district could not possibly be sold to them, even if Song Qi agreed. The military district would never permit such a threat to enter their airspace. In an instant, all the representatives found themselves in a quandary. They gazed longingly at the extraordinarily advanced aircraft before them, yet felt powerless to procure it. The representatives were as restless as cats on a hot tin roof, their discomfort palpable. Meanwhile, Song Qi rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. After a long silence, the voice of Song Qi continued to resonate. If we do not equip the aircraft with a weapon system, it could indeed be feasible. However, the safety of this aircraft cannot be guaranteed. If it were to be struck down by a nuclear bomb in the future, I shall not be held accountable. Upon hearing Song Qi's words, the eyes of all the representatives brightened with excitement. Good heavens, this weapon system can be removed? Is this not the dream aircraft of every airline? Spacious, fast, and equipped with an intelligent driving system. Most importantly, it is exceptionally durable, with a terrifying defense that can withstand missiles and emerge unscathed. If this is deemed unsafe, then there will be no safe large aircraft in the world. The representatives from various airlines instantly became animated. Several had reddened eyes. It's all right, young Engineer Song. If it's unsafe, so be it. Sell it to me, young Engineer Song. I offer $1 billion for each aircraft. You must consider our Southern Airlines. Don't you dare try to snatch it. Southern Airlines has the most aircraft. From Northern Airlines, shall bid $1.1 billion. The excitement among the airline representatives escalated, and a new round of bidding commenced. Song Qi blinked in bewilderment. Was it truly necessary to be this competitive? Unbeknownst to Song Qi, for airlines, the quantity of aircraft is one aspect, while quality is another. Whichever airline secures such a miraculous aircraft, the promotional effect alone would be unimaginably substantial. Moreover, the aircraft crafted by Song Qi is genuinely worth that price. Meanwhile, Wang Zhenlong observed the scene with a grin that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. This time, his Northwest Military District would undoubtedly reap a bountiful harvest. $1.1 billion? Song Qi was somewhat stunned, blinking in confusion. What kind of tycoons are you? I only spent $300 million to create this large aircraft. Once a production line is established, the cost could be reduced further, and it could be achieved for approximately 200 million dragon currency. Your bid of $1.1 billion is rather extravagant, Song Qi stated earnestly. Wang Jinlong, witnessing this, hurriedly attempted to cover Song Qi's mouth. But the words had already escaped his lips, irretrievable. Everyone stood frozen in astonishment, as if struck by lightning. 200 million? And in dragon currency? For such an advanced aircraft capable of overwhelming the entire world, the cost is merely 200 million dragon currency? In other words, with the money to purchase one Boeing aircraft, two of these remarkable giants could be constructed? What an international joke. Elder Deng, hearing this, expressed disbelief. Song Qi, you must be jesting. This large aircraft truly only requires 200 million? He was aware that the cost of developing a new model of large aircraft reaches at least 80 million. A selling price of 100 million is already considered reasonable. Yet, the aircraft produced by his institution pales in comparison to Song Qi's, rendered almost as industrial waste. Despite Song Qi's price seeming high, in terms of cost-performance ratio, it far surpasses his institution's by several streets. At this moment, the chief designer of his institution, Xiong Xingyu, widened his eyes. His pride in cost-performance ratio was utterly obliterated. However, he felt no resentment, only an indescribable shock. He understood more than anyone that he and Song Qi were beings of entirely different dimensions, with no basis for comparison. Seeing the crowd's astonished expressions, Song Qi could only shake his head in resignation. These people, appearing so impressive, were surprisingly uninformed. The price of 200 million was calculated after extensive research. The absence of a weapon system means this is a stripped-down version, significantly lowering the production cost. Moreover, this large aircraft is composed entirely of domestically produced components. Every single screw is made in our country. There is not a shred of foreign technology involved. With the domestic industrial chain, we are entirely capable of manufacturing it. Thus, the price is much lower. Listening to Song Qi's explanation, everyone was left dumbfounded. His words, seemingly unremarkable, bore unimaginable significance. A fully self-researched industrial chain? This is an entirely different concept from the so-called independent research and development. Independent research and development merely implies that the core components are developed in-house, yet foreign components are still purchased. What airline can construct a large aircraft using entirely domestic screws? In the current climate of economic globalization, such a feat is beyond even the most developed nations. Furthermore, for such an advanced aircraft, all materials and technologies being entirely from Dragon Country, what happened to all those critical technologies? What about the numerous patents held by Boeing? All vanished? This transcends the realm of miracles. It is nothing short of divine. At this moment, Song Qi appeared almost godlike in the eyes of the crowd. The hall fell silent, with only the sound of people swallowing their saliva echoing. While Song Qi spoke nonchalantly, everyone understood that reaching this point required efforts that far exceeded their imaginations. Although he appeared carefree, in terms of contributions to the nation, Song Qi could indeed be regarded as unparalleled. Elder Deng looked at Song Qi with a warm smile, a hint of benevolence gracing his face. At his level, it was rare to feel surprise towards young individuals like Song Qi. However, today, Song Qi's appearance genuinely filled Elder Deng with great delight. Young Song, you have worked hard. Creating such an advanced large aircraft must have required considerable effort. On behalf of Dragon Country, I extend my highest respect to you. A true hero serves the nation and its people, forging swords for the country. Unparalleled patriot. Chapter 56. Spend all 4 billion. As Elder Deng's words echoed, everyone gazed at Song Qi with admiration. Even if Song Qi appeared indifferent, he could still feel a profound sense of honor welling up within him. It made him somewhat bashful. It wasn't that arduous, Elder Deng. You overstate the effort. My colleague Zhou Yonghui and I only worked for 2 months. It's hardly exhausting. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Song Qi and Zhou Yonghui, who bore the marks of a recent scuffle. If their earlier gazes towards Song Qi were filled with admiration, now they were filled with trepidation. What on earth? 2 months? Young Song, what nonsense are you speaking? Such an advanced aircraft cannot possibly be completed in just 2 months. Elder Deng's hands trembled. His eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Song Qi. Do you think constructing an aircraft is child's play? Even for the simplest transport aircraft. The process from project approval to funding for research and development in Dragon Country takes at least 3 years. And that is with a team of over 1,000 people working tirelessly day and night. And you in just 2 months managed to handcraft a giant aircraft the size of a football field? And you claim it only cost 300 million? Are you telling jokes? Meanwhile, Song Qi, noticing Elder Deng's skepticism, pouted and muttered, if it weren't for Zhou Yonghui holding me back, I estimate I could have finished in a month and a half. Zhou Yonghui's face darkened, but he ultimately refrained from countering, as Song Qi was indeed correct. Elder Deng, observing the scene, turned his gaze to Wang Zhenlong in the corner, and upon receiving a nod of confirmation, a storm surged within him once more. This was simply outrageous. One person equating the output of a 1,000-person team, with efficiency soaring by dozens of times. This Song Qi must be some kind of super scion. Old Deng, with a radiant countenance, gazed at Song Qi as if he had discovered a treasure. He vigorously patted Song Qi on the shoulder, exclaiming, excellent, excellent, excellent. Truly, the youth are formidable. The rise of our dragon nation is imminent. Ha ha ha. The gratifying laughter of Old Deng resonated far and wide. It was evident to all that he was genuinely overjoyed at that moment. Otherwise, given Old Deng's esteemed position and shrewdness, he would never have publicly displayed such mirth. In the next moment, Old Deng affectionately clasped Song Qi's hand and softly inquired, Little Song, do you have the confidence to mass-produce this magnificent aircraft? Of course. Song Qi replied, thumping his chest, as long as the funding is secured, I can immediately establish a production line. In just 2 months, the first aircraft will officially take to the skies. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wasn't the expectation to wait at least 2 to 3 years? 2 months seemed excessively swift. Little Song, can you truly accomplish this in 2 months? Is it not too rushed? At this juncture, Old Deng had completely adopted Song Qi's perspective, defending him earnestly. Absolutely. I swear on my brother, Zhou Yonghui's lifelong impotence. It will certainly be completed in 2 months. Zhou Yonghui interjected incredulously, wait, why invoke my condition as your oath? Can't you just use your own? Song Qi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose and replied, well, you're not far off either. One shouldn't suffer unduly. Laughter erupted throughout the gathering, with Old Deng gazing at Song Qi with a smile. At that moment, Song Qi seemed to radiate a light of his own, exuding brilliance even in jest. It dawned on him why Wang Zhenlong was so indulgent towards Song Qi, even treating him preferentially. If it were him, he too would be reluctant to let go. All right then, Song Qi, how much funding do you need to establish a production line? My business department will certainly assist you. How much? Song Qi had indeed calculated this meticulously, responding without hesitation. 100 billion US dollars? How is that possible? Dragon Nation currency. Song Qi raised his chin, speaking with utmost seriousness. Unknown to them, he had sneakily added an extra 10 billion to the budget. If Old Deng discovered this, it would be troublesome. If not, well, Song Qi would take full advantage. However, Old Deng's sudden frown betrayed his thoughts. What? How could it be so little? A sense of foreboding crept into Song Qi's heart. He regretted that extra 10 billion now. It seemed he might be exposed. Only 100 billion? Is that all? Old Deng's words left Song Qi dumbfounded. 100 billion was deemed trivial in Old Deng's eyes? Old Deng silently extended 4 fingers. Little Song, I'll allocate 400 billion for you. Build 2 production lines. We'll use the military factory of the Northwest Military District. You must ensure that this 400 billion is spent thoroughly. Not a cent should remain. A man of your stature should not be stingy with expenditures. For 100 billion? And it must all be spent. Song Qi was taken aback. This Old Deng had such financial prowess? He could casually dispense 400 billion? He appeared even more formidable than his own father. Meanwhile, Wang Zhenlong could no longer contain himself. Old Deng, what do you mean by this? Song Qi is from our Northwest Military District. The funds for the production line should rightfully come from us. Your actions seem rather inconsiderate. Inconsiderate? I relish spending my money. What of it? Old Deng, do not push me. As the argument erupted between Wang Zhenlong and Old Deng, Song Qi and Zhou Yonghui exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to navigate the situation. What on earth was happening? Why were people so eager to throw money around? It was utterly absurd, being still young and inexperienced. Song Qi failed to grasp the deeper implications. Old Deng's willingness to invest was, in fact, a strategy to monopolize the production line established by Song Qi for personal gain. Individuals like Wang Zhenlong, astute as they were, could easily see through Old Deng's intentions and promptly asserted their claims. Thus, after half an hour of back and forth, they arrived at a conclusion. The business department behind Old Deng would provide 400 billion, while the Northwest Military District would contribute manpower. Ultimately, the profits from the production line would be split equally between the Northwest Military District and the business department. As for the pricing of each aircraft, After discreet negotiations between the two powerful figures, it was finally set at 600 million Dragon Nation currency, though a profit of 400 million was substantial. The cost-effectiveness remained remarkably high. Representatives from various airlines voiced no objections, eagerly signing intention purchase agreements. The atmosphere shifted from tense to harmonious in an instant. Chapter 57, Codename, Fuyo. By the way, old Deng, we haven't named this aircraft yet. Why not let you choose a name? Song Chi remarked with a smile. Having never named anything he created, it felt somewhat unsatisfactory to have it snatched away immediately. Initially, he had intended for Wang Jinlong to name it, given his high rank. But now it was clear that old Deng held an even more superior position. Thus, the privilege of naming the aircraft naturally fell to old Deng. Old Deng paused slightly at the suggestion, glancing at Wang Jinlong nearby. Given that you're the most esteemed here, you should be the one to name it. I, Wang Jinlong, wholeheartedly support your decision. Old Deng chuckled, turning his gaze towards Song Chi. This advanced aircraft is destined to be historic. I, Deng Wuli, have yet to achieve any merit. Yet I covet this great achievement. It will be inappropriate. Little Song, I am but an old man. You are the hope of our Dragon Nation. Its future rests in your hands. Thus, the naming should be your honor. Old Deng's eyes sparkled with sincerity, and it was clear to everyone present that he was genuinely pleased. Wang Jinlong nodded in agreement, recognizing the weight of old Deng's words. When addressing a prodigy like Song Chi, mere accolades and attention were insufficient. Respect and recognition must be afforded in abundance. They would not only allow Song Chi to name the aircraft, but would also gladly serve him in any capacity. Then I shall graciously accept this honor. Song Chi was not one to dawdle, resting his chin thoughtfully in contemplation. Suddenly, old Deng and Wang Jinlong exchanged knowing glances, realizing that Song Chi had a knack for naming things. What if he chose a name that was rather embarrassing? That would certainly be amusing. I've decided. Let us call it, wait. Old Deng and Wang Jinlong exclaimed in unison, a proper name. Nothing silly. Song Chi was left speechless, feeling rather awkward. Oh no, how could these two old fellows possibly discern my thoughts? Is my magnificent, universal, invincible destruction, death, ray, not satisfactory? Or perhaps the courageous hero or prawn vessels are inadequate? Oh, the older generation, truly lacking in vision. Song Chi sighed silently to himself, subsequently plunging into contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, suggesting the name Fuyo. Fuyo? Wang Jinlong and Elder Deng exchanged glances, clearly recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes. Fuyo, what a splendid name, just as the great rock rises with the wind, soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. It embodies both grandeur and reflects our Fuyo's lofty ascent and substantial size. It is simply a perfect match. Wang Jinlong eagerly chimed in. Indeed, Elder Deng is absolutely right. I too find this name particularly appealing. Young Song, it appears that if you refrain from haphazard naming, you can indeed create wonderful titles. Meanwhile, representatives from various airlines joined in applause. Thus, the name of the new aircraft was established, codename Fuyo. Little did anyone know, the Fuyo aircraft would soon unleash an unprecedented wave across the globe. After some casual exchanges, Wang Jinlong slowly rose to his feet. Ladies and gentlemen, my military district is rather busy, and I must assist young Song in tidying things up, so I shall take my leave. I will first transport this grand aircraft back to our military district's warehouse for safekeeping. After speaking, Wang Jinlong quickly signaled to the surrounding guards, urging them to swiftly tow the aircraft away. He had long coveted the extraordinary creation of Song Chi, were it not for Elder Deng's presence. Wang Jinlong would have likely whisked the Fuyo away to hide it securely. It is worth noting that every aircraft Song Chi had previously created had been seized by the Longlin and Tianjin research institutes, leaving the Northwest Military District with none. Even the remnants of 2 aircraft had significantly advanced the aviation industry in the Northwest Military District. The latest large aircraft developed had also benefited from Song Chi's innovations, achieving breakthroughs in aviation engines, allowing for its successful development. This time, however, the news was tightly sealed. Elder Zhao and Elder Lu were unlikely to react swiftly. Wang Jinlong's excitement was palpable as he prepared to depart, when suddenly, Song Chi's voice cut through the air. Wait, Commander Wang, you cannot tow this aircraft away just yet. A large question mark seemed to hover above Wang Jinlong's head. How could Song Chi have intervened? What was the meaning of this? If anyone else had dared to obstruct him, Wang Jinlong would have certainly slapped them away. Yet, since it was Song Chi, he cannot dismiss him so easily. Young Song, the Fuyo is equipped with an abundance of perilous weaponry and many high-tech features that cannot be publicly displayed. It would be far safer to store it in the warehouse of my Northwest Military District. Why do you stand in my way? Wang Jinlong's words were undeniably reasonable, even prompting Zhou Yonghui, the fool, to nod in agreement. Commander Wang, this aircraft is a personal commission I accepted. I promised to help Wui Heavy Industries modify this Boeing 747, and I have already received the modification fee. If you take it away, I will have no way to fulfill my obligations. A moment of confusion swept over everyone present. The aircraft was originally a Boeing 747? There appeared to be no connection between the two whatsoever. And what exactly was Wui Heavy Industries? How had they become involved in this matter? All eyes turned to the representative from Wui Aviation in the corner, particularly Wang Jinlong's glare, which could almost devour. In Wang Jinlong's view, Wui Heavy Industries represented what? It was akin to undermining his efforts. They were undoubtedly attempting to poach his most esteemed engineer to modify the aircraft, only to reap the rewards of success. How audacious! Feeling Wang Jinlong's intense hostility, the Wui Heavy Industries representative instantly panicked. Commander Wang, please listen to my defense. I know nothing of this. Chapter 58. Have I violated a divine law? The representative from Wui Aviation was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that the flames of this situation would reach him. Wui Aviation was merely a small subsidiary of the Wui Heavy Industries Group, and he was just a high-ranking executive of Wui Aviation. It was entirely normal that he had never met Song Qi in person. Mr. Song, please do not speak recklessly. Wui Aviation has never signed any procurement agreements with your institute. Have you perhaps made a mistake? No mistake at all. Song Qi scratched his head, speaking earnestly. I coordinated directly with the headquarters of Wui Heavy Industries, without going through Wui Aviation. My father insisted that I successfully restore this Boeing 747, or else I would have to return home to inherit the family fortune and abandon my military service. How could I agree to that? I, Song Qi, am determined to serve my country. Your father? Inheriting the family fortune? The representative from Wui Aviation's mind raced before he suddenly slapped his forehead, finally recalling who Song Qi was. You are young Master Qi? Is it truly you? Song Qi nodded silently. In an instant, everyone present was left bewildered. The title of young master was unmistakably significant. Song Qi was, in fact, the heir of Wui Heavy Industries. He chose to forsake a fortune worth billions to delve into military research. The most astonishing part was that he had achieved such remarkable results. Was Song Qi even human? On the side, Wang Jinlong and Elder Deng's expressions darkened at this revelation. If Wui Heavy Industries were to take this aircraft away, what profit would they gain? The most infuriated was Wang Jinlong, who had taken immense precautions to conceal Song Qi from other military districts, only to find that the threat did not emerge from the military, but rather from the business sector. Moreover, they were not merely seeking to harvest the fruits of his labor. They were attempting to entice Song Qi to inherit their so-called billion-dollar assets. This was utterly intolerable. It could be said that Song Qi was Wang Jinlong's Achilles heel. He regarded Song Qi as more precious than his own son. To lure Song Qi away, even if one were his biological father, would be unacceptable. Wang Jinlong exchanged a glance with Elder Deng, who instantly understood. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your leave for now. Commander Wang and I have other pressing matters to discuss. Seeing Elder Deng speak, the representatives from various airlines naturally did not linger and promptly exited in small groups. At this moment, only Song Qi, Elder Deng, Wang Jinlong, and the battered Zhou Yonghui remained in the room. The expressions of Elder Deng and Wang Jinlong were exceedingly solemn. Young Song, please explain this matter thoroughly to me, Elder Deng said, narrowing his eyes slowly. The atmosphere began to shift into a delicate tension. Recognizing that Elder Deng was willing to stand up for him, Song Qi naturally divulged everything regarding his wager with Song Shanhai, leaving no detail unspoken. As he recounted the emotional aspects, Song Qi's voice quivered, lamenting the tyrannical nature of Song Shanhai, evoking profound sorrow in all who listened, even moving Zhou Yonghui to a state of astonishment. I recall that I was not present at the time. Was it truly as outrageous as Uncle Song described? Once upon a time, did Song Qi ever resort to threats of death? It seems that Uncle Song has never indicated any intention to sever their father-son relationship. Am I perhaps mishearing? Zhou Yonghui observed Song Qi's exaggerated performance before him and silently clicked his tongue. While others may inadvertently cause trouble for their fathers, this young man, Song Qi, seems to take a certain delight in his antics. It's as if he fears that his father might not suffer enough. The Song family must be truly blessed to have a filial son like Song Qi, an undeniable stroke of good fortune. As Song Qi's words fell, Wang Jinlong's fists clenched tightly. And Elder Deng's face darkened. How dare Song Shanhai, a mere businessman, dare to snatch away what belongs to me? To threaten young Song is to possess an audacity beyond measure. Meanwhile, Elder Deng seethed with indignation. This is utterly outrageous. That Song Shanhai conducts himself with such reckless disregard. Such matters should fundamentally be the concern of Song Qi's family and should not involve outsiders. However, Song Qi is different. His significance to Long Nation is simply unfathomable. To have such a national asset abandon his research endeavors and return home to inherit a so-called fortune worth billions is, without a doubt, a catastrophic loss for both the military district and Long Nation. To speak candidly, Song Qi alone holds the value of 10 of the 5th of May Heavy Industries. They must decisively extinguish any ambitions that Song Shanhai harbors. Minutes later, at the highest floor of the 5th of May building in Shijing City, Song Shanhai reclined leisurely, sipping tea while admiring the view outside the window. Suddenly, a hasty knock echoed at the door. Kumin. In the next moment, Zhang Guanlin rushed in with urgency. Chairman, just 2 minutes ago, Commander Wang Jinlong of the Northwest Military District and Elder Deng from the Commerce Department called, demanding to see you at the Northwest Military District Air Force Command within an hour. Otherwise, Song Shanhai spat out his tea, utterly bewildered. What? The military district commander and the head of the Commerce Department are seeking me out? Have I committed a grave transgression? Although he was the chairman of 5th of May Heavy Industries, in terms of status, he could not hope to compare to someone like Wang Jinlong, the military commander. Even he had to address Wang Jinlong respectfully as commander. Whether or not he received any acknowledgement depended entirely on the commander's mood. As for Elder Deng, he was even more authoritative than Song Shanhai's own father. The future of 5th of May Heavy Industries in Long Nation hinged on Elder Deng's disposition. What could have possibly angered both of them simultaneously? Having weathered many storms, Song Shanhai quickly assessed the situation and began to think frantically. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not fathom what taboo he had violated. Such ominous thoughts made his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. However, he could not have possibly imagined that this monumental uproar was entirely orchestrated by his beloved son. Without delay, Song Shanhai leapt from his chair. Quick, old Zhang, prepare the car. We are heading to the Northwest Military District Air Force Command right now. The pressure exerted by the two titans, Wang Jinlong and Elder Deng, was something even a billionaire entrepreneur like Song Shanhai could hardly withstand. Before long, a Bentley came to a smooth halt downstairs. Song Shanhai hopped into the car, and as the engine roared to life, it surged down the road like a wild stallion, racing toward the Northwest Military District Air Force Command. Chapter 59, Father, please, no more. At the Northwest Military District Air Force Command, in the office, Song Shanhai nervously knocked on the door. A steady voice from within responded, "Come in." Although he had mentally rehearsed potential scenarios before arriving, upon opening the door, the scene that unfolded far exceeded his imagination. Wang Jinlong sat upright in his chair, while to his side, Elder Deng was pouring water for a young man. Upon closer examination, Song Shanhai's heart sank. The young man was none other than his son, Song Qi. In an instant, Song Shanhai's mind buzzed with confusion, a torrent of questions flooding his thoughts. What is happening here? Elder Deng, the esteemed head of the Commerce Department, the ruler of the entire business sphere of Long Nation, was pouring water for his own son? What kind of surreal reality is this? Could it be that I am approaching this incorrectly? Song Shanhai rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Song Qi, what are you doing here? And Elder Deng, why are you serving this boy? At this moment, Song Shanhai was still in a daze, utterly unaware that the reason for his summons by Elder Deng and Wang Jinlong was entirely due to Song Qi's actions. Before Song Qi could respond, Elder Deng let out a cold snort, his gaze fixed intently on Song Shanhai, making the latter's scalp tingle. Song Shanhai, what audacity you possess. You dare to poach from the Northwest Military District? To pressure someone like young Song into returning home to inherit his family fortune through such despicable means. Do you truly believe the Northwest Military District is so easily trifled with? Wang Jinlong's piercing glare radiated the authority of a military commander, the atmosphere in the room instantly becoming tense. Meanwhile, Song Shanhai was left utterly bewildered. What nonsense is this? Song Qi, a national asset? When did this boy become a national asset? Could it be that these two are here because of Song Qi? As thoughts raced through Song Shanhai's mind, Elder Deng's reprimanding voice continued. Song Shanhai, Chairman Song, what an impressive display of arrogance. Had it not been for young Song informing me, I would have never guessed that you are this sort of person. resorting to severing father-son ties to coerce young Song into returning home to inherit a fortune. Even if he were to threaten you with death, you would not relent. Are you even human? I think it's time for our Commerce Department to reassess the qualifications of fifth of May Heavy Industries. The moment the two titans spoke, Song Shanhai was left utterly dumbfounded. The events of the day felt surreal. Even now, he struggled to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Song Qi stifled a laugh, watching his father flounder, delighting in the absurdity of it all. Wait, Commander Wang, Elder Deng, what on earth are you talking about? My Song Qi is merely a clever boy. How could he possibly be considered a national asset? And as for this talk of threats and severing ties, it's simply isn't true. Although he was bewildered, Song Shanhai still protested vehemently. To this, Elder Deng merely furrowed his brow. Chairman Song, your understanding of your son is woefully inadequate. Song Qi possesses not just cleverness, but profound wisdom. As a father, how can you be so ignorant of your own child? What credibility can your words hold? Indeed, Wang Jinlong immediately chimed in. Song Qi must not return to fifth of May Heavy Industries to inherit the family business. He is the hope of the Long Nation's military and indeed, of the entire Long Nation. In that moment, Song Shanhai was left in utter bewilderment. He glanced at Song Qi, then at Elder Deng and Wang Jinlong, confusion writ large in his eyes. How could he be so ignorant of his own son? Song Qi possesses great wisdom. When did this happen? What on earth is going on in this world? Is it truly this insane? Song Qi is merely a humble researcher. What extraordinary influence does he possess to summon the esteemed Elder Deng and Commander Wang to his aid? Most absurdly, Elder Deng even served this young man tea. This transcends mere favoritism. It borders on indulgence, practically rendering Song Qi beyond reproach. Could it be that Song Qi has indeed made some remarkable contribution? Such a thought abruptly flickered in Song Shanhai's mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. How could someone so young, barely in his 20s and with less than 2 years of work experience, have achieved anything noteworthy? Yet, the circumstances before him were utterly bewildering. Song Shanhai felt dizzy, entirely at a loss for what had transpired. Song Qi, come forth and explain yourself. When have I ever treated you like this? Unable to persuade Elder Deng and Wang Jinlong, Song Shanhai resolved to summon Song Qi for an explanation. Meanwhile, upon hearing his father demand an explanation, the smile that had graced Song Qi's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an indescribable sorrow. His emotional finesse and acting prowess far surpassed that of the most celebrated young stars in the entertainment industry. Dad, I know I was wrong. Please don't hit me. I promise I'll change. I want to speak to outsiders about this. Please don't hit me. When have I ever struck you? Song Shanhai tilted his head in confusion, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Song Shanhai, you truly are insufferable. At that moment, Wang Jinlong slammed his hand onto the table with a resounding thud, rising abruptly to confront Song Shanhai, grasping his collar as if ready to unleash a physical confrontation. Beside them, Elder Deng cast a chilling glare at Song Shanhai, his eyes brimming with hostility. Faced with the theatrically distressed Song Qi, Song Shanhai was left speechless. Is there truly such a wretched son as you? Do you derive pleasure from my misfortune? I, Song Shanhai, have dedicated my life to virtuous deeds. Yet here I am with a son so disobedient. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. Chief, I have evidence. I did not coerce Song Qi. Song Shanhai quickly raised his hand, hastily defending himself. In the next moment, he produced his phone and played a recorded conversation between himself and Song Qi. The previously raucous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. This recording was a result of Song Shanhai's habit of saving conversations, which, without it, could have led to his dire misfortune at the hands of Song Qi. In a corner, Song Qi's smile froze. Oh no, there's a recording. This is disastrous. He could sense the palpable hostility brewing around him. I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Just as Song Qi attempted to make a discreet exit, the previously silent Zhou Yonghui seized the opportunity, rushing out of the room and effectively trapping Song Qi inside. Chapter 60. That military honor is indeed real. The office echoed with anguished cries. Faced with a trio of relentless assaults, Song Qi lacked even the courage to retaliate, fleeing in despair. After all, among the three, Wang Jinlong was the Air Force commander, and Elder Deng was a high-ranking official of Long Nation. The only one capable of striking back was none other than Song Qi's own father. After enduring countless kicks, Song Qi finally managed to open the office door and scuttle away. The three men watched Song Qi's disgraceful retreat, their ire dissipating significantly. This rascal. he is becoming increasingly unmanageable, even daring to deceive his own father. Enraged, Song Shanhai returned to the office and plopped onto the sofa. Meanwhile, Elder Deng and Wang Zhenlong were equally perturbed by Song Qi's antics. This Song Qi, he dares to toy with both Elder Deng and me. How foolish we were to believe his nonsense. Elder Deng nodded in agreement, recognizing that while Song Qi was indeed a genius, his temperament required refinement. If left unchecked, he might truly cause chaos. A genius? Hearing Elder Deng refer to his son as a genius, Song Shanhai's expression turned peculiar. In his eyes, his son was merely a touch more astute than others, yet still far from the designation of genius. How could it be that even the military district leaders and Elder Deng proclaimed Song Qi a genius? Elder Deng, Commander Wang, what in the military district has Xiao Song accomplished? Recently, his rank had skyrocketed, and it was rumored that Commander Wang had even established a dedicated research institute for him. Why do you seem to hold him in such high regard? What? Commander Wang appeared equally astonished. Haven't you been informed of Xiao Song's achievements? He is a treasure of our entire Northwest military district, worth at least 10 armor divisions. Upon hearing this, Song Shanhai was utterly confounded. My son is that remarkable? How was I unaware of this? After a moment's hesitation, he continued, last time, the rascal somehow acquired a first-class military honor and insisted I call him Dad. Without a second thought, I blacklisted him. He was only released a month ago. Even as a businessman, I know that third-class honors stand, second-class honors lie, and first-class honors are merely displayed. A standing first-class honor? Unheard of. Elder Deng and Wang Zhenlong exchanged incredulous looks. This Song Qi is truly a devoted son. To make his own father call him Dad. If it were my son, I doubt it would merely be a matter of being blacklisted. Commander Wang sighed deeply. Song boss, that military honor Song Qi showed you is indeed real, and he possesses 2 more. A massive question mark floated above Song Shanhai's head. Wasn't it said that first-class honors are exceedingly rare? How did this rascal manage to attain them? Commander Wang proceeded to elucidate. The first military honor was awarded for his outstanding contributions in the realm of fighter jets. Song Qi transformed a dilapidated J-8 into a formidable aircraft that far surpasses the J-20 in performance. In combat simulations, he single-handedly defeated 10 opponents in just 90 seconds. The aircraft's capabilities could even outshine the Freedom Nation's F-22. Elder Zhao and Liu from the Academy were nearly at odds over competing for his research insights, appearing like elementary students before him. At this moment, not only was Song Shanhai agog, but Elder Deng's eyes widened with disbelief. Are you saying that the recent monumental breakthroughs in Long Nation's fighter jet technology were actually the work of Song Qi? This is astonishing. Song Shanhai found himself rooted in place, his mind ceasing to function. Such an absurdity. If Song Qi had claimed it, he would certainly have dismissed it as nonsense. Yet, these words came from Commander Wang, a distinguished leader of the military. Why would he deceive him? With great difficulty, Song Shanhai swallowed hard, struggling to fathom that such world-shattering accomplishments could be attributed to his seemingly carefree son. Elders Zhao and Liu, these are titans of research in Long Nation. Their standing in the scientific community is nearly unassailable, apart from the pioneers of the 2 bombs. As if akin to a primary school student, seeking counsel from his own son? My son, has he truly achieved such heights? Just as Song Shanhai was still grappling with the astonishing information he had just received, the calm voice of Wang Zhenlong continued to resonate, delivering even more earth-shattering news. The second military merit medal. This was awarded in recognition of Song Qi's exceptional contributions to the field of helicopter technology. He single-handedly advanced the entire nation's helicopter capabilities by 2 decades. Utilizing an initial model of an armed helicopter, Song Qi ingeniously transformed it into an extraordinarily high-performing all-terrain strategic helicopter. It even possesses the ability to significantly alter weather patterns, potentially reshaping the future landscape of warfare. The metallic materials of the aircraft, as evaluated by Elder Liu, were deemed capable of generating a staggering trillion-dollar industry value. Furthermore, the recently developed Fuyo large aircraft has shattered traditional perceptions of large airplanes. This behemoth withstood the impact of 17 missiles and returned unscathed, even after circling the territory of the Northern Bear Nation, evading the most elite guards of the royal city. The prototype of this grand aircraft was none other than the Boeing 747U provided to Song Qi. At this moment, both Song Shanhai and Elder Deng stood in stunned silence. Elder Deng had previously only recognized Song Qi as a genius, but he never anticipated that he possessed such extraordinary talents. This life seems almost like a cheat code. How astonishing. As for Song Shanhai, His mind was a tumultuous mess. Scenes from the Big Bang to the apocalypse flashed before his eyes. After a long pause, he finally regained his composure. Could it be that Song Qi is truly my son? How could I, Song Shanhai, have given birth to such a prodigious offspring? Surely there has been a mix-up at the hospital. No, that can't be. I provided him with a half-burned, scrap Boeing 747. How could it have been transformed into something so magnificent? At this moment, Song Shanhai felt as though his worldview was on the brink of collapse. The dim-witted son of a landlord had suddenly morphed into an Einstein-like genius. The contrast was overwhelming. Even someone as worldly as Song Shanhai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Commander Wang, would you take me to see how Song Qi has modified that large aircraft? He implored. Wang Jinlong, without a moment's hesitation, replied, Of course. However, that large aircraft belongs to our Northwest military region. We can compensate you with the cost of a brand new Boeing 747, but you must not take it away. Wang Jinlong asserted with unwavering determination, akin to a lion guarding its prey. Song Shanhai awkwardly wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. That is only right. I shall relinquish the large aircraft. Consider it a gift to your military region. Just take me to see it. Chapter 61. Diplomatic Condemnation from the Northern Bear Nation. A military green off-road vehicle came to a halt outside the airport of the Northwest Military Region Air Force Base. As Song Shanhai disembarked, he staggered back several steps at the sight before him. There stood an aircraft over 100 meters long, with a wingspan of 50 meters, approximately the size of a basketball court, entirely clad in gleaming white. This colossal machine abruptly invaded his vision. What on earth? This enormous aircraft couldn't possibly be the creation of that rascal Song Qi, could it? This is utterly outrageous. Turning to Elder Deng and Wang Jinlong, he found both men nodding in affirmation. At that moment, he comprehended the magnitude of Song Qi's remarkable achievement. It dawned on him that his son was indeed a scientific prodigy. Gazing at the Fuyo large aircraft before him, Song Shanhai felt his breath quicken. The aircraft emanated an intangible pressure that left him gasping for air. But I gave him a Boeing 747, an utterly damaged version from the Syrian conflict. How could this possibly relate to that? Nearby, Wang Jinlong observed Song Shanhai's expression, his own countenance taking on an odd appearance. Who would disagree? Every time Song Qi undertakes a modification, it results in something like this. He claims it's a Boeing 747, yet it resembles an airborne fortress. He seems determined to challenge conventional scientific understanding. Mr. Song, follow me, Wang Jinlong urged, as he began to lead Song Shanhai, introducing him to the marvel that was the large aircraft. As they progressed, even Song Shanhai's usual composure began to falter, exclamations of disbelief escaping his lips. Each aspect of his creation seemed to defy his understanding. A maximum cruising speed of 10 Mach, a missile-resistant fuselage, an intelligent driving system? Are you certain this is a civilian aircraft? Are you certain this is not a product of future technology? Such an advanced aircraft would leave even a free nation in the dust. In the end, Song Shanhai fell into a profound silence. The myriad designs represented not only the future of the Dragon Nation, but also embodied the dedication Song Qi had poured into this project. Song Shanhai was no fool. He could discern the immense effort Song Qi had invested to create this aircraft. Furthermore, he recognized the significance of such a creation for the military. For the Dragon Nation, it was a national treasure. Song Shanhai parted his lips, beginning to contemplate whether the expectations he had imposed upon Song Qi had been excessively domineering. Had he truly considered Song Qi's feelings? Song Qi was genuinely passionate about engineering and had a deep love for the Dragon Nation, for the land beneath his feet, even willing to sacrifice his blood and life for it. And what of himself? Aside from pressuring him to return home to inherit the family business, had he ever truly considered Song Qi's sentiments? Song Shanhai had always believed his perspective among Dragon Nation entrepreneurs was broad-minded, yet faced with the current scene, he could not help but admit that, in comparison to Song Qi, he was somewhat narrow-minded. The value of a billion-dollar fortune paled in comparison to the future of the Dragon Nation. After a brief pause, it seemed he had come to a resolute decision. Commander Wang, Elder Deng, I have made my decision. Let Song Qi remain in the military. For the sake of the nation, let him forge weapons. Previously, he had indeed been too myopic. Since Song Qi possessed such talent, he ought to be utilized to serve the country. Forcing him to return home to inherit the family business was truly a disservice to his abilities. Hearing this, Wang Jinlong and Elder Deng's eyes instantly brightened. Excellent, 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 Wang Jinlong exclaimed thrice, a testament to his elation. Mr. Song, you truly embody the spirit of a national entrepreneur in the Dragon Nation. On behalf of the Northwest Military Region, I express my heartfelt gratitude. With Song Chi, the technological advancement of our Dragon Nation is promising. Elder Deng nodded vigorously in agreement. Rest assured, Mr. Song, the Ministry of Commerce will undoubtedly strengthen its cooperation with Wui Heavy Industries. We will never disregard your patriotic sentiments. Commander Wang, Elder Deng, you flatter me. Song Shanhai waved his hand dismissively. I am merely a businessman. While merchants pursue profit, they must also love their country. The nation comes before the family. He resolved to establish a trust company for his shares, severing Song Chi's path back to the family fortune. At that point, the boy would have no choice but to serve the nation diligently. Dare he return home to indulge in comfort? I will be the first to thwart him. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinlong and Elder Deng were moved to tears, each giving Song Shanhai a thumbs up. At that moment, our Song Chi remained blissfully unaware that his future had already been sold by his father to the nation. The following morning, the official website of the Northern Bear Foreign Affairs Department updated an announcement that instantly ignited a global frenzy. We vehemently condemn the actions of the Free Nation for disregarding the sovereignty of the Northern Bear Nation, violating the United Nations Charter, and deploying advanced aircraft to invade Northern Bear's airspace. Such actions egregiously infringe upon the national sovereignty of Northern Bear, causing irreparable harm to the bilateral relations between our nations. The Northern Bear Nation will adopt legitimate and reasonable countermeasures in response to the violent actions of the Free Nation. Sneaking around and launching surprise attacks is hardly a display of skill. If you have the guts, face me directly. At worst, we could restart the world. Democracy? What a farce. Initially, this announcement bore the semblance of a formal diplomatic communication, but soon, the fighting spirit of the Northern Bear people could no longer contain their pent-up grievances. A torrent of vitriolic language ensued. It nearly reached the point of openly berating the Free Nation. That very morning, the King of Northern Bear summoned the ambassador from the Free Nation with firmness, condemning their actions and demanding a reasonable explanation. The ambassador of the Free Nation was utterly bewildered. Not only he, but over 200 nations worldwide were equally confounded, completely unaware of what had transpired. The announcement from Northern Bear triggered an unimaginable uproar across the globe. A palpable tension, akin to a looming storm, swept the world. Nations known for their curiosity began fervent discussions. Jean Boule, goodness, is Northern Bear serious? Could it be that the Free Nation has truly conspired against the Great Bear? Foot Basin Chicken, go old man, rise up, crush Northern Bear. White Elephant Nation, wait a minute. Northern Bear is acting so boldly. They can't possibly be contemplating a third world war, can they? That would be catastrophic. Desert Camel, I doubt it. I believe the Free Nation has no need for a third world war. A Cold War seems more likely. White Flag Nation, keep an eye on Hans Tiger. This little rascal's DNA is stirring. Poland. Who will strike next? Chapter 62. Seize the moment, seek development. On the other side of Blue Star, the Free Nation. White Palace. Supreme Leader Mike was grappling with the affairs of state over the past few days. The power struggle between the two major factions domestically was causing him immense headache. Moreover, with the Supreme Leader's advancing age, his mind could hardly maintain rapid function. Even with numerous cognitive-enhancing medications, rubbing his aching temples, he was interrupted by a series of urgent footsteps outside his door. Bang, bang, bang. Supreme Leader, I have urgent news. Gumin. The door creaked open to reveal a middle-aged Caucasian man, who hurriedly approached the Supreme Leader. This is bad. Supreme Leader, Northern Bear has issued a diplomatic announcement accusing us of violating their airspace. According to Ambassador Smith, the King of Northern Bear is extremely irate. Listening to his assistant's report, the Supreme Leader blinked in confusion. When had they violated the airspace of the Great Bear? Their air defense missiles could take down even U-2s. Who would dare encroach upon their airspace? Are they courting death? Furthermore, he couldn't recall ever approving such a military operation. The Supreme Leader turned and began pacing in his office. Is this matter even related to us? Could it be that those in the military are simply bored and testing new weapons on the Great Bear? Currently, there are only two possibilities. 1. The Great Bear was having a nervous breakdown and casting baseless accusations. 2. The military's lunatics had played with fire again. The assistant paused momentarily before hastily adding, General Ack from the military has sent word that this matter is unrelated to them. Their recent research on the supersonic stealth reconnaissance aircraft has been conducted solely within our borders and around Hawaii. It is impossible for them to have reached Northern Bear. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Leader's eyes narrowed slightly. The Great Bear is getting cheeky again. They dare to pin this on us. It seems the past has not taught Northern Bear a lesson. You may leave now. Instruct the Foreign Affairs Department to draft a statement condemning the diplomatic extortion by Northern Bear. Yes, the assistant stepped out to begin his tasks. An hour later, the Foreign Affairs Department of the Free Nation released an official statement. We strongly condemn the diplomatic extortion by Northern Bear. Such actions disrupt international order and undermine peace. They will undoubtedly face collective condemnation from all just nations of the world. The language of the Free Nations Foreign Affairs Department was exceedingly formal and conveyed a clear message. Northern Bear was engaging in diplomatic extortion. It was shameful and unethical. Upon reading this diplomatic announcement, the Northern Bear was infuriated. So, they dared to act without admitting their deeds. I deployed nearly half of my garrison, and the poplar missiles were launched. And you claim it wasn't the Free Nations doing. Who would believe that? Consequently, within half an hour, the Northern Bear's Foreign Affairs Department issued a counter-announcement. The situation escalated further. The Free Nation and Northern Bear were embroiled in a public squabble that had the world in a frenzy. Various nations eagerly gathered to witness the spectacle, and the international discourse descended into chaos, rife with bloodshed and strife. News of the incident reached the Dragon Nation. The upper echelons of the Dragon military were equally intrigued. What was this madness from Northern Bear, and how did they ensnare the Free Nation? Why had the Dragon Nation received no word whatsoever? To address this, the military leadership of the Dragon Nation even convened a conference call to discuss the matter. During the meeting, all commanders appeared utterly perplexed, completely unaware of the unfolding events. Only Wanqing bore a smug smile. Ahem, I happen to know a bit about this situation. Huh. The gathered generals were left dumbfounded. How could a mere Air Force commander from the Northwest military region possess such inside knowledge? Was this some sort of absurdity? However, General Chen Goen, who presided over the meeting, did not interrupt Wang Jinlong, but instead gestured for him to continue. Wang Jinlong, unreserved, shared all he knew. He merely omitted the name Song Qi to prevent these old foxes from setting their sights on a prized asset. As the last word left Wang Jinlong's lips, a pin drop could be heard in the room. Even General Qin Qiuowen was rendered speechless. Countless question marks floated above the heads of these military leaders from the Dragon Nation. Could it be that the instigator of this global spectacle was indeed their own Dragon Nation? Were they truly caught in a scandal of their own making? What a bizarre turn of events. The researcher you mentioned, could it possibly be the one who made significant advancements for the sixth-generation aircraft and even modified helicopters? General Chen Goen gazed incredulously at Wang Jinlong. The contributions made by Song Qi previously had caused seismic shifts within the entire Dragon military. Everyone present understood that the Northwest military region had produced a prodigious talent. One individual could accomplish the work of a 1,000-person team over several years. Wang Jinlong, upon hearing this, merely nodded silently. By the heavens, Wang Jinlong, how could you keep such a precious individual under wraps? You truly ought to be ashamed. This year, your Northwest military region is set to soar. Not only have new fighter jets and helicopters emerged from your ranks, but now even large aircraft are being developed. How are the rest of us supposed to survive? That mysterious figure is indeed elevating the entire field. Indeed, to have such extraordinary talent serving the nation is a blessing for our military and the Dragon Nation. Don't keep it to yourself, Wang Jinlong. Quickly share a photo of this national treasure so we can all behold it. In the conference call room, the usually stern-faced commanders were now clamoring to catch a glimpse of Song Qi's true visage, all eager to witness the talents of this national asset. Meanwhile, Wang Jinlong remained silent. Yet, the proud demeanor he exhibited was reminiscent of a grand rooster, vividly manifesting the pride swelling within Wang Jinlong at that very moment. He chuckled himself. Let them squabble. After all, Song Qi is firmly in my grasp. No matter how fiercely they contend, they shall not wrest him from me. Observing the increasingly chaotic meeting room, General Chen Goen forcefully struck the table. Enough of this uproar. You are all commanders of the military. This is a meeting, not a bustling marketplace. Such disorder is utterly unbecoming. At the sound of Chen Goen's booming voice, silence instantly enveloped the room. Indeed, General Wang Jinlong was justified in his actions. Such a national treasure as Song Qi must be safeguarded with utmost diligence. Not a single error could be tolerated. Yet, you continue to clamor for photographs. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your ulterior motives? The current fracas between the Free Nation and the Northern Bear Nation presents a golden opportunity for our Dragon Nation. We must seize the moment and strive for progress. Do you understand? Chapter 63. Uncle Wang will guard you. Time slipped away unnoticed, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. In the northwest military district of Dragon Nation, at the Air Force headquarters, Song-Chi strode directly into the office and tossed a technical list onto Wang Jinlong's desk. Chief, I have arrived. Here is the technical list for the Fuyo. I have compiled the specific technical details. He unabashedly poured himself a glass of water and plopped down onto the sofa. Such a lack of decorum. Had it been anyone else, they would have been promptly ejected by Wang Jinlong. Yet, in the presence of Song-Chi, Wang Jinlong showed no sign of discontent. Rather, his expression was filled with warmth and affection. This clearly indicates the extent of Wang Jinlong's indulgence towards Song-Chi. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Jinlong lifted the cup of water from his desk and took a gentle sip. I have already explained to the military district about your reckless missile launch with Zhou Yonghui that nearly brought down the space station. Considering it was your first offense and no serious consequences ensued, the military district has decided not to pursue the matter further. However, you are prohibited from engaging in any aircraft-related research for the next 2 months. Song-Chi's expression darkened, his demeanor faltering. You mean I can't research aircraft? What else can I study? Isn't this tantamount to placing me on pause? Observing Song-Chi's despondent expression, a barely perceptible smile crept onto Wang Jinlong's lips. This was precisely the desired effect. It was indeed time for Song-Chi to be properly admonished. Otherwise, he might become too unruly. If he dared to launch missiles at the space station today, what would stop him from hurling mushroom bombs at the White Palace tomorrow? Little Song, Uncle Wang is powerless. This is the military commission's decision. Moreover, given the severity of your actions, you could have faced execution multiple times over. This punishment is quite lenient. Wang Jinlong, the cunning old fox, subtly set traps while maintaining a facade of goodwill. Manipulating a young lad like Song-Chi was hardly a challenge for him. Meanwhile, Song-Chi's eyes darted with mischief. Chief, it's not that I'm unwilling to cease my research. The current situation in Dragon Nation is dire. We must race against time to break the Free Nation's technological blockade. 2 months may seem brief, but in the realm of great power competition. Wang Jinlong waved his hand, interrupting Song-Chi. Your absence for these 2 months will not hinder us. During this period, you are to closely monitor the production line of the Fuyo and refrain from any aircraft-related research. This is an order from the organization. Do you understand? But Song-Chi remained reluctant, swiftly producing an exquisitely detailed blueprint from his pocket. I have already created the conceptual design, spreading the blueprint across the table. Wang Jinlong's pupils trembled with astonishment. By heavens, even for one as composed as Wang Jinlong, the sight of Song-Chi's concept left him momentarily speechless. The blueprint depicted a magnificent vessel, reminiscent of the Fuyo yet entirely cloaked in black, crowned with a colossal runway platform, set against a backdrop of cerulean skies. The spacecraft exuded an extraordinary allure. It appeared as though it had traversed time from the future, stunningly beautiful and brimming with advanced technology. In a single glance, Wang Jinlong was captivated. This was not merely an improved version of the Fuyo. It was the dream machine of every military engineer. He struggled to swallow, cautiously inquiring, Little Song, are you certain you can actually transform the Fuyo into this? It seems excessively extravagant. Are you certain this isn't a frame taken from film, meant to deceive an old man like me? Song-Chi, slightly miffed, shot a glance at Wang Jinlong. Chief, are you doubting my professional abilities? Am I not capable of such feats? In essence, this represents my initial vision for the Fuyo. However, constrained by my father's instructions to modify the large aircraft, it hasn't yet taken this form. Rest assured, the final product will surpass the concept. If it doesn't, I will personally bring Zhou Yonghui's head to you. At that moment, Zhou Yonghui, blissfully engaged in a game of hide-and-seek with several young ladies, suddenly felt a chill run down his neck, causing him to sneeze violently. Who the hell is cursing me now? Meanwhile, Wang Jinlong's gaze remained fixed on the blueprint, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He was wavering. Witnessing Wang Jinlong's reaction, Song-Chi's face lit up with elation, seizing the opportunity to press on. Chief, this spacecraft is not merely aesthetically impressive. Do you see the runway on top? This is a flying super aircraft carrier. The Free Nation boasts 11 carrier groups. We can directly establish our own fleet of 11 aerial carriers. Let's see who stands tall. Song-Chi's enticing words echoed, and Wang Jinlong began to envision the awe-inspiring sight of 11 such spacecraft soaring through the skies, heading straight for the White Palace of the Free Nation. It was simply overwhelming. What aircraft carrier group, what naval supremacy, in comparison to such a vessel? They paled in insignificance. What do you say, Chief? If you allow me to commence research earlier, we could board such a spacecraft 2 months sooner. At that moment, you will be the first to witness history. My aerial carrier, designed with dynamic airflow principles, will create a remarkably sturdy air shield. Not only aircraft, but even humans could stand on the deck. Imagine standing on the deck, gazing at the stars and the vast sea. Song Qi's words lingered in Wang Jinlong's ears like a siren's call. After a long pause, Wang Jinlong finally shook his head with great difficulty. Song Qi, no more. The regulations set by the organization are absolute. No one can contravene them. 2 months means 2 months. Wang Jinlong bit his teeth as he spoke, and one could only imagine the internal struggle he faced. Seeing that Wang Jinlong had resisted temptation, Song Qi felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he secretly admired Wang Jinlong. Indeed, he was the commander of the Dragon Nation's Air Force. In the face of such a lure, he steadfastly upheld the organization's decision and remained resolute. Such willpower was truly remarkable. After all, if the military of Dragon Nation lacked such strategic fortitude, how could they possibly have developed to a point where they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Free Nation despite its stringent technological blockade? Realizing that his persuasion had fallen short, Song Qi silently shook his head, then promptly tucked away the schematics. Sigh. If that is the case, farewell, Commander. He turned to leave, but unexpectedly, Wang Jinlong reached out, grasping Song Qi's wrist. Leave that blueprint behind. I need to study it further. What if there are technical flaws? He insisted. A large question mark slowly floated above Song Qi's head. Isn't that obvious? If you want it, just say so. What do you mean by helping me out? Even if I showed this blueprint to old Zhao, he wouldn't comprehend it. If you, Wang Jinlong, can understand it, that would be a miracle. Nonetheless, given that Wang Jinlong was Song Qi's superior, he felt reluctant to confront him directly and thus handed the blueprint over before exiting the office. Chapter 64. Truly exemplary of Eagle Sauce. The following morning, at the 11th Aircraft Research Institute in Xijing, Song Qi lay despondently on his desk like a defeated hound. The light had vanished from his eyes. Moments later, Zhou Yonghui entered, startled by the sight of Song Qi. Song Qi, what is wrong? Why do you look like this? Since acquiring that 50 million, Zhou Yonghui had been reveling in nightlife. In just a week, he had visibly lost weight. Just yesterday, he had splurged on allegedly miraculous traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who prescribed a formula for revitalization. However, it seemed to have had little effect. Zhou's dark circles resembled a smoky eye makeup, and his lips lacked color, clearly indicative of excessive indulgence. Song Qi lifted his head to glance at Zhou Yonghui, but remained silent, turning his gaze away. Oh, Song Qi, we are brothers. Is there anything you can't share with me? Come on, is it about breaking up with Lin Wanqing? I've told you before, relationships are a man's quick demise. The only truth is spending money to sleep with someone else's wife. So what do you say? Shall we go for a bath after work? Song Qi shot Zhou with a disdainful glance. You still have the energy to think about bathing? Our research institute 1T have any work for the next 2 months. Commander Wang has ordered us not to engage in any aircraft-related research for the next 2 months. If we aren't researching aircraft, what else is there to study? I feel utterly directionless. This is fantastic news. Why the long face? Zhou Yonghui exclaimed. Isn't this essentially a 2-month paid vacation? Song Qi, are you out of your mind? Zhou clapped his thigh excitedly. Clearly, as a worker, Zhou could not empathize with Song Qi, the workaholic. He hummed a tune and plopped down on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, already contemplating which companions to invite over that evening. Noticing the despondent Song Qi, Zhou attempted to strike up a conversation. Hey, Song Qi, have you seen the news these past few days? No, Song Qi shook his head. The Ministry of Defense of the Free Nation held a press conference. Apparently, they are initiating a highly advanced project called the Space Orbital Ballistic Missile. It sounds impressive, Zhou continued. Only the Free Nation could propose such an advanced missile so swiftly. At this, Song Qi's eyes suddenly widened. Yes, I may not know what to do, but the Free Nation does. If we lack direction, we must learn from the Eagle's sauce. Historically, Long Kingdom has always done so. Why have we forgotten this glorious tradition? Quick! Song Qi sprang up suddenly, startling Zhou. Show me the video of that press conference. Seeing Song Qi so animated, Zhou scratched his head in confusion, but eventually retrieved his tablet and found the video. The video opened with a large black man at the podium. Behind him, the word Space Missile Program displayed in English. Space Missile Program? Song Qi's eyes lit up. That name sounded magnificent. With excitement, he rubbed his hands together. The speaker paused before finally addressing the audience. In response to threats from across the ocean and to manage an increasingly complex environment, the Free Nation has decided to launch the Space Missile Program. The core of this program involves launching hypersonic missiles into outer space, utilizing the vacuum of space to maintain ultra-high-speed flight, and leveraging the rotation of Blue Planet to gain greater kinetic energy, allowing missile speeds to exceed 30 Mach. Moreover, it employs GPS satellite positioning for global guidance. This project perfectly aligns with the Free Nation's objective of developing a space military, providing a more favorable safeguard against potential threats worldwide. The speaker elaborated on the design principles of the space missile program and its future prospects, leaving Song-Chi exhilarated. Wow, truly exemplary of eagle sauce. How did I not think of this advanced missile system before? This is astounding. Although the speaker's explanation was somewhat convoluted, Song-Chi grasped the essence. The space missile system meant launching hypersonic missiles into outer space for orbital maneuvering, ready to strike at unimaginable speeds when the target appeared. This method bypassed many drawbacks of ground-based launches, such as target visibility and interception, allowing for pinpoint accuracy and timing of strikes. Furthermore, the speed of these missiles would exponentially surpass that of ordinary hypersonic missiles. Unquestionably, should the Eagle Sauce successfully develop such a missile system, it would be a Damocles sword hanging over the heads of all nations globally. Song-Chi's eyes gleamed with fervor. Meanwhile, Zhou Yonghui, observing Song-Chi's transformation, felt a twinge of unease. No, Song-Chi, you can't possibly be considering pursuing this, right? Why not? Song-Chi replied naturally. The Eagle Sauce already has a design concept. Progress on this project will surely be swift. If we don't strive to catch up, we'll be left behind by the Eagle Sauce. Old Zhou, didn't your mother teach you that falling behind means getting beaten? Zhou Yonghui was at a loss for words. Song-Chi, is it possible that this plan is merely a PPT made by the Eagle Sauce? Impossible. Song-Chi adamantly shook his head. Absolutely not. The Eagle Sauce, as the dominant power of Blue Planet, the best in the world. How could they, like you, just make PPTs without taking action? Don't underestimate your enemies. Seeing Song-Chi so fervent, Zhou Yonghui blinked in confusion, unsure how to counter Song-Chi's enthusiasm. The next moment, Song-Chi sprang into action, as if wound up like a clock. Old Zhou, stop dawdling. Let us get to work. If you dare slack off, I'll expose your secrets to the world. Now, go gather all the information on the Free Nation's space missile program. The quicker, the better. Faced with Song-Chi's fervor, Zhou Yonghui had no choice but to join him in the hustle. Soon, stacks of documents were presented before Song-Chi. On the other side of Blue Planet, in the Free Nation's White Palace, Supreme Leader Mike felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Chapter 65. This is the meaning of my life, Zhao Kachin. What? Has Xiao Song conducted another groundbreaking study? In the Dragon Kingdom, at the Tianjian laboratory, within the office of the director, Zhao Kachin sat feebly in his chair, and 4 drip of saline suspended from his right hand, dripping steadily. A month prior, Zhao had fallen gravely ill and had yet to fully recover. For an elder of Zhao's advanced age, a serious illness often signifies the beginning of a countdown to life's end. Yet, despite his condition, Zhao remained resolute, attending work at the research institute. As he often stated, he had never taken a day off in his life. Today was no exception. He gazed at the technical list provided by Song-Chi, blinking in bewilderment. This time, it pertained to the realm of civilian aircraft. What an enigma, this young man. Song-Chi truly is. Upon hearing this news, Zhao was rendered speechless. The leap from fighter jets to helicopters was one he could comprehend, having transitioned from helicopter research to the field of combat aircraft himself. Although the two domains were vastly different, they shared some underlying principles. However, civilian technology and helicopters, or fighter jets, were worlds apart. Their only commonality was that they all took to the skies. As Zhao examined the research produced by Song-Chi, he was astonished to realize that even he could only grasp the superficial aspects. If someone were to claim that this technology had been transported from the future, Zhao would likely find it plausible. What struck Zhao with the greatest astonishment was the sheer productivity of Song-Chi. While others toiled in teams of thousands for a decade to achieve breakthroughs, Song-Chi, relying solely on his own prowess, had managed to create 2 epic-making masterpieces in a mere span of 2 to 3 months. Such accomplishments could scarcely be encapsulated by merely labeling him a genius. Perhaps the term prodigy would be more fitting. Zhao sighed quietly, a dawning realization creeping in. His era had come to a close, while the age of Song-Chi had decisively commenced. He glanced at his assistant beside him and softly instructed, "Ensure that these materials are thoroughly reviewed by the researchers in our institute. The technologies mentioned within must be reverse engineered at the earliest opportunity." They could very well be the key to the Dragon Kingdom's technological leap over the Freedom Nation. Zhao's words resonated with such gravitas that even his assistant paused momentarily, clearly taken aback by Zhao's profound regard for the technology provided by Song Qi. Very well. I shall arrange it immediately. The task will be accomplished. The assistant nodded vigorously and promptly exited the room to carry out Zhao's orders. Just as he turned to leave, Zhao's voice rang out once more. Wait, what is the current status of the new fighter jet production line? It should be nearing completion after about 3 months, yes? At the mention of the new fighter jet, Zhao's murky eyes seemed to regain their clarity. Zhao, according to reports from the military factory, the new fighter jet has been mostly assembled. It is expected to undergo its maiden flight in 3 days, near the Northern Military District, to collect various data. We aim to expedite its induction into active service. Upon hearing this news, Zhao could not help but clap his hands in excitement. His greatest wish in life was to witness the most advanced aircraft soar into the sky from the Dragon Kingdom, proclaiming to the world that the Dragon Kingdom's fighter jets could dominate globally. Now, that goal was drawing ever closer, igniting a fervor within Zhao. In 3 days, at the Northern Military District, you say, Xiaoli, please arrange for me to witness the maiden flight of the new fighter jet. I must also obtain first-hand data on its performance. Otherwise, I shall not find peace in death. Zhao pouted, resembling a petulant child. 3 months prior, the new fighter jet had been transported to the Tianjin laboratory. Yet, regrettably, not a single person at the institute knew how to operate it. By the time the pilots were trained for flight, the production line had reached a critical juncture, and the zero-numbered prototype crafted by Song Qi had no time for data testing. Consequently, the task of conducting specific data assessments for the new fighter jet had been indefinitely postponed, leaving Zhao in a state of restless anticipation. Finally, the opportunity to acquire the complete set of data for the new fighter jet had arrived. How could Zhao possibly contain his excitement? Enough, Zhao. Why do you always speak such ominous words? You are a national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom. Speak of death so casually. Xiaoli, the secretary, chided gently, attempting to soothe Zhao as one would a child. Yet, Zhao remained obstinate, exhibiting an unwavering determination. Xiaoli regarded Zhao with a resigned smile. Zhao, with the weather turning cold and you just recovering from serious illness, there is no need for you to personally attend the test site. The personnel from the Northern Military District can relay the first-hand data directly to you. What if you catch a chill again? How would I explain that to the higher-ups? I require no explanations, Zhao declared resolutely. I, Zhao Kachin, have dedicated my life to research, always at the forefront of every project. Whether it was the debut of the J8, J10, J11, or even the J20, I have never missed a single test. This is the essence of my existence. For the sake of the Dragon Kingdom's fighter jet endeavors, I, Zhao Kachin, shall not shy away from any challenge, even if it leads to my demise. Hearing Zhao's heartfelt declaration, Xiao Li stood frozen, subtly moved by the elder's formidable spirit, as if witnessing Zhao's youthful dedication to serving the nation. Individuals like Zhao, from the older generation of researchers, possess unwavering faith and pure intentions. Whether it was foregoing the lucrative offers of the Freedom Nation like Qianlao, or sacrificing their lives for the Two Bombs Project like Deng Lao, or even Zhao and Liu, the pioneers of research in the Dragon Kingdom, they're all deserving of the title of masters and national heroes. Even in death, they remain steadfast in their devotion to the rise of the Dragon Kingdom, offering everything they have. In a moment of reflection, Xiaoli felt tears welling in his eyes. He suddenly perceived that the frail elder before him, connected to an forged rip, harbored a soul of immense greatness within his withered frame. Xiaoli closed his eyes, striving to prevent the tears from falling. Very well, Zhao. I understand your wishes. I will contact the leadership of the Northern Military District and arrange everything for you. Chapter 66. I am not the father of a 6th-generation aircraft. A few days later, at the Bohai Bay Aviation Experimental Airport of the Northern Military District, a procession of sleek black vehicles gradually entered the airfield. Subsequently, one by one, researchers disembarked from the vehicles. The leaders of the Northern Military District had been waiting for quite some time. The Supreme Commander of the Northern Military District, Liu Debiao, stood tall and firm like a pine tree nearby. Finally, the last Volkswagen Passat came to a steady halt before everyone. Xiao Li hurriedly exited the vehicle, rushed to the passenger side, and opened the door, assisting the frail Zhao Kachin as he stepped out. Zhao, we warmly welcome you to our Northern Military District. Liu Debiao quickly approached, supporting the weakened Zhao. Today marks the maiden flight of the Dragon Kingdom's newest fighter jet. It is indeed an honor for the first flight to take place in the Northern Military District. He arrived at the scene early, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of the new fighter jet's true form. In front of the esteemed Zhao, Liu Debiao exhibited no airs of a general, addressing him with utmost deference, referring to him simply as Old Zhao, thereby humbling himself significantly. Liu Debiao held a deep-seated admiration for Zhao. After all, the 4th and 5th generation fighter jets of Longguo were birthed under Zhao's guidance. Moreover, Zhao had made substantial contributions to the 2nd and 3rd generation aircraft as well. It was truly remarkable that such a national treasure, in the twilight of his life, would still devote himself selflessly, disregarding his frail health, to witness the maiden flight of the new fighter jet, solely to procure first-hand data. This spirit compelled even Liu Debiao to give a thumbs up in admiration. Old Zhao, you truly are remarkable. The weather has turned chilly, and your health is not the best. Why not remain in the office to await the experimental data instead of braving the cold here? Upon hearing Liu Debiao's remarks, Zhao merely chuckled heartily. Commander Liu, have you conspired with Secretary Shaoli? Why does everyone speak in unison? The old man continued, I am more aware of my own body's condition than anyone. I might not have many years left to live. If I were to miss witnessing the new fighter soaring through the skies, I would likely perish from regret. You wouldn't want me to enter my grave with such lingering sorrow, would you? Liu Debiao exchanged a glance with Secretary Shaoli, both wearing expressions of helpless amusement. With Zhao's stubborn temperament, not even a team of oxen could sway him. Realizing this, they understood they had no means to change his mind. Meanwhile, Liu Debiao paused, his gaze drifting toward the new fighter jet draped in black cloth not far away, expressing genuine admiration. Old Zhao, you truly are exceptional. I recall the first test flight of the J-20, which was a decade ago. I remember that scene vividly. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye? You have even developed the 6th generation fighter. This pace of development could easily leave the military of the free nation in the dust. It was no surprise that Liu Debiao was filled with awe. It is well known that the evolution of fighter jets represents one of the most formidable challenges on Blue Planet. The Free Nation's so-called most advanced F-22 Raptor, for instance, was in development since the 1980s, taking a full 16 years to reach fruition. Furthermore, the F-35, which took over a decade to develop, was unable to achieve the same advancements, with performance even slightly inferior to the F-22. As for the 6th generation fighter, that remains a distant dream. In stark contrast, Longguo accomplished the leap from 4th to 5th generation in merely a decade, and now, after another decade, they were already testing the 6th generation fighter. Such a pace of research and development could only be described as staggering. As Zhao listened to Liu Debiao's praises, his face lit up with laughter, yet he waved his hand dismissively. Commander Liu, you have misunderstood me. I am no longer the father of the 6th generation fighter. The true architect of this aircraft is someone else entirely. With such advanced technology, even if you gave me an additional 20 or 30 years, I could not replicate it. There are many cutting-edge technologies I, as an old man, cannot even comprehend. Talent emerges with each generation. Upon hearing Zhao's denial, Liu Debiao found himself momentarily bewildered. This new fighter jet was undoubtedly transported from the Tianjin Research Institute, so how could it not have been designed under Zhao's direction? If Zhao did not comprehend many of the technologies, how could he have brought them to fruition? Old Zhao, I must admit, I find your words perplexing. Are you suggesting that many of these technologies are not ours? As he spoke, Liu Debiao's voice diminished, his gaze toward Zhao growing increasingly perplexed. Commander Liu, what do you mean by that? Once these technologies are in our hands, they become the core technologies of Longguo. They are the result of our researchers' hard work and dedication. Zhao exclaimed passionately. As long as we can utilize them, they belong to us. Do you understand the principle of borrowing? At this revelation, Liu Debiao's pupils dilated in realization. Ah, so that is the essence of borrowing. I see now. He was no fool and understood that in the realm of military technology, there is no concept of intellectual property. Whoever possesses it claims it. Otherwise, the Free Nation would not impose a technology blockade on Longguo, nor would they bomb Longguo's embassy over a piece of aircraft debris. Liu Debiao, being astute, chose not to press further, but turned to support Zhao, slowly making their way towards the large aircraft cloaked in black fabric. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, Liu Debiao's pager emitted a series of beeps. Report, sir. The nearby airspace has been cleared of threats. Conditions are suitable for the fighter jet's takeoff. Report, sir. The J-20 is ready and can take off at any moment. Report. Sir, the J-20 has been positioned next to the new aircraft for comparative analysis between the 5th and 6th generations. After all, merely reviewing the data of the new fighter jet without a solid reference point for comparison would lead to significant discrepancies. Listening to the updates from his pager, Liu Debiao nodded silently. Excellent. All units, take note. The maiden flight of the 6th-generation fighter jet officially commences. Radar units. Prepare for full airspace monitoring to prevent Free Nation's stealth reconnaissance aircraft from spying on the surrounding area. With a flourish, the black cloth was dramatically pulled away. A fighter jet, entirely black and featuring a rough, textured surface, abruptly revealed itself to the crowd. Wow, this is absolutely stunning. A wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. Gazing at the new fighter jet, Liu Debiao's eyes nearly bulged from his sockets. Its streamlined design epitomized aerodynamic perfection. The matte finish exuded an unparalleled technological allure. Liu Debiao, commander of the Northern Military District, swallowed hard. Wait, old Zhao, have you somehow brought back the Free Nation's F-22 Raptor? This design is just too magnificent. It must be said that compared to the J-20, the 6th-generation fighter indeed bore a closer resemblance to the F-22. However, overall, the 6th-generation fighter's design appeared more aggressive, exuding an intensity far surpassing that of the F-22, as if it were a razor-sharp blade, delivering a powerful visual impact. Upon hearing Liu Debiao compare the new fighter jet to the Free Nation's F-22 rather than the J-20, Zhao's expression soured slightly. Commander Liu, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that my J-20 lacks elegance? It sounds as if you regard our 5th-generation aircraft as unattractive. Just look at this canard design. Does the F-22 have that? And this quad-engine system utterly outclasses the F-22's twin-engine setup, boasting enough power to make the Raptor bow in submission. Not to mention this wind tunnel design. Zhao passionately elaborated on the new fighter jet's features, leaving Liu Debiao feeling somewhat embarrassed. He quickly interjected, then old Zhao, what is the code name for this new fighter jet? We can't simply keep referring to it as the new fighter jet or the 6th-generation fighter jet. Tunglong. Zhao adjusted his glasses and replied with utmost seriousness. Following Longguo's tradition, the model should be J-40, and as for the code name, Xiaosong suggested calling it Tunglong. The symbolism evokes the image of a dragon soaring in the heavens, unstoppable by any force. Nearby, Liu Debiao was taken aback upon hearing the code name Tunglong. If the J-20's moniker Weilong signifies the rising dominance of the Dragon Nation, then the J-40's designation Tunglong embodies an unwavering confidence that the Dragon Nation shall indeed ascend to the skies and gaze down upon the world. The horizon of ambition has suddenly expanded. What a splendid name. Liu Debiao couldn't help but applaud. The individual who conceived such an illustrious name must be a remarkable man with aspirations that reach for the cosmos. Old Zhao, upon hearing this, refrained from rebuttal and nodded silently. Indeed, it rings true. My little Song-Chi embodies just that. Truly, the military bigwigs have a way with words that is nothing short of enchanting. Liu Debiao and old Zhao exchanged pleasantries with each other. In the next moment, a commotion erupted from the pager in Liu Debiao's palm. Report, Commander. The fighter pilots have taken their positions. We may commence the first phase of testing. Please advise. The so-called first phase of testing primarily involves evaluating the fighter jet's aerospace engine and its maximum flight altitude. The testing methodology is quite straightforward. The J-20 and J-40 would take off simultaneously to assess the ascent speed to an altitude of 10,000 meters. This is the simplest method to test the performance of the aerospace engine. The faster the ascent to 10,000 meters, the greater the thrust of the fighter jet's aerospace engine, indicating enhanced performance. Once both aircraft reached the 10,000-meter mark, they would continue to ascend to gauge the maximum altitude achievable by the fighter jet. The ultimate flight altitude often reflects the capabilities of the aircraft itself. The higher the fighter jet flies, the safer it is in aerial combat, potentially rendering it invincible. Meanwhile, Liu Debiao absorbed the sounds emanating from the pager, nodding silently. Take off. With Liu Debiao's booming command, the J-20 surged forward like a wild stallion, beginning its run to ascend into the sky. The speed was so remarkable that those present could only catch a fleeting glimpse. Witnessing the scene unfold, Liu Debiao smiled with satisfaction. Truly, it is a 5th-generation fighter. The launch speed is simply beyond imagination. If it were a 6th-generation fighter, one can only speculate how astonishingly fast it would be. Wait, hold on. Where's my 6th-generation fighter? Wasn't I here to test the maiden flight of the 6th-generation fighter? Liu Debiao suddenly turned to look at the J-40, which remained motionless before him. He was left in utter shock. The staff around him were equally bewildered. A large question mark seemed to float above his head. No, old Zhao, why is your J-40 still grounded? It can't possibly be that it hasn't ignited yet. How could it falter at such a critical moment? At this moment, Liu Debiao was frantic shaking old Zhao's arm vigorously. Yet old Zhao maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. Commander Liu, no need for haste. Let the bullet fly a little longer. Liu Debiao was utterly perplexed. Your fighter jet is grounded, and you expect me to let the bullet fly? Are we filming a movie here? Just as Liu Debiao reached for the intercom to inquire about the situation with the J-40 pilot, a thunderous roar akin to an earthquake reverberated throughout the testing facility. The deafening sound, reminiscent of celestial drumming, was nothing short of breathtaking. Liu Debiao's hand, clutching the intercom, froze. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds erupted from the belly of the J-40. With its engines roaring to life, the J-40 unexpectedly shifted to a vertical takeoff. Holy moly! Gasps erupted from the crowd. Observing the spectacle before him, Liu Debiao stood as if chiseled from stone, frozen in place. In the corner, old Zhao lifted his neck, his face radiating with triumph, resembling a victorious general returning from battle. The weariness that had once marked his features vanished without a trace. Commander Liu, do try to maintain your composure. Your mouth is agape, wide enough to fit an egg. It makes our Dragon Nation's commanders appear as though they've never seen the world. Looking at Liu Debiao, old Zhao recalled a time 3 months prior when he had been equally dumbfounded before Song Qi. In an instant, the burden in his heart dissipated significantly. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, a series of thunderous sounds akin to rolling thunder emanated from the J-40's belly. The fully powered J-40 unleashed a barrage of sonic booms as it shot skyward. Merely taking off, it had already surpassed the sound barrier. For a long while, the area fell into a hushed silence. Only the sound of swallowed breaths could be heard intermittently. Chapter 68. It's broken. Let him pack it up. Was that just a sonic boom? Liu Debiao blinked, his eyes wide. The J-40 that had just been before him had vanished, leaving only a scorching shockwave in its wake. Everyone present stood in stunned silence. A vertical takeoff that produced a sonic boom. What manner of creature is this? Is there no sense of fairness? This is not merely an iteration of a fighter jet. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a technological explosion. Just this vertical takeoff alone confirmed for everyone present. The thrust of the J-40's aerospace engine is undoubtedly at its zenith. Compared to the J-20, it has achieved a qualitative leap. In terms of fighter jet aerospace engines, the J-40 may very well be at the forefront globally. At this moment, Liu Debiao, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, rushed forward. Quick! Retrieve the real-time data for the J-40. Don't just stand there. During this maiden flight, the Tianjin Research Institute had equipped the surface of the J-40 with numerous sensors, allowing for accurate monitoring of the fighter jet's flight speed, altitude, wind resistance, and other parameters, with real-time feedback. Upon hearing this, old Zhao immediately perked up, leaning in to catch a glimpse. Although he had been present at the J-40's previous debut, he was still uncertain whether it had truly exerted its full capabilities at that time. Moreover, Little Song had mentioned that the prototype was modified from the 8th model, meaning its overall performance could not compare to a brand new fighter jet. This time, the pilot had pushed the engine to its limits. They would surely witness the true prowess of the J-40. Old Zhao rubbed his hands together in excitement. In the next moment, a stream of information appeared on the tablet in Liu Debiao's hands. The fighter jet's real-time altitude stood at 152 meters, its current speed at 22 Mach, and the maximum ascent speed at 28 Mach with wind resistance. At that instant, a slew of question marks seemed to materialize above everyone's heads. Liu Debiao looked at old Zhao as if he had seen a ghost. His mouth agape, he took a moment to speak. Good heavens, is this sensor malfunctioning? Didn't this fighter jet just take off? How on earth has it already ascended over 3,000 meters? The neighboring J-20 has only just reached 1,000 meters. And it was the J-20 that took off first. The data before them was so bizarre that it seemed to challenge the limits of physics. At this moment, even old Zhao, who had mentally prepared himself, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fearing he was experiencing an illusion. It is worth noting that while the world's advanced fighter jets boast of being supersonic, that claim pertains to their level flight speed. When it comes to ascent speed, merely breaching the sound barrier would already be considered an extraordinary achievement. But what on earth is this J-40? The maximum climb rate astonishingly reaches an astounding 28 Mach, mirroring the peak flight speed of the J-20. If it were to cruise horizontally, wouldn't its velocity rival that of a missile? This is utterly mind-blowing. Approximately 20 seconds later, the J-40 stabilized at an altitude of 10,000 meters, while the J-20 struggled to ascend to a mere 2,000 meters, left trailing in its wake, unable even to capture its exhaust. Witnessing such a spectacle, everyone present comprehended that the data of the J-20 had become irrelevant for comparison. The disparity between the two was so vast that it transcended generational differences, as if they belonged to entirely different eras. Liu Biao could hardly fathom the sheer prowess of this sixth-generation aircraft, momentarily taken aback. Just then, a voice crackled through the radio communication channel. "Report, Commander. Pilot 001 has reached the target altitude, taking a total of 39 seconds. Please advise." The time of 39 seconds left even the pilot himself in disbelief. That was a full 10,000 meters. Those four little words plunged everyone present into silence. Calculating the average speed, it amounted to approximately 2 Mach. Factoring in the time for takeoff and landing, had the target been set at 20,000 meters, the average speed might have soared to a staggering 25 Mach. "Brother, you're a fighter jet. This speed is faster than any rocket." Amidst a sea of astonished gazes, Zhao Lao steadied himself. "Ahem. It's acceptable, I suppose. Slightly below my expectations. It seems there is room for improvement." Zhao Lao's tone was laced with feigned nonchalance. Liu Biao stiffly turned his head, his eyes filled with incredulity. "There's room for improvement? Zhao Lao, are you joking?" Liu Biao felt on the brink of madness, while Zhao Lao maintained an enigmatic smile that sent shivers down his spine. "Oh no, this kid is getting carried away." Beside them, Secretary Li observed Zhao Lao's antics with a grin, refraining from exposing his pretense. "At your age, it's quite nice to have a bit of fun. All right, Commander Liu, no need to wait for the J-20. Let us proceed directly to the next phase of testing." Zhao Lao gently patted Liu Biao's shoulder, softly urging him. Realizing this, Liu Biao hastily commanded over the radio channel, "Proceed to the next phase. Extreme altitude test." Moments later, the voice of the pilot returned through the channel. "Received." In the next instant, the J-40 emitted a thunderous roar at an altitude of 10,000 meters, then soared forward like a hawk, continuing its ascent into the vast sky. On the ground, the data on the tablet surged at a pace that surpassed all imagination. 11,000 meters. 12,000 meters. Liu Biao, watching the fluctuating figures, felt his heart racing. He nudged Zhao Lao gently. "Zhao Lao, with such advanced technology, the maximum altitude should reach around 30,000 meters, right?" Zhao Lao made remaining silent, exuding an air of sage, which left Liu Biao momentarily stunned. Internally, Zhao Lao was equally anxious. How on earth would I know how high this thing can fly? If Songqi crafted it, I wouldn't be surprised if it soared beyond the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Liu Biao, observing Zhao Lao's relaxed demeanor, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. "Oh no, my estimations were far too conservative. At this rate, could the J-40 possibly reach 40,000 meters? Such an altitude would undoubtedly dominate globally. This is terrifying." As the display reached 20,000 meters, then 30,000 meters, and finally 31,000 meters, Liu Biao held his breath, his tension palpable. In contrast, Zhao Lao maintained a serene smile, as if holding all the cards. Finally, upon reaching an altitude of 40,000 meters, the numbers on the display paused. Liu Biao exhaled a sigh of relief. This was the limit he had anticipated. Beyond 40,000 meters lay the pinnacle of the stratosphere. The air here was exceedingly thin, and historically, apart from satellites and space vehicles, no aircraft had ever surpassed this height. No matter how impressive the J-40 was, it remained merely a fighter jet. Ascending any higher would breach the stratosphere, where the extreme cold of space was beyond the endurance of any fighter jet. Just as everyone believed that 40,000 meters was the limit for this new fighter jet. At 40,000 meters, the J-40 emitted a series of metallic sounds. In the next moment, a protective shield crafted from a special material slowly rose from the tail of the aircraft, enveloping the entire jet. Subsequently, all four engines ignited simultaneously, pale flames erupting from the fighter's belly, unleashing an indescribable thrust. Boom! The roar of the engines resonated like thunder, echoing through the quiet upper stratosphere. The J-40 surged once more toward the cosmos. On the ground, the previously stable numbers began to fluctuate dramatically. 40,000, 40,100. Maximum climb speed reached 30 Mach. Liu Biao was utterly dumbfounded. How can still be climbing? If it goes any higher, it will breach the stratosphere. You're a fighter jet, not a spaceplane. Are you planning to shoot for interstellar warfare? As the commander of the armed forces, Liu Debiao maintained his composure and promptly activated the radio communication system. Pilot 001. Report your current status. Why is your aircraft still ascending? Are you out of your mind? Breaching the stratosphere means oxygen will vanish and temperatures will plummet. The human body cannot withstand such harsh conditions and will perish swiftly. Please descend immediately. I repeat, emergency descent, cease ascent. A crackling noise filled the radio channel. After a prolonged silence, Pilot 001's voice finally broke through. Report, Commander. The aircraft I am piloting is functioning perfectly. The temperature control chamber and life support chamber are operational. Oxygen is abundant, maintaining a steady temperature of 28 degrees Celsius, and the fighter jet still possesses the capacity to climb. Requesting permission to continue the mission, please advise. What on earth are these temperature-controlled and life support chambers? Aren't those components from space station? Why are they on a fighter jet? Liu Debiao was utterly bewildered. At that moment, he glanced at Zhao Lao's serene smile, feeling an overwhelming aura of an unparalleled sage enveloping him. This design is extraordinarily advanced. Permission granted to continue the mission. With both the life support and temperature-controlled chambers operational, Liu Debiao found no justification to order an emergency landing for the J-40. And so, the J-40 soared at breakneck speed, achieving a maximum climb rate that repeatedly exceeded 3 Mach. 50,000 meters, 60,000 meters, 61,000 meters. Ultimately, the fighter jet ascended to a staggering altitude of 70,000 meters before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, everyone present was rendered speechless. 70,000 meters. If it climbed any higher, it could potentially reach the realm of artificial satellites. This was utterly absurd. It was just a fighter jet. The maximum flight altitude astonishingly reaches 70,000 meters, which feels akin to operating under a cheat code, does it not? One must understand that the F-22 Raptor of the Free Nation can only ascend to a mere 28,000 meters. And here you are with 70,000 meters. The F-22 would likely not even catch a whiff of your aircraft's exhaust. What are we even discussing in terms of combat capabilities? I tasked you with designing a 6th-generation fighter jet, and you, my friend, have presented me with an aerospace vehicle instead. Even if we consider aerospace vehicles, the BYD concept aircraft showcased at this year's Longguo Bamboo Sea Air Show does not appear to be as formidable as it sounds. Moreover, the BYD is merely a concept. Has the technological prowess of Longguo truly advanced to such dizzying heights? While Liu Debiao often fantasizes about witnessing the swift evolution of Longguo's military industry, ultimately surpassing that of the Free Nation, he never anticipated such a bizarre rate of advancement. This left Liu Debiao feeling somewhat insecure. Upon glancing back, he observed Zhao Lao's ever-present, serene smile. His heart skipped a beat. Is this the composure of Longguo's top technological experts? Terrifyingly so. Zhao Lao, you couldn't have foreseen this as well, could you? Ahem. Zhao Lao, as if awakening from a dream, returned to reality, awkwardly touching his nose. Roughly speaking, he replied. Upon hearing this, Liu Debiao distinctly noticed a glimmer of brilliance flash in his gaze. The admiration reflected in his eyes was nearly palpable. What embodies the demeanor of a great general? What signifies the pillar of a nation? It is individuals like Zhao Lao. Without a doubt, Zhao Lao's predictive abilities are nothing short of remarkable, truly deserving of the titles of the father of Longguo's 4th and 5th generation fighters, and a recipient of the highest scientific accolades. This remarkable ability to handle weighty matters with such ease makes even someone of my stature as Commander-in-Chief feel dwarfed. Liu Debiao silently extended his thumb in admiration. Zhao Lao, I have long heard tales of your prophetic insights. Having witnessed it firsthand today, I am genuinely in awe. You are simply extraordinary. Listening to Liu Debiao's heartfelt words, Zhao Lao felt increasingly embarrassed. He had not predicted anything. 70,000 meters. Zhao Lao was momentarily stunned, his grin frozen in place, not yet having the chance to retract it. This resulted in a colossal misunderstanding. Indeed, the most futile endeavor in this world is to feign superiority. For every attempt at pretense, one must compensate with 100 more. It is utterly exhausting. One cannot help but wonder how Songqi manages to execute such pretense with such finesse. Meanwhile, Liu Debiao regained his composure and continued to communicate over the radio channel. Pilot 001, please respond. Prepare to enter the second round of testing, focusing on gathering data regarding the fighter's maximum cruising speed. Suddenly, Zhao Lao waved his hand, interrupting Liu Debiao. Commander Liu, I would like to examine the aircraft's radar system first. Could we expedite this test? Seeing Zhao Lao take the initiative, Liu Debiao promptly nodded. After all, the testing data from a northern military district was intended for Zhao Lao. With the principal now speaking, Liu Debiao had no reason to disagree. He quickly amended his orders, changed the testing mission, activate the fighter's radar system, and conduct radar system data testing. Moments later, the voice of the pilot echoed through the radio channel. 001 here. Rest assured, Commander, we will accomplish the mission. Chapter 70. The new reconnaissance aircraft of the Eagle Nation? Above the skies of Longguo, at an altitude of 70,000 meters, the pilot, having received the command, pressed a red button on his right. In the next moment, the J-40's onboard radar whirred into action. Streams of information rapidly flashed across the fighter's operation screen, eventually transmitted back to the ground command center. Beep. The long-range phased array radar system is online. Effective radar observation radius, 1,000 kilometers. Beyond visual range, full awareness radius, 500 kilometers. Within less than half an hour, Liu Debiao had been shaken to his core multiple times. However, when the data from the J-40's onboard radar appeared before him, he was left speechless in astonishment. An effective radar observation radius of 1,000 kilometers? That range is nearing that of a ground-based radar system. This is merely an onboard radar. The most outrageous aspect is the 500-kilometer beyond visual range awareness radius. Are you certain no additional zeros were inadvertently added? The beyond visual range awareness indicates that all aerial objects within this range will appear on the radar monitoring system, placing the fighter in an omniscient state. Typically, if a fighter can manage 5 kilometers, it's already an extraordinary feat. Yet here we have 500 kilometers. What an international joke. If that were the case, could it not be said that satellites and meteors in outer space could also be detected by radar? This is utterly terrifying. Has Longguo's technology truly reached such heights? Liu Debiao struggled to swallow, utterly at a loss for words. He, more than anyone, understood the formidable nature of the J-40 currently soaring through the skies. With its vast radar range, powerful aviation engines, and a maximum flight altitude of 70,000 meters, such an advanced fighter, even if only one exists, could decisively alter the course of battle. It is undoubtedly a strategic weapon comparable to the mushroom egg. If the J-40 could be mass-produced like the J-20, forming aerial formations, the vision would be so breathtaking that Liu Debiao dared not even contemplate it. As Liu Debiao envisioned this future scenario, the steady voice of the pilot broke through the radio communication channel. Report, Commander. We have detected unusual aerial activity at 30,000 meters below our aircraft. Please advise. Those few words instantly jolted Liu Debiao awake, sending a shiver down his spine. What? An anomalous aerial object at 30,000 meters? In Longguo, it seems no aircraft can reach such heights. Moreover, wasn't a no-fly order issued today? Aside from the J-40 and a single J-20, all other aerial vehicles were prohibited from taking flight. Where could this aerial object possibly have come from? A sense of foreboding settled in Liu Debiao's heart, as a disconcerting thought crept into his mind. Surely it cannot be a reconnaissance aircraft from the Free Nation. In the world of Blue Star, the reconnaissance technology of the Eagle Nation has consistently overshadowed the globe, having pilfered countless secrets from Longguo. If this first flight's information were captured by the Eagle Nation's reconnaissance aircraft, it would be disastrous. Liu Debiao hurriedly grabbed his pager, commanding all units to conduct self-checks to ascertain whether any aircraft had violated the no-fly order. After receiving assurances from all units that no aircraft had taken flight, Liu Debiao's heart sank to the depths. That aircraft was almost certainly a reconnaissance vehicle from the Free Nation. This technology is alarmingly advanced, setting aside the 30,000-meter altitude limit. The stealth capabilities that allow it to evade Longguo's ground-based radar monitoring are leagues ahead of Longguo's own reconnaissance aircraft. Had it not been for Zhao Lao's suggestion to test the J-40's radar system first, Liu Debiao would likely remain oblivious to the situation at hand. Wait, Zhao Lao's suggestion. Liu Debiao abruptly turned to the equally bewildered Zhao Lao. Zhao Lao, you truly are a prophetic genius. It's as if Zhuge Liang has returned to the world. I, Liu Debiao, am genuinely in awe of you. When did you realize that the Free Nation would dispatch a new reconnaissance aircraft to gather intelligence? This insight is nothing short of clairvoyance. Huh? Zhao Lao stood there, utterly perplexed. Not really. I merely mentioned it offhand. Who knows about the reconnaissance aircraft from the Free Nation? This has nothing to do with me at all. Observing Liu Debiao, whose expression was fervent as if he were a pilgrim, Zhao Lao felt a rush of anxiety. He quickly waved his hand. Commander Liu, I truly do not know. Such matters are difficult to explain with reason. Liu Debiao rushed forward, gripping Zhao Lao's hand with excitement. Zhao Lao, there's no need for you to be modest. Zhao Lao, it's over. Now, it's truly beyond explanation. I should have known better than to pretend. This situation has left Zhao Lao utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Liu Debiao regained his composure, also caught in a dilemma. At an altitude of 30,000 meters, while not exceedingly high with the current missile capabilities of Longnation, it will be a simple task to bring it down. However, the ground-based radar is utterly incapable of detecting enemy aircraft, let alone locking onto them. Just then, Zhao Lao spoke again. Use the J-40. I recall that it was equipped with 2 air-to-air missiles upon takeoff. It's the perfect opportunity to put them to use. Consider it a combat exercise. Listening to Zhao Lao's words, Liu Debiao was momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying some hesitation. 2 missiles seemed rather insufficient. What if they failed to hit the enemy aircraft? Wouldn't that alarm the enemy and allow them to escape? Liu Debiao's concerns were not without merit. Typically, air combat involves a series of engagements, often requiring several missiles in coordination to successfully down an enemy aircraft. 2 missiles felt exceedingly risky. Commander Liu, please trust me. And also trust the J-40. It undoubtedly possesses the capability. Gazing into Zhao Lao's steadfast eyes, visions of Zhao Lao's previous prophetic insights flashed before Liu Debiao. In that instant, Liu Debiao made up his mind. Pilot 001. The initial mission is temporarily cancelled. Engage maximum power immediately and employ all means necessary to ensure the enemy aircraft is shot down. Remember, this is not a drill. Make sure to eliminate them. Liu Debiao, displaying his true character, uttered a curse over the radio channel. The pilot, already eager to act, was instantly invigorated by the command from above. Understood. We will accomplish the mission. Following this, the pilot thrust the throttle to its utmost limit. The tail flame of the fighter jet blazed a brilliant white. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sound of sonic booms echoed through the sky. This was the J-40's first full throttle operation, and this battle would undoubtedly astonish everyone. Chapter 71. It truly is a fighter jet. In Longnation's 30,000-meter airspace, a sleek reconnaissance aircraft, entirely painted black and resembling a V in design, soared through the skies. At that moment, Colonel Lewis of the Free Nation Air Force gazed upon the magnificent scene before him, feeling exceedingly elated. Despite being in the airspace of Longnation, Colonel Lewis felt as if he had returned home, exuding a sense of ease. It is said that in recent years, Longnation's technological progress has accelerated, narrowing the gap between us and the Free Nation. There is even a vague sense of an impending overtaking. However, it seemed to be no more than that. Here he was, boldly patrolling the airspace of Longnation, and their ground-based radar had not detected him at all. Clearly, the military-industrial capabilities of the Free Nation hold a crushing advantage over Longnation. The next moment, the radio communication channel crackled to life. Colonel Louis, please report your current situation. Have you completed the mission? Is there a risk of revealing your presence? At this moment, in the command center of the Free Army stationed in Kimchi Nation, the commander was intensely focused on the unfolding situation. They had learned through informants that Longnation was preparing to test a new type of fighter jet today. Thus, they had promptly dispatched their latest reconnaissance aircraft to gather intelligence. One objective was to investigate the new fighter jet of Longnation, while the other was to validate the performance of the new reconnaissance aircraft. If the stealth capabilities of the reconnaissance aircraft could indeed deceive Longnation's ground-based radar, it would signify that this new reconnaissance aircraft possesses a terrifying ability to monitor globally. Before long, Colonel Lewis's voice echoed through the radio communication channel. Report to the ground center. All is normal here. I have encountered no obstacles during my flight and have not been detected by Longnation's ground-based radar. I have now reached the designated location and have yet to identify any trace of Longnation's new fighter jet. The Longnation Air Force is merely mediocre. Listening to Colonel Lewis's confident words, Brigadier General William of the Kimchi Nation's Ground Command Center finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they have not been discovered. This indirectly indicates that the new reconnaissance aircraft developed by the military is indeed remarkable. It has managed to evade even Longnation's radar. It is well known that in Blue Star, the Free Nation is undoubtedly the foremost power. Yet, when it comes to domestic air defense, if Longnation claims the second position, no one dares to assert the first. If this new reconnaissance aircraft can indeed navigate through Longnation's airspace without being detected, it will truly be a remarkable achievement. Just as Brigadier General William was reveling in this realization, a sudden, panicked voice from Lewis came through the radio communication channel. Report to headquarters. The reconnaissance aircraft's radar seems to have malfunctioned. At that moment, the radar display before Lewis suddenly turned into a static screen. The crackling noise sent chills down his spine. An ominous thought quietly crept into his mind. The next second, the radar finally returned to normal. However, strangely, 2 crimson dots appeared on the radar screen. An alarm blared in the operations room. Report to headquarters. Enemy activity detected to the right rear, 2,500 meters away. Enemy activity detected to the left front, 5,200 meters away. Brigadier General William was left dumbfounded. Just a second ago, everything was fine, and now, enemy activity was right on their doorstep. This was exceedingly bizarre. Brigadier General William was about to say something when Lewis's terrified voice came through once more. Oh no, FK. 2 have turned into 4 dozens. Now, the radar indicates at least hundreds of enemy targets surrounding me. The closest is only 200 meters away. Yet, in reality, there is nothing there. At this moment, even a fool could realize that he had been discovered by Long Nation. Moreover, the enemy had even hacked his radar. The level of electronic warfare was utterly overwhelming compared to the Free Nation. Lewis, quickly flee. Abandon the mission. Depart the target area at maximum speed. Whatever you do, do not look back. Brigadier General Williams' voice resonated over the radio communication channel. Lewis gritted his teeth. He had long since cast aside thoughts of the mission. At this moment, if one were to inquire about Lewis's feelings, the only words that could encapsulate them would be regret. Had he known that Long Nation was such a formidable foe, he would never have accepted this wretched mission. Wouldn't it have been more enjoyable to linger at the Air Force Base watching videos? The next second, Lewis pushed the throttle to its maximum. The reconnaissance aircraft surged forward in an instant. The surrounding clouds seemed to accelerate, rushing away behind him. At this moment, Colonel Lewis's mind was singularly focused on one thought: escape. Suddenly, a dark silhouette, moving at an indescribable speed, zipped past him. Colonel Lewis was momentarily stunned. What was that? A gigantic black rat just flew past me in a flash. Was it a missile? No, it was a fighter jet. His Meow fighter jet has a maximum cruising speed of at least 25 Mach, faster than his damn missile. General William from the Ground Command Center was completely stunned. What? A fighter jet at 25 Mach? What kind of international joke are you joking about? Lewis, his mother, you should wake me up. You and his Meows are all experiencing hallucinations. If the fighter jet of the Dragon Kingdom can fly at Mach 25, I'll twist my head off and be a night owl for you. General William was so angry that he trembled all over. The next second, Lewis' voice came again. What the fuck? It's really a fighter jet. General, I'm not joking. That thing is firing missiles at me. Still too. Brigadier General William was about to curse out. The next moment, a deafening explosion sounded, causing General William's ears to ring in shock. Immediately following, it's an endless busy sound. General William petrified in place. The whole person seems to have aged 10 years in an instant. A butt bump fell directly to the ground. At this moment, the distant airspace of the Dragon Kingdom. Pilot 001 looked at the brilliant fireworks in front of him. There was also a surge of excitement in my heart. I actually did it myself. I can't run away with this first-class skill, can I? Wait for the genealogy to start writing from my page. Ah. Report to the leader. The enemy plane has been shot down. The expected location of the fall is near the sea area 18 kilometers south of Bohai Bay. Pilot 001 successfully completed the mission. Apply to return now. Please instruct. The message was transmitted back to the ground. Everyone is boiling with excitement. Return immediately. Return immediately. Liu de Biao exclaimed excitedly several times, his old face turning red. Enough to see his excitement at this moment. Chapter 72. Is this flying effect okay? 10 minutes later, F-40 slowly landed at Bohai Bay Aviation Experimental Airport. At the moment when the pilot successfully landed from the cockpit, everyone present couldn't help but shout loudly. Even the usually calm Liu de Biao is now dancing excitedly. He hugged Zhao Lao's shoulder and slapped him passionately. It wasn't until a loud cough came that Liu de Biao realized the problem was wrong. Zhao Lao, sorry, haha, I'm too excited. Liu de Biao looked apologetically at Zhao Lao, who was coughing violently, his eyes filled with self-blame. It's okay. Zhao Lao waved his hand and gestured to Liu de Biao that he was not seriously injured. At this moment, Zhao Lao's face was also filled with a joyful smile. The whole person was radiant, as if they had suddenly become 10 years younger. The first victory of F-40 is like a shot in the arm. Let Zhao Lao be full of confidence in the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Commander Liu, take a look. Are you still satisfied with the first flight performance of this F-40? Can we deploy troops? Okay, that's amazing. Upon hearing these words, Liu Debiao's eyes lit up. The nodding is like pounding garlic. The performance of F-40 just now has already completely impressed Liu Debiao. What you designed is the 6th-generation fighter jet over there. He is simply the god of aerial combat. Just now, the instrument shows that the maximum cruising speed of F-40 has reached 28 Mach, faster than his North Bear country's Pioneer hypersonic missile. What electronic warfare system did you bring with you? In 2 or 3 strokes, the radar of the Free State plane was shattered. This is the first time our Dragon Kingdom has shot down a Free State reconnaissance plane through aerial confrontation. Damn it! Liu Debiao, who used to be serious and reserved, became more and more excited as he spoke. Later on, tears streamed down her face in excitement. He is also an old man in the army. The Air Force of the Dragon Kingdom has gradually developed from having nothing, taking one step at a time, and forging ahead to its current level. The release of J-20 has already shown the tale of the free country to the people of Dragon Kingdom. No one knows how long Kingdom lived without J-20 for decades, how many people looked down upon it, and what enormous pressure it bore. How much effort have the researchers of Longguo put in? How many people have devoted themselves to their positions almost all year round? Just to shorten the development time of fighter jets a little more. How many people, even forever, have fallen into obscurity on their job positions? But now, J-40 has come out, tongue long, soaring into the sky. All the efforts are rewarded at this moment. Liu Debiao's eyes turned red, and he could no longer control the surging emotions in his heart. He even burst into tears. In the past, this was almost unimaginable. Liu Debiao is a commanding officer of the 3 armed forces, with a resolute mind that even if subjected to torture, he would not furrow his brow. At this moment, I'm squatting on the ground, holding my head and crying. However, in this situation, almost everyone did not feel that there was anything inappropriate about Liu Debiao. Everyone present shed tears of excitement from the corners of their eyes. After years of perseverance, we finally see the dawn of hope. Finally, I have the confidence to surpass free countries. Looking at the emotional Liu Debiao in front of him, Zhao Lao also suppressed tears of joy. He stepped forward and patted Liu Debiao's shoulder hard. Okay, Commander Liu, J-40, isn't that all out? The days when the free country stepped on us and acted arrogantly are not long left. With the J-40, the sword of the country, we should have someone listening to what we say in our daily lives. Beside him, Liu Debiao nodded confidently. Absolutely necessary. If these little brats still don't listen, I'll just twist their heads off. I already have J-40. Are you still afraid of these wolf cubs? The name Tinglong is really impressive. Dragons soaring in the sky. Now, our Dragon Kingdom is really going to soar into the sky. Meanwhile, compared to the joyful atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom, there's a suppressed air in the air of the Free Kingdom's base in the Kimchi Kingdom. When Brigadier General William told Commander-in-Chief Kevin Schneider that the mission had failed and the reconnaissance plane was likely to be destroyed, Kevin was completely stunned. Know that reconnaissance plane, codenamed Eagle Falcon, even ignores the Free State's own land-based radar. Unexpectedly discovered and destroyed by the Dragon Kingdom? What kind of international joke are you joking about? Kevin repeatedly asked incredulously and received the same answer, leaving him stunned. After a moment, Kevin angrily pushed hard and threw all the documents on the desk in front of him to the ground. Damn, this Dragon Kingdom has radar technology actually developed to this extent. They even discovered the trail of eagles and falcons. Surprisingly, they even got it down. I simply don't take my free country seriously. Kevin is like an angry lion, roaring wildly. Brigadier General William, beside him, watched Kevin so angry, pondered for a long time, and finally gathered the courage to speak up. General, sir, according to Colonel Lewis before his death, he seemed to have been attacked by a Dragon Nation fighter jet. That fighter jet was as fast as a missile and fired 2 missiles at him. Shut up, Kevin roared hysterically. William, are you crazy or am I crazy? A fighter jet as fast as a missile, even in our free country, has never been designed. How could it be developed solely based on the group of mud legs from the Dragon Kingdom? This must be Lewis' dying words. Upon hearing this, William closed his mouth knowingly and did not speak again. At this moment, even he himself deeply regrets it. Okay, why did you say Lewis nonsense and cause me to be scolded? Kevin paused for a moment, reflecting briefly before articulating his judgment. It must undoubtedly be a hypersonic missile. Its extraordinary velocity prevented Lewis from discerning it clearly, hence his incoherent ramblings. As for the 2 missiles launched at him, they must be the warheads from that very missile. With Kevin's elucidation, everything seemed to fall into place. Compared to a fighter jet that could outpace missiles, this explanation was far more palatable. Brigadier General William, Immediately report this matter to the military headquarters and Congress. We must first retaliate by claiming that the Dragon Kingdom unlawfully shot down our aircraft, and we must ensure they provide us with a satisfactory response. Ideally, we should compel them to return the remnants of the aircraft. Kevin squinted, his mind already gearing up for the ensuing events. Such duplicitous tactics were not foreign to the Free Nation, which had employed them frequently in the past. Historically, the Dragon Kingdom had always acquiesced. This time, it should be no different. Chapter 73, Burying All Invaders. Upon receiving the news that the Falcon-type reconnaissance aircraft had been shot down while on a mission in the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom, the Free Nation could no longer remain passive. The supreme leader of the Free Nation, Mike, was furiously enraged after lambasting the commander of the station forces in the pickled vegetable nation, General Kevin. He immediately instructed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to draft a vehemently worded announcement, which was subsequently published on the official website of the Free Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Our aircraft stationed at the pickled vegetable military base was unilaterally shot down by the Dragon Kingdom's capital, a matter of extreme gravity. It poses a severe threat to the safety of the surrounding airspace. The Free Nation hereby demands the Dragon Kingdom take full responsibility for this incident, hand over the aircraft wreckage, and compensate us with $5 billion US dollars. Failure to comply will result in the most stringent retaliatory measures. The announcement was couched in exceedingly stern language, referencing past incidents involving embassies and escorts, and the threat was palpable, nearly spilling off the screen. The Free Nation's brazen arrogance was laid bare for all to see. A ripple of outrage surged forth. This announcement instantaneously attracted the attention of the entire world. Almost every nation, eager to witness the unfolding drama, gathered around, and upon realizing the target was the Dragon Kingdom, they could hardly contain their glee in exacerbating the situation. White Elephant. The Eagle Nation is formidable. Truly, the might of the Eagle Nation is unparalleled. They are indeed the world's hegemon. So audacious. I've despised that rabbit since '69. It's high time they received a reckoning. Foot basin chicken. Rabbit. Hurry and bow down to apologize to my father, or beware of your ashes being scattered. Taste the flavor of mushroom eggs. Pickled vegetable nation. Clearly, the rabbit provoked the Eagle Nation. The Eagle Nation is known as the benevolent guardian of our blue planet. The rabbit must have done something heinously provocative. Niger, if the Eagle Nation is willing to act, perhaps we can seize a piece of the pie in the South China Sea. Monkey, I stand with the Eagle Nation this time. The Dragon Kingdom had always been known for its temperate and modest demeanor in the international arena, while the Free Nation was infamous for its bullheadedness. Yet at this moment, public sentiment online overwhelmingly favored the Free Nation. Most countries were utterly disinterested in the true nature of the events. They simply chose to mindlessly rally behind the Free Nation. After all, it was the self-proclaimed world police. In an instant, international opinion seemed to paint the Dragon Kingdom as the villain. Observing the situation unfold, Supreme Leader Mike reclined in his office, crossing his legs. Based on the Dragon Kingdom's historical behavior, they would undoubtedly choose to bide their time, issue an apology, and present the wreckage of the reconnaissance aircraft. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had long been perceived as weak on the global stage. However, this time, the Dragon Kingdom's response seemed unusually delayed. A full 5 to 6 hours had passed, yet the Dragon Kingdom had not offered even the slightest indication of a response. This disquieted Mike, just as he was preparing to instruct the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to issue a further statement and exert maximum pressure on the Dragon Kingdom. Their response finally arrived. Mike eagerly opened the page, ready to savor the sweetness of victory, only to be met with the glaring phrase, "Burying all invaders." A colossal question mark slowly floated above Mike's head. Wasn't it customary for the Dragon Kingdom to capitulate by this juncture? What did burying all invaders signify? How had the Dragon Kingdom suddenly adopted such a defiant stance? Confused, Mike delved into the body of the announcement. The bandits invade. Our righteous forces of the Dragon Kingdom guard our airspace. What could be wrong with that? The Free Nation dispatched aircraft to infringe upon our territorial airspace. A matter of extreme severity, marked by their audacious attitude. Our act of shooting it down is entirely justifiable and reasonable. The Blue Planet is not a realm where the Free Nation dictates terms. The so-called democracy, freedom, fairness, and justice are mere illusions from their perspective. The audacity of the Free Nation to brazenly invoke the embassy and escort incidents is utterly shameless. Our Dragon Kingdom has always adhered to the principle of if others do not offend me, I will not offend others. In the face of the Free Nation's military extortion, we shall not bow nor yield. When friends arrive, there is fine wine. When enemies come, there are shotguns. The entire announcement exuded a sense of unwavering defiance, leaving even Supreme Leader Mike feeling insecure. He repeatedly exited and re-entered the page to confirm it was indeed a statement from the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Scratching his head in bewilderment. Is there something wrong with my approach? When did the Dragon Kingdom become so resolute? Are we certain this isn't an announcement from the North Bear Nation's brash leaders? A sense of foreboding crept into Mike's mind. The next moment, the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs updated their announcement once more. Today, the sun shines brightly. We draw our bows to shoot the great eagle. Who knew we would bring down such a thing, and whether it holds any value is uncertain. Accompanying this statement was an image, a plane floating on the sea, billowing black smoke. The aircraft was in a state of severe disrepair, yet its original form could still be discerned, unmistakably the downed falcon. Though the national flag at the tail had been obscured, the alteration was negligible. Any observer with functioning eyesight could identify it as the Free Nation's stars and stripes. Puff! Supreme Leader Mike was instantly consumed with rage, nearly collapsing on the spot. This was humiliation, a profound disgrace. Their Free Nation's latest reconnaissance aircraft, yet to be deployed, had been taken down by the Dragon Kingdom. What was even more outrageous was that the Dragon Kingdom had the audacity to brazenly release photos of the wreckage. All notions of secrecy and cutting-edge technology were laid bare before the eyes of the entire world. This was a slap in the face to the Free Nation. Damn it! Supreme Leader Mike roared in fury, slamming his fist onto the table. The water cup atop the desk shattered upon impact, scattering into 1,000 pieces. With the issuance of 2 successive announcements from the Dragon Kingdom, the whole world erupted into a frenzy. No one could have anticipated that the typically reticent Dragon Kingdom would respond with such resolute defiance, directly confronting the Free Nation. It was as if a war god had descended. Particularly among the Dragon Kingdom's netizens, enthusiasm surged as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir, clamoring incessantly. Beneath the second image, the replies soared to over 100,000. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is formidable. I have no regrets joining the Huaxia. In my next life, I wish to be born into the Flower family. Ha ha ha. What a relief it is to see a Free Nation aircraft shot down. Previously, we were the ones being scolded, but who would have thought that we, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, would one day have the upper hand? Free Nation, what are you barking about? Do you truly believe we fear you? What a splendid burial for all invading foes. What a delightful arrival of a friend bearing fine wine, and what a formidable wolf met with a hunting rifle. Indeed, my Dragon Nation has truly risen. Worthless. This item can only be sold as scrap metal. I shall take a minor loss and accept 100,000. I will offer 110,000. I am a scion of wealth, affluent. Chapter 74. Sanctions must be severe. In the land of freedom, the leadership was filled with fury and promptly convened a gathering of advisors for an urgent discussion. Yet, even the so-called think tank of the land of freedom, purported to comprise the mightiest minds of Blue Star, was at a loss regarding what scheme was being concocted by Dragon Nation. How could it so swiftly transform from a defenseless rabbit, easily bullied, into an indomitable eastern lion? Could it be that the Supreme Commander has considered the possibility that Dragon Nation has achieved unforeseen technological breakthroughs during this period? It is indeed plausible that these advancements have significantly bolstered Dragon Nation's confidence. Professor Manchester from Harvard adjusted his glasses and shared his thoughts. Beside him, Professor Carter from University of Southern California, upon hearing Manchester's hypothesis, silently shook his head. The likelihood of that is nearly zero. The J-20 of Dragon Nation has only been in existence for a few years, and they have launched merely 3 aircraft carriers. The chances of achieving a technological breakthrough to surpass our land of freedom in the short term are slimmer than a collision between Mars and Earth. I am more inclined to believe this is a strategic political adjustment from the capital of Dragon Nation, merely to test our reactions. Should the response from Land of Freedom be insufficiently vigorous, Dragon Nation will undoubtedly take further advantage. This assertion immediately garnered unanimous agreement from all present. Even the Supreme Commander Mike nodded in assent. General McVale, please analyze for us the probability of successful military action against Dragon Nation at this juncture. Despite McVale's typically gentle demeanor, he was renowned in his youth as a hawkish figure in politics concerning China. Thus, his first instinct upon hearing of a conflict with Dragon Nation was to resort to force. General McVale was the sole military representative among those present, and all eyes turned to him. After a brief pause for contemplation, McVale slowly stated, in terms of long-range operations, our forces possess 100% certainty in defeating Dragon Nation's military. However, if we were to engage near Dragon Nation's coastline with 7 to 8 carrier groups, our chances of victory would be approximately 50%. Yet, if we were to engage on Dragon Nation's homeland, the odds would dwindle to less than 20%. Moreover, provoking a conflict could greatly increase the likelihood of igniting a third world war. Therefore, I do not recommend military action against Dragon Nation at this time. McVale's brow furrowed, clearly taken aback by his own words. Reflecting on his youth, when Dragon Nation was akin to a malleable clay, easily manipulated by Land of Freedom. Even amidst protests and destruction of embassy property, the government dared not retaliate for fear of inciting Land of Freedom's wrath. In merely 20 years, Dragon Nation had advanced to the point of competing with Land of Freedom in a show of strength. Contemplating this, McVale felt a wave of frustration wash over him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Supreme Commander, it appears our only viable course of action now is economic sanctions combined with political pressure, Professor Carter stated earnestly, gazing into McVale's hazel eyes. Sanctions, they must be severe. McVale slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming with indignation, we must impose sanctions of an intensity that surpasses even those against North Bear country. No, they must be far more severe. This time, unless we utterly cripple Dragon Nation's economy, Land of Freedom will not be appeased. If Dragon Nation does not learn a lasting lesson, I shall consider my position as Supreme Commander a failure. That very afternoon, news of the economic sanctions against Dragon Nation spread like wildfire. The world was taken aback, particularly those nations with past grievances against Dragon Nation, who celebrated as if it were a festival. Rabbit, your day has come. Watching you stumble brings me more joy than finding money. Look, Rabbit, do you see the fate that befalls those who anger their father? This is merely the first step. Should you continue to stir trouble, I shall surely turn you into braised rabbit. Such a forceful economic sanction. Rabbit shall suffer indeed. Serves him right for provoking Land of Freedom. Globally, the sentiment seemed to revel in Dragon Nation's misfortune. Aside from a few steadfast allies, the entirety of the international discourse tilted overwhelmingly in favor of Land of Freedom, portraying the incident as solely Dragon Nation's fault, while Land of Freedom was merely executing a justifiable counteraction. In this world, there exists no notion of fairness or justice. Under the weight of power, right and wrong are of little concern. At this moment, within the upper echelons of Dragon Nation's military, generals observe the news from abroad, their faces devoid of worry, laughter nearly spilling from their eyes. Economic sanctions against us? I wonder what McVale is thinking. This is comical. Do they truly believe we are as pliable as North Bear country? General Wang Jinlong laughed until his stomach hurt, clearly dismissing the notion of economic sanctions. All present, having grasped the formidable combat potential of the J-40, remained unfazed by the threats from Land of Freedom. Please, we have our trump card in hand. What is there to fear from sanctions? Moreover, do they truly think Dragon Nation is akin to North Bear country? The entire economy of North Bear country could barely match that of a single province in Dragon Nation. If Land of Freedom imposes sanctions, they too shall suffer repercussions. For their own circumstances will not be pleasant. Most importantly, Dragon Nation boasts the most comprehensive manufacturing supply chain in the world, coupled with the largest consumer market. We can easily facilitate an internal economic cycle. Their sanctions will amount to naught. The military meeting concluded amidst laughter and merriment. Days later, following the announcement of economic sanctions by Land of Freedom, Dragon Nation swiftly issued its own sanction decree, delivering a powerful counterstrike. North Bear country immediately gave a thumbs up to Dragon Nation. The entire international landscape was engulfed in chaos and turbulence. Chapter 75, Greetings, Chief. I'm Song Chi. Meanwhile, in Shijing, Dragon Nation, at the 11th Armament Research Institute, a row of military green SUVs came to a steady halt at the entrance. The guards leapt from the vehicles, hurriedly opening the doors, and from the first SUV emerged a man in his 50s with a touch of gray at his temples. From a second vehicle, Wang Jinlong swiftly alighted and hurried to greet him. Old Chief, this is the 11th Institute, and that is Song Chi, the director, in the military of Dragon Nation. Few could elicit such warmth and respect from Wang Jinlong as the old chief. Indeed, Chingoan was undoubtedly among that rarefied group. Just the 3 golden stars on his shoulder were enough to impose a heavy weight upon Wang Jinlong. Moreover, Chingoan was Wang Jinlong's direct superior. While Wang Jinlong served as the Air Force commander of the Northwest Military District, Chingoan was a commander of the entire Northwest Military District. Within the military hierarchy of Dragon Nation, those of comparable status to Chingoan would likely be the commanders of the other 4 military districts and branch commanders. Acknowledging Wang Jinlong's words, Chen Guo nodded and promptly made his way into the 11th Institute. Wang Jinlong trailed closely behind Chen Guo, maintaining a prudent half-step distance. As they ambled along, they exchanged pleasantries, eventually halting before the entrance of the experimental workshop at the 11th Institute. In the next moment, a guard swung open the workshop door. What met their eyes was a disarray of missile remnants and scattered components of launching devices strewn haphazardly across the floor, rendering the scene chaotic and nearly impossible to navigate. Wang Jinlong felt utterly disheveled. This was utterly disgraceful. How could such a prestigious experimental workshop be reduced to the state of a mere auto repair shop? Was there no one to tidy up? Most crucially, he had brought a superior along. With such a filthy and disorderly environment, what impression would it leave on the commander? At that moment, Wang Jinlong silently regretted not having given Song Qi a heads-up in advance. Just as he began to ponder how to absolve Song Qi of this predicament, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. To his astonishment, Chen Guo not only refrained from expressing anger, but instead broke into applause. Excellent. Truly splendid. Wang Jinlong initially assumed Chen was being sarcastic and hurriedly interjected, Commander, that scoundrel Song Qi is utterly clueless. How could he allow the workshop to become like this? I must. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Guo abruptly waved his hand, interrupting him. Commander Wang, do not be so rigid. I find Song Qi's approach rather commendable. The more chaotic the workshop, the more industrious Song Qi must be. The greater the effort. Would you not agree? Moreover, research from the Free Nation indicates that a disordered work environment can significantly stimulate creativity. No wonder young Song is capable of devising such innovative aircraft. This research holds considerable merit. Such behavior from Song is indeed worthy of encouragement. It should ideally be promoted throughout the entire military district. Wang Jinlong thought to himself, good heavens, I hadn't even formulated an explanation yet. The commander has already come to Song Qi's defense. Truly, the commander was adept at speaking with eloquence, even managing to link the situation to scientific research. Wang was nearly convinced by his words. All right, Commander Wang, let's proceed forward. I estimate that young Song is diligently working in his office right now. Let's keep our voices down so as not to disturb our national treasure at work. Chen Guo patted Wang Jinlong on the shoulder and began walking toward the office. In the distance, a cacophony of commotion emanated from the office, as if a heated debate were taking place. Chen Guo nodded, satisfied. Excellent. A vibrant research atmosphere. However, when he discerned the specific content of the discussion within the office, his expression shifted to one of perplexity. Zhou Yonghui, do you dare to defy me? I am showing you my goodwill. If I do not obliterate you, I shall not bear the surname Song. Huh. I, Zhou Yonghui, am a true elite. After 40 minutes of playing the fool, I have finally risen. Suddenly, hold on. Dude, are you seriously using cheats while gaming? Unlimited missiles and a complete sweep? That's just pathetic. Can you not handle losing? Do you comprehend that competitive players are ruthless? The barrage of voices, interspersed with the rapid clattering of keyboards, reverberated like a sinister melody in everyone's ears. Wang Jinlong's face darkened. No way. Gaming during work hours? And, at the same time, encountering the big boss on inspection? What terrible luck. Beside him, Chen Guo wore an equally strange expression, lost in his thoughts. Silently, he pushed open the office door. Upon glancing inside, he saw Song Qi and Zhou Yonghui side by side, having forcefully joined two desks together, transforming what was once a respectable office into a gaming den. At this moment, Song Qi was basking in the joy of victory, while Zhou Yonghui appeared despondent. Akin to a defeated hound, neither seemed to notice the entrance of someone behind them. Suddenly, Song Qi felt a hand patting his shoulder. What is up, Lao Zhou? Ready for the next round? Why are you patting me? Surely no one is that sore about losing. Yet the hand remained steadfastly on his shoulder, insistently continuing its rhythm. Lao Zhu, are you annoying me? I told you to stop patting. Are you deaf or what? Stop it already. Song Qi turned around and, with a swift motion, smacked the hand resting on his shoulder. The large hand instantly turned crimson. In the next instant, when Song Qi turned back, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. Why are there so many people? He stiffly turned to Zhou Yonghui, who was equally aghast at the scene. The hand he had just struck was clearly attached to a senior officer, whose shoulder bore the unmistakable mark of his slap. 1, 2, 3. Oh no. 3 golden stars. We're doomed. Song Qi was utterly flabbergasted. Did I just hit a high-ranking officer? I'm finished. Meanwhile, Wang Jinlong's expression had turned a deep shade of despair. He had never anticipated that Song Qi would dare to insult Commander Chen. Truly, one could say this young man was brazen beyond measure. Upon realizing the rank of the newcomer, Zhou Yonghui immediately performed a complete 180-degree turn, whistling nonchalantly and turning away, adopting a demeanor that suggested he had never known Song Qi. Song Qi's hand, suspended in mid-air, froze. The expression on his face also became rigid. After a prolonged moment, he finally managed to utter, "Hello, Commander. I'm Song Qi. It is a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 76. Modern warfare is all about cheating. "You are Song Qi? My, what a strong grip you have for such a young lad," Chun Goen remarked, rubbing his reddened hand and gazing at Song Qi with a half-joking demeanor. "What are you up to? Gaming? Is this part of your work?" Faced with Chun Goen's inquiry, Song Qi felt a tinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head. "I suppose so." "Indeed," Chun Goen nodded with conviction. "Truly, a refreshing approach for a young person. As an old man myself, I find it difficult to grasp such concepts. Nevertheless, I believe your method of working is quite commendable. It radiates spirit and vitality." Everyone present was taken aback. What they had anticipated to be a storm of reprimand turned into such an unexpected outcome. Just how indulgent was Commander Chun towards Song Qi? To praise him for gaming while on duty. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely been dragged away for scolding by now. Seeing that the commander recognized his approach to work, Song Qi nodded vigorously in agreement, resembling a garlic pounder. "Commander, you are absolutely right. I believe that seeking inspiration through gaming is an excellent method. The suborbital space missile I have been researching has yielded many insights through gaming. This is a brilliant idea that should definitely be promoted throughout the entire military district." "Cut it out," Zhou Yonghui interjected, pouting and laden with resentment. "Finding inspiration is one thing, but why resort to cheating? Who seeks inspiration by cheating? Utilizing unlimited missiles to sweep the board? How cheap can one get?" Song Qi immediately retorted, "What do you know? This is called strategy. In modern warfare, who give you equal opportunities for development. It's all about cheating. It's about who can cheat more fiercely and effectively. Those who play the game honestly have long been eliminated." Beside them, Zhou Yonghui shot Song Qi an irritated glance. Were it not for the presence of so many witnesses, he would have certainly delivered a couple of punches to make this brat understand why the flowers bloom so brilliantly. However, Wang Jinlong and Chun Goen, who were standing nearby, were suddenly taken aback, nodding vigorously in agreement. Both of them were high-ranking officials in the military of the Dragon Nation, and their perspective was undoubtedly far superior to that of a mere pawn like Zhou Yonghui. They were acutely aware of the dire predicament facing the Dragon Nation. The military hardware could not dominate the globe. The firepower coverage was still insufficient. Although the notion of Song Qi's cheating sounded somewhat unpalatable, upon further reflection, it was undeniably valid. Throughout history, has warfare not always been about employing cunning and advantage? You wield cold weapons, while I devise rifles. You still rely on rifles, and I escalate to aircraft, tanks, and artillery. Only through such cheating can one secure absolute superiority in war. Chun Goen silently nodded, his gaze towards Song Qi increasingly filled with admiration. This Song Qi, not only a prodigy in the realm of technology, but also possessing such astute strategic insights in military matters, was indeed a formidable talent. Chun Goen patted Song Qi's shoulder with a sense of pride. "Young Song, you truly are a remarkable individual. No wonder when I expressed my desire to meet you to Commander Wang, he was so reluctant, afraid I might steal you away. Had I not personally stormed into his office, insisting he come along, we might still be searching for you." Hearing Chun Goen's words, Wang Jinlong felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed his nose, hastily changing the subject. "Ahem, young Song, the reason we, along with General Chun, have come today is for a matter of greater significance. A couple of days ago, during the maiden flight of the J-40, we shot down a reconnaissance aircraft belonging to the Free Nation. Are you aware of this?" Song Qi nodded. "Such a significant event, of course, I am aware." "Indeed," Wang Jinlong replied, continuing, "that reconnaissance aircraft has already been retrieved by Zhao Lao's team. Both General Chun and I would like you to take a look. It contains many cutting-edge technologies that even the Tianjin Research Institute cannot fully decipher." "They brought it here?" A flicker of anticipation crossed Song Qi's eyes, but quickly dimmed. "Commander Wang, General Chun, I am currently under disciplinary action. I cannot engage in any aviation-related research for 2 months, and after that, I must convert the Fuyo into a space carrier. I simply do not have the time." At the mention of the space carrier, Wang Jinlong's eyes gleamed with excitement. The conceptual blueprints for that project had been magnified tenfold and were still displayed on the wall of his office, eagerly awaiting realization. If the progress were delayed due to the reconnaissance aircraft, the repercussions would be regrettable. Yet if Song Qi did not analyze the technology of the Free Nation's reconnaissance aircraft, Given the current research capabilities of the Dragon Nation, it would take at least 5 to 6 years to reverse engineer its core technologies. Such a delay would significantly hinder the existing research progress of the Dragon Nation. It seemed quite counterproductive. Upon hearing Song Qi's statement, both Chen Goen and Wang Jinlong found themselves in a quandary. How wonderful it would be if a talent like Song Qi could be utilized in 2 capacities. The atmosphere grew strangely silent. After a prolonged pause, Chen Goen finally spoke. Young Song, here's what we can do. We do not require you to conduct related research. Since the reconnaissance aircraft is already in your hands, let's take a look together. You can assess what critical technologies the reconnaissance aircraft possesses that are currently most needed by the Dragon Nation. We will then direct our research team to focus on the areas you identify for reverse engineering. What do you think? Chen Goen, as the supreme commander of the armed forces, typically wielded absolute authority within the military district. His current gentle tone and the request for Song Qi's opinion was not an everyday occurrence, but rather a rare demonstration of the high regard he held for Song Qi. Upon hearing this, Song Qi pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. General Chen, Commander Wang, then let's go take a look. Following this, Song Qi accompanied General Chen to the workshop exterior. In the next moment, an enormous trailer came into view, carrying an aircraft entirely shrouded in black cloth, which immediately captured Song Qi's attention. The reconnaissance aircraft, concealed beneath the black fabric, was unrecognizable, but from its current outline, Song Qi could discern that it had suffered severe damage. It appeared that during the recovery, it had been fragmented into several pieces. The staff had exerted considerable effort to reassemble it into a semblance of an aircraft. Without hesitation, Song Qi approached and pulled back the black cloth. Chapter 77. This is industrial scrap. With a swift motion, the black cloth was yanked away. In the next instant, a battered and charred reconnaissance aircraft, marred by flames, was revealed before everyone's eyes. The aircraft bore 2 horrifying gaping holes that nearly tore it in half, evidently the result of the 2 missiles launched by the J-40. Fortunately, those missiles had not detonated the aircraft's fuel tank. Otherwise, this reconnaissance aircraft would have been reduced to hundreds of pieces. Song Qi stepped closer, gently tapping on the fuselage. Thud, thud, thud. The aircraft emitted several sharp sounds. Furrowing his brow, Song Qi quickly climbed up and began to tinker with it. Meanwhile, Chen Goen and Wang Jinlong held their breath, their emotions heightened. They were acutely aware that this reconnaissance aircraft was the latest model developed by the Free Nation, and its designation had not even been disclosed before being captured. Its strategic value was immeasurable. If Song Qi could indeed decipher its key secrets, the benefits to the Dragon Nation's reconnaissance aircraft sector would be beyond imagination. With hearts racing, the 2 anxiously awaited Song Qi's findings. As he climbed over the reconnaissance aircraft, rhythmically tapping and testing, an odd expression began to emerge on his face as time passed. Finally, unable to contain himself, Song Qi turned to the 2 men and inquired, General Chen, Commander Wang, are you both certain that this is indeed the latest reconnaissance aircraft developed by the Free Nation? I find it rather peculiar. Could have been swapped. Huh? Wang Jinlong, hearing Song Qi's question, felt a twinge of panic. This is indeed the one we shot down. Zhao Lao personally oversaw its restoration. As soon as it was completed, we were notified to send a vehicle for transport. The military supervised the entire process. It couldn't have been swapped, could it? What is the matter, young Song? Is there an issue? Feeling somewhat awkward, Song Qi scratched his head. No, it's just a bit beyond my expectations. Beyond expectations is understandable. We must face the reality of our technological gap with the Free Nation. Chen Goen quickly interjected, continuing, after all, the Free Nation is the dominant power in Blue Star. Their technology must be. This reconnaissance aircraft appears utterly outdated. I can hardly fathom what kind of designer could conceive such a piece of junk. At that moment, Chen Goen's mouth gaped open in astonishment, while Wang Jinlong stood frozen, his face a mask of disbelief as he looked at Song Qi. What? This is the most advanced reconnaissance aircraft of the Free Nation. If it weren't for the emergence of the J-40, it would undoubtedly dominate the entire Blue Star. How could it be reduced to mere junk, in Song Qi's words? If this evaluation were to be overheard by those researchers from the Free Nation's military, one could only imagine the murderous intent they would harbor towards that young rascal. Song Qi. At this moment, the most awkward individual present was undoubtedly Chen Goen. Just a second ago, he had been extolling the reconnaissance aircraft technology of the Free Nation, proclaiming that Long Nation still had a considerable distance to cover. Yet in the blink of an eye, Song Qi swiftly turned the tables on him. Chen Goen cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to salvage his dignity. Young Song, While it's true that we have the capability to be a bit proud, arrogance born from talent is where you err. The Free Nation is, after all, the hegemon of Blue Star. They claim to be a decade ahead of us in technology. How could anything they produce be deemed trash? General Chun. Song-Chi paused for a moment, then continued. I am fully aware of what you said. I merely pointed out that this reconnaissance aircraft is subpar. I have not denied the Free Nation's merits in other areas. I have learned much from them. However, this aircraft they have built is genuinely lacking. Seeing the skeptical expressions on everyone's faces, Song-Chi let out a helpless sigh and gently tapped the aircraft's steel body in front of everyone. Generals, listen closely. The quality of this steel is shockingly shoddy. It cannot even withstand a missile strike, let alone a mushroom bomb. It is utterly unsafe, and this stealth material is far too rudimentary. It can only obscure radar signals and cannot achieve true invisibility. Having said that, Song-Chi dashed over to the engine of the reconnaissance aircraft and pointed at the charred engine with utmost seriousness. Look, the engine is a twin-engine setup. How outdated is that? Who in their right mind uses a dual-engine configuration? At the very least, it should be a triple or quadruple engine setup. If I were the supreme leader of the Free Nation, I would be livid. After investing so much money, they have produced this industrial scrap. At that moment, Wang Jinlong and Chen Goen were rendered speechless by Song-Chi's remarks. Besides you, which aircraft can withstand a missile? Besides you, which aircraft employs a quadruple engine? This is what we call hardcore. Facing the skepticism, Song-Chi stripped away the facade of this reconnaissance aircraft, exposing its shortcomings that even Chen Goen might have considered strengths, rendering them utterly meaningless. Most importantly, Chen Goen was at a loss for how to refute him, for Song-Chi had indeed dismantled the aircraft's credibility in those aspects, leaving nothing but remnants. What Song-Chi articulated was, in their view, undeniably a glaring shortcoming. The audience was left in disarray. They had never anticipated that the Free Nation's pride and self-proclaimed #1 reconnaissance aircraft would, in Song-Chi's estimation, barely qualify as trash, merely a pile of refuse. If they were to present Long Nation's own reconnaissance aircraft to Song-Chi, it would likely fare even worse. Chen Goen, in despair, held his forehead, taking a moment to recover. Young Song, is there anything worth learning from this reconnaissance aircraft? Upon hearing this, Song-Chi pondered for a moment before slowly responding. As it stands, it appears there is nothing of value. For heaven's sake, General Chun, can we not continue to mine for gold in a dung pit? Even if this reconnaissance aircraft has a fleeting glimmer of brilliance, it cannot conceal the fact that it is, fundamentally, industrial garbage. I believe that the entire class of reconnaissance aircraft should be abolished. We should not squander funds on such a frivolous project. This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the room. Did Song-Chi really have the audacity to suggest that the entire class of reconnaissance aircraft should be abolished? Was he not being a touch too arrogant? At this moment, even Chen Goen, who had always been lenient toward Song-Chi, could not help but furrow his brow. Young Song, your words seem rather bold. The strategic value of reconnaissance aircraft is still significant in modern warfare. How can you simply advocate for their cancellation? Song-Chi shook his head and sighed. General Chun, your views are outdated. I believe that reconnaissance aircraft can be entirely supplanted by a satellite network. By deploying artificial satellites globally, we can utilize ultra-high-definition radar cameras to gather intelligence. Is that not 1,000 times more effective? Moreover, it is much safer. Chapter 78. You've actually built it? At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Remarkably, General Chun had merely spoken off the cuff. Yet Song-Chi had already devised a solution to replace reconnaissance aircraft. The most unsettling aspect was that if such words had come from another's lips, Wang Jinlong would have dismissed them as arrogance and mere bravado. However, when this proposal emerged from Song-Chi, it inexplicably gained a great deal of credibility. In Wang Jinlong's mind, no matter how implausible the notion, if Song-Chi were to undertake it, it seemed as though it could indeed be accomplished. Meanwhile, seeing the silence from the crowd, Song-Chi assumed that General Chun and Wang Jinlong were skeptical, prompting him to continue. Generals, I believe that military equipment should never be solely focused on updates and iterations. What truly transforms the landscape of war often stems from epic-making innovations. However, these innovations may initially be perceived as acts of madness. In the era of cold weapons, who could have predicted the emergence of firearms as a game-changer? In the Cold War period, who could have foreseen the Free Nation's information warfare and system operations being so formidable? Our military defense must strive to completely surpass the Free Nation. To take the lead through a shortcut is often the most laborious and thankless endeavor. What Long Nation needs to do is to establish a new playing field and design the rules of the game ourselves. Only then can we truly break free from the Free Nation's hegemony. We must level up. Song Chi's words resonated like the sound of a great bell, reverberating in the ears of all present. Wang Jinlong and Chen Goen felt a shiver run down their spines, as if their very souls were trembling. Even Zhou Yonghui, who had little understanding of military affairs, felt compelled to applaud Song Chi for his outstanding articulation of the essence of warfare. The level of insight was such that even Chen Goen, the commander-in-chief, felt a twinge of inadequacy. Yet, moments later, as Chen Goen regained his composure, he realized that matters were perhaps not as simple as Song Chi had suggested. No, young Song, while your points are indeed valid, I cannot deny that with our current research capabilities, merely establishing a Beidou satellite system is already an arduous task. If we were to follow your suggestion and build a satellite network capable of global monitoring, the workload would be at least tenfold, if not several dozen times that of Beidou. The technical difficulties would increase geometrically. The required expenditure would also be in the hundreds of billions. It is simply unrealistic. True to his role as the commander-in-chief, Chen Goen swiftly identified the flaw in Song Chi's argument. What you propose is indeed sound, but Long Nation lacks the capacity for such an endeavor. What good is it to speak endlessly if we cannot execute it? To be aware that launching a single satellite costs us tens of millions of Long Nation currency. To achieve the results you envision, we would need to launch over 1,000 artificial satellites. This does not even account for other research and development costs, satellite manufacturing costs, and so forth. A rough estimate indicates that just the costs alone would require an outlay of 200 billion Long Nation currency. The most troublesome aspect is that this so-called global satellite reconnaissance system cannot guarantee effective reconnaissance. Observing the troubled expression on Chen Goen's face, Song Chi scratched his head in confusion. General Chen, the difficulty of this endeavor does not seem as high as you suggest. I believe I have already developed it. In the preceding moment, Chen Goen, who had been furrowing his brow in distress, now stood utterly dumbfounded. Even Wang Jinlong and Zhou Yonghui beside him gaped in astonishment, as if their mouths could accommodate a whole egg. No way. Have you actually done it, you rascal? How on earth did you manage to pull this off so swiftly? This is impossible. Aren't you the one studying aircraft? When did you acquire the skills to develop a satellite system? Wang Jinlong felt he was on the verge of insanity. Though he had witnessed Song Chi's miracles countless times, each instance felt like a challenge to his cognitive limits. This Song Chi was truly an enigma. Observing Wang Jinlong's lack of composure, Song Chi was equally perplexed. Was Commander Wang truly that impatient? Was this contraption so daunting? Anyone from the comment section could handle it with ease, so why such an uproar? Commander Wang, you know me well. If I say I have developed it, then rest assured, it is substantive. I would stake my brother's 50 years of life on it. This satellite system will undoubtedly succeed in supplanting reconnaissance aircraft in strategic importance. Hey, why drag me into this? Zhou Yonghui interjected, clearly displeased. Use your own life. If I put my life on the line, the higher-ups won't be pleased either. Wang Jinlong and Chen Goen nodded in agreement. Zhou Yonghui found himself at a loss for words. After all, in this world, it seemed no one cared about his well-being. He sulked in a corner, but no one paid him any mind. Chen Goen hastily stepped forward, seizing Song Chi's hand as if fearing he might escape. Young Song, hurry, show us what you've got. This is of utmost importance to our military district and to Long Country. Chen Goen, brimming with excitement, almost yanked Song Chi's arm off. Chief Chen, that hurts. Upon hearing Song Chi's words, Chen Goen finally realized his overzealousness and quickly released his grip. My apologies, young Song. I got a bit carried away. Please, you must, absolutely must, open my eyes to this. It was understandable that Chen Goen was so flustered. The satellite system Song Chi spoke of was astonishing. If his concept could indeed be realized, then Long Country would soar to unprecedented heights. There would be nothing across the blue planet that could evade Long Country's gaze. It was akin to possessing a global X-ray vision. Wouldn't that propel them to unparalleled heights? Such a capability would render even the Free Nation, known for its claimed unlimited strike capacity, envious. Gazing at Chen Goen's trembling hands, Song Chi scratched his head in bewilderment. It was one thing for Wang Jinlong to be inexperienced, but why was even Chief Chen so agitated? Wasn't it merely a satellite system? This was but a minor application of Song Chi's research. Was the reaction truly warranted? Yet, being the commander of the three armies, Chen Goen had spoken, leaving Song Chi with no reason to refuse. With the chief having voiced his enthusiasm, there was nothing left to conceal. Old Zhou, The time has come. The originally scheduled test launch for the following Monday was now hastily advanced. Quick, set up the missile launch pad. Half an hour later, a mini launch site, reduced to a size 4 to 5 times smaller than a typical rocket launch pad, emerged before the crowd. Though compact, it was replete with all necessary facilities for rocket launches. A silver-white rocket, towering over 20 meters, stood like a gleaming sword, poised to pierce the heavens. As they surveyed the scene, Chen Guowen and Wang Jinlong felt a semblance of being at the Northwest Rocket Launch Center. Accompanying Song Qi, they entered the Launch Command Center. The entire launch site radiated a distinct sense of technological advancement. Chen Guowen and Wang Jinlong, captivated by the unfolding scene, could not help but swallow hard. Yet, despite the excitement, Chen Guowen remained filled with trepidation. Having witnessed numerous rocket launches, he was no stranger to grand spectacles. However, this informal and diminutive setup was indeed a first for him. While he had confidence in Song Qi's abilities, a lingering apprehension loomed in his heart. Young Song, I recall that a rocket launch typically requires a team of thousands working for several months to achieve success. Is this truly feasible? In response to Chen Guowen's doubts, Song Qi confidently patted his chest. Rest assured, Chief, everything is meticulously arranged. There won't be any mishaps. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical female voice echoed from the command center. Rocket launch procedures have been initiated. Self-check phase commencing. Rocket fuel chamber functioning normally. All systems operational. Entering launch countdown. 10, 9, 8, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. As the final syllable resonated, Song Qi decisively pressed the red button before him. In the next moment, a torrent of flames erupted from the rocket's base. The rocket's fuel was not a bright yellow, but an alarming shade of blue, indicative of the astonishingly high temperatures in the rocket's exhaust. The silver-white rocket shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, its speed astonishing beyond belief. Chen Guowen and Wang Jinlong could scarcely comprehend the rapidity. The rocket vanished in an instant. They exchanged incredulous glances, clearly reflecting their astonishment. Was it always this casual to launch a rocket? The most absurd part is that this launch was successful. One must understand. A single rocket launch for Long Country often required a 1,000-member team laboring for months to achieve success. Yet here was Song Qi, with a mere wave of his hand and a call to launch, achieving success. This was utterly preposterous. However, the absurdity did not end there. With his hands clasped behind his back and a self-satisfied demeanor, Song Qi exclaimed, it actually succeeded on the first try. I truly am remarkable. The crowd gasped in disbelief. At that moment, even Chen Guowen, known for his good temperament, felt an urge to reprimand Song Qi. So you were prepared for failure? If it had failed, we would all be in deep trouble. With clenched fists, Wang Jinlong and Chen Guowen struggled to contain their frustration, while Zhou Yonghui had already delivered a swift kick to Song Qi's waist. You little rascal. Minutes later, a bruised and battered Song Qi struggled to rise. Young Song, what's next? This rocket launch? How does it relate to the satellite system? Even if your rocket is cheaper to produce than traditional ones, it can only launch one at a time. Chen Guowen rubbed his head, his face etched with confusion. One? Who told you it can only launch one? Song Qi retorted. If the rocket I designed could only launch a single target, that would be utterly pathetic. Rest assured, this rocket can split into 36 independent warheads upon reaching the stratosphere, each equipped with its own propulsion system. Coupled with the supercomputer at the ground command center, it can calculate the trajectories of all 36 warheads in milliseconds, guiding them to their designated orbits with remarkable precision. In an instant, a multitude of question marks slowly floated above the heads of the two esteemed figures. They were not fools. It didn't take long for them to realize that something was amiss. Surely, what legitimate rocket would split into 36 warheads? This was not at all how rockets functioned. By all accounts, Song Qi had crafted a missile system that neither of them had ever encountered. The trajectory was bizarrely absurd. Who would send a missile into outer space? Such a notion defied all logic. In the next moment, the expressions of Chen Guowen and Wang Jinlong darkened. In the Dragon Country, missiles and mushroom bombs were nearly equivalent to strategic weapons of the highest order. Anyone wishing to conduct research on such matters must first acquire permission from the military commission. Yet, it was glaringly obvious that the Song Qi before them had not obtained such authorization. Chen Guowen's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flickering within them. Meanwhile, Wang Jinlong felt a jolt of anxiety. If Commander Chen were to speak up, Song Qi would likely face dire consequences. With this in mind, and in an effort to protect Song Qi, Wang Jinlong quickly seized the opportunity to speak first. Song Qi, is this rocket truly intended for satellite launches? Of course. Song Chi hastily replied. It's just that I haven't finalized the satellite design yet. With this rocket, we can send 36 satellites into orbit in one go. And its speed surpasses anything we've seen before. How can you unjustly tarnish someone's reputation? This is not a satellite launching rocket. This is a missile launch system. Do you think Commander Chen and I are fools? What kind of satellite would have warheads? Wait, no. Song Chi began to panic. Sir, please let me explain. This rocket, at first glance, appears to be designed for missile launches. In reality, it can also be used to launch satellites. It's all about perspective. If you insist on viewing it solely as a missile launcher, there is nothing I can do. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenlong was momentarily rendered speechless. What a twisted argument. Just as he was about to counter, Chen Goen finally spoke up. Commander Wang, what are you doing? Young Song did not intend any harm. He merely created this missile-like object while researching satellites. I see no issue here. Let us not stifle the creativity of a genius. At these words, both Wang Zhenlong and Zhou Yonghui were taken aback. When it came to protective instincts and excuses, Commander Chen was truly unparalleled. Meanwhile, Song Chi's eyes sparkled with hope. Yes, the commander is absolutely right. That is precisely how I feel. Have you completed the Eagle Nation's PPT? Young Song, please elaborate on this rocket launch system of yours. At this moment, Chen Goen's eyes gleamed with fascination, his attention fully captivated by the rocket. Having ascended to the position of commander of the Northwest Military District, Chen Goen was not one to dally. As long as Song Chi's research could yield tangible benefits for the Dragon Country's military industry, enhancing the might of its armed forces, he would overlook the fact that it was an unauthorized missile development. Song Chi nodded earnestly, declaring, I have named this rocket the Silver Killer. My latest development, the ultra-orbital satellite launch system, is now only one step away from completion. We just need to create an artificial satellite capable of carrying high-precision cameras and infrared detectors. With this system, we can control the launch cost to within 1 million Dragon Country coins, and the cost of each artificial satellite can be kept around 500,000. To initially establish a satellite system for global monitoring, I estimate we will need at least 720 satellites. For a complete version, we will require around 3,600 satellites. Currently, the investment needed for the preliminary monitoring capability is approximately 300 million, with an estimated time frame of 1 year. As for the full version, it will take at least 5 years to fully establish. Wait, as Song Chi elaborated. Chen Goen held his head in shock, staring at him in disbelief. Are you saying that we only need 300 million and 1 year's time to establish a network of artificial satellites to monitor the globe? At that moment, it wasn't just Chen Goen who was astonished. Even Wang Zhenlong stood stunned. 300 million. Such a sum could be approved by a mere major general without requiring Commander Wang's consent. No, Song Chi, you must be mistaken. You're proposing such an advanced satellite system for only 300 million? And you can guarantee its completion within a year? Wang Zhenlong's exclamation echoed as Song Chi noticed the terror etched on the faces of the two commanders, a slight frown creasing his brow. Oh no, the price was too high, the duration too long. He had surely displeased the commanders. His mind raced, and after a brief moment, he hastily sought to remedy the situation. Commander Chen, Commander Wang, if you're willing to expedite the progress and expand the production line, I believe I can reduce the cost to 80 million and shorten the time to 10 months. However, the manpower required will be somewhat substantial. What? You can lower the price and shorten the time further? Are you joking? Chen Goen and Wang Zhenlong were utterly frozen in place, at a loss for words. This surprise was overwhelmingly intense. If not for the need to maintain their authoritative demeanor before Song Chi, they might have embraced each other in tears at that moment. In their eyes, Song Chi was no longer merely a researcher. He was akin to a deity. Chen Goen gazed at Song Chi, his mouth opening and closing, words of praise bubbling to the surface, yet feeling insufficient. Ultimately, he settled for a hearty pat on Song Chi's shoulder, uttering, "Well done." The glimmer of tears had already dampened Chen Goen's eyes. In that moment, he could almost envision the Dragon Country rising in the east. Wang Zhenlong's eyes were also misty. Their original intention had merely been to bring over a reconnaissance aircraft from the Free Nation for Song Chi to examine. Who could have foreseen that he would deliver such an astonishing surprise? Observing the two commanders suddenly misty-eyed, Song Chi was left perplexed, shaking his head in confusion. What's going on? Why are these two commanders suddenly like this? He wore a look of bewilderment, fearing that perhaps they were dissatisfied with his efforts. However, he had already pressed the price and timeline to their absolute limits. Today's leaders were indeed hard to please. With a resigned sigh, Song-Chi lamented, I truly cannot comprehend you. I hadn't intended to mention this, but please, both of you, do not attempt to place missiles within this rocket. Wang Jinlong and Chun Goen stared at him in bewilderment. What? Song-Chi continued. Otherwise, this missile will enter a fixed orbit in outer space like a satellite. If you accidentally press the launch button again, that could spell disaster. The missile would pierce through the atmosphere at hypersonic speed, obliterating its designated target in record time. Such global strikes, combined with hypersonic speeds and unpredictable trajectories, would be utterly inhumane. Please, do not even entertain the thought of using it. Everyone fell silent, the atmosphere becoming eerily still. The only sound that punctuated the quiet was the occasional swallow. Good heavens! The words spoken in jest about refraining from usage. Yet the principles and instructions were elaborated upon. At this moment, Chun Goen's breath quickened, and his eyes turned a vivid crimson. Song-Chi, you rascal, truly a genius. In an exuberant display of affection, Chun Goen lunged at Song-Chi, enveloping him in a bear hug so fierce that Song-Chi felt several of his ribs might have shattered. Ugh, Chief, please loosen your grip, I'm dying here. The sound was so faint it resembled a mosquito's buzz, but Chun Goen was oblivious, continuing to vigorously shake Song-Chi's head. Had it not been for Wang Jinlong's keen observation, noticing Song-Chi's face transforming to a hue akin to that of a liver, he would have remained unrestrained. And Song-Chi might have perished in that moment. For several minutes, Song-Chi felt as if he were disconnected from reality. Gradually, he opened his eyes. My apologies. Xiao Song, your Uncle Chun, was simply overwhelmed with excitement. In that instant, to bridge the gap, Chun Goen casually referred to himself as Uncle Chun. A gesture of warmth. The contribution of Song-Chi certainly warranted such familiarity. It must be noted that the missile system Song-Chi had just described was utterly unparalleled. With Chun Goen's extensive knowledge, he recognized at once that it was technology that surpassed the current capabilities of Blue Star by decades. It could be deemed the sharpest spear of all Blue Star, capable of striking precisely where aimed, far surpassing the so-called global strike system of the Free Nation. Meanwhile, Song-Chi took several deep breaths, finally regaining his composure. It's nothing, Chief. I learned this from the Eagle's sauce. It's merely the remnants of their technology. Hardly high-end. Chun Goen and Wang Jinlong exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by Song-Chi's remarks. How could they be unaware that the Free Nation possessed such advanced missile systems? Historically, missiles have been a significant weakness for the Free Nation. Surely, this young man wasn't spouting nonsense. Wang Jinlong hastily interjected, Xiao Song, what on earth are you saying? How could the Free Nation possibly possess such advanced missile systems? Their militia is even inferior to our Dongfeng, let alone compared to what you just mentioned. Upon hearing this, Song-Chi immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Commander Wang, this is all part of the Eagle Sauce's conspiracy. Their strength is unfathomable. The concept for this missile, I derived from their PowerPoint presentation, is akin to gleaning from their wisdom. They wouldn't dare present that PowerPoint unless they had already achieved results. The gap between us and them remains vast. Eagle Sauce as PowerPoint? Nonsense. That document is merely a ploy to extract funding from Congress. To suggest anything about a space missile program is absurd. Their PowerPoint even features weapons against extraterrestrials. Everyone was taken aback. At that moment, realization dawned on all. This young man had indeed created a PowerPoint based on the Eagle Sauce's work. Chapter 81. You set the target on the treasure island? Ha ha ha. Song-Chi, you rascal. Truly remarkable. Our Dragon Nation lacks talents, such as yourself. Chairman Chun was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. Envisioning the expressions of the madmen in the Free Nation's military upon witnessing the latest missile system of the Dragon Nation, it was utterly gratifying. Xiao Song, does this mean that there are currently 36 missiles in space, ready for launch? Wang Jinlong, keenly aware of the pivotal issue, quickly inquired. Song-Chi paused momentarily, then nodded slowly. Indeed, as soon as the ground command center presses the launch button, the hidden program within the missiles will activate, and a supercomputer will calculate the flight trajectory in mere milliseconds, propelling the missiles at hypersonic speeds toward their designated targets. Moreover, the missiles for this test launch are equipped with dummy warheads, ensuring no casualties. We are merely awaiting the launch from the two commanders. Upon hearing Song-Chi's assurance, Chun Goen nodded in satisfaction. Truly a reliable young man whom I hold in high esteem. He approaches tasks with both dependability and precision. He even prepared dummy warheads. Chun Goen, brimming with enthusiasm, approached the launch platform. Xiao Song, you see, Missiles cannot yield results confined to a laboratory. You must boldly launch them to achieve success. In the next moment, without a second thought, Chen Guowen moved to press the launch button. However, Wang Zhenlong furrowed his brow. Given his understanding of Song Qi, this situation should not be so straightforward. An inexplicable fear surged within him, and he hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, but it was already too late. Chairman Chen had pressed the launch button. Xiao Song, where did you designate the impact point for this missile? Wang Zhenlong's voice echoed an inquiry. Huh? Song Qi blinked in confusion. Where else could it be? Naturally, it's set within the territory of the Dragon Nation. Upon hearing Song Qi's words, Wang Zhenlong's anxious heart finally began to settle. Thank goodness. As long as it's within the Dragon Nation, that's acceptable. But where exactly? Isn't Alapner or Kashgar? Yet, the next moment, Song Qi's statement almost caused both Wang Zhenlong and Chen Guowen to suffer immediate cardiac arrest. Neither. The impact point, I said, is. So what? At that instant, everyone was petrified. Chen Guowen's smile froze, and Wang Zhenlong's heart halted. Above in the heavens, 36 missiles received the launch command simultaneously. The hidden propulsion systems activated once more, and the missiles swiftly veered from their original trajectories, hurtling toward the South China Sea of the Dragon Nation. The speed of the missiles exceeded everyone's expectations. Song Qi, quickly, initiate the self-destruction protocol for the missiles. Where's the self-destruction protocol? Even someone as composed as Chen Guowen was now as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously. If this escalated, it would undoubtedly provoke an unimaginable uproar in the international community. Should this jeopardize the nation's century-long plans, Chen Guowen would be remembered as a historical villain. Observing the flustered crowd before him, Song Qi blinked in utter bewilderment. Self-destruction protocol? What on earth is that? Do missiles truly require such a mechanism? Wang Zhenlong and Chen Guowen. Oh, if time could rewind, Chen Guowen wished he could return a minute prior and deliver a few sharp slaps to himself. How could I have been so reckless? Why press that button in the first place? Now everything is ruined. At that moment, both Chairman Chen and Wang Zhenlong's faces darkened to an extreme, as if someone had owed them billions. The atmosphere in the room became overwhelmingly tense. Unable to restrain himself, Song Qi muttered, "Why are you all so flustered? Worst case, we just let them queue up for identification." Identification for what? Finally, Chen Guowen and Wang Zhenlong could no longer contain themselves, delivering a swift kick to Song Qi. Who the hell told you to set the impact point there? Are you trying to get us killed? No. That button was pressed by Chairman Chen himself. A few minutes later, a stunning beauty, holding a smartphone, was capturing the scenery in the sky. In the next instant, a deafening roar erupted, and the beauty looked up just in time to witness a streak of light tearing through the sky, leaving a pure white trail before vanishing before her eyes. Immediately, a gust of wind swept through, lifting the hem of her skirt. What on earth was that? A missile? How could it be so fast that I barely caught a glimpse? The beauty hurriedly ended the video, slowing it down to several times the speed. Yet she still couldn't discern which missile it was. Overwhelmed with trepidation, she experienced an unsettling sensation as the missile soared overhead. Even she, who is inherently audacious, felt her legs weaken at this moment, almost stumbling to the ground. Without uttering a word, the beautiful woman swiftly uploaded the video online. Before long, the video caused a tremendous uproar on the internet. In less than 10 minutes, the likes had soared past the astonishing figure of 100,000. The comments were overwhelmingly numerous, illustrating the profound psychological impact this video had on the public. Is this video real? I witnessed missiles soaring over my head at the port. I'm not even sure how many missiles there were. I could hear the commotion all the way from the countryside. Who on earth is going to embroider flags now? Teach me, please. I trust that the warriors on the island will surely defend us. Do you really believe that? Strawberry soldiers protecting the homeland? Don't make me laugh. Voices of various kinds echoed throughout the island. The news reached the Dragon Country, where netizens were equally astonished. Is this really the Dragon Country I remember? Just days ago, they were confronting the free country, and now they dare to launch missiles? Could it be? Chapter 82. General, I am not joking. In the Dragon Country, the internet erupted in shock. On Weibo, the trending topic missiles crossing the island surged to the top of the trending list at a terrifying speed. Within 2 minutes, a bright red explosion emoji appeared next to the topic. Of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo, aside from advertisements, all were related to this event. This clearly demonstrates the extent of public interest in this matter. What a relief. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that terrified voice of that Taiwanese girl? Our Dragon Country is finally rising. Just days ago, We were confronting the eagle sauce, and now we VE pulled off such a grand action. I'm utterly thrilled. Is this still the dragon country I know? This is surprisingly decisive. So majestic. I love it. You should definitely go beyond the wall to listen in. However, are we being a bit reckless by doing this? In the dragon country, nearly all netizens wholeheartedly supported this bold move. They have long harbored discontent towards the politicians on the island. Today, they finally had the opportunity to ridicule them, and an endless stream of memes emerged, even eclipsing the meme king, Kuin Kuin. A few netizens did express concerns that this action might be a tad hasty. Yet, such voices were quickly drowned out amidst the revelry of the majority. Meanwhile, on foreign platforms, the evaluations of this incident presented a starkly opposite narrative. The Dragon Country, the greatest malignancy on Blue Star. This act is an invasion, a terrorist intimidation. It will undoubtedly face severe punishment from the United Nations. My heart aches. The Dragon Country is disrupting world peace and deserves to be punished. Just days ago, they openly defied the orders of the free country. And now they have stirred up such chaos? The rabbit has truly grown wings. Protest. Strong protest. This is a serious violation of civilian rights. The rabbit must bear full responsibility. On foreign platforms, the image of the Dragon Country has been completely tarnished, painted as the ultimate villain. Some rational voices attempted to analyze the situation from a neutral standpoint, but were swiftly met with online abuse from foreign netizens. However, the Dragon Country is still the Dragon Country. The number of netizens is unparalleled globally, and what is more frightening is their remarkable solidarity. As more and more Dragon Country netizens breached the wall to engage in debate, the direction of public opinion began to shift once again, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. Haha, who would have thought our rabbit would one day become the ultimate villain? How grand is our rabbit? What is the matter? I did it. Come at me. Suddenly awakening in the dead of night, realizing that the great powers are actually me. Our rabbit means no offense. I merely think that everyone present is trash. The Dragon Country netizens did not deny their villainous identity. Rather, they reveled in it. They relished the feeling of instilling fear in the entire world. This has truly bewildered those politically correct zealots abroad. Why aren't they following the script? The more I criticize, the more excited the Dragon Country seems to become, calling them the Dark Lord, yet they eagerly embrace the label. It seems that Dragon Country netizens possess a hint of eccentricity. Amidst the global uproar, the military high command of the Dragon Country convened a secret satellite phone conference. This conference was of utmost secrecy, so high-ranking that even Wang Jinlong was not permitted to attend. Upon being notified, Chun Goen immediately initiated a video conference from the office at the 11th Research Institute, while Song Qi, Wang Jinlong, and others waited outside. At the heart of the meeting sat an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit. Surrounding him were a group of commanders adorned with 3 stars on their shoulders. These figures, who typically commanded absolute authority within their military districts, now found themselves at a loss for words in the presence of this elder, underscoring his esteemed status within the Dragon Country military. The elder, named Wang Zhan, is the current Grand General of the Dragon Country, commanding all 3 armed forces. Despite his head of silver hair, he was remarkably sprightly. Once everyone had gathered, Elder Wang cleared his throat and spoke in a measured tone. Gentlemen, you're all aware of today's events, correct? What are your thoughts on the missile crossing incident? Was it indeed perpetrated by our Dragon Country? Elder Wang's expression was exceedingly grave, and a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Those who met his gaze felt a jolt of apprehension. General, you know me well. Our Navy has always been diligent, busy launching aircraft carrier dumplings. Who has the time to launch missiles? Elder Wang, don't look at me. Even if the Air Force wanted to launch missiles, we lack the capability. The button for the Dongfeng missiles is controlled by those old hats in the army. The army chief, Zhao Kai, appeared extremely distressed and quickly waved his hands in protest. General, it wasn't me. The army has had no missile launch plans these past few days. Instantly, all eyes turned to Liu Taifeng, the commander of the Southern Military District. General, my Southern Military District is also innocent, not to mention missiles. We didn't even have radar activity. How could it possibly be us? For a moment, silence enveloped the room. The missiles had already landed, yet they could not even ascertain who had launched them. Could it be? Is this a conspiracy by the free country? Elder Wang lowered his gaze, deep in thought. The Southern Military District had no radar response, indicating that these missiles were highly unlikely to have been launched from the Dragon Country. This implies that the incident was very likely orchestrated by the free country. Whenever the Dragon Country clashed with the free country in the past, the latter would provoke such matters to irritate the Dragon Country. Given this context, it seems highly probable that the missiles were fired by the Eagle Sauce. Just as Elder Wang squinted his eyes, lost in contemplation, in the corner, Chen Goen, who had remained silent, quietly raised his hand. Elder Wang, those missiles were launched by our Northwest Military District. Instantly, all eyes fell upon Chen Goen. The expressions of the senior commanders were filled with disbelief. Even Elder Wang was momentarily taken aback. No, Commander Chen. While we often have the Northwest Military District take the blame, this time, you truly do not need to bear this black pot. At a time like this, please don't joke around. Chen Goen steadfastly shook his head. Grand General, I am not joking. Those missiles were indeed launched by our Northwest Military District. The launch button was inadvertently pressed by me. Chapter 83. What is truth? In light of the immense repercussions stemming from this missile misfire incident, I, Chen Goen, am prepared to assume full responsibility. Chen Goen's composed voice resonated like a grand bell during the video call. This act was also a means of safeguarding Song Qi and the Northwest Military District. Should he fail to accept all responsibility, the Military Commission's investigation would undoubtedly implicate Song Qi. If Song Qi, a vital asset of the nation, were to be severely compromised, it would represent the greatest loss for Longguo. Observing Chen Goen's willingness to take responsibility, one could almost hear a pin drop in the silence of the room. The expressions on the faces of the dignitaries were filled with astonishment. Even old Wang found himself perplexed by Chen Goen's declaration. Wait, Commander Chen, are you experiencing some sort of delusion? The Northwest Military District is at least 2,000 kilometers away from the Treasure Island, even in the case of a missile launch. Such an error margin of 2,000 kilometers is simply impossible. Moreover, the radar of the Southern Military District did not detect any missile activity whatsoever. Are you suggesting that the missile you launched circled the blue planet, traversed the Free Nation, crossed the Pacific, and struck the Treasure Island? Do you think the Free Nation's anti-missile system is ineffective? Old Wang exasperatedly gestured, his face a mask of incredulity. The other commanders, upon hearing this, could no longer contain their amusement, bursting into laughter. However, Chen Goen's expression remained grave. General, the missile did not originate from the Free Nation. Rather, it came from outer space. This is the latest development from our Northwest Military District, a superorbital missile system. First, we utilize rockets to deploy a total of 36 missiles into a designated orbit, ready for immediate action when a target is confirmed. Each warhead will strike at supersonic speeds towards the objective. This allows for comprehensive, all-encompassing missile strikes at any time and place. It is remarkably user-friendly. As Chen Goen spoke with fervor, everyone present, including old Wang, was left astounded. Wait, old Chen, are you certain this isn't a scene from a science fiction film? At that moment, Lu Taifeng, the commander of the Southern Military District, gazed at Chen Goen in disbelief, murmuring to himself. It wasn't that his imagination was limited, but rather that what Chen Goen was saying was simply too extraordinary to fathom. It is crucial to note that all missile systems currently on Blue Planet operate within the atmosphere. While the Dongfeng missile can indeed reach a range of 14,000 kilometers, its accuracy is far from guaranteed. What Chen Goen had just described transcended the conventional operational paradigms of existing missile systems. If realized, it would undoubtedly deliver a dimensional strike against both the Minuteman and the Topal. The reason is straightforward. Such a missile would be virtually impossible to intercept, as no one could anticipate the exact moment a hypersonic missile would descend from the heavens. This missile system lacks any ballistic trajectory, making interception an unattainable feat. In an instant, every eye in the room was fixated on Chen Goen. Hearing their expressions of disbelief, Chen Goen resolutely declared, I, Chen Goen, am willing to guarantee with the honor of a soldier that every word I have spoken is devoid of falsehood. When a supreme commander of the military makes such an oath, it indicates a significant probability that the matter is indeed true. Commander Chen, please continue. Old Wang's murky eyes sparkled with clarity. How did the missile test go? What are the data? Do we have any data? At this moment, Old Wang had completely set aside concerns regarding the Treasure Island. His sole focus was on the missile system mentioned by Chen Goen. This innovation was nothing short of a national treasure. In this world, few military personnel could resist such temptation. Indeed, old Chen, do not hold back. Speak quickly. Did it succeed? The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly animated. Cough, cough. Chen Goen paused, causing the hearts of all present to tighten in anticipation. Their ears perked up in eager attention. Naturally, it was a success. Upon hearing this, the pupils of everyone in attendance dilated in astonishment, and they erupted into thunderous applause that reverberated throughout the conference room. Seeing this, Chun Goen promptly added, one rocket can carry 36 missiles into the sky. This time, all 36 were launched simultaneously, achieving a maximum speed of 45 Mach, far exceeding the hypersonic missiles of the Northern Bear Nation. Surpassing 17 Mach is not considered overly fast, right? The critical point is that the 36 missiles landed precisely in the municipal centers of 36 cities on the island, with a margin of error of just 0.5 meters. The launched missiles were all empty practice rounds, ensuring that no casualties occurred. As Chun Goen relayed the cascading data, Old Wang's expression morphed from joy to shock, eventually settling into a state of bewilderment. The other commanders were equally left speechless. After a prolonged silence, one voice broke through. Wait, Old Chun, listen closely to what you just said. What do you mean by 45 Mach not being fast? At that speed, even gravity cannot impede you. And this margin of error of 0.5 meters, that's more precise than my own urine stream. What do you mean by that disdainful expression? The entire assembly erupted into a frenzy. Almost no one cared about the treasure island anymore. With such a missile system, could the treasure island even be considered a concern? Do you understand what truth is? The Dongfeng, Minuteman, and Topal are the truth. Within missile range lies the truth. Now the truth has changed. This newly developed missile system, by all means, is the truth. If a child misbehaves, a direct strike of truth will ensure compliance. In this world, all matters can be resolved through force. If it cannot be resolved, then escalate the force. The atmosphere in the conference room was jubilant. Commander Liu Debiao of the Northern Military District listened to Chun Goen's explanation, feeling as if the design of this missile system resembled something he had encountered before, yet he could not place it. Never mind, let's not dwell on that. Old Chun, this missile system cannot be kept secret. You must provide the Northern Military District with a set at the earliest opportunity. I have long been displeased with the little days. Liu Debiao's jovial voice echoed. The other military district commanders quickly chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Indeed, our Southern Military District must have a set as well, or else those monkeys in the South China Sea will continue to cause trouble. My Eastern Theater must have it. The deterrence from the Free Nation's naval vessels is simply too formidable. As for my Central Military District, well, since everyone else has it, I must have it too. Observing the uproar in the conference room, Old Wang shook his head with a smile. Finally, he cleared his throat twice. You are all commanders of the military. How can you still behave so childishly? The missile systems technology will be submitted by the Northwest Military District and distributed uniformly by our military commission. As for the matter of the treasure island, now that we possess the J-40 and have developed a new missile system, our strategy for dealing with it certainly requires revision. Old Wang's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing within. Chapter 84. It must be that the Free Nation is hoarding secrets. At this moment within Longguo, a series of messages were dispatched to the high-level offices. What? They launched 36 missiles at once. Their eyes widened in fear. What happened to the airborne warning system? We paid billions in protection fees for them to agree to install our air defense system. How could there be no sign of movement at all, allowing the missiles from the Dragon Nation to strike unimpeded? A sense of despair surged within her heart. At that moment, her assistant slowly spoke up. The impact points have been identified. A total of 36 warheads landed in the squares adjacent to the administrative centers of 36 cities. So far, it appears that all 36 missiles were dummy warheads, causing no casualties. Detailed data is still being compiled. She was utterly stunned. Is this not astonishing precision? If a single missile happened to fall near a city's command center, one might attribute it to mere luck. Yet 36 missiles, striking the administrative centers of the majority of cities almost simultaneously, such an occurrence cannot simply be explained by chance. The missile technology of a Dragon Nation has undoubtedly advanced to an incomprehensible level. How terrifying this is. This implies that should the Dragon Nation choose to do so, the next time, these missiles may not be dummies at all. A chill ran down her spine. She swallowed hard and after a long pause, finally spoke. Have we determined why the anti-missile system provided by the Free Nation did not trigger any alarms? This time, if it weren't for the civilians on the island spotting the missiles first, we might not have reacted at all. This is utterly shameful. Beside her, the assistant wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained. The investigation results have been revealed. The military stated that the Dragon Nation's missiles were too swift, and their trajectory was exceedingly unusual, seemingly descending from the heavens. Our anti-missile system did not even have time to respond. At this point, he fell silent. Is that so? I paid over $100 billion in protection fees for this island defense system. How could it be rendered utterly ineffective against the missiles from the Dragon Nation? This defies logic. Was it not said that the Dragon Nation consisted of mere peasants? while the technology of the Free Nation was unparalleled. Yet now, it seems that the missile technology of the Dragon Nation is dominating the Free Nation. Unbeknownst to her, her own convictions seemed to waver. In the next moment, she shook her head. Impossible. It must be that the Free Nation is hiding something. The military strength of the Free Nation is unrivaled. With just a slight intervention, they could undoubtedly crush the Dragon Nation. Hurry, summon the Free Nation. As the Cherry Blossom Nation has stated, when the cherry blossoms are in trouble, it signifies that the Free Nation is in trouble. The Free Nation would never stand idly by, as long as the Free Nation is willing to intervene. Even 2 aircraft carrier groups would deter the Dragon Nation from making any move. The assistant beside her was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, does the Free Nation truly wish to involve themselves in this troublesome matter? The assistant expressed considerable doubt. In this situation, should we notify the Free Nation? They might take advantage of our vulnerability and demand exorbitant fees. We are already in a precarious position. If we have to pay a substantial protection fee, the pressure on the populace would be immense. She shot a fierce glare at the assistant. What does your pressure have to do with me? Prepare for a conference call immediately. I want to speak directly with the senior officials of the Free Nation. As long as I can secure support from the Free Nation, I would not hesitate to pay even $100 billion in protection fees. Even if it were $300 billion or $500 billion, I would comply without question. If you dare utter another word, I will flay your skin. The secretary, who had intended to say something, was struck with a jolt at her words. He immediately sealed his lips, silently exiting the office to begin making the necessary arrangements. Half an hour later, a long-distance video conference line was established. The scene unfolded in his office. After a prolonged wait, the video call was finally connected. Honorable Senator, good day. It's me. What? Nodok election? I am the one who spent over $100 billion to procure your nation's anti-missile system. You certainly have a poor memory. The call was not answered by the supreme leader of the Free Nation, Mike, but rather by an ordinary senator. His position was insufficient to warrant a direct conversation with Mike. The video call lasted for half an hour, culminating in an ambiguous response from the senator in exchange for the exorbitant protection fee. All right, you may return and await further news. Thank you ever so much. He replied with a face full of forced smiles. We shall never forget the grace of the Free Nation. Chapter 85, Surpassing the Eagle in 10 Years. Across the vast ocean, in a highly confidential testing base within the Free Nation, a group of researchers appeared exceedingly tense. These individuals were the enigmatic scientific personnel of the Free Nation's military. Those who entered the military's research division were, without exception, endowed with the most brilliant minds on the blue planet. Yet at this moment, these top scientists were gathered around a conference table, their expressions grave. At the head of the round table sat an elderly Caucasian in an impressive military uniform. 4-star General Verhelens of the Free Nation. He was indeed a figure of significant authority within the military. His presiding over this meeting underscored the Free Nation's deep concern regarding the Dragon Nation's latest missile system development. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, have you all familiarized yourselves with the latest missile system tested by the Dragon Nation? The voice of General Verhelens resonated throughout the conference room. What are your thoughts on this missile system? Do our militia missiles stand a chance against it? Midi-missile? The scientists exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Yet the underlying sentiment was unmistakably clear. There was no basis for comparison between the two systems. General, it appears that this missile system developed by the Dragon Nation resembles the PPT we previously submitted to the military, namely the so-called space missile program. Upon hearing this, Verhelens immediately perked up. Are you suggesting that the Dragon Nation's missile system is essentially a replication of ours? It cannot be termed as replication, Professor Smith, who oversaw the military's missile program, wiped the fine sweat from his brow and slowly clarified. That plan was merely a PPT. Our calculations indicated that executing it would incur excessive costs with minimal effectiveness. Thus, the space missile program was shelved after merely being drafted into a PPT. Initially, we intended to release it as a ruse to mislead the Dragon Nation, but who could have anticipated Verhelen's head was clouded with a flurry of questions. His expression a mixture of disbelief. Are you implying that the Dragon Nation has successfully developed our PPT, and we have not even begun? The incredulity in Verhelen's voice was palpable, while Professor Smith remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. At that moment, Verhelens felt his worldview shatter. Was this the same nation that had been impoverished and weak, willing to take such great risks for the remnants of stealth aircraft? In just over 20 years, how had they become so formidable? In the past, during the Cold War, the Free Nation had employed similar tactics to deceive the bear. Why was it that the same strategy failed against the rabbit? And now, they had even managed to bring our own PPT to fruition. This is an international farce. At that moment, the expression on General Verhellen's face had turned completely dark. The conference room was suffused with an oppressive atmosphere. After a long silence, Verhellen's voice finally broke through once more. Professor Smith, are you certain that the Dragon Nation has indeed realized the space missile program? This is of utmost importance to us in the Free Nation. Even at this stage, Verhellen's remained unwilling to relent in his questioning. Beside him, Professor Smith sighed heavily, ultimately nodding in confirmation. The feeling of being surpassed by the Dragon Nation was profoundly unsettling. As the notion of rabbits dominating the missile domain, riding triumphantly upon their own necks, crossed his mind, Professor Smith, the head of missile engineering, felt a profound embarrassment wash over him. Yet, when confronted by General Helens's probing inquiries, he was compelled to respond with utmost candor. Indeed, according to the mathematical models we have developed, it is confirmed that the missile originated from outer space. Furthermore, the technology possessed by Dragon Country is far more formidable than we had anticipated. We have detected that the maximum flight speed of Dragon Country's missiles can exceed 40 Mach. In our presentation, the maximum speed we projected was merely 30 Mach. Additionally, the precision of the missile's impact point surpasses that of our space missile program by an entire magnitude. Even if we were to restart our space missile initiative now, it would take us at least a decade to catch up. A decade. Upon hearing this figure, everyone present was rendered utterly astonished. How could it be that just a moment ago, Dragon Country was trailing behind us, and now they have surged ahead by 10 years? Professor Smith, surely you jest. With that bunch of sycophants in Dragon Country, how could they possibly achieve this? Our projections were deemed futile. How could Dragon Country have done this? The results they have produced are far mightier than we ever estimated. Is this truly within the realm of possibility for Dragon Country? In an instant, the conference room erupted with waves of astonished gasps. Professor Smith's heart was a tumult of emotions. The relentless nature of technological competition was laid bare. One moment, you might feel assured of victory, yet in the blink of an eye, a breakthrough from the opponent can leave you languishing far behind. Moreover, Dragon Country has entirely carved out a new avenue for itself. The decade-long gap is, in fact, an optimistic estimate from Professor Smith. The actual time frame may be far more protracted. At that moment, General Helens stood frozen in place, taking a considerable time to digest the recent revelations. To him, this was utterly unfathomable. Dragon Country had genuinely surpassed the Free Nation in the missile arena, and, astonishingly, they had leaped ahead by more than a decade. No wonder Dragon Country had been so assertive in their recent rhetoric. The roots of this newfound confidence were now clear. In a daze, General Helens recalled the recent incident involving the crash of a Free Nation reconnaissance aircraft. The events of that day suddenly resonated with the current circumstances. In a flash, Helens had an epiphany. Goodness, so that is how Dragon Country managed to bring down our reconnaissance aircraft. It was all thanks to this missile system. The case was cracked. Helens narrowed his eyes, instantly revitalized. He promptly disbanded the meeting and swiftly compiled the details of the discussion. In a matter of moments, he dispatched the information to the official email of the Grand Leader at the White Palace. Esteemed Grand Leader, Dragon Country has mastered space missile technology. And the recent incident involving our reconnaissance aircraft crash was most likely due to this space missile system. Dragon Country's missile technology has far surpassed our Minuteman long-range missiles. I implore you to reconsider our stance in relations with China. Below are the specific details of the meeting and missile-related data for your perusal. Chapter 86. The Dual Strategy of the Free Nation. In the White Palace of the Free Nation, Grand Leader Mike stood frozen, staring at the document before him. What on earth? Dragon Country has conquered some form of space missile technology and is now capable of outclassing the Free Nation in the missile arena. Moreover, they are employing our own innovations. What a surreal narrative. The rabbits have long claimed to be crossing the river while feeling the pulse of the eagle. Now it seems they have not only crossed the river, but have also mounted the eagle's head. This is utterly bizarre. While Mike was still grappling with this alarming revelation, Senator James, connected via video call, suddenly spoke up. Grand Leader, I was contacted again this morning by a representative from Dragon Country, expressing their willingness to purchase 30 billion worth of arms from the Free Nation, hoping for our assistance. I instructed them to await further communication. Additionally, it seems that the Cherry Blossom Nation is also becoming restless. Their Prime Minister believes that Dragon Country's assertive actions have encroached upon their interests, and that the missiles from Dragon Country have breached their so-called air defense identification zone, urging us to take action. Listening to this stream of information, Mike rubbed his temples in exasperation. At that moment, he found himself in a quandary. The new strategic missile system from Dragon Country is indeed formidable. If the rabbits were to go mad, it would not be a trifling matter. What would become of our role as the global police? If we cannot manage even a minor Dragon Country, who would still heed the free nation? The role of the leading power is not as effortless as it appears. Observing Grand Leader Mike's conflicted expression, the think tank of the White Palace finally spoke up. Grand Leader, given the current situation, I have some insights to share. The speaker was Professor Lukaku from Harvard University. A tall black man, despite wearing glasses, he still exuded an air that did not evoke great wisdom. However, one must not judge by appearances. Mike waved his hand and gently urged, Professor Lukaku, please go ahead. I believe Dragon Country is still hesitant to confront us directly. Their national policy remains one of concealing their strength and biding their time. The recent incident of our reconnaissance aircraft being shot down was a result of our own provocation and does not signify anything substantial. Under these circumstances, Dragon Country is undoubtedly averse to escalating the situation. Therefore, we can leverage international treaties on free navigation to discreetly dispatch 3 to 4 carrier strike groups to traverse through the Dragon Country Strait. Moreover, the operation must be executed swiftly, without a trace of noise. Once we have successfully crossed the Dragon Country Strait, we can then make a grand announcement. This would not only serve to intimidate Dragon Country, but also reassure our allies. It is a foolproof plan. Upon hearing Lukaku's proposal, a spark of clarity ignited in Grand Leader Mike's eyes. Excellent. A splendid strategy. The free nation would maintain its dignity while avoiding potential losses. Furthermore, if we successfully carry out this covert operation, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to Dragon Country's morale. However, what if our carrier strike groups are detected by Dragon Country? Lukaku, seemingly having anticipated this question, promptly added, our carrier strike groups are equipped with radar jamming systems. Given Dragon Country's radar monitoring capabilities, they would be utterly incapable of detecting our fleet. Furthermore, even if we were to be discovered, Grand Leader, let's not forget that we possess 4 carrier strike groups. Such formidable strength would enable us to engage even Dragon Country's ground forces with confidence. At that point, if necessary, we could confront them head-on. Does Dragon Country truly have the capability to sink all 4 of our carriers simultaneously? It is worth noting that the Free Nation's trump card has never been its air force, but rather its navy. With 11 carrier strike groups, the Free Nation stands invincible across the blue planet. 1 carrier is sufficient to compel a second-rate nation to submit. 2 carriers in the past. What made Dragon Country dare not even breathe? 4 carriers, even against the Northern Bear, would provide the strength to engage directly, let alone a mere Dragon Country. Even if Dragon Country's military prowess has surged in recent years, posing an escalating threat, how could it ever rival the combat prowess of the warrior nations? With this thought, Grand Leader Mike's confidence surged, sweeping away the previous cloud of gloom from his face. Splendid. This is truly a masterstroke. We shall proceed, as per Professor Lukaku's counsel. Immediately, a flurry of commands emanated from the White Palace. A fleet of 4 aircraft carriers represents the pinnacle of military prowess that the Free Nation can muster under normal circumstances. One by one, the carriers silently departed from the harbor, setting course for their destination. Unbeknownst to many, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the international community, a tempest was brewing. Concurrently, the official website of the Free Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a stern announcement, vehemently protesting the Dragon Nation's infringement upon international order. As the self-proclaimed global police, the Free Nation vowed to uphold international justice and impose severe penalties on the Dragon Nation's acts of piracy. Within 2 weeks, the Free Nation would dispatch 4 carrier groups. Accompanying the announcement was a provocative image showcasing the Free Nation's aircraft carriers gallivanting across the seas. The moment this announcement was released, the world erupted in fervor. Comments flooded in, reminiscent of a festive celebration. Wow, the Free Nation has finally arrived. I always knew they would not abandon us. This is what true friendship in adversity looks like. What a display of great power responsibility. Ha ha ha. The Dragon Nation is in for a tough time now. Where is that arrogance you once had? Our protection fee was well worth it. The Free Nation truly is the beacon of the world. We will forever support you in defeating the malevolent Dragon Nation. Each page of comments incited the ire of Dragon Nation's internet users, who felt a deep sense of humiliation. They had all seemingly transformed into fervent advocates for the Free Nation. Many even took to foreign platforms, fueling the fire, while a number of Dragon Nation's netizens silently clenched their fists. These ungrateful wretches. They truly infuriate me. Chapter 87. Do not say you were not warned. The announcement from the Free Nations Ministry of Foreign Affairs instantly stirred up a significant uproar in the international arena. Almost every nation, witnessing the Dragon Nation's misfortune, adopted a stance of gloating over its downfall. Some even began to calculate how they might profit from the Dragon Nation's plight, while the Free Nation exerted pressure. The rabbit has once again enraged Uncle Sam. If we don't seize southern Tibet, my claim as the third strongest nation will be a mere illusion. Father is invincible. I knew the rabbit would act recklessly, daring to launch missiles through my air defense identification zone. Father will surely stand up for me. Hee. I've had my eye on the Bohai Bay for a long time. If I can get a share of the spoils from this encounter with Uncle Sam, it will be a fortune. Humph. The rabbit must settle the score in the South China Sea today. The coastline must be redrawn. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Add one to that. In the international community, nearly every nation stood as a supporter of the Free Nation. Seeing the Dragon Nation in distress, these once timid smaller nations swarmed like wolves scenting blood, ready to pounce and dismember the Dragon Nation. The entire blue planet was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, reminiscent of the tumultuous times over a century ago when the Eight-Nation Alliance invaded China. To speak candidly, if the Dragon Nation exhibited even a hint of weakness in its contest with the Free Nation, it would be ruthlessly torn apart by these opportunistic wolves. At this moment, even nations with the closest ties to the Dragon Nation, such as Baba Sheep, could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for its current predicament. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Nation, the internet was ablaze with activity. The announcement from the Free Nations Ministry of Foreign Affairs spread like wildfire across various platforms, reaching even the most politically indifferent elderly citizens, who now knew that 4 carrier groups from the Free Nation were advancing towards the Dragon Nation Strait. Trending topics like Free Nation aircraft carriers and analysis of victory probability against the Dragon Nation firmly occupied the top spots on social media. Almost all citizens of the Dragon Nation were consumed with concern for their country's fate. The comment sections erupted in chaos. It's over. The Free Nation has really come. For carrier groups, what can possibly stand in their way on this blue planet? I've said it before. We should continue to bide our time and maintain strategic composure. Provoking the Free Nation is like striking a rock with an egg. It's a self-destructive endeavor. The leadership of the Dragon Nation is truly brainless. I should have immigrated to the Free Nation or even to Sakura country. It would have been better than languishing in this pitiful Dragon Nation. These individuals aim to spread rumors online at such a critical moment, seeking to thoroughly devastate the resolve of the Dragon Nation. This tactic is undeniably insidious and ruthless. Yet, they still underestimated the profound sense of belonging that Dragon Nation citizens harbor for their homeland, a steadfast and unwavering love for this land. Damn it. If it comes to it, we will fight. No more whining. We, the Dragon Nation, have never been cowardly. If you want to leave, do so quickly, and do not hinder our rise. The Dragon Nation will only grow stronger without you dregs. What does a carrier group matter? We have the J-20, we have aircraft carriers, and we have Dongfeng missiles. Even if all of these were destroyed, there is still one. 3 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation. As long as we do not shed our last drop of blood, the Dragon Nation will never perish. I have no regrets in this life for joining Huaxia. In my next life, I will be born into the Flower family. I am willing to offer my heart for the Dragon Nation and for this land. I am a retired veteran. If there is war, I will return at the call. I am a student. As long as my country needs me, I am willing to pick up a gun and head to the battlefield right now. I am willing to donate my yearly salary to support my country. Such resounding declarations flooded every corner of the Dragon Nation's internet. All citizens united as one, ready to face the challenges ahead. Just then, someone noticed that the official website of the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs had also released an announcement just minutes ago. All citizens of the Dragon Nation rushed to the ministry's official site. At this moment, the website's color had shifted from blue and white to a vibrant red, the color of a national flag. A wave of anticipation swept through everyone as they hurriedly opened the announcement. The first thing that caught their eye were the bold, powerful characters written with a brush. Do not say you were not warned. In those 7 brief characters, the Dragon Nation government's stance was vividly displayed. Suddenly, all citizens of the Dragon Nation were aflame with fervor. The Dragon Nation had finally regained its strength, even if it was merely a statement. It was enough to move billions of citizens to tears. This is an internal matter. The Free Nation has no place in this. The actions of the Free Nation grossly interfere with the Dragon Nation's sovereignty, using the so-called universal values of freedom and democracy as a facade for its hegemonic behavior, which is shameful. If the Free Nation continues to be obstinate, We will unleash our wrath and annihilate all invading foes. The Dragon Nation is no longer the Dragon Nation of a century ago. We are no longer the lambs to be slaughtered by foreign powers. Those who infringe upon our strong Han will be punished, no matter how far they flee. Do not say you were not warned. The entire announcement was grandiose, with such vehement language that it left the citizens of the Dragon Nation questioning whether the ministry had secretly changed its ghostwriter. Where was the former writer who only knew how to condemn and express strong disapproval? Come forth and speak. There was not a single condemnation in this announcement. It was quite unsettling. Impressive, my Dragon Nation. This is remarkably resolute. With such a country backing us, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Do not say you were not warned. The nation is truly serious now. Each time this phrase is invoked, it signifies that we have entered a state of military preparedness. What is happening? Why am I crying as I read this? I am too. Within mere minutes of the foreign ministry's announcement, thousands of comments poured in, and the number of likes surged past the 1 billion mark. The entire Dragon Kingdom stands united. Chapter 88. The Dragon Kingdom is merely posturing. The following day, on the high seas hundreds of nautical miles from the Dragon Kingdom's maritime territory, a colossal vessel glided gracefully over the azure waters. It was none other than the Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, USS Roosevelt, of the Free Nation. Surrounding the aircraft carrier were frigates, destroyers, and cruisers, acting as loyal guardians to ensure its safety. This formidable carrier battle group undoubtedly represented the most potent maritime combat force on Blue Star at present. Even though the Dragon Kingdom had already commissioned 3 aircraft carriers, it could not possibly muster such overwhelming combat capability in a short span of time. On the deck of the Roosevelt, Vice Admiral Howell, clad in sunglasses, scanned the horizon. He was the commanding officer of the Free Nation's military operations, leading 4 carrier battle groups, and, at this moment, he exuded a palpable sense of confidence. Major Mobius, what is the current position of the 4 carrier battle groups? Is there any possibility of detection by the Dragon Kingdom? Howell's steady voice resonated. Behind him stood Major Mobius, a middle-aged Caucasian man in his 40s or 50s. He paused momentarily before responding. Report, sir. The 4 carriers are currently navigating smoothly, without encountering any blockades from the Dragon Kingdom. However, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom has issued a statement. The wording is quite severe. Would you like to review it? Oh, Vice Admiral Howell lit a cigar, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Bring it to me. This should be interesting. Moments latte. The announcement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs appeared before Howell. His brow furrowed instantly. After a brief pause, an unmistakable smirk played across his features. Here we go again. With the capabilities of the rabbits, to challenge the mighty Free Nation is sheer folly. Laughable. Are you suggesting that the Dragon Kingdom's announcement is merely a bluster? Mobius inquired. Howell raised an eyebrow. What else could it be? Do you genuinely believe the rabbits would dare to act? If they did, I would scatter their ashes to the wind. The rabbits can only flaunt their bravado for so long. Once our military exercises conclude, we shall deliver a resounding slap to their faces. Just imagine, the fervent patriots of the Dragon Kingdom. When that time comes, their expressions will be as if they had consumed something most distasteful. Ha ha ha. Major Mobius joined in the laughter, displaying an air of utter ease, devoid of any combat readiness, as if he were embarking on a vacation to the Dragon Kingdom. Clearly, neither man regarded the Dragon Kingdom's threats with any seriousness. This sentiment permeated not only the upper echelons of the Free Nation's Navy, but also resonated among ordinary naval personnel, who firmly believed that the Dragon Kingdom's vehement reactions were nothing more than grandstanding. In Blue Star, since the fall of the bear, no nation has dared to challenge the Free Nation, let alone a mere Dragon Kingdom. Even the notoriously aggressive Northern Bear would have to behave submissively in the face of 4 carrier battle groups bearing down upon them. Moreover, within the Free Nation's Navy, several commanders began to question the strategy of this operation. They opined that the simultaneous deployment of 4 carrier battle groups by the Free Nation warranted a bold display, directly traversing the Dragon Strait in full view of the Dragon Kingdom, delivering a resounding slap to their faces. Such a display would truly exemplify the might of the Free Nation. This rhetoric spread throughout the military, and the entire Free Nation's Navy was enveloped in a fervent atmosphere, entirely devoid of any sense of impending conflict. In their minds, the Free Nation was an invincible deity, the sovereign of Blue Star. Fortunately, Vice Admiral Howell maintained his composure, proceeding with the plan in an orderly fashion. Report, Admiral. We are approaching the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom. Please advise. A voice crackled through the communicator at his waist. Howell picked up the device and issued his commands. Order all 4 carrier battle groups to enter radio silence. Maintain heightened vigilance. Activate radar phased array systems to full capacity and remain alert for any unexpected assault from the Dragon Kingdom. Missile defense systems should remain operational at all times. Full speed ahead to Province X of the Dragon Kingdom. A series of commands erupted from Howell's mouth. The 4 carrier battle groups began to operate with the precision of a finely tuned instrument. The warships swiftly arranged themselves, encircling the Roosevelt like a constellation of stars around their central sun. Despite the aircraft carrier's immense size, it appeared almost insignificant against the vast expanse of the ocean. Once radio silence was initiated, the 4 carrier fleets would effectively vanish from the Dragon Kingdom's radar. To locate the Free Nations carriers would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Only by dispatching aircraft to conduct a thorough aerial search across the entire maritime domain could they hope to have a slim chance of discovery. However, the magnitude of such an undertaking was daunting. Even deploying 200 or 300 aircraft would require days to complete the search. By the time those days elapsed, the Free Nations Joint Fleet would likely have already traversed the Dragon Strait. Vice Admiral Howell was brimming with confidence regarding this plan. Chapter 89. Is the technological prowess of the Dragon Kingdom truly this formidable? An hour later, the official website of the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs suddenly released a statement. The content was exceedingly simple, comprising merely an image and a brief caption, leaving all netizens perplexed. The weather is just right for fishing at sea. We happen to spot a few fishing boats. Whose might they be? Accompanying this caption was an aerial photograph clearly depicting the 4 carrier battle groups of the Free Nation. Upon seeing the image, all Dragon Kingdom netizens were left dumbfounded. What was the country up to? Why were they photographing foreign aircraft carriers? Admittedly, the sight was quite imposing, but what on earth did that bizarre caption mean? In an instant, everyone sensed something was amiss, yet they could not articulate precisely what was peculiar. Could it be that the nation was indeed in conflict with the Free Nation, but we mere civilians were unable to comprehend it? Is it possible that the country is trying to post on social media? What the hell do you mean social media? This must surely be a warning from the government. Those Free Nation marauders dare to brazenly invade our territorial waters. How infuriating! Indeed, the arrival of 4 carrier battle groups was no small matter, and they were clearly taking our Dragon Kingdom seriously. News of this reached the Treasure Island, and upon seeing the formidable carrier formation in the photograph, the internet there erupted into a frenzy. Many Treasure Island netizens even excitedly breached the Great Firewall to engage with Dragon Kingdom users, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Dragon Kingdom netizens, equally irate, retaliated without hesitation. The entire online space was engulfed in chaos and confusion. Meanwhile, adrift upon the vast ocean, Vice Admiral Howell gazed at the announcement before him, sunk in profound bewilderment. Wait a moment. When did I brazenly enter the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom? I distinctly ordered radio silence. I was practically about to command everyone to hold their breath. We stealthily entered the Dragon Kingdom's waters. I had just entered radio silence, and not even an hour had passed before the Dragon Kingdom detected us. When did their technological capabilities reach such heights? Their grasp over their territorial waters rivals that of the Free Nation, if not surpasses it. Vice Admiral Howell felt utterly confounded. In a vague sense, a disquieting thought quietly surfaced in his heart. Something was amiss. By what means had the Dragon Kingdom managed to capture high-definition images of his fleet? Such clarity could not possibly be the result of satellite imagery. This was undoubtedly taken from an aircraft at high altitude. This implied that, within the past hour, a Dragon Kingdom aircraft had flown right over him, eluding the detection of 4 aircraft carriers. After taking those high-definition pictures, it had retreated unscathed. One alarming level of stealth capability. What if that aircraft were carrying missiles? Did that not mean that, just moments ago, his fleet was already under threat of attack? At this moment, Howell felt a numbing sensation wash over him. After so many years of serving as a general, he was encountering such a bizarre situation for the very first time. The multitude of unforeseen circumstances before him was overwhelming. How had the Dragon Kingdom managed to locate him in this vast ocean within an hour? Was it through satellite positioning? Or had there been a spy within his ranks? Or perhaps an ultra-advanced reconnaissance aircraft? Suddenly, Howell felt his mind teetering on the brink of overload. Just how unfathomable was the Dragon Kingdom? Oeliasiga. Yet his fingers, clutching it, trembled incessantly. This was enough to reveal just how tumultuous his emotions were at that moment. Nearby, Major General Mobius perceived Howell's unease and promptly inquired, "Sir, Since our coordinates have been compromised, shall we continue our advance? Howell took a deep drag from his cigar, forcing himself to regain composure. Advance. We must advance. What if we are discovered? We are a battle group of 4 aircraft carriers. Not even the Northern Bear Nation would dare to approach us. This could work to our advantage, compelling us to confront them directly. When that time comes, the disgrace will fall solely upon the Dragon Kingdom. I refuse to believe that they would dare to fire upon us. He commanded all aircraft carrier battle groups to lift their electronic silent status and proceed at full speed. At this juncture, Howell understood that retreat was not an option. If they were to back down now, the reputation that the Free Nation had built over many years on the international stage would be irrevocably tarnished. Most crucially, the rise of the Dragon Kingdom would become unstoppable. This was something that Howell and the entire Free Nation could not accept. Understood. Mobius responded promptly, swiftly retreating to arrange everything. The next moment, a crackling sound erupted over the radio channel. Free Nation vessels, including the Roosevelt and the Lagon, along with all destroyers, frigates, and cruisers, you have entered the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom. You are severely infringing upon the national sovereignty of the Dragon Kingdom. Please evacuate immediately, or we shall take decisive action to eliminate all intruders. In the next instant, this authoritative message was reiterated in English, resonating across every vessel in the aircraft carrier fleet. Howell was left dumbfounded. All personnel of the Free Nation stood in stunned silence. What was happening? How could the voice of the Dragon Kingdom appear on their radio communication channel and demanding their expulsion? What an outrageous international jest. They were the mightiest navy on Blue Star. Just as everyone was left speechless, above them, a sleek, all-black super fighter jet, exuding an aura of unparalleled coolness, hovered effortlessly in midair. It was the latest J-40 Tunglong fighter jet developed by the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, even Major General Howell found himself holding his breath in astonishment. What the hell? A fighter jet hovering in midair? Is this some sort of science fiction film? Chapter 90. The Dragon Kingdom's heart is corrupt. Gazing at the J-40 suspended in the air, Howell struggled to swallow, his eyes behind the sunglasses filled with incredulity. One must understand that a fighter jet is not a helicopter. The technical difficulty of remaining airborne in a stationary position is several hundred times greater than that of a helicopter. Not even the Free Nation's most advanced F-22 Raptor could achieve such a feat. The engine requirements for a fighter jet to perform such a maneuver are extraordinarily stringent. Without a power system that could be deemed terrifyingly robust, accomplishing this technical feat would be utterly impossible. At this moment, a tempest of thoughts surged within Howell's mind. In the next instant, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. This had to be the most advanced fighter jet currently in service with the Dragon Kingdom. If he could shoot it down and bring the wreckage back to the Free Nation for analysis, they could undoubtedly decipher the core technologies of the Dragon Kingdom in one fell swoop. This would be an immense achievement. Howell mused inwardly. The next moment, he picked up the intercom and spoke slowly. All combat units, prepare for a state of heightened readiness. Fighter jets, take off immediately to engage the enemy. Missile systems, lock onto the aircraft in the sky. At all costs, we must bring it down. The Free Nation commanders, upon receiving the orders, understood implicitly and without a sound. Their cannon muzzles were already trained on the J-40 in the sky. Fighter jet after fighter jet soared from the deck, their targets set firmly on the J-40 suspended in the heavens, awaiting Howell's command to unleash a thunderous strike. As Howell gazed at the hovering J-40, a cruel glint flickered in his eyes. The Dragon Kingdom was still too inexperienced. Sending such an advanced fighter jet to negotiate was akin to leading a lamb into a tiger's den. One must remember, he commanded a formidable force of 4 aircraft carrier battle groups. In terms of firepower alone, they could rival an entire military district of the Dragon Kingdom. Handling a mere fighter jet would be a piece of cake. Once they stealthily transported the remnants of the fighter jet back to the Free Nation, it would be an enormous windfall. The more Howell contemplated, the more he reveled in the prospect of a glorious future. In his mind, the Dragon Kingdom's military dispatching its most advanced fighter jet was undoubtedly the most foolish decision. Was this not a gamble on his character? But he was an American. Character was something he had never possessed. In the next instant, Howell gave the command. Countless missiles roared forth, spewing flames as they sped toward the J-40. At that moment, even the recently launched fighter jets fired air-to-air missiles. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of missiles were hurtling toward the J-40 as if they were free of cost. Such a barrage of missiles could easily obliterate a small city in an instant. Yet, Chun Ming, the pilot of the J-40, remained unfazed, a sly smile even playing at the corners of his mouth. Ha! The commander truly possesses foresight. The Americans have indeed fallen for the trap. They have initiated the attack on us. This is too easy. With a calm demeanor, Chun Ming pressed a red button before him. In the next moment, the J-40's tail flame transformed from brilliant blue to pure white. Bang! Bang! A series of thunderous sonic booms resonated through the air. Almost instantaneously, the J-40 accelerated to an unimaginable speed. So swift was its velocity that even the missiles could only watch in despair. Boom! Hundreds of missiles, aimed at predetermined locations, struck the spot where the J-40 had once hovered. A blazing fireball erupted in the sky, spreading wildly. The brightness even eclipsed that of the sun. The tremendous shockwave sent waves crashing across the sea. Yet, the J-40, which should have been hovering in midair, was now inexplicably stationed in place, appearing several kilometers above. A massive question mark slowly emerged from Howell's mind. Is this a sonic boom in place? Taking off at supersonic speed? So fast that even missiles cannot keep up. And it starts up in a heartbeat? What manner of creature is this aircraft? At that moment, Howell felt his worldview was on the verge of collapse. However, the subsequent words from pilot Chun Ming nearly shattered Howell's sanity. Report to headquarters. The Free Nation has launched an unprovoked attack on our unit, nearly causing my aircraft to crash. This is an exceedingly grave matter. Their attitude is utterly arrogant, requesting missile support from headquarters. Over. What? I haven't even touched a single hair on you with over 100 missiles, and you dare to call this a near crash? Have some shame, will you? Wait a moment, missile support? Upon hearing this, Howell was left dumbfounded. Oh no, I've walked into a trap. These Dragonation folks are truly devious. It turns out that the fighter jet earlier was not here to negotiate. It was merely a bait. If I initiate an attack, I would have fallen straight into Dragonation's snare. Even if Dragonation were to sink me with missiles, they would stand on the moral high ground. Who made the first move? The most critical issue is, why was this operational deployment broadcasted on the Free Nation's radio channel? Now, the entire naval force of the Free Nation has been thrown into utter chaos. They have lost all combat effectiveness. This psychological manipulation has utterly shattered the morale of the Free Nation's soldiers. Faced with such dire circumstances, Howell had no choice but to connect to the fleet's broadcast channel. The next moment, Howell's steady voice echoed across the vessels. Fellow fighters of the Free Nation, there is no need to panic. The Dragon Nation lacks both the strength and courage to engage our invincible fleet in battle. We possess the world's most formidable aircraft carriers and the bravest soldiers. Our flagship, I assure you, could withstand 3 days and nights of bombardment without sinking. Our soldiers possess the most resilient spirit on Blue Star. Any entity that obstructs the Free Nation's advance shall be sunk to the ocean's depths. It must be said, Howell's ascension to the rank of Rear Admiral was no mere coincidence. In just a few sentences, he managed to rally the disheartened troops of the Free Nation. At this moment, the various carrier battle groups swiftly transitioned into combat readiness. The anti-missile systems of the carrier fleets were fully activated. The anti-air radar was set to maximum power. We must intercept Dragonation's missiles at least 100 kilometers away from the carrier. A series of commands erupted from Howell's mouth. The 4 aircraft carriers had pushed their anti-missile systems to their limits, all in preparation to withstand the impending missile assault from Dragon Nation. Gazing at the distant sky, Howell squinted his eyes. So, it's the Dragon Nation, is it? I refuse to believe it. You, a mere country bumpkin, how powerful can your missiles truly be? With my 4 aircraft carriers, if your missiles can breach our defenses, I shall remove my head and offer it to you as a ball to kick. Chapter 91. Whose missiles have eyes? Minutes later, accompanied by the howling wind, missiles rained down from outer space, hurtling towards the territorial waters of the Dragon Nation at an unprecedented speed. At this moment, Howell stared in disbelief at the radar display, overwhelmed by a multitude of red dots. 127. It was simply impossible to count. There must be hundreds of missiles. No way. Is the Rabbit serious? Wasn't it said that the Rabbit is the nation most adept at tactical maneuvers? How have they resorted to such overwhelming firepower? Launching this many missiles at once indicates a determined intent to leave their entire fleet in Dragon Nation's waters. Howell clenched his jaw, his mind racing. If the Rabbit wishes to gnaw at this hard bone of mine, it must first ensure its teeth are sharp enough. The next moment, Howell seized the intercom and bellowed. All units, attention! Dragon Nation's missiles are about to enter our strike range. Activate all anti-missile systems and ensure that every missile from Dragon Nation is intercepted at least 100 kilometers away. Do you understand? On the other end of the intercom came a resounding chorus of affirmations. For the carrier battle groups, 100 kilometers is the safest distance to protect the carriers from harm. Typically, missiles are intercepted by the carrier's anti-missile systems long before they reach that distance. 100 kilometers is akin to the penalty area in a football match. If a missile truly penetrates within that range, it poses a deadly threat to the carriers. Nevertheless, Howell held absolute confidence in the anti-missile systems aboard his carriers. After all, the reputation of the Free Nation as the strongest navy on Blue Star is not mere boast. The anti-missile systems on the carriers are undoubtedly the most advanced in existence. There is no equal. They are more than sufficient to counter the missiles produced by these country bumpkins from the Dragon Nation. At this moment, Howell began contemplating how to retaliate against Dragon Nation after successfully intercepting their missiles. Those who dare to offend the dignity of the Free Nation's carrier fleet must be made to pay dearly. The next moment, Howell's pager buzzed. Report, Commander. The speed of Dragon Nation's missiles is simply too fast, and each warhead seems to possess a semblance of autonomous awareness. We are unable to intercept them. They have already breached our anti-missile systems and entered within 100 kilometers of the carrier. At that moment, Howell was left utterly stunned. What? Wasn't it said that our carrier is equipped with the strongest anti-missile systems on Blue Star? How can we not even stop the Rabbit's missiles? No matter how fast or erratic their trajectory is, can they really turn midair? The next moment, Howell grabbed a military telescope and looked up. There he saw a sleek, impressive missile hurtling towards the carrier at an indescribable speed. Following closely behind were several anti-missile projectiles, but the missile was moving too rapidly, and the anti-missile missiles couldn't possibly catch up. Then, an anti-missile missile shot upwards toward the Dragon Nation missile. Just when Howell thought this missile would surely be intercepted, a shocking scene unfolded. The Dragon Nation missile, seemingly possessing a will of its own, performed a graceful maneuver in mid-air, evading the deadly strike. A large question mark slowly floated above Howell's head. This question mark does not indicate my confusion. Rather, it serves to highlight your absurdity. I mean, which missile can perform a loop in the air to evade an interception? You dare to call this a missile? Whose missile has eyes and can think for itself? Can it get any more ridiculous than this? At this moment, Howell felt his mind was barely holding together. The Dragon Nation's missiles are just too bizarre. Then, Howell's pager buzzed again. Report, Commander. The Dragon Nation's missiles have entered the 50-kilometer range of the carrier. Our anti-missile systems have successfully intercepted 17 of their missiles. Please advise. 17 missiles? Howell gazed at the multitude of red dots on the radar, and upon hearing the disheartening figures, he found himself utterly speechless. Could it be? The Dragon Kingdom had launched at least several hundred missiles. They had been brought within a mere 50 kilometers, and yet they had managed to intercept only 17 missiles. Their success rate was barely even 10%. How could one dare to speak with such a tone of self-congratulation? It is well known that any missile defense system, within a range of 50 kilometers, must achieve a success rate exceeding 90% to be deemed effective. A mere 10% success rate would render it a sieve, worthy only of being buried. Where was the promised might of the Blue Star's most formidable missile defense system? Why was it performing so abysmally? Howell was on the verge of tears. In a brief moment of distraction, Dragon Kingdom's missiles had already advanced to within 20 kilometers of the aircraft carrier. Now, as Howell lifted his military binoculars, he could see the missiles of the Dragon Kingdom tearing through the sky, hurtling toward him with alarming speed. Faintly, he could even hear the shrill whistle of the missiles slicing through the air. Howell's composure shattered. He had initially anticipated a military operation that would be a walk in the park, yet it had spiraled into such chaos. They were the invincible navy of the Free Nation. Could there truly be a day when they were held down and battered by mere peasants? Was there no justice in this world? At last, Howell took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering as if he had made an unimaginably difficult decision. In the next moment, he seized the radio and spoke in a grave tone. Activate close-range defense systems on the aircraft carrier. Eliminate all airborne threats. Our aircraft carrier fleet must sustain no damage whatsoever. However, the voice on the other end of the radio seemed to harbor some dissent. Sir, many of our fighter jets are still in the air. They have not yet landed on the carrier deck, and activating close-range defenses now would surely result in their demise. Close-range defense is a tactic typically employed by an aircraft carrier task force in dire circumstances, utilizing all available firepower to conduct indiscriminate attacks against all aerial objects within a 20-kilometer radius. Such an intense barrage for air defense had never before been witnessed in the history of the Free Nation's aircraft carriers. Yet, this was a desperate measure forced upon them. Were it not for the overwhelming pressure from the Dragon Kingdom's missiles, Howell would never have resorted to such a tactic. But with no other options available, Howell had to make this regrettable decision. Execute the order. Those pilots will forever be remembered for their sacrifice. For the safety of the carrier, this small price must be paid. If our carrier group can withstand this onslaught, the Free Nation shall ensure that the Dragon Kingdom pays a bloody price. Chapter 92. The Malevolent Rabbits, You Have No Heart. In the territorial waters of the Dragon Kingdom, four aircraft carrier battle groups revealed their full hand, unleashing a deluge of ordnance that rained down upon the sky. Countless shell casings descended into the sea like they were of no consequence. The Free Nation even deployed the shipboard artillery. They wove an incredibly dense web of firepower across the heavens. Aircraft after aircraft was struck by the barrage, plummeting into the icy waters like dumplings. The fates of the pilots unknown. Indeed, many more aircraft never even had the chance to hit the water, as they were engulfed in brilliant explosions amidst the barrage. Watching the scene unfold, Howell felt as though his heart were bleeding. The losses were utterly catastrophic, even if he were to accomplish his military objectives. Such immense losses would be sufficient to see Howell face a military tribunal and be executed multiple times over. Fortunately, this level of firepower should suffice to intercept the Dragon Kingdom's missiles. It was important to note that such an intense fire net, not even a seagull or a fly should be able to penetrate it. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a Dragon Kingdom missile seemingly possessed of sentience evaded all firepower. With a splash, it fell into the water beside the USS Roosevelt. The smile on Howell's face froze. What the hell? What kind of monstrosity was this missile from the Dragon Kingdom? It could actually breach their defenses? Had been rigged? Was it akin to a fly, slipping through any crevice it could find? Just as Howell cursed the designers of the Dragon Kingdom's missile system in his mind for the umpteenth time, an even more bewildering scene unfolded. Wait a moment. Why were all these missiles landing in the gaps between ships, with none striking the deck? At that moment, not only was Howell perplexed, but all the soldiers of the Free Nation were equally filled with confusion. Could it be? Had the Dragon Kingdom missed their targets? Howell scratched his head in bewilderment, inwardly speculating. That should not be the case. Judging by the sensitivity exhibited by these missiles, their precision should be absurdly high. It was inconceivable that they would miss. Even if one were to miss, how could every single missile perfectly evade the vessels and land in the sea? Wait a moment. Just as Howell was engulfed in doubt, he suddenly realized something exceedingly bizarre. Those missiles, they had not exploded, had they? Oh no. Could it be that those missiles were nothing but dummies? Howell smacked his forehead, a terrifying thought crashing into his mind without warning. It's over. All is lost. How could the Dragon Kingdom be so heartless? They appeared so innocent with their thick eyebrows and big eyes, yet they were filled with malice. Did your ancestors teach you military strategy just to deceive and ambush this old veteran? At that moment, Howell felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. After commanding the military for so many years, he had never encountered such a humiliating battle. The cunning of the Dragon Kingdom must be boundless. First, they lured him into action with advanced fighter jets, claiming the moral high ground. Then they launched missiles to trick him into a full counterattack. Yet, it turned out that the missiles were dummies. They hadn't even made a move. The Free Nation had inadvertently shot down its own aircraft. This was a deceptive game. The rabbits had truly mastered the art of warfare. With these two maneuvers, they had stripped him bare, and on top of that, they had audaciously stolen his bicycle. Malevolent rabbits, you have no heart. Do you not feel any pangs of conscience? A wave of humiliation, overwhelmed by the weight of intelligence, surged through Howell's heart. Yet, the most excruciating part was that Howell had no recourse. He could only swallow this bitter pill. At this moment, the soldiers of the Free Nation on the decks of various vessels exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a curious blend of confusion and relief. Howell's face was as pale as that of a dog robbed of its spine. In the corner, the voice of Major General Mobius timidly broke the silence. Sir, should we continue with our mission? The Dragon Kingdom possesses weapons of mass destruction. Howell raised his bloodshot eyes, filled with shock as he looked at Mobius. Without uttering a word, he dashed forward and landed two swift punches on Mobius. Are you out of your mind? The Dragon Kingdom truly has weapons of mass destruction. Are you eager to deliver yourself to them, seeking death? Howell could not comprehend how such folly could exist within the Free Nation. Had they become addicted to being the police? Advance? What nonsense! Not now. Immediately issue orders to the fleet to change course and head towards the Guam military base for recuperation. Under no circumstances should we engage in further conflict with the Dragon Nation. At this moment, Howell was acutely aware of his defeat. The Free Nation had lost. Whether in military prowess or strategic command, the Free Nation had been utterly overwhelmed by the Dragon Nation this time. Howell found himself devoid of the spirit to regroup and challenge the Dragon Nation once more, hastily leading his fleet away, leaving behind a scene of devastation as he retreated in disgrace. After all, the Dragon Nation had indeed shown restraint this time. Had those missiles been armed, while his fleet might not have sunk instantly, the casualties would have been catastrophic. If the conflict continued, it could provoke the Dragon Nation. With their current strength, they could easily annihilate his fleet of 4 aircraft carriers without any burden of conscience. As the supreme commander of the armed forces, Howell dared not gamble with the fate of 4 aircraft carriers against the patience of the Dragon Nation. At that moment, high above in the sky, behind the clouds, a strikingly designed fighter jet slowly revealed itself. Pilot 003, calling Command Center. The Free Nation's joint fleet has evacuated the target maritime area and is currently fleeing towards Guam military base. There are numerous remnants of Free Nation carrier aircraft scattered across the sea at the operation site. Please respond. Shortly thereafter, Pilot Chen Ming lowered his altitude and captured a high-definition photograph of the chaotic scene, transmitting it back. Finally, a calm, yet somewhat elated voice came through the radio channel. Well done, Pilot 003. The command center is now aware of the situation on the scene. Congratulations. You have flawlessly completed your mission. Please return to base immediately. Received, came Chun Ming's resolute voice over the radio, which soon fell into a prolonged silence. High above, a sleek silver-gray fighter jet, trailing a brilliant blue flame, sped towards the Dragon Nation. At this moment, Chun Ming understood better than anyone that this battle would undoubtedly shake the entire international landscape and would be forever etched in the annals of history. The rise of the Dragon Nation was now unstoppable. Chapter 93. The Unsung Heroes of the Northwest Military Region. Excellent. This battle was executed with remarkable precision. Our Dragon Nation truly needed such a resounding victory. In the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation's military, a satellite video conference was unfolding, showcasing a clip of the battle recorded by the J-40, which had previously concealed itself within the clouds. Upon witnessing the scene of the once mighty Free Nation fleet fleeing with their tails between their legs, the attending commanders erupted with excitement, their faces radiant with joy. At the center, Elder Wang observed the jubilant expressions of his subordinates and could not help but smile with satisfaction. The Dragon Nation's military had long been suppressed, yearning for a decisive victory to bolster morale. For decades, the Dragon Nation had endured in silence, quietly amassing strength, even choosing to maintain peace in the face of provocations from other countries. How could the passionate soldiers of the Dragon Nation reconcile such restraint? The preceding century had seen the Dragon Nation's military capabilities fall short of others. The memories of that time, when they had to use naval ships as makeshift destroyers, still lingered painfully. Who could forget the humiliation? The Free Nation had been riding on the Dragon Nation's back for years. In 2002, when they dispatched reconnaissance aircraft to spy on our military secrets, and our forces had to intervene to drive them away, the Free Nation's pilots had audaciously attacked our military aircraft. After an emergency landing, they even demanded the return of their reconnaissance plane. It was nothing short of disgraceful. And what about the embassy incident, the Galaxy incident? Each of these was initiated by the Free Nation's provocations. This time, the Free Nation truly got what they deserved. The commanders present were seasoned veterans, reflecting on the past humiliations endured at the hands of the Free Nation while witnessing the current spectacle of triumph. This monumental victory had finally dissipated much of the pent-up resentment they had harbored for so long. The Dragon Nation had finally been able to hold its head high. Elder Wang, you truly have an uncanny ability to foresee events. The Free Nation has been so thoroughly outsmarted that they have lost their very dignity. The intricate strategies of warfare were beyond the comprehension of the Free Nation's foolish leaders. However, I still have a question that remains unclear. The speaker was Commander Liu Debiao of the Northern Military Region. Elder Wang turned his gaze towards Liu Debiao and gently replied, Commander Liu, please ask away. Liu Debiao scratched his head, ultimately voicing his confusion. Indeed, we have achieved a great victory today, with the Free Nation retreating in disgrace. However, we did not inflict any actual damage on their fleet. Not a single carrier was sunk, and the aircraft losses were self-inflicted. If we had used live ammunition this time to decisively crush the Free Nation's 4 carrier battle groups, wouldn't that have been more satisfying? Furthermore, it would have significantly reduced the pressure on our military. As Liu Debiao's question hung in the air, many present perked up their ears, clearly sharing similar doubts. Elder Wang maintained a warm smile, seemingly unaffected by Liu Debiao's skepticism. After a brief pause, Elder Wang's voice finally resonated. Commander Liu, how confident do you believe we are in destroying the Free Nation's 4 carrier battle groups in the first wave of missile salvos? This question caught Liu Debiao off guard. He scratched his head, contemplating for a moment before slowly responding, perhaps about a 10% chance. The Free Nation's carriers are quite sturdy. I recall that during their testing, the Little Eagle managed to withstand 3 days and nights of targeted explosions. As Liu Debiao spoke, his own conviction waned, his voice diminishing. Meanwhile, Elder Wang continued to smile. Then do you believe that if the Free Nation's carrier battle groups withstand the first wave of salvos, they will retaliate fiercely and launch a devastating attack against our forces? At this point, Liu Debiao fell silent. Following this, Elder Wang posed another question. Then, Commander, how confident are you that within our coastal waters, we could seize these 4 carrier battle groups without sustaining any damage? And how confident are you that we can prevent the situation from escalating further? At this moment, everyone fell silent. Indeed, despite the Dragon Nation's apparent advantage, it was still within their own waters. If they pushed the Eagle Nation into a corner, would they not drag the coastal provinces of the Dragon Nation down with their carrier battle groups? Elder Wang surveyed the room, and, seeing no one speak, continued at present. While the Dragon Nation has grown stronger, we remain at an absolute disadvantage in the face of an enraged Free Nation. Furthermore, what we currently lack is not the gain or loss of a single battle, but rather time. If we are granted ample time to develop, surpassing the Free Nation will undoubtedly become a foregone conclusion. To be dragged into a mire of war by the Eagle Nation at this juncture would be the epitome of folly. Elder Wang's words instantaneously illuminated the understanding of everyone present. At that moment, Liu Debiao lowered his head, feeling somewhat ashamed. While he had been preoccupied with immediate gains and losses, he had not anticipated the situation would evolve to such a degree. In truth, the rise of a Dragon Nation had never been mere coincidence. Generations of sagacious leaders have guided the colossal entity that is the Dragon Nation, employing their seemingly inscrutable strategic vision to steadily advance upon the righteous path, step by step, with unwavering resolve. It is through such diligent progress that we now behold the dawn of a promising era. Feeling the admiration from the crowd, Elder Wang coughed awkwardly, took a sip of hot water, and spoke slowly. However, I firmly believe that the primary contributor to today's resounding victory is none other than our Northwest Military District. Were it not for the formidable missile system recently developed by the Northwest Military District and the exceptional performance of the J-40, engineered by the Tianjin Institute, that so-called howl from the Free Nation would not have been so easily deceived. Upon hearing Elder Wang's remarks, the eyes of all the generals simultaneously turned towards Chun Goen in the corner. Suddenly, Liu Debiao's voice cut through the air. I recall that during the inaugural flight of the J-40, Elder Zhao mentioned that its core technology stemmed from a modest researcher within the Northwest Military District. At that time, I was skeptical, but now it seems highly plausible. As this statement reverberated through the room, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. What is this? The missile system was developed by the Northwest Military District, and even the core technology of the J-40 originated from there. What extraordinary fortune has befallen the Northwest Military District? Many commanders from various military districts felt their envy boil over. In stark contrast, Chun Goen stood proudly, neck stretched like a victorious rooster. Clearly, for Chun Goen, garnering respect before his old comrades was a matter of great pride. Old Chun, you have truly struck it rich. The J-40 and missile system must surely benefit your brothers. Old Chun, Commander Chun, Brother Chun, pray tell, the minds behind this missile system and the J-40, could they possibly be the same individual? I find it highly likely. It would be a shame for such a genius to languish in the remote Northwest Military District. The Southern Military District would be a much better fit. Ahem. My Air Force could also assist the Northwest Military District in covering all expenses for that genius. Upon hearing this, Chun Goen could no longer contain himself and leapt to his feet. You old fogies. If you want technology, fine. But my precious gem, dream on. Speak. Chapter 94. Binding officers for surrender should yield preferential treatment. The Dragon Nation, with thousands of islanders, took to the streets. Nearly everyone believed that this time, the Dragon Nation was destined for defeat, certain to be thoroughly trounced by the Free Nation. However, as they paraded with slogans throughout the day, the carrier battle group of the Free Nation failed to make even a fleeting appearance, as if it had evaporated from existence. Initially, they managed to self-hypnotize, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, anxiety surged among the crowd. What is happening with the Free Nation? Were they not supposed to arrive today to protect our island? Why is there not a trace of them? Exactly. They were so brazen before. Now, not even a whisper. Haha. Did you really believe the Free Nation would come and rescue you? Truly, how foolish. Impossible. The Free Nation's Navy is the best in Blue Star. When they say something, they will see it through. I suspect the Free Nation is secretly maneuvering, waiting to emerge from the Dragon Strait to deliver a resounding slap to the Dragon Nation. Truly, the Free Nation's strategies are enough to keep that group of rustic leaders in the Dragon Nation occupied for a lifetime. Upstairs, I concur with your perspective. Is there a traffic jam? Mike has already called me to say we should wait a bit longer. Yet most still believe that the Free Nation was covertly navigating around the island, waiting for the opportune moment to strike a decisive blow against the Dragon Nation. Few could fathom that the invincible Free Nation they revered had already slinked away with its tail between its legs. Meanwhile, panic ensued in the office, with officials pacing anxiously. What's going on? Why is there not a single sound? Could it be that the Free Nation is not coming? As this thought crossed their mind, they dismissed it. The Free Nation is the best in the world. They will surely come. They must be held up by some unforeseen circumstance. An inexplicable sense of foreboding loomed, as if a monumental event were about to unfold. Perhaps I should call Senator and inquire about the situation. As I lifted the phone to seek clarity, a sudden knock resounded at the office door. Come in. The next moment, an assistant hurriedly entered, tablet in hand, exclaiming that something terrible had occurred. Gazing at the flustered assistant, they questioned the cause for alarm. What could possibly be wrong? The Free Nation's aircraft carrier is on its way. What could be so dire? The assistant spoke with an almost tearful urgency. It concerns the Free Nation's carrier group. Look at this. With that, the assistant unveiled the tablet. The announcement was straightforward, comprising a brief statement alongside an image. What is this? Is this all the Free Nation can muster? They fled with their tails between their legs? We in the Dragon Nation have yet to strike. How could they have surrendered so easily? Is this it? Is this truly all? The text was profoundly provocative, and the accompanying image was 1,000 times more so. The image displayed a vast expanse of azure sea littered with the wreckage of aircraft, many still ablaze. This must be what was referred to as the equipment explosion. In the distance, the previously haughty carrier group of the Free Nation now fled like frightened beasts, as if pursued by vengeful spirits. The old man's face turned ashen. Moments later, a wailing cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the office. Impossible. This cannot be. How could the invincible Free Nation be vanquished by a mere group of mud-stained legions from the Dragon Nation? This photograph must be digitally altered. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy by the Dragon Nation. At this moment, who could have anticipated that such an outcome awaited them? The mightiest force in all of Blue Star. The Free Nation had been defeated by the very Dragon Nation they held in disdain. Furthermore, they were met with such brazen mockery. Good heavens! The Free Nation has actually lost. What underhanded tactics did the Dragon Nation employ? How could the Dragon Nation possess such strength? This is the Free Nation we are speaking of, an entity that could not even best the Bear of the North in its prime. I cannot accept this. The Free Nation must not have fought at full strength. Otherwise, with the Dragon Nation's limited capabilities, they would surely have been obliterated. They held no particular regard for the Free Nation, yet they dared not speak recklessly, fearing the repercussions. Voices among them swelled online. Oh, it's fine. No need to worry about any fallout. With such an incident, it seems we'll be burning the midnight oil tonight. Please, restore me. I'm feeling quite out of sorts. Speaking of which, my brother works within the military. When the Dragon Nation's forces arrive, could he not capture the commander and surrender? Surely there would be leniency. I'll vote for that. Hail, the Great Dragon Nation Liberation Army. Chapter 95. I always knew the Dragon Nation could succeed. In the Free Nation, within the White Palace. Supreme Leader Mike surveyed the casualty figures and the latest announcement from the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. His face turned an angry shade of blue. Fists clenched in frustration. Damn it, what on earth is Howell doing? We lost 72 fighter jets and 127 soldiers. How am I to explain this to that bunch of buffoons in Congress? We didn't lose this many in the Gulf War. The worst part is that we dispatched 4 carrier battle groups, yet we were bested by a bunch of mud-stained peasants from the Dragon Nation. And to be humiliated in such a manner. Howell, you useless fool. I must bring him before a military tribunal. At this moment, General Mike was consumed by rage, and his entire office lay in disarray, papers strewn across the floor. The ramifications of this battle for the Free Nation were dire. Not only had years of international prestige been obliterated, but even Mike's position as a general was now precariously threatened. The citizens of the free nation would not tolerate a president who brought them shame at the helm of their country. General Mike's mind was a tempest of confusion. He found it utterly incomprehensible how the once innocuous rabbit had transformed, in a matter of mere months, into a formidable force, as if it had exchanged itself for another. It had even staged a dramatic performance of rabbit trampling eagle. Mike could not fathom accepting this reality. Yet, the situation had escalated beyond his control, and he had no choice but to come to terms with it. He forced himself to regain composure. In the next moment, he gently tapped his desk. A white secretary hurriedly dashed into the room. "General, you summoned me?" "Yes," Mike nodded, continuing, "Notify the Foreign Affairs Department to issue a response statement, vehemently condemning the rabbit's violent actions, aligning our stance with anti-hegemonism. Furthermore, we must exert pressure on the rabbit at the United Nations. It is imperative that the rabbit pays a price for its actions. Additionally, our economic sanctions against Dragon Country must be intensified. We must also tighten our control over core technologies, ensuring that no nation exports any core technology to Dragon Country. Our covert operatives within Dragon Country must receive increased support to undermine the beliefs of its people. Since we cannot effectively suppress Dragon Country militarily, we shall adopt the strategies once employed against the bear, suffocating Dragon Country economically while corroding its political foundations." Mike's eyes narrowed, revealing an unmasked ruthlessness within. Beside him, his assistant shuddered involuntarily at the words. After a moment's pause, he hastily responded, "Understood, General. I will make the arrangements immediately." With that, the assistant exited the office without a backward glance, beginning to orchestrate the plans with meticulous precision. As Mike observed his assistant's departing figure, his mind raced with thoughts. "Rabbit, oh Rabbit, do not presume that a single victory grants you the right to gloat. If I could dismantle the bear, dismantling you is well within my capabilities. Enjoy your moment of triumph. This debt shall be settled by the Free Nation in due time." The following morning, an announcement from the Free Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs ignited a firestorm within the international community. "We strongly condemn Dragon Country's unwarranted use of force in international waters. Our naval fleet was subjected to unilateral attacks by Dragon Country during routine maneuvers. Such behavior exemplifies its hegemonic tendencies. We vehemently protest Dragon Country's acts of tyranny, as its existence severely threatens the safety of the surrounding seas. We have submitted a proposal to the United Nations, demanding severe repercussions for Dragon Country's irresponsible actions." Upon the release of this announcement, many who still harbored illusions about the Free Nation were left utterly stunned. Did this announcement imply that the image released by Dragon Country was indeed genuine? Had Dragon Country actually confronted and routed the Free Nation's naval fleet? This was astonishing. Moreover, the phrases of strong condemnation, vehement protest, and proposals to the United Nations felt strangely familiar. Were these not the very rhetoric often employed by Dragon Country when it was wronged? How could the Free Nation have appropriated them? Was it possible that the missing writer from Dragon Country's Foreign Affairs Department had been poached by the Free Nation? In an instant, the online community erupted. Numerous memes mocking the Free Nation emerged, while the grandiose proclamations made before the expedition were now mercilessly resurrected. The embarrassed citizens of the Free Nation longed to escape to Mars. Simultaneously, the supporters of the Free Nation were in a state of panic. Particularly those countries that had previously boasted in front of Dragon Country now trembled like quails in a winter wind, cowering in corners. "The White Elephant Nation, esteemed Rabbit, I admit my previous proclamations were excessive. Please do not take them to heart. The Basin Chicken, my adoptive father actually lost? Perhaps it is time to find a new one. I always said Dragon Country was capable. The Pickled Vegetable Nation, this is bad, given the rabbit's vengeful nature. None of US will escape unscathed. The Southern Monkey, the South China Sea has always been the inherent territory of Dragon Country. The demarcation of the 9-dash line conforms to international norms. Even the islands reclaimed by Dragon Country in the South China Sea adhere to international ethics. The Northern Bear Nation, good heavens, the rabbit is truly formidable. The Free Nation's 4 naval fleets, which even we battle-hardened folk would avoid, have been defeated by Dragon Country. It is time to stand shoulder to shoulder, Davarisi. At this moment, the international discourse underwent a dramatic reversal following Dragon Country's victory over the Free Nation. Previously, almost every nation had collectively condemned Dragon Country as a potent malignancy, a hegemonic state posing a considerable threat to its neighbors. Now, aside from the loyal supporters of the Free Nation still attempting to discredit Dragon Country in the media, the majority of nations prudently chose silence. Those neighboring countries that had once barked the loudest were now completely flipping allegiance, even beginning to attack the free nation online. The reason for this shift was simple. Dragon Country had undeniably exhibited the strength to emerge as a hegemonic power. In the realm of international relations, true influence is wielded by those with genuine strength. Only when one possesses a powerful fist does one command a voice. The dichotomy of right and wrong has always been dictated by those with the mightiest fists, not by so-called fairness and justice. This is the unassailable law of the world. At this moment, the hearts of people around the globe were acutely aware that the rise of Dragon Country was now an unstoppable force. Any obstacles in the path of Dragon Country's ascent would be crushed to dust beneath the wheels of history. Chapter 96. Double joy, one word is binding. News of the victory reached Dragon Country, and the populace erupted in exuberance. They had triumphed in this battle, and it was a resounding victory. Even the once mighty free nation's naval fleet had been sent fleeing in disgrace. Many citizens of Dragon Country, upon hearing this news, found their garments soaked with tears of joy. Such news was simply invigorating. The humiliation and unjust treatment endured by the people of Dragon Country were all but erased in the wake of this grand triumph. This was a celebration for the people of Dragon Country. At this moment, the phrase "we won" surged to the top of trending topics. The vibrant red letters conveyed the sentiments of millions of citizens. On the official website of Dragon Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the announcement showcasing the photos of the free nation's fleet in retreat attracted over 1 million comments. According to experts, the website's traffic in the past few days rivaled the peak of Dragon Country's spring festival travel rush. Good heavens, we truly won. I can hardly believe it. Trust in the motherland. Trust in the government. Long live the people. In this life, I have no regrets in joining Huaxia. In my next life, I shall be reborn into the land of flowers. My goodness, I was on the subway, and as I read this, tears welled up. I looked up to see everyone on the subway was crying as well. Those were 4 naval fleets. Their combat power was so formidable that even the Northern Bear Nation couldn't withstand it. Our Dragon Country's military managed to bear the pressure and claim a great victory. It is unimaginable how monumental our military's advancement truly is. Tears truly brimmed in my eyes. As a veteran, I had contemplated returning to the battlefield. Little did I expect that our nation had ascended to such formidable heights. Where is the donation channel? I am determined to contribute. No one can deter me. In this world, no amount of impassioned patriotic propaganda can rival the invigorating spirit of a sweeping victory. Many netizens from the Dragon Nation, after exhausting discussions on domestic platforms, have directly breached the walls of censorship to engage in intense confrontations. What? The mightiest fleet of the Blue Star? I am precisely targeting that fleet. Could it be? Is it really here? Frankly, the disparity between the Dragon Nation and the Free Nation remains vast. To speak of equipment alone, the frequency of armaments on the Free Nation's aircraft carriers far surpasses that of the Dragon Nation. And what are the netizens from the Free Nation? Where's that previous arrogance? It would be appreciated if you could restore it, for your current silence is quite disconcerting. Isn't this the most formidable fleet of the Free Nation? After a few days apart, how has it diminished so? Clearly, the netizens of the Free Nation have never faced a challenging situation. After being thoroughly overwhelmed by the Dragon Nation, they seem utterly at a loss for words. Only a handful have spoken up, attempting to assert the prowess of the Free Nation's aircraft carriers, only to be met with a single image from the Dragon Nation-esque netizens, depicting the Free Nation's aircraft carriers fleeing in disarray, with a glaring caption above, "Armaments exposed." A night of revelry ensued. The netizens of the Dragon Nation mobilized en masse, nearly conquering the external networks. They expressed that they had never experienced such a favorable situation in their lives. However, in this world, all things are governed by the law of conservation. So too are smiles. According to the law of smile conservation, smiles cannot vanish in a thin air, nor can they be conjured from nothing. Compared to the festive atmosphere in the Dragon Nation, the scene elsewhere was one of desolation. How could the Dragon Nation be so powerful? Do not the experts claim they could not even afford tea eggs? Is it that the Free Nation is too weak, or the Dragon Nation too strong? The world has crumbled. Even those devoid of political insight could discern that this battle had irrevocably obliterated the Free Nation's standing on the international stage. In its own coastal waters, the Dragon Nation is an invincible force. Even the Free Nation cannot hope to encroach upon it. As time progresses, what should be celebratory news feels akin to a thunderclap, a cataclysmic upheaval. Look, the netizens of the Dragon Nation burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The so-called waste youth need not be overly disheartened, for there will be ample reasons for sorrow in the future. Being bested is quite normal. Am I in the wrong place? Wasn't this area bustling just days ago? Ha ha ha. It's laughable, eager to play the fool, yet failing miserably, still wallowing in despair. Amidst the online ridicule, they clenched their impotent fists and responded with indignation. The people of the Dragon Nation are truly relentless, so lacking in decorum. The waste youth believed their words would strike a fatal blow to the Dragon Nation. Yet, the light-hearted remarks from the other side left them utterly exposed. Speak on. A double blessing, a promise made. This individual cannot be a Dragon Nation spy. How could he understand our thoughts so clearly? Do ensure that you follow through. Let's keep some individuals. I recall several who are quite decent, such as that swag fellow. Meanwhile, despair engulfed another. It is over. It is truly over. In the office, anxiety drove him to and fro. Gone was yesterday's confidence. How could this cursed free nation be unable to best the Dragon Nation? This is disastrous. It has lost all value. The free nation has taken such a tremendous fall. There is no way to recover from this. The words I previously uttered and actions I took must have crossed the Dragon Nation's line. The Dragon Nation will assuredly not spare me. After all these years, I have profited enough. Flee. I must escape to the free nation to seek political asylum. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. At that moment, his mind raced, and he resolved in an instant. That evening, boxes of cash in U.S. dollars, antiques, and artworks were silently loaded onto a private jet. The individual, masked and shrouded in mystery, boarded the aircraft. With a run-up, the plane ascended into the obsidian night. Gazing out at the darkness, his heart raced. Little did he suspect that overhead, a colossal entity had already silently set its sights upon him. Chapter 97. The Dragon Nation ought to bear some responsibility. Wouldn't you agree? Sweden, Geneva, headquarters of the Blue Star Federation. In the spacious conference hall, a roar akin to that of a lion reverberated. Dragon Nation, what is your true intent in launching an attack on my Free Nation's aircraft carrier fleet? Do you seek to ignite the Third World War? Today, the Dragon Nation must meet all our demands, surrendering the entirety of your advanced fighter jets and missile system technology. Additionally, compensate us for the war damages amounting to 20 billion U.S. dollars. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. The representative of the Free Nation, Anthony, bellowed. Beside him, the Dragon Nation representative, a refined middle-aged man named Lianren, nearly laughed in disbelief at Anthony's furious outburst. Having lost the battle, you demand compensation and technology from the Dragon Nation? Is the representative of the Free Nation so accustomed to tyranny that he has lost his senses? Does he truly believe that the current Dragon Nation resembles the one that, over a century ago, won a war only to cede territory and pay reparations? The Free Nation truly has a penchant for baseless claims. The conflict clearly erupted within the territorial waters of the Dragon Nation. You send 4 aircraft carrier battle groups and prohibit the Dragon Nation from retaliating? Furthermore, where has the Dragon Nation violated international standards? It is, in fact, the Free Nation that incessantly infringes upon our sovereignty, treating the territorial waters of the Dragon Nation as if they were non-existent. And now you have the audacity to bite back? How brazenly shameless. To demand reparations is a delusion. I believe it is the Free Nation that wishes to provoke a third world war. Though Lianren possessed a refined and handsome appearance, his words resonated with strength and conviction. He stood resolutely against the domineering Anthony, establishing a stance of equal opposition. At this moment, the 5 major bullies of the Blue Star, oh no, the 5 major power brokers, had unmistakably chosen their sides. John Bull and the Gallic Rooster stood firmly behind the Free Nation, while the North Bear loomed behind the Dragon Nation. As for the Secretary-General of the Federation, he sat on the podium, observing the eloquent exchanges below, unable to interject even a single word. The position of Secretary-General may sound impressive, yet in reality, it wields no power whatsoever. The affairs of the Federation are still dictated by the 5 lords beneath him, if any of them do not nod in agreement. This matter will not proceed in the Blue Star. The conference ran from 8 a.m. until 4 p.m. Anthony and Lianren nearly wore themselves thin from their verbal sparring. Yet, they could not reach a resolution. Finally, Lianren's phone beside him vibrated gently. The battle video has been sent to your email. Public playback is permitted. Upon seeing the message, Lianren's expression brightened. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dragon Nation has sent me the video of that battle. The answers lie within the footage. Anthony, do you dare to allow me to play it publicly? Anthony, the representative of the Free Nation, hesitated briefly, then, after a moment of contemplation, nodded. According to Anthony's estimation, the Free Nation's defeat must have stemmed from a surprise attack by the Dragon Nation. which led to the catastrophic failure of the aircraft carrier battle group. The act of ambush undoubtedly contravenes the regulations of the Federation. At that moment, one could only watch how the rabbit would attempt to wriggle out of this predicament. Meanwhile, all the attendees, upon hearing that the Dragon Nation had recorded the entire encounter, instantly perked up with heightened anticipation. They were naturally curious about how, given the Dragon Nation's prowess, it had managed to triumph over the Free Nation despite being at a disadvantage. In the next instant, the video commenced. As it unfolded, confusion enveloped the audience, a cascade of large question marks slowly materializing above their heads. In unison, all eyes turned towards Anthony, the representative of the Free Nation. Is this what you claimed was an attack initiated by the Dragon Nation? Clearly, the video depicted the Dragon Nation first deploying aircraft to urge withdrawal. Moreover, it appeared that the first shot was fired by none other than your own Free Nation. The most absurd part of it all was that it was your own nation that shot down its aircraft. The Dragon Nation had merely dispatched a single fighter jet and launched a series of empty shells. They had done nothing at all. At that moment, even the representatives from John Bull and Gallic Rooster regarded Anthony with expressions of utter complexity. No way. While it is true that your Free Nation holds the presidency of the Federation, such outrageous behavior is simply unacceptable. Such brazen hypocrisy, if leaked, would severely tarnish the Federation's credibility. Should the ruling go against the Dragon Nation, one might as well rename the Federation to the Free Association. Beside him, having finished watching the video, Anthony was left dumbfounded. This cannot be right. I was informed that we merely needed to pressure the Dragon Nation. I had been vociferously disparaging them, only to turn around and discover that the battle was fought so poorly, and it was all recorded by the Dragon Nation. How am I to salvage this situation? The actions of the Dragon Nation revealed no flaws whatsoever. In a matter of moments, the arrogant demeanor on Anthony's face vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. A cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Hey, do you think it's possible that the Dragon Nation's missiles flew too swiftly, startling our Free Nation's commander? Perhaps that is why the incident of friendly fire occurred. I believe the Dragon Nation should bear some responsibility. The crowd responded. Your military intruded into our Dragon Nation's territorial waters, dispatched aircraft to urge withdrawal, and launched empty shells as intimidation, all actions that adhere to the Federation's regulations. Can you hold the Dragon Nation accountable for your Free Nation's commander's lack of competence? The mocking voice of Li Anren echoed, leaving Anthony at a loss for words. In his mind, he had already cursed the parents of the commanding General Howell countless times. To this, General Howell replied, "This cannot be blamed on me. It is not that my comrades are unworthy, but rather that the enemy is exceedingly cunning." Amidst the awkward atmosphere, the Secretary General of the Federation cleared his throat lightly. Subsequently, a vote was initiated regarding the trial case against the Dragon Nation initiated by the Free Nation. Following the vote, the representatives would be free to depart. Ultimately, the vote concluded with the Dragon Nation and Northern Bear opposing, the Free Nation in favor, and John Bull and Gallic Rooster abstaining. The result, 2-1. The proposal was dismissed. After the meeting, both John Bull and Gallic Rooster, along with Northern Bear, simultaneously realized a grave truth. It seemed that they were no longer on the same level as the Dragon Nation. Analyzing the revelations from the video, it was clear that the technological prowess of the Dragon Nation had far surpassed theirs. Even the Northern Bear, long proud of its status as the second military power on Blue Star, found itself in deep contemplation after viewing the video. If the Free Nation were replaced by the Northern Bear, could they truly perform better? The answer was a resounding no. The reason for the Free Nation's defeat was not due to their incompetence, but rather because the Dragon Nation had exhibited an overwhelming display of strength. The current geopolitical landscape of Blue Star had undergone a significant transformation, unbeknownst to many. The Dragon Nation had quietly evolved into a superpower capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Free Nation, no longer to be underestimated. Chapter 98. This endeavor, in truth, holds little merit. Commander, you called for me? In the Air Force Command Office of the Northwest Military District, Song Chi kicked open the office door, making a grand entrance before Wang Jinlong. In response to Song Chi's impudent behavior, Wang Jinlong lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming not with reproach, but rather with fondness. Our Song Chi is truly remarkable, kicking down doors with such flair. Indeed, little Song. Wang Jinlong closed the documents before him and inquired, "Have you prepared the complete data set for the missile system I requested?" The other commanders from various military districts eagerly anticipated his answer, as calls flooded in incessantly. Though I say this, the smile on Wang Jinlong's face was nearly reaching his ears, a testament to his pride in the situation. "It's all arranged. to send a few trucks to the 11th Research Institute to collect it. Song-Chi boldly plopped down onto the sofa, unceremoniously pouring himself a glass of water as if Wang Jinlong's office were his own home. Wang Jinlong, accustomed to this behavior, merely took a slow sip of tea. Little Song, what do you think of our Northwest Military District? What do you mean? Song-Chi, perplexed, scratched his head in confusion. The sister is quite lovely. The food in the cafeteria is decent, and I'm not referring to those matters. What I mean is, how do you perceive our Northwest Military District's treatment of you? Wang Jinlong continued. Song-Chi felt a bit flustered, entirely unsure of the intent behind Wang Jinlong's question. Oh no. In dramas, when a commander poses such inquiries, it typically signals the arrangement of perilous missions. With my slender limbs, any secret task would surely lead to my demise. In an instant, Song-Chi's expression fell. Commander, I have made contributions to the military district, and I have shed blood for it. If there are death missions, assign them to Zhou Yonghui instead. I beg you. Wang Jinlong. Who says I am sending you to your doom? Completely at a loss for words, Wang Jinlong could not fathom how, after all this time, Song-Chi still managed to misinterpret his intentions, veering off into bizarre conclusions. The reason Wang Jinlong posed this question was due to Chairman Chin's earnest request to ensure Song-Chi remain within the Northwest Military District and not allow other districts to poach him. Wang Jinlong thought it prudent to gauge Song-Chi's stance first. To his surprise, Song-Chi had misinterpreted yet again. Wang Jinlong sighed deeply, realizing that a straightforward approach was perhaps more reliable. Little Song, you misunderstood my intent. What I meant to ask was, if other military district commanders offered enticing conditions to recruit you, what would you do? Just be honest. Uncle Wang won't be angry. I merely wish to know your stance. Huh? Song-Chi blinked his large eyes, filled with a naive clarity. Commander, why would they want to recruit me? I'm just a lowly researcher. Surely, they wouldn't bother. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinlong was left speechless. Are you pretending to be foolish, or are you genuinely naive? Do you not realize that the commanders of those military districts are practically losing their minds in a frenzy to acquire you? You still sit here claiming to be just a lowly researcher. One international joke. Just a hypothetical. Just tell me your stance. Wang Jinlong rubbed his temples, a tone of helplessness permeating his voice. After pondering for a moment, Song-Chi ultimately provided his answer. The Northwest Military District has invested heavily in constructing a research institute, treating me with the courtesy befitting a national hero. If I were to work in another military district, it would be rather shameless of me. I have no intention of leaving the Northwest Military District, and I suspect I never will. Upon hearing Song-Chi's response, Wang Jinlong felt a wave of relief wash over him, his heart finally settling after hanging in the balance. Observing the steadfast expression on Song-Chi's face deepened Wang Jinlong's fondness for him. Although Song-Chi had expressed his commitment, Wang Jinlong understood that the treatment and appreciation offered by the Northwest Military District must be commensurate with Song-Chi's talents. If someone of Song-Chi's caliber was willing to remain in such a remote and desolate place, it would be a disservice to him if Wang Jinlong was not generous in his support. Little Song, rest assured, should you encounter any difficulties in life or work, you can boldly reach out to your Uncle Wang. Even if it means plucking stars from the sky, I will find a way to make it happen. As long as the Northwest Military District exists, I will ensure you never suffer an injustice. Listening to Wang Jinlong's emphatic declaration, Song-Chi nodded vigorously in agreement. The two continued their pleasantries for a while. Suddenly, Wang Jinlong lifted his head, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the concept art of the aerospace aircraft carrier hanging on the office wall. Little Song, 2 months have already passed. Shouldn't we put your promise regarding the aerospace aircraft carrier back on the agenda? Let us work on this in the next cycle. I've been salivating over this concept art every day, Wang Jinlong exclaimed, pointing to the enlarged concept art above him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. For the past 2 months, he had been so enamored with the concept that he felt he might as well have been sleeping with it. Anyone who visited his office was invariably drawn into admiring it alongside him. Even President Chun, who visited Wang Jinlong's office last time, was captivated by the artwork, taking a copy back to hang in his own office. They both eagerly anticipated the aerospace aircraft carrier, and it was no exaggeration to say that both Wang Jinlong and Chun Goen had been waiting for it with bated breath. Now, with an opportunity at hand, Wang Jinlong naturally wanted to remind Song-Chi of this, lest the young man forget. Meanwhile, Song-Chi gazed at the striking concept art before him, momentarily taken aback. When did this come about? I don't recall anything about it. After a long pause, Song-Chi finally realized this was the grand vision he had presented to Wang Jinlong 2 months prior. The commander had not forgotten it. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under Wang Jinlong's fervent gaze, Song Qi scratched his head. Commander, this project doesn't hold much weight. When I initially proposed it, it was merely to persuade you to lift the ban on my research in aircraft. At this moment, Wang Jinlong was rendered speechless. Such a trivial project? Every word Song Qi uttered struck him like a hammer, shattering his worldview. You're talking about a colossal aerospace aircraft carrier that can soar to altitudes of 50 to 60,000 meters, withstand missiles unscathed, and carry fighter jets across the globe. And you call it trivial? What then constitutes a significant endeavor? A Dyson sphere? If this magnificent creation is deemed insignificant, then surely nothing of value exists in all of Blue Star. Wang Jinlong felt as though he was on the verge of a breakdown. He had assumed Song Qi was joking, yet the serious expression on Song Qi's face only deepened his confusion. No, little Song, if you can't create it, I can understand. Having a direction is already commendable. After all, the visible difficulties in transforming such an aerospace aircraft carrier are immense, and I want to hold it against you. But a claim that it lacks value is utterly absurd. Upon hearing this, Song Qi was indignant. You may doubt my character, but you cannot question my modification skills. Commander, what are you talking about? This so-called trivial project? I have already completed the design schematics. If we start now, we could have it built in 10 days at most. What is so difficult about this small endeavor? Without further ado, Song Qi opened his portable tablet and began searching. After a considerable amount of time, he finally located the design blueprint that had been prepared long ago. Gazing at the intricate design, symbols, and various data before him, Wang Jinlong swallowed hard. No way. Song Qi, you're serious? You've even completed the modification blueprints? Why on earth was such an important document in the recycle bin? At that moment, Wang Jinlong felt utterly overwhelmed. After a lengthy silence, Wang Jinlong's voice finally broke through. Little Song, are you really saying that 10 days is true? Why would I lie to you? Song Qi rolled his eyes, exasperated. I swear on the well-being of my assistant Zhou Yonghui's lower body that if I don't complete it within 10 days, he shall remain impotent for life. Listening to Song Qi's vow, Wang Jinlong's hand trembled as he held his teacup, spilling tea everywhere. He had managed to bring it to his lips, but now most of the tea was on the floor. At that moment, Wang Jinlong's emotions were at an all-time high. His gaze towards Song Qi was filled with astonishment, as if he were seeing a marvel. 10 days? What does that even mean? Previously, Wang Jinlong had thought that for Song Qi to modify such a colossal creation would take at least half a year. This was the absolute minimum his mind could conceive. However, to his astonishment, Song Qi was declaring it would take merely 10 days, nearly causing Wang Jinlong's brain to overheat. For a project of this magnitude, even disregarding the technical challenges, a team of 1,000 would require at least 6 months to complete the modifications. Yet, Song Qi's Institute 11 claimed it would only take 10 days? To outsiders, this would sound like an absurd fantasy. But every time Wang Jinlong looked at Song Qi's resolute expression, he felt an inexplicable calmness wash over him, as if nothing was beyond the man's capabilities. After a prolonged silence, Wang Jinlong's voice finally emerged once more. Little Song, go ahead and pursue it with confidence. The Northwest Military District will always be your strongest backing. Regardless of the troubles you face or any assistance you need, you can reach out to me directly. I will help you resolve it, Wang Jinlong declared, thumping his chest. By the way, what area of research do you plan to focus on next? If it involves missile and nuclear energy research, let me help you submit the reports in advance. It's better to be safe than sorry. If we get caught without prior notice, it could be quite troublesome. At this moment, Wang Jinlong had fully recognized his own limitations. Rather than assigning work to Song Qi, he instead inquired about Song Qi's upcoming research direction. It was unimaginable for a commander to consult a subordinate about their research focus in such a hierarchically structured military environment. Yet, in the case of Song Qi, it seemed entirely reasonable. In Wang Jinlong's view, Song Qi's strategic vision has far exceeded the realm of his own comprehension. Arbitrarily delineating research directions for Song Qi could inadvertently stifle his extraordinary talents, resulting in a net loss. A genius like Song Qi ought not to be constrained. Meanwhile, upon hearing Wang Jinlong's inquiry, Song Qi fell into a deep contemplation. Indeed, what should he research? Recently, the Free Nation seemed to be embroiled in some obscure endeavor. In the past, they would intermittently share a few PowerPoint presentations that he could draw inspiration from. Now, however, not a single one had surfaced in days. How miserly! What harm would it do to let others learn a thing or two? Listening to Song Qi's murmurs, Wang Jinlong stifled a chuckle, striving to suppress his amusement. Did he not realize why the Eagle Country had ceased sharing presentations? Who would have guessed that he could actually replicate their work? With a talent like his, It would indeed be a marvel if the Eagle country were to release presentations. After a prolonged period of fruitless pondering, Song Qi ultimately shook his head in frustration. Wang Jinlong, with a smile, patted Song Qi on the shoulder. All right, little Song, there is no need to be too disheartened. Inspiration cannot be summoned at will. Focus on completing the aerospace carrier at hand, then take a few days to rest. Perhaps inspiration will strike. Upon hearing this, Song Qi silently nodded. For now, that would have to suffice. Chief, I shall take my leave and strive to finish the transformation of the aerospace carrier promptly. With that, Song Qi lifted his leg to depart. In the next moment, a powerful hand firmly grasped his shoulder. Wait, little Song. There is another significant matter I called you here for. As he spoke, Wang Jinlong opened the drawer to his right. Comrade Song Qi, in recognition of your outstanding contributions to the Dragon Nation's missile engineering and unification efforts, the organization has decided to confer upon you the rank of Colonel. We hope you will continue to excel and achieve greater feats. With great solemnity, Wang Jinlong retrieved a pair of shoulder epaulets adorned with 2 bars and 3 stars. Placing them upon Song Qi's shoulder, Song Qi was left in a state of bewilderment. What's going on? How have I been promoted again? It seems like just a few months have passed since my last promotion to Lieutenant Colonel. This pace is faster than a rocket. Observing the dazed expression on Song Qi's face, Wang Jinlong could hardly contain his laughter. But that's not all. You seem rather stunned. In light of Comrade Song Qi's exceptional contributions to the Dragon Nation's military industry, which have significantly accelerated its development and played a crucial role in unification, the organization has decided to award you a special merit medal. The next moment, Wang Jinlong extended his hands as if cradling a rare treasure, bestowing upon Song Qi a gleaming golden medal. A special merit medal. Song Qi could hardly believe that he would one day be honored with such an accolade. With this medal, his lineage would no longer merely begin with him. Rather, in centuries to come, descendants would eagerly claim him as their ancestor. It is worth noting that, since the establishment of the Dragon Nation, very few individuals have received this honor, each having played pivotal roles in critical fields of research. At this moment, even Song Qi's thick skin felt the weight of the medal's significance. He quickly protested, Chief, this medal carries too much weight for me. Beside him, Wang Jinlong gently patted Song Qi's shoulder. Little Song, you are deserving. We no longer need to fear the military coercion of the Free Nation. We have gained control. The Dragon Nation is on the countdown to unification. All of this is thanks to your efforts. Chapter 100. Farewell to Wanqing. That night, a civilian airliner landed smoothly at Shijing International Airport. Song Qi stood at the arrival gate, glancing at the information on his phone. Indeed, this was a correct flight. Before long, a tall woman, bundled up in warm attire, appeared before him. Following her was another woman, dragging a suitcase and wearing dark sunglasses, equally understated. Upon spotting Song Qi, the tall woman's face lit up with joy as she swiftly approached him, leaping into his embrace. Xiao Qi, I'm back, Lin Wanqing exclaimed, removing her sunglasses to reveal her sparkling eyes. Did you miss me? I thought of you every day. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing's manager approached with a serious demeanor. Casting a disdainful glance at Song Qi, cleared her throat, Song Qi replied, Of course I missed you. Although he had been preoccupied day and night with thoughts of the transformation project, he understood that it was wiser to avoid unnecessary conflict at this moment. Lin Wanqing had just completed filming and returned to Shijing. It would be unwise to provoke her, lest she retaliate. That's wonderful. I knew you would, Lin Wanqing exclaimed, enthusiastically grasping his hand and shaking it vigorously, expressing her delight. Thank you so much for last time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how Li Gang would have handled me. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll treat you to a grand feast. What do you say? The winter nights in Shijing were bitterly cold. Lin Wanqing, clad in a pristine white wool coat and a thick scarf, twirled around, her cheeks rosy, resembling a sprite amidst the snowy night. She was as beautiful as a painting. Song Qi couldn't help but be mesmerized. It's nothing. It was my duty, he replied, affectionately ruffling Lin Wanqing's hair. Lin Wanqing squinted her eyes, her face radiating happiness. Moments later, as if recalling something, she spoke softly, Song Qi. This is my dear friend, Xiao Shui. She is also my manager now. It's quite cold outside. You two should get acquainted while I step away to the restroom. With that, Lin Wanqing left Song Qi alone with the woman named Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui shot a cold glance at Song Qi, her icy gaze making him uncomfortable. She had maintained this demeanor since disembarking from the plane. Song Qi couldn't recall having offended her. Why did her eyes harbor such disdain? Puzzled, He pondered the situation until Xiao Shui spoke. So, you're the Song Qi that Wanqing often mentions? She scrutinized him through thick glasses, as if assessing a suspect. Song Qi frowned, bewildered by her intentions. What was this woman up to? The next moment, Xiao Shui's words left him even more perplexed. You should break up with Wanqing. You're not worthy of her. If you truly love her, kindly keep your distance. Song Qi, I admit you're somewhat handsome and possess good charisma, but those qualities might deceive that naive girl, yet they will not fool me. When Wanqing dated you, I thought it was merely a fling, so I didn't mind. However, your presence has begun to affect Wanqing's career and her entire path in the entertainment industry. Therefore, I hope you can gracefully exit from our lives. Do you understand? Although Xiao Shui was not particularly tall or conventionally attractive, she certainly commanded a significant presence. With an imposing demeanor, Xiao Shui confronted Song Qi, demanding the end of his relationship with Lin Wanqing, leaving no room for Song Qi to defend himself. After a long pause, Song Qi finally grasped the situation. Who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs? What does Lin Wanqing's career have to do with me? I am merely a researcher. How could I possibly tarnish her image? Huh, Xiao Shui scoffed. If it weren't for you, would Lin Wanqing have offended Li Gang to such an extent? Now, everyone knows there are military shadows behind her. No one dares to approach her. Previously, Lin Wanqing's schedule was always packed. Since that incident, hardly any director has dared to cast her, fearing a fate similar to Li Gang's. Tell me, isn't it you who has affected Lin Wanqing? Upon hearing Xiao Shui's words, Song Qi finally understood the gravity of the situation. How could he have not realized it before? A female star entangled with military connections in the entertainment industry is undoubtedly a perilous predicament. After all, most individuals in this realm have dubious backgrounds that cannot withstand scrutiny. To be associated with someone closely connected to the military, that would be akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet to find excrement. Seeing Song Qi silent, Xiao Shui assumed he was swayed. Without a second thought, she pulled out a checkbook from her bag and began writing meticulously. In the next moment, a check was flung onto the table before Song Qi. Here, 5 million. Take it and leave Lin Wanqing forever. Never appear before her again. Staring at the check, Song Qi was taken aback. What sort of crass idol drama is this? The awkwardness was palpable. Surely, Xiao Shui must have watched too many dramas to resort to such antics. Moreover, what does 5 million even mean? Is this a mere attempt to buy me off? My relationship with Lin Wanqing is pure love. Pure love. Do you understand? It requires more than just money. Xiao Shui, what are you doing? Just then, Lin Wanqing emerged from the restroom, shaking off the water from her hands, and was stunned by the scene before her. What? I just went to the bathroom. And you two are already acting out drama? Following Xiao Shui's resentful gaze, Song Qi recounted everything that had transpired. The next moment, an anguished scream echoed in the air. Sister, I realize my mistake. Please stop pinching me. It hurts, it hurts. I only did it for your sake. With a stern expression, Lin Wanqing twisted Xiao Shui's ear and dragged her before Song Qi. Xiao Qi, don't listen to this girl's nonsense. My resources are abundant. You mustn't take it to heart. Come on, take me to the hotel. With that, Lin Wanqing dragged Xiao Shui by her ear and climbed into Song Qi's car. An hour later, after dropping Lin Wanqing and Xiao Shui off at the hotel, Song Qi sat alone in the car, caressing the steering wheel, lost in contemplation. Xiao Shui's earlier words, urging him not to take it to heart, were evidently impossible to disregard. After a long while, as if having made an immensely significant decision, Song Qi slowly picked up his phone. Hello, Commander, it's me. Song Qi. Chapter 101. Actually, I want to marry Song Qi. At the Hilton Business Hotel in Shijing, within a presidential suite, Xiao Shui rubbed her swollen ears, her face etched with grievance. Lin Wanqing, you've changed. Have you really turned against me for a man? You are forsaking our bond for lust. What I did was for your own good. If it weren't for that, Song Qi, would you have been subjected to an invisible ban in the entertainment industry? Now, left with no engagements, I helped you eliminate a bad man. And yet, you treat me this way. You truly do not recognize a good heart. Xiao Shui's voice was filled with sorrow, resembling a wronged little wife. She and Lin Wanqing have been best friends since childhood, sharing everything. When Lin Wanqing severed ties with her company to establish her own studio, she immediately sought out Xiao Shui to be her manager. Their bond was undeniably intimate. Though they were not sisters by blood, their feelings were akin to that of kin. Now, for a man, Lin Wanqing was pulling her ear. How could Xiao Shui accept this? Lin Wanqing, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will no longer associate with you. Xiao Shui crossed her arms defiantly. Not associating with me? Lin Wanqing stood up, mischievously leaning closer, her delicate fingers teasingly tickling Xiao Shue's sides. Ha ha, stop it, sister. I beg you. I was wrong. I'll be good. I'll be good. After a while, the laughter in the room finally subsided. Exhausted from their playful antics, the two collapsed onto the large bed. Suddenly, Lin Wanqing's voice floated through the air. Xiao Shui, to be honest, I've long wanted to exit the entertainment industry. I want to marry Song-Chi. Marry. Xiao Shui bolted upright from the bed. Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. No, Lin Wanqing, are you out of your mind? You can't be serious. What on earth is so special about Song-Chi that makes him worth this sacrifice? Darling, heed my advice, steer clear of men. They will only bring you unhappiness. Xiao Shui shook Lin Wanqing's head vigorously, as if trying to jolt her back to reality. Yet, Lin Wanqing remained unyielding, stating, oh, Song-Chi is different. Being with him brings me true happiness and security. I never imagined I could love a man this deeply. Moreover, I have a premonition that Song-Chi will one day become a figure of great prominence, riding in on a rainbow to marry me. Xiao Shui felt as though the world had turned upside down. She quickly reached out to touch Lin Wanqing's forehead to confirm she wasn't feverish, then checked her own forehead to ensure she wasn't hallucinating. What on earth is happening? A top female star in Long Country is willing to give up her brilliant career for an ordinary man to go home and be a wife? Are we in a science fiction film? Lin Wanqing, please do not act impulsively. Men are everywhere. It's not worth it for you to do this. Besides, that Song-Chi isn't even that impressive. He is just a bit handsome and appears to have no money, merely a lowly researcher. What do you see in him? If you want a handsome guy, I can find you one, swapping them out daily without repeating. At this moment, Xiao Shui was genuinely frantic. She never anticipated that Lin Wanqing was serious about this, genuinely pursuing a relationship with marriage in mind. To Xiao Shui, this was utterly incomprehensible. Yet, Lin Wanqing was like someone bewitched, adamant that she would marry no one but Song-Chi, leaving Xiao Shui in a state of exasperation. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Lin Wanqing, sensing her friend's misunderstanding, slowly spoke. Xiao Shui, Song-Chi is not as simple as he appears. I cannot divulge much, but I must tell you that in Long Country, the glitz of the entertainment industry is merely superficial. We as so-called stars are merely actors in the eyes of those bigwigs. We are not worthy of consideration. For those influential figures, the honor and disgrace of the entertainment industry are merely matters of a single utterance. Listening to Lin Wanqing's words, Xiao Shui found herself utterly stunned. Wait, what exactly did Lin Wanqing mean by that? Xiao Shui, being an astute individual, almost instantaneously discerned the hidden implications behind Lin Wanqing's statements. Could it be that Song-Chi is a concealed bigwig? No way. How could this possibly be true? At this moment, Xiao Shui's eyes were filled with incredulity. Song-Chi appeared to be much younger than herself. How could he possibly be the kind of hidden mobile Lin Wanqing was referring to? In Xiao Shui's perception, significant figures were typically middle-aged men well past their 50s. Just then, Xiao Shui's phone rang, an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. She exchanged a glance with Lin Wanqing, but ultimately decided to answer the call. Hello, is this Miss Lin Wanqing's agent, Miss Xiao Shui? We are from the Bai Film Studio in Modu. Our studio is currently casting for the new film Dragon Country Storm, having had the privilege to witness Miss Lin Wanqing's performance. We believe she perfectly embodies the character of the female lead. Would you be interested in learning more? A barrage of enormous question marks floated above Xiao Shui's head. Wait a moment, the Bai Film Studio? Isn't that the national film production house of Longguo? Across the entirety of Longguo, almost all stars would vie fiercely for even a supporting role in a Bai production. And here, they were offering the lead female role directly, even politely inquiring if she was interested. Wasn't this akin to a pie falling from the sky? Absolutely, she was interested. In fact, she was immensely interested. After concluding the conversation, Xiao Shui had barely hung up when her phone rang again. Hello, is this Miss Lin Wanqing's agent, Miss Xiao Shui? I am Director Zhang Laomu of the Spring Festival Gala. May I inquire if your artist is available to perform at our gala? The audience in Longguo is eagerly awaiting Miss Lin Wanqing's performance. As Xiao Shui listened to this call, she was rendered speechless. The Spring Festival Gala? Director Zhang Laomu inviting Lin Wanqing to perform? Was this real? This was the Spring Festival Gala. Even the hottest superstars in Longguo would need to exert considerable effort to secure a spot on that stage, constantly worrying about their performances getting cancelled. And yet, here they were, reaching out to her, and speaking so courteously. It was well known that at Lin Wanqing's current status, Director Zhang Laomu had previously been reluctant to even grant her a friendly greeting. At that moment, Xiao Shui felt as though the entire world was spinning. Hello, Ms. Xiao Shui, are you still there? Came Director Zhang's voice on the other end of the line. Xiao Shui quickly grabbed her phone. Director Zhang. Yes, I'm here. I was just taken aback by the surprise. Thank you so much for this opportunity for Lin Wanqing. I truly appreciate it. No problem. Director Zhang suddenly interjected with a perplexing remark. You should be thanking someone else, not me. With that, he hung up the call. That night, the frenzy continued unabated. In the subsequent 3 hours, Xiao Shui's phone scarcely ceased ringing. Various high-end endorsements, invitations from renowned directors, gala invitations, and even lead roles in national productions that she and Lin Wanqing had never dared to dream of began to cascade towards Xiao Shui like a flurry of snowflakes. Many influential figures in the entertainment industry, whom Xiao Shui usually had to curry favor with, now spoke to her with a hint of deference. By the time everything settled, it was already 2:30 in the morning. Xiao Shui, still in a daze, set her phone down. The events of the night had completely challenged the limits of her understanding. She stood there, bewildered, unable to comprehend. Who exactly was Song Qi? How could he wield such tremendous influence? It was worth noting that the entities reaching out to collaborate with Lin Wanqing were none other than the Spring Festival Gala and the Bai Film Studio, national-level organizations. Such opportunities were beyond the reach of mere capital. Could it be that Song Qi's background was truly extraordinary? Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing observed the unfolding scene, maintaining a composed exterior while her heart surged with tumultuous thoughts. Wasn't it true? I genuinely wish to retire. All I desire is to fade quietly from the limelight and marry Song Qi. Song Qi, what on earth are you up to? So many offers are piling up until the year after next. How am I supposed to gracefully exit from this industry? Furthermore, Lin Wanqing was equally engulfed in endless confusion. How did Song Qi manage to achieve this? With the mere strength of Wui heavy industry, it was utterly inconceivable that he could wield such power. And what about the incident with Li Gang? Song Qi had resolved that matter with astonishing speed and ease. It defied all logic. Rumor had it that the Li Gang situation even had military connections. Could it be that Song Qi's true identity was that of a military bigwig's illegitimate child? In the next moment, Lin Wanqing hastily shook her head, dismissing that thought. What does it matter who Song Qi really is? I love Song Qi, and Song Qi loves me. Isn't that sufficient? On the other side, Xiao Shui opened and closed her mouth, finally managing to stammer out a sentence. Lin Wanqing, your boyfriend is quite impressive. His means are simply extraordinary. Observing Xiao Shui's dazed expression, Lin Wanqing burst into laughter. Oh, just a moment ago, our little agent Xiao Shui was claiming that Song Qi was merely an ordinary man, wasn't she? Wasn't she saying that I was being overly romantic? How is it that the narrative has now changed? After all, Xiao Shui had been quite arrogant earlier. She was now requested to revert to her previous stance as Lin Wanqing feigned annoyance. Come on, return to your prior self. I'm not accustomed to this. With that, Lin Wanqing playfully produced a check. Here, this is 5 million. You, odious man, should leave our Lin Wanqing alone. Otherwise, stop right there. Upon witnessing Lin Wanqing mimic her, Xiao Shui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She rushed forward and covered Lin Wanqing's mouth. Though Xiao Shui was Lin Wanqing's agent, she had seen her fair share of storms. Yet, deep down, she was still just a girl. The thought of losing face in front of her friend's boyfriend was something she found utterly unbearable. After all, Song Qi was a person capable of turning the entertainment industry upside down with a mere flick of his hand. Here she was, offering 5 million to humiliate him, while previously claiming he was beneath Lin Wanqing. The thought alone made her feel mortified. At that moment, Song Qi must have looked at her as if she were a fool. Realizing this, Xiao Shui's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red, and she pressed her hand against Lin Wanqing's mouth with increasing force. Xiao Shui, I was wrong. Please loosen your grip. I won't say anything else. Just let go. I can't breathe. Hearing this, Xiao Shui reluctantly released her hold. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing, having regained her breath, gasped for air. Hey Xiao Shui, are you serious? You were pressing down so hard. Lin Wanqing, Xiao Shui suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, You must apologize to Song Qi on my behalf. He has helped us so much, and I was so rude to him back then. I genuinely feel remorseful. Oh, come on, Xiao Shui. Lin Wanqing patted Xiao Shui's back reassuringly. Don't take it to heart. Song Qi isn't the kind of person to hold grudges. But what? Your foolish actions have led me to apologize on your behalf. What about my status as a superstar? If you must go, then go yourself, Lin Wanqing retorted, irritation evident in her voice. In the next moment, Xiao Shui lunged forward once more, deftly locating the sensitive spot at Lin Wanqing's waist and began to tickle her mercilessly. Ha ha ha, you trickster. I, Lin Wanqing, shall not be subdued. I will never yield. Ha ha ha. Even if it means jumping off this place, I will not help you apologize. Sister, I'm sorry. Just stop it. Xiao Shui pleaded, realizing the futility of her torment. It was only then that she ceased her antics. Oomph. You asked for it. Now hurry up. Lin Wanqing exclaimed while glancing at her phone. Fine. Xiao Shui. It's nearly 3 in the morning. Sending a message now wouldn't be appropriate. Tomorrow, I'll take you to his workplace so you can apologize in person. How's that sound? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. A late-night apology indeed seemed rather abrupt. A personal visit the following day would convey a greater sincerity. All right then, it's settled. Moments later, Xiao Shui tilted her head, playfully leaning against Lin Wanqing's shoulder. Lin Wanqing, I have always harbored a question. You are quite close to Song Qi. How do you maintain such a relationship? Huh? Lin Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, still processing the question. Xiao Shui's voice chimed in again. It must involve some romantic undertones, right? You and Song Qi must have something going on. I've heard that most men can only last about 10 minutes. How long can Song Qi hold out? He is so handsome. With those abs, they must be rock hard. Imagine holding onto his V-line at a critical moment. Stop it. Lin Wanqing was utterly unprepared for such audacious remarks from her closest friend. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she swiftly reached out to cover Xiao Shui's mouth. But Xiao Shui had anticipated this and evaded her grasp. You're getting flustered. Chapter 103. Song Qi, the director? The following morning, a black sedan came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the Western Capital S11th Institute. Lin Wanqing alighted from the vehicle, bundled up against the chill, while Xiao Shui donned a pair of sunglasses and followed suit. Lin Wanqing tilted her head to check her phone for directions and nodded silently. This is the place. Xiao Shui glanced at the sign hanging at the entrance. Western Capital 11th Aerospace Research Institute. The institute had been fully constructed and no longer resembled the construction site from months prior, though the entrance was not particularly grand. Even Xiao Shui could discern its high prestige, especially given its secluded location nestled within the Qinling Mountains, far from the hustle and bustle of human activity. The expansive grounds were patrolled by armed soldiers, making it evident to both women that this so-called 11th Institute was a highly classified research facility. Lin Wanqing, are you certain that Song Qi works here? Xiao Shui asked hesitantly. Lin Wanqing nodded gently. Last time, Song Qi mentioned this place. He was initially at some other institute, but then he was transferred here by his superiors. She continued, he even sent me the access pass to this place. Having not informed Song Qi of their visit, Lin Wanqing and Xiao Shui stealthily made their way to the 11th Institute. Their intentions were straightforward. If Song Qi was diligently at work, Lin Wanqing would treat it as a delightful surprise. However, if he were to be found entangled in some office romance with a sultry secretary, she would not hesitate to unleash her wrath. In the next moment, the two women straightened their outfits and approached the 11th Institute. The station guard frowned and promptly marched over, stopping them in their tracks. Halt! Who are you? Why are you here? Where's your access pass? The 11th Institute boasted the highest security level in Western Capital. Not even a stranger fly could pass through, let alone two living women. Access pass? Lin Wanqing quickly realized and retrieved the pass that Song Qi had sent her. Hello, here is my access pass. The guard took the pass, scrutinizing it for a while before the hostility in his gaze began to dissipate. Next time, please present your access pass beforehand to avoid unnecessary trouble. What business do you have here at the 11th Institute? We're looking for someone. Both women replied in unison. We wish to find a researcher named Song Qi. May we enter? Song Qi, what do you need with Director Song? The guard was taken aback. Typically, no women came to seek out Director Song. Most of the time, any female visitors were associated with Deputy Director Zhou. Director Song, being quite the handsome figure, usually mingled with prominent leaders like Commander Wang or Commander Chen. Why would a woman come to see him today? Wait a moment. It seemed the guard suddenly had a revelation as he glanced back at the access pass. Family pass? Hold on. You are Director Song's family? His expression shifted instantly. Ladies, you must be Director Song's family. Welcome. Director Song's office is on the 4th floor of the administration hall. Would you like me to escort you there? Both women stood in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. What on earth? Song Qi? Director Song? They clearly saw the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Wasn't Song Qi younger than both of them? How had he become the director of such a highly classified research unit? Was this some kind of international joke? The 11th Institute, by rank, would require a director to hold at least the rank of colonel. Yet Song Qi was only in his early 20s. Had he truly risen to the rank of colonel? Just a year ago, he was merely a junior researcher. How had he transformed into a phoenix in such a short time? Becoming the director of a powerful research institute in the Dragon Kingdom? This world was indeed too surreal. Lin Wanqing rubbed her temples, trying to clear her mind. No. Thank you, comrade. We can find our way ourselves. She declined the guard's offer and, somewhat dazed, headed toward the location he had provided. As they drew closer to Song Qi's office, their hearts raced with anxiety. Inside the office, a cacophony of mouse clicks and keyboard clattering echoed. Middle lane, compress. If you don't comply, prepare for retribution. Lin Wanqing suppressed her curiosity and finally knocked on the door. After a moment, a man's voice called out from within. The door's unlocked. Come in. The two women entered the office to find a tall man fixated on the computer screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He was fervently repeating a phrase from a popular game. Damn it. Are you blind? Is someone targeting me? Sure, that move was flashy, but let me ask you, where's your jungler? Unable to respond. I can only give you a score of 0. It's 15 o'clock. The man is Zhou Yonghui. At this moment, both women were rendered speechless. They had envisioned a myriad of scenarios in the office. Yet they could hardly fathom that the office of such a significant research institution was adorned like a gaming cafe. Moreover, there was a man engrossed in playing League of Legends. To suggest that Song Qijin could be unfaithful in such an environment would be an exaggeration. Excuse me, is Song Qi here? Lin Wanqing gently poked the engrossed Zhou Yonghui. In the next moment, Zhou Yonghui's screen went black again, his stats frozen at 0.21. 0. Zhou Yonghui blinked awkwardly. Song Qi has already flown to the Bamboo Sea this morning. That lad said he was invited by Old Chun from the Tianjin Research Institute to attend the Bamboo Sea Air Show. Initially, Song Qi was reluctant to go, but Old Chun promised him a complete set of Dragon Country aircraft models. So, he hurried over. Lin Wanqing was somewhat bewildered. What was happening? That rascal Song Qi had left? Just after she returned, he dashed off to the air show? He abandoned his stunning and charming wife back in Xijing for a mere set of aircraft models? This thought amused Lin Wanqing. Beside her, Xiao Shui stifled her laughter, suppressing the urge to chuckle at Lin Wanqing's expression. Did he leave you any instructions? Lin Wanqing's voice grew icy. Zhou Yonghui remained fixated on a screen, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Instructions? I think he mentioned that if someone came looking for him, I should tell that person. EM Soda. But the complete set of Dragon Country aircraft models is really important to me. A series of question marks floated above Lin Wanqing's head. The next moment, she furiously grabbed her phone and began bombarding Song Qi's WeChat. Wanqing doesn't eat celery, so I'm not as important as the complete set of Dragon Country aircraft models, am I? Fine. Song Qi, you got guts. Just wait for me. Chapter 104. Who on earth is this young man? Dragon Country, Bamboo Sea International Airport. A civil airliner slowly descended onto the runway. At this moment, armed soldiers lined both sides of the airport. Armored vehicles formed a protective barrier, ensuring the safety of the scene. Old Zhao stood anxiously at the side of the runway, his gaze fixed longingly on the approaching aircraft. Behind him stood several middle-aged men in military uniforms, exuding an aura of authority. They were all high-ranking officials from the Southern Military District. The highest ranking among them was none other than Air Force Commander Lu Ming. Now that old Zhao had personally come to greet the plane, the others felt their hearts race with tension. There are probably very few individuals in Dragon Country whom old Zhao holds in such high regard. Was the visitor the inventor of the new hydrogen bomb configuration, old Yu, or the esteemed research giant that Dragon Country still vigilantly guards against? Amid the collective anticipation, the cabin door slowly opened. The figure that emerged was not the esteemed research luminary they had envisioned, but rather a young man in his 20s. At that moment, the officials were utterly taken aback. Was all this grandeur merely to welcome such a young lad? Who on earth was this boy? Simultaneously, Song Qi, just disembarking from the plane, was oblivious to the reactions of the crowd. His eyes were glued to his phone, reading the death threats from Lin Wanqing on WeChat, rendering him utterly deflated. The primary reason for Song Qi's visit to the Bamboo Sea for the air show, aside from the allure of the aircraft model, was his desire to evade awkwardness. Though he appeared carefree, he was, in fact, quite sensitive. Last night, he had called Wang Jinlong to look out for Lin Wanqing. It was easy to imagine that, given Wang Jinlong's personality, he would have exaggerated the situation. Today, Lin Wanqing would likely come looking for him to express her gratitude, and her manager would probably seek his apology. You could ask Song Qi to build planes or tanks, but to deal with women, especially two of them, was indeed a daunting task. After much deliberation, Song Qi decided to accept old Zhao's invitation to the Bamboo Sea for the air show, considering it a means to avoid the storm. Seeing the dozens of messages from Wanqing, he sent a crying emoji in response, and then turned off his phone screen. Meanwhile, old Zhao had already approached him. "Little Song, I truly didn't expect you to actually come. I missed you so much. You have no idea. There are certain aspects of the aerodynamic design of the J40 that I still haven't figured out. The experimental data shows everything is fine. Yet, just as soon as they met, old Zhao grasped Song Qi's hand and began discussing the J40. During Song Qi's absence, old Zhao had accumulated countless questions. Even if Song Qi had previously provided answers, old Zhao couldn't comprehend them. This had left him quite frustrated. Now they finally had the opportunity to consult Song Qi. With old Zhao's relentless nature, he wouldn't rest until every question had been thoroughly addressed. In response to old Zhao's inquiries, Song Qi moved his lips. As if his words were gospel, old Zhao immediately grew excited, pulling out paper and pen to meticulously record everything Song Qi said. The aerodynamic design of a fighter jet must consider not only speed, but also wind direction, temperature, and even magnetic fields. You must have overlooked one of these factors. Song Qi almost instinctively provided the answer to the problem that had plagued old Zhao for so long. Initially, the commanders of the Southern Military District thought Song Qi was speaking nonsense. However, to their surprise, old Zhao became increasingly engrossed. The pen in his hand flew across the paper, his expression serious, resembling a diligent student in class. To have an academician act as a student? At that moment, the commanders of the Southern Military District could no longer remain seated. The way they looked at Song Qi was akin to gazing at a mythical creature. Who exactly was this young man to have garnered such admiration from old Zhao, a titan of Dragon Country's research community? Just how formidable was this teenager's scientific prowess? 5 minutes later, as Song Qi's last word fell, the doubts in old Zhao's eyes had long been dispelled, replaced by an indescribable clarity. So that's it. I had overlooked the interference caused by the magnetic field. What an ingenious design. Old Zhao propped his chin on his hand, murmuring to himself. In the next moment, old Zhao looked up again. Wait, little Song. There's another question that has been troubling me. Can you help me with it? Old Zhao clutched Song Qi tightly, his eyes filled with reverence, as if he were worshipping a deity. Just as Song Qi was about to respond, the military commanders behind them could no longer contain themselves. If these two continued their discussion, given the current momentum, a day and night wouldn't suffice. Hey, old Zhao. I think you can continue your discussion after this young brother has had some time to rest and recuperate. Old Zhao's throat moved as he prepared to retort. Beside him, Air Force Commander Lu Ming quickly interjected, indeed. Surely, this young brother should first go to the hotel to rest. Besides, if you two are discussing technical matters here, our security team will have to remain on standby, which disrupts the normal operations of the airport. With the conversation reaching this point, old Zhao had no reason to persist and could only nod in agreement. Immediately thereafter, Song Qi ascended into a sleek black off-road vehicle. The grand procession of vehicles surged toward the hotel with great speed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ming found himself profoundly intrigued by Song Qi's identity. A young talent so esteemed by Elder Zhao should not be an inconspicuous figure in the Dragon Nation. Strangely, however, no matter how diligently Lu Ming investigated, he could not uncover the background of this youth named Song Qi. It was as if Song Qi had materialized from thin air. This revelation only deepened Lu Ming's perplexity. There were only two possibilities for such a situation. One was that Song Qi was merely an obscure researcher with no noteworthy achievements. This possibility, however, Lu Ming dismissed without a second thought. A genius who could garner such respect from Elder Zhao? Impossible. Thus, only one possibility remained. Song Qi's identity documents were classified within the realm of the Dragon Nation. Furthermore, even with Lu Ming's rank, he was unable to probe into them. It was worth noting that Lu Ming held the rank of Major General. This implied that the officer who set such a classification must hold at least the rank of General. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his breath quickened. This Song Qi was, without a doubt, a prodigy of immense caliber. Chapter 105. Is the J-8's performance comparable to third-generation aircraft? The following morning, the highly anticipated Bamboo Sea Aviation Exhibition finally commenced. Song Qi arrived early at the venue, and being an avid aviation enthusiast, he was well-versed in the current aircraft models of the Dragon Nation. The reason the Dragon Nation hosted the Bamboo Sea Aviation Exhibition was straightforward: to showcase national prestige, or rather, to promote arms sales. In this world, aside from the lucrative drug trade, the arms trade ranks among the most profitable ventures. Given the nature of the Dragon Nation, it was inconceivable for them to dabble in drugs. However, when faced with the daunting arms market of the entire Blue Star, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. Regrettably, in the current landscape of Blue Star, American-made arms dominated the market, while the international recognition of the Dragon Nation's fighter jets was relatively low. Hence, the Dragon Nation felt compelled to take the initiative and host the Bamboo Sea Aviation Exhibition, aiming for their fighter jets to step beyond national borders, expand their market reach, and achieve greater glory. By 10 o'clock in the morning, representatives from various countries had gathered at the exhibition site. The atmosphere buzzed with lively discussions. What remarkable offerings would the Dragon Nation present this time? Decades ago, I procured missiles from the Rabbit Nation, which were exceptionally durable. Yet, the Rabbit Nation's fighter jets still could not compare to the efficacy of American models. Who claimed otherwise? The Falcon fighter jet designed for the barbarian sheep by the Rabbit Nation was indeed superb. The advanced technology of the Rabbit Nation's equipment was perhaps not inferior to that of the Americans. It was merely that they had too few items available for sale. If only they could sell us the J-20. Let us be realistic. Even the barbarian sheep cannot acquire the J-20. How can we possibly procure it? It's best to patiently observe what the Dragon Nation has to offer. In the conference hall, representatives from various nations engaged in spirited debates, creating a lively atmosphere. In the minds of many, the Dragon Nation's fighter jets were still considered inferior to those of the Americans. If it weren't for the prohibitively high prices of American aircraft, these nations would not have come to the Dragon Nation to attend this Bamboo Sea Aviation Exhibition. Moments later, a fighter jet gradually approached from the distance. The eyes of the gathered crowd narrowed in anticipation. However, when they discerned the true identity of the aircraft, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience. What is this? Isn't that the J-8? What on earth is the Dragon Nation doing? Why are they dragging out a second-generation aircraft for sale? I recall that at the last Bamboo Sea Aviation Exhibition, the Dragon Nation unveiled the J-10 first. One could only say that the Dragon Nation seems to lack sincerity in this exhibition. Not only the representatives of other countries, but even Song Chi, standing nearby, was utterly baffled. Presenting the J-8 as an opening act seems rather lackluster. Other countries came here to purchase aircraft, and at least they expected third-generation models. Displaying a J-8 feels somewhat inappropriate. At that moment, Elder Zhao noticed the puzzled expressions of the audience, but maintained a warm smile. In the next moment, his voice resonated throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, although this J-8 is classified as a second-generation aircraft, it has undergone significant enhancements through the efforts of our Tianjin Research Institute, resulting in a qualitative leap in its performance. It is certainly not as simplistic as it may appear. At that moment, the representatives from various nations were momentarily taken aback by Elder Zhao's words. Is that so? Why go to such lengths to modify a second-generation aircraft? No matter how revolutionary the modifications, it remains a second-generation aircraft. Meanwhile, Song Chi glanced again at the J-8 beside him, a dawning realization quietly surfacing in his mind. Observing the continued look of confusion on the faces of those present, Elder Zhao wasted no time and took up his communicator, stating, "Attention all units, commence the live demonstration. J-8 modified, prepare for takeoff." In an instant, the thunderous roar of engines filled the air. The J-8 surged forward like a primordial beast, accelerating swiftly to a distance of over 100 meters. The entire sequence of run-up and takeoff was completed in under 2 minutes. It is worth noting that a 2-minute takeoff speed would be unattainable even for third-generation aircraft. Next, the J-8 gradually ascended into the sky, its engine roaring once more. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sonic booms resonated from above the clouds. The J-8 had actually broken the sound barrier. At that moment, everyone was left in stunned silence. What? Wasn't the Dragon Nation's J-8 a second-generation aircraft? How could it possess such formidable capabilities? From a 2-minute takeoff to achieving maximum cruising speed beyond the sound barrier. This performance would be difficult to match even for third-generation aircraft. When did the scientific prowess of the Dragon Nation become so formidable? A second-generation aircraft exhibiting the performance of a third-generation model. Wouldn't the J-20 then dominate the globe? Seeing the astonishment on the faces of all present, Elder Zhao nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. It was important to note that the Tianjin Research Institute had not been idle during these days. Under Elder Zhao's leadership, they had worked tirelessly to reverse engineer the technology provided by Song Chi and finally achieve considerable breakthroughs. The J-8 before them was a newly modified version based on the engine and aerodynamic technologies Song Chi had supplied. It was ideally suited for sale to small nations attending the exhibition. Esteemed guests, this modified J8 has been meticulously enhanced by our Tianjin Research Institute. Its specifications are entirely on par with, or even superior to those of standard third-generation aircraft. It is fully capable of defending airspace and intercepting enemy aircraft. While its performance may not be extraordinary, it excels in affordability and durability. If any of you are interested, please feel free to reach out to our staff. They will provide comprehensive explanations regarding the aircraft specifications and pricing. Upon hearing this, many representatives from various nations felt a stir of excitement. Despite the J8 being classified as a second-generation aircraft, the performance it had just demonstrated could undoubtedly rival that of third-generation models. For ordinary nations, third-generation aircraft would indeed serve as a formidable national asset. More importantly, the J8 offered by the Dragon Nation was, in essence, a modified second-generation aircraft. Even if the price were somewhat elevated, it would certainly remain reasonable. These nations could easily bear the cost. After all, purchasing aircraft from the Americans would likely leave these small nations financially devastated. That would indeed be a peculiar situation. At this moment, numerous representatives from smaller nations gleamed with anticipation in their eyes. They had certainly made the right decision by attending this Bamboo Sea Aviation exhibition. What a tantalizing appetizer this is. The excitement is already palpable. What will follow next is bound to be extraordinary. What if the Rabbit unveils a weapon comparable to a fourth-generation fighter? They would undoubtedly strike gold. At this moment, the Bamboo Sea Air Show is abuzz with activity. Representatives from various nations are clamoring to engage the staff, inquiring about the J8 modification. Chapter 106. Have you ever heard of the drifting leaves? Song Chi circled around the J8 modification a couple of times, yet his brow furrowed with concern. Old Zhao, it seems that the J8 modification you've undertaken has some flaws, doesn't it? His words resonated like thunder in the ears of everyone present. The representatives turned to see that the speaker was merely a young lad in his early 20s, a mere novice. A hint of derision flashed across their faces. So it's just a greenhorn, they thought. How could old Zhao, who transformed a second-generation fighter into one with third-generation capabilities, possibly have flaws in his work? This young generation truly lacks patience. If they seek fame, they need not resort to such foolish tactics. In an instant, disdain filled the gazes directed at Song Chi. They could almost envision old Zhao erupting in fury, berating this impudent youth. But in the next moment, something utterly astonishing unfolded. Upon hearing Song Chi's words, old Zhao's expression bore no trace of anger. Instead, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Young Song, du elaboraci, old Zhao exclaimed, filled with uncontainable excitement as he swiftly retrieved paper and pen from his pocket, his demeanor reverent, akin to that of a pilgrim. Firstly, old Zhao, why must the J8 modification employ a canard configuration? It is only on more advanced fighter jets that canards can exhibit their full potential. On a J8 modification, the cost-effectiveness of canards is rather low. Moreover, Song Chi spoke earnestly, while old Zhao's pen danced feverishly across the paper, his expression earnest, reminiscent of an eager schoolboy, meticulously documenting each of Song Chi's words as if they were holy edicts. Observing this scene, all present were rendered speechless. I must be mistaken? Old Zhao, the foremost authority in the realm of fighter jets, a veritable academic among scholars. And yet, here he is, lowering himself before a mere boy. Who on earth is this youth? However, for someone of old Zhao's caliber, the opinions of outsiders had long ceased to matter. For him, the breakthrough in fighter jet technology was his lifelong pursuit. The reason he had gone to such lengths to summon Song Chi was to glean substantial advice from him. At old Zhao's level, he understood better than anyone that the choice of direction in scientific research far outweighs the so-called effort. And Song Chi was precisely the person who could illuminate that path for him. Minutes passed, and once Song Chi concluded his insights, old Zhao nodded appreciatively. He then carefully stowed away his paper and pen. The airshow continued, with the J8 modification as a benchmark. Representatives from various nations were eagerly anticipating the unveiling of the next aircraft. If a mere second-generation fighter could be transformed so impressively, wouldn't a third-generation fighter soar to new heights? In the next moment, a thunderous roar from an engine echoed from afar, resembling the beating of drums by a divine entity. Boom, boom, boom. The crowd's hearts skipped a beat, following that a combat aircraft, entirely clad in silver and exuding a futuristic allure, burst into view without warning. Instantly, everyone held their breath. Wow, This is simply too stunning. Is this truly a fighter jet that the Dragon Nation is willing to sell? It appears even more advanced than what the Eagle Nation offers. I can't help but think this fighter resembles the J-10. How is that possible? I've seen pictures of the J-10, and it doesn't look like this. A cacophony of astonished exchanges erupted among the crowd. Observing the shocked expressions of the representatives, a faint smile graced old Zhao's lips. Esteemed guests, this is the J-10 modification, re-engineered by our Tianjin Research Institute, which surpasses traditional third-generation fighters in terms of performance. He declared, the radar phased array system employs a brand new holographic fire control radar. The satellite navigation and positioning system is directly linked with our nation's Beidou satellite system, freeing us from the constraints of the Eagle Nation's GPS. The maximum cruising speed reaches 45 Mach, and the operational radius can extend up to 200 kilometers. Each jaw-dropping statistic falling from old Zhao's lips rendered the assembly utterly silent, save for the sound of a few individuals swallowing hard. After a moment of eerie silence, the representatives erupted in fervor. Old Zhao, is what you said true? Can this J-10 truly achieve such performance? Can such an advanced fighter jet really be sold to us? Wow, the rabbit certainly does things with flair, no matter the cost. I want 20 of those J-10s for desert camels. Esteemed guests, old Zhao paused before continuing. To discern the truth of this, we shall witness the upcoming dynamic demonstration. With a confident smile, he picked up the intercom. Attention all units. The J-10 modification flight test program is now commencing. Mere seconds later, an engine roar tenfold louder than before reverberated through the skies. In the face of such noise, not a single person in attendance exhibited any sign of discontent. Every countenance was alight with anticipation. In an instant, the J-10 modification's tail wing emitted a brilliant blue flame. An indescribable surge of thrust surged forth. The fighter jet shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, piercing the heavens. The speed was astonishing. Just as the crowd was left dumbfounded by the J-10 modification's launch velocity, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. The J-10 modification began performing aerial acrobatics mid-air. Abrupt halts, rapid ascents, spiraling maneuvers. Just as everyone was mesmerized by the display, the jet's afterburner suddenly extinguished. The entire aircraft instantaneously lost power, plummeting from the sky at a visibly alarming rate. Oh no, the engine has malfunctioned. The J-10 modification is going to crash, cried a sharp-eyed individual from the crowd. In an instant, every heart tightened. Yet, old Zhao maintained his composed demeanor, a knowing smile adorning his face. Everyone, please remain calm. Have you ever heard of a fighter jet maneuver known as drifting leaves? As soon as old Zhao finished speaking, the J-10 modification's engine roared back to life. The tail flame shifted from brilliant blue to pure white. At that moment, the jet descended gracefully from the sky like a falling leaf. But in the next instant, a tremendous thrust surged forth. The fighter jet, mere meters from the ground, commenced an explosive ascent. It miraculously escaped its weightless state and soared back into the sky. At this moment, everyone present was left in awe. Many had their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Even the onlooking Song Chi couldn't help but nod in silent approval at the extraordinary spectacle. Chapter 107. The rabbit truly is an unparalleled benefactor. Moments later, the crowd erupted in jubilation. Wow, was that truly the drifting leaves maneuver? That's utterly unbelievable. I recall that being the signature move of the North Bear Nation's Su-57. How could the J-10 have adopted it? At that moment, the Su-57 showcased its remarkable maneuverability, akin to a leaf fluttering in the wind, albeit with a noticeable miscalculation that underscored the technical prowess required for such a feat. The J-10, after all, is merely a third-generation aircraft, while the Su-57 represents a fifth-generation marvel produced by the Northern Bear Nation, even if there exists a gap between it and the quintessential fifth-generation fighters. The difference is but a hair's breadth. It is utterly inconceivable that a third-generation aircraft could even dare to compete. How astonishing it is! Has the military-industrial strength of the Dragon Kingdom risen to such heights? Enough said. The Dragon Kingdom's fighter jets are eternal. Brother Rabbit, when I remarked earlier that your fighter jets pale in comparison to those of Eagle Sauce, I may have raised my voice a tad too much. Please do not take it to heart. At that moment, representatives from various powerful nations began to silently calculate in their minds. Regardless of the cost, they were determined to acquire several J-10 modifications to take back home. As for some of the weaker nations, they gazed longingly at the formidable J-10 modifications. resolved to sell their possessions, if necessary, to procure one for themselves. Come next year's parade, they too wish to showcase a leaf-like maneuver. Such a fighter jet holds an allure beyond imagination for many lesser nations. The eyes of numerous representatives sparkled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the final bidding segment. However, they were also acutely aware that in the arms trade, exorbitant profits are the norm. With the Dragon Kingdom unveiling such advanced combat aircraft, the price would undoubtedly be far from pleasant. Nevertheless, among the nations of Blue Star, a strong country willing to sell advanced fighter jets is already renowned as a great benefactor. The representatives had prepared themselves for significant financial sacrifices. Meanwhile, old Zhao observed the eager expressions on the faces of the foreign representatives and understood that the fish had finally taken the bait. His tireless efforts over the past period to revamp the Dragon Kingdom's outdated models were not in vain. It is worth noting that since the advent of the J-40, the J-8, J-10, and even the J-11B had lost their battlefield relevance. With such a vast stock, failing to modify and sell them as arms would lead to catastrophic losses as they rusted away in storage. Subsequently, old Zhao's gaze shifted to Song Qi. Little Song, what do you think? Is there any room for further improvement in this J-10 modification? In an instant, all eyes turned towards Song Qi. At this moment, even the most oblivious individual could discern that the youth whom old Zhao referred to as Little Song was undoubtedly an extraordinary talent in research. Otherwise, given old Zhao's esteemed position in the Dragon Kingdom, why would he repeatedly seek Song Qi's opinion? Upon this realization, admiration and reverence filled the eyes of nearly everyone present as they regarded Song Qi, such a young genius in research. The Dragon Kingdom is indeed fortunate. After a brief pause, Song Qi pondered for a moment. Old Zhao, this J-10 modification is genuinely impressive. I cannot find any faults. Upon hearing this from Song Qi, an exaggerated smile instantly illuminated old Zhao's face. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Since Little Song has said so, I can rest assured. At this moment, old Zhao felt an overwhelming sense of relief, akin to a student who had just received a certificate of achievement, his face beaming with pride and satisfaction. It is worth noting that this was the first compliment old Zhao had ever heard from Song Qi since their acquaintance. How could this not stir his emotions? Moments later, old Zhao composed a smile and waved toward the distance, signaling for the airshow to continue. As time passed, aircraft gradually approached from afar, ultimately soaring into the sky like swords piercing the clouds. Strangely, each aircraft evoked a sense of both novelty and familiarity. Was that the WZ-10 with a 20 increase in cargo capacity and flight speed? A military drone equipped with the Beidou satellite positioning system and an intelligent recognition system? Most astonishingly, there were reconnaissance aircraft capable of stealth operation and carrying ultra-high-definition cameras. Each aircraft showcased at the Bamboo Sea Air Show in previous years would have been considered a game-changer. Yet this year, they were as common as cabbages, available for selection. Moreover, many of these aircraft were familiar faces from years past. Yet they had been transformed into their current forms through the Dragon Kingdom's modifications, enhancing their performance by at least 50. One must not underestimate the significance of a 50 improvement. In the realm of military aviation, a performance gap of 35 between two aircraft already denotes a generational difference. At this moment, the eyes of the representatives from various nations were alight with excitement. The air show was reaching a crescendo, and they were nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. If they could secure such advanced aircraft, their nation's air forces would undoubtedly ascend several tiers, especially for those Middle Eastern nations often bullied by their less neighborly counterparts. If they could bring back a few advanced fighter jets, self-defense would be assured. Before the air show, no one had anticipated the Dragon Kingdom's generosity in offering such advanced combat aircraft for sale. Now that fortune had smiled down, numerous nations began to ponder whether their coffers were sufficiently filled. Many representatives had already excused themselves from the venue, fervently making calls back to their home countries to relay the news. Upon learning of the situation, leaders of the smaller nations leaped from their seats in excitement, proclaiming that even if they had to sell themselves, they would find a way to gather the funds for the aircraft. At this moment, their affection for the Dragon Kingdom was greater than for their own fathers. I declare, from now on, I am the Dragon Kingdom's loyal servant. Anyone who dares to speak ill of the Dragon Kingdom shall be the first to bear my wrath. The Dragon Kingdom truly moved me to tears, aware that we, the smaller nations, lack the strength to afford high-performance aircraft. Their willingness to sell us modified versions of existing fighter jets is nothing short of magnificent. To be honest, influenced by eagle sauce in the past, I always perceived the rabbit as a villain. Yet now, it is clear that the rabbit is, in fact, the foremost benefactor of Blue Star. Attending the Bambusi Air Show in the Dragon Kingdom has proven to be an excellent decision. Chapter 108. When did I ever mention you? Dollars? Time passed swiftly. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the Bambusi Air Show entered its next phase. The representatives from various nations were nearly piercing the air with their gazes, for it was finally time to discuss pricing. However, in the realm of Blue Star, the arms trade is far from the simplicity of a market transaction. It is fraught with complexities and nuances. It is not merely a matter of the Dragon Kingdom presenting a price and nations responding with their ability to pay or not. The intricacies run deep. In arms trading, one does not merely sell products. One also sells the Dragon Kingdom's international influence. Why do Eagle Sauce's arms sell so well? It is precisely because they're the world's superpower and the police of Blue Star. Moreover, the prices of arms are not fixed. For instance, when selling the same third-generation fighter jet, Eagle Sauce might demand a staggering 300 to 500 million US dollars from the Treasure Island, while for John Bull, the price may only reach several tens of millions. This is the nature of human relationships. Although the Dragon Kingdom may not be as ruthless as Eagle Sauce to such an extent, it would be unreasonable to ignore relationships altogether and set a single price regardless of the state of relations. Thus, the Dragon Kingdom's fighter jet business has opted for separate negotiations with each country's representatives. For nations with less favorable relations, the price will be marked up by 20% from the original price. In nations where relations are moderately amicable, it is prudent to extend a slight concession, perhaps even bestowing local specialties as a courtesy. Just like the steadfast camaraderie with Pakistan, the Dragon Nation boldly declares that any aircraft favored by our Pakistani allies shall be offered at a generous discount of 20%. Furthermore, we thoughtfully include bilingual manuals and complimentary pilot training. We assure that Pakistani aviators will seamlessly navigate their journeys to the capital of the White Elephant Nation. As for the Football Kingdom, I recall that your resources are so scarce that you have resorted to propeller-driven aircraft. I have heard that this year, when the Football King returns home, it will be via propeller planes for a celebratory welcome. How utterly disheartening. Gulme, take a look. Our Dragon Nation's J10 variant is available for a mere 100 million dragon currency. It is undeniably robust and durable. What? Unable to afford it? Fear not. Let the Football King come to our Dragon Nation to offer guidance to our national football team. If that fails, he can even play a match here. If we can prevent our national team from consuming a few sea cucumbers, perhaps their performance will improve. We could even gift you 2 aircraft without a second thought. In this blue planet, not all nations bask in prosperity. Numerous representatives gaze hungrily at the aircraft displayed at the Bambusi Air Show. Yet their pockets remain emptier than their faces. In light of these unfortunate brethren, the rabbit, the foremost benefactor of the blue planet, naturally extends a helping hand. Lacking funds for advanced aircraft? Does your nation possess oil? No oil. Surely there are some minerals to be mined. We can collaborate on development. The Dragon Nation will provide technology, infrastructure, and employment opportunities, while you supply the labor. Is this not a win-win scenario? What? No minerals either? Then surely, railways must be constructed. As the saying goes, to seek wealth, one must first build roads. The railway technology of the Dragon Nation is unrivaled across the globe. Undeniably, at this moment, the rabbit has shed all pretense, revealing itself as a cunning creature with a glimmer of shrewdness in its eyes. For the sake of a modest sum, it has fully committed itself. However, the representatives of the Dragon Nation are also acutely aware that the highlight of this Zhuhai Air Show is not the lesser deals, but rather the impending negotiations with the Saudi camels. Renowned for their extravagant spending, securing a substantial order from the Saudi camels would ensure the Dragon Nation's Air Force budget for the entire year is secure. The time has come for negotiations with the Saudi camels. Even old Zhao could not help but adopt a serious demeanor, seating himself with Song Qi in the meeting room. Before long, representatives from the Saudi camels entered in small groups, taking their places directly across from old Zhao. A sheer white cloth draped above them, lending an air of opulence, almost as if they were the wealthiest in the world. Observing the individuals before him, old Zhao couldn't help but furrow his brow. What price should be proposed? If set too high, the Saudi representatives are no fools. It would be unwise to let them realize they are being overcharged. Yet, if set too low, it could result in significant losses. Surely, the J10 variant is what the Saudis desire most. What would be an appropriate price? 1 billion? No, far too low. 2 billion? That seems excessively high. At such a price, how would we differ from the Eagle Nation? Amidst old Zhao's contemplation, the representative of the Saudi camels spoke up. Old Zhao, we approach you with the utmost sincerity to engage in business. What price does your nation intend to set for the J10 variant? It was indeed the J10 variant they sought. Old Zhao's heart raced, his eyes darting to gauge the expression of the camel representative, hoping to extract useful information. Let's set it at 5 billion, he concluded. A price too high might scare them away, and our internal stock of J10s is substantial. Let us consider it a strategy of thin margins for high volume. If necessary, we can recoup profits when selling missiles later on. With determination, Old Zhao declared, our offer is 5 billion. After speaking, he clasped his hands, awaiting the response. The next moment, the representatives of the desert camels began to whisper among themselves. Old Zhao's heart raced. Had he set the price too high? He regretted not proposing 2 billion. Just as Old Zhao's anxiety peaked, the camel representatives ceased their hushed conversation, turned to Old Zhao, and beamed. Old Zhao, you Dragon Nation folks are truly sincere. For such an advanced fighter jet, only $5 billion is simply too inexpensive. I'll take 50 to form an aerial squadron. You are indeed great benefactors. The representatives from the Dragon Nation were left in stunned silence, a cascade of question marks floating above Old Zhao's head. $5 billion? Too cheap? Wait a moment. When did I ever say dollars? I meant dragon currency. Moreover, after all your deliberation, the conclusion you reached was that $5 billion is exceedingly cheap. You possess extraordinary insight. Just as Old Zhao was about to speak, Lu Ming began to cough violently beside him. In an instant, Old Zhao grasped the situation and wisely chose to remain silent. 5 billion for 50. This amounts to a staggering $5 billion, converted to dragon currency. That totals 50 billion. Had Old Zhao blurted out the conversion from dollars to dragon currency at that moment, the Air Force would have surely been distraught. Meanwhile, the representatives of the Saudi camels displayed their typical extravagance, procuring several additional aircraft models, ultimately amassing an order totaling $10 billion. After discussing various details, the camel representatives grew increasingly satisfied with the J10 variant. Old Zhao promptly made a decision and dispatched someone to draft a contract post-haste. As soon as the contract was completed, Lu Ming eagerly seized a pen and swiftly signed his name. Once he finished, the camel representatives, seemingly anxious that the Dragon Nation would reconsider, hastily inscribed their names as well. Observing the two names on the contract, all present wore expressions of satisfaction. A pleasant collaboration. Lu Ming extended his hand, softly stating, a pleasant collaboration. Chapter 109. Perhaps we should release the Luan bird. After the contract was signed, they exchanged pleasantries for a while. The meeting room was filled with a lively atmosphere. Clearly, both the representatives from the Dragon Nation and those from the Saudi camels felt they had struck a remarkable deal. For the Dragon Nation, this significant order would swiftly deplete a substantial stockpile of J-10s, along with a myriad of other aircraft. The total order value of $10 billion would certainly sustain the entire Dragon Air Force. For the Saudi camels, spending $10 billion would grant them access to such advanced fighter jets. Moreover, and most importantly, this investment would serve as a protective fee, securing their position as vice presidents of the Blue Planet. Spending this $10 billion seems exceedingly worthwhile. If that money were given to the Eagle Nation, it would likely yield no return at all. Only the Dragon Nation, renowned for its benevolence, would regard them with such esteem. Subsequently, Lu Ming enthusiastically escorted several representatives from the Saudi camels on a tour of the Bamboo Sea Air Show. This was a privilege not afforded to representatives from other nations. After all, the camels are wealthy. At the Bamboo Sea Air Show, alongside displays of active aircraft from the Dragon Nation, numerous model aircraft are unveiled, showcasing the future aspirations of the Dragon Air Force. The representatives from the Saudi camels were undeniably exhilarated. In the drone exhibition area, the fusion of artificial intelligence and drones has significantly enhanced their operational value. Gradually, the group arrived at the aerospace combat aircraft section. The next moment, a nearly 20-meter-long, entirely black aircraft, its design reminiscent of a formidable sword, intruded upon the gaze of all present with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The BiD aerospace fighter? The representative from Camel Country stared at the nameplate in front of the aircraft, blinking in bewilderment. Strangely enough, despite their unfamiliarity with Chinese culture, upon hearing the name, they felt a wave of oppressive force wash over them. Moreover, this fighter appeared exceedingly advanced. Observing the interest displayed by the camel representative towards the BiD, Elder Zhao exhibited little astonishment. Instead, he nudged the nearby Song Qi and whispered in his ear, "Xiao Song, why not enlighten them a bit?" Upon hearing this, Song Chi hesitated briefly, but eventually nodded. Ladies and gentlemen, before you stands the BD aerospace fighter, a visionary product of our dragon country's aspirations for future space warfare. The BD fighter will utilize specialized layered materials, perfectly suited for the conditions of space combat. Its optimal operational altitude ranges from 350,000 to 100,000 meters, with a maximum operational radius of 5,000 kilometers. Overall, one could say is a rather intriguing little gadget. Instantly, a cacophony of question marks erupted throughout the crowd. At that moment, both the representatives from Camel Country and the Dragon Country's Elder Zhao and Lu Ming were left in a state of shock. What on earth did he mean by a rather intriguing little gadget? This was the BD. It was a dream machine that existed solely in the imaginations of Dragon Country's military engineers. How it had been reduced to a mere trinket in Song Chi's words. At this juncture, a flicker of regret surged within Elder Zhao. Had he known, he would have refrained from allowing Song Chi to present. Such audacity was simply too much. Noticing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, Song Chi couldn't help but mutter, "Why does everyone look so strange?" In my opinion, having a BD here is less impressive than showcasing a Wanbird. Wanbird? Upon hearing this fresh term from Song Chi's lips, Elder Zhao's eyes suddenly gleamed with clarity. He knew that during these past days, Song Chi must have been secretly concocting numerous advanced aircraft. Finally, he had been tricked into revealing it. He hurriedly approached Song Chi, clasping his hand, and exclaimed excitedly, "Xiao Song, what exactly is this Wanbird you mentioned? Please elaborate." It's an aerospace mothership, roughly the size of a football field. It can smoothly navigate at an altitude of 50,000 meters and can carry aerospace fighters for global travel. Song Chi scratched his head and laid bare all the details about the Wanbird. Additionally, the fuselage is assembled from special metallic materials that can withstand missile attacks. Its flight speed can surpass factors, making it a strategic weapon capable of transforming the future landscape of aerial combat. Song Chi's revelation struck everyone present like a nuclear bomb, leaving them momentarily speechless. Elder Zhao, upon hearing this, stood utterly dumbfounded. He understood more than anyone that the words spoken by Song Chi had the potential to become a reality. This meant that, within some military factory in Dragon Country, the Wanbird that Song Chi spoke of might already be in production. Meanwhile, he had been preoccupied with upgrading Dragon Country's old models, patting himself on the back for contributing to national revenue. Who could have imagined that Song Chi had even managed to craft an aerospace mothership? It was truly infuriating to witness such disparity. On the other hand, seeing the silence envelop the crowd, Song Chi was eager to continue sharing more details about the Wanbird. However, in the next moment, Elder Zhao swiftly covered Song Chi's mouth. "What are you doing?" "Elder Zhao, wasn't it you who asked me to speak?" The onlookers immediately grasped the situation, their hearts sinking. Song Chi had evidently begun to divulge classified information, prompting Elder Zhao to intervene. "Wait a moment. Classified? Wanbird?" The representatives from Camel Country exchanged glances, recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. It dawned on them that Dragon Country was indeed researching this so-called Wanbird and had made significant progress. Moreover, considering the detailed data Song Chi just provided, it hardly seemed like mere fabrication. Could it be? In an instant, the representatives from Camel Country seemed to grasp the implications and fell silent, unwilling to contemplate further. They swiftly retreated from the exhibition area of the aerospace fighter, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Observing the awkward environment, the representative from Camel Country jokingly remarked, "Dragon Country's aircraft are indeed advanced. However, there is one downside. These planes are exceedingly difficult to operate. If only you could design a new type of fighter that an ordinary person could pilot, capable of soaring through the skies, traversing the seas, and racing along highways. How splendid that would be. I, Camel Country, would certainly be the first to order 100 units. After all, we are quite tired of our sports cars and yachts." Elder Zhao, upon hearing this, quickly joined the conversation. "Representative, your request seems a tad excessive, doesn't it? A tri-service fighter, unheard of. I doubt anyone on Blue Star could construct such a marvel." Laughter erupted once more, restoring the previous jovial atmosphere. No one noticed that, in the corner, Song Chi's eyes suddenly glimmered with inspiration. What a brilliant idea. The development of a new type of fighter was surely destined for success. As the Zhuhai Air Show progressed, discussion surrounding the event surged to a climax across Dragon Country's internet. This year's Zhuhai Air Show did not permit the general public to attend. Yet each aircraft showcased was fervently disseminated through video on various platforms. The term Zhuhai Airshow repeatedly trended on Weibo, occupying high ranks with enduring popularity. For ordinary military enthusiasts in Dragon Country, the Zhuhai Airshow represented the most direct means to comprehend the current state of Dragon Country's military-industrial prowess. With each new video released, the entirety of Dragon Country's internet was ablaze. The comment sections of various videos exploded with excitement as military enthusiasts struggled to believe their eyes upon witnessing the modified aircraft. Wait a minute, this aircraft can even produce a sonic boom? Are you telling me it's an 8-master? What a ridiculous joke. The J-10 modification can even perform a leaf flutter. Is it not reasonable for the 8-master to flaunt a sonic boom? How did I never realize that our Dragon Country's fighters were so formidable? Is my memory distorted? These are all modifications made by the Tianjin Research Institute. Our memories are intact, but these aircraft are indeed several tiers stronger than their original versions. In an instant, the entire Chinese internet was flooded with discussions about fighter jets, and the reputation of the Tianjin Research Institute was mentioned repeatedly. This name, once known only to military enthusiasts, finally resonated across Dragon Country's vast landscape. As familiar aircraft showcased their prowess in the skies, many military fans were left astounded. Subsequently, the largest gathering place for military enthusiasts in Dragon Country, Tianjin, saw seasoned fans erupt in debate. Tianjin Research Institute, ISNT, that the most cutting-edge fighter research institute in Dragon Country? When do they take on the task of refurbishing old models? What a waste of resources. Truly a waste. What on earth are those in charge doing? Elder Zhao should be focusing on developing the latest fighters instead of circling around outdated models. ISNT, that a waste of time? The military enthusiasts on Tianjin were fuming, expressing their belief that refurbishing old models squandered the valuable creative potential of the Tianjin Research Institute. Countless voices rose in defense of the institute, calling for a re-evaluation of its priorities. The entire Iron Blood network is engulfed in a tempest of blood and chaos. Amidst this turmoil, a faint voice timidly emerges from the shadows. I propose a possibility. Has our Dragon Nation developed the latest generation of fighter jets, prompting the Tianjin Research Institute to refurbish older models? As this notion was uttered, the titans of the Iron Blood network were momentarily taken aback, contemplating for an extended period. In the next moment, the entire forum erupted in fervor. Goodness! Indeed, how could I not have considered this before? Given the prudent nature of the rabbit, if the latest fighter jets had not been developed, how could they possibly sell such advanced aircraft? This is astonishingly swift. I recall that the J-20 was only unveiled not long ago. How could a new fighter jet be developed so soon? Could it be that we are truly witnessing the emergence of the 6th generation of fighter jets? Is our Dragon Nation genuinely surpassing the Free Nation in the realm of military aviation? It makes sense. Have you all noticed that during the past Bamboo Sea Air Show, the Free Nation was always seeking to provoke us? Yet this time, they remained utterly silent. Soon, military enthusiasts on the Iron Blood network discerned the unusual behavior of the Free Nation, connecting a series of anomalies to the new fighter jets from our Dragon Nation. The mystery has been solved. The 6th generation fighter jet from our Dragon Nation may have already been developed. Furthermore, the Free Nation likely suffered considerable setbacks regarding this matter. Otherwise, silence would be inexplicable. Could it be related to the recent maritime operations in our waters? It must be said that the military enthusiasts of our Dragon Nation, after years of convoluted military propaganda, have honed their analytical skills to a remarkably formidable level. With just a few scattered clues, they meticulously piece together the truth of the matter. This ability surpasses even the Free Nation's FBL. In no time, the Iron Blood network buzzed with excitement, akin to a festive celebration. I was just pondering why those unscrupulous overseas media keep branding us as a major power and a villain. It now becomes clear. Ha ha ha. I am indeed the villain. So what? Come at me. A villain showcasing muscle. Who dares to speak up? The following morning at the 11th Institute in Shijing, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the office. With a loud bang, Songqi forcefully swung open the office door, startling Zhou Yonghui, who looked up in bewilderment. Upon realizing it was Songqi, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. Wait, Songqi, didn't you go to the Bamboo Sea Air Show? How are you back? Songqi appeared to disregard Zhou Yonghui's question, swiftly moving to his desk, pulling out paper and pen, and began hastily jotting down notes. At this moment, Zhou Yonghui was riddled with questions, entirely oblivious to Songqi's intentions. Holding a bottle of cola, he quietly approached Songqi from behind and caught a glimpse of the white paper in his hand, which read, Tri-Service Special Armored Commuter Vehicle. A large question mark slowly floated above Zhou Yonghui's head. Wait, Song-Chi, have you lost your mind? Did the airshow fry your brain? How is it that you return only to immediately start drafting plans? And, absurdly, it's a design for an armored vehicle. Are you out of your mind? Zhou Yonghui reached out to touch Song-Chi's forehead, confirming he had no fever, then touched his own head, perplexed that he wasn't similarly afflicted. You're the one who's lost it. Song-Chi shot Zhou Yonghui an annoyed glance, snatching the cola from his hand and gulping down several mouthfuls. Our research institute has already set its next research objective, the Tri-Service Special Combat Vehicle. Do you have any objections? Yes. Zhou Yonghui nodded emphatically. ISNT, our institute, called the 11th Spacecraft Research Institute. Song-Chi, do you know what spacecraft means? I tolerated you researching missiles, but for us, an aircraft research institute. To delve into special combat vehicles. ISNT, that a dereliction of duty? Is this a vehicle or a hydrogen bomb? Hearing Zhou Yonghui's words, Song-Chi shot him another disdainful look. Who said a special combat vehicle can't fly? Do you even understand what a tri-service vehicle is? He then waved his hand dismissively at Zhou Yonghui and continued, Stop wasting time. I've already brought back the prototype. Hurry down and lend me a hand. With that, Song-Chi hurriedly made his way to the experimental workshop downstairs. Zhou Yonghui had no choice but to follow in Song-Chi's footsteps to the workshop entrance. With a loud crash, Song-Chi lifted the workshop door. As the dim workshop illuminated brightly, Zhou Yonghui blinked in astonishment, finding himself frozen in place at the sight of what Song-Chi referred to as the prototype. Wait, Song-Chi, ISNT, that the Army's Type 95 main battle tank? How did you bring it back? Aren't you supposed to be working on a tri-service vehicle? This colossal beast weighing 50 to 60 tons. Are you planning to get airborne? At this moment, Zhou Yonghui felt utterly confounded, struggling to keep up with Song-Chi's train of thought. Who uses a tank as a prototype for a combat vehicle? Furthermore, if you're going to use a tank, shouldn't you select a lighter model? The Type 95 weighs a hefty 60 tons. It's the king of land. If you toss it into the water, it LL float, let alone getting it airborne. At this moment, Zhou Yonghui's mind was consumed by a single thought. Song-Chi has lost his mind. He's gone completely mad. Nearby, seeing Zhou Yonghui's expression, Song-Chi shrugged his shoulders in exasperation. Old Zhou, what do you mean by that? Who told you the Type 95 can't fly? You, my friend, simply lack imagination. As long as our engine has enough thrust and horsepower, I could send not just a 60-ton tank, but even a 600-ton train into the sky. Song-Chi proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. Observing Song-Chi's unshakable confidence, Zhou Yonghui contemplated for a long moment before letting out a deep sigh and choosing to acquiesce. There was no other option. After all, he was merely a worker. Whatever Song-Chi decided would be, and if anything went awry, it would be Song-Chi shouldering the blame. However, upon reflection, it seemed that every one of Song-Chi's seemingly absurd ideas resulted in something truly remarkable. Perhaps it was his own vision that was too narrow. Just as Zhou Yonghui pondered this, Song-Chi approached the Type 95 main battle tank, extending his hand to touch its cold exterior. System, time to get to work. In the next moment, a torrent of complex information surged into Song-Chi's mind. Ding! Detected 1 Dragonation Type 95 main battle tank. Completeness, 85. All tank weapon systems are functioning normally, and the tank's defense system is intact. Modification plans are currently being calculated. Please hold on. Liquid hydrogen-oxygen fusion power system modification plan. High-energy quantum flexible metal outer layer modification plan. Artificial intelligence driving system modification plan. Specific modification plans are being generated. Estimated modification duration, 48 days. Confirmation required for modification to hydrogen-oxygen high-energy power tri-service super performance combat commuter special vehicle. 1, 2, 3, 21, 22. Just the name alone boasts 22 words? Isn't this a quintessential super battle vehicle akin to those piloted by anime protagonists? It's undoubtedly certain. The moment Song-Chi pressed the confirmation button, a kaleidoscopic light suddenly materialized on the system screen, unceremoniously embedding itself into Song-Chi's mind. Immediately thereafter, a futuristic and strikingly designed high-tech battle vehicle vividly manifested in his thoughts. Shut down the system. Song-Chi took a moment to collect his thoughts, already formulating a plan in his mind on how to construct the vehicle within. Old Zhou, quickly, bring me a hammer. Zhou Yonghui, momentarily dazed, hastily handed a hammer to Song-Chi. With a resounding clang, the hammer struck the tank, echoing throughout the workshop. Why can't I take it apart? Song-Chi mused aloud. Old Zhou, fetch me the grinder. I refuse to believe this. Zhou Yonghui stood, bewildered, watching Song-Chi energetically hammering away at the tank. Wait, what? Are we really dismantling this tank we just dragged back? What on earth is Song-Chi up to? Before Zhou Yonghui could fully grasp the situation, Song-Chi thrust a note into his palm. Old Zhou, here is the list of materials we need for the modifications. Please take care of the procurement. A materials list? Zhou Yonghui stared blankly at the note, and upon reading its contents, a shiver ran down his spine, nearly causing him to toss it aside. Enriched heavy water containing deuterium and tritium, high-strength titanium chromium alloy, fusion boundary device? Song-Chi, are you joking? Are you constructing a battle vehicle or a hydrogen bomb? None of these materials are required for building a tank. Where on earth am I supposed to procure these? After reviewing the note, Zhou Yonghui felt utterly overwhelmed. This audacious young man was clearly delving into something nuclear-related. Sensing Zhou Yonghui's bewilderment, Song-Chi, anticipating his reaction, promptly reassured him. Old Zhou, would I engage in something so reckless? You know my character well enough. Zhou Yonghui resolutely shook his head. Not at all. Precisely because it's you, I'm concerned. Enough of this chatter. Hurry and procure the materials. We must keep this under wraps from the military authorities. Let the personnel from the Tianjin Research Institute assist us with some of the materials. Zhou Yonghui remained rooted in place, evidently reluctant to become embroiled in Song-Chi's scheme. Yet, how could Song-Chi allow Zhou Yonghui to remain uninvolved? Old Zhou, he said, patting Zhou Yonghui on the shoulder. I recall that 50 million you received was rather questionable, wasn't it? If I inadvertently exposed this situation, it could lead to complications. Zhou Yonghui had not anticipated that Song-Chi would wait for him to make such a connection. In an instant, his previously resolute expression shifted. A hint of obsequiousness crept onto his face. Director Song, what are you saying? I will handle the procurement immediately. I assure you it will be done flawlessly. Chapter 112. Recently, finances have been somewhat strained. 2 weeks later, in the Free Nation, the White Palace, Supreme Leader Mike gazed at the report in his hand. Lost in contemplation, our reconnaissance aircraft encountered a blockade from advanced fighter jets in the Middle East, with the adversaries escorting for an hour. Mike blinked in confusion, his aged visage riddled with question marks. He had encountered this report multiple times over the past few days. Strangely, the occurrences were not happening in the Northern Bear Nation or the Dragon Country, but in some inexplicable minor nations. Just 3 days prior, the impoverished kingdom of football, barely surviving on its last resources, had even detected the presence of its own reconnaissance aircraft. Moreover, even on the vast African continent, Free Nation military aircraft had repeatedly faced setbacks. This predicament had left Supreme Leader Mike utterly vexed. Strange occurrences abound each year, yet this year seems particularly rife with them. Why do they all happen during my tenure? These previously obscure nations on the international stage had somehow acquired such advanced fighter jets. If this continued, wouldn't the Free Nation's role as the global police patrolling the world come to an end? As Mike cradled his head in despair, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Your Excellency, there is an urgent report from the military that requires your attention. Military report? Supreme Leader Mike was momentarily taken aback, then called out in a clear voice, "Come in." In the next moment, a paper report wrapped in brown craft paper appeared before Mike. He opened the report, and his eyes widened in astonishment. It was evident to anyone that his expression was one of disbelief. As he flipped through the report more rapidly, the look of shock on his face intensified. Finally, as the last page was closed, his countenance was wholly replaced by fury. Rabbits. It's the rabbits again. I knew it was their doing. Selling fighter jets that rival fifth-generation aircraft all over the world. Do they truly believe the Free Nation does not exist? Do they have any respect for the Free Nation at all? Supreme Leader Mike had imagined countless scenarios, yet he never anticipated that those fighter jets were being sold by the rabbits. Wasn't it said that the rabbits prioritized technological confidentiality above all? How could they suddenly go mad and sell fighter jets, especially those that were decades old? According to eyewitness reports, the fighter jets being sold by the rabbits rivaled the performance of the Northern Bear Nation's Su-57 by a narrow margin. Selling such advanced fighter jets, was this not a deliberate attempt to disrupt the arms market? Did the rabbits intend to engage in malicious competition due to their poor arms sales in previous years? How despicable! At this moment, Supreme Leader Mike was seething with rage. Condemnation. We must vehemently condemn the Dragon Nation for this irresponsible behavior that disrupts the arms market. Sweden. Geneva, the headquarters of the Blue Star Alliance. An emergency special meeting of the Alliance convened, with the acting chairperson, Li Anren, representing the Dragon Nation. Appearing bewildered as he observed the indignant representative of the Free Nation, Anthony. Ultimately, he took charge of the meeting. Ahem. Who among you dares to accuse this temporary chairperson? Lianren sat firmly at the head of the table, emanating an air that suggested he would not tolerate any accusations lightly. The representatives from the other three nations, upon witnessing the Eagle Sauce's intent to accuse the Dragon Nation, perked up, eager to join the fray. Receiving orders from the White House, Anthony was well aware of the situation. He immediately erupted in outrage. Dragon Nation, what do you mean by selling such dangerous fighter jets to weaker nations? Do they possess the capability to operate such advanced aircraft? You sold them to them. Each fighter jet's performance rivals the Su-57, and you sold it to African nations. What is your true intention? Is this not a deliberate attempt to undermine the arms market in our Blue Star? Upon hearing Anthony's outburst, all the nations present, except for the representative of the rabbits, were left in shock. What on earth? Selling fighter jets with performance comparable to the Su-57? What an international joke. It is well known that while the Su-57 has faced criticism internationally, often dubbed a fourth-and-a-half-generation fighter, it still ranks as the third most advanced fighter in the Blue Star. Among the nations present, even John Bull and Gallus Rooster did not possess such advanced fighter jets. Yet the Dragon Nation had sold them to African countries? Rabbit, what madness is this? In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Lianren, awaiting a plausible explanation from him. After a lengthy pause, Lianren sheepishly scratched his head and stated, "Recently, I've been a bit financially constrained, lacking a little cash." In that moment, the entire venue was filled with question marks. What? Does this mean he admits it? At that moment, John Bull, Gallus Rooster, and a representative of Bear Nation gaped in disbelief, utterly at a loss for words. It was said that the rabbit loves money. But who would have thought it could reach such an extent? To think that the world's second-largest economy would sell even its advanced fighter jets for a mere sum of military funds is simply outrageous. Nearby, Anthony, noticing Lianren's admission, perked up immediately. See, he admitted it. For the arms market, Rabbit, how could you sell such advanced fighter jets? This is utterly excessive. I strongly demand that the Dragon Nation cease such irresponsible behavior. In the face of Anthony's accusations, Lianren shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands. Isn't it just a fear of poverty? Besides, they are merely outdated equipment. It's no big deal. Consider it a clearance of inventory for the Dragon Nation. Why make such a fuss? If your free nation is dissatisfied, go ahead and report me. You. Anthony never anticipated that the representative of the Dragon Nation would act so brazenly before everyone. He was about to grab John Bull and Gallus Rooster to denounce the Dragon Nation's irresponsible actions, only to find them slumped in their chairs, utterly dispirited. What is all this fuss about clearing out outdated equipment? Every word that fell from the Dragon Nation representative's lips struck Anthony and his companions like a heavy hammer, deeply resonating within their hearts. Versailles, this is just too much. How had they never noticed before how pretentious the rabbit could be? That is a super fighter jet comparable to the Su-57, and yet the rabbit so casually referred to it as outdated equipment, merely a clearance of stock, and then sold them. We are also influential figures on Blue Star. Why is there such a disparity? How does the rabbit's outdated equipment transform into a dream that we can only yearn for? Chapter 113. C is enough. Get some gas. Old Joe, can you even drive? Why are you so timid behind the wheel? This vehicle moves like a snail. If you go out like this, don't ever claim to be a pilot. Within the new battle vehicle, Song Chi's shouts echoed, while Zhou Yonghui maintained an air of calm indifference. No matter how vociferously Song Chi yelled, the battle vehicle continued to move at an oddly slow pace. Huh, you think you can trick me into stepping on the gas? Not a chance. I am no longer the naive Zhou Yonghui of the past. I have matured through the trials of time. If I were to still believe Song Chi's nonsense, then all the grievances I have endured would have been in vain. Old Joe, we are constructing a battle vehicle. Do you understand what that means? It's supposed to be a vehicle that flies ahead while the soul chases behind, fast and fierce like a supercar. What on earth is this? The security guard just overtook us on a bicycle. I even equipped this battle vehicle with such advanced power systems. And this is how you drive it? Do you have any sense of pride left? Are you even a man? Faced with Song Chi's provocations, Zhou Yonghui calmly picked his nose and wiped it on the seat cushion before responding slowly, "No, I'm not." After speaking, he resumed his grip on the steering wheel, driving toward their destination at a leisurely pace, as if taking a stroll. Today marks the day of the live demonstration for Song Chi's newly developed battle vehicle, which, unlike an aircraft, does not require an airfield for testing. It merely needs to be placed on the national road for a casual run to fulfill the demonstration requirement. At this moment, Lin Wanqing and Xiao Shui were already waiting at the agreed location with Song Chi. However, as time ticked away, While vehicles passed by on the national road, the battle vehicle remained conspicuously absent. Even the usually patient Lin Wanqing began to doubt whether Song Qi had once again stood her up. Just as she was preparing to leave, Xiao Shui suddenly exclaimed, "Lin Wanqing, look over there. That vehicle could be the new battle vehicle Song Qi mentioned. Holy smokes, that is way too cool." Following Xiao Shui's pointing finger, Lin Wanqing caught sight of a sleek, incredibly stylish battle vehicle, coated in a silver-gray paint that glimmered, its body shaped like a droplet of water. Approaching with an imposing aura, even Lin Wanqing, who was not particularly car-savvy, couldn't help but think, that's just so freaking awesome. The entire vehicle was characterized by smooth curves, yet it exuded a robust and masculine presence. Most importantly, this battle vehicle boasted 6 wheels. Frankly speaking, if this vehicle were to go into mass production, selling it for 200,000 to 300,000 would likely see it snatched up by wealthy buyers immediately. The only slight disappointment was that why was it moving so slowly? It resembled an old-fashioned car. Amidst Lin Wanqing's myriad of questions, the old-fashioned vehicle came to a steady stop before her, before they could even exit. The sound of an argument between Song Qi and Zhou Yonghui could be heard from inside. "Old Zhou, what on earth are you doing? I told you to drift and park, to show off in front of Lin Wanqing. Is this how you drift? Like a turtle making a turn? What? If you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? Quit barking. Do you think I'm some kind of Takumi Fujiwara? Drifting and parking?" Amidst the cacophony of insults, Song Qi and Zhou Yonghui emerged from the vehicle, arms crossed, appearing utterly estranged. This left Lin Wanqing bewildered. What? These two were just fine yesterday, practically inseparable. One was playing a stone man, and the other a Yasuo. How'd they end up like this today? Is the bond of male friendship really that fragile? As Lin Wanqing grappled with her confusion, Song Qi spoke up. "Old Zhou, just give me a straight answer. Are you going to test drive this new vehicle or not? Isn't it better to fight like a man? With such a timid heart, how can you achieve great things?" Beside him, Zhou Yonghui, being a seasoned fox, was not about to fall for Song Qi's provocations. He immediately retorted, "If you want to test it, why don't you try it yourself? I'm a pilot, not a chauffeur. You think you could trick me? Absolutely not." With his hands shoved in his pockets, Zhou Yonghui's expression was resolute. It's no wonder Zhou Yonghui was resistant. Ever since he met Song Qi, every time he'd been asked to test drive, it had ended in disaster. The first time with the J-40, it had literally taken off. At that moment, Zhou Yonghui was prepared to write his will. The helicopter crash was even worse, and that time with the large aircraft. He had endured 2 rounds of missile bombardment and had even provoked the military base of Bear Nation. Looking back, it was truly a stroke of luck that he survived. There was no way Zhou Yonghui would agree to test drive a vehicle crafted by Song Qi. Observing Zhou Yonghui's firm stance, Song Qi remained calm and replied, "I want to test drive too, but I don't have a license. Having taken the driving test 8 times, I was refunded my fees by the driving school, which even graciously gifted me a bonus of 2,000 yuan to practice at another institution. Do you think I don't wish to drive? It's simply that the conditions don't permit it." Onlookers, winky face. What a good Samaritan, attempting the driving test 8 times. Beside them, Lin Wanqing, who had been silently observing, noticed the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. She couldn't help but timidly raise her hand. "I have a driver's license. I just obtained it 6 months ago. If you're comfortable with it, why not let me take a test drive?" Upon hearing this, Song Qi and Zhou Yonghui perked up immediately, rushing over with enthusiasm. Especially Song Qi, whose eyes sparkled as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. His expression was one of sheer excitement. "What type of license do you have? A Class C? That's more than sufficient," Song Qi said, clapping Lin Wanqing on the shoulder with fervor. "This new model I've designed is exceptionally easy to drive. Hurry, Lin Wanqing, get in and experience it. This vehicle was crafted for the military's top brass. You're lucky to have this opportunity." As he spoke, he swiftly secured Lin Wanqing's seatbelt. His movements so quick it seemed he feared she might change her mind and flee. At this moment, young Lin Wanqing, unaware of what awaited her, tightly gripped the steering wheel, her heart racing with excitement. What is happening? This is the vehicle designed by Xiao Qi for the commander. What if I damage it? Lin Wanqing, remain calm. Remember what the instructor taught you. In case of danger, you must close your eyes. Chapter 114. Executing a secret mission. In the car, Lin Wanqing held the steering wheel with a tense grip, her eyes fixated on the road ahead. After several deep breaths, she managed to quell her nervousness. "It's all right. Lin Wanqing, you saw that the car isn't fast. There's no danger. Besides, Xiao Qi is here. With him around, I won't get hurt." Her mind raced. Glancing at Song Qi, her gaze filled with trust. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Yonghui's look toward her was peculiar, hinting at some form of pity. No time to ponder, as Song Chi's voice called out from behind. Lin Wanqing, hold your breath. Don't be too tense. It's just an ordinary sports car. Once the car starts, just step on the accelerator without hesitation. The newly licensed Lin Wanqing blinked in confusion, the phrase step on the accelerator echoing in her ears. Step on the accelerator? Lin Wanqing hesitated, but finally located the accelerator. Xiao Qi, the accelerator you mentioned, is it this? Song Qi nodded confidently. About to add something when Lin Wanqing's voice interrupted. I pressed it, and then whoosh. A surge of exhilarating force propelled her back against the seat. The engine roared like a ferocious beast. In an instant, Lin Wanqing felt as if her body were a mere puppet, pinned to the driver's seat. Words she hadn't yet voiced were swept away by the howling wind, turning into a wail. The surroundings blurred, racing past her like a rapid slideshow. Vaguely, her past experiences flashed before her eyes. Mom, am I going to die? I just pressed the accelerator. Why do I see my great-grandmother waving at me? Xiao Qi, help! I'm going to die. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deafening sonic booms echoed through the air. At that moment, Xiao Shui and Zhou Yonghui stood frozen in shock. What in the world? The vehicle started and produced sonic booms? Are you sure this is a car and not a grounded rocket? Zhou Yonghui shivered at the sight of Lin Wanqing's departure. Thank goodness it's Lin Wanqing. If it were me, I'd probably be so scared I'd wet my pants. Meanwhile, Song Qi watched the car speed away, his expression gradually turning serious. Noticing this, Xiao Shui's heart skipped a beat. What is wrong, Song? Why does your face look so grave all of a sudden? Is something wrong with the car? Will Lin Wanqing be in danger? Xiao Shui's heart sank with worry. However, Song Qi maintained a solemn demeanor. Xiao Shui was on the verge of tears. A moment later, Song Qi spoke calmly. What is happening? Why did the launch speed only reach 18 Mach? That S0, 15 Mach slower than expected. Xiao Shui's mind was filled with a flurry of question marks. What? After all this, you're worried about the car's launch speed? Wait, Mach. No way. What kind of test drive uses Mach as a speed unit? 18 Mach. That is 18 times the speed of sound. Even a fighter jet couldn't reach that. At that moment, Xiao Shui was completely flustered. A sense of foreboding crept in. Allowing Lin Wanqing to test drive this monstrous machine might be the most ridiculous mistake of her managerial career. She quickly grabbed Song Qi's hand. Song, what do we do now? At this speed, Lin Wanqing can't possibly be safe. Looking at Xiao Shui's anxious face, Song Qi propped his chin, beginning a meticulous calculation. Well, theoretically, there shouldn't be any danger. This vehicle can reach a top speed of around 4 Mach. It's quite sturdy, so Lin Wanqing should be fine. At worst, it might just end in a minor accident. Hearing Song Qi's response, both Xiao Shui and Zhou Yonghui were left dumbfounded. What do you mean, shouldn't be a problem? At worst, it's just a minor accident? That car is carrying your wife. How can you be so nonchalant? A 4 Mach sports car speeding down the highway is no different than a low-flying missile in the city. The accidents that could occur would hardly be minor. At that moment, if it weren't for Song Qi's mysterious identity, Xiao Shui would have lost her patience and slapped him across the face. After a deep breath to calm her anger, Xiao Shui forced a pleasant expression and continued, Song, what do we do now? Do you have any way to stop that cursed car? Meanwhile, Song Qi quietly shook his head, pondering for a moment before replying. I have no means to remotely stop the vehicle. We can only wait for Lin Wanqing to stop it herself. But that girl is too impatient. I haven't even taught her how to brake, and she has already taken off. Such a hothead. Xiao Shui and Zhou Yonghui. However, fortunately, the vehicle is only loaded with enough fuel for 200 kilometers. As long as it doesn't enter combat mode, and if it focuses solely on speed, it should run out of fuel after covering that distance. Let us now proceed according to our tracking, closely following the armored vehicle. And we shall intervene and rescue Lin Wanqing once it breaks down. This plan seems feasible. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui's eyes finally sparkled with clarity. Excellent. Let us make haste to follow. However, how shall we pursue without a vehicle? Fear not. The previously silent Zhou Yonghui snapped his fingers towards the roadside. In the next instant, a dark green taxi came to a halt before the trio. Why are you dawdling? Get in quickly, Zhou Yonghui urged the two, and they swiftly hopped into the taxi. Good sirs, where to? The driver, a portly middle-aged man, inquired. Song Qi, unfazed, produced a tablet from his pocket and replied with remarkable composure, Master, follow the red dot on this device. The stout driver took the tablet, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. My goodness, is this vehicle akin to a rocket? It's my first time witnessing such a speedy contraption. The driver glanced at Song Chi and his companions, noting their black attire, resembling secret agents from film. In an instant, he seemed to grasp the situation, nodding approvingly and adjusting his sunglasses. Engaged in a covert mission. Are we? Buckle up. After over a decade of driving a taxi, I finally have the chance to showcase my skills. Chapter 115. To Urxiankyo. There's an electric vehicle ahead laden with cargo, merging into this express lane. This matter cannot be delayed. I must address it immediately. On National Highway 157. Traffic Officer Tan Tan was speaking into his microphone, addressing the situation at hand. Tan Tan is an ordinary traffic officer with the Traffic Management Office in Shijing City, currently hosting a popular traffic enforcement program called Tan Tan Traffic. When encountering violations of traffic regulations, Tan Tan did not hesitate. He drove forward and signaled the elderly gentleman to pull over. After a considerable wait, the old man finally stopped his vehicle at the nearby crosswalk. His demeanor amiable as he greeted, "Good day, sir." "Hello." The elderly man, shrinking his hands, appeared somewhat uneasy in front of the camera. "There is no need to be anxious, good sir. I am Tan Tan from Tan Tan Traffic. You may address me as Officer Tan." "Greetings, Officer Tan. May I inquire where you are headed?" "To Urxiankyo." The old man replied with unwavering certainty. "No, sir. I meant which road you ought to take. The Chunghua Avenue." Tan Tan was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head as he struggled to comprehend. "Can your vehicle carry that much?" "Only a little." "No, I meant, can it carry it all?" "Yes, but only a little." The elderly man pointed to his severely overloaded electric vehicle, stating earnestly. Dun dun. Gazing at the old man before him, covered his eyes in despair. "This is the realm of the absurd." "Sir, I believe you misunderstood me. I was asking which route you should take." "To Urxiankyo." Observing the earnest old man, Tan Tan felt on the verge of collapse. "Sir, let us not be disorganized. Shall we? Can your vehicle carry?" The old man blinked solemnly, locking eyes with Tan Tan. After a long pause, he replied, "It can carry, but only a little." "Oh my goodness." Tan Tan felt as though he might go mad. All he intended was to address a traffic violation, yet he encountered such a genius. Meanwhile, the elderly man from Urxiankyo maintained a cheerful smile. Suddenly, he squinted at Tan Tan. "Officer Tan, by the way, do traffic officers apprehend speeders?" "Of course." Dun dun. Finally regaining his composure, stood upright, and continued. "As long as there are violations of traffic rules on the road, we at Tan Tan Traffic will pursue them relentlessly. Then tell me, if a vehicle were to break the sound barrier on the national highway, could it possibly be speeding?" Upon hearing the elderly man's words, Tan Tan initially froze, then burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh. "Ha ha! Good sir, are you overly anxious? You truly have a sense of humor. On our national highway, how can anyone possibly drive a vehicle that breaks the sound barrier? That is utterly ludicrous." Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, a series of deafening sonic booms erupted. Tan Tan froze in place, bewildered, and turned around to see a sleek, silver-gray supercar, adorned with 6 wheels, racing toward him like a silver lightning bolt. In an instant, it left behind only a silvery afterimage and a thunderous sound, vanishing without a trace. By the heavens, Tan Tan grabbed his speed radar, the numbers flashing a series of 9s. At that moment, Tan Tan was utterly stunned. What on earth was that? It sped by like a missile. It even overwhelmed my speed radar. At this moment, Tan Tan could no longer concern himself with the elderly man from Urxiankyo. Without a second thought, he mounted his motorcycle and sped off in the direction Lin Wanqing had gone. Soon, he disappeared from view. As a seasoned traffic officer, Tan Tan understood better than anyone the peril posed by the supercar that had just whizzed past him. That vehicle was no longer merely fast. It was flying too low. If any traffic accident were to occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, at the Shijing City Qinling District Traffic Police Station, it was morning, and the duty officer had just finished breakfast, clearly lacking energy. Given the station's name, one could tell it was a remote area, with the jurisdiction primarily consisting of national and rural roads. Although traffic was somewhat active during the day, the likelihood of accidents remained low. Just as the officer contemplated what to have for lunch, the phone rang, shattering the silence. "Hello, is this the Qinling District Traffic Police Station?" "There's a supercar that has taken off on National Highway 157. It even broke the sound barrier. It's now racing southeast at an indescribable speed. The driver's identity is unknown, and the vehicle is unregistered. It's a silver supercar with 6 wheels." On the other end, it was unmistakably Tan Tan's voice. The officer quickly jotted down notes. "A supercar that breaks the sound barrier? Unregistered? And it has 6 wheels? Just hearing about it seems utterly outrageous. Another rich second generation who got drunk and is causing a ruckus. The officer clenched her fists. It's time to uphold justice. All right, I'll dispatch our forces to intercept immediately. We will certainly apprehend that supercar. Meanwhile, Tan Tan pondered for a moment before adding, that supercar appears to be quite valuable. The driver may be a significant figure. Inform the traffic officers to ensure their safety. As an experienced officer, Tan Tan understood how perilous it could be to confront arrogant, wealthy individuals on the road. Such individuals often lack common sense. If any damage were to occur during the interception, one could hardly predict what these entitled individuals might do. The officer on the other end nodded in agreement. All right, I will relay the information. In no time, the entire Qinling District Traffic Police team was mobilized. A fleet of police cars, sirens blaring, sped away from the traffic police station, racing towards National Highway 157. Immediately, every intersection along the highway was swarmed with checkpoints. The moment a target vehicle appeared, alarms would blare, signaling its capture. Chapter 116. Sister, I implore you. A few minutes later, at the entrance of the Qinling District Expressway, Captain Li Guofu received orders from headquarters and hastily made his way to the scene. As he listened to the report from above, Captain Li blinked in bewilderment. Supersonic speed? A 6-wheeled sports car? Taking off on the highway? What kind of international joke is this? Are the operators recording cases nowadays so exaggerated? Strange incidents occur every year. But this year seems particularly rife with absurdities. I can tolerate street racing, but who races at supersonic speeds on a national highway? A slight bump here and there, and the body of any racer would be scattered like ashes. How is that even possible? Furrowing his brow as he perused the case briefing in his palm, Li Guofu muttered to himself, if this is true, I, Li Guofu, will twist that kid's head off and use it as a ball. Upon hearing this, nearby officers chimed in. Indeed, this situation seems suspicious. Could someone be intentionally reporting false alarms? However, in the very next moment, a gust of wind swept through, raising clouds of yellow sand to heights of 4 or 5 meters. Suddenly, a silvery white sports car, akin to a flash of lightning, roared past the group. The fierce wind, laden with sand, stung Li Guofu's face. Holy cow! At that moment, Li Guofu was left dumbfounded. So my very presence was merely a barrier for that car to take off, was it? Quick, chase after it. Don't let that fool escape. At this point, Li Guofu disregarded everything else, mounted his motorcycle, and surged into action. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded on the national highway. A silver-gray sports car darted ahead like a cheetah, while behind it, 3 or 5 motorcycles pursued relentlessly. A thrilling chase was underway. Yet, gradually, Li Guofu sensed that something was amiss. Why was the car ahead moving at such an incredible speed? Even an F1 racing car wouldn't be able to achieve such velocity. This was a national highway, riddled with potholes. Even riding his motorcycle, reaching 180 km/h, was pushing it. But the sports car was cruising at a speed exceeding 300 km/h. Despite his own furious speed, he could only watch helplessly as the gap between them widened. Eventually, he couldn't even see the car's exhaust pipe. This was utterly absurd. The most outrageous part was that, even at such high speeds, the sports car remained remarkably stable. It seemed to glide effortlessly, showing no signs of nearing its limit. This meant that the car still had room to accelerate. What kind of performance monster was this? As Li Guofu trailed behind the racing vehicle, his mind was flooded with questions. Where did this car come from? Who was driving it? He couldn't fathom the driver's motives. Never mind. No point in pondering that now. Seizing the opportunity during a curve, Li Guofu activated the loudspeaker on his motorcycle. In the next moment, a resounding voice echoed in all directions. Attention, you are surrounded by the police. Please surrender immediately, pull over, and present your driver's license and relevant documents. Otherwise, we will take necessary measures to stop you. At that moment, Lin Wanqing, sitting in the driver's seat, heard the commotion behind her and felt tears of anxiety welling up. Throughout her life, the worst thing she had ever done was sneak a few dimes from her mother to buy spicy snacks. If caught, she would get a good spanking. But she had never engaged in anything as exhilarating as this. Her hands trembled violently on the steering wheel, the immense force pushing her deep into the seat. What should I do? Lin Wanqing, what on earth is happening? I merely pressed the accelerator lightly. And how did it turn into this madness? Can it get any worse? Lin Wanqing, being a law-abiding citizen, was momentarily flustered by the police sirens. But she quickly composed herself. Pull over. Honestly explain the situation to the police. Seek leniency from the authorities. Yes, pull over. Wait, How do I even stop this beast of a car? Xiaoqi didn't teach me that at all. Back then, Xiaoqi just kept yelling for me to floor it, never telling me how to stop. Lin Wanqing felt like crying in frustration. What kind of situation is this? I just wanted to test drive this car, and now I can't seem to bring it to a halt. Just as Lin Wanqing struggled with her predicament, the intelligent cruise control system of the sports car suddenly activated. Ding! Detected imminent external force attack on the vehicle. Risk level estimated as D-class. Entering combat mode. Intelligent driving mode activated. Please fasten your seatbelt. Intelligent recognition system initializing. In an instant, Lin Wanqing felt the seatbelt tighten around her chest, binding her limbs firmly to the seat, rendering her immobile. Wait, what is happening? What do you mean the vehicle is about to face an external attack and is entering combat mode? A sudden wave of dread washed over Lin Wanqing. Surely, they don't intend to assault the police, do they? Holy cow. Sister, I beg you spare me. I'm an artist. If I get caught, my career will be ruined. Lin Wanqing felt on the verge of collapse. Had she known that the war machine created by Song Qi had such capabilities, she would never have rushed to test drive it. In a daze, Lin Wanqing imagined the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers and social media. Shocking. Famous actress caught speeding on national highway. The truth is scandalous. Lin Wanqing arrested for speeding, suspected of carrying special items. Rising star Lin Wanqing engages in reckless driving and violently assaults police. What is happening in the entertainment industry? Although Lin Wanqing had long contemplated leaving the entertainment world to live a shamelessly happy life with Song Qi, she never envisioned departing in such a disgraceful manner. If the police caught her, she would undoubtedly become a laughingstock for the entire nation. However, the automatic driving system of the war machine didn't care about Lin Wanqing's current mental turmoil. Suddenly, a cacophony of metal clanging echoed on the ground. Not far ahead, a squad of high-speed officers emerged. Upon seeing the approaching vehicle, they wasted no time in laying down a specialized ramp. During high-speed travel, this ramp could instantly lock the tires of the car, effectively bringing it to a halt. In the next moment, the four wheels of the war machine emitted a series of loud, clattering noises as they transformed into 2 rows of glimmering tracks. In an instant, the transformation was complete. Chapter 117. Let me see what this thing can turn into. As he watched the speeding sports car and the gleaming specialized ramp on the ground, Traffic Officer Yi Chen couldn't help but break into a smile. It is imperative to note that the specialized ramp just laid upon the ground has been forged from an extraordinary alloy of steel. Its hardness is quite astonishing, not to mention the ultra-low chassis of a high-speed sports car. Even a heavy tank would be rendered incapacitated in the face of such a formidable weapon. However, in the next moment, the smile adorning Officer Yi Chen's face abruptly froze. Before his very eyes, the silver-gray sports car soared past, as if gliding effortlessly over the ramp. Facing no hindrance whatsoever. Wait, what? Wasn't it stated that even tanks could not traverse this? What on earth is happening here? Yi Chen hastily directed his gaze towards the newly laid ramp. Good heavens, is this real? The scene before him nearly left him dumbfounded. The specialized ramp, which had just been installed, was instantly rendered unrecognizable. The spikes atop it were bent and broken in disarray. The sight was nothing short of horrifying. As for the culprit behind this chaos, the battle vehicle developed by Song Qi was now speeding along the national highway as if nothing had transpired. Wait a moment? Tracks? Yi Chen incredulously rubbed his eyes. No way. How did those tracks materialize? Just moments ago, wasn't this still a sports car? How, in the blink of an eye, did it transform to reveal tracks? So, when I claimed that even tanks couldn't pass, you simply morphed into a tank to get by. Is that it? And also, which tank can move at such breakneck speed? In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. The speed must be at least 300 miles per hour. You claim this is a tank, but it is unmistakably a vehicle equipped with tracks, ready to take off like an aircraft. Yi Chen promptly seized his radio to relay this information. Calling headquarters. A suspect vehicle has been spotted 48 kilometers northwest on Highway 157. The adversary has evaded our trap laid with the ramp and has even violently destroyed it. Preliminary estimates suggest that the vehicle's chassis has been specially modified, rendering it incredibly resilient. Furthermore, it has now transformed to reveal 2 tracks speeding towards Chuiping Lake, requesting support from armed helicopters at headquarters. The operator on the other end was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? A modified chassis? It has even destroyed the specialized ramp and sprouted 2 tracks out of thin air. Are you sure you're referring to a sports car and not some kind of Optimus Prime? Fortunately, the operator was professionally trained and managed to suppress her amusement, quickly noting down the pertinent information. She swiftly responded, understood. We are currently coordinating with the armed police forces to dispatch helicopters for interception, aiming to corner the suspect vehicle before it reaches Ping Lake. It is no wonder that the traffic police were treating this case with such gravity. Generally speaking, traffic law enforcement seldom encounters such incidents, especially without any prior indication of such reckless behavior. This signifies that the driver must be harboring significant issues. Moreover, this news has reached the upper echelons of leadership in Xijing City. Should the traffic police fail to provide a reasonable explanation, the situation could become quite problematic. After all, matters like these affect the reputation of the leaders. Before long, the armed police forces sprang into action. Black helicopters began to patrol Highway 157 in a systematic manner. Soon enough, one helicopter detected the presence of the battle vehicle. In the next moment, the helicopter descended rapidly, swiftly positioning itself behind the sports car, blaring through a loudspeaker. Criminals inside the vehicle. You have been locked onto by our armed helicopter. Please pull over immediately and submit to our inspection. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Inside the battle vehicle, Wanqing found herself tightly bound to her seat, a multitude of question marks floating above her head. Wait, when did I become a criminal? Officer, there has been a misunderstanding. I am an upstanding citizen, a very good citizen. This wretched car has kidnapped me. At this moment, Wanqing was on the verge of tears. In her entire life, she had never engaged in anything so exhilarating. Just a second ago, she was being chased by iron horses. How did it escalate to the point where armed helicopters were now involved? This was beyond terrifying. Song-Chi, you scoundrel. Just wait until I get back. I will make you pay. At this juncture, Wanqing realized that all of this chaos was orchestrated by Song-Chi. It was his wretched vehicle that had caused this upheaval. Her impassioned pleas were utterly moving. Yet, it was evident that they would not sway the battle vehicle's artificial intelligence system. The next moment, the emotionless mechanical voice of the AI echoed once more, resonating in Wanqing's ears like the ominous murmurs of a vengeful spirit from the underworld. Ding. Detection of armed helicopter firepower threat. Initial danger level assessed as Class C. Entering defensive mode, considering counterattack as necessary. Counterattack? Wanqing felt her mind shatter. No counterattack. Please, don't retaliate. I beg you. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. Let's call it quits, please. However, if the artificial intelligence were capable of heeding Wanqing's words, it likely wouldn't have created such a monumental commotion in the first place. In the next moment, the battle vehicle emitted a series of sharp sounds as it transitioned into a defensive posture. As anticipated by the AI, the pilot of the armed helicopter lost their patience at that moment. The helicopter descended rapidly, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the battle vehicle. Tot. Bullets rained down upon the battle vehicle as if they were of no cost, leaving white streaks and sparks in their wake. Many struck the vehicle itself. Inside, Wanqing felt as though it were raining outside, the cacophony of gunfire frightening her immensely. The fusillade persisted for a full minute. Wanqing, terrified and paralyzed like a quail, dared not make a sound. Just when she thought the chaos had finally subsided, the battle vehicle's artificial intelligence spoke again, identifying vulnerabilities in the armed helicopter. Activating armed counterattack system. Wait, you're really going to retaliate? Wanqing was utterly distraught. Stop. Do not retaliate. Please. Shut down the counterattack program. Yet, her struggles were in vain. In an instant, a series of cannons silently emerged from both sides of the battle vehicle. In the sky, the pilot of the armed helicopter, witnessing the vehicle's transformation once more, scratched their head in confusion. Driven by curiosity, they leaned forward to investigate. Oh, it transformed again? Let me see what it turns into. Good heavens! Bullets from machine guns surged like a torrential downpour towards the armed helicopter. The pilot, realizing the imminent danger, quickly pulled the control stick, preparing to ascend rapidly to evade this lethal strike. However, the distance between the helicopter and the battle vehicle was simply too close. In the next moment, the armed helicopter plummeted from the sky like a black giant bird struck by a sharp arrow, hurtling downwards, engulfed in flames. In a split second, the pilot pressed the emergency escape button without hesitation. Instantly, the pilot was ejected from the cockpit. As he watched the armed helicopter descend rapidly, the pilot patted his chest. Still shaken. Good grief. That was close. Calling headquarters. Pilot 007 calling headquarters. The pilot retrieved his pager, preparing to report the situation to superiors. The machine gun mounted on the suspect vehicle still haunted him, and if he failed to report in a timely manner, it could lead to greater casualties. That would spell disaster. Headquarters has received you. Pilot 007, please proceed. The armed helicopter I was piloting has been shot down by the suspect vehicle. I have lost operational capability and crashed in the northwest region of Route 157. I have successfully escaped. The suspect vehicle is equipped with a heavy weapon system, and my helicopter sustained fatal damage. Moreover, the vehicle is designed with ballistic protection. It withstood dozens of my bullets and emerged unscathed. Its firepower is exceedingly ferocious, akin to a moving fortress. I urge other armed helicopters to remain on high alert and maintain a safe distance. At that moment, the operator was taken aback. What on earth? Our armed helicopters have been shot down? What kind of monstrosity is this? Which wealthy heir equips their sports car with a firepower and ballistic protection system? Keep in mind, this is not a free nation, but rather Longguo. The average person struggles to acquire even a small handgun. The operator soon realized that this was beyond the capabilities of their traffic police department. This case required the intervention of higher military authorities. Otherwise, the situation could spiral out of control. After a brief pause, the operator composed herself and stated, Pilot 007, rescue teams are en route to your location. Please do not move and await assistance. We have decided to report this incident to the higher military authorities. All operational command will be under military jurisdiction. Minutes later, Wanqing, who was still in his office dealing with paperwork, received a distress call from the Traffic Management Department in the Qinling district. As the Air Force commander of the Northwest Military Region, he had received numerous such calls in the past, primarily from the armed police requesting assistance. However, this was his first time receiving a call from the Traffic Management Department. Upon hearing the details, Wanqing stood frozen in place. What on earth are you saying? A sports car? Rampaging down the national highway at supersonic speeds? And it even shot down an armed helicopter? This has escalated to the point where the military district must intervene? What an absurd international joke. Such a fantastical event occurring on Longguo's soil? Just as Wanqing was processing this overwhelming information, the person on the other end spoke again. The suspect vehicle is about to leave Route 157, heading towards the Tsuaping Lake area, expected to cross Tsuaping Lake in 5 minutes. Tsuaping Lake? Wanqing scratched his head. In the next moment, he shot up from his chair. Tsuaping Lake. Goodness, isn't Commander Chen's headquarters located just behind Tsuaping Lake? Could it be that this vehicle has been targeting Tsuaping Lake and Commander Chen from the very beginning? At that instant, a chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. A sense of impending doom quietly spread within him. All the peculiarities suddenly seemed to have a rational explanation. This vehicle could very well be part of an assassination operation targeting the Northwest Military Region. Its true aim was Commander Chen at Tsuaping Lake. If anything were to happen to Commander Chen, the entire Northwest Military Region would lose its backbone in an instant. The consequences of any ensuing unrest would be unimaginably dire. In Wanqing's eyes, this incident was no longer a mere street racing event. Behind it lurked an unfathomable and colossal conspiracy against the Northwest Military Region. The suspect vehicle must not be allowed to breach the defenses of Tsuaping Lake. Wanqing slammed his right hand on the desk, causing tea to spill everywhere from the cup. Xiao Zhang, come in here. At Wanqing's call, Xiao Zhang, who was standing at the door, quickly rushed into the office. Sir, you called for me? Yes. Wanqing's face was solemn, brimming with determination. Immediately order the tank battalion to mobilize fully, deploy along Route 157 and ensure that vehicle is trapped on the highway. The Air Force must also move swiftly. Do not engage recklessly, as the suspect vehicle possesses high-altitude strike capabilities. Maintain a safe distance and monitor its precise location. The missile units should be on standby. Mobilize the entire military to corner the suspect vehicle at Tsuaping Lake shore, aiming to capture the enemy alive. Understood? As a military commander, Wanqing's capabilities were unquestionable. In short order, he mobilized the entire military. The operational deployment was seamlessly executed. In Wanqing's view, no matter how formidable that vehicle was, it was merely a sports car. Could it traverse both sky and sea? As long as it was cornered at the Tsuaping Lake shore, it would be as good as captured. Unless the driver had lost their mind, they wouldn't dare drive into the lake. Nearby, Shaoli quickly recorded Wanqing's orders. Understood. Sir, mission accomplished. Following the command, Shaoli saluted respectfully and promptly left to commence preparations. In just a few minutes, the Air Force of the Northwest Military Region operated with the precision of a finely tuned instrument. Tank after tank, like fortresses, swiftly departed the base toward the target. Aircraft launched without delay toward Tsuaping Lake. All military missiles received their orders and redirected towards the Tsuaping Lake area. At this moment, Lin Wanqing, who was still racing down the national highway, remained blissfully unaware that a net was slowly closing in on her at Sweeping Lake. Chapter 119, Let Us Surrender. Route 157. A highway connecting the provinces of Shaanxi and Shaanxi was now under complete military control. At every intersection, layers of checkpoints had been established, with armed soldiers on high alert, prepared for any unexpected developments. Vehicles on the highway had been largely cleared. Many drivers, witnessing the scene before them, couldn't help but murmur, "What a massive operation. Who are they trying to capture? A Super Saiyan?" Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this entire affair, Lin Wanqing, found herself tightly bound to the driver's seat. Tears of regret streaming upwards. What on earth have I done? How did I end up on Song-Chi's pirate ship? Moments ago, Lin Wanqing had seen through the rearview mirror the armed helicopter plummeting from the sky, ultimately transforming into a fireball. At this moment, her mental state began to unravel. I just want to take the car for a spin. How did it escalate to the point of involving armed helicopters? The worst part is, how did that helicopter even crash? Now I, Lin Wanqing, am truly beyond redemption. How can I explain that I was kidnapped by a car? Everything was orchestrated by the vehicle itself. No one would believe that. Lin Wanqing had always been the good girl, never having harmed even a chicken, let alone witnessed such a spectacle. At this moment, she was utterly petrified. A few minutes later, a verdant-hued Type 95 tank emerged proudly before Lin Wanqing, effectively obstructing her path of retreat. A jolt of anxiety surged through her heart. This is bad. How could they have brought in a tank? Clearly, the military district was involved. Nearby, the vehicle's autopilot system swiftly detected the sudden appearance of the tank by the roadside. With a slight maneuver, the vehicle veered off, speeding away in the opposite direction. However, after merely a few minutes, yet another tank blocked its path. This back and forth occurred at least 7 or 8 times. At this point, even if Lin Wanqing were a fool, she would realize that she had fallen into a military encirclement. Overwhelmed by despair, she finally burst into tears. What have I done to deserve this? I merely wanted to test a vehicle. How has the military been stirred into action? With so many tanks obstructing the road, are they really deploying half the military district to capture me? I am just an entertainer. How did I become mistaken for a terrorist? Soon, the vehicle, battered from side to side, was forced to a lakeside. Behind Lin Wanqing lay an expansive body of water, while in front of her stood a formidable line of over 10 tanks, their cannons aimed directly at her. Above, more than a dozen aircraft locked onto her position. Gazing at the gaping muzzles, Lin Wanqing felt her legs weaken. This is it. There's no escaping now. If all those cannons fire at once, I might not even leave behind ashes. Where on earth is that scoundrel Song-Chi? Please come to my rescue. Meanwhile, in the skies, Wang Jinlong, seated in an armed helicopter, peered through military binoculars to assess the situation below. As a commanding general, he had no intention of remaining in the rear. Thus, despite knowing that the suspect vehicle carried heavy weaponry, he boldly advanced to the front line. Report, Commander. The tank unit has successfully completed its mission and has successfully cornered the target vehicle at Sweeping Lake. Report, Commander. The missile unit is ready and can launch at any moment. Report, Commander. We have informed Commander Chen's headquarters of the situation. The radio crackled with a series of updates. Wang Jinlong raised his binoculars, observing the suspect vehicle trapped with no means of escape, a sly grin spreading across his lips. Humph. No matter what schemes you have in mind, encountering me, Wang Jinlong, you will inevitably surrender. Capturing this driver and extracting information about the mastermind behind this operation will allow us to dismantle this underground criminal network entirely. This will be a significant achievement for me. Wang Jinlong, immediately broadcast a surrender ultimatum. He commanded with a sweeping gesture. It was clear that Wang Jinlong's intention for a live capture was far from a simple pursuit. The enemy's vehicle appeared exceptionally advanced. If he could secure it intact and deliver it to Song-Chi for further interrogation, wouldn't that be delightful? A resounding horn blared across the skies. To those inside the vehicle, you are completely surrounded. Lay down your weapons and cease resistance. We do not wish to inflict unnecessary casualties. Driver, please exit the cockpit with your hands on your head and surrender to us. Otherwise, the tank's shells are indiscriminate. Inside the vehicle, Lin Wanqing's composure shattered upon hearing the external announcements. What do you mean by to those inside the vehicle? It doesn't matter if they hear you. I can hear you, but I can't even move. With her limbs tightly bound, the prospect of surrender was unattainable. Furthermore, had Lin Wanqing's attitude been effective, would the situation have escalated to this point? She likely would have surrendered long ago, vehicle and all. At that moment, the long-dormant artificial intelligence finally spoke once more. Beep. Detection of a military threat exceeding brigade level. Preliminary danger assessment is rated B. Risk of damage to vehicle, 00001. Entrée super combat mode. Beep. Mode transition in progress. Lin Wanqing felt as if she were paralyzed. What on earth is happening? Why are you not surrendering and instead transforming? Do you really think you're a transformer? Even Optimus Prime wouldn't withstand a 200mm howitzer and missiles. We're surrounded by water. What are you planning to do? System, I implore you. Let us surrender. I am still young. I do not wish to die. If all else fails, just let me out to surrender, please. After a brief silence, the mechanical voice of the system responded again. Beep. System request denied. No sooner had the words left the speaker than Lin Wanqing felt her restraints tighten even further, as if she were being bound to the driver's seat. What the hell? Damn you, Shang-Chi. Is there no justice? I can't even surrender. In the next instant, the vehicle emitted a series of crisp, crackling sounds. Bound to her seat, Lin Wanqing sensed the transformation around her, internally cursing Shang-Chi repeatedly. Beep. Navigation mode transition successful. Transformation commencing. A cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. The vehicle's engine slowly elevated. Even the exhaust pipes rose to the rear of the vehicle. The original tracks began to swiftly alter as well. Although this transformation seemed slow, it actually occurred in the blink of an eye. To onlookers, only a silver-gray battle vehicle appeared to be driving desperately towards the center of the lake. Seated in the driver's position, Lin Wanqing felt utterly bewildered. What kind of absurdity is this? It's merely a broken vehicle. Why does it possess such spirit? Why is it so obstinate, like Shang-Chi, unwilling to surrender? Not only does it refuse to yield, but it is also driving me into the water. You may wish to die, but I certainly do not. Lin Wanqing had no idea that the vehicle had already transformed. In her perception, it was the artificial intelligence that had gone mad, dragging her into a doomed fate. At that moment, in the high skies, Wang Junlong, aboard the armed helicopter, noticed the unusual behavior below. He hastily grabbed his military binoculars. In the next moment, a massive question mark floated above his head. What is going on? What kind of driver is this? So resolute? Is she truly willing to risk her life? As a seasoned general, Wang Junlong was well acquainted with the fact that a combat-ready amphibious vehicle had yet to be developed. Moreover, that vehicle's chassis was so low that even a splash of water could render it inoperable. Could it be a spy sent from the affluent Sakura nation? Only their spies would exhibit such blind loyalty. But wait, something is amiss. Years of military experience had kept Wang Junlong's instincts finely tuned. In an instant, he perceived the underlying issue. He hastily seized the binoculars, resuming his watch. In the next moment, the scene before Wang Junlong rendered him utterly speechless. The armored vehicle, which he had previously cornered, now transformed entirely, racing across the tranquil surface of the water. Its speed was astonishing, leaving him astounded. Good grief. It truly was an amphibious vehicle. Wait, how can it be accelerating even more? Which amphibious vehicle can traverse the water with such velocity? At this rate, that wretched machine will slip away. At this juncture, Wang Junlong was left in a daze. Who on earth crafted this miraculous vehicle? After a brief moment, he was jolted back to reality. This is bad. It cannot escape. Behind it lies the general headquarters of the Northwest Military District. In a flash of inspiration, Wang Junlong retrieved his pager from his waist and began to roar. Where are the tank divisions? Fire at once. We cannot allow it to escape. At this moment, the thought of capturing the enemy's driver had vanished from Wang Junlong's mind. With the situation reaching this critical point, the notion of capturing them alive was ludicrous. If that vehicle crossed the river and bombarded the headquarters, even if he had 10 heads, it would not suffice to save him from execution. Seconds later, military orders reached the tank divisions. Instantly, dozens of cannons pivoted, all targeting the vehicle racing across the lake surface. Boom! 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 The sound of artillery was thunderous. It must be noted that the artillery mounted on the Type 95 was no mere imitation found on foreign tanks. The Dragon Kingdom's military, suffering from a late-stage fear of insufficient firepower, had madly equipped their tanks with 200mm massive cannons. One shot would create a pit of over 10 meters. With a simultaneous barrage, it could flatten a small mountain, let alone a mere two-wheeled vehicle. In an instant, shells rained down like a torrential downpour. The next moment, an earth-shattering cacophony erupted. Enormous waves surged, reaching heights of several dozen meters before cascading down like raindrops. The vast sweeping lake appeared as if a boulder had struck a small stream. collapsing entirely. The sediment at the lake's bottom surged upwards, and the once clear water instantly turned murky. In just one round of artillery fire, the water level in Suaping Lake plummeted by nearly a meter. This demonstrates the terrifying power of that barrage. Above, in the armed helicopter, Wang Jinlong gazed at the shocking scene below, his eyes narrowing gradually. Such formidable firepower. A mere dilapidated vehicle? Even if it were a tank, it would meet a fate of utter annihilation. This is the terror of firepower coverage. You think you can contend with me? You are still far from it. However, in the next moment, a strange shadow flickered across the tumultuous lake surface, catching Wang Jinlong's eye. What the hell? Wang Jinlong incredulously rubbed his eyes. Finally, he discerned the true nature of the shadow. Good grief. Is this for real? No way. That was a barrage from dozens of tank cannons. It could level mountains, nearly obliterating Suaping Lake. And this bizarre object? It remained unscathed? This defies logic. Wang Jinlong scratched his head, utterly perplexed. He gazed at the vehicle before him, feeling as though he had seen this design style somewhere before. Yet he could not recall where. Meanwhile, within the vehicle's cockpit, chaos reigned. Lin Wanqing was no longer the picture of elegance and composure. Her makeup was smeared like a calico cat, and her meticulously styled hair was now a disheveled mess. The dashboard was splattered with vomit. Heaven knows what she had just experienced. Following the barrage that struck the vehicle, Lin Wanqing nearly thought she would meet her end on the spot. Who would have guessed this wretched vehicle could endure such punishment? Just as Lin Wanqing believed she had escaped death, she realized that the torment had only just begun. In an instant, a massive surge of water engulfed the vehicle, dragging it towards the lake's depths. Before Lin Wanqing could react, the current pushed the vehicle back up. This cycle repeated itself 7 or 8 times. The speed and thrill of this ordeal surpassed even the terror of a roller coaster. Lin Wanqing felt as though her very insides were about to erupt. At this moment, she stared blankly into the distance, resembling a lifeless fish. This damned world. Let it be. After all, I am done for. Ugh. Chapter 121. Is this a cheat code? Ding. The vehicle has encountered enemy heavy artillery fire. Self-check mode initiated. Engine components are functioning normally. Overall structural integrity of the vehicle is at 98. Weapon systems are operational. External danger level raised to A-class. Risk of vehicle damage increased. The vehicle is entering intelligent counterattack mode. Photonic energy reaction cannon is in operation. Listening to the series of system prompts echoing in her ears, Lin Wanqing slumped in the driver's seat, her eyes devoid of light. Counterattack? Why not? Things have already reached this point. How much worse could it get? In the next moment, the vehicle began to undergo severe transformation. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Wanqing was completely indifferent to the external changes. Meanwhile, Wang Jinlong remained in the armed helicopter, contemplating the vehicle on the lake's surface, his thoughts racing. The driver must be dead by now. After all, that was the onslaught of dozens of tank shells. Although the vehicle appeared unscathed externally, the interior must have been utterly devastated. How could a human body withstand the impact of so many shells exploding simultaneously? After observing for a moment, seeing that the vehicle floating on the lake remained motionless, Wang Jinlong's apprehension gradually subsided. He gently lowered the binoculars, gesturing to issue orders for his subordinates to retrieve the vehicle from the lake. If Songqi could decrypt the advanced technology within, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. However, in the next moment, Xiao Li, holding a military telescope, exclaimed in astonishment. Good grief, Chief, that vehicle is moving again. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinlong's mind erupted in a buzz. No way, it's still alive? The occupant inside the vehicle couldn't possibly be a super scion, could they? This is absurd. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Jinlong snatched the military telescope from Xiao Li's hands and peered down from the helicopter. Immediately, he witnessed the previously silent vehicle cracking open at the tail section. The two have slowly converged, revealing a deep, massive cannon in the center, emerging prominently before everyone. This cannon's caliber was astonishing, even in the caliber-centric Dragon Kingdom. Such an outrageous cannon had never been seen. This caliber is conservatively estimated to be 800 millimeters. If it could fire, the recoil alone would send the vehicle sliding back several dozen meters, let alone its destructive power. Gazing at the dark cannon mouth, an inexplicable fury surged within Wang Jinlong's heart. How dare a mere vehicle, on my territory, aim its cannon at my troops? Are they tired of living? The enemy not only refuses to surrender, but dares to counterattack me. Missile divisions, tank divisions, target them, fire at will. Even if it means sinking the emerald waters of Suaping Lake, I would not hesitate. If I do not reduce this brat to ashes, then I might as well consider my artillery obsolete. At this moment, Wang Jinlong was consumed by rage. As a commander of the army, he found himself utterly helpless, unable to even manage a single vehicle, while being threatened by an enemy's cannon. How could the proud Wang Jinlong accept such indignity? In the next moment, the tanks turned their turrets, once again aiming at the direction of the enemy vehicle. This time, even the missile systems in the vicinity were mobilized. They awaited Wang Jinlong's command, ready to unleash a barrage that would obliterate every target in their path. With a grand wave of his hand, Wang Jinlong commanded the launch. Instantly, dozens of tank shells and more than 10 ground-to-ground missiles soared toward the enemy vehicle as if they were free of cost. At this moment, the radar of the battle vehicle began to beep ominously, displaying a multitude of red dots that encircled it, cutting off all possible avenues of retreat. Gazing at the unfolding scene, Lin Wanqing despairingly closed her eyes. Farewell, Mom and Dad. Farewell, Xiaoxua. Farewell, cursed Song Qi. After a long moment, the anticipated cataclysmic noise did not come. The surroundings fell eerily silent, as if nothing had transpired. Oh no, have we been obliterated without a trace? Lin Wanqing opened her eyes in bewilderment, only to find everything so familiar. Wait, isn't this the cockpit? Am I not dead? Then, as she looked around, Lin Wanqing was suddenly jolted with fear. What the hell? Why am I flying? Not only did this sports car manage to traverse water, but it can also soar through the air? What kind of monstrosity has this Song Qi created? Before Lin Wanqing could fully process the situation, the emotionless system prompt rang out once more. Photon energy cannon activation complete, entering launch countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, launch. Lin Wanqing's eyes widened in horror. No, what are you launching? Stop, you fool. In the next instant, a terrifying beam of laser erupted from the cannon, colliding mercilessly with the incoming missiles and artillery. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted above Suaping Lake, sending a massive shockwave across the surface, creating towering waves. The powerful wind pressure nearly caused the armed helicopter carrying Wang Jinlong to tumble, almost leading to a crash. Wang Jinlong struggled to regain his balance, gazing in disbelief at the explosion illuminating the sky like a second sun. Could the missiles and artillery I launched possess such power? The force of that explosion could rival that of a small nuclear bomb. But wait, in the next moment, a horrifying laser shot forth from the explosion, hurtling toward his own camp. It was at this moment that Wang Jinlong realized the dire situation. This was not the power of his missiles at all. It was the gigantic cannon from that vehicle. Finally, Wang Jinlong looked toward the source of the laser cannon. He beheld an entity that had transformed into a fighter jet, hovering several hundred meters above. The fearsome cannon before was still emitting white smoke, clearly having just fired. What the hell? When did this broken car come here? And it can fly too? Has it activated some kind of cheat code? Wang Jinlong stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. At this point, gazing at the battle vehicle, now soaring high into the sky, he realized that his battle plan had utterly failed. Chapter 122. One shot levels the mountain. A blinding light flashed. The laser cannon shone as brilliantly as the sun, blinding everyone present. A beam of laser, as thick as a person's body, pierced through the missiles and artillery's defenses. With a thunderous crash, it struck the ground, sending plumes of dust and debris soaring dozens of meters into the air. But that was not the end. The laser continued to spread, swiftly extending to distant horizons. The tank battalion on the ground was immediately thrown into chaos. The once even terrain was suddenly marred by a straight, terrifying chasm nearly 10 meters deep. This chasm stretched for hundreds of meters, only to be obstructed by a mountain towering over 100 meters high. With a resounding boom, the small mountain collapsed in an instant. The entire Suaping Lake region erupted in a cataclysmic earthquake. Tanks weighing 60 tons were tossed about like mere toys in the face of such overwhelming natural force. Flying debris shot up hundreds of meters high. One by one, armed helicopters were struck by the falling rocks, bursting into flames as they plummeted toward the ground. This one shot, Wang Jinlong's forces had suffered catastrophic losses. They had even exhausted their capacity for retaliation. Staring at the horrifying scene before him, Wang Jinlong swallowed hard. That shot was unbelievably fierce. Are you certain that wasn't a nuclear bomb? In just one shot, not only did it suppress the firepower of an entire elite division, but it also effortlessly leveled a small mountain. The terrifying power had far exceeded Wang Jinlong's imagination. At this moment, Wang Jinlong's heart felt like ash. The commander of the Northwest military region had been thoroughly outmatched by a mere vehicle, and on his own territory, no less. Furthermore, it was a humiliating defeat from which he could not retaliate. This sense of defeat and shame threatened to engulf him. What country could have created such a vehicle? The Northern Bear Nation? Impossible. Their military industry, though strong, could not reach such heights. After much contemplation, one possibility lingered in Wang Jinlong's mind. The Free Nation. In the entire Blue Star, aside from the Free Nation, there seemed to be no other force capable of producing such advanced technology. Moreover, not long ago, the Dragon Nation had inflicted significant losses on the Free Nation in its own waters. No matter how one looked at it, this incident was inextricably linked to the Free Nation. Was this the terrifying power of the Blue Star's hegemony? A casual display of strength capable of reducing the Dragon Nation to rubble. With these thoughts, Wang Jinlong despairingly closed his eyes. At this point, if the enemy were to fire another laser cannon, his side would face total annihilation. I never expected to meet my end in such a place. In a daze, memories of the past flashed rapidly before Wang Jinlong's eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a fierce determination gleaming within. He, Wang Jinlong, was the Air Force commander of the Northwest military region. Even in death, he would not abandon his troops. He would not engage in cowardly survival. Attention all units. Tanks, armed helicopters, and missile forces still capable of action. Strike back with all your might. We must not allow the enemy to breach the command center. Even if we perish, we shall hold our ground. As Wang Jinlong's passionate voice rang out, the soldiers of the surviving units felt as if they had found their backbone, rallying with renewed spirit. Understood, Commander. We vow to accomplish our mission. Even if we die, we shall fulfill the organization's objectives. Tank 073's weapon system is operational and targeting. A resounding voice emanated from the pager in Wang Jinlong's hand. In that moment, faced with an imminent and certain demise, not a single soldier present exhibited fear. Instead, their spirits soared with renewed fervor. For the honor of the military, for the mission of the soldier, they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives. In the blink of an eye, missiles were launched, tank artillery fired, and even the surviving armed helicopters exerted every effort, soaring upward to employ their mounted cannons against the armored vehicles suspended in midair. Explosive bursts illuminated the sky. Yet, the armored vehicles evaded all assaults as if they were agile sparrows, unscathed. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jinlong's heart plummeted. Now, it was time for the enemy's counterattack. However, the anticipated fierce retaliation did not materialize. The armored vehicle circled in the air, but showed no intention of firing its laser cannon, simply hovering ominously. It was as if it reveled in its dominance. Wang Jinlong's face darkened with rage. This was an affront, an absolute humiliation. One vehicle had bested his entire legion. Now it dared to defecate on his very face. Such disgrace was intolerable. Clenching his fists, the fury within him surged to an unimaginable level. But in the next moment, as he reopened his eyes, he was astonished to find that the once hovering armored vehicle had vanished without a trace. How peculiar. Had it chosen not to strike? Could it be that the enemy had shown mercy? Gazing at the retreating silhouette of the vehicle, Wang Jinlong was engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He slapped his forehead, and his expression turned grave. This cursed vehicle, it was heading straight for the command center. Damn it. That earlier blast must have depleted its energy significantly. Perhaps, after that shot, it could only strike twice, and the enemy driver deemed a second attack on him too extravagant. Thus, it was en route to the command center. With this realization, Wang Jinlong's heart sank to the depths of despair. The power of that laser cannon was vividly etched in his memory. Should it strike the Northwest Military Region Command Center, it would surely obliterate the entire establishment. Damn it all! In a fit of rage, Wang Jinlong slammed his fist against the helicopter's glass. The armed helicopter shuddered thrice. The enemy so brazenly disdained him, yet he found himself utterly powerless. This was a torment far worse than death for Wang Jinlong. Yet, faced with such dire circumstances, he could only strive desperately to rectify the situation. He hastily dialed Chun Goen's satellite phone. "Hello," came the calm voice of Chun Goen on the other end. "This is Chun Goen. Commander Wang, what has transpired? I can hear a tremendous commotion from the command center. How did you manage to blow up my Suaping Mountain while apprehending a reckless driver?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jinlong fell silent for a long moment before finally speaking slowly. "Chief, we have lost. That vehicle is currently heading toward the command center. Please sound the air defense alarm and evacuate the command center immediately." If you delay any longer, it will be too late. Chapter 123. So you finally realized you were fleeing? Are you kidding me, Wang Jinlong? Do you truly believe this nonsense? You, the esteemed commander of the Northwest Military Region Air Force, were defeated on your own turf by a mere vehicle? Shingoen could scarcely fathom the report. Such a claim was nothing short of fantastical. On the other end of the line, Wang Jinlong remained silent for an extended period. Clearly, he too felt the weight of shame, but the urgency of the situation compelled him to reveal the truth. Chief, I'm not jesting. That vehicle is astonishingly formidable. It can engage in amphibious operations and is equipped with weapons of mass destruction. One shot leveled an entire hill. Despite our best efforts, we could not halt its advance. It is now heading straight for your command center. Sir, you must evacuate at once, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Listening to Wang Jinlong's earnest voice, Shingoen fell into silence. Logic and reason told him that such an event was improbable. Yet instinctively, he sensed that Wang Jinlong's words might indeed hold a kernel of truth. After all, as a commander, Wang Jinlong had no reason to jest about something that could lead to a military tribunal. Just as Chun-Goen hesitated, a sudden, urgent knocking resounded at the door. Gumin. In the next moment, a guard entered and saluted respectfully. Report, sir. Radar has detected an unidentified flying object 18 kilometers above the command center. Please advise. An unidentified flying object? Upon hearing this, Chun-Goen's heart skipped a beat. This was precisely what Wang Jinlong had described. Soon, after delivering the report, the guard exited, leaving Chun-Goen alone in the office with the still-connected phone line. Wang Jinlong, damn it, even with the missile units deployed, you couldn't handle a single vehicle? Have you turned into a dog as an Air Force commander? At that moment, Chun-Goen finally believed Wang Jinlong's claims and erupted in fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Jinlong, unleashing a torrent of invectives. Wang Jinlong, cowed by the reprimand, dared not utter a word, only repeating insistently, sir, we must retreat at once. If we don't, the consequences will be dire. The enemy is clearly targeting you. Shut up. Chun-Goen roared, continuing to bellow, retreat? Are you joking? This is my home. Why should I retreat? Proud as he was, Chun-Goen could not accept the notion that he, a commander in the military district, could be driven from his own territory by an enemy. This was a time of peace. This was Long Country, dubbed the safest nation on Blue Star. He, a dignified military district commander, with 2 elite divisions and countless auxiliary troops at his command, equipped with every conceivable weapon, from mushroom bombs to anti-tank artillery. How could he be chased by a single vehicle? If word of this spread, what would become of him? Chun-Goen, in the next moment, he shouted at Wang Jinlong, even if I die, I will stand with my troops. I will not be a coward fleeing in the face of danger. With that, Chun-Goen slammed the phone down. He paced back and forth in his office several times before finally sitting back down and picking up the phone again. Wu Di. Gumin. Moments later, Wu Di, the commander of Chun-Goen's personal guard, entered the room. Sir, please advise. Immediately put the entire military on high alert. Bring out all equipment without holding back. The enemy is upon us. This time, we must stand or fall with the command center. Meanwhile, Wang Jinlong listened to the busy signal, and a flash of fierce determination crossed his eyes. Damn it, let us confront that beast. Xiaoli. Arrange for all our fighter jets and bombers to head to the command center. No matter the cost, we must protect the safety of the command center. Do you understand? Pilots, head straight for the command center. I, Wang Jinlong, am already a man burdened with sin. Even in death, one should perish on the battlefield rather than cower in the rear, clinging to a meager existence. In no time, the entire Northwest Military District began to operate with the precision of a finely tuned machine. Fighter jets took off in rapid succession from the Air Force Base, heading toward the command center. J-20S, J-11Bs, J-10S, and even the antiquated J-8S were deployed. It is worth noting that these aircraft are air superiority fighters, which typically do not engage in ground operations. However, this time, Wang Jinlong had even brought out his last resort aircraft. It is evident what determination he harbored in his heart to rush to the command center's aid. Simultaneously, various forces were hastening towards the command center. This battle had become a matter of life and death for the Northwest Military District. Victory was the only option. Defeat was not an alternative. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, Lin Wanqing gazed at the power of the artillery and was momentarily rendered speechless. My goodness, are you sure this ISNTA film? Why is Song-Chi's vehicle so impressive? Ascending to the sky and plunging into the sea, I can tolerate. But this artillery strike has incapacitated the military and flattened a mountain. Such an event would be deemed a grand production even in Hollywood. It's astonishing that it has manifested in reality. Just as Lin Wanqing was lost in thought, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed within the cockpit. Ding! The vehicle has encountered an attack, detecting a lethal threat, initiating backup protocol, escaping to the designated landing location, locking onto the designated position. Upon hearing this, tears of excitement streamed down Lin Wanqing's face. Finally, this wretched system has decided to flee. Now that the flames have reached its brows, it finally recognizes the danger. How could it have been so oblivious until now? If it had escaped sooner, would it have ended up in this predicament? As she watched the rapidly passing scenery, Lin Wanqing resolved silently. Once they reached this so-called safe zone, she would be the first to disembark and distance herself from this troublesome vehicle. She must maintain an air of nonchalance, ensuring that no one discovers that the driver is none other than Lin Wanqing. If she were caught, the destruction of her stardom would be trivial compared to the serious consequences she would face. Given the deeds she had committed, even 100 executions would scarcely suffice for her crimes. Chapter 124. Hit the brakes. Minutes later, high above the clouds, Lin Wanqing gazed at the clouds ahead, her mood lightening as she began to hum a cheerful tune. Hee hee hee. This nightmare is finally coming to an end. Once the wretched vehicle halts in a safe place, I will stealthily disembark, adopting a new identity and continuing my life as a superstar. Not even the gods could guess that this was all orchestrated by Lin Wanqing. Ha ha ha. Truly, Lin Wanqing, you are exceedingly clever. However, just as Lin Wanqing reveled in her joy, several concealed figures slowly emerged from the clouds beside her. Wow, is that AJ-20? Goodness, it's beyond magnificent. The fighter jets of our Dragon Nation are simply too cool. Wait, no, something's amiss. Lin Wanqing blinked her innocent eyes in confusion. Why is a J-20 appearing in this location? Is it here to capture me? Oh no, I was just planning to escape. And now you're pursuing me. Don't you leave me a single avenue of escape. At that moment, Lin Wanqing felt tears welling up. After managing to escape, how could she be targeted by AJ-20? The haunting specter of misfortune loomed over her. In the next instant, 3J-20s executed a side maneuver and positioned themselves right in front of her. Lin Wanqing's heart leaped in her throat. This is bad. They are indeed coming for me. Accelerate. Quick, accelerate. At this moment, Lin Wanqing, who had just complained about the vehicle's speed, wished fervently that it could sprout wings and carry her to safety. Suddenly, a strange sound crackled through the radio communication channel. Lin Wanqing's ears perked up. Having never piloted an aircraft before, she was oblivious to the significance of the unexpected noise. Finally, a man's voice resonated through the radio. This is Dragon Nation's airspace. I am J-20 pilot Wanqing. You are in the jurisdiction of the Northwest Military District Command Center. Please vacate the area immediately. Otherwise, we will take necessary measures against you. I repeat, please leave immediately, or I am authorized to shoot you down. A series of question marks floated above Lin Wanqing's head. What? This is the jurisdiction of the Northwest Military District Command Center? Didn't the AI say it would take me to a safe location? How did I end up at their command center? What kind of cursed safety location is this? Have you ever seen anyone designate an enemy stronghold as a safe zone? Isn't this akin to delivering a lamb to the slaughter? At that moment, Lin Wanqing felt her entire being on the verge of collapse. She hastily raised her head and shouted, Liberation Army brother, listen to my defense. No, my explanation. I have been hijacked by this vehicle. I am not a terrorist. However, the vehicle's radio communication system had not been activated, so Lin Wanqing's voice had no chance of reaching anyone. At that moment, after receiving no response for a prolonged period, J-20 pilot Wanqing let out a quiet sigh. As expected, the other party was as stubborn as the intelligence suggested. In the next instant, with a gesture from Wanqing, the 3J-20s accelerated, swiftly blocking Lin Wanqing's path. Surveying the encircling fighter jets, Lin Wanqing swallowed hard. My goodness, 3J-20s. The combat capability is such that even an F-22 would be grounded. Ding! The system detected an attack from enemy fighter jets. Danger level A. The combat vehicle is at risk of damage. Entering acceleration escape mode. Hydrogen-oxygen fusion power engine fully activated. In the next moment, 2 air-to-air missiles were launched from the belly of the J-20, spewing flames as they shot forth. All 3 J-20s fired simultaneously. A total of 6 missiles hurtling toward the combat vehicle. Lin Wanqing, witnessing this scene, immediately shielded her eyes in trepidation. In an instant, The combat vehicle underwent a dramatic transformation. Two hidden engines slowly emerged from the tail wing. At that moment, the four exhaust outlets erupted with flames, shifting from a brilliant blue to a pure white. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of sonic booms echoed through the skies. In the blink of an eye, Lin Wanqing felt an unimaginable force propelling her forward. In an instant, the combat vehicle had surpassed the speed of sound. It was moving so fast that even the missiles could not keep up. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening explosions of missiles rang out. The three J-20 pilots were utterly astonished. What the hell did I just witness? Evading missiles at such speed. What manner of monster is this? As the ace pilot of Dragon Nation, Wanqing understood all too well how terrifying the spectacle was. For a J-20 to achieve such instantaneous acceleration would require a tenfold increase in power. The engine's performance would need to be enhanced by dozens of times. However, the contraption before him could hardly be deemed a mere aircraft. It was evidently a formidable amphibious assault vehicle. What audacity it possessed! At that moment, the aircraft plummeted towards the ground like a meteor, its velocity far surpassing the wildest imaginations of those present. Wanqing piloted the J-20, his countenance darkening as he beheld the vehicle's rapid descent. Soon, he activated the radio communication channel. Pilot 004, Wanqing calling headquarters. The enemy craft is descending upon the command center. We are unable to intercept its trajectory. Ground forces, prepare for battle. The enemy's might exceeds our expectations. Simultaneously, within the cockpit of the assault vehicle, a cacophony of frantic screams erupted. Who on earth taught you to descend like this? Have you ever piloted a plane? Apply the brakes. The ground is approaching fast. Lin Wanqing felt her sanity teetering on the brink as the vehicle descended. The combined forces of gravitational acceleration and engine thrust propelled the vehicle's descent to an astonishing speed. It hurtled downwards, a sight so terrifying that even a super scion would be struck with trepidation. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the entire Northwest Military District Command headquarters trembled violently. Dust and debris surged into the air, fissures cracking the ground beneath. The vehicle had landed. Chapter 125. What manner of beast is this? In an instant, the earth shook, and the immense shockwave fractured the previously level terrain, sending plumes of dust soaring to heights of dozens of meters. A ghastly, enormous crater manifested before all. Just one fall had utterly disarrayed the forces organized by Chun-Goen. Ding! The vehicle has safely arrived at the designated automatic safety location. Moments later, the familiar mechanical voice resonated once more within the vehicle. Lin Wanqing stood frozen, her spirit akin to that of a soulless automaton. Those fleeting minutes would demand a lifetime for her to heal. Every event along this journey had transcended her comprehension. The vehicle had maneuvered with astonishing agility, traversing land and sea, even withstanding tank assaults. Ultimately, it had landed at the command headquarters of the Northwest Military District. What a ludicrous narrative this was. What kind of foolhardy scriptwriter could concoct such a tale? Dear sister, I beseech you, if all else fails, let us surrender. Serving time is preferable to enduring this living hell within the vehicle. Lin Wanqing's voice quivered with desperation. Yet before she could finish, the impassive mechanical voice interrupted once more. Ding! Significant threats detected at the designated safe zone. Threat level preliminarily assessed as S-Class. The vehicle is at substantial risk of damage and is entering absolute defense mode. Meanwhile, outside the vehicle, gazing at the billowing dust, Chun-Goen swallowed hard. Good heavens! He had envisioned 100 different scenarios for the vehicle's introduction, yet this was entirely unforeseen. What sort of vehicle lands in such a fashion, without any cushioning mechanisms, relying solely on its structure to absorb the impact? This was utterly absurd. Even more outrageous was the fact that this singular event had completely disrupted his operational deployment. The entire command center was teetering on the brink of destruction, and yet he hadn't even glimpsed the true form of the vehicle. At that moment, Chun-Goen's heart raced to his throat. Logically, no aircraft should survive such a direct descent onto the ground. Yet, inexplicably, a heavy cloud of unease enveloped him. This situation could not possibly be so simple. Just as Chun-Goen wrestled with his thoughts, a sudden whirring sound of helicopter rotors pierced the air behind him. General Chun, I'm here. Without hesitation, Wang Jinlong leaped before Chun-Goen. General, I've summoned every aircraft the Air Force can mobilize. This battle is absolutely within our grasp. Chun-Goen shot a glare at Wang Jinlong, his frustration boiling over. You scoundrel, do you even have the audacity to speak? If it weren't for your blunders, would we be in this predicament? My command center is on the verge of being overrun, Chun Qiuowen bellowed, while Wang Jinlong, fully aware of his culpability, could only nod in silence. However, in the next instant, Wang Jinlong's expression shifted to one of alarm. General Chun, look over there. Chun Goen immediately followed Wang Jinlong's pointing finger. A dazzling beam of crimson light erupted from the swirling dust. In that instant, both Chun Goen and Wang Jinlong felt their hearts plummet. I knew it. This thing won't simply be destroyed. Wang Jinlong exclaimed. Where are your Air Force planes? Arm them to the teeth and bombard it. And the army, don't just stand there. Utilize everything at your disposal. Spero no pense. I refuse to believe that a mere vehicle can wreak such havoc. At this point, Chun Goen was prepared to go all out. Even though this was an operation within his own command center, employing a saturation fire tactic would undoubtedly result in greater losses for the military district. Yet, he understood that this vehicle could potentially decimate Wang Jinlong's forces. Its combat prowess was extraordinarily formidable. If they did not unleash their full firepower, they stood no chance of subduing the enemy. Soon, a fleet of tanks encircled the assault vehicle, forming a colossal blockade. Surrounding them, 7 or 8 self-propelled artillery pieces aimed their barrels menacingly at the vehicle. In the outer perimeter, soldiers from armored infantry battalions, fully equipped, with RPGs slung over their shoulders and anti-tank portable cannons at the ready, stood poised for action. Additionally, missile units sprang into motion, armed with cloudburst bombs, incendiary shells, and low-velocity artillery. An array of munitions was prepared. Above, fighter jets and bombers, laden with weaponry, served as the final line of defense, blocking the vehicle's escape route. Moreover, the bombers could provide necessary fire support. The firepower was layered in 5 tiers, unleashing a barrage of attacks. With both air and ground forces united, even the mightiest would be reduced to mere rubble. As Chun Goen surveyed the formidable firepower network before him, he nodded in satisfaction. Fire! In the next heartbeat, Chun Goen's command rippled through the ranks. The tank division fired first. The 200mm howitzers unleashed torrents of flame towards the vehicle. In quick succession, the cannonade roared. The entire command center was instantly illuminated, as if it were day. The sun's radiance was eclipsed by the fury of the artillery. At this juncture, Chun Goen disregarded any considerations of ammunition stockpiles or tactical maneuvers. He had but one objective: to unleash the maximum amount of ordnance in the shortest time possible, obliterating that wretched vehicle into a heap of scrap metal. 5 minutes later, the ground was littered with spent shells, forming a veritable mountain. Chun Goen stood atop a small hill, military binoculars in hand, his expression grave as he gazed at the heart of the battlefield. Beside him, the voice of Commander Wu Di of the Imperial Guard echoed. Report, sir. The first round of bombardment is complete. The amount of munitions deployed has exceeded 12 tons. Such ferocious firepower would incapacitate even an armored brigade. That vehicle, merely a modified war machine, could never withstand such relentless artillery fire. Listening to Wu Di's confident remarks, Chun Goen silently nodded. Suddenly, Wang Jinlong let out a startled exclamation. What the hell? Chief, that vehicle hasn't been destroyed. The headlights are still on. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Chun Goen's brow as he hurriedly raised his binoculars for a closer look. What on earth is this monstrosity? Chapter 126. Gundam? Or Transformers? As the smoke and dust began to dissipate, at the very center of the deep crater, the war machine had already entered a state of absolute defense. At this moment, it bore no resemblance to the sleek racing car it once was. 5 gleaming metallic walls had tightly enveloped the vehicle. From a distance, it appeared like a silver coffin. Strangely, even after enduring 5 minutes of relentless bombardment, the surface of this coffin remained as smooth as ever, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. At this instant, not only Chun Goen, but even Wang Jinlong and Wu Di were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape in astonishment. What on earth is happening? That was 12 tons of ammunition. In just 5 short minutes, it had all been unleashed. Logically speaking, even a single vehicle, let alone an armored brigade, should be rendered immobile by now. The most ridiculous part is that it remains unscathed and can still move freely. What does that even mean? How can I show my face in the Northwest Military District after this? Do we still have a place in Longguo? The tank crewmen were exhausted, yet the vehicle remained utterly motionless, maintaining its absolute defensive coffin form. Inside the war machine, a cold, mechanical voice resounded once more. The system has detected enemy attack intervals. Calculating counterattack strategy. Counterattack plan is being confirmed. Entering ultimate death-dealing mode. In the corner, upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing felt her legs weaken in terror. No, big sister. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea where we are? This is the command center of the Northwest Military District. What do you mean by counterattack? Surrender at once. If you want to die, I don't. One must admit, Lin Wanqing's words held a certain logic. Unfortunately, she was entirely oblivious to the operational patterns of artificial intelligence. Under such circumstances, her words fell on deaf ears to the AI, akin to mere flatulence. The command of this artificial intelligence was, in fact, in the hands of Song Qi. This meant that this war machine would heed only Song Qi's commands. Activating ultimate death-dealing mode. Please ensure the driver's safety and avoid hitting your head. Lin Wanqing blinked in bewilderment. Why is there a special warning to avoid hitting my head? Is there some hidden meaning? The next moment, Lin Wanqing felt her seat swiftly ascend. With a resounding thud, a sharp pain struck her head, instantly drawing tears from her eyes. But the transformation continued. The vehicle's door rapidly lifted, while the tail wing folded down. In the blink of an eye, before the astonished eyes of many, the once prone war machine slowly stood upright. It had transformed into a towering behemoth, nearly 10 meters tall. It resembled a Gundam from a blockbuster film. However, despite its dazzling exterior, Lin Wanqing inside was suffering greatly. She felt as if she were a flimsy plastic bag tossed in the air, her senses spinning wildly. That earlier collision had left a large bump on her head, causing her to wince in pain. Half a minute later, Lin Wanqing finally stabilized. She glared resentfully at the control panel, her eyes filled with indignation. No wonder. They specifically warned me to watch my head. It turns out they weren't holding anything good back at all. Meanwhile, the soldiers outside, witnessing the scene before them, were equally dumbfounded. Gundam? Or Transformers? What on earth is this? Heaven knows how deeply shaken the soldiers who had just witnessed that scene felt. In the blink of an eye, the sleek racing car had stood up, transforming into a humanoid Gundam, and it was astonishingly cool. At this moment, a commotion erupted in Shungoen's pager. Report, sir. The target has transformed into a Gundam. Sir, that war machine is actually a transformer. No wonder it's so formidable. I finally understand why the aircraft couldn't defeat the automotive beings. It appears the automotive beings are immensely powerful. Megatron lost without shame. Huh. Shungoen was momentarily stunned, then immediately reacted. Get out of here. Have the troops reorganize the assault. In this form, the enemy's defenses will undoubtedly be lowered. If 12 tons of ammunition isn't enough, let us unleash 50 tons, 100 tons. I refuse to believe that, under absolute firepower, whether you're an automotive being or a Gundam, I can't reduce you to rubble. Just as the command reached the platoon in the next instant, the mech sprang into action. Its speed was so swift that it seemed to leave an afterimage in the air. In a flurry, countless weapons emerged from the mech's arms. RPGs, anti-tank guns, and even flamethrowers. All manner of weaponry was present, rivaling that of the military district. In mere moments, the once bare mech was armed to the teeth. At this moment, the Northwest Military District was awash with question marks. How on earth could so many weapons fit within this small mech? However, before Shungoen could fully comprehend the situation, the mech swiftly evaded and appeared in front of a tank, adjusting its aim. In the next instant, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The mech raised its fist and struck down towards the tank. That was a tank, weighing 60 tons. If you can punch through a tank, I'll go live and call you dad. Shungoen raged internally. Yet, in the very next second, a terrifying event transpired. A rocket booster on the mech's right arm suddenly ignited. The speed of the punch surged to a whole new level. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as a Type 95 tank was obliterated in an instant, all before the watchful eyes of the crowd. The process was clean and efficient, without a trace of hesitation. What the hell? What the hell? Shungoen was utterly speechless, his mind reeling. What was unfolding before him was clearly challenging the limits of his understanding. Withstanding 12 tons of ammunition without a scratch, transforming into a mech, and obliterating a 60-ton super tank with a single punch? Is this a Hollywood blockbuster? This is simply absurd. Just as Shungoen stood dumbfounded, the distant mech suddenly trembled, and in an instant, a myriad of weapons scattered like a torrential downpour. Various missiles, akin to hunting rattlesnakes, glided through the air on an eerie trajectory. Amidst the deafening roar of heavy machine guns, armed helicopters plummeted from the sky. Boom! Boom! Bang! An array of explosions erupted across the battlefield. A shell shot directly towards Shungoen at breakneck speed. Fortunately, Wang Jinlong and Wu Di reacted swiftly, pushing Shungoen into a shelter just in time. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Chapter 127. Commander, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Commander, this is intolerable. The danger here is overwhelming. Please evacuate at once. We must prioritize the greater good. Wu Di tugged at Chen Gowen's sleeve, his voice rising in urgency. The battlefield was tumultuous, and Wu Di's shouts were swallowed by the cacophony, failing to reach Chen Gowen's ears. Indeed, General Chen, you are the backbone of our northwest military region. Nothing must happen to you. Please seek refuge in the air raid shelter for the time being. Leave the command here to me. Wang Jinlong's voice joined the fray. Evacuate? What an absurdity. Would I, Chen Gowen, abandon so many soldiers and flee alone? Absolutely not. In this moment, Chen Gowen's heart rebelled against the very notion. This is the Dragon Nation. This is the esteemed headquarters of the Northwest Military Region. It is undoubtedly the most fortified and secure location in the entire Northwest. An array of formidable weaponry is at our disposal. And now, it has been overrun by a mere dilapidated vehicle. How could Chen Gowen possibly accept such a reality? Struggling to rise, he was suddenly interrupted by the rapid sound of gunfire. A barrage of machine gun bullets surged towards him without warning. Wu Di, quick as lightning, yanked General Chen back into the shelter. Almost immediately, a series of deep bullet holes appeared in the sturdy cover. In that instant, Chen Gowen felt a chill run down his spine. Since his appointment as commander, he had never felt death so close. Cold sweat erupted from his forehead. Yet, years of military service had honed his resolve to be as steadfast as granite. There was no time for fear. Adrenaline surged through him, igniting a fervor that overwhelmed his senses. At this moment, Chen Gowen was consumed by wrath. Attention all units. This is Chen Gowen. Immediately organize the lines. Establish effective firepower. Let's unleash hell upon them. Boom bis. Drop your payload now. Even if I perish today, I shall take this beast down with me. Listening to Chen Gowen's impassioned cry, the soldiers of the Dragon Nation were similarly inspired, their blood ignited with fervor. They would confront this wretched vehicle head-on. At such a dire juncture, General Chen remained on the front lines directing the battle. What right did we, the soldiers of the Dragon Nation, have to fear for our lives? Damn it. Moments later, the armored soldiers began to weave through the battlefield. They quickly organized an effective counterattack. The remaining tank crews repositioned their cannons, aiming at the mecha. Even those tanks rendered inoperative began to mobilize, forming metal shelters for the soldiers to take cover behind. Thus commenced an unimaginable and fierce exchange of fire. With military binoculars in hand, Chen Gowen lay prone on the shelter, intently observing the battlefield. Watching the mecha, valiant and godlike, his brows furrowed in deep concentration. Damn it, the mecha of the Free Nation is astonishingly formidable. Where on earth does it procure such an arsenal? How can it even fire lasers? Here I am, a commander of the Northwest Military Region, being suppressed by a single vehicle in my own homeland. What a farcical international joke. Beside him, Wang Jinlong nodded vigorously in agreement with Chen Gowen's sentiments. A true understanding. It is no wonder General Chen is esteemed. Indeed, heroes share a common vision. If even General Chen is being overwhelmed by this vehicle, then it seems my defeat at its hands is not so disgraceful after all. General Chen, that vehicle is capable of firing a highly destructive laser cannon. One shot could flatten a mountain. If it fires again, the entire headquarters will be obliterated. Wang Jinlong's warning pierced through the tension. Upon hearing this, Chen Gowen's expression darkened considerably. This is bad. In its current state, this dilapidated vehicle is overpowering me. I had not anticipated it might possess a hidden ace. Could it be that today I, Chen Gowen, am truly destined to perish here? After a moment's contemplation, an idea struck him, and he suddenly inquired, what about the J-40? The one designed by Shaosong? I recall one was delivered to our Northwest Military Region. Hurry, bring it here now. It may be the only weapon capable of curbing this vehicle's might. Wang Jinlong hesitated before explaining, Commander, the J-40 is undergoing repairs, and our pilots have yet to fully master its operation. Repairs? What nonsense. Our very home is at stake. Hurry and bring it to extinguish this fire. Wang Jinlong opened his mouth to respond, but at that moment, a commotion arose behind them. Chen Gowen turned to see a weary green taxi emblazoned with the words Shijing Taxi, drifting into view with remarkable flair. A taxi? What on earth? Why is it appearing at our headquarters? Chen Gowen scratched his head in confusion. The next moment, a jubilant voice floated from the vehicle. General Chen, Commander Wang, you're still alive. This is wonderful. What is the meaning of this? This is truly absurd. Who is this fool? I am here in the thick of battle, and you inquire about my survival? Chun Goen silently vowed that when this fool emerged from the vehicle, he would twist the lad's head off. This position as military district commander would not be in vain. The taxi door swung open, and out stepped Song Chi. What the heck? Xiao Song, what are you doing here? It's far too dangerous. I'm old. If I die, so be it, but you're still young. You cannot perish here. Indeed, Xiao Song. Quickly, seek refuge in the air raid shelter. Chun Goen exclaimed, his eyes shining with renewed hope as he regarded Song Chi. Just then, Zhou Yonghui and Xiao Shui also emerged from the taxi. Ignoring the latter two, Chun Goen stepped forward and seized Song Chi's arm, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Wang Jinlong gazed at Song Chi with admiration. The lad was indeed reliable. In such a critical moment, he had even taken a taxi to offer assistance. Hey, who's going to settle the fare? I'm on a tight schedule, shouted the chubby middle-aged driver, head protruding from the window, cigarette dangling from his lips. The surreal atmosphere of the scene was abruptly shattered. All right, we're coming. How much is it? 528. What the hell? Are you robbing me? What kind of talk is that? I'm running the meter here. Would I deceive you? Chapter 128. Commander, hear my defense. After dispatching the taxi, Song Chi raised his head, surveying the scene, and leisurely picked up the military binoculars to assess the battle. My goodness, this mecha is quite formidable. It has utterly ravaged the headquarters. This vehicle, let me tell you, it single-handedly crushed the troops led by Wang Jinlong in the Tsuaping Lake region. One shot leveled the mountain, and now it has thrown my headquarters into chaos. Chun Goen lamented, his grievances pouring forth. With a close guard unit and a multitude of auxiliary forces at my disposal, we unleashed an astonishing 12 tons of ammunition. Yet we were utterly incapable of inflicting even a single hair's breadth of harm upon him. Beside me, Xiao Shui and Zhou Yonghui exchanged a glance, both clearly recognizing the palpable fear in the other's eyes. My heavens, how much time has passed since then? This armored vehicle nearly pierced the very heavens. Should the blame fall upon us, I fear that even 10 lives would be insufficient to bear the burden. The thought sent beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. In stark contrast, Song Chi appeared unfazed, his demeanor calm and unyielding, betraying not a hint of vulnerability. It was as if the rampaging mech bore no relation to him whatsoever. Chun Goen paused momentarily before continuing. Little Song, this armored vehicle is truly too advanced. Do we stand a chance with the J-40? Standing before him was none other than the designer of the J-40. And Chun Goen had every reason to trust Song Chi's judgment. If Song Chi deemed it impossible, then it was indeed a road fraught with peril. Hearing Chun Goen's inquiry, Song Chi contemplated for a moment before finally shaking his head slowly. Chief Chun, what are you pondering? The J-40 is an air superiority fighter, adept at aerial combat. However, targeting ground-based objectives falls outside the purview of a fighter jet. Furthermore, this armored vehicle is fortified with the most advanced liquid memory metal and equipped with an AI combat system. Even if the J-40 could pose a threat, the vehicle would simply revert to its coffin-like absolute defense mode. It is exceedingly difficult. Song Chi helplessly raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. Upon hearing Song Chi's statement, Chun Goen felt a chill seep into his heart. He cast a glance at the ravaged command center, anguish almost palpable in his gaze. After a moment's pause, he pressed on, then what of our recently developed spaceborne mothership, missile systems, and that armed helicopter? Do they stand a chance in battle? His frustration mounted. How can a mere vehicle dare to wreak havoc within my command center? This is intolerable. Song Chi pondered, resting his chin upon his hand. In theory, they would not suffice. The spaceborne mothership lacks any combat capability. It is merely a large airborne docking station and supply base with negligible fighting prowess. As for the missile systems, the improved warheads could indeed breach the vehicle's defenses. However, I would advise against such an action. Why? Chun Goen inquired, perplexed as he scratched his head. The reason is simple. This armored vehicle is equipped with the most advanced multi-phase radar jamming system, capable of effectively disrupting the radar within the missile's warheads, thereby causing them to veer off course. We are situated near Shijing, a metropolis with a population of 16 million. Should the missiles deviate, the consequences would be dire. As he articulated this terrifying outcome, a shiver coursed through Chun Goen. If the higher-ups were to learn that he had risked the lives of 16 million civilians in pursuit of destroying a single vehicle, he would surely face dire repercussions. He hastily shook his head, dispelling the thought. What of the armed helicopter you modified last time? Once again, Song Chi shook his head. That machine is merely a firefighting contraption. Attempting to use it against such an advanced armor vehicle would be akin to chasing a fool's dream. Moreover, The vehicle is outfitted with the latest weapon cycling system, with its internal arsenal capable of downing a helicopter with ease. Not to mention, it boasts a photon energy reaction cannon and a super trump card. At this point, Chun Goen's heart, which had already been chilled, turned to ice. Even if he were not engaged in a fishery at the Dorinfa, his heart felt as cold as a butcher's knife. Damn it, this is an affront, a flagrant humiliation. The armored vehicles of the Free Nation have already breached my command center, and I find myself utterly powerless to respond. Am I truly to be a coward today? Though rage simmered within him, Song Chi's explanations offered a newfound understanding of the armored vehicle's might. He realized he had been bested by such an advanced machine. It was a loss that was not unjust. The Free Nation truly deserved its title as the overlord of Blue Star. Such an advanced vehicle, deployed so effortlessly, was nothing short of extravagant. At that moment, a voice suddenly broke through from the corner, filled with suspicion. Song Chi. Wang Jinlong's eyes flickered with realization, his countenance darkening. How do you possess such intimate knowledge of this armored vehicle? His gaze narrowed, a glint of sharpness flashing within. Feeling the intensity of that gaze, Song Chi's heart sank. Oh no, I may have overstepped, and now trouble looms. Song Chi rubbed his nose, uncertain of how to respond. Speak. Did you have a hand in this armored vehicle's emergence? Wang Jinlong roared, akin to a furious lion. Chen Goen, not one to be outdone, was jolted into awareness by Wang Jinlong's words. Indeed, why does Song Chi know so much about the vehicle's data? Unless... Damn! Chen Goen's eyes widened in shock. All doubts were resolved in an instant. The next moment, he turned to Song Chi, his expression dark and foreboding. Song Chi, you have some nerve. You truly possess audacity. Hearing the venomous tone of Chen Goen, Song Chi shivered involuntarily. Chief, please allow me to explain. It is not as you think. I merely want to test the vehicle, nothing more. A test? Chen Goen's voice escalated sharply. Your test has left my Northwest Military District in ruins. Were you planning to unify Blue Star if we let you loose? How could I have not realized that the strange occurrences in the Northwest Military District were connected to you? Song Chi, you bastard. Wang Jinlong and Wu Di, incensed, leapt forward. Beat him senseless. Chapter 129. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Ah! A wail resonated through the air. Wang Jinlong and Wu Di, fueled by pent-up frustration, were not about to let Song Chi off easily. With just a few punches, they brought him crashing to the ground, eliciting cries of despair from him. Meanwhile, Zhou Yonghui and Xiao Shui kept their distance, fearful of being inadvertently drawn into the fray and receiving a beating from Wang Jinlong as well. You've harmed my good brother. You can't possibly strike me. After a lengthy pause, Song Chi's intermittent voice finally broke through. Chief, please stop hitting me. If you kill me, who will halt the mech? With a weary tone, he lamented, and upon witnessing his plight, Chen Goen raised a hand, signaling for Wang Jinlong and Wu Di to cease their assault. Let us hear what this rascal has to say. Clutching his injured side, Song Chi painfully staggered back to his feet, limping and appearing quite pitiful. Yet, the fire in Wang Jinlong's eyes remained unquenched, clearly still unsatisfied with the few punches he had delivered. Chief, I, Song Chi, take full responsibility for my actions. I am willing to rectify the situation and bring that armored vehicle to a halt. Please, spare me any further punishment. Your blows were far too heavy, he added, seeking to placate his superior. Chen Goen cast a stern glare at Song Chi, reiterating, if you don't feel the sting, you won't learn your lesson. Now then, what do you propose we do to stop that mech? At present, the greatest concern weighing on Chen Goen's mind was the rampaging mech outside. Were it not for the fact that this was his command center, he would have long since pressed the launch button in frustration. It's simple, Chief. Command your troops to cease their assault. I have my methods to halt this mech. Came the voice of Song Chi. Chen Goen narrowed his eyes, weighing the pros and cons. In simple terms, allowing the soldiers to continue firing was of little practical significance. They couldn't even breach the mech's defenses. It was merely a waste of ammunition. Rather than prolonging this futile effort, it would be wiser to let Song Chi take a chance. After all, this war machine was of his own creation, and the lad surely had some hidden means of control. With this thought, Chen Goen silently nodded. I shall grant you one final opportunity, should you fail to bring the mech to a halt. I care not who you are or the contributions you have made to Long Nation. I will ensure you spend your days behind a sewing machine. His voice was icy, devoid of any warmth, a stark contrast to his previous amiability. Upon hearing this, Song Chi trembled slightly, hastily thumping his chest in assurance. General Chen, rest assured, I will not fail. Leave it to me. Chen Goen merely cast a cursory glance at Song Chi before raising his communicator, dismissing him entirely. Attention all units. Temporarily cease counterattacks, seek cover, and ensure your own safety. Remember, do not let your weapons discharge accidentally. This command swiftly permeated the ranks. In no time, the cacophony of gunfire diminished significantly, leaving only the silver-gray mech relentlessly bombarding the area. Without hesitation, Song Qi stepped out from his cover, advancing steadily towards the mech. Beside him, Chen Guowen and Wang Jinlong watched Song Qi's retreating figure, their hearts lodged in their throats. Despite the calamity Song Qi had brought upon them, his research prowess was undeniable. He was a treasure for Long Nation. If the mech truly went berserk and turned its wrath upon Song Qi, they could not stand idly by. They would exert every ounce of their strength to rescue him. Outside, the artillery continued to roar, and everyone was anxious for Song Qi. Yet, remarkably, he maintained an air of calm, devoid of any hint of trepidation. Strangely, upon sighting Song Qi, the mech instantly retracted its weapons, obediently remaining motionless. At that moment, everyone present was astounded. No one had anticipated that the war machine possessed such advanced intelligence, capable of discerning friend from foe. This was astonishing. The reason the mech refrained from attacking Song Qi was simple. At the core of its operating logic, Song Qi was recognized as its true master. He held absolute dominion over it. Not only would the mech not assault Song Qi, but should he even cough, its artificial intelligence would dutifully inquire after his well-being, serving him tea. As for Song Qi's command for the military personnel to hold their fire, it was equally straightforward. He feared friendly fire. He was entirely confident in his own abilities, yet had little faith in the marksmanship of the soldiers. A stray bullet could easily jeopardize his life, leaving him with nowhere to lament his fate. Though Song Qi's actions appeared perilous, in his mind, it was as safe as a trip to the market. Finally, after a prolonged silence, the mech stirred. A mechanical arm slowly extended toward Song Qi's head. Instantly, every heart present skipped a beat. Even the usually composed Chen Guowen's pupils dilated in alarm. Just moments ago, the mech had obliterated a Type 95 tank with a single punch. That blow could easily crush a 60-ton tank. If it struck Song Qi's slender limbs, he would surely be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. However, the worrisome scenario never unfolded. The mechanical arm, seemingly guided by an unseen command, accurately landed before Song Qi. Subsequently, the colossal mech crouched slightly, assuming a posture of reverence for its king. Song Qi gradually stepped onto the mechanical arm. In the midst of the ruins, the mech faithfully presented him before its gaze. Despite being a mere hunk of metal, it exuded an aura akin to that of a devoted acolyte before deity. In the next moment, Song Qi's eyes met the mech's metallic gaze. Instantly, a blue light enveloped him. Ding. Iris scan in progress. Iris scan complete. Ding. Voice password input in progress. Pausing for a moment, Song Qi pondered before declaring, I am the man destined to become the pirate king. Ding. Voice password correct. System permissions restored. Pilot exiting the cockpit. With Song Qi's triumphant proclamation, the mech emitted a series of metallic clangs. In an instant, a metal panel at the mech's core slowly opened, revealing the pilot, none other than Lin Wanqing, the entertainment star. Chapter 130. Everything is certainly the doing of Song Qi. Lin Wanqing? No way. Is it true that the pilot inside the mech is Lin Wanqing? What on earth is happening? Why is an entertainment star appearing in such an advanced war machine? Are we filming a movie? At that moment, everyone present, with the exception of Xiao Shui and Zhou Yonghui, was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the situation unfolding. Even Chen Guowen and Wang Jinlong exchanged glances, bewilderment reflected in their eyes. This was all too bizarre. Soon after, the expressions of Chen Guowen and Wang Jinlong turned grave. They had always assumed the pilot inside the war machine was undoubtedly a top agent from the Free Nation, or at the very least, an elite soldier seasoned by experience. What was the meaning of having an entertainment star in the cockpit? Immobilized the entire Northwest military district, and nearly the whole district was brought to bear. Was it merely to combat a war machine operated by a mere actress? If word got out, how would I face the Northwest military district? This matter must be contained. It requires the highest level of confidentiality. Chen Guowen shot a glance at Wang Jinlong, who instantly understood the unspoken command. Commander Wu, today's events must remain strictly confidential. All combat footage must be classified as top military secrets, especially the fact that Lin Wanqing is piloting the war machine. This must never reach the media. Understood? Furthermore, all soldiers present who participated in the battle must sign a non-disclosure agreement. No details should be leaked. Understood. Wu Di. having risen to the rank of commander of the guards division, was no fool. He grasped the gravity of the situation and immediately set about implementing the orders, which quickly disseminated to all participating soldiers. Meanwhile, the cockpit gradually opened, and as a ray of sunlight fell upon Lin Wanqing's lashes, her brows finally flickered slightly. Am I in heaven? Lin Wanqing opened her eyes, and the first sight that greeted her was Song Qi's handsome face. Xiao Qi, what are you doing here? She exclaimed, a sudden realization dawning upon her. Without a second thought, she leapt into Song Qi's embrace. Song Qi, how could you be so foolish? If I die, you must live well. Why would you do something so reckless? Lin Wanqing suddenly burst into tears, clutching Song Qi's neck, sobbing uncontrollably, her eyes swollen and red, exuding an aura of profound sorrow. This left Song Qi beside her utterly bewildered. No, Lin Banqing, you're alive. We are both alive and well. Please stop crying. There are so many people watching. Song Qi patted Lin Wanqing's back, persistently trying to console her. I'm not dead. Lin Wanqing blinked her large, watery eyes, glancing around in confusion. She found herself in what resembled a colossal crater, nearly 100 square meters in size. The ground around the crater had cracked, revealing a scene of devastation, abandoned tanks, burning vehicles, and charred earth, all bearing testament to the horrors of battle. In the distance, a sign for the Northwest Military District Command fluttered in the wind, only to crash to the ground with a clatter. It seems I truly am alive. However, having reduced the Northwest Military District Command to this state, it might have been better if I had perished. Lin Wanqing felt tears welling up again. Meanwhile, Song Qi, acting like a simpleton, continued to grin foolishly. Hey Lin Wanqing, what do you think of my newly developed amphibious vehicle? Isn't it amazing? Isn't it cool? I'm so proud of it. At last, Lin Wanqing could no longer endure it. She kicked him hard in the side. Song Qi yelped in pain, flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Wanqing charged forward, kicking and shouting. Is it amazing? Is it cool? You idiot. I nearly lost my life. And you come to ask if your ridiculous vehicle is handsome? Handsome my foot. Just then, a series of urgent coughs sounded behind Lin Wanqing. She turned to see two elderly men, accompanied by Xiao Shui and Zhou Yonghui, approaching with measured steps. Instantly, Lin Wanqing sensed something amiss. Her gaze inadvertently flicked to the insignias on the two men's military uniforms. Good heavens! 2 stars. The elder at the front has 3 stars on his shoulders. That means one is a lieutenant general and the other a general. Panic washed over her. Oh no! With generals from the military district here, am I destined for life imprisonment? What a disaster. I don't want to spend my life at a sewing machine. Generals, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. I was coerced by this vehicle. I certainly didn't intend to blow up Suiping Lake or the Northwest Military District. As soon as she finished speaking, the expressions on Chen Goen and Wang Jinlong's faces turned grim. Why bring up such matters? Why must you rub salt in old wounds? Lin Wanqing thought to herself. I was in command. How could I not know how badly I was beaten? However, Chen Goen didn't dwell on it. After a moment of thought, he deduced that this incident likely had little to do with Lin Wanqing. After all, she was merely a celebrity, with neither reason nor motive to engage in such absurdity. The true instigator was none other than Song Qi. Chen Goen narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at Song Qi. He approached Lin Wanqing and gently patted her shoulder. It's all right. I understand. This incident probably has nothing to do with you. It's all Song Qi's doing. I should have realized it sooner. Aside from Song Qi, who on earth has the capability to blow up my command? Just sign this confidentiality agreement, guaranteeing that you will never disclose what transpired at our command today, and you can go home. Having said that, Chen Goen shot a glance at Wu Di, who immediately understood and placed a thick stack of documents in front of Lin Wanqing. Miss Lin Wanqing, please sign here. Once you have secured the confidentiality agreement, this incident will have no relation to you. Nori Lastchen. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing's eyes sparkled with hope. Are you saying that if I signed the confidentiality agreement, I want to have to go to prison? Indeed, Wu Di nodded firmly. There's a principle of accountability. Our Northwest Military District is not a place of unreasonable conduct. However, those who cause trouble must pay the price. With that, Wu Di's gaze shifted towards Song Qi. Song Qi interjected, Generals, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this matter properly without losing our temper. Misunderstanding? You dare to call this a misunderstanding? Chen Goen exploded, pointing at the devastation behind him, nearly roaring in rage. If you consider this a misunderstanding, then if I were to blow up the White Palace with a mushroom bomb, would that also be considered a misunderstanding? This is clearly an act of decapitation. Behind Chen Goen, The wreckage of tanks emitted wisps of smoke. The scorched earth bore countless cracks, while shell craters dotted the ground, leaving it in a state of utter disarray. A downed helicopter lay in ruin, its rotor blades scattered awkwardly on the ground. Flames still flickered, refusing to be extinguished. Is this the Northwest Military District Command? One could easily believe this was the Battle of Shanganling. Facing this scene, Song Qi sheepishly scratched his head. Beside him, Zhou Yonghui and Xiao Shui kept their distance. Fearing any association with Song Qi, Zhou Yonghui, in particular, seemed to shrink behind Xiao Shui, fully aware of his own responsibilities as the head of the 11th Institute. Given the gravity of the situation, he could not afford to be blind to the peril he faced if he carelessly approached the ire of General Chun and Commander Wang. After all, not everyone possessed the audacity of Song Qi, who had the leverage to bargain with the commander. If Zhou Yonghui were to be implicated, it would spell disaster for him. Meanwhile, Song Qi, aware of his culpability, still maintained a defiant demeanor. Generals, you must understand, I created this vehicle to ensure your safety, to serve as your transport. As soon as I completed it, I had my wife deliver it to you. How can you claim this was an act of decapitation? It deeply wounds my heart. Besides, your command-S defenses are so lax that they were breached by a mere vehicle. I was merely helping you identify vulnerabilities in your defense. If this had truly been a decapitation operation, wouldn't you have been in danger? I was trying to assist you in addressing deficiencies. You wouldn't be so petty as to punish me for that, would you? In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with confusion. Song Qi's remarks left everyone present utterly dumbfounded, especially Zhou Yonghui, who silently gave Song Qi a thumbs up in his heart. Truly impressive. Such courage, the ability to turn the tables and deflect blame, was remarkable. Zhou Yonghui considered himself shameless, yet in comparison to Song Qi, he felt like a mere novice. Meanwhile, Lin Wanqing's heart raced at Song Qi's audacity. She quickly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to be quiet and stop spouting nonsense. In her mind, despite Song Qi's unreliability and the trouble he had caused her, he remained her husband. The personal grievances between oneself and Song Qi can be settled discreetly. However, if Song Qi truly steps into the sewing machine, where will Lin Wanqing find solace to weep? Upon hearing Song Qi's words, Chen Goen was momentarily taken aback, only to recover after a brief pause. Moments later, he found himself laughing at his own frustration. His command post had been reduced to such a state, yet he was being reproached for his pettiness by this young rascal. Is there no justice in this world? According to you, Song Qi, should I express my gratitude, bestow upon you a first-class merit, and publicly commend you across the army? With a hint of bashfulness, Song Qi scratched his head. That's not out of the question. He exclaimed, "Ouch, that hurts. Don't step on my foot." At last, Lin Wanqing could endure no longer and stomped down hard on Song Qi's foot, causing him to yelp in pain. "Commander, please don't take it to heart. This rascal, Song Qi, just has a penchant for speaking nonsense. How about this? Let Song Qi sign a confidentiality agreement. I apologize on his behalf. Please do not punish him." Listening to Lin Wanqing's pleas, Chen Goen exchanged a glance with Wang Jinlong, each recognizing the other's helplessness. How to deal with Song Qi was indeed a monumental dilemma. This lad had inadvertently poked a hole in the sky. At one point, even he, the commander of this military district, had nearly been captured alive. Had anyone else committed such a grievous error, Chen Goen would have long since established a wartime tribunal to have the lad executed. Yet, they truly could not bear to do so with Song Qi. Setting aside other considerations, the battle vehicle he had produced was nothing short of remarkable. Had it belonged to the enemy, Chen Goen and Wang Jinlong might very well have been taken captive by now. But now, this extraordinary piece of machinery had become theirs. The exhilaration it brought Chen Goen was akin to that of a newlywed on their wedding night. However, to overlook Song Qi's accountability simply because of this achievement, gazing at the ravaged command post before him, it seemed unjustifiable, especially with so many soldiers watching. As events unfolded, Chen Goen's anger had dissipated significantly. The most pressing issue now lay in how to handle the obstinate Song Qi. Observing the innocent look in Song Qi's eyes, Chen Goen let out a helpless sigh. At that moment, Wu Di's voice quietly interrupted, "Chief, the casualty report from this battle has been compiled. 14 light injuries among the armored troops, no serious injuries or fatalities, with most injuries being minor abrasions and not life-threatening. 2 tank operators sustained fractures, 7 others were lightly injured, with no further significant issues. Among the helicopter pilots, aside from one who suffered a minor injury due to a parachute mishap, there were no casualties. In terms of weaponry and equipment, 3 tanks were completely destroyed. For sustained damage, 3 armed helicopters crashed, and other losses are still being tallied, with preliminary estimates indicating direct losses amounting to several hundred million. Listening to the casualty report, Chen Gowen's brow furrowed and then relaxed as he absorbed the news. No fatalities. What a monumental stroke of fortune. While luck played a role, the crucial factor remained that the Mechs had been relentlessly pressuring Chen Gowen's side, leaving few soldiers brave enough to expose themselves. Moreover, the Mechs had indeed held back, not exerting their full strength, resulting in this fortunate circumstance. All things considered, it was a cause for celebration. At this moment, the weight on Chen Gowen's heart finally lifted somewhat. He glanced at Song Qi. Consider yourself fortunate. Had I lost even half of my men, I would have been the first to skin you alive. You would be condemned to a lifetime of sewing machines. With a silly grin, Song Qi scratched his head and replied, not possible. My experimental battle vehicle could never be accurate enough. If it were, this command post would have likely been obliterated long ago. Chapter 132. Not a mushroom egg, just a hydrogen bomb. General Chen, Commander Wang, I Song Qi, am renowned for my reliability in handling affairs. Surely you do not doubt me. Well then, instead of waiting for a good day, let us seize the moment. Since you're both here, allow me to thoroughly explain my battle vehicle to you. It's incredibly cool and impressive. Chen Gowen's face reflected sheer exasperation upon hearing this. Wang Jinlong shot Song Qi a disdainful glance, momentarily at a loss for words. You? Reliable? If that were the case, there wouldn't be anyone in the world who was unreliable. Reflecting on Song Qi's past research endeavors, one couldn't forget the chaos he had caused, nearly leading to a catastrophic disaster. The fact that he was still alive was due solely to the kindness of Chen Gowen and Wang Jinlong, along with some sheer luck. How could he dare claim to be dependable? Exchanging glances, Chen Gowen and Wang Jinlong both recognized the mutual desire to express their sarcasm. Song Qi, where's the vehicle you mentioned? I see nothing, right? All I see is a giant robot. That vehicle of yours surely isn't this thing, is it? A chorus of mocking voices ensued, leaving Song Qi feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. From a distance, anyone witnessing the mech would likely never guess it was a vehicle, considering no ordinary car could contain enough weaponry to suppress an entire military district. Pausing for a moment, Song Qi waved at the mech. The next second, a cacophony of sounds erupted. In less than 10 seconds, the mech transformed at astonishing speed into a stunningly sleek sports car. Gone was any trace of its former mechanical guise. The speed was truly astonishing. What the hell? I remember it took at least half a minute for this thing to transform into a mech. How did it revert to a sports car so quickly? Wang Jinlong's voice echoed with confusion. Song Qi mused, resting his chin in thought before providing his explanation. At that time, there were people inside the vehicle, so the movements were more gentle. General Chen, what do you think of my design? Isn't it stylish? If I sold it to Saudi Arabia, could it fetch $1 billion? Glancing at the battle vehicle before him, Chen Gowen had intended to deliver another sarcastic remark, but the words faltered on his lips. This vehicle was simply too damn impressive. For men, from those aged 70 to 7, it was nearly impossible to resist its allure. In a word, it was universally appealing. The streamlined body, with its mirror-like metallic exterior, represented a breakthrough in design that transcended the era. Even someone as discerning as Chen Gowen could find no fault. After a prolonged moment, Chen Gowen's face turned a shade of deep red before he slowly remarked, "This battle vehicle, its exterior, is a bit too ostentatious. Don't you think? I believe a more subdued approach would be preferable." Subdued? Song Qi scratched his head in confusion. A light bulb seemed to go off in his mind. Understood. You mean you're not satisfied with the appearance? We can certainly modify it. As long as you like it. I could even turn it into a public bus. Song Qi assured, thumping his chest. Seeing Song Qi flatter him, Chen Gowen's resentment dissipated significantly. After a huff, Wang Jinlong chose to remain silent. Continuing, Song Qi elaborated. General Chen, Commander Wang, this battle vehicle has 5 forms. Sea, land, air, absolute defense, and ultra-ultimate death god mode. It's incredibly powerful, and it boasts a photon energy laser cannon. With one shot, it can annihilate gods and Buddhas alike. Nearby, Wang Jinlong's past experiences flashed through his mind, causing involuntary twitching at the corners of his mouth. PTSD was about to resurface. Little song. Enough already. Wang Jinlong waved his hand dismissively and continued. What you mentioned, we have all witnessed. Otherwise, this command center wouldn't be in such disarray. Beside him, Song Qi blinked innocently, projecting an air of indifference. Yet, within his heart, Song Qi began to silently strategize. Indeed, Chen Goen and Wang Jinlong had both encountered these matters. Oh no, if they couldn't handle this. It was time to deploy some genuine skills, adjusting his glasses with a sense of resignation. Ahem, gentlemen, my battle vehicle is not merely equipped with these trivialities. Please, do not underestimate the bond one share with it. Arise. Solar Class Ultra Ultimate Death God Missile. In the next moment, a resounding noise emanated from a vehicle. Transformation. It commenced anew. The small vehicle silently split in two, and a pointed missile slowly levitated into view, manifesting before the onlookers. Instantly, all present fell into a speechless stupor. No way. Are you kidding me? Chen Goen gazed at the pointed missile, his heart racing, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. No, this can't be right. Both Chen Goen and Wang Jinlong seemed to have come to a sudden realization, rushing forward. They exchanged a look, clearly recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. No way. Song Qi, why is this missile so enormous? Could it possibly be a mushroom egg? Mushroom egg? Song Qi blinked his large, seemingly harmless eyes. What are you joking about? How could I ever come into contact with such a thing? This is merely an ordinary hydrogen bomb. Chen Goen nodded in satisfaction as he listened. A hydrogen bomb? Well then, that's a relief. I thought given its size, it was a mushroom egg. Wait, no, hold on. What the hell is this hydrogen bomb of yours? Isn't it even more terrifying than a mushroom egg? Only then did Chen Goen realize, his eyes widening in terror. What in the world is this? At this moment, everyone present stood frozen in place, unsure of what to say, especially Lin Wanqing, who felt a chill run down her spine. Oh my, I actually spent so long in close proximity to a hydrogen bomb. If this thing were to accidentally detonate, I fear I would be reduced to a molecular state. What? You, a mere aircraft manufacturer? Where on earth did you acquire a hydrogen bomb? Isn't this an absolute top-secret weapon of our dragon country? Huh? Song Qi scratched his head in confusion. Is it really that difficult? I spent an entire night following the instruction manual and managed to create it. It didn't seem particularly technically challenging, just hard to find the materials. Are you hearing this? What do you mean, not particularly technically challenging? I could just eat you alive. Chen Goen's roar echoed through the air. Chapter 133. I'll launch a strike for the commander right now. No one present harbored any doubts about the authenticity of Song Qi's claims. Over time, Song Qi's scientific prowess had become evident to all. In the past, the commander might have raised an eyebrow, but now, even if Song Qi claimed to have built an interstellar spaceship, both Wang Jinlong and Chen Goen would believe him without question. At this moment, all present gaped, their mouths agape, yet unable to utter a single sound. Listen, is this even human language? A hydrogen bomb? No technical challenges? You must understand, the power of a hydrogen bomb is several times, if not a dozen times, stronger than that of a mushroom egg. Even today, in the entire blue planet, only the Council can wield hydrogen bomb technology. Other nuclear nations possess only ordinary mushroom eggs. They have mobilized the resources of entire nations, deploying thousands of researchers over several years to achieve success. And you managed to whip it up in just one night? And you say there are no technical challenges? Is there no justice left in the world? Finally, Wang Jinlong was rendered speechless. Song Qi, you truly are a prodigy. Song Qi, feeling bashful, scratched his head, oblivious to the sarcasm in Wang Jinlong's tone. I'm not as impressive as the commander claims. This really isn't difficult. Just construct a simple high-temperature, high-pressure container. Raise the temperature above 10,000 degrees, and then... Song Qi's remarks left everyone in utter disbelief, especially Lin Wanqing, who in despair covered her eyes. How on earth did I end up with such a fool? This is utterly humiliating. How can he not grasp the gravity of his own words? The more Song Qi spoke, the more animated he became. Approaching the missile, he began to introduce it with great enthusiasm. This missile is named the Solar Class Ultra Ultimate Death God Missile. As the name implies, once this missile is launched, the enemy shall surely never see the sun again. With a yield of 30 million tons, upon reaching the upper atmosphere, the missile will automatically split into 72 subwarheads, equipped with radar jamming devices to ensure a safe descent. Most crucially, this missile guarantees absolutely no nuclear contamination, achieving true cleanliness and efficiency. One shot, and the entire Qinling range will be covered. The Eurasian plate could be pushed a meter toward the Himalayas. It's unbelievably powerful. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. At that moment, even the sound of breathing seemed deafening. No way. Are you truly listening to yourself? 30 million tons? The missile can autonomously disperse 72 subwarheads and has a jamming system? And this is considered clean and efficient? Are you some sort of living demon? If everything is vaporized, Is that truly clean and efficient? 30 million tons. What does that even mean? Given Chun Goen's status and position, he understood better than anyone that the maximum yield of Dragon Country's hydrogen bomb was only around 20 million tons of TNT equivalent. If yours is 30 million tons, one launch would not only obliterate Shijing, but could potentially send the entire Qinling skyward. At this moment, Chun Goen and Wang Zhenlong exchanged glances, cold sweat pouring from their brows, unable to stem its flow. Good heavens! It turns out they had been battling against such a terrifying weapon all along. Thank goodness they lost the fight. Had they won, this little vehicle might have detonated the hydrogen bomb in a fit of rage. By that time, not just the command center of the Northwestern Military Region, but the entire Shijing could have been blown to smithereens. After all this, they found themselves in a position to thank this vehicle for its mercy. This was utterly absurd. Meanwhile, an exuberant Song Qi, completely oblivious to the change in Chun Goen and Wang Zhenlong's expressions, continued to beam with his characteristic large eyes. Like a student eagerly awaiting praise, he asked, "So, Commander, what do you think? I ask you, are we impressive or what?" Ha ha ha. At this moment, Chun Goen's face had turned a shade darker. Yet, he found himself unable to express his frustration. The most exasperating part was that Song Qi was now blinking those big eyes, awaiting his evaluation. What? How am I supposed to evaluate this? How can I even respond? Truly impressive? A hydrogen bomb with such tremendous power? Truly worthy of our Song Qi? Remarkable indeed. Such words sound utterly awkward. Yet, if Chun Goen were to betray his conscience and belittle the hydrogen bomb before him, it would indeed be quite challenging to pinpoint a point of attack. After much contemplation, Chun Goen finally managed to utter a few words with great difficulty. I find it rather average. Average? The incredulous voice of Song Qi echoed. How could it possibly be average, Chief? Your standards are excessively high. I see you now. Song Qi exclaimed, slapping his forehead, believing he had uncovered a crucial insight. You understand? Chun Goen's heart raced. This is bad. That kid Song Qi has never really grasped anything. What do you understand? He pressed. The commander once stated that only through practice can one attain true knowledge. During the last missile launch, I etched those words into my heart. Like this. I'll launch it right here for the leaders. Get lost. Chun Goen could no longer contain his irritation and delivered a swift kick to Song Qi's waist. You fool. Song Qi stumbled, unable to maintain his balance, and fell spectacularly. Before he could recover, Chun Goen's voice resonated through the space. A 30 million ton hydrogen bomb. You little rascals still think about launching it. Are you out of your mind? Chun Goen was nearly driven mad by Song Qi's antics. He simply could not fathom the peculiar workings of Song Qi's mind. Why was it so remarkably bizarre? Woody. Chun Goen waved his hand. Immediately dispatch someone to transport this Taiyang hydrogen bomb to the military district's warehouse. It must be securely stored, and no one is allowed to approach it. This is my trump card for the Northwest Military District. Beside him, Song Qi gazed at Chun Goen with an expression of deep resentment. If you don't want to try, then don't. Why kick me? This commander is truly a strange one. Just moments ago, he claimed it was average, and now this hydrogen bomb has transformed into a secret weapon. His mood shifts too rapidly. Chun Goen turned back, his gaze landing on Song Qi, filled with complexity. He had long heard from Wang Zhenlong about Song Qi's remarkable ability to stir up trouble and his formidable research skills, a double-edged sword. At that time, Chun Goen had secretly dismissed the notion that one researcher could cause significant upheaval in such a vast military district. What a joke. However, it now appeared he truly could not withstand it. Speak. What other bizarre things does this vehicle contain? Chapter 134. Who sets prices by the ton? Of course, there are more. Upon hearing this, Song Qi immediately felt pain dissipate and swiftly stood up. He approached the battle vehicle and knocked on the door with force. At that moment, everyone finally noticed that this battle vehicle, which had endured numerous shell impacts, had an astonishingly thin body. It could be described as delicate as a cicada's wings. The most peculiar aspect was that the two knocks Song Qi delivered did not produce the expected pinging sound. The vehicle remained utterly silent, as if even sound had been absorbed. Witnessing this bizarre scene, everyone present gaped in astonishment, their shock reaching an unprecedented level. How is this possible? What material is this vehicle made of? How can it absorb sound? This defies logic. And how does this thin layer withstand 12 tons of artillery? This was simply too unfathomable. No. Song Qi shook his head with a smile. This material does not absorb sound. It absorbs vibrations. As we all know, sound is produced by vibrations, yet no one can prevent the generation of vibrations. However, The outer shell I designed employs a high-energy, quantum, flexible metal material. Any deformation on the surface is evenly transmitted throughout, akin to flowing water, absorbing all energy and vibrations. Ultimately, it dissipates into the ground. Thus, most of the energy is absorbed during this process, rendering the enemy's attacks nearly futile. Furthermore, the battle vehicle has an absolute defense coffin shape. Behold, with a gentle wave of his hand, Shang-Chi summoned the transformation of the vehicle. In an instant, it morphed into a rectangular metallic box, entirely silver gray in hue. Its form indeed bore a striking resemblance to a coffin. This shape was vividly etched in the memories of Chen Guowen and Wang Zhenlong. It was this very form that had withstood a massive barrage of artillery fire without sustaining any damage, nearly shattering Chen Guowen's composure. Now, witnessing it again, Chen Guowen felt a twinge of trepidation, instinctively taking half a step back. In this form, one could say that even a mushroom cloud would require a yield of at least 20,000 tons to have any chance of destruction. Ordinary mushroom clouds stood no chance. As soon as the words left his lips, a collective gasp filled the air. 20,000 tons? That's utterly outrageous. The Big Ivan is only 10,000 tons. Does a 20,000-ton mushroom cloud even exist in this world? Just this flimsy layer? Can it truly withstand a nuclear bomb? In the face of such skepticism, Shang-Chi remained unfazed, nodding confidently. It can't. Moreover, the flexible high-energy liquid metal can absorb nuclear radiation to the maximum extent. Staying inside this coffin is even safer than being hundreds of meters deep in a nuclear bunker. Frankly speaking, if you, Chief Chun, were to use this vehicle for commuting, no force on Blue Star could harm a single hair on your head. Listening to Shang-Chi's confident assertions, Chen Guowen's eyes suddenly brightened. He had already believed 7 or 8 parts of what Shang-Chi had claimed. After all, he had personally tested the vehicle's absolute defense mode. There was no need for Shang-Chi to exaggerate the vehicle's radiation protection capabilities. Gazing at the coffin-like structure before him, Chen Guowen's heart raced with excitement. Wow, such an advanced battle vehicle is about to belong to the Northwest Military District, about to be mine. Ha ha! His mind was already in a frenzy of laughter. Yet Chen Guowen maintained the dignity of a commander. After a moment of silence, he slowly approached the coffin, extending his hand to stroke its surface. The sensation was remarkably strange. Upon contact, the first impression Chen Guowen felt was a chilling sensation. The surface of the vehicle seemed almost liquid, and as his hand glided over it, he could even feel the undulating waves. However, upon closer inspection, he found the surface to be as smooth as a mirror. Overall, Chen Guowen was left with a singular thought. This was an extraordinary piece of equipment. Ahem, Song. This battle vehicle is indeed impressive. But is there any possibility of mass production for this outer metal material? This item is quite intriguing. Chen Guowen, a cunning old fox, immediately grasped the implications. This material for the vehicle's body was undoubtedly extraordinary. If it could be mass-produced, it would hold epic-making significance for Longguo's military industry. Shang-Chi lowered his head, pondering for a moment, his expression appearing somewhat conflicted. Chief, it is possible, but the price might be too steep. I fear our military district may not be able to bear it. Steep? Chen Guowen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly realized. Oh no, I was too hasty. Typically, the costs associated with developing a new material, from its creation to the final product, are astronomical. The stealth coating of the Freedom Nation's F-22 is a prime example, rumored to even exceed the price of gold. The material developed by Shang-Chi is so superior that it renders those so-called stealth layers utterly obsolete. The price, I can only surmise, will likely soar to astronomical heights. In a moment of daze, Chen Guowen's hand trembled slightly. Yet, he managed to rein in his emotions, feigning calm as he spoke. Expensive? Does the Northwest Military District lack funds? Our motto is to select not the best, but the most expensive. Little Song, do not hesitate to quote boldly. Money is not your concern. With a grand gesture, Chen Guowen exuded an air of magnificence, garnering respect among the military officers present. However, his heart was racing with anxiety. Shang-Chi, resting his chin in contemplation, pondered for a moment. The processing of this material is quite intricate, and the raw materials are exceedingly rare. The cost should be around 300,000 Long Kingdom coins. Birgram? Chen Guowen felt as though the sky was about to collapse. I knew it. This is definitely something I cannot afford. Birgram? The unit is in tons. Shang-Chi quickly corrected him. Tons? At 300,000 per ton, that seems. Wait a moment. Birton? 300,000 per ton? What? Who prices high-tech materials by the ton? Are you buying steel or something? Chen Guowen was left utterly speechless. He was genuinely impressed by this young man. 300,000 per ton? At that price, how could it possibly be deemed expensive? Song Chi's expression, reminiscent of someone grappling with constipation, left everyone baffled. Little Song, in the future, let's not be so petty. 300,000 is truly not a significant sum. I, an old man with a less than robust heart, wish to live a few more years, so please do not throw me any plot twists here, alright? Chapter 135. Is nuclear fusion still uncontrollable? Upon hearing Chun Goen's words, Song Chi awkwardly rubbed his nose. After some consideration, he decided to shift the topic. Now, I shall introduce the power system of this armored vehicle. As soon as he spoke, all eyes in the room were instantly riveted on Song Chi. Even Chun Goen, who had been reveling in his good fortune, could not help but straighten up and listen intently. Among the attendees, apart from Lin Wanqing and her agent, Xiao Shui, nearly everyone was a military personnel. The lowest rank present was Colonel Zhou Yonghui, while the majority were generals. Yet at that moment, the gazes directed at Song Chi were imbued with a sense of reverence akin to that of a pilgrimage. The reason was simple. The power system of this armored vehicle was simply too captivating. A vehicle capable of soaring through the skies and navigating the seas, while also dominating an entire military district. The power system, one could easily surmise, was nothing short of extraordinary. This performance was astounding. Most importantly, previously, Song Chi had only constructed aircraft, and the engines of aerospace vehicles bore no resemblance to those of land vehicles. However, this time, he was engineering the engine for an armored vehicle. If he could unravel the mysteries of this engine, it would represent an unimaginable breakthrough for the entire Long Kingdom's military engine industry, not to mention the automotive sector. How could everyone present not be electrified by such a prospect? In the corner, Wang Junlong, who had been silent all along, appeared to recall something and turned his gaze towards Song Chi. Little Song, is the power system of this armored vehicle reliable? It wouldn't be a fission device, would it? Given that a few months prior, Song Chi had modified a firefighting armed helicopter using a fusion device, which had exhibited remarkable performance. It was no wonder that Wang Junlong harbored such suspicions. Chun Goen narrowed his eyes as he listened to Wang Junlong's inquiry, awaiting Song Chi's response. Commander Wang, what do you mean by that? You know my character. I am a model citizen, and the state has explicitly prohibited the private research of fission devices. Am I such an ignorant person? Do not underestimate me. The high-ranking officials around them nodded in appreciation. Chun Goen looked at Song Chi with admiration. Well said. What I am using is undeniably a fusion device. Chun Goen responded, nodding as he spoke. You see, I knew Song Chi would not engage in such activities. Old Wang, you are simply being petty. What Song Chi is researching is clearly fusion. Wait, Chun Goen blinked, taking a moment to comprehend. No, this isn't right. Fusion is still nuclear energy, isn't it? Indeed. Song Chi blinked his iconic large eyes, innocently gazing at Wang Junlong and Chun Goen. How can it not be? However, the national regulations seem to prohibit private research on fission devices, but they do not explicitly forbid the study of fusion devices, do they? Wouldn't you agree? With a seemingly harmless expression, Song Chi batted his eyes, and coupled with his handsome appearance, one might easily be led to believe this young man as tall tales. Yet, Chun Goen and Wang Junlong were seasoned veterans. How could they fall for such tricks? You naive fool. The reason the state does not prohibit nuclear fusion research is simply because no one has managed to develop it. Thus, it wasn't banned. It does not mean you can recklessly experiment on it. Wang Junlong's furious voice rang out. The law permits what is not forbidden. Song Chi shrugged, attempting to defend himself. I swear, do not push me to the brink. This is nuclear fusion. It involves nuclear energy. If you carelessly ignite the raw materials, the entire 11th Institute, even Shijing, would suffer the consequences. Do you not have any sense of danger? Wang Junlong was seething, ready to unleash his fury upon Song Chi. Song Chi, still somewhat defiant, pouted and muttered, how could that possibly happen? It's merely a fusion device, not something overly complex. I could easily slap you down. Wang Junlong, finally reaching his breaking point, was about to explode when Chun Goen's composed voice rang out from behind. Old Wang, enough. Such impatience will never lead to great accomplishments. Then, Chun Goen stepped closer to Song Chi, his brown eyes locking onto Song Chi's gaze. His sharp eyes seemed to pierce into Song Chi's very soul. Little Song, is your nuclear fusion device controllable? I have heard that even in the entirety of Blue Star, no one has managed to create a controllable nuclear fusion device. Is there a danger involved? Although Chun Goen had great confidence in Song Chi's abilities, a nuclear fusion device was a monumental challenge that had eluded the entire Blue Star for over 50 or 60 years. No matter how brilliant Song-Chi was, he was still merely a 20-something researcher. This seemed like a far-fetched fantasy, did it not? Despite the unwavering trust that he and Wang Jinlong had in Song-Chi. At this moment, both were beginning to waver. The eyes of all present were laced with a hint of skepticism as they cast their gazes upon Song-Chi. Clearly, the credibility of Song-Chi's assertions held little weight in their eyes. Danger? What danger? Song-Chi scratched his head in confusion. A nuclear fusion device? Wasn't that rather straightforward? Was there even an uncontrollable aspect? In an instant, a flurry of questions enveloped the room. Not so. Why don't you open your eyes and take a good look? Is that even a coherent statement? What do you mean by even uncontrollable? Do you genuinely believe that the decades of toil from countless scientists were merely child's play? Beside him, Chen Gowen's eyes gradually narrowed. The significance of this matter was monumental, potentially impacting the fate of Longguo for decades, if not centuries. If Song-Chi truly had developed a controllable nuclear fusion device, it would undoubtedly herald an epic-making advancement in Longguo's technology. A brand new technological era could very well be on the horizon, with Longguo as the vanguard of this scientific revolution. Song-Chi would assuredly be immortalized in history. Moreover, even Chen Gowen would bask in the glow of Song-Chi's brilliance, leaving a vivid mark in the annals of history. This matter must be clarified. As Chen Gowen turned his head, his gaze swept through the crowd until it finally settled upon an elderly gentleman, his hair grizzled, yet his demeanor still remarkably vigorous. The elder was named Wu Wenbo, an authority in the field of vehicular mechanics, not just within the Northwest Military District, but throughout the entirety of Longguo. To put it bluntly, Wu Wenbo's standing in the realm of military vehicles could be likened to that of old Zhao's in the domain of fighter jets. However, military vehicles, in the current context of Longguo, were far from mainstream when compared to fighter jets and military materials. Thus, Wu Wenbo's reputation and status were slightly inferior to those of old Zhao and old Lu. Nonetheless, no one would dare to question the identity of this research giant. Noticing Chen Gowen's scrutinizing gaze, Wu Wenbo cleared his throat softly and slowly stepped forward from the throng. Old Wu, we are but a group of rough men here. You are the only expert in this field. This is a matter of utmost importance. Could you please assist us in evaluating it? In the presence of Wu Wenbo, even Chen Gowen, the commander of the three armies, exhibited profound respect. This is a testament to the tradition in Longguo, where researchers, especially top-tier scientists, are held in the highest regard. The influence that someone of Wu Wenbo's stature could wield is beyond imagination. Chen Gowen's reverence for old Wu was, therefore, entirely justifiable. Commander Chen, why the excessive courtesy? Old Wu responded, even if you didn't allow me to see it, I would risk my life to come and take a look. His words immediately elicited hearty laughter from everyone present. Amidst the mirth, old Wu approached the battle vehicle. Understanding the implicit cue, Song-Chi waved his hand, and the engine cover of the vehicle gradually lifted. Everything within was laid bare before old Wu's eyes. Ah, old Wu exclaimed, his brows knitting together in an instant. This design is indeed novel. Why hadn't I thought of it before? With this, the vehicle's energy consumption rate could be reduced by at least 20%. The more he observed, the more astonished he became, gradually falling into a contemplative silence. His brows furrowed into a tight knot, and his expression was clearly riddled with confusion. While inspecting, he shook his head repeatedly. Suddenly, Chen Gowen felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. This was bad. Did old Wu's demeanor suggest he had uncovered a flaw? Could it be that Song-Chi had truly deceived him this time? That this young man hadn't actually constructed a nuclear fusion device? He had always known that something that took countless people in the free nation decades to achieve could not possibly be accomplished so effortlessly by Song-Chi. How naive of me. Meanwhile, old Wu lit a cigarette and fell into deep thought. Old Wu, how is it? Chen Gowen inquired, noticing the change in his expression. Could it be that this is not what it seems? Before Chen Gowen could finish, old Wu took a drag from his cigarette, gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, sighed silently, and shook his head, shaking his head. This was not a good sign. At that moment, Chen Gowen was in utter disarray, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he awaited old Wu's verdict. After exhaling the smoke, old Wu took a long moment before finally speaking. Alas. At my age, I cannot comprehend this contraption at all. Not comprehend? What do you mean by sighing then? Chen Gowen was left speechless, feeling utterly deceived. It was as if he were being toyed with. I can't even sigh in peace. Commander Chen, I must admit, this young man named Song-Chi has indeed created something noteworthy. In my lifetime, immersed in vehicular mechanics, I have never encountered such a plethora of eye-opening designs. This heat dissipation and the cooling cylinder are truly astonishing. That's not what I'm asking. Commander Chun interrupted, waving his hand. Old Wu, I merely wish to ascertain whether this is indeed a nuclear fusion device. The technical details you mention are beyond my understanding. Beside him, Old Wu is equally taken aback. After taking another drag from his cigarette, he continued, well, it's quite difficult for me to provide a definitive answer. After all, I have never seen a nuclear fusion device. I am merely an elementary student in this field. How can one expect a student to check the homework of an academician? You understand that I lack the capability, right? However, I can assert that this is certainly not a fission device. Upon hearing this, Chen Goen found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he understood that verifying a scientific breakthrough often required months, if not years. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to give up and couldn't help but ask, is there truly no way to ascertain this? Old Wu fell silent, and the atmosphere became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Just then, a clear voice broke the stillness. Why not bring in a power measurement machine? If this is indeed a fusion device, the engine's power output will undoubtedly be extraordinary. As everyone turned to look, they realized it was Song Qi who had spoken. Upon hearing this, Old Wu immediately slapped his forehead, a look of revelation dawning upon him. Yes, young Song, you truly live up to your reputation. At my age, I can overlook such a simple matter. The future, indeed, lies in the hands of the younger generation. Old Wu, a man of decisive action, wasted no time. He made a phone call to his laboratory. An hour later, a massive, pitch-black instrument, roughly the size of half a room, was unloaded from a large truck. This was the experimental power testing device, capable of measuring temperatures up to an astonishing 500,000 degrees. To put it bluntly, even the total output of all the power plants in Xijing could be accurately measured by this apparatus. Using it to test the power of a single vehicle might seem excessive, but given the significance of the occasion, it was justified. Soon, the engine of the battle vehicle was adorned with a myriad of intricate instruments. Old Wu stood before the testing device, methodically directing the proceedings. Young Song, the testing device has been calibrated. You can now push the battle vehicle's engine to its limits, and we will obtain precise data. Old Wu's voice rang out. In that moment, the atmosphere was thick with tension as everyone present held their breath, acutely aware that they were witnessing a moment of historical significance. How could one not feel the weight of such gravity? In stark contrast to the anxious crowd, Song Qi displayed an air of remarkable ease, even bordering on nonchalance. With a casual wave of his hand, he issued the command. Engines, activate to full power. In an instant, a thunderous roar akin to celestial drums erupted from the engines, unleashing a surge of peculiar blue light. The process of nuclear fusion had commenced. Chapter 137. The testing apparatus exploded. 100 million degrees. 500 million degrees. The numbers on the display soared with the velocity of a rocket, sending shockwaves through all those present. Generals Chen Goen and Wang Jinlong, uncertain of the implications of the figures on the dashboard, could only marvel at the rate at which they escalated. However, Wu Wenbao, with his vast experience, understood the true meaning behind the numbers far better than anyone else. When the display breached 100 million degrees, Wu's expression shifted from astonishment to sheer panic. What on earth? Yet, the numbers continued to climb. Wu could hardly comprehend the reality before him. He glanced back and forth between the formidable vehicle and the display, his mind swirling with confusion. This is just a vehicle. How can it possibly generate energy exceeding 1 billion degrees? Could it be that my instruments are malfunctioning? In a state of alarm, Wu hastily checked his instruments repeatedly, only to find them functioning perfectly. The numbers reflected the vehicle's real-time energy output, and, astonishingly, they were still on the rise. As Wu continued his frantic examination, the figures broke through the 2 billion mark, charging toward 3 billion. No, this can't be right. It just won't stop. This defies all scientific understanding. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Wu felt an unsettling thought creep into his mind as he observed the relentless ascent of the numbers. Finally, after reaching 5 billion degrees, the display came to a halt, though the needle continued to tremble. Just when everyone believed the situation had stabilized, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The testing apparatus, the size of half a room, erupted in a cloud of black smoke, scattering debris in every direction. The scene was one of utter devastation. Wu stood frozen, his lips twitching in anguish as he watched the chaos unfold. The crowd remained dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. What had happened to the old Wu? Was this, too, part of the testing process? Turning to Chen Goen, whose face bore an expression of innocent bewilderment, Wu's composure shattered. No, General Chen, Have you ever heard of a testing procedure that includes an explosion? My machine has exploded. What manner of vehicle is this? My apparatus had a maximum testing limit of 50 billion degrees, and this infernal contraption has exceeded it. This implies that this vehicle's energy limit must be at least 70 billion degrees. What an international joke. At these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. 70 billion degrees? What does that even mean? It would take the entire power plant of Shijing operating nonstop for a year to generate that much energy. Even the Three Gorges Dam would need to generate electricity tirelessly for 2 months to reach such a figure. 70 billion degrees would suffice for the entire population of Shijing, numbering 1.6 million, to enjoy uninterrupted power for half a year. Yet, this astronomical figure was merely the maximum output of a single battle vehicle. The tension in the room reached a fever pitch, particularly for Chen Goen and Wang Jinlong, whose expressions grew grave with the dawning realization of the monstrous entity they had encountered. This vehicle was essentially a colossal nuclear power station, with energy almost limitless. Previously, both generals had harbored doubts about the vehicle's combat capabilities, believing it to be just another machine that would eventually run out of fuel. Had Song Qi not intervened, they might have captured it long ago due to energy depletion. But now, with the vehicle's power system laid bare before them, they recognized how egregiously mistaken they had been. This was not a vehicle relying on fuel. It was powered by energy derived from nuclear fusion. Chen Goen surmised that even if his grandson were to perish, this vehicle would still be thriving. The defeat of the Northwest Military District was not unjust. Yet, as he considered the implications of possessing such an advanced vehicle, his astonishment swiftly transformed into elation. Wu, does this data preliminarily confirm that this vehicle's power system is indeed a nuclear fusion device? Chen Goen's voice broke through the excitement. Beside him, Wu regained his composure, contemplating for a moment before responding. The magnitude of energy produced here can undoubtedly only result from a nuclear fusion reaction. I lack relevant experience, and no one on Blue Star possesses similar expertise. However, I can assert with 90% certainty that this is indeed a controllable nuclear fusion device. Wu's declaration struck Chen Goen like a bolt of lightning, invigorating him with hope. The expressions of those present shifted from anxiety to unrestrained joy. Though Wu had stated a mere 90% certainty, everyone understood the implications of such an energy source. There was simply no alternative but nuclear fusion. This meant that Long Country had definitively surpassed the free nations in the realm of nuclear fusion, becoming the first nation on Blue Star to harness controllable nuclear fusion. I never imagined I would witness such a day, Chen Goen exclaimed, his spirits soaring. The atmosphere became electric as laughter erupted among the senior military officials present, some even fighting back tears of joy. Finally, the day had arrived. Chen Goen's previously clouded expression brightened as he surveyed the disheveled command center before him, finding it oddly pleasing. If such groundbreaking research could emerge from his command center, he would gladly sacrifice 10 such centers. Tears of excitement welled in Chen Goen's eyes as he regarded Song Qi, who appeared increasingly admirable with each passing moment. Song Qi, well done. I truly did not misjudge you. Suddenly, a few burly men approached Song Qi, hoisting him into the air with ease. Before he could protest, a throng of people surrounded him, tossing him skyward. Long live! Long live! Wait, I have a fear of heights. Commander Wang, don't throw me. I'm terrified of heights. Put me down. Chapter 138. The Headache of Chen Goen. At the headquarters of the Northwest Military Region, amidst a desolate landscape, a group of renowned military leaders, typically commanding respect, now resembled excitable school children, eagerly caressing the surface of an armored vehicle, circling it with childlike enthusiasm. Several officials even ventured into the vehicle's cockpit, excitedly exploring every nook and cranny. It was hardly surprising that they exhibited such fervor, despite their lofty positions. They had never encountered such an advanced war machine before. In their past experiences, their vehicles had primarily consisted of military off-roaders, adequate for bulletproofing but laughably inadequate against nuclear threats. Cough, cough. What on earth are you all doing? You look like you've never seen a vehicle before. It's merely an armored car. Must you display such unseemly excitement, devoid of any semblance of generalship? At that moment, Chen Goen's voice drifted from behind the crowd. Truth be told, he harbored a desire to touch the vehicle himself. But as the supreme commander of the Northwest Military Region, he knew he must maintain a certain composure. Upon his reprimand, several leaders promptly stepped aside, their faces etched with embarrassment. Indeed, the commander speaks wisely, one murmured. Chen Goen waved his hand and gestured discreetly to Wu Di. Since this vehicle has been graciously provided to me by Xiao Song for transportation, I shall reluctantly accept it. Woody. Ensure this armored vehicle is transported to the secure warehouse. No one is permitted to approach. Woody immediately understood and swiftly commanded the troops to carefully relocate the vehicle. The generals present exchanged glances, each reading the other's incredulity. TCH. Such eloquence. I bet he's secretly reveling in this. What a cunning old fox, murmured Wang Jinlong from a corner. Hearing this, Chen Goen shot him a fierce glare, prompting Wang to fall silent, frightened into submission. As the vehicle disappeared from sight, Chen Goen finally felt a measure of calm settle within him. However, as the initial thrill faded, he gazed upon the chaos before him, and his mood grew increasingly complicated. On the bright side, the vehicle designed by Song Qi was undoubtedly a paragon of multifunctional versatility, ranking at the pinnacle of modern warfare technology. The second best model was likely still in its developmental stages. The breakthroughs it encompassed, particularly the invention of the nuclear fusion device, could be deemed epoch-making for Longguo and the world at large. The overall technological capabilities of Longguo might surge forward by decades due to this innovation. Yet, simultaneously, Song Qi had stirred a colossal hornet's nest. His own command center, the linchpin of the Northwest military region, was left in tatters. Its defenses reduced to a sieve by a single vehicle. The destruction of the command center was catastrophic, if not utterly obliterated. The losses of tanks, helicopters, and munitions, along with various battle damages, were not so easily swept under the rug. For the military, losses were minor in comparison. But should the higher-ups conduct an investigation and find discrepancies in the accounts, the ramifications will be dire. Most troubling for Chen Goen was the situation surrounding Suaping Lake. Such a vast expanse of water, such a towering mountain. In the blink of an eye, the lake had dried up and the mountain had crumbled. How could he possibly explain this to his superiors? Rubbing his temples in distress, Chen Goen resignedly issued orders. For this incident, everyone must maintain a unified narrative, claiming it was merely a military exercise that inadvertently caused excessive noise. Furthermore, if local authorities inquire, assert that this was a military drill and request minimal interference. While the ramifications for the military district were manageable, the situation became more troublesome given the extensive media coverage. If Chen Goen mishandled the situation, inciting a public uproar, the consequences would be unfathomable. Just moments ago, the term street racing on the Shijing National Road had already surged to the top of trending topics, accompanied by a video of the armored vehicle racing down the highway that was rapidly circulating online. The entirety of the Chinese internet was ablaze with excitement. The traffic police and armed police also required a plausible explanation. What? How do we explain this? An armored vehicle racing at supersonic speeds on a national highway. Not only did it outpace the police, but it also damaged the overpass and absurdly shot down an armed helicopter. Who would believe such a tale? In an instant, Chen Goen's face contorted into an expression resembling that of a distressed melon. At that moment, he finally grasped the true meaning of Wang Jinlong's remark. That Song Qi was akin to a double-edged sword. This young man was far too adept at stirring up trouble. Even a high-ranking commander like himself found it challenging to clean up after him. The mere thought of Song Qi made Chen Goen's head throb even more. How to deal with this young man was an enigma of monumental proportions. Given the mess he had created, 100 executions would hardly suffice. Yet, the contributions he had made were significant enough to warrant Chen Goen reviving him 1,000 times over. Should he let Song Qi languish in prison? Chen Goen found himself reluctant to do so. Should he simply overlook Song Qi's transgressions? Yet, what if this young man escalated his antics and created an even greater disaster next time? After much contemplation, Chen Goen resolved to avert his gaze, sending Song Qi away without further ado. This decision delighted Zhou Yonghui, Xiao Shui, and Lin Wanqing, who showered Chen Goen with gratitude. Only Song Qi appeared dissatisfied, insisting that Chen Goen award him a first-class merit medal, nearly provoking a heart attack in Chen Goen. Fortunately, Lin Wanqing, displaying her wisdom, tugged at Song Qi's ear and forcefully led him away, ensuring that Chen Goen would not suffer any further psychological distress from Song Qi's antics. Sighing heavily, Chen Goen found himself interrupted by Wu Di, who hurried over, exclaiming, "Commander, Old Wang is on a satellite video call." Old Wang? Chen Goen's heart sank. His expression morphed into one of dismay. Indeed, the inevitable had come to pass. Such a significant event could hardly escape the scrutiny of the higher-ups. How could the devastation of Suaping Lake and the bombing of the command center go unnoticed? The current satellite systems of Longguo could even detect the minutiae of a farmer's activities in the fields. There was no way they would overlook something as glaring as this. Commander, should we take the call? What kind of question is that? Of course, I must take it. Chen Goen shot Wu Di an exasperated glare, his patience wearing thin. With a deep breath, he straightened his attire and slowly made his way to the disheveled office, resembling a warrior resolute in the face of death. Chapter 139. The Military Order. Within the command office of the Northwest Military Region, a large screen displayed Old Wang, who stared at Chen Goen in silence. Chen Goen's heart raced. He, too, dared not utter a word. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Finally, Old Wang broke the silence. Old Chen, why does your face look so grimy? Huh? Chen Goen glanced at his reflection on the screen, realizing his face was smeared with dirt, resembling someone just returning from the battlefield. Oh no, he had rushed over without taking the time to wash his face. Old Wang, sharp as a fox, squinted slightly, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Chen Goen's forehead. Old Wang, I was in the midst of directing a military exercise when your call came in unexpectedly. I didn't have time to tidy up. A military exercise? Old Wang's gaze was still filled with skepticism. What military exercise necessitates the personal command of a commander-in-chief like you? Moreover, why is your office in such a dilapidated state? Could it be that this, too, is part of the military exercise? Among all the leaders of the military commission, Chen Goen was most reluctant to confront Old Wang. The reason was simple. Old Wang was undeniably astute. The moniker Fox of the Dragon Army was not bestowed without cause. In the presence of Old Wang, even someone as cunning as Chen Goen felt an unsettling sensation, as if his very soul were being laid bare. Chen Goen wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, his mind racing at an alarming speed. Chief, this military exercise is dubbed Operation Decapitation. You understand, right? It's aimed directly at me, which is why my office is in shambles. Oh, Old Wang chuckled, a laugh that sent shivers down Chen Goen's spine. Then explain to me who the hell's Operation Decapitation could devastate the entirety of Suaping Lake along with a small hill. Which military exercise can obliterate its own command center? Chen Goen, have you grown wings? Or do you think I'm incapable of wielding a knife? Am I to be trifled with like a child of 3? At that moment, Chen Goen was drenched in sweat, his mind racing as if the CPU were about to overheat. This must be a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Old Wang wore an expression that seemed to say, go on, keep pretending. I'll quietly watch your performance. I mean, could it possibly be an earthquake that caused the tectonic movement? As he spoke, Chen Goen felt as though he was running out of excuses. What on earth was he even saying? Was it the work of that Song Chi in your military district? Old Wang's voice resonated in Chen Goen's ears like a thunderclap. As a formidable figure in the military, Old Wang was certainly aware of Song Chi's existence. However, the speed at which Old Wang attributed the incident to Song Chi caught Chen Goen off guard. A shudder ran through him, and panic flickered in his pupils. Yet, how could such a fleeting sign of alarm escape the keen gaze of Old Wang, the old fox? In an instant, Old Wang was convinced of his assessment. What do you mean by that? I can't comprehend you at all. At this juncture, Chen Goen's first instinct was to protect Song Chi. After all, he was uncertain of the higher-up stance on the matter. Here, in the Dragon Nation's military, the strictest regulations prevailed. Any violation of military protocol would be met with severe punishment. If the higher-ups were intent on penalizing Song Chi, given the gravity of his transgressions, he would likely face a swift execution without trial. Don't play dumb with me. This video call 1T be recorded. In your Northwest Military District, the only one capable of throwing you, Chen Goen, into such disarray is that Song Chi. ISNT it? Is that kid really so formidable that he warrants your protection as the commander of the Northwest Military District? Old Wang, dropping all pretense, directly voiced his doubts. Seeing that Old Wang had discerned the truth, Chen Goen pondered for a moment before gradually responding. He is indeed worthy. Song Chi is of paramount importance to our Northwest Military District. Such exceptional talent, if lost over a trivial mistake, would not only be a loss for my district, but a tremendous loss for the entire Dragon Nation. A trivial cost? Old Wang blinked in confusion. Is that so? Your command center has been obliterated, and you dare to label this a minor loss? I had no idea you, Chen Goen, were so magnanimous. Back when you fought tooth and nail with the Southern Military District for AJ-20, it was madness. And now, your command center is in ruins. Do you call it a small setback? What kind of sorcery has that Song Chi cast upon you? Old Wang's tone was filled with incredulity, as if he had just heard an astonishing revelation. Old Wang, people can change. I hereby pledge to you that I will wield Song Chi like a double-edged sword. Such events shall never transpire again on Dragon Nation soil. If they do, I, Chun Goen, will resign as commander of the Northwest Military District. Before Old Wang, Chun Goen made a solemn vow. This act left even Old Wang momentarily speechless. For the sake of a young researcher in his 20s, a full commander of a military district was willing to stake his rank. Who exactly is this Song Chi? Old Wang regarded Chun Goen, his lips moving as if to speak, yet the words remained unuttered. It was evident that Old Wang was also grappling with his own internal conflict. After a lengthy pause, his voice finally returned. Sigh, I will report this matter to the military commission. This incident was caused by the excessive military exercise of the Northwest Military District. Fortunately, it did not result in serious consequences. Commander Chun Goen bears primary responsibility. Upon hearing this, Chun Goen looked up at Old Wang, his eyes brimming with astonishment. As a seasoned veteran, he understood that Old Wang's implication was a willingness to assist in safeguarding Song Chi. With Old Wang's assurance, Song Chi's safety appeared secure for the time being. Thank you. After a long pause, Chun Goen managed to utter his gratitude. Old Wang, accustomed to Chun Goen's demeanor, merely waved his hand dismissively and continued. What else there to thank? Just remember what you said. This time, I'm letting it slide as a courtesy to you. Should it happen again, I can only say that I would be powerless to assist. Furthermore, in 3 months, a grand military exercise will commence. Your Northwest Military District, bolstered by a strong military presence and an array of advanced weaponry, must not finish at the bottom again. Old Wang's teasing tone echoed. Chun Goen quickly responded. It won't happen again. This time, my Northwest Military District will surely secure first place. After a brief exchange, Chun Goen ended the call, gazing at the chaos before him. Lost in contemplation. How should he handle Song Chi? Chun Goen trusted Old Wang's character. If he promised to protect Song Chi, he would undoubtedly follow through. Yet, given the enormity of Song Chi's blunder, was it truly to be overlooked so easily? What if next time, this kid caused an even greater uproar? Caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, a faint smile gradually emerged on Chun Goen's lips. A solution had come to him. He swiftly dialed a number. Commander Wang, come to my office. I've devised a plan for how to deal with this kid Song Chi. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's internet was ablaze with fervor. The entry for street racing on a national highway was rapidly climbing in popularity, reaching the top 5 on Weibo's trending list. Upon opening the entry, one was greeted by a video lasting mere seconds. In the footage, an incredibly sleek sports car raced in from a great distance, swiftly passing the camera in a matter of breaths. The speed was so astonishing that one could hear the sonic booms approaching from afar. A supersonic sports car racing on a national highway? As viewers watched the video, the online community erupted in excitement. The view count for this video began to surge at a jaw-dropping pace, surpassing 100 million views within just a few hours. The comments section exploded, surpassing 200,000 remarks. I cannot fathom which wealthy heir has lost their mind. Racing down the national highway like this, truly, do they not fear for their lives? What if a dump truck were to teach them a lesson? Goodness, that vehicle is extraordinarily striking. It is nothing short of the car of my dreams. Could someone with substantial knowledge introduce it and reveal its price? So I might relinquish my hopes. At first glance, this sports car does not resemble the creation of any current automotive company. I suspect it is a lavish toy custom modified by a super rich heir. A conservative estimate would place it at 5 million. I offer 10 million. I will bid 20 million. If it were for sale, consider my words unsaid. Initially, the online commentary was quite mundane, either expressing disdain for the rich heir or inquiring about the car's details. Naturally, there were also many jesters among the crowd, creating a notably relaxed atmosphere. However, with the publication of a particular post, the tide of online opinion underwent a dramatic 180. The post was authored by the professional car reviewer Liang Zai, who boasts 2 million followers and is renowned within the tuning community. Thus, his post garnered immediate and widespread attention. Everyone, stop being foolish. This incident is not merely a spur-of-the-moment escapade by a wealthy heir. Have you ever seen a rich heir race a car capable of exceeding the speed of sound? Listen closely. In the video, this car even produces a sonic boom. Which rich heir could possibly modify a sports car to achieve such velocities? Not even Formula One racing cars can manage that feat. A friend of mine, who works in the traffic police in the Qinling district of Xijing, disclosed that this car outpaced 3 police motorcycles and, during a speed check, even broke the speed measuring device. They attempted to intercept it with reinforced barriers, only to find that the special steel barriers were bent as if they were made of mere paper. The most alarming part is that when the armed police were dispatched, this vehicle even shot down an armed helicopter, Ultimately, the military was called in to handle the situation, which finally quelled the chaos. Curiously, the military's explanation for this incident was that it was part of a military exercise, the specifics of which they could not disclose. Hence, we have reason to believe that this war machine is the latest development from the Northwest Military District, albeit with a slight mishap during testing. The post was lengthy yet remarkably detailed, even including photographs as evidence. Particularly striking were the images of the shattered speedometer and the downed helicopter, which captivated the attention of all. Within mere minutes, this post was fervently shared by numerous content creators, causing the entire internet to explode with excitement. Goodness, is this real? Could that vehicle truly be connected to the military? If so, then everything makes sense. Surely the Northwest Military District is testing new equipment. And there have indeed been significant movements from them recently. I thought so. Which rich heir could possibly be so talented as to craft something so extraordinary? This is utterly surreal. A supersonic battle vehicle equipped with heavy armaments that can take down an armed helicopter? Surely, this cannot be a scene from science fiction film. Hasn't our nation's wheeled mechanical technology always been outmatched by the Northern Bear and the Free Nation? How could we have developed to such a degree? Impossible, absolutely impossible. We are merely harmless little rabbits. Such advanced weaponry must be mere rumors. What is impossible? Our nation has previously defeated the Free Nation's aircraft carrier fleet in nearby waters. With such breakthroughs, isn't it entirely reasonable? Ha ha ha. May the heavens bless our nation. When will this technology be available for civilian use? Was it not stated that the technologies mastered by our nation, once mass-produced, would be quite affordable? The power of the internet is boundless. Soon, netizens discovered the devastation at Suaping Lake and uploaded it online. The recent series of earthquakes also seemed too suspicious. Many imaginative users began speculating whether the vehicle's performance was so formidable that the military could not control it, leading to the obliteration of Suaping Lake. Several earthquakes occurred in succession nearby. Some even began to spout absurd theories. Could it be that this battle vehicle is, in fact, a tri-service combat vehicle? No, wait. Perhaps it is nuclear-powered. Why not dream boldly? I have insider information that this vehicle contains a super mushroom bomb capable of annihilating all of Xijing. The case is solved. It's Optimus Prime. No, wait. It's Xin Shi Huang. Quick, send money. Online, the speculations of netizens grew increasingly outrageous and abstract, to the point where most rational users regarded such comments as mere entertainment, chuckling them off. After all, who would believe such things? Yet, at this very moment, Chen Guowen, having just seen Wang Jinlong off, sat down with a cup of tea, glancing at the online comments. Upon doing so, his blood pressure instantly surged. This is bad. What is happening? I haven't even organized a public relations response, and yet the netizens are already piecing together the truth. Are these internet users all modern-day Sherlock Holmes? This is simply too exaggerated. Now, every time Chen Guowen encounters terms like nuclear power, mechas, or transformers, his heart skips a beat. What should I do? If this public sentiment doesn't cool down, this group of netizens will surely uncover some substantial evidence. That would spell disaster. Chen Guowen was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in his office. However, no matter how he pondered, he could not devise a good plan. Chapter 141. The bureau chief retired too early. In the imperial capital, at the Xiatangshan Sanatorium, an elderly man, donning reading glasses and with a cup of fragrant tea at hand, scrolled through his phone, his brow furrowed. Those familiar with the news would undoubtedly recognize this face. The elderly man is none other than Bureau Chief Zhang Xiaozhong. Although he has long retired from the military, his retired rank is still that of a major general. Entering the Xiatangshan Sanatorium, he naturally enjoys a comfortable life. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaozhong's expression was exceedingly grave. This is simply absurd. How could our nation possibly produce such an advanced battle vehicle? Zhang Xiaozhong watched the video several times, scrutinizing the evidence presented by Liang Zai repeatedly. He became increasingly convinced. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy, a monumental plot against his Bureau of Strategic Deception. Such an astonishing battle vehicle suddenly appearing in the public eye? Was it sanctioned by my Bureau of Strategic Deception? Zhang Xiaozhong shook his head, muttering to himself, I have only been gone a few days. Has the work of the Bureau of Strategic Deception deteriorated to this extent? Truly, one generation is worse than the last. Ultimately, it seems I must step in personally. Zhang Xiaozhong allowed a soft sigh. As his eyes flickered, he seemed to reminisce about his glorious days working in the Bureau of Strategic Deception. Though he has not been in the military for long, his former position involved military propaganda, clarifying doubts for the public, debunking rumors. and preventing them from being misled is a responsibility of his. It is imperative to publish a statement to unveil the truth. Zhang Xiaozhong promptly opened Weibo and began to compose a post. Starting with a few images, the content would be entirely fabricated. The current influencers on Weibo are increasingly irresponsible. It must be known that in our country, spreading falsehoods bears legal consequences. First and foremost, I empathize with the collective eagerness for the flourishing of the Dragon Kingdom's military industry. However, it is imperative for everyone to grasp a fundamental truth. The advancements in military industry, particularly in tangible military production, are the result of gradual accumulation over time. No instant success is achievable. The manufacturing sector for wheeled vehicles in the Dragon Kingdom still lags significantly behind the current pinnacle of international standards. It is simply unrealistic to expect a sudden emergence of exceptionally formidable combat vehicles overnight. Furthermore, there exists a critical flaw in the videos circulating online. Anyone who has witnessed formula racing knows that the faster the vehicle, the more powerful the engine, and, consequently, the greater the noise when it approaches us. This is due to the combustion of fuel within the cylinders. Yet, if you listen closely, do you hear even a hint of the engine's roar in this video? The sonic boom does not seem fabricated, but I suspect the audio was added in post-production. This video is undoubtedly a splice creation. As for the post by that minor blogger, it is predicated upon such erroneous foundations. What credibility can it possibly hold? Furthermore, the design of this combat vehicle does not reflect the aesthetic principles of the Dragon Kingdom. Those familiar with the evolution of our wheeled vehicles will recognize that our designs emphasize durability and practicality, predominantly featuring robust, boxy off-road shapes. It is inconceivable to produce a vehicle with such a flashy appearance, yet lacking in functionality as a prototype for a new combat vehicle. As the military commander continued to write, he took a sip of tea and adjusted his reading glasses. Logically, he should have concluded his writing at this juncture. However, after some contemplation, he resolved to proceed. I understand the sentiments of the populace. Nonetheless, I urge everyone to maintain rationality, refrain from believing or spreading rumors. For the truth halts at the feet of the wise. Let us not escalate a mere unfortunate incident to military significance, nor elevate it to a national concern. The disparity between us and the free nations remains vast. I implore everyone to grant the workers in our military industry additional time for further development. Let us not aspire to unattainable heights. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must persist in their efforts. Upon completing his final punctuation, a smile finally graced Zhang Xiaozhong's face. It chuckled softly, exclaiming, I am still sharp as ever. He adjusted his spectacles and scrutinized his text for typos. Once he confirmed its accuracy, he nodded in satisfaction. With a click, he hit send. In the next moment, his post was disseminated across the Dragon Kingdom's internet. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Given the commander's influence, he had a considerable following, and now he found himself at the forefront of a trending topic. The popularity of this post escalated to unimaginable heights. Within mere moments, it sparked a considerable uproar across the entire internet. The number of shares surpassed 100,000 within just a few minutes. The commander truly lived up to his reputation. His keen insight and profound expertise allowed him to see through the video's deception. Those upstairs clearly did not regard the situation with the seriousness it warranted. Although the commander occasionally enjoyed misleading others, his professional acumen was undoubtedly formidable. I recall the aircraft carrier from the White Elephant Nation. The commander declared it would smoke. And smoke it did. I wondered why it fell off. Turns out the video was indeed fabricated. Thank you, Commander, for saving me from remaining in the dark. Alas, I had believed it to be real and was hoping our Dragon Kingdom could drive down the prices of racing cars for my own enjoyment. Once Zhang Xiaozhong's post was released, public sentiment gradually shifted direction. Many netizens, upon receiving this nudge from Zhang Xiaozhong, quickly realized that this incident likely bore no relation to the military. It was merely a spontaneous, unfortunate event. If there were still those attempting to associate the combat vehicle with the Northwest military region, they would not need to issue a rebuttal themselves. Immediately, righteous netizens stepped forward, hurling the commander's post back in their faces. The public opinion landscape was almost entirely swaying in favor of Chen Goen. In the office of the Northwest Military Region's commander, Chen Goen read the commander's post word by word, overwhelmed with emotion. Truly, the director of the Bureau of War Deception was deserving of his title. This could turn the tide against all odds. Chen Goen was genuinely impressed. How could one not be? He possessed a remarkable level of expertise. While it was acceptable for Chang'an to command troops, today's matter, if left for him to handle, would likely have been poorly managed compared to Zhang Xiaozhong's deft touch. In just a few brief words, he had completely redirected public discourse without raising any doubts. Such an ability was profoundly impressive. Though the commander might not be physically present in the arena, tales of him resound throughout. Xiaozhong, you retired too early. Shen Gong exclaimed. I should have welded your posterior to the chair of the Bureau of War Deception. Chapter 142. My love with Wanqing is pure. A week later, in the office of the Air Force commander of the Northwest Military Region, with a resounding crash, Song Qi kicked open Wang Zhenlong's office door. He swaggered in and plopped down on the sofa opposite Wang Zhenlong with great aplomb. The fluidity of his movements left Wang Zhenlong momentarily stunned. Cough, cough, cough. Old Wang, the technical list you requested has been prepared. He presented one sheet detailing the core technology of the combat vehicle and another concerning the controllable nuclear fusion device. For the detailed parts, you can send 2 trucks to the 11th Institute to collect them later. Song Qi crossed his legs and poured himself a glass of water, treating Wang Zhenlong's office as if it were his own home. Had it been anyone else, given Wang Zhenlong's temper, he would have likely beaten the lad up and thrown him out. Yet, in the face of Song Qi, Wang Zhenlong displayed a degree of indulgence. Even though Song Qi's antics were absurd, Wang Zhenlong merely glanced at him with resignation and did not pursue the matter further. After all, geniuses often have their quirks. To dull a genius's edge over trivialities would be a grave miscalculation. Wang Zhenlong did not dwell on this. Instead, he examined the list with great seriousness, nodding as he read, leaving Song Qi momentarily dumbfounded. Isn't that so, Commander? You can comprehend this? He remarked, impressed. You're quite capable. I cannot say I understand it. Wang Zhenlong admitted, shaking his head earnestly. But I can appreciate it, can't I? Is it forbidden to take a closer look? Song Qi. All right, you are the superior. Whatever you say goes. Internally, Song Qi found himself speechless. How could one pretend to understand yet still nod along without the slightest foundation? What knowledge did he possess to masquerade as an intellectual? Nonetheless, Song Qi dared not voice these thoughts openly, choosing to keep them to himself. Wang Zhenlong continued to scrutinize the list, growing increasingly satisfied, before carefully storing it away. He then turned his attention back to Song Qi. Little Song, it will be prudent for you to provide more detailed descriptions of these technologies. Numerous researchers from various institutes have conveyed to me that your technical introductions are overly complex and succinct. They often require multiple people to decipher their meaning, which significantly hampers work efficiency. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Song Qi immediately bristled. Commander, how can you blame me? My writing is already sufficiently straightforward. Even a primary school student could comprehend it. You are unaware that those documents were painstakingly typed out by me, letter by letter, being classified. They cannot be stored on a USB drive and must instead be printed in hard copy. Each time I prepare these files, my hands cramp up from the exertion. It is truly a daunting task. Those individuals do not seek to enhance their own capabilities, yet they cast blame upon me. Song Qi's grievances were as relentless as a machine gun, leaving Wang Zhenlong momentarily at a loss for words. He had merely mentioned this in passing. If Song Qi was unwilling, he certainly could not compel him. They exchanged pleasantries for a while longer before Wang Zhenlong adroitly shifted the conversation. Ah, Xiao Song, how is your little girlfriend Lin Wanqing faring these days? Ah, her. Song Qi took a sip of water before continuing. She has gone off to fulfill her promotional obligations. I hear that her new film is about to premiere, and she needs to attend various events. The Spring Festival Gala's production team has also called, urging her to rush to the capital for rehearsals. That girl told me her schedule is booked all the way into the following year. Wang Zhenlong listened patiently, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he regarded Song Qi. Lin Wanqing is a wonderful young lady. In those trying times, facing pressure from both me and President Shun, she was willing to speak on your behalf. She truly is commendable. It's just unfortunate that she has set her sights on someone as hapless as you. Upon hearing this, Song Qi bristled with indignation. What kind of talk is that? Old Wang, how can you say such things? If you cannot speak wisely, then it is best to remain silent. Who is this hapless fool you refer to? Song Qi retorted defiantly. Commander Wang, you simply do not understand. My relationship with Lin Wanqing is pure love. True love is invincible. Do you comprehend? Song Qi's spirited defense was met only with a roll of Wang Zhenlong's eyes. It was only in Song Qi's presence that Wang Zhenlong would lower his guard and exhibit such a playful side. True love? This is the first time I've heard of true love sending its beloved into peril while it lingers behind. If I were Lin Wanqing, I would have ended things with you 800 times by now. And you speak of true love. Your wife is still here, so enjoy your little secret. This barrage of words left Song Qi utterly speechless. His lips moved, yet he could not conjure a suitable retort to Wang Jinlong's quip. Frustrated, he took a hefty gulp of tea, seeking to quell his discontent. Observing Song Qi's dismay, Wang Jinlong finally allowed a smirk of satisfaction to grace his features. Huh, the day has come when you, young man, have met your match. Just a week ago, at the general headquarters, you were so arrogant. What has rendered you mute now? Coughing lightly, Wang Jinlong eventually recalled the matter at hand. He then opened a drawer, slowly pushing a manila envelope towards Song Qi. Song Qi, the disciplinary action against you has been decided. Disciplinary action? Song Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. A look of incredulity etched across his face. No, sir. There must be some mistake. Why should I be penalized? I have shed blood for the military district. I have contributed to its honor. You cannot treat me this way. I demand to see the commander-in-chief. I want to speak to President Chun. Watching Song Qi's emotional outburst, Wang Jinlong merely replied with nonchalance. This disciplinary action was decreed by President Chun himself. Wait, what? President Chun decided this? On what grounds? I believe I deserve at least a first-class merit award. And yet, you impose a disciplinary action upon me. This is workplace bullying, pure and simple, and it is akin to tormenting a rookie. A series of question marks floated above Wang Jinlong's head. Workplace bullying? Tormenting a rookie? What nonsense is this? He gazed at Song Qi, who was fervently justifying his stance, and could not help but chuckle in disbelief. Song Qi, let us discuss the matter of your actions, starting with the bombing of the headquarters. Illegally manipulating lethal weapons to attack the military district's headquarters. This alone warrants execution 10 times over. Is it not enough? Not to mention the illegal detainment, destruction of military equipment, causing injuries to numerous individuals, and significant property damage. Tell me, which of these offenses is not enough to warrant your execution? If it weren't for President Chun's desperate attempt to save you, you would likely have already been bound for a military tribunal, and you still dream of accolades. You must be in a dream, my friend. In that moment, beads of cold sweat began to form on Song Qi's forehead. The thought of the serious consequences was enough to instill fear in him. Yet he muttered defiantly, But you simply need to tell me whether I accept the punishment or not. If I refuse, President Chun and I will have nothing more to do with it. And let the Military Commission and the Military Discipline Committee handle it. You'll be destined to spend your life sewing. Upon hearing this, Song Qi's bravado quickly faded. His expression shifted dramatically. Sir, I was just joking with you. What punishment? If I, Song Qi, were to frown, I would not be a man. As the saying goes, those who know how to recognize the times are the true heroes. Song Qi had grasped the essence of this saying quite profoundly. His previously furious demeanor changed in an instant, now tinged with a hint of flattery. Wang Jinlong, observing Song Qi's transformation, found it amusing. He then opened the folder and began to read aloud, word by word. Colonel Song Qi, you have severely violated organizational discipline, causing exceedingly detrimental effects on the security and property of the military district. After organizational discussions, it has been decided to issue a major demerit against Comrade Song Qi, with a suspension of salary and bonuses for 1 year, and you are assigned to the research of military bulletproof vests, with a deadline of 2 months to complete the design for mass production in the military district. Chapter 143, The Deeper Meaning of Commander Chun. At the 11th Institute in Shijing, Song Qi, having just returned from the headquarters, felt as though all his vitality had been drained, collapsing onto the sofa. Nearby, Zhou Yonghui, wearing headphones, was intensely focused on the computer screen. Upon seeing Song Qi return, Zhou Yonghui waved his hand excitedly, beckoning him over. Song Qi, come over and watch. Teacher Finchen's new work, the Female Teacher Series, is absolutely thrilling. To his surprise, Song Qi merely cast a fleeting glance before turning away, showing no interest whatsoever. Noticing Song Qi's lack of reaction, Zhou Yonghui squinted, finally realizing the seriousness of the situation. Xiao Song, what is the matter? Why do you look so glum upon your return? You want to even join me in watching a movie? I received a disciplinary action from the military district. They have issued me a major demerit and ordered our research institute not to engage in heavy machinery research for the next few months, but rather to develop some sort of military bulletproof vest. What? Zhou Yonghui glanced at Song Qi, instinctively responding, isn't that a good thing, considering the trouble you've caused? Not being sent to operate a sewing machine is already a stroke of luck. It's just a major demerit, so you should take it in stride. A major demerit is regarded as one of the most severe punishments for an officer, second only to dismissal from military service. It essentially signifies the end of one's military career. However, in light of the egregious offenses committed by Song Qi, Zhou Yonghui genuinely felt that this major demerit was, in fact, rather lenient. Sighing softly, Song Qi replied, "It's not the major demerit that troubles me. It's the fact that the commander has tasked us with researching military bulletproof vests. I truly believe there is something amiss here." What could possibly be amiss? Zhou Yonghui asked absently, still fixated on the screen. "The superior has tasked us with researching military bulletproof vests. Isn't that what we are doing? As soldiers, it is our duty to obey orders." However, after a moment of hesitation, Song Qi finally voiced his lingering doubts. "Don't you feel that this task seems to conceal some hidden intricacies? Why would a seemingly trivial modification of a military bulletproof vest warrant the attention of someone as high-ranking as General Chen, to the extent of being explicitly mentioned in my disciplinary report? Moreover, he has granted me a full 2 months for this research. That seems rather excessive. Old Zhou, do you think it's possible that General Chen believes our dragon country is significantly lagging behind the international community in the development of military bulletproof vests? Perhaps he genuinely wishes for us to achieve some breakthroughs in this field." As he propped his chin, Song Qi analyzed the situation with utmost seriousness. His furrowed brow suggested that his mind was racing with thoughts. Beside him, Zhou Yonghui, engrossed in watching a video, was momentarily taken aback by Song Qi's explanation. He glanced at Song Qi, blinking in confusion. For some reason, he felt that there was indeed a kernel of truth in what Song Qi was saying. Zhou Yonghui quickly shook his head, trying to dismiss the thoughts swirling in his mind. "Damn it, I almost let that kid's line of thinking lead me astray." After spending so much time together, Zhou Yonghui had gradually begun to keep pace with Song Qi's thought process. Yet, he was astonished to realize that most of Song Qi's wild ideas were merely based on conjecture, lacking any practical value. What profound meaning could there be? It's simply a matter of preparing a military bulletproof vest for the upcoming grand military exercise in 3 months. Perhaps the military district just needs a new design. Why overthink it? The pay is what it is. Why work so hard? The superior merely expects you to design a basic bulletproof vest. Impossible. Song Qi shook his head firmly. It is absolutely not that simple. Knowing General Chen, there must be a deeper significance behind this. I just have yet to grasp it. Observing the dazed expression on Song Qi's face, Zhou Yonghui sighed, momentarily forgetting his video. Has Song Qi lost his mind? Come on, don't complicate things. It's just a military bulletproof vest. No matter how well it's made, it won't turn into something extraordinary. Are you planning to fabricate Iron Man's suit? Wait. Song Qi's eyes suddenly widened, a glint of inspiration flashing within. He looked at Zhou Yonghui with excitement, leaving Zhou Yonghui feeling slightly uneasy. "What did you just say?" "Old Zhou." Zhou Yonghui, somewhat bewildered, cautiously replied, "I said we could just design a couple of ordinary bulletproof vests." No. The previous statement. Are you suggesting I could create Iron Man's suit?" "Yes, exactly." Song Qi exclaimed, "Old Zhou, you're an absolute genius. How did I not think of that before?" Song Qi's excitement surged, leaving Zhou Yonghui utterly stunned. At that moment, he felt completely lost. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? How did I become a genius? After a long pause, Zhou Yonghui finally regained his composure, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Wait, Song Qi, you can't be serious about wanting to create a suit of armor, right? You do realize that's just for movies, a work of artistic creation, don't you? Iron Man's suit would undoubtedly violate the laws of physics in real life." Zhou Yonghui felt overwhelmed. "I just said that offhand. Why are you taking it so seriously?" Yet, Song Qi was practically ablaze with enthusiasm, his eyes shining with fervor, completely disregarding Zhou Yonghui's protests. In an instant, Song Qi dashed out of the office. Just as Zhou Yonghui was about to close the browser, Song Qi poked his head back in. "Oh, by the way, old Zhou, I forgot to mention, our internal network at the 11th Institute monitors all web traffic, and any circumvention of restrictions is subject to review. I believe the auditor today is that 24-year-old newcomer with long legs and glasses who resembles Shinoda Yume. Yes, just like the female lead in your video. You should seize the opportunity to explain yourself." With that, Song Qi vanished without a trace. Zhou Yonghui was left in a state of complete shock. Chapter 144. The Super Armor. With a clattering sound, the roll-up door was lifted. The fluorescent lights in the experimental workshop flickered to life with a snap, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. This expansive workshop, ostensibly the research facility of the 11th Institute, was in reality a laboratory dedicated solely to Song Qi. Despite the 11th Institute having been established for a considerable time, the number of researchers remained woefully inadequate. The few researchers present primarily assisted Song-Chi, ensuring the normal operation of the institute without actively participating in project research. Typically, such positions would deter researchers. However, the Northwest Military District offered salaries that were simply too enticing to ignore. Researchers working at the 11th Institute earned at least double what their counterparts at other institutes received. With such generous compensation, there are bound to be brave souls. It was precisely this financial allure that enabled Wang Zhenlong to finally assemble a team for the institute. After some time of searching, Song-Chi finally unearthed a dusty bulletproof vest from corner. System. Time to get to work. Essentially, Song-Chi's system was a modification system. Naturally, modifications require a sample for alteration. The system did not merely provide a rigid modification plan. It offered the most reasonable scheme based on the host's conceptualization. For instance, if Song-Chi envisioned creating a helicopter capable of underwater operation, the system would not propose a design for a spacecraft. Overall, the system was remarkably user-friendly and intuitive. As Song-Chi's words faded, a series of emotionless system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected one old military bulletproof vest from the Dragon Country. Durability, 72. Collecting data. Bulletproof performance rating, low. Portability rating, low. Ding. Calculating modification scheme. 1. Hydrogen-oxygen fusion nuclear reactor energy core. 2. Titanium-tungsten ceramic alloy lightweight shell. 3. Portable automatic assembly design components. Estimated modification time, 48 days. Ding. Modification plan completed. Do you confirm the modification of the Dragon Country's old military bulletproof vest into a super armor? Even though Song-Chi had encountered such scenarios several times before, he still felt a rush of excitement each time. He. Those 4 words. They sound incredibly impressive. Just as he was about to click accept, he paused, as if suddenly realizing something. Remove all aspects related to artificial intelligence from a design proposal. The last time, the tank lost control, and 99 of the blame falls on that idiotic AI. Someone as astute as me will not stumble in the same place twice. This time, he resolutely insisted on eradicating the artificial intelligence functionality. Command received from the host. The artificial intelligence feature is currently being removed from the designated plan. Deletion successful. The mechanical voice of the system echoed, and only then did Song-Chi nod in satisfaction, hastily clicking the acceptance button. In the next moment, a luminous point of white light, akin to a shooting star, penetrated Song-Chi's brow. In an instant, a torrent of vast information surged into Song-Chi's mind like a tidal wave. Fortunately, this influx of information was not chaotic and did not induce any feelings of dizziness. With a slight organization of these messages, they transformed into knowledge uniquely belonging to Song-Chi, deeply imprinted in his consciousness. The plan was established, and without delay, Song-Chi sprang into action with fervor. Days later, at the headquarters of the Northwest Military District, after a fortnight of reflection, Chun-Goen, in a moment of profound realization, decided to relocate the headquarters deep within the Qinling Mountains. Although transportation here was not as convenient as before, the safety factor had significantly increased. During these 2 weeks, Chun-Goen convened several meetings, emphasizing the critical importance of the headquarters defense, successfully sealing multiple security loopholes. Only once he ensured the headquarters was secure did he relent. At that moment, Chun-Goen was seated in the commander's office, engrossed in paperwork. A series of knocks echoed from the door. Sipping his tea, Chun-Goen straightened his posture and called out, "Come in." Entering through the door was Wang Zhenlong, who approached Chun-Goen while holding 2 lists provided by Song-Chi. Laying them on the desk. Report, Commander. The technical details of the controllable nuclear fusion device and the key components related to tank technology have been compiled. Here are the technical lists for both technologies. Please review them. Seeing this, Chun-Goen picked up the 2 lists, examined them briefly, found them incomprehensible, and gently placed them back down. Well done. Commander Wang, please take a seat. With Chun-Goen's permission, Wang Zhenlong cautiously sat down across from him. It is worth noting that not everyone in the world possesses the audacity of Song-Chi to act with impunity before their superiors. Wang Zhenlong could guarantee that if he dared to behave disrespectfully in front of Chun-Goen, the commander would certainly retaliate. The content of the lists must be classified at the highest level of secrecy. No one is permitted to peruse them indiscriminately. Even related research personnel must undergo rigorous political scrutiny, confirm their identities, and sign confidentiality agreements before they can access them. Do you understand? Understood. Wang Zhenlong quickly nodded and declared, "I will take care of it immediately." The core technology for the tanks was manageable. However, regarding nuclear fusion technology, the The confidentiality level escalated considerably. Even a lieutenant general like Wang Zhenlong could not make unilateral decisions. It required Chen Gowen's approval to ensure absolute security. As Wang Zhenlong stored the lists away and prepared to depart, Chen Gowen's voice called out once more. Commander Wang, wait a moment. Wang Zhenlong halted in his tracks. Commander Chen, is there something else? Yes. Chen Gowen nodded and continued. How has Song Chi been lately? Everything is normal at present. This lad has been holed up in the 11th Institute these days, engrossed in researching some military-grade bulletproof vests. He seems to have lost all interest in food and drink, utterly absorbed in his work. He even requested some materials from our military district, but they did not include any lethal weapons. I suspect this time, Song Chi has genuinely turned over a new leaf. Wang Zhenlong's voice echoed. Hearing this, a smile spread across Chen Gowen's face, reaching the corners of his eyes. Excellent. This lad is preoccupied with bulletproof vests. That puts my mind at ease. Just a few vests. He won't be able to create anything extraordinary. Indeed, Wang Zhenlong chimed in. Commander Chen, your maneuvering has been masterfully executed. Assigning such a talented individual as Song Chi to work on something as trivial as bulletproof vests will undoubtedly temper his ambition. Moreover, with the grand military competition approaching in 3 months, Song Chi's assistance in designing the vests will significantly enhance our soldiers' combat capabilities. It's a perfect strategy, both a lesson for Song Chi and a boon for the competition. As Chen Gowen absorbed Wang Zhenlong's praise, his smile grew even more pronounced. At that moment, he envisioned Song Chi in the laboratory, filled with grievances yet compelled to comply, a pitiable sight. Ha ha ha, just thinking about it brings me great joy. Old Wang, you must learn well. Tempering Song Chi's sharpness with this double-edged sword is essential for ensuring it remains effective. Understand? Chapter 145. Surely, it's the Best Actress nomination she's aiming for. Time passed swiftly, and before one knew it, the end of the month had arrived. As the year drew to a close, the temperature in Xijing plummeted, and, unusually, fine snow began to fall. The snow was light, accumulating a thin layer on cars and rooftops. Outside the cinema, small clusters of people emerged, engaged in discussions about the film. Wow, this movie is absolutely phenomenal. It sent shivers down my spine. It is undoubtedly the best film I've seen in years. Isn't that the truth? The portrayal of humanity in the film is simply exquisite, especially Lin Wanqing's performance as Lu Shifeng. Her acting was truly remarkable, leaving my head buzzing. I agree. Lin Wanqing's acting transcends that of an entertainment star. She embodies the essence of a seasoned actor, her gaze truly captivating. As the film starring Lin Wanqing, Happy Life, entered its public screening phase, such scenes frequently unfolded outside cinemas in Long Country. The people of Long Country are not blind. They are not as oblivious as some experts suggest regarding their aesthetic sensibilities. At the very least, they can discern the quality of an actor's performance and the appeal of a film. Thus, on the internet in Long Country, discussion surrounding Lin Wanqing's acting prowess sparked a considerable uproar. Numerous viewers, thoroughly impressed by her performance, took to the internet to laud her. The search term, Lin Wanqing's acting skills, rapidly ascended the trending charts. The renowned film review website Garlic Clove saw Happy Life receiving an avalanche of positive reviews, with its rating soaring to an impressive 90. For a film still in its screening period, this is indeed an exceptionally high accolade. Wow, this film, titled Happy Life, has no character ending happily. This chilling yet helpless feeling reminds me of the last time I read You Was Alive. This movie, I can only say one word, amazing. After all these years of waiting, Long Country cinema finally has hope. Another significant highlight of this film lies in its departure from cliched romantic scenes. The director employs a fresh approach to showcase the confusion and struggles of the lead characters. To be honest, Lin Wanqing truly gave me a refreshing impression in the film. Lu Shifeng came to life under her portrayal. Lin Wanqing's acting is simply stunning. Hey, have you heard? Lin Wanqing has received a nomination for the Golden Rooster Award for this film. If she secures the Best Actress title, it will be a meteoric rise for her. Lin Wanqing's acting abilities are on par with seasoned veterans. Winning the Golden Rooster Best Actress Award would be well-deserved. Meanwhile, at the Golden Rooster Awards ceremony, Lin Wanqing donned an elegant black gown, gracefully seated as she perused the comments from netizens. Her exterior remained composed, yet internally, she was reveling in joy. For an actor, few things can elicit greater happiness than the validation of one's craft by the audience, aside from perhaps the rising stars. Gazing at the opulent setting of the Golden Rooster Gala, Lin Wanqing felt as though she were living a dream. Just 6 months prior, she was merely a celebrity in the entertainment industry. although she had a modest fan base. Without substantial backing, she belonged to the category of actresses who could be easily discarded by the industry at any moment. The thought of attending the Golden Rooster Awards was unfathomable. She doubted the organizers would even consider inviting her. Yet in the span of just half a year, she had transformed from an inconsequential figure in the entertainment world into one of its most esteemed film stars, even earning a nomination for Best Actress at the Golden Rooster Awards. The suddenness of this happiness left her somewhat dazed. He. All of this is thanks to Shao Qi. Without him, I would probably still be acting in idol dramas. Lin Wanqing was acutely aware that her current achievements were intricately linked to Song Qi's support. To put it plainly, without Song Qi, there would be no Lin Wanqing as she is today. Just as Lin Wanqing was lost in thought, a sharp pain struck her. She cried out, only to realize that the actress before her had brutally stepped on her foot with her towering heels. The woman standing in front of Lin Wanqing was none other than Yang Xiaomi, with whom she had a notoriously fraught relationship. In the early days of her career, Lin Wanqing had indeed been a contracted artist under Yang Xiaomi's management, but as Lin's star began to ascend, threatening to eclipse Yang's own, the latter's hostility towards Lin intensified. Ultimately, Lin Wanqing was compelled to pay a hefty penalty to sever ties with Yang Xiaomi's company and establish her own studio, thus solidifying their enmity. At this moment, Yang Xiaomi, clad in a striking blue gown that accentuated her figure, toyed with a high-stem glass while looking down at Lin Wanqing with an air of haughty disdain, devoid of any semblance of remorse. "What are you doing?" Upon witnessing Lin Wanqing's plight, her manager, Xiao Shui, was about to intervene on her behalf. But Lin Wanqing merely waved her hand, halting Xiao Shui in her tracks. Instead, Lin fixed her gaze intently on Yang Xiaomi. "Oh my, is that Lin Wanqing? I truly didn't see you sitting here, and I certainly didn't expect to find you at an event with such esteemed actors. What brings an entertainment celebrity like you here?" Although framed as an apology, Yang Xiaomi's words dripped with condescension and mockery. Lin Wanqing's expression darkened at the remark, while Xiao Shui seethed with indignation. Had it not been for the decorum of the Golden Rooster Awards and Lin's intervention, Xiao Shui would have been tempted to confront Yang Xiaomi directly. However, Lin Wanqing had navigated the entertainment industry for many years, and she was no stranger to conflict. "Indeed, I had no idea you would be here, Sister Xiaomi. Otherwise, I would have made it a point to visit you. Nevertheless, as a renowned actress, I assume you are here vying for the Best Actress Award. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance for your impending triumph." This remark elicited quiet laughter from several surrounding actors. Yang Xiaomi's face darkened in response, who was unaware that she had long aspired to break into the film industry. Yet, despite her limited acting abilities, she had spent considerable resources to secure a nomination for Best Supporting Actress at this year's Golden Rooster Awards, but her ranking was far from promising. The mention of her shortcomings struck a nerve, and in a fit of rage, Yang Xiaomi raised her glass, intent on splashing its contents in Lin Wanqing's face. Yet, her actions were thwarted as Lin swiftly seized the glass and retaliated by dousing Yang Xiaomi with the drink instead. A cacophony of shrieks filled the venue as Yang Xiaomi's piercing scream echoed through the hall. In an instant, the attention of all present was drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Yang Xiaomi, now stripped of any semblance of composure, was consumed by indignation. Like a cornered animal, she charged at Lin Wanqing, ready to retaliate. However, the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. A resounding slap reverberated through the gala, as Lin Wanqing delivered a forceful blow to Yang Xiaomi's face, knocking her to the ground. Stunned and momentarily incapacitated. "You dare strike me? Lin Wanqing, how dare you lay a hand on me? I swear I will make you pay." Yang Xiaomi exclaimed, struggling to rise and lunge at Lin Wanqing, only to be restrained by a nearby male actor. "Xiaomi, let it go. This is the Golden Rooster Awards ceremony. Don't stoop to her level. We have plenty of ways to deal with her later." Yes. If this gets caught by the unscrupulous media, the repercussions would be disastrous, chimed in Yang Xiaomi's friends, who rushed to console her. Gradually, Yang Xiaomi regained her composure, though her gaze remained as venomous as a serpent, fixated on Lin Wanqing. If looks could kill, Lin Wanqing would have perished 1,000 times over at that moment. Un faze by Yang Xiaomi esturi, Lin Wanqing stoatao. Her elegant neck arched proudly like a swan, her eyes brimming with defiance. The two women locked eyes for several minutes in a tense standoff, which ultimately concluded with a disdainful huff from Yang Xiaomi as she turned to leave. As Yang Xiaomi's silhouette faded from view, a weight lifted from Xiao Shui's heart. After all, she was merely a manager, not a bodyguard. In that moment, it was evident that Yang Xiaomi had the numerical advantage, and any physical altercation would not bode well for either herself or Lin Wanqing. observing Lin Wanqing's fiery spirit. Xiao Shui couldn't shake the feeling that this familiar girl had changed somehow, though she couldn't quite pinpoint how. Lin Wanqing, you seem different. Aren't you worried about the repercussions from the powers backing Yang Xiaomi? What should we do moving forward? As she spoke, her brow furrowed in concern. Yang Xiaomi had solidified her position in the industry over many years, and it was hard to dismiss her as merely a pretty face. Offending Yang Xiaomi was one thing, but incurring the ire of the influential forces behind her could spell disaster. They could easily orchestrate Lin Wanqing's downfall with a single word. Lin Wanqing, however, displayed no signs of unusual behavior, instead engrossed in playing with her nails. Clearly, she had not taken Yang Xiaomi's situation to heart. What was there to fear? If necessary, she could always enlist Xiao Qi's assistance. After enduring years of grievance, her temper had swelled, and she could no longer tolerate any form of indignation. Yet, Xiao Shui sighed helplessly. She understood that Engineer Song wielded considerable influence within the military, even commanding respect from high-ranking officials. However, the entertainment industry operates under its own distinct rules, and many matters within it are beyond the reach of military magnates. Why overthink it? If it became unbearable, she could simply withdraw from the industry. There was nothing overly significant about that. Lin Wanqing continued to speak absent-mindedly. In truth, there was an additional thought left unspoken by her. Withdrawing from the industry. Wasn't that even better? She could swiftly marry Song Qi and start a family next year. She would immediately turn raw rice into cooked rice. She must not let Song Qi slip away. As Lin Wanqing fantasized about a blissful future, the Golden Rooster Awards ceremony finally commenced. The eloquent De Hua, speaking with a hint of plastic Cantonese, gracefully ascended the award stage. Thank you to all the esteemed guests present today, and welcome to our Golden Rooster Awards ceremony. I am De Hua, and I wish you all a happy new year in advance. As his words resonated, thunderous applause erupted in the hall. Within the circle, De Hua's talent and prowess were widely acknowledged, and few would contest his role as the host for this Golden Rooster Gala. As time elapsed, following a round of pleasantries, the event finally transitioned to its main agenda. I announced that the recipient of the Best Supporting Actress Award at the 32nd Golden Rooster Awards is... At this pivotal moment, De Hua suddenly prolonged his tone. In an instant, the hearts of the nominated actresses, including Yang Xiaomi, raced to their throats. Though this was merely a Best Supporting Actress Award, its value paled in comparison to that of Best Actress. Yet for stars like Yang Xiaomi, this accolade represented their ticket into the Dragon Kingdom's film industry. Within the Dragon Kingdom's entertainment realm, there exists a hierarchy among stars. At the lowest tier are the young, inexperienced idols, lacking both talent and substantial works. Such figures are mere playthings of capital, easily replaceable at any moment. One tier above them are stars like Yang Xiaomi, who possess notable works and boast a high profile domestically, yet remain unpopular within the industry, often criticized by audiences for their lack of merit. At the pinnacle stand the esteemed film stars, the Best Actor and Best Actress. The title of Best Actress is a dream cherished by nearly every female star, and Yang Xiaomi is no exception. At this moment, Yang Xiaomi sat in her chair, so tense that her nails dug into her flesh. Finally, amidst the crowd's anticipation, De Hua revealed the name, Yang. Upon hearing that surname, Yang Xiaomi felt the tide of fortune shift in her favor and excitedly stood up, her face beaming with a triumphant smile as she prepared to approach the award stage. Yet, in the next instant, De Hua's words rendered her momentarily speechless. Yang Feiyue. Instantly, all the spotlight turned toward Yang Feiyue, who happened to be seated right beside Yang Xiaomi, indulging in a platter of fruit. Huh? Is it me? Yang Feiyue blinked her innocent eyes in confusion, utterly unaware of the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the smile on Yang Xiaomi's face froze, leaving her in an incredibly awkward position. At that moment, Yang Xiaomi felt as if she could use her toes to dig a three-room apartment. The most absurd part was that the spotlight continued to flash, capturing the moment when Yang Xiaomi confidently stood up, only to be left dumbfounded in embarrassment. Chapter 147. Lin Wanqing crowned at the Golden Rooster Awards. Fortunately, as a professional actress, Yang Xiaomi possessed a commendable ability to adapt in the moment. She quickly feigned nonchalance, graciously waving to everyone in attendance before slowly returning to her seat. Everything seemed as though nothing had transpired. Yang Xiaomi maintained her radiant smile, though inwardly she was gnashing her teeth in frustration. The onlooking actors nearly burst into laughter at the sight before them. This blunder was simply too monumental. At that moment, everyone present could already envision the headlines of tomorrow's entertainment tabloids spinning tales about Yang Xiaomi. Seated in her chair, Yang Xiaomi watched as Yang Feiyue jubilantly ascended the podium. Her chest heaved with intense agitation, and her right hand clutched the armrest so tightly that her blood turned a faint shade of blue. Yet she did not release her grip. This demonstrated just how deeply her resentment had accumulated. Yang Feiyue, upon reaching the podium, appeared somewhat apprehensive. After a brief self-introduction, she began delivering her acceptance speech. Before long, her speech concluded, and the audience erupted into applause. Yang Feiyue seemed taken aback, unable to comprehend how she had secured the Best Supporting Actress award. However, she had experienced such twists of fate often throughout her life. Luck had seemingly favored her far more than others. Consequently, netizens had dubbed her the Koi Fish. Thus, receiving the Best Supporting Actress award unexpectedly felt rather justified. Yang Feiyue wasted no time, accepting the trophy from Dehua before returning to her seat. Ahem. Dehua cleared his throat gently and returned to the podium. The Golden Rooster Gala continued. The award ceremony, though seemingly slow, passed remarkably quickly under heightened concentration. Many felt as if time had simply slipped away. The event progressed to the most exhilarating moment. On stage, Dehua continued to announce with his distinctly accented Cantonese, "I declare that the Best Actress award of this Golden Rooster Awards goes to." Each Golden Rooster Awards ceremony often centers around the announcement of the Best Actor and Best Actress, with the latter typically garnering slightly more attention. Naturally, the competition for Best Actress is considerably more intense than for Best Actor. With over 20 nominees, the number greatly surpassed that of the Best Actor nominees. Therefore, asserting that the Best Actress award is the most significant suspense of this year's Golden Rooster Awards is certainly not an exaggeration. As Dehua's voice elongated, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Several nominated actresses were palpably on edge, their gazes fixed intently on their respective rivals, eyes brimming with trepidation. In the corner, Xiao Shui felt her heart racing, while Lin Wanqing remained unfazed, leisurely toying with her hair, awaiting the conclusion of the gala, completely unaffected by the tense atmosphere. Finally, amidst the collective anticipation, Huazi finally announced the name. Lin Wanqing. Congratulations. Ah! Xiao Shui leaped to her feet, immediately embracing Lin Wanqing's neck and erupting into ecstatic laughter. Ha ha ha! Lin Wanqing, congratulations. You're incredible. As the Best Actress, we'll stride through the Dragon Kingdom entertainment industry with pride. Who dares to call my Lin Wanqing a mere flower vase? Beside her, Lin Wanqing was also taken aback. Everyone present was stunned. Wait, this award? Could it be a mistake? Lin Wanqing is merely an emerging star in the film industry. How could she possibly be awarded the Golden Rooster Award? A multitude of seasoned veterans in the entertainment realm are awaiting their turn, and yet, a newcomer has been crowned? This is utterly absurd. Not far away, Yang Xiaomi gazed at Lin Wanqing, illuminated by the spotlight, her eyes burning with jealousy. Wretched girl, she muttered under her breath. I wonder which influential figure she seduced, that shameless creature. At that moment, Yang Xiaomi was consumed by rage. The profound psychological disparity shattered her composure. She had toiled tirelessly, ingratiating herself with countless prominent figures, sacrificing much to seize this opportunity in the film industry, ultimately earning a nomination for Best Supporting Actress. Yet it all came to naught. Who could have anticipated that the very Lin Wanqing she looked down upon would, without a whisper, snatch the Golden Rooster Award for Best Actress? How could the proud Yang Xiaomi accept such a blow? Yang Xiaomi's eyes, akin to those of a venomous serpent, coldly scrutinized the spotlighted Lin Wanqing. With a disdainful snort, she stormed out of the Golden Rooster Award ceremony. Half an hour later, on a spacious avenue, a van sped along the road. Inside, the luxurious interior was in disarray, decoration strewn about haphazardly. A distinctive childish voice erupted in a hysterical scream. Wretched girl, what gave you the right to claim the Golden Rooster Award? You're merely a wild girl from a remote village, so why compete with me? I will destroy you. I shall tear you apart. Inside the van, Yang Xiaomi, in a frenzy, smashed every dish in the kitchen. In the corner, her manager, Sister Zhang, well aware of Yang Xiaomi's temper, refrained from intervening, silently observing her outburst. After a considerable time, once the entire interior of the van was devoid of any intact items, Yang Xiaomi finally collapsed to the ground, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for air. It had been an eternity since she had felt such rage. The last time had been when her video was leaked, and the entire internet mocked her with cries of my husband that had momentarily shattered her defenses. Since then, even when her husband strayed, she had managed to maintain her composure. Who would have thought that today at the Golden Rooster Awards, she would suffer such a profound humiliation. Once again, her mental state crumbled. For Yang Xiaomi, it was acceptable if she did not secure the Best Supporting Actress award. However, how could Lin Wanqing be crowned Best Actress? Was there no justice in the world? Sitting on the ground for a long while, a hoarse voice finally emerged. Sister Zhang, offer me some advice. Even if it costs me my life, I cannot allow that wretched Lin Wanqing to enjoy herself. Listening to Yang Xiaomi's venomous words, Sister Zhang sighed softly. Xiaomi, Lin Wanqing has just been crowned Best Actress. Her star is on the rise. Moreover, she has no scandals to tarnish her reputation. Perhaps we should just endure for now. I cannot endure. Yang Xiaomi clenched her fists, jealousy warping her features. I must ensure Lin Wanqing's disgrace. Otherwise, my resentment will never dissipate. Beside her, Sister Zhang furrowed her brow, contemplating for a long while before speaking. There's indeed a way, though it may offend many and yield little reward. As long as we tarnish that wild girl's name, any price is worth paying. At this point, Yang Xiaomi was beyond caring about anything else. Her mind was singularly focused on one matter, revenge, and making Lin Wanqing pay a bloody price. Sister Zhang, just tell me what to do. After a moment of contemplation, Sister Zhang finally relented. I believe we can start with that wild girl as benefactor. It said that she has military connections. The military values reputation above all. We just need to when the time comes. Without her benefactor, that wild girl will be at our mercy. As Yang Xiaomi listened, she nodded vigorously, her once dim eyes now gleaming with a cruel light. A brief flash of malice passing through them. Chapter 148. The True Identity of Song Qi. The following morning, Lin Wanqing's first act upon waking was to seize her phone and message Song Qi. Wanqing does not eat celery. Hubby, I've won the Golden Rooster Award for Best Actress. How about that? Impressive. Praise me quickly. Lin Wanqing blinked her large eyes, fixated on the phone screen, eagerly awaiting Song Qi's response. Moments later, Song Qi replied, Xiao Song fast delivery, wow. Amazing. I saw the news this morning. You truly are my treasure, making such a stunning debut in the film industry, and winning the Golden Rooster Award right away. I believe you're the only actress in all of Long Country to debut and win such an award. Impressive. He. Upon hearing Song Qi's praise, Lin Wanqing felt a surge of shyness and rolled around on the bed. She had not immediately shared this good news with her parents, but instead with Song Qi, highlighting his special place in her heart at that moment. Wanqing does not eat celery. Now you know how formidable I am, right? I'm an actress now. If you ever think of abandoning me, I'll unleash my fans on you. Afraid, huh? Xiao Song fast delivery. Afraid. Please spare me, great heroine. Reading Song Qi's reply, Lin Wanqing's smile nearly overflowed from her eyes. His compliments made her feel even happier than at the moment she received the award. Huh, it's good that you're afraid. Lin Wanqing waved her small fist on the bed, murmuring softly. She then closed the chat window and gleefully opened her Weibo account to browse through the comments. Not to mention, Lin Wanqing truly deserved the Golden Rooster Award. Her performance as Lu Shifeng in the film sent shivers down my spine. Her acting was undoubtedly commendable. Spotting this comment, Lin Wanqing's eyes instantly brightened. Well said. Fantastic. I can't help but like this. She decisively clicked like and scrolled to the next comment. From this movie, Lin Wanqing's acting indeed warrants the award. But her experience is still too shallow, making it hard for some to accept. Upon reading this, Lin Wanqing furrowed her brow. Nevertheless, she patiently opened the reply section. I believe Lin Wanqing winning the Golden Rooster Award has elevated the award's prestige to an unprecedented height. The entertainment industry should prioritize acting. If seniority alone could secure the title of Best Actress, then what is the purpose of the awards? After reading this comment, Lin Wanqing nodded vigorously, almost wearing out the like button. She could not agree more. This person truly understood her. Exactly. In the entertainment industry, talent speaks volumes. Seniority should not dictate success. Lin Wanqing affirmed, her gaze shifting toward a comment below. The next moment, her brow furrowed deeply. Truly amused. Truly the queen of popularity. Lin Wanqing must have hired so many online influencers to boost her reputation. She must have spent a fortune. I can't discern even a hint of acting talent from that film. With this, she has been awarded Best Actress. One can only assume she has latched onto some influential figure. The Golden Rooster Award going to someone like this. Long Country's entertainment industry is truly beyond saving. Here is the complete information about Lin Wanqing's benefactor. You may examine it for yourselves. Lin Wanqing scratched her head, feeling utterly bewildered. You say, I rely on my husband? That's fine, but you ought to articulate it properly. This project was clearly initiated by me. Throughout, Shang-Chi merely assisted in getting the ball rolling. Subsequently, I have been the sole one engaged in the promotion and premiere preparations. What does this have to do with Shao-Chi at all? Fuming with indignation, Lin Wanqing was about to dismiss the comment when, in the next moment, she was suddenly jolted. A disquieting thought surged from her feet straight to her mind. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, her true prowess was certainly not that of a novice before Shang-Chi. In a moment of realization, Lin Wanqing abruptly understood that this post might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Compelled by an impulse, she clicked on the provided link. The screen revealed a post. With patience, Lin Wanqing meticulously began to read. Last night, Lin Wanqing was awarded the Best Actress at the Golden Rooster Awards. The author personally believes that this accolade is undoubtedly the most significant blunder of this year's Golden Rooster Awards, bar none. It represents a tremendous detriment to the ecology of the entertainment industry. I ask myself earnestly, individuals like Lin Wanqing, regardless of their acting skills, capabilities, or experience, fall far short of the honor of the Golden Rooster Best Actress. Yet, compared to other accomplished actresses, her benefactor's influence is evidently beyond all imagination. Below is all the information I found regarding Lin Wanqing's benefactor, Shang-Chi, a mere researcher, with no research achievements to speak of. What virtue or capability allows him to stand between Zhao Lao and Lu Lao? A humble researcher? By what means, then, could he garner the affection of a popular star like Lin Wanqing? Coupled with Lin Wanqing's recent military connections, one can easily speculate that Shang-Chi's identity likely corresponds to the offspring of a military mogul, and being a researcher is merely a facade for him to accrue credentials. The post was lengthy, and Lin Wanqing read it with utmost seriousness. As she continued, she became unaware that cold sweat was already soaking her back. After a while, Lin Wanqing finally regained her composure. This post was not aimed at her, but rather targeted Shang-Chi. The intent was to utterly tarnish his reputation, to ensure he could no longer find footing within the military. One must admit, the malice behind this post was clearly directed towards the destruction of Shang-Chi. Upon reaching this point, Lin Wanqing felt a sense of alarm. She hastily forwarded the post to Xiao Shui and quickly placed a call. Xiao Shui, quickly contact the head of the Water Army. Irrespective of the cost, we must suppress the heat of this post at all costs. On the other end, Xiao Shui quickly glanced at the post. Her heart suddenly jolted. She promptly responded, "Understood. I'll take care of it right away." Hanging up the phone, Lin Wanqing anxiously leaped from her bed and began pacing her room in distress. She vaguely sensed that this matter might not be as simple as it appeared. It seemed tinged with conspiracy. Within a few minutes, Lin Wanqing's phone rang. It was Xiao Shui calling. Once answered, Xiao Shui's urgent voice came through. "Lin Wanqing, this is bad. I've contacted all the heads of the Water Army, but only a few are willing to act. The rest have politely declined. It seems someone has even purchased a trending search." Listening to Xiao Shui's voice, Lin Wanqing slowly narrowed her eyes. In the next moment, she hung up the phone and opened Weibo. The entry for Shang-Chi's true identity was glaringly displayed on the trending searches. Moreover, the heat was escalating at an astonishing rate. Soon, it surged into the top 10 of the trending topics, maintaining a remarkably vigorous upward momentum. The situation had entirely spiraled beyond Lin Wanqing's control. At this juncture, if she still failed to realize that someone was scheming against her from the shadows, then her years of experience in the entertainment industry would have been for naught. Presently, Lin Wanqing's complexion had turned exceedingly grim. In the online realm of Longguo, the matter surrounding Shang-Chi had, through the fermentation of public opinion, stirred up a tremendous uproar. His identity had sparked numerous speculations among Longguo netizens. As for that post, its click count had already surpassed 300 million, with the number of likes skyrocketing to over 10 million in a remarkably short period. Discussions surrounding Shang-Chi had ignited widespread conjecture among netizens. I always said that this Shang-Chi is no ordinary individual. He is likely a person of considerable influence. Didn't I foresee this correctly? Indeed, I should have anticipated this. Lin Wanqing's sudden military connections and her boyfriend's military background suggest that there must be some relationship here. No one would believe otherwise. This Shang-Chi is undoubtedly the illegitimate child of a military bigwig. I had initially held high hopes for Lin Wanqing. Yet, it now appears she is merely a sycophant. A petition has emerged, urging Lin Wanqing to return the Golden Rooster Award trophy. A thorough investigation into Shang-Chi's abuse of power within the military is imperative. The military exists to safeguard the people's safety, not to serve as the guardian of high-ranking officials. To be honest, I can't understand the corruption in the entertainment industry. However, I never anticipated that the military could be so deeply tainted. is truly disheartening. This post not only addressed the entertainment sector, but also implicated the military. This has ignited a fervent response from Longguo netizens. In the hearts of all, the military belongs to the people. It is a representation of purity and loyalty. It should also be the cleanest and most honorable institution in Longguo. Yet today such news has emerged. How can one accept this? Initially, there may have been individuals deliberately stirring the pot behind the scenes. Yet, as the situation has developed to this extent, it has spiraled entirely out of control. The entry Song Qi's true identity began to ascend the trending ranks of Weibo with astonishing rapidity, overtaking the second-place contender by a significant margin. It even hinted at surpassing Lin Wanqing's crowning achievement from the previous day. Online commentary began to shift from rational analysis to a wave of digital violence against Song Qi. Moreover, even the military found itself embroiled in the controversy. Numerous agitated Longguo netizens flocked to the official website of the Longguo military, leaving comments demanding severe punishment for Song Qi and a rectification of military discipline. Many netizens even contemplated doxing Song Qi. Yet, regardless of their efforts, the ultimate outcome remained a void of information. This conclusion, rather than mitigating the fervor of public opinion, only solidified Song Qi's seemingly privileged status within the military. How could a mere researcher possess such a high level of confidentiality? If there were no ulterior motives, even ghosts would not believe it. At this point, public opinion had spiraled entirely out of control. Even the official website of the Northwest Military District had succumbed. Meanwhile, at the 11th Institute in Xijing, the sound of clanging resonated throughout the workshop. Song Qi, bare-chested, tirelessly hammered away at the red-hot alloy before him, sparks flying with each strike. Every blow exemplified a fusion of strength and beauty. If a photo shoot were conducted, it would likely sell out instantly, far surpassing the current crop of effeminate young idols. Hey, Xiao Song, we have a serious issue. Suddenly, Zhou Yonghui rushed into the workshop. Seeing Song Qi still laboring diligently, he quickly pulled him aside. What are you doing hammering away at a time like this? We have a grave situation. Speak frankly with me. Have you recently offended anyone? Zhou Yonghui's expression was urgent, his face etched with concern. Offend someone? Song Qi blinked in confusion, his heart filled with bewilderment. He casually picked up a bottle of mineral water beside him, twisted off the cap, and drank deeply. After a long pause, he continued, Not that I know of. I've just been working at the office these days, without causing any trouble. Then why have you been subjected to online harassment? Zhou Yonghui waved his phone in front of Song Qi. Huh? Me? Harassed online? How could that be possible? Song Qi, still perplexed, took Zhou Yonghui's phone and stared at it in shock. A flurry of question marks seemed to float above his head. What? This is absurd. I'm being harassed online? Am I really the illegitimate child of a military tycoon? Does my father know about this? Or has he been hiding my identity from me? Song Qi shook his head vigorously. What a ridiculous joke. Online harassment is one thing. But how did it come to me? At that moment, Zhou Yonghui interjected, Little Song. This incident has escalated dramatically. I've heard that some people are preparing to petition at the entrance of the Northwest Military District Commander's office, demanding severe punishment for you. What shall we do now? In truth, this matter had little to do with Zhou Yonghui. Yet, it must be said that despite his seemingly unserious demeanor, Zhou was genuinely loyal. Even in such dire circumstances, he continued to think of Song Qi. Seeing Zhou Yonghui's anxious expression, warmth surged within Song Qi's heart. All right, it's not a big deal. How can this be dismissed as trivial? Song Qi, you must understand, if the military leaders can't withstand the pressure and decide to punish you severely, you'll likely be expelled from the military and can never work in the army again. Zhou Yonghui shook Song Qi's arm, speaking loudly. Song Qi raised his eyes slightly, responding nonchalantly, If I'm expelled, so be it. I can always inherit a fortune worth billions. With that, Song Qi calmly returned to his workstation and began to diligently type away at his battle armor. Zhou Yonghui thought to himself, I truly am foolish, a mere commoner, worrying about the future of a young master. In the capital, at the Jiaxing Tianxia studio, within a spacious office, Yang Xiaomi lounged on the sofa, dressed in alluring silk, crossing her legs as she admired her handiwork. The current public opinion environment was rapidly evolving in the direction she had envisioned. The intensity of the public sentiment exceeded her expectations by several folds. Seeing Song Qi's name dominate the headlines across major platforms, Yang Xiaomi felt no hint of jealousy. Instead, she was filled with schadenfreude. A wild girl from the countryside thinks that by associating with a second-generation rich kid, she can step on me? This time, I intend not only to ruin you, Lin Wanqing, but also to take down your benefactor. I'll see if this Song Qi truly possesses such extraordinary capabilities. Can he really turn the tide? Within the office, a familiar childish voice broke the silence, yet it was laced with malice. Chapter 150. We must protect Song-Chi. Deep within the Qinling Mountains, nestled among towering peaks, lay the headquarters of the Northwest Military District. In the commander's office, Chen Goen's face was ashen as he stared at the report before him, the atmosphere palpably tense. Seated at a distance, Wang Jinlong's eyes were cast down, afraid to even breathe. Wang Jinlong, is this what you call the highest level of confidentiality? Open your eyes and look around. Who in Longguo doesn't know about Song-Chi? This is the first time I've heard of a military secret being exposed online and subjected to harassment. What a disgrace. Chen Goen slammed his hand on the table, causing tea to spill everywhere. He shot up, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Jinlong, vociferously berating him. Beside him, Wang Jinlong trembled under the scolding but dared not retort, merely nodding in acknowledgement, his attitude one of sincere contrition. This incident was, for Wang Jinlong, a case of undeserved calamity. Yet, as Song-Chi's direct superior and the head of confidentiality operations, he bore the brunt of the responsibility for this significant issue. After a lengthy pause, as Chen Goen's emotions began to settle, Wang Jinlong's timid voice finally emerged. Chief, this may not be an isolated incident. I suspect there could be other forces at play. Otherwise, public opinion wouldn't have escalated so quickly. Of course, Chen Goen retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Wang Jinlong. Do you take me for a fool? After years of navigating the military, I've become quite the cunning fox. A mere glance reveals the intricacies behind this wave of public opinion. The rapid development of this trap against Song-Chi is far too swift to be coincidental. Surely, someone is stirring the pot behind the scenes. With this thought, Chen Goen narrowed his eyes, a glint of murderous intent flashing within. Investigate. Dig until you uncover the truth. I want to know which scoundrel has brought trouble to my military district. It's likely the work of those filthy rats in the entertainment industry. Once this storm passes, I'll ensure this pigsty is thoroughly cleaned up, or I won't bear the name Chen. The deeper he pondered, the more agitated Chen Goen became, slamming his palms on the desk with a thunderous noise. It was no wonder he was so furious. As the commander of a military district, he had remained silent even when Song-Chi caused an upheaval, carefully considering any punishment for him, lest he hurt Song-Chi's feelings. Yet these online users, over such a trivial matter, were demanding the military expel Song-Chi? What a delusional dream. Wang Jinlong. Chen Goen lifted his gaze, determination etched across his features. We must protect Song-Chi at all costs. He is not only a treasure of our military district, but also a national asset. Our military can lose you, Wang Jinlong, or even me, Chen Goen, but we cannot lose Song-Chi. Even if the sky falls, I will shield him first. As the supreme commander of the military, Chen Goen understood better than anyone the immense value Song-Chi held for the Northwest Military District and for Longguo. A genius capable of independently developing sixth-generation aircraft, establishing a global satellite missile system, and even tackling the world's dilemma of controllable nuclear fusion was an invaluable asset. Beside him, Chen Goen nodded in agreement. To him, safeguarding Song-Chi should be an unequivocal priority over preserving the military district's reputation. Protecting Song-Chi was the only logical choice. The only concern was whether Song-Chi's spirit would be dampened by this incident. Understood. Chief, I will handle it right away. Yes. Chen Goen nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something. By the way, how is Song-Chi's emotional state? Has he been affected? As the commander of the armed forces, Chen Goen's thoughts were meticulous, expressing genuine concern for Song-Chi's well-being. No matter how brilliant Song-Chi was, he was still just a young man in his 20s. The harsh criticism online could be overwhelming. Should Song-Chi's emotional fortitude prove to be inadequate, and he succumbs to such a monumental blow, falling into despondency, the consequences could be dire. Yet this lad, Song-Chi, appears to be remarkably unaffected. When I previously contacted him, he was diligently crafting bulletproof vests in the workshop, remarking on the urgency of the project and expressing a desire not to squander time on trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Chen Goen fell silent. I had been concerned about the psychological strain he might be under, yet he seems to exhibit no signs of distress whatsoever. At such a tender age, he truly embodies the spirit of a national hero. He reminds me of the legendary figures of yore. However, it would be even better if he could avoid unnecessary trouble. Half an hour later, the official website of the Northwest Military Region released an announcement. Instantly, it stirred a tempest across the entire Dragon Kingdom's internet. The recent rumor circulating online, alleging that Song Qi is the progeny of a high-ranking officer within our Northwest military region, has been thoroughly investigated and confirmed as false. Colonel Song Qi is not the son of a senior officer, but rather an esteemed top scientist whose remarkable contributions to the military region and the prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom are indelible. He is truly a national treasure. We urge netizens to approach this matter with rationality, refrain from spreading or believing rumors, and not let the heart of our nation grow cold. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom had envisioned 100 possible responses from the Northwest military region. Yet, none anticipated such a proclamation. In an instant, the website was inundated with trending topics like Northwest military region sheltering Song Qi and just how powerful is Song Qi, surging to the top 5 of Weibo's trending list at an unimaginable pace. The Northwest military region certainly exhibits a stubbornness that defies comprehension. Even at this juncture, they insist on defending this Song Qi. I can't help but chuckle. This Song Qi is merely 25 years old, and he has supposedly made outstanding contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, thus attaining the status of a national hero. The Northwest military region's efforts to clear their young master's name seem excessively indulgent. Ha! I once believed the military was a people's army, but it turns out it bears the surname Song. Is the reputation of the Northwest military region more critical than the future of Master Song? I used to think the military was pure, but now it seems thoroughly corrupted. Chapter 51. Do not let the national hero bleed and weep. In the imperial capital, deep in the night, the Grand Hall of the Dragon Kingdom slowly unveiled a ceremony of awards that far surpassed the so-called Golden Rooster Awards. Under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, tonight marked the presentation of the highest scientific and technological award in the Dragon Kingdom. Every guest in attendance was a titan of influence, capable of causing seismic shifts with a mere stamp of their foot. However, within the Grand Hall, no matter how powerful one may be, they must treat the attending scientists with utmost respect, refraining from any form of disrespect. In the Dragon Kingdom, the status of scientists transcends the imagination of all. Top scientists can even serve as the country's think tank, partaking in the management at the national level. The highest scientific and technological award in the Dragon Kingdom undoubtedly holds the greatest prestige and value. Recipients of this illustrious honor are invariably pioneers, monumental figures in their respective fields, revered by the masses. Over the years, the highest scientific and technological award has garnered immense attention from the populace. The viewership of this gala rivals that of the Spring Festival Gala. Countless parents have set aside their work to gather with their children around the television, eager for them to witness the legendary top scientists, instilling in them the aspiration to emulate such individuals and become the pillars of a nation, to become true paragons of national virtue. This year's recipients of the highest scientific and technological award prominently feature the venerable Zhao Kaqin. Notably, Zhao's position is even ranked first, underscoring the extraordinary nature of his academic achievements this year. Finally, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the beloved host of CCTV, Dongqing, gracefully took to the stage. Good evening, esteemed guests and viewers. I am Dongqing, and it is that time of year again, the unveiling of the Dragon Kingdom's highest scientific and technological award. Throughout this year, countless researchers have poured their hearts and souls into the advancement of our nation, braving the elements. The Dragon Kingdom owes its current state of prosperity to these scientists. As Dongqing's words concluded, a thunderous applause erupted in the hall. No one deemed her words to be exaggerated. The respect for scientists is etched into the very bones of every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Once the applause subsided, Dongqing's voice resumed. On the land of the Dragon Kingdom, there exists an individual whose essence flows through every fighter jet we possess. He once proclaimed that his lifelong wish is for every inch of our skies to be eternally peaceful. We are fortunate, and the Dragon Kingdom is fortunate, to have such a national hero among us. However, in the face of universal acclaim, he humbly asserts that he is merely an ordinary citizen, engaged in seemingly trivial endeavors. Now, let us invite the father of the 4th-generation aircraft, the father of the 5th-generation aircraft, and the father of the 6th-generation aircraft, Zhao Kaqin, to deliver a speech. As the announcement concluded, applause erupted, far more fervent than before, resonating throughout the hall. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, the elderly Zhao, trembling slightly, rose to his feet and made his way to the podium step by step. Slow down, Elder Zhao. Dongqing, possessing a keen emotional intelligence, hurried down from the podium to assist him as they approached the stage together. After a considerable time, Zhao finally reached the podium. He gazed out at the sea of faces, his eyes flickering, lost in thought. A strange silence enveloped the room. Yet, not a single individual displayed even a hint of impatience. Everyone sat as obediently as school children, poised for Zhao's remarks. At last, Zhao's lips moved, and he began to speak. Please do not refer to me as the father of the sixth-generation aircraft. I, Zhao Kachin, feel undeserving of such an honor. Upon uttering these words, an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Even Dongqing appeared momentarily stunned. Elder Zhao, what are you saying? Your most significant research achievement in this award is leading the Tianjin Research Institute to independently develop the Dragon Kingdom's sixth-generation aircraft, the J-40. Zhao waved his hand dismissively. The J-40 was not developed by Tianjin. I merely built upon the insights of others. Bestowing the title of father of the sixth-generation aircraft upon me weighs heavily on my conscience. The core technology of this J-40 was provided entirely by researcher Song Qi of the Northwest Military Region. I merely organized the information. This highest scientific and technological award should rightfully be bestowed upon young Song. If Zhao's previous statement had merely astonished the audience, then this declaration detonated like a depth charge within the hall, igniting a fervent discussion among all present. The atmosphere quickly became tumultuous. Dongqing's smile faltered, recognizing that this unexpected incident was entirely unanticipated in the script. Such occurrences had never transpired at previous award ceremonies. Fortunately, Dongqing was seasoned and quickly composed herself, devising a strategy to navigate the situation. Elder Zhao, the Song Qi you mentioned surely refers to that researcher who has been the subject of much discussion online recently, correct? Zhao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is young Song. In fact, I had communicated to the organization that this award should not be conferred upon me, as it is not my merit, yet I could not overturn the organization's decision. Initially, I had no intention of attending this award ceremony, both due to my health and the lack of honor in receiving this accolade. However, given that Xiao Song is currently facing such unfortunate circumstances, I truly feel compelled to step in. My conscience simply cannot bear to remain idle. Old Zhao paused for a moment, recalling Song Qi, and a fervent light akin to that of a pilgrim's devotion flickered in his gaze. Song Qi is, without a doubt, the most brilliant and promising scientist I have ever encountered, one who possesses the potential to revolutionize everything. He embodies the future of our nation's military industry, the very key to our nation's leapfrogging advancement, with the core components of the J-40 being entirely his merit. As his words echoed, the room fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Those familiar with old Zhao understood the exceptional caliber of his discerning eye, even among scientists of his own rank. Few could capture his attention. Moreover, Song Qi is merely a humble researcher. Even a casual recounting of old Zhao's words makes it clear that this much-maligned Song Qi, often disparaged online, is far from the pitiful figure portrayed. In fact, he is likely a prodigious genius. Such a talent as Song Qi should undoubtedly be a source of pride for our nation, a national treasure of immense value. The future of our country resides in Song Qi. Yet who would have imagined that today he would find himself entangled in such a misfortune? It is truly lamentable. It is tragic that Xiao Song, possessing a heart devoted to the nation, has been viciously struck by the very people he strives to protect. The online harassment directed at Song Qi must come to an end. We must not allow a hero who expends every ounce of effort for our country to suffer in anguish and tears. Having spoken his mind, old Zhao paid no heed to the audience, who were left in stunned silence, and leisurely returned to his seat, his expression grave. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie stillness. All viewers in front of their screens also fell into an unusual silence. Chapter 152. I truly deserve to die. If the announcement from the Northwest Military District failed to quell the ire of netizens, and instead exacerbated the escalating public sentiment, then old Zhao's remarks at the award ceremony resonated like a resounding bell, abruptly awakening many from their stupor. Old Zhao is an eminent scientist, well known across the nation. After the passing of esteemed figures like Old Qian and Old Deng, he has shouldered the banner of our nation's scientific community, emerging as a leading figure in the field. In the hearts of the populace, Old Zhao's stature is nearly on par with that of the recently departed Old Yuan. The words of Old Zhao, when heard by the public, may not be considered infallible, but their credibility is undeniably high. Furthermore, having reached an advanced age, he has long since let go of worldly fame and fortune. If he is willing to step forward to speak on behalf of Song Qi, it signifies that he recognizes Song Qi's potential. Otherwise, there would be no reason for old Zhao to gamble his lifetime of wisdom merely to defend a second-generation heir. Soon, old Zhao's speech at the award ceremony was disseminated online. In no time, this video ignited a considerable uproar across the internet. As an increasing number of people viewed old Zhao's video, they too began to calm down and reflect deeply. The situation had descended into a peculiar equilibrium. Many individuals, at this moment, were beginning to soften in their stances. One side was merely a post of questionable origin, while the other was represented by the most respected scientist in our nation, old Zhao. Even a fool could discern the greater credibility of the latter. Yet, there will always be some stubborn individuals who persist in their relentless attacks on Shang-Chi. However, soon after, a statement from the Dragon Scale Research Institute unequivocally put the matter to rest. The institute, led by old Lu, had this post written and published by him personally. Greetings, fellow netizens. I am Lu Dingbian, the director of the Dragon Scale Research Institute. Recently, there's been a plethora of speculation regarding Comrade Shang-Chi's true identity circulating online, with accusations directed towards him without due consideration, which fills me with deep sorrow. I can assert, with the dignity and honor of a scientist, that Shang-Chi is not the so-called second-generation military offspring that has been suggested online. Rather, he is a genuine super genius endowed with extraordinary research talent. In the brief span of just 6 months working in the Northwest Military District, his contributions to our nation have far surpassed those of both myself and old Zhao. He is akin to a monk devoted to his craft, uninterested in worldly fame and fortune, wholly committed to forging weapons for the nation. His achievements are currently concealed within the most secure archives, hidden from public view. However, this does not mean that a hero, who operates under the cloak of anonymity, can be subjected to baseless insults. The recent naval battles faced by our nation were salvaged by Shang-Chi's inventions. The rapid advancement of our military industry in recent times is also largely attributable to his efforts. Both old Zhao and I firmly believe that the next era shall be named after Shang-Chi. He is a true genius. Upon reading old Lu's statement, netizens were left in stunned silence for a considerable time, only then realizing the monumental error they had committed. If old Zhao's defense of Shang-Chi and praise for his scientific capabilities could be viewed as mere coincidence, then old Lu's post cannot be so easily dismissed. Old Zhao and old Lu stand at the pinnacle of our nation's scientific community, with both of them in unanimous agreement and extolling the virtues of this man. How could he possibly be the second-generation heir that is so widely rumored online? Absolutely inconceivable. Moreover, old Lu has directly staked his own dignity and honor as a guarantee for Shang-Chi. It must be understood that for a scientist in our nation, dignity and belief are far more significant than life itself. At this moment, even the most obstinate individuals have come to realize the absurdity of their previous actions. They had unjustly subjected our nation's unparalleled talent to relentless online harassment based on a post of dubious origin. As the situation has evolved to this point, with the interventions of old Zhao and old Lu, the discourse surrounding Shang-Chi online has transformed dramatically from what it once was. Now, across major forums, one can still observe trolls attempting to tarnish Shang-Chi's reputation. However, these inflammatory posts can no longer provoke the attention of netizens. Alas, it seems that in the thrall of the crowd, one's intellect can diminish significantly, leading to a loss of judgment. The very individual, Shang-Chi, who has earned the respect of both old Zhao and old Lu, has been subjected to online harassment. How could I not feel remorse for this? The architect of the J-40's core components, who made significant contributions in our naval battles, truly lives up to the title of unparalleled national hero. I truly deserve to die. How could I still have the audacity to go to the Northwest Military District's official website and demand that Shang-Chi leave the military? He is a remarkable talent, dedicated to fortifying our nation, yet inexplicably subjected to our scorn. He must be feeling utterly disheartened right now. Upon reflection, the flaws in that post were glaringly obvious. What kind of leader would place their own child in a scientific position? I have been foolish indeed. In an instant, the internet was flooded with voices of repentance. Many netizens, upon contemplating the matter, wished they could slap themselves in regret. Numerous users even took it upon themselves to post apologies below the Northwest Military District's official website. Initially, the account operators were quite patient in comforting the remorseful netizens. However, as the number of repentant voices grew too numerous to respond to, they opted to release an announcement. The essence of the announcement conveyed that Shang-Chi was not affected by this incident and was diligently working for the nation. Thus, there was no need for anyone to feel burdened. The Northwest Military District would also be enhancing Shang-Chi's confidentiality level to ensure his personal safety. Following this announcement, the number of those expressing regret significantly diminished. Meanwhile, at the Xinjiang Tianxia studio in the capital, Yang Xiaomi gazed at the rapid reversal of public opinion online, her countenance darkening in an instant. In a fit of rage, she swept everything off her desk as if it were worthless, sending various documents crashing to the floor. Utterly shredded. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could this be happening? I was so certain of victory. How did it come to this? At that moment, Yang Xiaomi had completely lost her reason. Known for her fierce competitiveness and dubbed the fierce lady of the entertainment industry, this was the first time she had stumbled twice on the same person. Bitch, bitch, I will not rest until I avenge this. Chapter 153. It's time to clean up the entertainment industry. Yang Xiaomi raged in her office, the sounds of her destruction echoing incessantly. The employees of the studio, upon hearing the commotion, exchanged glances, but none dared to intervene. Those familiar with Yang Xiaomi understood that entering her office now would only serve as a conduit for her fury. Even Sister Zhang, a respected figure in the studio, waited outside the door, refraining from stepping inside. After a long while, as Yang Xiaomi's emotions began to stabilize, Sister Zhang finally let out a sigh of relief and entered the room. Inside, Yang Xiaomi cradled her head, her eyes red-rimmed. Anyone could see the depth of her anger at that moment. Xiaomi, it's all right. If this doesn't work out, we still have other opportunities. We can. Yang Xiaomi lifted her gaze, her crimson eyes coldly sweeping over Sister Zhang. The latter shivered under that glance. Is it all right? Sister Zhang, you assured me that you could bring Lin Wanqing down. Hearing Yang Xiaomi's icy tone, beads of cold sweat instantly formed on Sister Zhang's forehead. By all accounts, when the military encounters such issues, they would surely take strict measures to uphold their dignity, particularly regarding someone like Song Qi. This time, it was perplexing how the military seemed to disregard its reputation for the sake of this individual named Song Qi. Even the esteemed Zhao and Lu were willing to intervene on his behalf. Perhaps this Song Qi truly is a burgeoning star in the realm of scientific research. Enough. Yang Xiaomi abruptly waved her hand, cutting off Sister Zhang's words. Her voice dripped with venom. I don't want to hear any of this. I don't care who this Song Qi is or whether he is a scientific prodigy. I just want Lin Wanqing, that wretched woman, dead. At that moment, Yang Xiaomi had entirely lost her sanity. Beside her, Sister Zhang wore an expression of utmost distress. She wanted to counsel Yang Xiaomi to let go of her hatred. With Song Qi as her backing, Lin Wanqing was no longer someone she could topple. However, upon seeing Yang Xiaomi's beast-like, bloodshot eyes, Sister Zhang hesitated to voice her thoughts. After all, she was merely an employee and had no power to dictate Yang Xiaomi's decisions. Yet, Sister Zhang understood that Song Qi was now a prize jewel in the military's eyes, and Lin Wanqing benefited from that as well. To topple Lin Wanqing would mean opposing the military, an utterly foolish endeavor. Caught in a dilemma, Sister Zhang feigned contemplation. Just then, her phone rang suddenly. Hello, is this Ms. Zhang Xiaolan, manager of Yang Xiaomi? Sister Zhang was momentarily taken aback, but eventually responded, Yes, this is she. May I ask who is calling? Zhao Li, the producer of the 10 Miles of Peach Blossoms project. Due to some uncontrollable circumstances, we have decided to retract the lead role previously promised to Ms. Yang Xiaomi. Please inform your artist. What? Brother Zhao, this isn't what we agreed upon. Why the sudden change of heart? Were these uncontrollable circumstances? Sister Zhang, bewildered, hurriedly pressed for answers. Yet, all she received in response was a series of busy signals. The producer had hung up without allowing her any time to react. Holding her phone, Sister Zhang stood frozen. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaomi, with an acute sense, had overheard their conversation. A strange silence enveloped her. The two women exchanged glances, each recognizing the fear reflected in the other's eyes. Their confirmed lead role had vanished, especially at such a precarious moment. Even a fool could sense that something was amiss. An eerie silence settled in the room. Eventually, Yang Xiaomi's hoarse voice broke the stillness. Was it an accident? Or have our actions been discovered? Sister Zhang shook her head in response. Impossible. Our operations were exceedingly discreet. And even the payment to the leader of the water army was made through another company's account. Under these circumstances, it should be impossible for anyone to discover anything. Just then, Zhang Xiaolan's phone rang once more. Glancing at the vibrating device, she felt a surge of panic. After a moment of hesitation, she shakily answered the call. Hello, this is the PR department of Yashalin, Greater China. Due to certain uncontrollable factors, Yashalin, Greater China, has decided to terminate its endorsement collaboration with Ms. Yang Xiaomi. Please be informed. Sister Zhang attempted to say more, but before she could, the call was abruptly cut off. Another instance of uncontrollable circumstances another partnership dissolved. This time, however, it was a high-end luxury brand under Yang Xiaomi's management. 4 female stars in the Dragon Country. High-end brands represented their prestige. The more luxury brands one endorsed, the higher one's standing in the entertainment industry. In previous instances, if a luxury brand had chosen to terminate a contract, Yang Xiaomi would undoubtedly have exploded in rage. Yet this time, what filled her was not anger, but an unprecedented sense of dread. Immediately after, Sister Zhang's phone rang yet again. Yang Xiaomi's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Over the next half hour, Sister Zhang's phone scarcely ceased ringing. An avalanche of termination notices pouring in like snowflakes. Yang Xiaomi collapsed onto the floor, her eyes vacant as she stared blankly ahead. Her entire being seemingly aged by a decade in an instant. The arrogance she had just displayed was utterly gone. Everything was finished. Beside her, Sister Zhang bore an expression of profound grief. Even a fool could surmise the situation. Yang Xiaomi had been blacklisted, and not just any blacklist, but the most severe kind in the entertainment industry. At that moment, Yang Xiaomi recalled her earlier bravado, vowing to annihilate Lin Wanqing. Yet in the next breath, she found herself crushed like an insect beneath a boot, without even the chance to struggle, utterly defeated. A wave of unprecedented helplessness washed over her. She had never imagined that after years of toil in the Dragon Country's entertainment industry, having sacrificed nearly everything she had, she would end up with such a conclusion. Beside her, Sister Zhang could not help but exclaim, "What is this Song Qi? Is he a revered ancestor of the military? Why go to such lengths for his sake? This hardly seems like the military's modus operandi." Meanwhile, at the Northwest Military Region Command, Chen Goen sat in his chair, listening to a report from the commander of the Guards Division, Wu Di. "Sir, we have identified the mastermind behind this incident. It was Yang Xiaomi's Jiaxing Tianxia studio that orchestrated it. However, their methods were exceedingly covert, and it took us quite some time to uncover the intricacies involved. They have since been dealt with appropriately." Chen Goen nodded slightly, his expression betraying no sign of change. It was as if Wu Di was merely reporting on a trivial matter of little consequence. Indeed, could it be that the entertainment industry is behind all this chaos? These pigsties have long gone unchecked, and now they dare to run wild right under my military's nose. It's high time the entertainment sector faced a thorough reckoning. Chen Goen squinted his eyes and spoke slowly. In this world, where deemed dazzling stars are, in the eyes of true power brokers, merely a swarm of inconsequential flies. With just a single word, the entire entertainment industry could be turned upside down. Chapter 154. This Lu Ming is no good person. The following dawn, outside the 11th Research Institute in Xijing, a military off-road vehicle, caked in mud, came to a steady halt at the entrance of the institute. From a vehicle emerged a middle-aged man clad in military attire, looking somewhat travel-worn. This man was none other than Lu Ming, the Air Force commander of the Southern Military District, who had a fleeting acquaintance with Song Qi. Lu Ming surveyed the surroundings of the 11th Institute, glancing at the prominent sign that read 11th Aircraft Research Institute before giving a slight nod. He had arrived. As the Air Force commander of the Southern Military District, Lu Ming was typically inundated with responsibilities. His unexpected visit to the 11th Institute was certainly not for the purpose of exchange or learning. He bore a significant mandate from the Southern Military District to abduct Song Qi, to elevate the Southern Military District. Just days prior, Song Qi had faced scrutiny over his identity, but ultimately, thanks to the protection of the Northwest Military District and the influential Zhao and Liu, the matter had exploded across the entire internet of Longguo. While outsiders watched the spectacle, insiders discerned the deeper implications. Liu Taifeng, the commander of the Southern Military District, swiftly connected the dots between the terrifying recent research achievements of the Northwest Military District and this young man named Song Qi. Without delay, he initiated an investigation into the Northwest Military District. Although they could not uncover Song Qi's true identity, the Southern Military District was not naive. They immediately realized that the Northwest Military District had recently invested heavily to establish the 11th Institute. Moreover, the Institute's level of confidentiality was alarmingly high. Liu Taifeng, a seasoned veteran, could see through the intricacies with merely a moment's contemplation. He promptly dispatched Lu Ming aboard a military aircraft to the 11th Institute, with the aim of reclaiming this extraordinary talent, Song Qi, for their Southern Military District. As Lu Ming approached the 11th Institute, his ambition surged within him, envisioning the moment when Song Qi would be swayed by his eloquence and willingly accompany him back to the Southern Military District. However, in the next instant, as he casually glanced around, Lu Ming was taken aback. Wait a minute, Why are there so many off-road vehicles at the entrance of the 11th Institute? And they all bear different military district numbers. Oh no, Lu Ming's heart sank as realization struck him. Could it be that those fools from other military districts have gotten here first? At that moment, a sense of urgency washed over Lu Ming. In Longguo, competition existed even among military districts. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of conducting grand military drills? Why else would he have come here? Gone was the calm demeanor he had moments ago. He hurriedly sprinted towards the 11th Institute. The sentinel stationed at the entrance, noticing yet another high-ranking officer with 2 stars, hastily allowed him entry after a brief check of his credentials. Once Lu Ming had moved past, the murmurs of 2 stationed soldiers quietly began. Another 2-star general. Did we strike the jackpot at the 11th Institute today? We could go half a year without seeing anyone. Who knows? I heard they all came for the director. Ha ha. Our director is that impressive. Huh? Even a general is here to vie for attention. I wish I could have this kind of treatment someday. You? In your next life? Perhaps. Lu Ming made his way towards the administrative building, growing increasingly anxious, and decided to break into a run. Finally, he was nearing Song Qi's office. From a distance, he could already hear the tumultuous sounds of bickering emanating from within, resembling a bustling marketplace. Damn it, Lao Su, have you no shame? Your Southwest Military District can't even compare to the Northwest Military District, and you still dare to compete? What, you're not satisfied? Hey, Xiao Song, listen to your Uncle Zhou. This Wang Jinlong is a miser. When he worked with me, he borrowed $500 and took 3 years to pay it back. The 11th Institute you built is too stingy. There's hardly anyone. Come to my Central Military District, and I can arrange for you a place 10 times larger. Zhou Tiexiong. Step aside. Song Qi belongs to my Northern Combat Zone. Enough shouting. Most of Xiao Song's products are aircraft. So he should definitely come to my Air Force headquarters for better alignment. Nonsense. Xiao Song's missiles? Aren't they meant for my army? Listening to the uproar from outside, Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, I thought I was the first to arrive. Who would have thought I'd be the last? These incompetent fools, unable to accomplish anything, are competing for the first pick. This cannot stand. Lu Ming hastily pushed open the door and charged inside. The instant he entered, the sight before him startled Lu Ming. The once modest office was now cramped with people, surrounded by a throng. Song Qi wore an expression of utter despair, caught in the midst of a fierce tug-of-war among the commanders of various military districts, who treated him as if he were a priceless treasure, fearing they might lose out. If such a scene were to unfold in a marketplace, it would be understandable. Yet here, in a military setting, the individuals jostling around Song Qi were all commanders adorned with 2 golden stars. In any other context, their mere presence would evoke awe and reverence. Yet now they were bickering over Song Qi, their decorum abandoned as if they were in a marketplace brawl, nearly coming to blows. Observing this spectacle, Lu Ming was momentarily dumbfounded. Meanwhile, upon noticing Lu Ming's entrance, Song Qi's eyes lit up, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Uncle Lu, what brings you here?" With that, he attempted to break free from the crowd's grasp and make his way toward Lu Ming. In that instant, the generals exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing in unison as if they had spotted a common adversary. Alarm bells rang in their minds. Oh no, this kid actually knows Lu Ming. Given that the Southern Military District is already affluent and well-connected, it seems unlikely we can outmaneuver them here. The senior officials present looked at Lu Ming, their thoughts turning devious. Xiao Song, don't go. This Lu Ming is truly no good person. Exactly. Lao Su speaks the truth. Lu Ming is just a smooth talker. You're still young. Don't be deceived. Xiao Song, heed your uncle's advice. This Lu Ming is not to be trusted. Instantly, everyone clutched at Song Qi's arms, obstructing his path toward Lu Ming, effectively sealing off any chance of approach. Meanwhile, Lu Ming blinked in confusion. Huh? What? I haven't done anything. Why am I suddenly deemed a bad person? Do they not dare to speak ill of others behind their backs? How brazen. Do they wish for death? Lu Ming roared. Chapter 155. You must not be so absurd. Lu Ming's roar echoed throughout the office, plunging the room into a brief silence. Everyone turned to look at Lu Ming, blinking in confusion, their expressions rife with bewilderment. He remained utterly indifferent, still stubbornly grasping Song Qi's hand. Before long, the office had once again transformed into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Lu Ming's words, though not entirely devoid of weight within the vast Southern Military District, held no sway in this modest office. It is worth noting that everyone present, apart from the coveted Song Qi, held the rank of Major General. With all being Majors General, who would dare to flinch? Furthermore, Lu Ming, still relatively junior in military hierarchy, found himself lowering his head to address many in the room as old chief. Any impact his words might have had was, at best, negligible. Beside him, Lu Ming took a gamble, hoping to assert some control over these seasoned veterans. If he succeeded, splendid. If not, so be it, there was little to lose. Noticing the lack of response from the others, Lu Ming awkwardly touched his nose, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Casting a sympathetic glance at Song Qi, who was being so fiercely contested by the various high-ranking officials, he couldn't help but think that sometimes being too exceptional was not necessarily advantageous. Just look at how they were practically tearing him apart. Should an outsider overhear this, they would likely be left in utter disbelief. After all, these were major generals of the illustrious Dragon Nation. For an ordinary person to even catch a glimpse of them was a challenge, let alone interact. Figures of such stature seemed to render ordinary individuals mere grains of sand at their feet, who would gain unimaginable benefits merely by following along a short distance. The likes of Song Qi, who incited such fierce competition among the major generals, could be deemed a rarity, if not a singularity, in the annals of Dragon Nation's history. At last, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. In the next moment, the door was forcefully kicked open. Before the intruder even entered, an enraged voice boomed into the room. "Damn it, you bunch of scoundrels dare to dig at the walls of my Northwest Military District? I'll bury you alive." In strode Chen Goen, accompanied by Wang Jinlong, his fury palpable. Beads of sweat still clung to Chen Goen's forehead, revealing the extent of his anxiety. Observing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, a roar akin to a lion's resonated through the air. "You all are being utterly absurd. Look at the 2 stars on your shoulders. How can you act like thugs, losing all semblance of dignity in your scramble for a single person?" At Chen Goen's admonition, the room fell into an uneasy silence, not because the attendees believed his words held merit, but simply due to the respect commanded by his rank as a general. The arrival of Wang Jinlong likely meant they would not heed any further. "Commander Wang, go rescue Song Qi," Chen Goen continued. "Is there even a shred of decorum left among you? Just look at how frightened Song Qi has become. If you scare my precious one into some psychological trauma, I swear, I'll flay every last one of you, mark my words." Meanwhile, upon seeing Chen Goen and Wang Jinlong arrive, Song Qi felt as if a savior had appeared, his emotions nearly overwhelming him. As he approached Wang Jinlong for rescue, the other major generals attempted to pull him back, only to withdraw their hands under Chen Goen's fierce glare. In quick succession, Chen Goen shot a look at Wang Jinlong. "Jinlong, take young Song down to rest. I need to have a serious discussion with this rabble. They crossed the line." No wonder Chen Goen was so furious. Just that morning, he had been jolted awake by Wang Jinlong, who informed him of the situation. Chen Goen was incensed. "I've spent my entire life in the military, and I've always been the one taking from others. Today, someone dares to snatch from me." Without a moment's delay, he had raced to the 11th Institute, fearing that he would be too late and that Song Qi would be whisked away by these human traffickers. On the other hand, upon seeing Chen Goen enter, the major generals from various military districts understood that their plans to simply abduct Song Qi would be thwarted. To take Song Qi away, they would undoubtedly have to contend with Chen Goen. This realization filled them with dread. Finally, it was the Air Force, the branch with the most substantial budget. That broke the silence. "Commander Chen, 300 billion. That's a staggering sum, and we only want Song Qi. Moreover, we promise to provide him with the best research conditions. Establishing a super research institute that rivals Tianjin exclusively for Song Qi's use. If needed, we can increase the offer." This declaration left everyone present utterly stunned. "Damn, this is the Air Force for you. That amount is like paper. 300 billion. It could nearly cover an entire military district's budget for a year. With the promised research institute, the total investment would soar to at least 400 billion. Beside them, Chen Goen quietly lit a cigarette. 300 billion? You could buy me with that, but not Song Qi." Taken aback by Chen Goen's response, the Air Force representative was momentarily speechless. "What? Who the hell wants you? Old man, please take a good look at yourself. You're not worth 300 billion. We wouldn't even offer 300. The Air Force representative thought to himself, but dared not voice such sentiments in front of Chen Goen. "Let's continue to negotiate." "I don't need to negotiate." Chen Goen exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Song Qi is not for sale. In my Northwest Military District, if you can afford the price, I might sell you my shorts, but not Song Qi. No matter the price." Chen Goen's voice was unwavering. The room descended into an eerie silence, with only the sound of him puffing on his cigarette breaking the stillness. After a long pause, Chen Goen's voice finally rang out again. The greatest concession I can make is to share research outcomes. You can take the technology, but not the person. That is the bottom line for my Northwest Military District. If you agree, write me a guarantee that you will not disturb Shang-Chi again. If you don't agree, I have my ways of making you comply. The attendees were left in a state of disbelief. Time sped by. 2 months slipped quietly past. Not long ago, those major generals who had attempted to pry Shang-Chi away from the 11th Institute, under Chen Goen's formidable presence, had no choice but to write guarantees and return to their respective military districts empty-handed. Behind the scenes, leaders from other military districts had considered sending people to secretly approach Shang-Chi, but with Chen Goen on high alert, their schemes were doomed to fail. During this period, the security at the 11th Institute was even tighter than at Chen Goen's command center. Not a single fly could enter, let alone spies from other military districts. Witnessing Chen Goen's resolute stance, the generals from various military districts had no choice but to relent. At this moment, deep within the Qinling Mountains, amid the craggy peaks, at the Northwest Military District Command Center, the weather was turning cooler. Chen Goen cradled a cup of hot tea while attending to the documents before him. Suddenly, a rapid series of footsteps echoed from outside. "Guomin." Chen Goen's calm voice resonated through the door. As Wu Di pushed the door open and stepped inside, he saluted Chen Goen with utmost respect. "Greetings, Commander. The training ground for the grand military competition has been largely finalized, set deep within the Qinling Mountains, approximately 100 kilometers from the urban area of Shijing, specifically in the vicinity of the Yaoxian mountain range. Currently, the personnel evacuation has been completed, and the military training site has also been meticulously arranged." After delivering this report, Wu Di placed a paper document before Chen Goen. Chen Goen paused momentarily, realization dawning upon him. In merely 2 days, the grand military exercise would commence. He had been so preoccupied with his duties that he had nearly forgotten this significant event. In the Dragon Kingdom, while the various military districts presented a united front to the outside world, there existed a subtle rivalry among them internally. This grand military exercise was a covert battleground for the districts to vie for supremacy. Chen Goen felt a surge of determination. He was resolute in his intent to achieve commendable results. His Northwest Military District had disgracefully secured last place for 3 consecutive years. Although a considerable part of this was attributable to the outdated equipment of the Northwest, which lagged behind the affluent Southern and Northern military districts, leading to repeated failures. It was still an embarrassing situation to admit. What stung the most was that the Northwest Military District had even been outperformed by the relatively underprivileged Southwest Military District in recent years. How could Chen Goen, who valued his reputation, accept such a humiliation? Moreover, this time the Northwest Military District was fighting on home turf. If they were to be the first eliminated, they would be the subject of ridicule among the other districts for eternity. He would never be able to hold his head high again. With this thought, Chen Goen shook his head vigorously, dispelling the dreadful notion from his mind. By the way, Wu Di, how is the design of the bulletproof vest from Shaosong's side coming along? Have they been delivered to the troops yet? At this moment, the only source of reassurance for Chen Goen was the presence of the prodigious Shang-Chi on his team. The bulletproof vest developed by the 11th Research Institute had produced their first prototype last month, and subsequently, Shang-Chi had established a production line there, which had now delivered 50 sets of bulletproof vests to the military. 50 sets? Chen Goen furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with the figure. After all, there were 400 soldiers participating from the Northwest Military District. 50 vests were hardly sufficient. What was that little rascal Shang-Chi doing? Could it be that he was sulking over being tasked with developing the bulletproof vests? Beside him, Wu Di hastily defended Shang-Chi. "Commander, the team at the 11th Institute is working overtime to expedite production. Unfortunately, the output is just not increasing. However, Shang-Chi mentioned that 50 bulletproof vests should suffice for the grand military competition." Suffice? Nonsense. Chen Goen rolled his eyes in exasperation. "It seems like every time I ask this kid to make something, it's either windy or rainy. 3 months, and he can't produce 400 bulletproof vests? And now he is sulking about it. Even the most advanced bulletproof vest is still just that, a vest. What more could he possibly do with it? Can he turn it into something miraculous? Ridiculous. Once the military exercise concludes, I will have a serious talk with him." Observing Chen Goen's fiery demeanor, Wu Di couldn't help but find it amusing, suppressing his laughter as he refrained from expressing his thoughts aloud. "Please, you are the supreme commander of the Northwest Military District. If you wish to reprimand someone, it is surely but a matter of your word. Why wait until after the exercise to address it? If you are reluctant, just admit it. I wouldn't laugh at you. I, too, would hesitate to discipline a national asset like Shang-Chi. Knowing Chun Goen as he did, Wu Di surmised that his idea of disciplining likely meant showing up at the 11th Institute with gifts in hand to apologize. Yet, such thoughts were best kept unspoken. He stifled his laughter, waiting for Chun Goen to continue. After a prolonged silence, Chun Goen finally spoke again. All right, here's the plan. Take that tank from my warehouse and use it as a temporary command post. That thing is sturdy enough to withstand even a nuclear blast. This should significantly enhance our chances of victory. Additionally, familiarizing ourselves with the training ground is only logical. As the hosts, we should know the terrain better than anyone else. Hearing that Songqi had only produced 50 bulletproof vests caused Chun Goen to feel a pang of anxiety. He began to devise strategies, for as the saying goes, a man lives for his pride, and soldiers dedicated to defending their nation are no different. If the Northwest Military District were to claim last place for 4 consecutive years in the grand military exercise, it would severely impact the morale of its soldiers. Should their spirit to strive for victory wane, Chun Goen's leadership would become increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, Wu Di nodded vigorously, taking notes, before finally responding, "Understood, Commander. I will take care of it right away. I will not let you down." With that, Wu Di turned to leave, but just as he did, Chun Goen called out to him from behind. "Wu Di, make sure you do not let your guard down in this battle. While we may not aim for first place, at the very least, we must secure second to last." Chapter 157. Allow me to compile the experimental data. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Today marked the commencement of the grand military exercise. This year's training ground was situated deep within the Yaoxian mountain range of the Qinling Mountains. Although referred to as a mountain range, aside from the main peak, Yaoxian Mountain, the area mainly consisted of plains. The training ground spanned nearly 100 square kilometers, boasting diverse terrains that posed no significant restrictions on the use of heavy armor. Consequently, there were no objections from the 5 major military districts regarding the selection of the Yaoxian mountain range as the training site. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away from the Yaoxian mountain range, a massive military green tent had been erected. Inside, voices buzzed with excitement. Numerous electronic display screens hung high above, showcasing scenes from the training ground at that very moment. There were nearly 200 of these screens. While the details of the training ground were not crystal clear, the general overview was easily discernible. At the center of the tent stood a long wooden table with a sparse number of individuals seated on either side. The attendees, all approximately in their 50s or 60s, exhibited vigor, with several having silver-streaked hair, yet they showed no signs of aging. Should an ordinary person stumble into this tent, they would likely be overwhelmed by the military ranks displayed by the elderly gathering. Among those present, anyone with a seat bore 3 golden stars on their shoulders. In this small tent, the commanders of the 5 major military districts of the Dragon Kingdom had gathered. The 5 men were somewhat acquainted, resulting in a lively atmosphere rather than a solemn one. On the contrary, the tent buzzed with the liveliness of a bustling marketplace. Ha ha ha, did you see that tank? It's the new model developed by our Southern Military District, and its performance is exceptional. Just look at that cannon. It measures a whopping 280 millimeters. At this moment, Lu Taifeng, the commander of the Southern Military District, pointed at one of the display screens, his face brimming with pride. The crowd turned their gaze toward the direction pointed out by Lu Tiexiong, and there, a colossal tank, entirely cloaked in a deep black sheen, majestically rolled past the camera. Wow, it's so enormous. How on earth are we supposed to compete? Just declare that old Lu's Southern Military District is number 1. The commander of the Southwestern Military District, Zhao Tangshan, and the commander of the Central Military District, Chun Zhongshuan, expressed their astonishment. The eyes of those present were filled with envy as they looked at Lu Tiexiong. Ahem, ahem. Listening to everyone praise Lu Tiexiong, the commander of the Northern Military District, Lu Debiao, felt a twinge of discontent. The Northern and Southern Military Districts had always been at odds. The Northern Military District, guarding the imperial capital, boasted the strongest overall strength, while the Southern Military District, backed by prosperous coastal cities, had an abundance of military funding and a thriving market for converting military products into civilian use, creating a formidable momentum. Historically, during grand military exercises, the two had consistently occupied the first and second positions, neither willing to yield to the other. This time, witnessing his rival take center stage in front of everyone, Lu Debiao naturally felt uncomfortable. The next moment, he proclaimed loudly, "What is so great about tanks? Don't be fooled by their size, they're merely brutish. Once we hit the mountains, they'll be rendered useless. In terms of practicality, our Northern Military District's new armed helicopters are the real deal. Their combat performance is exceptional. They can obliterate anything, Upon saying this, Liu Debiao gestured toward a screen in the sky. Displayed on the screen was a silver-white helicopter, slicing through the air with a thunderous force, sweeping past the onlookers. Instantly, the eyes of everyone present sparkled with excitement. My goodness, why is this helicopter so massive? It could easily accommodate a command center. With such capabilities, isn't this helicopter essentially a slaughter machine in this context? As compliments filled the air, Liu Debiao felt like a victorious rooster. Meanwhile, Liu Tiexiong's expression darkened suddenly. Observing the scene before him, in the corner, Chen Goen silently scoffed. I thought your technology was something extraordinary. Turns out it's nothing remarkable. To speak of just this helicopter, the one my little song modified before, in comparison, this Northern Military District model is akin to industrial waste. At this thought, Chen Goen couldn't help but smirk with derision. Oof, they're truly a bunch of country bumpkins. Having never seen genuine high-tech, they can only cling to a pile of junk as if it were treasure. Suddenly, a faint commotion arose outside the tent. The commanders ceased their conversations, a sense of alarm surging within them as they turned to the entrance. This was a military control zone, and nearby guards from the Northwestern Military District were on watch. Logically, no one should be able to approach this tent. In the next moment, the tent was slowly pushed open, and a young man in his early 20s boldly stepped into view. Song-Chi, what are you doing here? Chen Goen's exclamation echoed. The crowd immediately fixed their attention on the young man who had entered. It was known that, during this period, Song-Chi's name had become widely recognized throughout Longguo. Even the commanding generals present, burdened with responsibilities, were well aware of who he was. This kid is Song-Chi? He is actually that young? And as if that weren't enough, he is also strikingly handsome? Is there any justice in the world? Ahem, quite impressive, reminiscent of my own youthful grandeur. It is said that the recent missile system was independently developed by this young man named Song-Chi. Several commanders began to whisper among themselves as they regarded him. Noticing their discussions, Song-Chi remained unperturbed and spoke up. Chief, the bulletproof vests I developed have not undergone practical testing. I wish to observe the actual combat situation and gather data. Gather data? Chen Goen glanced at the generals around him, whose eyes were now gleaming with interest. An intense wave of danger surged within him. No. If Song-Chi were to gather data here, with these old-timers' character, they would surely devour him without leaving a bone behind. This cannot happen. I must not let Song-Chi stay here. It's far too perilous. Little Song, I'll have someone compile the data for you later. You should return. Oh, come now. Liu Tiexiong immediately stood up and quickly approached, grasping Song-Chi's hand. Little Song just wants to collect some data. What is the big deal? Stay right here and gather your observations. Exactly. First-hand data is the most authentic. Don't mind Chen Goen, that fool. Come, join Uncle Liu here. There is plenty of space. Liu Debiao interjected eagerly. Soon, the other two commanders joined in, unwilling to be outdone, and they effectively pulled Song-Chi into their midst. Observing this scene, Chen Goen felt a torrent of frustration boiling within him. Damn it. Are you all trying to help Song-Chi gather data? You're clearly just lusting after the kid. Ugh, despicable. Ahem, little Song, your Uncle Liu has read many books. He wouldn't deceive you. A talent like you shouldn't remain in this small pond of the Northwestern Military District. You'll never become a true dragon here. Listen to your uncle. Come to our Southern Military District. Ha! Liu Tiexiong, you're so grown up yet still trying to deceive a child. Aren't you ashamed? What does your Southern Military District have besides a few filthy lucre? Little Song, listen to your uncle. Come to the Northern Military District. We have both wealth and power. And you can definitely walk tall in the military. The generals present engaged in a heated exchange, their faces flushed with excitement. Song-Chi, seated at the center of the long table, wore a bemused expression. Goodness, here we go again. These old men, even as generals, seem to have nothing better to do than scheming to poach me. If it's that bad, they should retire early and go dance in the square with the aunties instead of creating trouble for themselves. However, at this moment, no one noticed that Song-Chi, a mere colonel, was sitting among the generals, and not a single person felt that his presence was out of place. In fact, the generals were eagerly vying to draw him closer to them. Meanwhile, Chen Goen, unable to endure the increasingly absurd remarks, finally snapped. He slammed his hand on the table, and the military tent fell silent in an instant. I'm still here. You don't think I'm dead, do you? Right in front of me. You're trying to poach our Northwestern Military District's treasure. Do you believe I want to call Old Wang directly and have him explain to you how a commander should conduct themselves? With Chen Goen invoking Old Wang, the other commanders finally fell silent, begrudgingly closing their mouths. An awkward silence enveloped the scene. Only then did Song-Chi manage to catch his breath. Regarding his purpose for being there, Song Qi was indeed truthful. He had come to gather experimental data. After all that had transpired, Zhou Yonghui had long since lost faith in Song Qi's inventions. This time, no matter what Song Qi said, Zhou Yonghui was unwilling to assist him with the testing. Due to the urgency of the bulletproof vest production, Song Qi found himself in a predicament, only able to conduct a rudimentary test of its ballistic performance. After confirming its basic functionality, it was prioritized for supply to the military. In essence, Song Qi harbored only a vague understanding of the combat suit he had created. As for its precise capabilities, he remained uncertain. At that moment of contemplation, Liu Debiao, who had been silent for quite some time, suddenly spoke up. Little Song, after observing for so long, who do you think among the 5 military districts has the best chance of clinching victory in this grand military exercise? His question instantly redirected everyone's gaze back to Song Qi. Having reached their level, each individual harbored a plethora of thoughts. Every utterance was measured, calculated. Liu Debiao's inquiry, while seemingly seeking Song Qi's opinion, was actually a test of his discernment and analytical prowess. If Song Qi were to provide a correct answer, it would signify that he was not merely a research prodigy, but a promising talent worthy of cultivation. Upon hearing the question, Song Qi was momentarily taken aback. Isn't it obvious? It must be the Northwest Military District. Just look at the other districts. Their equipment is nothing but scrap metal. Especially that helicopter, it's so oversized. It's practically a sitting duck. I can't fathom what the commander was thinking. The audience erupted, particularly Liu Debiao, whose expression darkened to an extreme. What do you mean? I merely asked a question, and you included me in your criticism? It seems there's a personal grudge here. The other generals, witnessing Song Qi's answer, furrowed their brows momentarily before easing up. Little Song, don't let your affiliation with the Northwest Military District color your judgment. With so many esteemed elders present, Shingoan cannot possibly rise to prominence today. Speak freely. Share your true thoughts. Liu Taifeng's voice resonated. However, Song Qi, resolutely shaking his head, replied, My support for the Northwest Military District isn't rooted in sentiment. In my view, the Northwest Military District has no possibility of defeat. Even if the other districts pooled their resources, they wouldn't stand a chance against the Northwest Military District. This declaration sparked an uproar of laughter throughout the room. Are you joking? If you want to praise other districts, that's one thing. But the Northwest Military District, the 3-time champion, claiming that the other 4 districts combined are no match? That is quite the boast. At that moment, the generals, who had initially held high hopes for Song Qi, found their expectations dimming. His judgment and analytical skills appeared woefully inadequate, merely at the level of an ordinary individual. Their assessment of him unconsciously dropped several notches. They had initially perceived him as a rare talent, but now it seemed he was merely a capable officer. Perhaps he could charge in a battle, but managing the larger picture seemed beyond his grasp. Liu Taifeng, surprised by Song Qi's response, contemplated. In his understanding, Song Qi should not be of such limited perspective. If his abilities were truly so mediocre, how could he have garnered the favor of Zhao and Liu? Moreover, Chen Goen was no fool. If Song Qi's capabilities were indeed so ordinary, how could he withstand a $300 billion offer without conceding? That simply defied logic. Liu Tiefeng's eyes narrowed. Then, Little Song, I believe the Northwest Military District isn't as formidable as you think. Currently, they are still using the Type 95 main battle tanks, and their armed helicopters are nothing remarkable. Listening intently, Song Qi shook his head in disbelief. Sir, times have changed. How can your thinking still be stuck in World War II? In modern warfare, whether helicopters or tanks, their role is primarily one of deterrence. The essence of war lies in the soldiers. The effectiveness of an individual soldier's equipment is what truly determines the outcome of conflict. This statement immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Such a novel theory was something they had never encountered before. Several individuals exhibited expressions of deep contemplation. So, the individual weapons of the Northwest Military District are indeed advanced? Song Qi affirmed confidently, thumping his chest. The secret weapon I've specifically developed for our military district is of exceptional quality. With that, he pointed to the display screen overhead. Look, it's this. In the following moment, all eyes turned towards the direction Song Qi indicated. Then, everyone was left speechless. The screen depicted a soldier clad in a bulletproof vest traversing a long distance. Instantly, a barrage of questions erupted. Wait, is this your so-called secret weapon? Just a bulletproof vest? I thought you had some profound insight. All this time, you intended to pit this against planes and tanks? What a ridiculous notion. Laughter erupted once again, save for Chun Goen in the corner, who stared at the screen with a dazed expression. Chapter 159, A Hellish Beginning. In the concealed corner of the Yaoxian mountain range, Wu Di, his face painted in camouflage, stood before a practical combat sand table, lost in thought. For this grand military exercise, the highest commander of the Northwest Military District was none other than Colonel Wu Di. In truth, Chun Goen's preferred choice was Air Force Commander Wang Jinlong. Although Wang had been thoroughly defeated in the previous encounter with Song Chi's armored vehicle, this did not necessarily reflect poorly on his command capabilities. Any commander from the Northwest Military District might have fared similarly under those circumstances. The reason for not selecting Wang Jinlong to lead the operation stemmed from Chun Goen's own considerations. First and foremost, Wang Jinlong, being a lieutenant general, would be competing against commanders of the other 4 military districts, all of whom held the rank of colonel. Should Wang emerge victorious, it could be perceived as taking advantage of rank, which would be rather unsporting. Conversely, if he were to lose, it would bring disgrace not only upon himself, but upon the entire Northwest Military District. Moreover, Wang Jinlong was primarily an Air Force commander. While this grand military exercise was designed around ground combat tactics, the command styles simply did not align. It was precisely for these reasons that Chun Goen chose Wu Di to lead the charge. Just as Wu Di was pondering over the sand table, his beeper suddenly buzzed. Report, Commander. The troops have entered the designated operational area. Please provide instructions. Wu Di nodded and replied in a clear voice, good. Order the troops to remain silent in place. No unauthorized actions until I give the command. Understood, came the resolute voice of the soldier on the other end of the beeper. Turning back to the sand table, Wu Di's expression darkened considerably. What terrible luck. I've been caught right between the southern and northern military districts at the outset. How am I supposed to maneuver now? Chun Goen's luck is truly abysmal. It was no wonder Wu Di felt so disheartened. Any reasonable commander upon witnessing the current scenario would likely be tempted to type a GG in the public chat. The vast Yaoxian mountain range is divided into 5 distinct sections. Unfortunately for Chun Goen, he finds himself stationed in the area precariously nestled between the formidable southern military district and the northern military district. His circumstances are akin to beginning a game on the most arduous difficulty level, with not even a glimmer of hope to survive, let alone secure a second-to-last position. It is essential to understand that the rules of the grand military exercise are exceedingly straightforward. To emerge victorious, one must eliminate all competing forces present. To achieve the elimination of a military district, 3 strategies can be employed. The first involves decapitating the highest-ranking commander of the opposing district. As the saying goes, an army cannot function without its leader. By removing the enemy's commander, their forces will disband and thus face elimination. The second method requires that the casualty rate among soldiers in the district reaches a staggering 90%, thereby resulting in its eventual removal. The third, and most common route to victory in these grand military exercises, entails the complete annexation of enemy territory, leaving only one district standing, which will then be declared the ultimate victor. This very rule has rendered the situation for the Northwest Military District quite precarious. In the eyes of both the southern and northern military districts, the Northwest is merely a choice morsel to be devoured at will. Rather than allowing it to linger until the end, it would be far more advantageous to divide and conquer it early on. Consequently, both major military districts not only gain a considerable early advantage, but also acquire invaluable strategic depth, an irresistible temptation for any commander. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Wu Di paced anxiously within the command center, grappling with a sense of urgency. What to do? His mind raced as he engaged in a brainstorming frenzy. Chun Goen's mission was straightforward, merely to secure a second-to-last position. Should Wu Di fail to achieve even this baseline objective, he would have to bear the brunt of Chun Goen's furious wrath alone. Resolving to take decisive action, Wu Di clenched his teeth, as if he had made an audacious decision. In the next moment, he seized the radio transmitter. Fang Ziyuan, do you copy? Sir, I'm here. Immediately mobilize a team of elite soldiers to the Central Military District's territory. Execute this plan without fail. On the other end, Fang Ziyuan responded promptly. Understood, sir. I will lead the team at once. We will accomplish the task. Despite relaying these orders, Wu Di's expression remained tense. Fang Ziyuan's course of action was merely a risky gamble, with a success probability likely under 10%. Yet at this juncture, Wu Di had no alternative strategies at his disposal and was left with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. At that moment, the radio crackled to life once more. Report, sir. Our reconnaissance troops have detected enemy tank activity. The tank tracks are deeply imprinted, indicating a weight exceeding 70 tons. far surpassing our T-95 tanks. From the tracks, it appears the tank has entered our defensive zone. Upon hearing this news, Wu Di displayed no hint of panic. He lit a cigarette and sank heavily into his chair, his gaze steely and resolute. Damn it, what's meant to happen will happen in due time. The occurrence of such an event had been anticipated by Wu Di, yet he had not expected the enemy to arrive so swiftly. His own formations had only just been established when the adversary was already upon them. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Di took a deep drag from a cigarette, the smoke curling elegantly around him. A voice, resolute and infused with ferocity, echoed throughout the office. Oomph. These scoundrels have clearly underestimated me. I haven't even settled in yet, and they dare to strike. Do they think the Northwest Military District is an easy target? Today, whether they are from a Southern Military District or the Imperial Guard, if they wish to take me down, they will have to break their teeth first. With that, Wu Di seized the radio transmitter, his authoritative voice resonating in the ears of every soldier. All units, heed my command. Gather all forces and repel any enemy incursions. If you see the enemy, do not hold back. Engage them with all your might. Every soldier participating in this grand military exercise was of elite caliber within the district. Having placed last for 3 consecutive years, they harbored a burning desire to prove themselves. Upon hearing Wu Di's impassioned address, the flames of their indignation ignited fervently. Understood. Rest assured, sir, we will fulfill this mission. For the honor of the Northwest Military District, we will fight. As the chaos unfolded, a voice crackled over the radio once more. Report, sir. An unidentified tank model has appeared at 127 degrees from the command center. Please evacuate immediately. Hearing this, Wu Di extinguished his cigarette with a fierce determination. Evacuate? Not a chance. I refuse to be chased away like a frightened pig. I will not lose face. Fuming, he snatched up his military binoculars and directed his gaze toward the indicated area. What met his eyes was a massive tank, entirely black and imposing, nearly 1.5 times the size of a T-95, slowly advancing toward him. Just its presence exuded an oppressive force far surpassing that of the T-95. Damn it. You have tanks, and I don't? One tank thinks it can ride roughshod over me? Not a chance. In a fit of anger, Wu Di shouted into the radio. Where are the tank units? Bring them up. Target that tank at 127 degrees and fire at will. Following Wu Di's command, the Northwest Military District's tank units swiftly responded. In no time, 3 T-95 tanks emerged to confront the ominous black tank. Though Wu Di appeared calm and collected on the surface, inwardly, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Although they had the numerical advantage, with 3 tanks against 1, the T-95 was an aging model introduced in 1995. While it remained robust and reliable, it was still based on a design from nearly 3 decades ago and would surely lag behind the cutting-edge tanks developed by the Southern Military District. Wu Di understood better than anyone that in the theater of war, the superiority of weaponry reigned supreme. Mere numbers often held little significance. In the next instant, the fierce battle erupted. Almost simultaneously, the tank drivers on both sides spotted their foes. The roar of 4 tank engines resonated across the open fields. In tank warfare, mobility is essential. Otherwise, one risks becoming an easy target. The tracks carved deep grooves into the soft earth as the 4 tanks moved toward each other. The driver of the new tank squinted, gauging the position of the enemy. Prepare. Fire. In an instant, the soldier stationed at the cannon's breech hurriedly loaded a shell into the tank's smoothbore gun. Moments later, a deafening sound erupted as the shell was fired. Boom! The earth shook as one of the T-95 tanks from the Northwest Military District erupted into flames, rendered completely incapacitated. Staring in disbelief at the scene before him, Wu Di was stunned. What the hell? One encounter, and I've lost a heavy tank? And it's a T-95, a super tank weighing a staggering 50 to 60 tons. The armor alone is several decimeters thick. Yet, it was obliterated in an instant by a single shot. Pray tell, what is the caliber of the artillery mounted on that tank? This is utterly preposterous. Furthermore, that battered tank had yet to even enter the T-95 strike range before being incapacitated. This indicates that the enemy's tank possesses a striking range far surpassing that of the T-95. As this realization dawned upon Wu Di, an icy chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Before he could ruminate further, he returned to his senses and lifted his military binoculars to continue his observation. The confrontation between both sides had already escalated into a fevered intensity. The enemy's new model tank had finally breached the T-95 strike zone. In an instant, both tanks unleashed their firepower simultaneously. The opposing tank also fired. Boom! 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 The resounding explosions echoed across the wilderness. At that moment, even Wu Di felt the ground tremble beneath him. In an instant, smoke and dust billowed into the air, soaring to heights of several dozen meters. Wu Di, straining to observe the battlefield through his binoculars, found himself unable to discern anything clearly. After a considerable pause, once the dust began to settle, Wu Di finally grasped the situation at hand. However, what he saw sent his heart plummeting into despair. On the battlefield, of the three T-95s, only one remained, barely clinging to life, while the other two were engulfed in raging flames, rendered completely inoperative. In stark contrast, the Southern Military District had sustained only one hit on their new model tank, while the other shell had struck the side, creating a massive crater several meters wide. Yet, the one that did hit had not produced the anticipated effect. The armor of the new tank merely bore a deep indentation, but remained entirely operational. Gazing at the scene before him, Wu Di felt a sense of dread wash over him. Oh no, why is that tank so formidable? If only I had allowed that brat Song-Chi to construct the tanks first. Wu Di cast a glance at the distant tank, already contemplating retreat. However, in the next moment, a sudden alert blared from his pager. Report, Commander. Unfamiliar tanks have appeared in the southeast direction of the command post, accompanied by unknown model armed helicopters. Report, tanks have been sighted in the southwest direction. Report, Commander. With each report, Wu Di's mind went blank. Damn it. This is absolutely beyond the capability of the Southern Military District. Wu Di was no fool. In an instant, he comprehended the dire situation. He had been encircled. Moreover, he was caught in a pincer move by both the Southern and Northern Military Districts, the two most formidable forces. These bitter rivals had allied to devour the Northwest Military District. At that moment, Wu Di's expression turned ashen. Meanwhile, outside the Yaoxian mountain range, in a green tent, a group of commanders watched the display screen, chatting and laughing, particularly the Southern Military District's Lu Taifeng and the Northern Military District's Lu Debiao, who were now grinning from ear to ear. Only Chen Guo maintained a stony expression, looking as if he had bitten into a rotten apple. Song-Chi appeared nonchalant, seemingly unfazed by the predicament of the Northwest Military District. Xiaosong, why are you so quiet? Did you not declare that your Northwest Military District was the best in the world? How is it that in the blink of an eye, you've lost 2 tanks? Without any means of retaliation, Lu Taifeng's teasing voice rang out. Yet, Song-Chi's demeanor remained unchanged. After a long pause, he finally replied slowly, Commander Lu, let us not speak too soon. Allow the bullets to fly for a while. At this remark, laughter erupted throughout the tent. However, this mirth did not last long, as it was abruptly interrupted by a gasp. Look, there's a soldier on the battlefield. Is he out his mind? The commander of the Southwest Military District, Zhao Tongshan, had keen eyes and quickly noticed the anomaly on the battlefield. Instantly, all present ceased their laughter and turned to follow Zhao Tongshan's pointing finger. Upon seeing it, the commanders broke into a cold sweat. Good heavens, there truly was a person there. What in the world is he doing? That is the latest model tank. Does he think he is filming a drama, tossing a grenade beneath it and expecting it to work? What a lunatic. If this is a commander's order, I believe the commander of the Northwest Military District might as well resign. Quickly, tell that fool to stop. This is a military exercise, not a battlefield. Such a valiant soldier should not perish in such a senseless manner. Instantly, the military tent erupted into chaos. It is peacetime, and the lives of soldiers are of utmost importance, even to the commanders. While each military district has its share of annual casualty quotas, in the hearts of the commanders of Longguo, each soldier is akin to their child. Witnessing a soldier fall in such a futile circumstance, even seasoned commanders felt a pang of sorrow. They sat in the tent, enjoying a god's-eye view of the soldier's actions. However, the tank soldier, huddled within the new model tank, lacked such a perspective, entirely oblivious to his visual blind spots. If this continued, as the soldier drew nearer to the tank, the outcome would likely be grim. Either he would be mistakenly struck by an artillery shell and blown to smithereens, or he would be caught in the tracks, with no chance of survival. With this thought, everyone held their breath. Yet, only Song-Chi wore a knowing smile upon his face. At last, the soldier, crawling with immense difficulty, managed to reach a position just 100 meters from the tank. At this moment, every heart in the tent was in their throats. The next second, the soldier's actions left all the commanders dumbfounded. In full view of the audience, the soldier rose calmly to his feet and vigorously patted his chest. Immediately, something resembling a bulletproof vest behind him began to morph dramatically. In no time, a crimson battle armor tightly adhered to the soldier's form. This armor gleamed brilliantly, with a pulsating blue light emanating from the center of the chest. Faintly, one could even see electric sparks flickering within. From a distance, it resembled Iron Man in all his glory. The aesthetics were simply breathtaking, cool, and stunning beyond words. Good heavens, what is this extraordinary thing? It is far too impressive. Are you sure this is a bulletproof vest? This is clearly battle armor. I recall that our Longguo does not seem to possess such technology. What on earth is this? Chengguan, are you filming a movie with me? Instantly, all the commanders' gazes turned toward the equally bewildered Chengguan. Chengguan blinked in confusion. Wait, why are you all looking at me? I have no idea what this is either. Had I known this thing was so incredible, I would have flaunted it long ago instead of watching you all act nonchalantly. Yet, these words remained unspoken. The reason was simple. Boasting requires a facade of composure. Chengguan cast a sidelong glance at Song Qi, suppressing his excitement, and casually remarked, Xiao Song, what is going on here? Wasn't it simply meant for you to create a bulletproof vest? Why indulge in such ostentation? You are merely providing fodder for ridicule from our comrades in other military districts. Should we emerge victorious, would it not suggest that our Northwest military district triumphed through sheer luck? What does this imply? At this moment, Chengguan wore an expression that was utterly infuriating, causing considerable frustration among the assembled commanders. Nearby, Song Qi, upon hearing Chengguan's remarks, awkwardly rubbed his nose. Chief, did you not instruct me to fabricate the bulletproof vests? Look, they are indeed capable of withstanding bullets. They can withstand any projectile. The quality is exceptionally robust. Song Qi boasted, oblivious to the exasperated expressions of the others present. Observing the previously jubilant crowd, now adorned with frowns, Chengguan felt an indescribable sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Just then, a gloomy voice emerged from the corner, belonging to Lu Taifeng. What use is a handsome design? Do you truly believe that a suit of armor could withstand a tank? Do you think this is a scene from Iron Man? Before he could finish his sentence, the display screen showcased Iron Man, clad in his armor, suddenly springing into action. The speed was so astonishing that it left a fleeting afterimage on sight. By the time he reappeared, he had already dashed to within 50 meters of the tank. At that moment, the tank crew watched as the radar blared an alarm. After a considerable struggle, they managed to locate the enemy's position. Whoa, Iron Man is charging toward us. Why is there an Iron Man at the military exercise? Quickly, adjust the cannon, they shouted. No, this thing is moving too fast. The barrel can't swivel in time. Use the machine guns, quick. At that point, the soldiers inside the tank had completely lost their composure, helplessly witnessing Iron Man sprinting towards them, his fist as large as a sandbag raised high. Who wouldn't be intimidated by such a sight? In an instant, machine gun fire rained down upon Iron Man. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he did not even flinch. He charged through the hail of bullets, closing in on the tank. With a resounding crash, he delivered a single punch, causing the machine gun's muzzle to crumple inward. Following this, Iron Man leapt onto the tank's cannon. In the next moment, a blue jet thruster emerged from his right arm. Another forceful punch followed. A sound that was nearly unbearable to the ears echoed through the air as the 280mm cannon, akin to a toy, was bent into a perfect right angle. The cannon now pointed skyward, emitting plumes of black smoke. The valiant warrior in red armor stood atop a colossal steel beast, exuding the aura of a true superhero. Witnessing this spectacle, silence fell over the military tent, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The only noise was the sound of nervous swallowing. Even Chengguan stood frozen, at a loss for words, especially after having just mocked Lu Taifeng. His face burned with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. After a lengthy pause, Song Qi's somewhat languid voice broke the silence. See, General Chen, I told you, this thing has exceptional bulletproof capabilities. It has endured so many shots without a scratch. Isn't it? This is not merely about bulletproof capabilities. Please, open your eyes and observe. The bulletproof vest you created allowed the soldier to knock out a heavy tank with a single punch. What the hell? This fellow nearly knocked the tank's soul out with one blow. Are you seriously trying to showcase its bulletproof qualities? This is the most trivial aspect. What kind of monster is this? At that moment, the commanders in the tent gasped in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Those familiar with military equipment understood just how astonishing the events that had just transpired were. It should be noted that Iron Man had not merely incapacitated an ordinary tank. He had just rendered inoperable the latest model of heavy tank developed at great expense by the Southern Military District, which was poised to replace the T-95 as the next generation of main battle tanks. Yet, this colossal steel beast, a product of countless hours of labor, appeared utterly fragile before the bulletproof vest engineered by Song Qi. 2 punches had rendered it completely useless. Had this tank not just withstood a shot from the T-95, the commanders present would have genuinely doubted its quality. At this moment, Chun Goen surveyed the astonished expressions on the faces of the commanders. And while he maintained a stoic exterior, internally he was elated. Oof, you dare to act arrogantly on my turf. Now look, you can't put on a show anymore. Just a mere tank, and it dared to be so pretentious. As Chun Goen reveled in his triumph, a puzzled voice suddenly broke through from Lu Debiao. Hey, old Chun, this doesn't add up. If I recall correctly, this soldier was hit by the tank's machine gun before approaching. The tank must have hit him with a burst of bullets. Although they were blank rounds, logically, this soldier should have been eliminated. Why? He didn't emit any elimination smoke? This statement jolted everyone into awareness. Instantly, the faces of all the commanders displayed a contemplative expression, the implications of which were self-evident. Isn't it? Old Chun, we understand your desire to win, but you can't cheat us like this. You let your soldier go without any signal smoke. What is the point of this? We can understand a little trickery behind the scenes, but this blatant cheating is unacceptable. Listening to the ridicule from the commanders, Chun Goen wore a perplexed expression. What? I certainly don't know what is going on. Why are you all looking at me like that? I simply want to win. But I'm not a fool. How could I engage in such foolishness? Yet, facing the mournful gazes of those around him, Chun Goen found himself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate a response. After a lengthy silence, Song Qi finally spoke up, attempting to alleviate Chun Goen's predicament. Ahem. Esteemed leaders, what if there's a possibility that our soldier did have signal smoke attached, but the tank's machine gun fire was too weak to activate it? The surrounding commanders blinked in confusion, entirely uncertain of Song Qi's meaning. That is not possible. Although the tank's machine gun fired blanks, it ultimately utilized 7.62 caliber ammunition, which is undeniably powerful. Even with blanks, if they struck a critical area, there's still a risk of fatality for the soldier. How could it possibly fail to activate the signal smoke? Lu Debiao murmured to himself, but for some reason, as he gazed into Song Qi's hazel eyes, his own confidence began to wane. Chief, can you take a guess? Why do I refer to this suit of armor as a bulletproof vest? As soon as the words left my lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Even Chun Goen was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the implications of Song Qi's statement. After a brief pause, Song Qi continued, since it is a bulletproof vest, I have specifically crafted it with an efficient energy-absorbing material. Its performance is nothing short of extraordinary. It can withstand not just a blank round, but even the main cannon of a tank, absorbing energy flawlessly. To put it simply, the force of a blank round, when transmitted to the user, would feel no more intense than a mere tickle. And if it were to trigger a signal flare, that would truly be a different matter altogether. Upon hearing Song Qi's explanation, everyone present was left in a state of stunned disbelief. Lu Debiao, who had been skeptical just moments earlier, now stood with his mouth agape, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wait, Song Gong, are you implying that this bulletproof vest can truly withstand artillery shells? At this moment, Lu Debiao was not even aware that he had shifted from calling Song Qi Little Song to Song Gong. Wasn't that a given? If it couldn't withstand artillery shells, could it even be called a bulletproof vest? However, this technology was still in its infancy. If a soldier were to endure a direct hit from your 280mm tank cannon, it might indeed be a tad painful. Listening to Song Qi's response, the assembled commanders were at a loss for words. It seemed that Song Qi had fundamentally misunderstood the concept of a bulletproof vest. Such a garment was designed to protect against handgun bullets, and one would be grateful for that. The notion of withstanding artillery shells and merely feeling a slight discomfort was utterly perplexing. Moreover, from the tone of your voice, it sounded as if you were dissatisfied with something. Merely feeling a bit of pain has now become a grievous flaw. What about the dignity of our tanks? At this juncture, everyone finally grasped the true nature of the secret weapon Song Qi had alluded to. This contraption, whoever dons it becomes an Iron Man. How on earth are we supposed to compete with that? No wonder Song Qi confidently asserted that the Northwest Military District would claim first place with such a secret weapon. How could they not? The most unfortunate of all was Chun Goen, who, despite possessing a secret weapon, remained silent, merely waiting to witness the ridicule of his comrades. The thought of his previous mockery of Song Qi made the commanders present feel a flush of embarrassment. Chapter 163. What on earth is this? In the Yaoxian mountain range, at the command center of the Northwest Military District, Wu Di, smoking a cigarette, watched the unfolding events, utterly petrified. It was until the cigarette burned his fingers that he finally realized what was happening and flung the smoldering butt away. What in the world is this? An Iron Man? Or some masked knight? Two fists obliterating a tank? Is this even human? Soon, Wu Di shuddered, suddenly realizing that this was, in fact, the bulletproof vest created by Shang-Chi. With this realization, a glimmer of understanding illuminated his eyes. Ah, so it's Shang-Chi's work. That changes everything. Having spent considerable time in the Northwest Military District, Wu Di had developed a certain immunity to the extraordinary feats of Shang-Chi. Anything wildly implausible that emerged from his hands suddenly became entirely reasonable. In fact, any bizarre occurrence in the Northwest Military District was, in Wu Di's mind, invariably linked to Shang-Chi. While Wu Di contemplated this, the commanders of the Northern and Southern military districts were keenly observing the spectacle. At the moment the Iron Man obliterated a tank, both command centers erupted in a simultaneous exclamation of disbelief. What kind of monster is this? Withdraw. Inform the troops to halt their assault on the Northwest Military District and retreat. The commanders, seemingly in sync, hurriedly directed their forces to retreat from the Northwest Military District position. In battle, encountering failure is acceptable. However, when faced with an incomprehensible defeat, seasoned commanders instinctively make the most prudent decision: to flee. What defines a commander? A commander is one who, when victory is at stake, will spare no effort to achieve it. Avoiding unforeseen losses is an essential quality of an exceptional commander. Before long, the command to retreat reached the ears of every soldier in both districts. Subsequently, Wu Di, observing the situation through military binoculars, witnessed a bizarre scene. Previously fierce helicopters and tanks were now retreating in disarray under the imposing presence of a soldier clad in crimson armor. The visual impact of this scene was staggering. Even a game company that spent hundreds of thousands on rendering could not compare. Wu Di felt a surge of exhilaration. At that moment, Wu Di's pager buzzed with activity. Commander, we have observed the enemy tanks retreating rapidly, and the soldiers are fervently requesting to engage. Enemy armed helicopters are also vacating our airspace. Commander, the troops are in high spirits. May I lead a pursuit? Listening to the barrage of voices in his ear, Wu Di fell into deep thought. After a long pause, he finally spoke: cease the pursuit. Command the troops to remain silent in place. Do you not understand the principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy? Moreover, the enemy has only lost a single tank. They are far from desperate. The opposing soldiers wish to protest, yet military orders are unwavering, and they could only acquiesce. Wu Di turned away, raising his military binoculars to continue observing the battlefield. The soldier who had donned the armor and obliterated a tank was now back to his original form, surrounded by fellow soldiers who hoisted him high, cheering as if celebrating an extraordinary victory, or perhaps releasing years of pent-up frustration. Wu Di watched this scene, finally allowing a smile of contentment to grace his lips. In a moment of reflection, Wu Di recalled something. Wait, didn't I just send a squad to ambush the Southwest Military District? If memory serves, that squad was equipped with the new bulletproof vests. Well, I do hope the comrades in the Southwest Military District are faring well. Meanwhile, in the Southwest Military District, amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Commander Deng Chong was utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. What the hell? I came for a military exercise. Why are there 10 Iron Men charging toward my position? What on earth is going on here? Why is such a thing present on the training grounds? Someone please intervene. Before him, the Iron Men pressed forward fearlessly, and even Deng Chong, seasoned by countless storms, wore an expression of sheer terror. Amidst the hail of bullets, 10 soldiers from a Northwest Military District charged recklessly toward the headquarters of the Southwest Military District. Most astonishingly, these Iron Men showed no fear of any bullet attack. Ordinary bullets struck the armor without leaving so much as a scratch. Deng Chong had never witnessed such a spectacle. After a moment of stunned silence, he quickly grabbed his pager and issued commands. Tank units, why are you still dawdling? Aim and fire. Are you watching a movie? Armed helicopter units, take to the skies immediately. Heavy artillery units, bring your weapons to the front. Even if the opponent were the Almighty himself, I would still unleash my fury upon them. At this juncture, Deng Chong resolved to go all out. As a commander of a military district, it would be utterly disgraceful if he were to be overwhelmed by a mere squad of 10 during a military exercise. With a decisive command from Deng Chong, the battlefield erupted in a torrential downpour of artillery fire. The overwhelming barrage reverberated throughout the entire Yaoxian mountain range, causing it to tremble under the sheer might of modern warfare. In the face of such formidable military power, nature itself appeared pathetically fragile at times. Listening to the cacophony of gunfire outside, Deng Chong felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. With such a fierce fire suppression, the enemy, unless they were fools, should not dare to advance. Deng Chong pondered silently. He then raised his military binoculars, but in the next moment, he was utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. Amidst the chaos of battle, those 10 Iron Men seemed to possess an uncanny ability to evade the falling shells, effortlessly dodging each one as if they had X-ray vision. As for the ordinary bullets, they disregarded them entirely, charging forward through the hail of gunfire towards their base with reckless abandon. A flurry of question marks floated through Deng Chong's mind. What on earth is this madness? Have I offended someone? Why is this hellish difficulty level being imposed upon me right from the start? After years of orchestrating grand military exercises, I have never witnessed a squad of 10 Iron Men storming the command center so brazenly at the onset. Chapter 164. These people must be cheating. Commander, the enemy is advancing to within 1 kilometer of the command center. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate. The anxious voice of a soldier from the Southwestern Military District crackled through the radio. Deng Chong listened in disbelief, a profound sense of humiliation welling up within him. Evacuate? Evacuate my foot. I haven't even properly deployed my troops yet, and now I'm being ordered to retreat. He kicked a wooden crate in frustration, his face a mask of indignation. Having participated in numerous military exercises, this was the first time he faced such a predicament. Within half an hour of the start, the enemy was already at his doorstep, having obliterated his defenses. In the past, he would have just finished setting up his formations, preparing to find a concealed command point. Now, after merely 30 minutes, he was on the verge of being captured. Deng Chong lifted his binoculars once more, gazing at the Iron Men charging across the battlefield, his eyes flickering with a mix of awe and disbelief. Damn it! What kind of creation is this from some military district? After the exercise concludes, I must acquire a couple of these for experimentation. He spat contemptuously onto the ground. In the next moment, the radio at his waist crackled to life again. Commander, you must evacuate immediately. The enemy is now just 700 meters from your command center. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. Hearing the urgent voice on the radio, Deng Chong's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, why are they advancing so quickly? It has only been half a minute. The enemy has already covered 300 meters. This is a battlefield, under such a barrage for an ordinary troop. Not even 30 meters could be traversed without an hour of effort. Yet, in the face of those bizarre armored figures, Deng Chong felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness seep into his very bones. Everything once deemed impossible now seemed to become feasible in the presence of such advanced technology. Is this the terrifying power of technological supremacy? Although he had read countless accounts of it, only through personal experience could one truly grasp the suffocating pressure that the term technological dominance evokes on the battlefield. After a long pause, Deng Chong let out a helpless sigh. He then picked up the radio, seemingly expending all his strength as he slowly uttered, "Notify all units. The command center is to evacuate. Request fire cover." Even in such a critical moment, the mobilization of the army was astonishingly swift, beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Within a mere 2 minutes, Deng Chong had gathered everything from the command center and boarded the evacuation vehicle. In the next instant, the engine of the military off-road vehicle roared to life with a deep rumble. Simultaneously, the engines of several off-road vehicles thundered in unison. Almost at the same time, 8 military off-road vehicles surged out from the command center, racing off in all directions. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Deng Chong's cunning was exponentially greater than that of a rabbit. Now, he had unleashed 8 off-road vehicles as a diversionary tactic. On the other side, the squad leader, Fang Zian, observed the unfolding scene and waved his hand, signaling the Northwest Military District troops to halt. Fang Ziyuan furrowed his brow. The commander of the Southwestern Military District certainly possesses a remarkable degree of caution. We are merely 10 individuals, and this fellow is not only fleeing, but has also set up a diversionary formation. This complicates matters. Resting his chin on his hand, his battle armor shimmered with a blinding red light in the sunlight, resembling a war deity. Those 8 off-road vehicles sped off in all directions. If they acted together, they might only manage to catch up to 1 or 2 vehicles. However, if they pursued separately, the danger to his squad would significantly increase. At most, they could only intercept 3 or 4 vehicles. The main concern was that if any ambushes were hidden within those vehicles, it would spell disaster. Although the armor could withstand the impact of shells, it could not resist the signal smoke attached to the soldiers. If they were struck by bullets, it would be manageable, but if they were hit by artillery, the signal smoke would likely be activated. In that case, would they not also be eliminated? It seemed highly unwise. Upon contemplating this, Fang Ziyuan's gaze darkened slightly. The next moment, a thought crossed his mind, and a mechanical clattering sound echoed, creating a fissure in the faceplate of his armor. Subsequently, a transparent screen appeared silently before Fang Ziyuan. Meanwhile, in the off-road vehicle, Deng Chong gazed at the Iron Men that had come to a halt, finally feeling a sense of relief. Thank goodness this squad consists of only 10 members. If there were 20, I would truly be at a loss for what to do. Observing the chaotic scenery around him, Deng Chong's spirits lifted. In the end, my skills surpass theirs. Although I have been beaten and forced to flee, that is somewhat embarrassing. The situation remains under my control. Even if the enemy is formidable, they are still just 10 individuals. It is utterly unrealistic to claim the entire territory of the Southwestern Military District. To annihilate all the soldiers of the Southwestern Military District would be akin to chasing a mirage. As it stands, the only point vulnerable to elimination is Deng Chong himself. If he were captured, that would truly spell doom for the Southwestern Military District. But for now, these individuals have already missed their last opportunity. Once I escape this place and find a remote mountain forest to establish a new command center, I can remotely direct the army, as long as I can manage to survive. With this thought, a smug smile crept onto Deng Chong's lips. However, in the next moment, a guard's urgent words jolted him back to reality. Not good, Commander. The enemy seems to be closing in. The mere utterance of this statement sent a chill down Deng Chong's spine. Was it an individual or a squad? It seemed to be a squad. Goodness. Deng Chong snatched the military binoculars and peered towards the rear of the vehicle. However, the sight before him plunged the once joyful Deng Chong into a frigid abyss. Before him was an enemy squad, a full 10 individuals, trailing closely behind his off-road vehicle. Moreover, the speed of the squad was astonishing. Even at full throttle, the off-road vehicle could hardly escape the relentless pursuit, the distance shrinking by the second. Deng Chong was momentarily paralyzed. How could this be possible? How did they know I was in this vehicle? Damn it, they must be cheating. Chapter 165. Which military district do you belong to? As Deng Chong turned to observe once more, he found himself engulfed in a frigid shock. The pursuing squad had inexplicably shifted into a formation of 3 and 4. And in mere moments, they had closed the distance to just a few hundred meters. Furthermore, the armored figures on either flank surged forward, hinting at an intention to encircle his vehicle. What the hell? How did you manage to drive this thing? They're catching up on foot. If you can't drive, let me take the wheel. The soldier at the front, hearing Deng Chong's furious outburst, felt a wave of grievance wash over him. Sir, I've already floored the accelerator. This vehicle is clocking at least 150 miles per hour. It can't go any faster. Upon hearing this, Deng Chong's heart sank. If the vehicle were indeed moving at 150 miles per hour, then this squad of armored figures must be sprinting at a staggering 300 miles per hour. Running at such speed in battle armor? Is this even human? Their velocity surpasses that of high-speed trains. The most absurd part? This armor is bulletproof. What on earth is going on here? I can't fathom the mindset of the designer of this armor. It leaves no escape for the enemy whatsoever. In no time, several crimson figures swept past the window of the off-road vehicle. The encirclement was now fully established. At this moment, Deng Chong's heart plummeted to its nadir. He had contemplated the possibility of failure, yet he never imagined he would face such an inexplicable and humiliating defeat within an hour of the onset. Sir, they've blocked the road. What do we do now? What else can we do? Deng Chong bellowed. Ram through them. But that's ridiculous. Those things don't fear bullets. Why would they fear a mere vehicle? Ram through them. Force them to clear a path so we can escape. Deng Chong, truly the meticulously selected commander of the Southwest Military District, remained remarkably composed under such dire circumstances and quickly discerned the sole solution to their predicament. Understood. The soldiers, heeding his command, pressed down hard on the accelerator. In the next moment, the off-road vehicle roared forward like a wild bull, engines growling as it surged ahead. At that moment, Deng Chong's anxiety reached its peak. Watching the red figures outside the window grow ever closer, an inexplicable wave of panic washed over him. The vehicle approached the armored figures, and soon it was merely a few meters away. This distance, for a vehicle traveling at high speed, was but a blink of an eye. Deng Chong's heart constricted. Is this person not even going to dodge? Given the speed of that armor, Dodging this vehicle should be a piece of cake. Why on earth would they choose to endure it head-on? Which military district do they belong to? How bold! But in the next moment, the soldier's actions left Deng Chong utterly astounded. Are you serious with that punch? This is merely a military exercise. There is no need to go all out. Goodness! With a thunderous exclamation, the armored figure struck the front of the off-road vehicle with a powerful fist. In the next instant, Deng Chong felt an indescribable force surge from his seat. Suddenly, sensations of weightlessness, dizziness, and suffocation crashed over him like a tidal wave. He distinctly felt his body lift off the ground, only to crash heavily back down. After a significant pause, Deng Chong was jolted back to reality by a voice. Colonel Deng, you have been captured. Please exit the vehicle. Clutching his throbbing head, Deng Chong was about to respond when a cacophony of sounds erupted. The already battered off-road vehicle was effortlessly yanked by the soldiers outside, and the door fell to the ground with a crash. Is this how you treat your captives? Are you threatening me to exit, or do you intend to rip my head off like that door? Deng Chong cast a resentful glance at the soldier before him. Fong Xian, feeling slightly embarrassed under Deng Chong's gaze, muttered softly, "Apologies, sir. While in the armor, my strength is a bit overwhelming, and I haven't quite adjusted." "Oh, then don't hit me. I'd like to live a few more years." With that, Deng Chong climbed out of the vehicle on his own accord. Surrounding him were 10 soldiers, and as the armor atop their heads slowly retracted, youthful faces emerged. "Greetings, sir." Fong Xian respectfully led his fellow soldiers in saluting Deng Chong. Gazing upon the fresh-faced recruits, Deng Chong's frustration ignited further. Here he was, a commanding officer, utterly vanquished by a mere squad. And to be captured by a bunch of rookies was nothing short of a monumental humiliation. He squatted on the ground, igniting a cigarette to draw in the smoky solace of his despair. Meanwhile, the soldiers from a northwest military district efficiently dragged the guard from the off-road vehicle, promptly activating his signaling smoke. Soon enough, everyone encircled Deng Chong. Though he was a captive, his high rank commanded respect. Fong Ziyuan and his squad of recruits hesitated to execute him, as that would come off as rather abrupt. Thus, they stood before Deng Chong, awaiting his next move. Deng Chong took a long drag from his cigarette, contemplating for what felt like an eternity, yet he could not grasp the bizarre situation he found himself in. How could this be? It had barely been an hour since the start. A commanding officer captured by a mere 10-man squad? And not a single casualty on the opposing side? The absurdity of it all. Little did Deng Chong realize that he had unwittingly shattered a long-standing record, the fastest capture of a commanding officer at the onset of a mission. With a sigh, Deng Chong glanced at the solemn yet resolute Fong Ziyuan. "Which military district do you belong to? The Southern Military District or the Northern Military District?" Fong Ziyuan silently shook his head. "Report, sir, neither. We are soldiers of the Northwest Military District." Upon hearing Fong Ziyuan's reply, Deng Chong's expression shifted from shock to skepticism, finally settling into a complex blend of understanding. "It seems I underestimated them. The Northwest Military District this year is surprisingly formidable." Deng Chong mused to himself, taking another drag from his cigarette before continuing, "Forget it. I won't trouble you any further. I, Deng Chong, can accept defeat." With that, he concluded. Deng Chong forcefully tugged at the pull ring around his waist. In an instant, a plume of white smoke wafted from his body. Chapter 166. Beyond Horizon Infrared Detection Technology. As the scene of Deng Chong igniting the signal flare on his person appeared on the display screen, an eerie silence enveloped the military tent outside the battlefield. At that moment, the expressions of all the commanders present were far too complex to articulate. The beleaguered commander, Zhao Tangshan of the Southwest Military Region, gazing at the unfolding scene, swallowed hard, his astonishment and horror intensifying to an indescribable degree. Even Chun Goen, as he beheld the spectacle, found himself momentarily frozen, his face etched with confusion, a silent question of identity and purpose written across it. Are these truly my soldiers? Why are they so formidable? Among those present, the most lucid was undoubtedly Song Qi. At that moment, he furrowed his brow, pen in hand, incessantly jotting down notes, seemingly dissatisfied with the performance of the combat armor. The capabilities of this armor appear somewhat lacking. The anticipated arm power should be at least 5,000 kilonewtons, yet it currently seems to hover around 4,500. Furthermore, its speed is rather sluggish. Is it a flaw in my design, or have these soldiers yet to adapt to my armor? This is quite troubling. Song Qi's brow knitted into a furrow as he lamented the inadequacies of the armor's performance. The commanders nearby, listening to Song Qi's incessant complaints, felt an overwhelming urge to expel blood in frustration. Should T listen closely? What on earth are you babbling about? You were merely tasked with modifying a bulletproof vest. Just look at what you've created. 2 punches to obliterate the strongest active tank. A 10-man team effortlessly taking down the most elite special operations forces of an entire military district without a scratch, and capturing the enemy's top general, establishing the earliest elimination record in the history of Dragon Country military exercises. You dare call this performance inadequate? If you truly believe this armor is underperforming, then provide our military district with 100, no, 1,000 units. I shall personally test their efficacy. The assembled commanders gazed at Song Qi with a mix of resentment and admiration. At this moment, their previous disdain had vanished without a trace, replaced by an indescribable reverence. It now appeared that Song Qi's assertions were indeed entirely correct. Compared to this combat armor, any aircraft or tank seemed no more than worthless scrap. With this realization, the eyes of all commanders rekindled with fervent desire as they looked upon Song Qi. The atmosphere became oddly charged. Ahem, young Song. Let us discuss this within the military district. The outsiders have likely never encountered such sophistication and could easily become envious. Chen Gowen's mocking voice drifted from a corner. Instantly, the commanders present reacted as if struck, leaping to their feet in outrage. Old Chen, what do you mean by that? Are you hiding some secret weapon just to mock your comrades? We're all in this together, and you're playing tricks. You think you're clever just because of Song? Upon hearing this, Chen Gowen became animated. Indeed, I rely on our little Song. If you have the ability, come at me, even if you defeat him. He is still one of ours from the Northwest Military District. In an instant, the military tent erupted into chaos. The once mighty military leaders, who could shake the very earth with a mere glare, now resembled a group of elementary school children bickering over trivial matters, their faces flushed in heated debate. Song Qi could only shake his head in disbelief. After a moment, the not-so-immature Lu Taifeng finally turned to Song Qi, after much contemplation. He posed a question that had long troubled him. Little Song, I actually have a question that has been perplexing me. Just now, how did Deng Chong employ a feint to deploy 8 military vehicles, and how did those soldiers accurately identify the vehicle Deng Chong was in and execute precise strikes? I find it rather unbelievable. As Lu Taifeng spoke, he captured the attention of all present. It must be said, Lu Taifeng was indeed a seasoned commander, astutely pinpointing the crux of the matter. Immediately, all eyes in the tent shifted to Song Qi, their ears perked up with anticipation, eyes glistening as if they had just heard the latest celebrity gossip. For the commanders present, this was merely a military exercise, an annual event. The outcome was hardly of paramount importance. However, the combat armor developed by Song Qi was a groundbreaking invention that might only emerge once in several decades. If it could be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly revolutionize the current landscape of warfare. Was this not a matter of 1,000 times more significance than the outcome of a mere military exercise? Observing the fervent expressions of those around him, Song Qi hesitated, scratching his head in uncertainty, appearing somewhat conflicted. What is it, little Song? Is this a matter of your confidentiality? If so, we can drop it. Lu Taifeng was no fool. He understood that for a researcher, possessing certain proprietary technologies might be a standard practice. After all, one could not guarantee that every researcher was wholly dedicated to the country. Some might wish to retain certain core technologies to secure their standing within the scientific community. It was not unusual for someone like Song Qi, who held a relatively low status in research, to exhibit such tendencies. Beside him, upon hearing this, Song Qi anxiously shook his head. Commander Lu, this does not pertain to my confidentiality. I have no secrets to speak of. Primarily, I fear that this technology isn't particularly advanced, and I worry that if I disclose it, I'll be ridiculed. Not advanced. The commanders exchanged bewildered glances, clearly reading the confusion in each other's eyes. Such a miraculous operation could not possibly be devoid of advanced technology. Song Qi, Chen Gowen urged, speak freely. If anyone dares to mock you, I shall be the first to discipline them. With Chen Gowen's assurance, Song Qi finally felt emboldened. This technology, I intend to call it Beyond Horizon Infrared Detection Technology. The core principle is rather familiar to everyone. It utilizes infrared detection to accurately assess the surrounding environment, enabling soldiers clad in the armor to make the most informed decisions. Infrared detection technology? Chen Gowen nodded along. That's an old technique. Indeed, it's not cutting-edge technology. Little Song, your fundamentals are quite solid. Suddenly, Chen Gowen cast a glance at the combat armor displayed on the screen, as if struck by a revelation. Wait a minute. Are you implying that you've equipped this armor with infrared detection technology? Yes. Song Chi replied innocently, his signature large, innocent eyes wide with sincerity. Who says otherwise? I initially thought this technology was somewhat outdated and considered developing something new, but ultimately, I concluded that infrared detection technology would suffice. Song Chi elaborated on his design philosophy. As the commanders listened to Song Chi's explanation, they exchanged glances, clearly astonished. While it was true that infrared detection technology was an old concept, no one had claimed that employing old technology in contemporary times rendered it ineffective. Moreover, the reason infrared detection technology had not been widely adopted in military applications. The true reason is not that it is useless. On the contrary, scientists from all over Blue Star have expended unimaginable efforts in this direction. Ultimately, however, the widespread adoption was hindered by the large size and fragility of infrared detection devices. Yet today, this problem that has plagued countless individuals for decades has been effortlessly resolved by Song Chi. From the analysis of the recent battle situation, it is evident that the infrared detection technology carried by the battle armor has undoubtedly reached a level that surpasses all existing technologies worldwide. This invention is undoubtedly a revolutionary breakthrough. At this moment, the commanders gazed at the vivid red battle armor on the screen, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, wishing to halt the military exercise immediately and don the armor themselves. In a corner, Chun Goen observed Song Chi, knowing from his experience that the modifications made by this young man were always peculiar. The performance exhibited by the battle armor now is likely merely the tip of the iceberg. Once all of its hidden capabilities are revealed, the commanders present will likely be consumed by envy. Even now, the glances directed at Song Chi are imbued with a hint of reverence akin to worship. The atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a long pause, Lu Tiefeng's voice finally broke the silence. Little Song, this battle armor is so advanced. The production capacity must be quite low. Do you think there's a possibility for mass production of this equipment? This question was of utmost concern to all commanders present. In the next moment, all ears perked up, awaiting Song Chi's response. Faced with this inquiry, Song Chi pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, and shook his head silently. Instantly, the hearts of the commanders sank, apprehensive. Oh no! Such advanced battle armor can't possibly be non-mass producible. This would result in a significant loss. Regardless of how exceptional the performance, if it cannot be mass-produced, its strategic value would be severely diminished. The inability to mass-produce such advanced battle armor would be an unimaginable loss for the entire military and even for the whole of Long Nation. After a prolonged silence, Song Chi finally spoke. The craftsmanship for this battle armor is intricate. Even if I establish a production line at the 11th Institute, we would only manage to produce 50 pieces in a month. Even if a super large production line were to be established, the maximum output would only reach 100 pieces per day. Clearly, it is unrealistic to equip the entire army. In an instant, confusion spread amongst the commanders in the tent. Equip the entire army? If this armor can truly be mass-produced, I would dare to sign a military order to march to the White Palace tomorrow. If I fail, I would bear the consequences. You dare to dream. Are you misunderstanding mass production? 100 pieces a day translates to 3,000 in a month, which is sufficient to equip an armored battalion. How can you not consider this mass production? At that moment, the commanders were left bewildered by Song Chi's response. Moments later, a wave of exhilaration surged through their hearts. Ha ha ha, little Song, you are truly a genius. This is what it means to be a national treasure. For the first batch of armor, I, from the Northern Military District, demand 500 pieces. Why should you get 500? You think you're so important. Little Song, listen to me. Give 200 to the Southern Military District first. I want some for the Central Military District too. Suddenly, the tent was bustling as if it were a bustling marketplace. The mighty generals, normally so imposing, now resembled elderly men haggling at a market, eagerly negotiating with Song Chi. In the corner, Chun Goen watched the scene unfold, his heart filled with joy. Huh, you wanted to act tough, didn't you? Now it's your turn to seek my assistance. Chun Goen thought to himself, his spirits soaring. Within the tent, no one paid attention to the military exercise anymore. They were all focused on the battle armor manufactured by Song Chi. Meanwhile, the Yaoxian mountain range saw the military exercise continuing with fervor. After the commander of the Southwestern Military District was beheaded by the Northwestern Military District, the entire battlefield underwent a dramatic transformation. The equipment of the Southwestern Military District fell silent, becoming spoils for the Northwestern Military District. The Northwestern Military District absorbed the territory of the Southwestern Military District, emerging as the largest power on the battlefield. Furthermore, The other 3 military districts discovered that the Northwestern Military District possessed secret weapons. Consequently, the 3 military districts swiftly formed a military alliance to collectively resist the Northwestern Military District's advances. Yet all of this was futile. When Wu Di realized the terrifying nature of the battle armor in his possession, the military exercise had already reached its conclusion. If there had been only 10 pieces, perhaps the result would have been uncertain. But now there were a full 50 iron men soaring like dragons. How could they possibly lose? At this moment, Wu Di's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. Without hesitation, he commanded his troops to advance toward the coalition of the 3 military districts. The ensuing battle was chaotic. However, any strategy was rendered utterly powerless in the face of absolute strength. Wu Di did not even devise a strategy. He simply charged down the middle, decimating the enemy forces. 2 hours later, the commander of the Southern Military District was captured at the command center. Half an hour later, the Central Military District fought to the last soldier, ultimately being eliminated due to casualties exceeding 90%. The most cunning was the commander of the Northern Military District, who stationed his command center aboard an airborne armed helicopter. However, no one anticipated that this seemingly foolproof decision would be utterly ineffective against the Iron Man. A 10-man squad leaped into the air, soaring toward the helicopter with great speed. What? This thing can fly? In the next moment, an Iron Man reached the helicopter, delivering 2 powerful punches, causing it to emit a plume of black smoke and plummet towards the ground. Thankfully, the 10-man squad managed to steady the helicopter as they landed, averting a disaster. With the commander of the Northern Military District captured, this grand military exercise finally came to an end. The ultimate victor was someone no one had expected, the Northwestern Military District, which had been underestimated from the beginning. Moreover, this military exercise set an unprecedented record, concluding the battle in a mere 4 hours. As the commander of the Northern Military District was taken captive, the annual grand military exercise came to an unheard-of conclusion. At the start of the exercise, none could have anticipated that the final victor would be the Northwestern Military District, which had finished last for 3 consecutive years. Furthermore, the Northwestern Military District achieved victory in an almost overwhelming manner. In just 4 short hours, a time frame that would typically see the military exercise barely entering its probing phase, the battle was decisively over. At this moment, the commanders from other military districts wore expressions of despair and shame. In stark contrast, Wu Di appeared brazen and arrogant, radiating confidence, a striking juxtaposition to the defeated commanders. Even the soldiers of the Northwestern Military District were filled with high spirits, their eyes shining with determination as they gazed into the distance. For soldiers, war serves as the most profound means of growth, while victory acts as the catalyst for such development. In a short span, several olive-green military off-road vehicles came to a steady halt in front of the command center of the Northwest Military District. From the vehicles, the commanding officers of various military districts hurriedly disembarked. Wu Di and the commanders felt a sudden jolt of anxiety and quickly turned their gazes in that direction. General Liu, I apologize for not leading my team effectively. Commander Liu, is my incompetence. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Supreme Commander, the officers felt an increasing sense of shame. They immediately approached, blocking the path of the Supreme Commanders, eager to offer their apologies. It's all right. In this battle, the fault does not lie with you. Liu Tiexing glanced at the dirt-streaked faces of the officers, but refrained from saying much. He simply offered a quiet word of comfort before swiftly making his way towards Wu Di. The situation among the other commanders was largely similar in their hearts. The outcome of the military exercise had long ceased to be of paramount importance. The pressing matter at hand was to rush to the Northwest Military District and acquire a piece of the battle armor for thorough observation. Had it not been for the fact that the obstruction was his own subordinate, Liu Tiexing might have already slapped him away. You should stay where it's comfortable. Don't delay me from reviewing the new equipment. The officer attempted to say something, but Liu Tiexing pushed him aside. Then, under the eager gaze of the officers, Liu Tiexing strode purposefully towards Wu Di, leaving the officers momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, wasn't I the one who just suffered defeat? I can understand if you wish to either console or reprimand me, but what is the meaning of your rush to another commander? This left them feeling rather disheartened. However, upon recalling his recent defeat, the commanders chose to remain silent. At that moment, Wu Di surveyed the scene before him, suddenly feeling flustered. Wait, didn't I win? What does it mean for this group of commanders to approach me so aggressively? Are they here to cause me trouble? I won fair and square. Fortunately, a glance towards Chun Goen and Song Qi in the back eased Wu Di's apprehension. My General Chun is right here, even if you're the supreme commanders. You cannot intimidate me. With that thought, Wu Di straightened his posture, and a newfound confidence shone in his eyes as he faced the crowd. Soon, Wu Di was surrounded by the Supreme Commanders. Young Wu, that battle was truly spectacular. It has been a long time since I have witnessed such an impressive military exercise. The imagined inquiries never materialized. Instead, the faces of the commanders radiated warmth, as if they had genuinely come to congratulate Wu Di on his victory. This left Wu Di somewhat taken aback. Report to all commanders. This victory is not attributable to my command skills. The key reason lies in the technological superiority of the Northwest Military District's weaponry. Wu Di's words were heartfelt. The other commanders silently agreed. Yet being seasoned veterans, they would not reveal their inner thoughts. They merely waved their hands dismissively. Young Wu, you're being overly modest. While weaponry is one aspect, your command skills are commendable as well. However, we brothers have lived half our lives and have yet to encounter such advanced battle armor. Could you possibly procure one for us to admire? Upon hearing this, the others eagerly chimed in. At this juncture, the commanders had indeed revealed their true intentions. The fact that several military district commanders were approaching Wu Di, a mere colonel, with such a humble demeanor speaks volumes about the immense allure of the new battle armor in their minds. The officers, who had just been quietly observing, perked up at their commander's intentions, casting curious glances. Clearly, they too were intrigued by the mysterious battle armor that had just wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Facing the collective gaze, Wu Di found himself in a quandary. This battle armor was a new creation developed by Song Qi, undoubtedly involving military secrets of the Northwest Military District. Handing it over to Liu Tiexing and his cunning ilk felt somewhat unsafe. Simply put, individuals like Liu Tiexing possess everything except integrity and principles. There was a significant possibility that he might don the armor and flee. Yet, to outright refuse would seem inappropriate, considering that a supreme commander had come to request a favor from a mere colonel. Just as Wu Di was grappling with his dilemma, a calm voice broke through from Chungoan. Wu Di, show to old Liu. The Southern Military District is impoverished and has not seen much of the world. However, Uncle Liu is a dignified man and should not resort to such disgraceful actions as running away in battle armor. With that, Chungoan cast a subtly pointed glance at Liu Tiexing. Realizing his intentions had been exposed, Liu Tiexing naturally touched his nose, revealing no hint of embarrassment. All right, since all commanders wish to see, I shall not decline. Fang Ziyuan, step forward and remove your bulletproof vest for everyone to have a good look. Upon hearing his name, Fang Ziyuan's expression fell. He had yet to fully acclimate to such advanced battle armor, and now had to take it off. Reluctant indeed, seeing Fang Ziyuan's hesitation, Wu Di shot him a fierce glare, causing Fang Ziyan to feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Military orders are absolute. Understood. Fang Ziyuan stepped forward, and with a thought, the crimson battle armor visibly faded from his body, ultimately transforming into a dull gray, bulletproof vest. Reluctantly, Fang Ziyuan handed the vest to Wu Di. Let go. You've already handed it over. Why not let go? Stop dithering. It's just a worn bulletproof vest. It's not your wife. After considerable effort, Wu Di finally seized the vest from the now tearful Fang Ziyuan and presented it before the commanders. Chapter 169. Brain Machine Link Technology? Goodness. This seemingly ordinary bulletproof vest can transform into such advanced battle armor. This is remarkable. Is it merely remarkable? This is exceedingly impressive. How can such a thin layer possibly withstand bullets? Furthermore, where does the power of this battle armor originate? The gray bulletproof vest lay before a group of venerable commanders, whose mere presence could trigger seismic waves in the external world, now circling it with fervor. The commanders gazed at the vest with eyes full of longing, yet none dared to reach out and touch it, as if fearing they might desecrate a sacred object. Most of the supreme commanders were seasoned veterans who had faced life and death and witnessed the horrors of war. Their reverence for weaponry, especially advanced equipment, far exceeded anyone's imagination. After several rounds of circling, noticing that none dared to act, all eyes turned towards Song Qi, their expressions tinged with a hint of flattery. Little Song? Why not explain it to us? We old-timers can't decipher it just by looking. Upon hearing this, Song Qi let out a gentle sigh. I truly have no choice with you all. He then removed his non-existent glasses and approached the gathered commanders. Esteemed commanders, before you stands my latest invention, the super-powered battle armor. Do not be deceived by its current appearance as merely an ordinary bulletproof vest. Once donned and the button on the chest is pressed, the armor will instantly establish a brain-machine interface with you. Only upon confirming this connection will the armor truly be activated, transforming into the form resembling that of Iron Man, as you see before you. It is precisely due to this brain-machine linkage that warriors can maneuver the armor as if it were an extension of their own bodies. At this moment, all present, listening to Song Chi's explanation, were left bewildered, their minds clouded with a flurry of questions, gazing at him as if he were a specter. What, little Song? What do you mean by brain-machine linkage? What on earth is that? Surely, it's not that thing from novels? Came the small voice of Chun Goen, to which Song Chi responded with an emphatic nod. The expressions of everyone in attendance had shifted from shock to sheer terror. A brain-machine connection. Such technology only exists in the realms of science fiction, does it not? How on earth has this become a reality? This is utterly ridiculous. Anyone capable of sitting in the position of the commander of the military district is undoubtedly aware of the staggering strategic value of such technology. If Song Chi could genuinely develop this technology and apply it successfully, it would undoubtedly elevate the scientific landscape of the Dragon Nation by decades. It is well known that brain-machine interface technology has long been an area of clandestine research for the Eagle Nation, and the current Dragon Nation lacks even the capability to touch upon it. This technology requires a profound understanding of the human brain structure and the discovery of special materials that would not provoke an adverse reaction with the human body. And this is merely the first step. To truly develop this technology, decades of dedicated research would be a minimum requirement. Who could have imagined that the so-called freest nation of Blue Star, having expended hundreds of billions of dollars and established several secret research institutes over the course of many years, has not succeeded in developing this technology, while Song Chi has breezed through it with ease. Moreover, he speaks of it so nonchalantly, causing the assembled commanders to feel a pang of self-doubt. Could it be that this technology is not as difficult as they presumed? Observing the hesitant expressions of those around him, Song Chi quickly understood. The commanders were doubting their own capabilities. With righteous fervor, he thumped his chest and added, "Commanders, if you do not believe me, why not give it a try? Experience it for yourselves, and you will understand." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the commanders lit up with excitement. "We can try it on? That is fantastic. I'll go first. Little Song, let me try. Why are you so quick? Hands off. I'm the youngest here. I should be the one to try. I'm the oldest. Let me go first." In an instant, the prospect of trying the armor ignited a fervor among the commanders, who began to bicker like children, leaving Wu Di and others nearby utterly astonished. Usually, these commanders maintained stern and serious expressions, but today's unrestrained competition was something one would rarely witness. Yet, truth be told, how many men in this world could resist the allure of becoming Iron Man? This absurd scene continued for several minutes until it was abruptly halted by Chun Goen's thunderous voice. "What are you all doing? You're all commanders. And here you are, squabbling in front of the soldiers. How disgraceful. Line up and take turns." Chun Goen's reprimand brought some semblance of order, and the other commanders could only comply with his directive. The first to don the armor was Lu Taifeng, the commander of the Southern Military District. He quickly donned the bulletproof vest and pressed a button on his chest. In the next moment, a delightful, tingling sensation coursed through his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he felt as if his consciousness had fused with the armor. It was as if the armor had become his very skin. Vaguely, Lu Taifeng sensed an overwhelming power surging from his limbs, an indescribable force. Wow, this feeling. Is this what it's like to be a superhero? Lu Taifeng lightly clenched his fists and threw a punch into the air beside him. Bang! A ressounding explosion échouait fort. That casual punch had surpassed the speed of sound. The other commanders nearby watched with eyes ablaze with anticipation. They urged Lu Taifeng on, and despite his reluctance, he had to remove the armor after experiencing it. Next up was Zhao Tingshan. Within a mere 10 minutes, all 5 commanders had savored the experience of being Iron Man. At this moment, their gazes towards the armor could no longer be described as mere admiration. They were filled with profound reverence. This technology, incredible, truly astonishing. I'm utterly impressed. Little Song, you are truly a genius. May the heavens bless our Dragon Nation. Once this armor is mass-produced and outfitted to an armored battalion, our army will undoubtedly be able to crush everything in its path. Ha ha ha. As Song Chi observed the fervent expressions of the generals before him, he felt a bit bewildered. Is this technology really as extraordinary as they claim? Isn't it rather common in novels? Why the fuss? It seems rather childish for them to be so impatient. Song Chi silently scoffed, though he would never dare voice such thoughts aloud. After a brief moment of excitement, the generals finally regained their composure. Chun Goen looked at Song Chi with a warm gaze filled with pride. Today might very well be the best day since he assumed the role of commander of the Northwest Military District. The reason is simple. Song Chi had brought him immense honor. The Northwest Military District had decisively outperformed all other military districts. Finally, he could hold his head high. However, as Chun Goen glanced around, he noticed the others were also gazing at Song Chi with fervent admiration. His expression darkened instantly. They could admire my wife, but they cannot gaze upon my Song Chi. Ahem, ahem. No more looking. In my Northwest Military District, if you wish to gaze upon my Song Chi, do you want to meet your demise? Chun Goen's irate voice echoed. The other commanders reluctantly withdrew their gazes. Oh, come on, old Chun. Why are you being so stingy? We're just admiring Song Chi. It's not like he is going to lose a piece of flesh. What? Are we not even allowed to look? Came Liu Tiefeng's teasing voice from the corner, to which the other commanders nodded in agreement. In this world, Chun Goen could deliberate on many matters, but not Song Chi. No way. In a sense, Song Chi had become Chun Goen's Achilles heel, even more precious than his own life. If another military district were to poach him, Chun Goen would likely retire on the spot in fury. Don't think for a second that I'm unaware of your cunning tricks. You want equipment, you want technology? That is fine, but my precious Song Chi? Absolutely not. Seeing Chun Goen's resolute expression, the commanders exchanged glances, eventually letting out a collective sigh. All right then, old Chun, let young Song continue with the introduction of this battle armor. With our characters, surely you have no need for concern? Listening to the voices that drifted around him, Chun Goen scoffed inwardly, yet he gently nodded. After all, the words were already spoken. If he were to persist in his objections, it would only appear unreasonable. Chun Goen turned his gaze to Song Chi, beckoning him over with a subtle wave. In a short while, Song Chi scampered up to Chun Goen's side. General Chun, you called for me? Chun Goen paused momentarily before continuing. I, along with the other leaders, have had the opportunity to experience your battle armor, and overall, it is quite impressive. However, there are a few minor details that require refinement. Are there any other distinctive features of this armor? Distinctive features? Song Chi scratched his head in confusion. Chun Goen promptly added, I mean the functions that have yet to be introduced. Upon hearing this, Song Chi's expression brightened as he smacked his forehead. Of course, General, you know me well. I could never settle for such a pedestrian design. However, many of the features are somewhat perilous. You must first promise not to harm me. At this moment, everyone present exchanged looks of bewilderment, their faces practically adorned with question marks. What? You dare to label this battlesuit as a pedestrian design? Your understanding of mediocrity is truly profound. And what in the world have you added to this suit that is even someone as indulgent as Chun Goen contemplating violence against you? What audacious feats have you committed in the past that necessitate a guarantee from him? Chun Goen's heart raced at these words, sinking to the depths of despair. I knew it. I knew that what this kid Song Chi created could not possibly be as simple as it appeared. He surely harbors a multitude of mischievous secrets. Thank goodness I asked. Had I not, he would have gone ahead with mass production. That would have been a catastrophe. Reflecting on this, Chun Goen felt an inexplicable sense of relief, grateful that he had gained this insight in time to prevent matters from escalating. The next moment, Chun Goen turned to Song Chi, forcing a smile. It's all right, young Song. How could I possibly harm you? I've always been quite cultured and amiable. Now, with so many leaders present, why don't you explain to them what hidden functions your battle armor possesses? Hearing Chun Goen's gentle tone, Song Chi glanced at the general and nodded lightly. Actually, I have equipped this suit with a weapon system. However, for this military exercise, since I heard it would solely involve our own Dragon Country troops, I have disabled the weapon system. In simpler terms, the current battle armor is akin to being bound hand and foot for this military drill. Upon hearing Song Chi's words, everyone in attendance was momentarily taken aback. What? This thing has a weapon system? No way, young Song, you must be joking. This armor is practically skin-tight. Where would it even conceal weapons? Even Chun Goen found himself questioning the plausibility of Song Chi's claims. Nearby, others quickly nodded in agreement, as Song Chi's statements clearly defied the laws of physics. After a lengthy pause, Song Chi's voice gradually emerged. Leaders, are you certain that what you see is the true form of this battle armor? The moment those words left his lips, every individual present appeared momentarily stunned, their expressions rife with confusion as they regarded Song Chi. Could it be? Did this battle armor have another form? In a moment of realization, Chun Goen suddenly smacked his forehead. Goodness, young Song, you're not suggesting that this thing can transform, are you? Without further ado, Song Chi swiftly summoned a soldier clad in crimson armor from a distance. In front of everyone, he waved his hand lightly and softly commanded, "Enter normal combat mode." Instantly, a wave-like motion rippled across the surface of the armor. In the blink of an eye, the original crimson armor vanished without a trace. replaced by a fully armed, fearsome war machine, bristling with weaponry from head to toe. In that moment, all present stood frozen in astonishment. The silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop.